In a 10,000-fathom abyss, on a vast, misty land shrouded in bone dust, a man in red robes stood with a serene posture, looking up at the sky and speaking to himself. This place, it makes me nostalgic for the past, for the days when I yearned to become a god of war. As he spoke, his long, jet-black hair flowed in the wind, his gaze turning distant. He continued to ramble, that dream, the one I wanted to achieve no matter the hardship. With his hands clasped behind his back, he appeared, at ease. Every time I mentioned that dream, everyone would laugh as if I were a madman. But me, I poured all my energy into training my martial arts, without rest, day or night, to reach that dream like a true madman. His face was haggard, his stubble patchy, and his red eyes filled with regret. Even if I couldn't become a god of war, I firmly believed that all my arduous training would be enough. But now, I understand. It's never enough. Standing on a cliff's edge amidst the vast expanse, the man in red robes stood with his hands clasped, like a figure in an ink-wash painting. He was completely unaware that, right at that moment, someone else was behind him, watching and silently calling out, "Crazy demon." The call caught his attention, and he turned around. The one who had spoken was from the Demon Sect, the left arm of Guangming. He spoke up, "Don't waste any more time. Hand over the heavenly pearl you stole from our sect." Unflinching, the man in red spoke slowly. "Guangming's hunting dog. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a monologue?" The Demon Sect member calmly retorted, "What will that nonsense story of yours change? You were always destined to die. I'll give you credit for running this long, but it ends here." Hearing this, the man in red said nothing, but he fiddled with a red pearl in his hand. A moment later, he held his calloused hand out towards the Demon Sect member and said, "You said this thing is the heavenly pearl, right?" With that, he decisively moved it over the abyss. "Should I drop it?" The Demon Sect member immediately panicked, backing down. All right, I'm sorry, okay? Just continue your story." At that, the man turned his back to the Demon Sect member and continued to breathe in the fresh air of the 10,000-fathom abyss. He resumed his tale. "In the past, I was a genius of willpower, a master of cunning, the king of tactics, the god of disruption, the great sage of seduction, and I could never fall into the trap of love." He continued proudly, "I was also a wine connoisseur, and especially skilled in the art of the naked body." The Demon Sect member, hearing this, couldn't take it anymore and cut him off. "Only in your own mind." This remark took the man by surprise, and he tilted his head 45 degrees to look at the Demon Sect member, who continued to expose him. "Especially the part about love. The reason you've never fallen into its trap is because no charming woman would ever like someone like you." The entire sky turned black as his voice echoed. "All those women who were by your side? We arranged for all of them. The whole world knows that." The eyes of the two arrogant men met, filled with killing intent. Saying nothing, the man in red, clearly displeased with what he heard, once again held his hand over the abyss. "Want me to drop it?" This time, the Demon Sect member chickened out again. "I'm sorry, okay? Please, continue." The crazy demon resumed his life story. "To become a god of war, I went mad with arduous training, forging myself. And that is me." The Demon Sect member and his underlings were speechless. The man wanted to become a god of war, but now, he had become a crazy demon. His words struck fear into those listening. Suddenly, the Demon Sect member asked, "Hey, are you still not done yet?" The man decisively clenched the heavenly pearl in his hand and answered, "Not yet." Once again, he became lost in his own story, speaking with passion. "But after the recent battles, everything has become meaningless. The journey I've undertaken to bring justice to this world." The Demon Sect member, finding this a bit confusing, interrupted, "Justice, aren't you the enemy of all the righteous sects? You're even more infamous than me, and I'm a member of the Demon Sect. Isn't that why the righteous sects put the name Crazy Demon at the very top of their wanted list?" Without a word in response to the question, the man held up the pearl in his hand and coldly asked, "Should I just throw this away?" The Demon Sect member bit his lip and backed down. "My apologies for making you angry." Seeing this, the man looked at him pensively. After a long moment of observation and probing, he finally came to a conclusion. "Seeing how you, the left arm of Guangming, have to endure such humiliation, this item must be very important." It was as if he'd hit a sore spot. The Demon Sect member pressed his lips together, in silence as the man continued. "And I even managed to kill more than one elite warrior from the Demon Sect while you were chasing me. So you're quite good at enduring, aren't you?" The Demon Sect member had probably reached his limit. Veins popped on his forehead as he growled, Crazy demon, just because I let you speak, doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. At that moment, the space around the two of them filled with encircling black demonic energy. The crazy demon was not the least bit afraid, casually remarking, "This killing intent. You want to kill me? I respect your decision. Let's end this battle now." In this fight, the Demon Sect member had probably lost from the very beginning because his weakness was held firmly in the man's hand, both literally and figuratively. The man said, "But before that, I should probably let this go. It's not good to be holding on to something so tightly while fighting." At that moment, the Demon Sect member suddenly remembered that the pearl was still in his hand and began to get scared. He immediately changed his tune, trying to coax him. Hey, I'm sorry for being excessive. Can we negotiate a little?" The man gave a faint smile. Negotiate? Then he started getting angry. "You've been chasing me for days without giving me a single moment of rest with that inescapable net of yours. Because of you, I haven't even been able to eat or sleep." With a wave of his hand, he continued, "Not only that, I haven't even had time to relieve myself. Do you have any idea how frustrated I am?" The Demon Sect members' underlings listened, feeling helpless, while their leader said calmly, "Well, I mean, that's our goal. That's what an inescapable net is for." The man raised the fist holding the heavenly pearl. The Demon Sect member asked, a little worried, "What are you trying to do?" His face expressionless, the man replied nonchalantly, "What? I'm just planning on giving you all a really painful blow." The Demon Sect member didn't quite understand and let out a, "Huh?" But then, the man decisively popped the heavenly pearl into his mouth. He then backed away to the very edge of the cliff, causing the Demon Sect members to tense up like a drawn bowstring, watching with bated breath. The leader's face was now as red as a chili pepper, a drop of sweat rolling down his temple. The crazy demon, however, seemed to find this amusing. "Surprising, isn't it?" He began to taunt his opponent. "It tastes just like a peach." This time, the Demon Sect member was truly provoked. He started cursing. "You crazy son of a bitch, you actually swallowed it." The man's eyes turned ice cold as he looked straight at him. Then his lips curled into a calm smirk. "Look at your reaction," he said. "Seems like eating it was the right decision, huh?" The Demon Sect member was so furious that blood vessels started showing in his eyes. All his pent-up frustration erupted into words. "Kill him. No, capture him alive for me." The Demon Sect member raised his hand, signaling the men behind him. "I'm going to chop him to pieces and present him to the sect leader." The members of the demonic cult immediately charged towards him. Hundreds of eyes locked onto him, but he just calmly stood there, waiting, his foot drawing a circle on the ground. He put one hand behind his back, ready for battle. A sword on one side, a fist on the other. It was anyone's guess how this would end. All you could see was that wherever the demonic cult members attacked, he would dodge. Not only that, but he would counterattack swiftly, landing a punch in his opponent's stomach, successfully sending him flying. Another one saw this and seized the opportunity, trying to slash him. But he couldn't get anything past our guy. Not only did he miss, but he got a swift kick to the butt for his troubles. And so it went. Blood flowed like a river, but it was the blood of the demonic cult members. As for him, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Countless sword tips were pointed at him, yet not a single blade could even graze him. One of the men in black, seeing him rush towards him like a bullet, felt his hands, his sword, and his entire body start to tremble with fear. But he didn't care what his opponent was feeling. He channeled all his power into his fist, and just like that one punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, he sent the entire group of demonic cultists flying 100 paces away. The remaining men saw this scene and started to get a little nervous, sweating bullets as they looked at him. After having his fun, he turned towards the cult leader and called out, "Hey, Quang Min's hunting dog." At his words, the cult leader jumped. The black-haired man spoke up. "How much longer are you going to let your subordinates die in your place? You've wasted so many days just to wear me down, just to exhaust me. Don't you think it's time for you to come out of your shell?" Every word he spoke made the cult leader's face darken. He had successfully provoked him, making him reply in anger, "Fine, I'll deal with you myself." After that, the cult leader waved his hand behind him, ordering his men to fall back. The man looked at him and thought for a moment. A few seconds later, he said, "Such a cowardly turtle. Why didn't you come out when I was at my full strength?" Without wasting words, he yelled, "Shut up," and charged straight at him. The man quickly got into position, ready to return the favor at any moment. His hand reached up, veins bulging on his face as he roared, "If you've got the guts, then come on." He stood, Still, while the cult leader continued to rush toward him, soon, the leader saw that he wasn't moving an inch, as if he was looking down on him, and roared, "You bastard!" They hadn't even fought yet, but the man coughed up blood, thinking to himself, "Gathering qi in my dantian is only making my previous internal injuries worse. However, Kwang Min's hunting dog, you're coming to the grave with me." With that thought, he didn't hesitate to use his void-crushing iron strike and charge toward him. The two got closer and closer, and their two powerful techniques collided with each other, creating a massive explosion that the people around them couldn't react to in time. All they could do was shield their faces with their hands. For a moment after the explosion, no one could be seen, only a huge crater in the smoke that had been created by the blast. The one who was sent flying was the raging demon, thrown into midair. He thought to himself, "He's too strong for someone as injured as me to handle." On the other side, the cult leader wasn't much better off. Blood dripped all over the ground as he also thought, "The raging demon. I didn't think he could be this powerful in that battered body of his." The cult leader was seriously injured, clutching his arm and thinking with a sense of respect, "He's much more formidable than I thought." While lost in his thoughts, the cult leader suddenly realized something when he saw the man he called the raging demon get blown away before his eyes. He screamed in alarm, "No!" His body was covered in blood, but he was still smiling as he said, "Not too bad, huh?" With that, he let his body free fall into the abyss, with one final word before leaving the mortal realm. "Your cult leader will be the death of you all. Die!" The cult leader watched this, stunned. He immediately ran to the very edge of the cliff and looked down into the deep abyss. Immediately after, he turned to his subordinates and ordered, "All of you, get down into that chasm right now. At the very least, you must find his body and bring it back here." In another scene, the man was falling into the abyss, but without a trace of fear. He even said to himself, "Well, at least before I meet my maker, I fought to my very last breath. This time I took down many of the demonic cult's elite warriors. I even stole and ate the demonic cult's most sacred treasure, my life. That was pretty damn good. I wonder if the Martial Arts Alliance will give me the title of God of War when they hear about this." As he thought that, he suddenly realized something and said to himself, well, I guess it doesn't really matter anymore." Then, he closed his eyes, accepting the fact that he was about to go meet his ancestors. But his heart still had one regret above all else. How the hell did I die without ever knowing what a woman feels like? But after falling, not only was he not dead, he was standing firmly on his own 2 feet. Even, he himself couldn't believe it and just stared blankly. He looked around and asked, "Where is this?" He didn't have to wait long. An old man with silvery white hair, looking like a genie, appeared and said, "You devoured the demonic artifact that sealed the souls. You must be insane." Hearing this, he jumped and spun around. Looking closely, he realized the old man hadn't been standing normally while talking to him. He was floating in midair. Seeing this, he couldn't help but say, "This old man is terrifyingly strong." The old man smiled faintly and asked, "That's not important right now. The heavenly pearl you just devoured contains the spiritual souls of many outstanding martial artists." The old man clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "A whole bunch of stuff. Now, because you ate it, those souls who cannot ascend to the heavens will become parasites in your spiritual soul." The things the old man said, he didn't understand at all, so he just stared blankly. The old man continued, "If you sleep, those spiritual souls will wake you up. When you eat, they will also share that same sensation. To sum up all that confusing stuff, there's one very important point. They will latch onto anyone you touch." Hearing this, he was confused and said, "So," as if knowing what he wanted to ask, the old man cut him off. "That will cause your chi to go berserk, to a point where it can't be controlled." After hearing this, he was a little surprised by the answer. "My chi will become berserk?" You'd think he'd be worried, but instead, he clenched his fist and made a shocking declaration. "I like it," along with the childish thought, "That means I can get even stronger." The old man was helpless, thinking to himself, "He's an idiot. Does he really think his chi going berserk is a good thing?" The old man suddenly became serious and said, "I have a question for you." He also fell silent, listening to what the old man had to say. Then, the kind, genie-like face disappeared, replaced by a smug one with a faint smirk. "Why did you swallow that heavenly pearl?" Being asked so suddenly, he felt his blood run cold, thinking, "It feels like that sharp gaze is enough to kill me." Looking at the angry old man in front of him, he couldn't help but feel scared, thinking, He truly possesses power beyond my imagination. If I don't give him the answer he wants, I'm dead for sure. No, I'll be turned to dust. Sweat was already pouring down his face. The old man tried to suppress his anger, his voice domineering as he said, "Answer me truthfully," he replied naturally. At that moment, I didn't swallow it out of greed. I just wanted to make sure that bastard leader of the demonic cult couldn't devour it himself. The old man asked, "Why?" He immediately replied, "I can't stand him. To him, other people are nothing but trash. How different could it be? If someone like him became any stronger, I dread to think what would happen." The old man asked again, "You dislike him because he doesn't see others as human? Weren't you devouring it out of a craving for power?" The old man with white hair and golden eyes stroked his beard, deep in thought. After a moment, he broke into a wide, toothy grin and said, "All right, you've done a good thing. A fine answer." Hearing the old man's thoughts, he let out a sigh of relief for his own small life. The old man stood before him, extending his hand and saying, "A new life is your opportunity. I can't help you any further, as I must face my own punishment." His face filled with confusion at the old man's words. He asked, "What do you mean?" The old man simply replied, "This is the best I can do for you." The old man began to perform some kind of technique, forming his hands into an inverted heart shape. In the center of his hands was a small orb, or more accurately, it was like a small pill, resting in his palm. He was surrounded by a silver aura. He smiled and said, "And this is the greatest gift you will ever receive." All of his power was focused into the palm of his hand. He had no idea what he was looking at. What is that?" Then, an endless light flooded his vision. In an old house, the sun began to rise behind the mountains. He suddenly woke up from it all and shot upright. He looked around in a daze, stammering, "This is..." He was in a room with simple decorations. Most of it consisted of the cultivation technique manuals he had once studied. He was shocked. The inn, where I lived as a child. His name was Li Zihei. Li Zihei sat motionless for a long time, still unable to process what had happened. He looked around the room for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Still the same door, still the same corner of the room. It's like it all just happened. Nothing has changed. Li Zihei couldn't quite believe his eyes. This really is my room. This can't be a dream, can it? But he had never heard of this kind of rebirth before. This left him confused. How did this happen to me? Li Zihei sat there, trying his best to remember. When I was here, I was only in my teens. As he said that, he suddenly realized something. His pupils constricted, and a dangerous look crossed his face. If that's the case, it means I can start training in martial arts. Several years earlier than before, Li Zihei looked at the palm of his hand with a burning will. And once I master it, this demon lord's power can grow much faster than before. Thinking this, he clenched his fist, showing his determination. Li Zihei was so excited he couldn't hide his smile. This time, I will definitely become more powerful than ever. Overjoyed at getting a second chance at life, he completely forgot that he had just been beaten so badly that his entire body was covered in injuries. Even the slightest movement sent excruciating pain through him. The pain made him finally notice his wounds. Wait, when did I get beaten up? After pondering for a moment, Li Jia stepped out of the room. In-room. As he pushed aside the curtain, a chaotic scene unfolded before his eyes. Seeing this, Li Zihei began to guess the time period he had been reborn into. The Zilu Inn is completely wrecked. If this happened, after searching through his memories for a while, he finally remembered what had happened back then. Li Zihei recalled that he was working as a waiter when two customers approached him. They called him over. "Hey kid, I hear you're working hard to earn money. What are you planning to save up for?" At that time, he was young and scared by any question. Just a simple query made him overthink things. I can't just say my parents passed away and I have no purpose in life. What should I say? They're just passing wanderers. I'll just joke around a bit. Li Zihei put on a business smile, scratched his head and said, Well, actually, my dream is to hear Lady Ching sing at the Cherry Blossom Pavilion." Just one thoughtless sentence became the talk of the town for everyone else. The little waiter's humble wish. "Hey, did you hear? That waiter kid, Li Zihei from the Zilu, he's so desperate for money because he wants to spend a night of passion with Ching Xiang." Hearing Li Zihei's story, another man scoffed. What a lunatic. I was wondering why he was always so obsessed with money. What a loser. Li Zihei thought back on it with bitterness. I was just joking about Ching Xiang, the most famous woman in Zhenyang, and that damn rumor just spread. Looking at the scene before him, he guessed inwardly, judging by the state of the Zilu, I really have returned to that time. Everything is in ruins. Li Zihe saw the wreckage and grew angry. Just thinking about it drives me mad. They beat me to a pulp and destroyed the entire Zilu. Just for that? Not wanting to dwell on it, he turned around. First, I'll check the condition of my physical body, then decide what to do next. Back in his room, Li Zihe sat cross-legged, placing his hands on his dantian. First, I need to master the demonic earth-traveling immortal tribulation technique that I used to use. Li Zihe closed his eyes and focused on gathering his qi. After circulating his qi in his dantian for a while, he made some progress. His brows furrowed. Why does my body have qi? Back then, I didn't have a single shred of it. Li Zihe remained still and continued to ponder. But now, it's so abundant. The entire room was now filled with his qi. He didn't know the reason. But an opportunity was an opportunity. First, I'll just start cultivating, mastering the earth-traveling technique. Then, Li Zihe closed his eyes, sensing the currents of qi flowing through his body. Just like that, he sat for an entire night without sleep, just to cultivate. From sunrise to sunset, and sunset to sunrise, day after day passed. Finally, when Li Zihe opened his weary eyes, he was stunned. He couldn't believe it. The surprise was warranted, because even though he had mastered it before, achieving the first heaven of the earth-traveling technique shouldn't have been this easy. But he suddenly remembered the words of the white-haired old man he met before his rebirth. This is the best I can do for you, and the greatest gift you will ever receive. At that moment, Li Zihe finally understood. So that's what the old man meant. He raised a hand to his chin, thinking, and the qi present in this pathetic mortal body must be from that devouring heavenly pearl. But something still bothered Li Zihe. However, half of the qi inside me is still dormant. How humiliating. But perhaps he had already found a solution to that problem, as a smug smile spread across his face. In any case, after cultivating tirelessly day and night, he was a bit exhausted. He leaned back, on the wooden bed behind him, thinking, well, no rush, no rush, I already have a decent amount of qi. Who could have imagined how powerful this demon lord will become? Suddenly, his stomach started to protest. Li Zihe looked up at the ceiling and mused. It's been a long time since I used this mind technique. For now, I think I'll pay a visit to Zhenyiyang Town. Perhaps he really missed Zhenyiyang Town, because even though it was late at night and his body was exhausted, he went there immediately. He walked the streets alone, looking at the old but deeply familiar sights. He passed by places he used to frequent, like the steamed bun cart he always used to eat at. Seeing it all again made his heart stir with a bit of excitement. I'm slowly starting to remember everything. A man who was busy picking his teeth was startled when he saw something. It turned out what he saw was the back of Li Zihe. He said to the person, "Isn't that guy eating noodles the waiter boy, Zihai, from the tavern?" The other one asked casually, "He's still alive?" Then, those men started gathering in a huddle. They whispered amongst themselves, "I heard he got beaten to a pulp a few days ago. Guess he's still feeling pretty good, taking a stroll like that." One of them clicked his tongue and said with disgust, "What a loser." He heard every word they said, but even after hearing it, he showed no signs of anger and continued to walk at a leisurely pace. "Yeah, that's right. I used to be like that. Everyone mistreated me just because I was a lowly waiter at the tavern." Li Zihe wasn't angry at their words, but rather, he was furious at that thought of his own past self. Damn it. The more I think about it, the more pissed I get. His steps came to a halt in front of a brothel that he had never paid attention to before. Li Zihe looked up at the magnificent building before him and wondered to himself, is this the Cherry Blossom Brothel? But his only memory of this place was of being beaten senseless by the brothel's guards. The two burly men hit him while cursing, "You damn lunatic. You were trying to sleep with our Cherry Blossom Brothel's peerless beauty, Ching Xiang. We'll make sure you never dare to speak such nonsense again." But Li Zihe was clutching his head in frustration, thinking, I never said anything like that. While being beaten by the guards, with tears streaming down his face, Li Zihe looked up and saw something. He thought to himself, why is Ching Xiang here too? Why is she looking at me like that? Being caught in such a disgraceful situation made his eyes fill with despair. He thought bitterly, but I never said that. The two guards even called over two more guys. They punched and kicked him, leaving Li Zihe able to do nothing but shield his face and weakly resist. In his memory, at that moment, after being beaten to a pulp, he dragged his wounded body back to the tavern in agony. The people outside the tavern casually badmouthed him. "Did you see that kid, Qin Hui? He got beaten to a pulp." Hearing others talk about him, Li Zihe's tears flowed freely. But what did I do wrong? His train of thought about the past paused there. Returning to the present, he put a hand to his forehead and let out a bitter laugh. That's right, even the mad demon had a time like this. If it were anyone else, reborn at this moment, they would probably be terrified. But Li Zihai was the opposite. He thought, this timing for my return. It couldn't be more perfect. He clenched his fist, looked towards the brothel, and exclaimed, excellent, I'll clear up this misunderstanding soon enough. As he was looking up, a voice rang out, hey, waiter boy, what are you staring at? Li Zihai looked behind him with a confused expression. The man in green asked, what, you planning to burn the whole cherry blossom brothel to the ground? I bet you don't have the guts, you failure. You're probably too scared to even light a match. All you know how to do is cry. The man became more and more aggressive. Li Zihai remained silent in the face of the stranger's provocations. Seeing his silence, the man got in his face and shouted angrily, a few days ago, I saw you get beaten half to death. I guess you're still doing just fine, huh? Surprising you're not dead yet. Li Zihai still said nothing in response to his words, while the man kept pushing. But if you got beat up that bad, why not just hide in the tavern? Why drag your sorry ass out here, huh? He maintained a calm expression, neither angry nor flustered. Seeing this, the madman in front of him snapped. Why aren't you answering me? Did they beat you deaf? Li Zihai asked emotionlessly. What's your name? The other guy didn't answer. Instead, he shot back. What do you want? The man lunged, swinging a fist towards him, yelling nonstop, go to hell, you bastard. He simply tilted his head and dodged the attack. With just one kick to his opponent's chin, the man's body was sent flying backward, likely knocked unconscious. After the meaningless fight, he wondered, why'd he make such a fuss when I just asked for his name? What was his name again? Li Zihai walked towards the brothel alone. The doorman saw him and immediately spat out insults. That son of a bitch waiter. What the hell were you doing here a few days ago? You want another beating? He couldn't be bothered to care. He retorted. Is that how you welcome a patron, huh? The doorman charged forward, yelling, you damn little waiter brat. Li Zihai easily sidestepped him. Then, he grabbed the man's head. He put all his strength into his right hand and slammed his head down. With just 2 moves, he had knocked him out cold. Li Zihai brushed a bit of dust off his shoulder. He straightened his clothes and swaggered inside, saying with displeasure, the customer service here is truly terrible. I don't see. His 2 hands touched the doors and slowly pushed them open. Inside was a bustling scene. Waiters were constantly serving food, the kitchen was busy, and patrons were laughing and talking. A smirk appeared on Li Zihai's face. He threw the doors wide open with both hands and shouted, what the hell are you all doing? Get out here and greet your guest. All eyes turned towards him. They didn't understand what was happening. No one answered Li Zihai's question, and no one paid him any mind. Only one person with platinum white hair, standing on a high balcony, watched in silence. As for Li Zihai, after finally opening the door that had bound and scorned him for so long, he was filled with joy, a smile stretching from ear to ear. A thunderous shout echoed, what are you all doing? Get out here and greet your guest. After a few seconds of being frozen, everyone finally reacted. The whispers grew louder. Hey, isn't that the waiter boy Zihai from the tavern? Those guys were even worried that Li Zihai wasn't right in the head. That's him, all right. Did he get beaten so hard it scrambled his brains? The doormen appeared one by one. One of them cracked his knuckles menacingly. He threatened, you seem pretty arrogant, don't you? Where do you think you are, huh? He smirked. Isn't it obvious? This is where I've come to drink. You think I came here without knowing that? The doormen were both surprised and furious at his answer. His face turned red with rage as he asked, what? The guy was about to raise his hand to give Li Zihai a slap, hissing, you're really getting too arrogant. But another man ordered, let him in. The 2 men who were stopped turned around to look, confused. Li Zihai smiled, thinking, I remember who that is. The person who had just helped him was Sha Tai. He was the boss of the Cherry Blossom Brothel. At a glance, his face didn't look very happy, but he still maintained a gentle demeanor, saying, our establishment can't just turn away a patron who wishes to drink, can we? Right? After all, every customer is a customer. Li Zihai just looked at Sha Tai with a sharp gaze. He turned to the 2 doormen and asked, you hear that? The 2 were furious, but they couldn't do anything to him. Afterwards, Sha Tai instructed, waiter Zihai is a guest. Prepare the air-ending table for him. Then, Sha Tai still didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. When will he ever get the chance to come here again? Make sure to serve him well. As instructed, the lackeys below responded in unison. Yes, boss. A waiter from the brothel led the way for Li Zihai. He was taken to a room that was entirely red. After leading Li Zihai to the door, the waiter asked with a haughty attitude, "What kind of wine would you like?" With a straight face, he replied, "You think I've never been to a luxurious place like this before? Bring out your most expensive bottle." The waiter's attitude turned sour. "Hey, listen to you." He plopped down onto a chair and comfortably asked, "What's the problem?" He looked at the waiter. You don't like being looked down on by me, is that it? Well then, my apologies to your mother. How about that? Now bring me the good stuff." The more his buttons were pushed, the more furious the waiter became. He was seething, thinking, is this bastard insane? If it weren't for Master Sha Tai's orders, the waiter would have snapped. He restrained himself and replied, "Just a moment." Li Jia watched the waiter's attitude as he walked away and let out a refreshing laugh. A short while later, a table full of food was set before him. There was delicious food and plenty of fine wine, but he remained pensive. He looked down at the bottle on the table and asked the girl who brought it in, "What kind of fine wine is this?" As if by habit, she held the bottle and replied softly, "This is Russian wolfberry wine." "Vodka?" he asked again. "Wolfberry?" Without hesitation, she replied, "That's right." Now was the time for Li Jia to get to the main point. He asked, "Xang is here too, right?" The girl pouring the wine said, "My boss is going to be furious. I heard you got beaten up a few days ago for getting involved with Xang." Li Jia chuckled dryly and said, "So everyone in Yiyang Town knows I got beaten up, huh? Don't worry about that trivial stuff. Just bring her here." The serving girl sitting beside him couldn't help but look at him in surprise. She sighed, then bowed, stood up, and said, "I understand. I'll pass on the message." After she left, Li Jia was left alone in the room. Everything suddenly became quiet. He held the cup of wine in his hand and scoffed. "Huh, trying to pull a fast one on me, are you?" He examined the wine cup and said, "This color and aroma. This isn't even third-rate swill. What a scam." Even though he knew he'd been tricked, Li Jia still brought it to his lips for a sip. Suddenly, there was a loud stomping of footsteps outside his room. The doorman burst in, shouting, "Hey, you piece of trash! You, who do you think you are? Did you leave your brain at home?" Li Jia held the wine cup, silent. Then, he shot a sharp glare and asked, "Is it wrong for me to come to a brothel to enjoy some fine wine? And why do you keep calling me trash, huh?" The furious doorman scowled. "What?" Li Jia put the cup down and asked, "If I remember correctly, you're Dongguo, right?" Then he continued, "Hey, Dongguo, I'll pour you a cup, so come have a seat." Dongguo scoffed. "You little punk, what got into you today?" With that, Dongguo sat at the table across from him and asked, "Hey Li Jia, what's with you? Last time, we hit you in the head a little too hard, maybe?" He said nothing, simply pouring another cup of wine and offering it to Dongguo. Dongguo took the cup, laughed, and said, "Don't cause trouble. Just finish your drink and sneak out before things get any worse." Li Jia lifted his cup to his lips, looked up at the man across from him, and called out, "Hey, Dongguo." Hearing his name called so familiarly, he slammed his hand on the table in anger. He raised his hand to strike him, repeatedly calling him a damned bastard. But before he could land a blow, his hand was already bleeding. Without a word, Li Jia had grabbed a chopstick from the table and stabbed it straight through the man's hand. Li Jia showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, he seemed thrilled. Dongguo screamed in agony. Li Jia spoke in an unforgiving tone. "Dongguo, why do you have to be like this? I just wanted to have a peaceful drink and see Xing before I leave." Thinking about it made him angry. "But why do you all keep swarming and snapping at me like dogs, waiting for a bone?" Just then, Xing walked in from outside. Seeing the scene, she looked a bit startled. Her startled expression then hardened as she looked towards Li Jia. Then, she ordered, "Dongguo, get out." Dongguo used his internal energy to push the chopstick out of his hand. Seeing Xing arrive, Li Jia chimed in, "Yeah, that's right, Dongguo, scram." As he walked away, Li Jia probably couldn't see the pained and furious expression on his face. It was quite pitiful. Xing sat down opposite Li Jia. In contrast to his earlier terrifying gaze, he now looked at her with a much gentler expression. Seeing Li Jia smile, Xing asked irritably, "What are you smiling at?" He replied, "Ah, nothing. Why am I smiling? Does one really need to restrain their emotions in a place like this?" Xing, looking displeased, said, "Do you think this is a laughing matter? Or do you think our guards and our boss will just stand by? Li Jia took another sip of wine as he listened to her. I came here on my own, so there won't be an extra charge. Xang looked at the glass in his hand. That's wolfberry vodka. It's not cheap at all. And you'll have to cover the medical expenses for the injury you caused, Sir Dongguo. Xing covered her mouth with her fan and continued. I'm only saying this for your own good. Pay your bill and leave now, before you get into any more trouble. While she was explaining this, he smiled to himself, thinking, now that I think about it, this is the first time I've seen her this close. Xing continued, and let me make this clear. No matter how much gold, silver, or jewels you bring, I will never sleep with you. Then she growled angrily. I may work in a brothel, but that doesn't mean just anyone can get into my bed. I'm not hearing this. Li Jia seemed to seize the opportunity to clear his name. Then allow me to be direct as well. He began to explain. I never once said that I wanted to bed you. I simply said I wanted to hear you play your instrument and sing. That's all, he continued. You said it yourself, didn't you? You sell your art, not your body. Hearing those words, Xing's eyes widened, in surprise. The loathing in her eyes vanished, replaced by a calmer demeanor. How can that be? But the rumors clearly said. Before she could finish, Li Jia cut her off. As you said, that was just something I joked about at the inn, he said wistfully. I never wanted that, nor do I have the money for it. Hearing this, Xang didn't know what to say. Li Jia looked at her and continued. The only reason I sought you out was to clear this up. Xing was a bit shocked to hear him say, now that it's done, get out. This took her by surprise. Li Jia repeated himself once more. I said, get out. She felt humiliated. Suddenly, 3 guards burst in from outside. The shortest one among them called out to Li Jia. He warned in a menacing tone, looks like you came here to die, huh? His face darkened. Let's take this outside and settle it. If your filthy dog blood gets on anything in here, I'll be in a world of trouble. Li Jia calmly poured his wine, not showing any emotion. He simply said, at least let me finish this last cup before I go. Hearing this, the 3 guards looked even more furious. What did you say? He wasn't flustered. Still got the nerve to ask why? I guess you're confident you can take me out any time, aren't you? The other 3 were a bit stunned. But a second later, they burst out laughing. Xiang, you can leave. Xiang just replied, yes sir, and left. The 3 soldiers sat down in Xiang's spot. The shortest one, speaking again, Mr. Li Zihan said, looks like this is your last cup of wine. Go on, drink up. But another guy chimed in, but you know, you really are a true tough guy. He proudly puffed out his chest and walked forward, even calling Xing over to talk. The other guy agreed. If I'd known he was this much of a man, I would have hit him a little harder. What a shame, the man in the middle added. Well, we know now. We can just hit him as hard as we want, right? This time, Li Zihan won't think it's unfair when we all jump him, will he? The 2 underlings asked each other. You think so too? Of course. The short one, partly impressed by his manliness, asked, your name is Li Zihan, right? But he just asked him, you want a drink? The man just snorted and glared daggers at him. Feeling like this was a waste of time, he said, all right, you're done here. Let's go outside. Get your ass up and move. Li Zihan completely ignored what the guy said, calmly poured his wine, and slowly savored it without moving his butt an inch like he was told. After finishing his drink, he let out a sigh and said, and they call this piece of crap wolfberry wine? Just like that, he drank 1 cup, 2 cups, and then many more. The guys waiting got more annoyed than he, the one who was about to get beaten, was. They thought, why is he so relaxed? Did we hit him so hard the other day that his brain flew out? Li Zihan kept drinking until he realized it was all gone. He put the jug down on the table and said, I only have one thing to ask. He spoke slowly. My good brothers, do I look like a clown to you? Without thinking, one of them immediately replied, well, aren't you a clown, through and through? What an idiot. The man in the middle looked straight into Li Zihan's eyes and said, you were only supposed to get beaten up once the other day. But today, you dragged your ass back here for another beating. His face turned dark, and he let out a chilling smile. Hearing his laughter, the other guys thought he was insane and started cursing. What the hell are you laughing at? Li Zihan's laughter grew louder and louder, and soon they were all laughing, filling the entire room with nothing but laughter. After the laughter, 2 swords from the short guy's underlings were pointed at him. Li Zihan reacted quickly, flipping the entire food table into their faces, catching them completely off guard. He single-handedly went wild with the food table. He launched a kick at the table, causing it to slam down on all three of them. The three men were pinned motionlessly under the table on the floor. He lifted his foot and stomped directly onto the table that was crushing the three guards. The pain was so intense they had to groan. Li Zihan began to call out, "Oh brothers." Hearing Li Zihan call out to them, they felt a bit of fear. What they saw was his incredibly terrifying face, especially when he growled, "Do I still look like a clown?" The serving girl, hearing the loud commotion, walked in. Her face immediately changed color, because just standing at the door was enough to terrify anyone, especially with the sound of Li Zihan's furious voice asking the three men, "What's wrong with me, huh?" As he spoke, he asked, "Do you still see me as a joke?" While his foot stomped down hard on the table, crushing them. Li Zihan used his anger to stomp and kick them repeatedly. The serving girl watched, unable to stop herself from feeling terrified, thinking, how can this be happening? Li Zihan lowered his face, and under his hair was a furious expression as he asked, "Hey, you old hag, bring that third-rate trash vodka out here for your old man." Hearing him call her that, she was not happy, thinking, he dares call me an old hag? Because of this, she couldn't help but get angry, and retort, "Excuse me, but the vodka is not third-rate trash. It's a top-shelf spirit." Li Zihan glared and asked, "Do you take me for an idiot? I was trying my best not to hit a woman with no martial arts skills, but you should at least think before you speak. Old hag." The serving girl's face darkened when she heard that, but she didn't dare say anything. She decided to stay silent and turn away. Li Zihan then heard a commotion of people arriving, but he didn't care and turned to look at the guards. Li Zihan looked down from above at those guys. They looked utterly tattered and pathetic, but that just made him happy. He said cheerfully, "That's right, I'm laughing in your damn faces. Why don't you get up and start barking again?" He laughed and continued, "Get up and keep laughing in the face of this clown, right here." In the hallway at that moment was a whole team of people behind Sha Tai, heading towards Li Zihan's room. Sha Tai looked furious. His face was not happy at all as he stared at Li Zihan. Li Zihan, not surprised, looked up at him. "So, you're here." In response to Li Zihan's question, Sha Tai didn't answer, probably because he was in shock at the scene before him. Sha Tai's eyes scanned the room, seeing plates and food scattered all over the floor. In particular, his three strong guards were also smashed to pieces, like the dishes on the floor. Sha Tai took one look around and asked Li Zihan, "Are you insane?" His face turned red with rage as he said aggressively, "For this, you're going to leave your life behind." Li Zihan asked, "I'm going to die?" The question only made Sha Tai's blood boil even more as he replied, "That's right." Li Zihan stood up straight and looked directly into Sha Tai's eyes. He pressed his lips together tightly, his brows furrowed, and his pupils constricted with excitement. The more Sha Tai looked, the angrier he got, thinking, is he smiling? Despite bringing many men with him, perhaps because Li Zihan had provoked him, Sha Tai decided to rush in and deal with him himself. With the first move, Li Zihan managed to dodge. On the contrary, Sha Tai was hit back by him with a blow that left him stunned. In a flash, the wine jug in Li Zihan's hand had been smashed over his head. The surrounding men were also unexpectedly caught in the crossfire by the flying shards from the jug, and Sha Tai started bleeding. He held his head and cried out in pain. The men around him worriedly called out, "Boss!" Li Zihan, however, was filled with murderous intent. As he looked towards them, he asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to offer up their life?" None of the men who followed Sha Tai dared to step forward. Li Zihan glared fiercely at them. Every single one of them looked shifty, sweating bullets. The drops of blood from Sha Tai's head wouldn't stop, just kept trickling down. The pain combined with his rage made him even more furious. He said, "Li Zihan, you really are tired of living." Sha Tai was about to draw his sword and go all out with Li Zihan. He spoke up, "Sha Tai, think carefully." Li Zihan put on a terrifying face and said, "Go ahead, try and draw that sword. I guarantee you'll die." A warning from a mere waiter was now making the boss of the brothel, Sha Tai, feel fear. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his heart filled with dread, thinking to himself, this guy, he's not joking. What in the world happened to him in just a few short days? Seeing Sha Tai thinking for so long, Li Zihan said, "A schemer like you, the most cunning in Yiyang town. Can't you guess what's happening?" He continued. "You think they're lying flat in that pile of dishes just because they were unlucky?" Li Zihan then presented an irrefutable argument. "Do you really think that in your eyes, I just got lucky?" At this, Sha Tai squeezed his eyes shut, unable to say a word. Li Zihan had also lost his patience for beating around the bush and said, "If you don't want to die, remember to think carefully before you act. Otherwise," he continued, his eyes threatening, "go ahead and draw your sword and accept your death." Sha Tai's eyes twitched as he fell silent. He understood. This guy wasn't bluffing at all. I couldn't even follow his movements. Realizing this, he must have had his answer. He ordered the men behind him. "All of you, wait outside for me." They immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Sha Tai also sheathed his sword, then tucked it into his robe and asked Li Zihua, "What are you planning? It doesn't seem like you'll leave as soon as you're done drinking." With that, he adjusted his clothes. "You want my master to kneel and apologize to you?" Li Zihua stroked his chin and said, "That sounds about right. But if I want him to apologize, will that guy actually show up?" Sha Tai seemed to have compromised. "All right, I will invite my master over." Li Zihua looked at him. Sha Tai asked with concern, "How's your right eye?" He quickly wiped the blood from his eye and replied humorously, "Luckily, it seems I haven't completely lost my vision." Li Zihua crossed his arms and said loudly, "Is that so? And here I thought when you guys were beating me up, I was about to meet my maker." Li Zihua's joke made Sha Tai a little nervous. Sha Tai stepped outside and called to a servant, "Prepare another room for me." The other person quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Then he returned to the room and said tactfully, "If you're not planning to kill those men over there, allow us to take them for treatment. It wouldn't be good for us to fight to the death in this town, would it?" Li Zihua looked at Sha Tai, a bit puzzled by his question. He thought to himself, why does this guy still look so unfazed after causing all this chaos? After a moment of thought, Li Zihua replied, "Fine, take them away." So, Sha Tai's men carried the 3 bodies that needed treatment off the floor. After that, Li Zihua was taken to a new room by Sha Tai. He iced his wound while saying, "What is all this chaos? It makes no sense at all." He looked at Li Zihua, who was sitting opposite him, and asked, "Did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter or something?" Faced with this question, Li Zihua didn't know what to say. A jar of wine on the table caught his eye. He kept staring at the wine jar, thinking about how to answer Sha Tai's question. Seeing Li Zihua's silence, Sha Tai didn't press him. Instead, he picked up the wine jar and said, "Let me pour you a cup of fine vodka from the planet Russia. The taste is superb." The cup was 3/4 full. When Li Zihua interrupted, "This was never vodka to begin with, was it?" Sha Tai was a bit surprised. Li Zihua continued, "From the start, you brought me some third-rate swill and called it vodka." Hearing this, Sha Tai just remained silent. Then, instead of denying it, he blamed the servants in the building. "It must have been them. They must have accidentally brought you the wrong third-rate swill. After all, this is a business. We have to prioritize profits." The old Li Zihua had been an alcoholic, so seeing the fine wine, he was eager to try it, but he remained wary. He told Sha Tai to stop blabbering and drink first. Sha Tai looked confused. "Ah, you want me to test for poison? Fine, I'll drink first." Without another word, Sha Tai gulped down the entire cup of wine. Seeing him drink it all, Li Zihua felt somewhat relieved. He then picked up his own cup and started to drink. Sha Tai voiced the question on his mind. "You were always so skilled in martial arts. How come I've never seen you show it off before?" He fell silent for a moment. Then, with the wine in him, he answered honestly, "I held back because my father forbade me from using it." But this honest answer was immediately seen by Sha Tai as utter nonsense. But he didn't expose the lie, instead saying cheerfully, "Anyway, let me apologize for our previous actions. Fundamentally, my subordinates insulted you. I understand why you did what you did." Hearing this, Li Zihua put down his cup. He looked at Sha Tai and said angrily, "You understand me? Understanding Prince He?" Li Zihua's expression changed. He said in a cold voice, "The way you're apologizing is starting to piss me off." Sha Tai's face didn't look much better. Li Zihua began to assert his dominance. "Before I continue, do I need to give you a few more broken ribs to set you straight?" Sha Tai's eyes showed that he was furious, but in the next moment, he fell to his knees at Li Zihua's feet. He said, "I am truly sorry. Truly. A wise man knows when to yield." After realizing his own strength was no match for Li Zihua's, he immediately humbled himself, saying, "This is the first time I have ever knelt to apologize to someone. I am truly sorry for what I've done." Xiang, who had appeared at the door at some point, called out, "Brother Cheng Tai, why are you Being called out so suddenly made Sha Tai turn his head. Seeing Sha Tai like that, Xiang's mind raced. What is this? Why is Sha Tai so terrified? That he's kneeling and kowtowing to a mere waiter? He even got his face injured like that. At this moment, Xiang could only guess. Could it be Sha Tai lost to him too? Seeing Xiang, Li Zihua called out, "You're here." Lost in her chaotic thoughts, Xiang was startled by his voice. Sha Tai turned to Xiang, his face scrunched up as he said, "Xiang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Xiang walked over to Sha Tai's side, but it seemed that wasn't what he wanted. He looked at Xiang and yelled, "Are you crazy? Who said that wine jar was for me? Put it over there." With that, Sha Tai pointed towards Li Zihua. Xiang mumbled, "Yes." Then she moved to sit on Li Zihua's left. Her hands were pouring the wine, but they were trembling uncontrollably. Li Zihua noticed this and called out, "Xiang." She didn't look at him but still answered, "Yes?" He picked up the cup of wine Xiang had just poured and said slowly, "You know." But Xiang didn't understand what he was getting at. He wanted to say something. Then, without looking at her, Li Zihua stared into the empty space before him and said, "That even a mere waiter longs to be loved." Xiang's eyes widened, her heart fluttering a little as she listened to Li Zihua continue. But then his eyes became lifeless as he said, "However." He looked at the wine cup and added, "That love will never be for you. So, leave." Xiang's flicker of joy was instantly extinguished by Li Zihua, especially when he said that she was ruining the mood. Xiang was stunned by Li Zihua's words, just looking at him, frozen on the spot. After a moment, Sha Tai chimed in, "What are you still waiting for? Get out, now." Being spoken to like that, Xiang's face flushed bright red, and her eyes welled up with tears. Not knowing how to respond, she could only clench her fists in anger and turn around to leave. Inside, Sha Tai watched Xiang's retreating figure with a hint of pity. Then, he turned back and said to Li Zihua, "Just hearing that is enough to hurt the girl's feelings." Li Zihua suddenly called out, "Sha Tai," making him jump. Li Zihua pointed at Sha Tai and said, "Stop being disrespectful to me. Especially those squinty eyes of yours. They really piss me off." Hearing that, he immediately returned to the posture of a hospitable host, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Yes, I understand." Then, Li Zihua's brow furrowed as he suddenly called out in a stern voice, "You," making Sha Tai, who was sitting opposite him, break out in a cold sweat. Li Zihua's gaze grew increasingly intense, fixed on Sha Tai. The more he felt Li Zihua's stare, the more anxious he became. Turns out, Li Zihua was just trying to be polite. Who would have thought? Xiang Tai's heart skipped a beat, but thankfully, it was a compliment, so he immediately bowed and said, "Thank you." Liu Li looked at the full cup of wine poured in front of him and impatiently asked, "When will your master arrive?" Xiang Tai handed him the wine cup, a smile still on his face, and replied, "He's currently entertaining the masters from the Black Cat Guild at the Pear Blossom Pavilion, so it would be extremely difficult for him to come here right away." Leo raised his cup and asked again, "The Black Cat Guild? Those depraved scoundrels?" Xiang Tai was just pouring the wine as he confirmed. "Precisely. Only with the approval of the Black Cat Guild can a new association be established here in Yiyang Town. That is why my master is trying to gain their favor." Suddenly, he lowered his voice. But after what happened today, he didn't notice Leo's thoughtful expression. Leo took a sip of wine and wondered aloud, "So what you're saying is, even if I were to defeat your master, the Black Cat Guild would still get involved in this matter?" Xiang Tai still kept his eyes lowered and replied softly, "More or less." Leo quickly slammed his cup on the table, his face full of anger, and snapped, "So what do you want me to do? You want me to finish this little bit of wine, then just pack up and go home?" Leo Li was so angry he gritted his teeth. "You think this is all over?" Xiang Tai calmly replied, "Of course not. But if that's the case, what will you do?" Leo held the wine jug, gradually calming down. "What if your master and all of his subordinates swear fealty to me? What about it? That way, the Black Cat Guild won't be able to interfere anymore." Xiang Tai said coldly, "You think they'll approve of that?" Leo spoke with a confident tone. "But sooner or later, I'm going to establish a sect here in Yiyang Town anyway. You guys might as well just become my subordinates now." Xiang Tai frowned. "Pardon me," Leo Li cut him off coldly. "I've laid the opportunity out for you. The rest depends on your decision." He then sipped his wine while persuading him, "If you think the Black Cat Guild can defeat me, then by all means, you and your master can fight alongside them. But if you don't think so, then join my side. Xiang Tai frowned, confused. What on earth had made this man change so much? How could a lowly waiter so casually declare he was founding a sect? While he was still lost in thought, Liu Li suddenly slammed his cup on the table. Xiang Tai saw him stand up and looked at him in surprise. As Leo walked past him, he chuckled softly and asked, "Are you heading out? Why not stay a little longer?" Leo got angry. "Huh? You think I'm running away?" Xiang Tai's face turned serious. "That's right." Liu Li was about to start fuming. "You're really asking for a beating, aren't you?" Xiang Tai just narrowed his eyes at him and didn't reply. There was nothing Leo could do, so he just bowed his head and lowered his voice to remind him, "Please, come back safely. I'll only bill you for the wine you drank today." Leo turned his back, not paying him any mind. "Do whatever you want." With that, he stepped out of the room. The doorway was packed with guards. He looked them over and smirked. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Make way for me, you lowly scum." Immediately, the men formed 2 neat rows, creating a path. Satisfied, Liu Li walked proudly through. He leisurely descended the stairs. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout. "Where is he? Where is that damn waiter?" A burly man was furious. How could he dare touch me with those filthy hands? I'm gonna get him. Then, suddenly, Liu Li came up from behind and cheerfully called out, "Hey, the guard dog's awake, I see." The man saw him and immediately raised his fist, lunging forward. "Hey, you son of a Leo," lightly slapped him across the face, sending the man's teeth flying out. Due to the momentum, he fell to one side, flying quite a distance before hitting the ground. The gossiping eyes of the onlookers turned towards Leo. He spoke loudly to the group, standing nearby. "You really should have explained the situation to him. Look at him, all sprawled out on the floor now." Liu Li sighed. "What else can I expect from you morons?" As he spoke, he started walking forward, not forgetting to wave goodbye to the people behind him. This waiter had a lot of fun tonight. The group behind him gritted their teeth in anger, watching his retreating back, but they couldn't do a thing. Meanwhile, he strolled away from the place. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight. He walked while observing his surroundings. Seeing the sign for the Dragon's Paw Forge, Liu Li hesitated slightly. This place. He thought it over carefully, then stepped inside. To fight against the Black Cat Guild, I first need to get a weapon. Inside, the echoing sound of powerful hammer strikes filled the air. Many blacksmiths were at work. Guo Longshang, who was the second in command of the Dragon's Paw Forge, saw him enter and called out a greeting. "Hey, it's the waiter from the Li Inn. You here to pay off your debt?" Liu Li answered firmly, "I'm here to buy something." Only then did the man stand up. "For a consultation, eh? So, are you buying a scythe or a kitchen knife?" Leo crossed his arms and said seriously, "I'm planning to fight against the Zhao clan. So I'm looking for a pair of weapons." Guo Longshang advised him. "Come on, kid. I heard you got beaten to a pulp just a few days ago. Don't let a momentary fit of anger cloud your judgment and risk your life." Liu Li lost his patience. "Shut up and show me the weapons. I think I need something like a longsword, or a leather whip, or even a sharp dagger." The man asked in a low voice. "You plan on using all of those?" Leo answered carefully. "It's just my preference. So why not respect it a little?" Guo Longshang turned back and said to his workers, "Bring out the black dragon sword, the white dragon leather whip, and the cloud dragon dagger." "For me," 2 workers quickly replied. "Understood." While waiting, he chatted with Leo. "No matter what, I still prefer the chicken pho your grandfather used to make." "So how come your generations is so terrible, huh? Trying it once scarred me for life." Leo wasn't interested. "Now is not the time to talk about chicken pho," he said flatly. The man wouldn't give up. "Well then, what else can we talk about? How about I tell you the legend of the unification of the martial arts alliance?" Liu Li frowned, showing his displeasure. Guo Longshang also met his gaze. "Not at all." Backing down. Just then, the workers returned. "We've brought them out." The 3 men brought the requested items over one by one. The blacksmith told Leo, "Kid, take a look at them." Leo spoke without even glancing at them. "I'll take them all. You know I'm in a hurry." The blacksmith cut him off. "All of them? In that case, give me 90 silver." Liu Li asked again. 90 silver? Guo Longshang quickly said, "I'm already giving you a huge discount since we're from the same town." Leo thought for a moment, then made a decision. "All right, how about this? I'll give you 50 silver. And you let me rent them. I'll return them once I'm done with my business." The man immediately got angry. "You want to borrow them? How is that any different from daylight robbery?" A man walked out from the back. "What's all the noise about?" Hearing the voice, the 2 of them stopped arguing and looked towards the source of the sound. The person was Jin Shalong, the master blacksmith of the Dragon's Paw Forge. Guo Longshang and the others around him immediately bowed respectfully in greeting, except for Liu Li. After the brief greeting, Guo Longshang explained, "Master, this kid plans to fight the 3 brothers of the Zhao clan, and he wants to rent 3 weapons for 50 silver. The master." He recognized the young man as the grandson of an acquaintance from He province. He also greeted him polite. The old man replied cheerfully, "It has been a while, hasn't it? I used to love the bowl of chicken noodle soup your grandfather used to make. But that recipe is lost now. He was betrayed by his own disciple. I even warned him about it." The old man was a bit surprised. "Oh, is that so?" He got straight to the point. "Are you planning to start a fight with them? If it's because they're causing you trouble, I'll stop them for you," he said seriously. "And if they still don't listen to me, come here. I will protect you. After all, I was a sworn brother to your grandfather." Jin Shalong advised him against blowing things out of proportion. Hearing this, he was confused. He remained silent, not answering immediately. Li Ziha wondered to himself, has he always been like this? I remember in my past life, he wasn't the type of person to say things like this. Or has the future been altered because of the changes I've made? With that thought, he politely declined. "I'm very grateful for your willingness to help, but I want to handle this my own way." The old man was puzzled. "Why? What are you planning to do?" he suggested. "Why don't we gather a team of all the blacksmiths in this area and establish the Iron Dragon sect?" Jin Shalong was astonished. "Establish a sect? What are you talking about, kid?" Li Ziha explained. "If the Zhao brothers establish a sect in this town, they will collect even more taxes from you. And that's why I'm planning to form a union here in Yiyang Town and ensure that the Black Cat Guild can't interfere." Jin Shalong was skeptical. "A union of sects?" Li Ziha confirmed. "Exactly. The brothels will belong to the Longevity sect. The blacksmith shops will form the Iron Dragon sect." Jin Shalong listened with a serious expression. "And the architects will belong to the Hammer and Sickle sect. We'll gather all the remaining trades to create a variety of sects within the union," he explained in detail. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Li Ziha assured them, "We won't have to pay any additional fees, and no sect will be above any other. My goal is to ensure that not a single penny of your money is lost." The old man rubbed his chin, intrigued. "Although it sounds quite ridiculous, it's also actually pretty good." "What will this union be called?" Li Ziha said with determination. "A place for us lowly people, the dregs at the bottom of society." He lowered his voice. "It will be called the Lowly Sect." Jin Shalong listened in silence, then rubbed his chin again. "The Lowly Sect. He praised. "It's fascinating to watch a common little waiter try to build a union." "Are you confident you can handle the Zhao brothers?" he replied confidently. "You'll see." The old man told Guo Longshang, "Give the kid some weapons." He was shocked. "What? You're giving them to him, not lending them?" The old man didn't answer, instead telling him they would continue their discussion if the kid returned alive. He agreed. "Let's do that." Li Ziha was diligently cultivating in his study. Outside, the wind rustled. He slowly opened his eyes, focusing on the continuous sound of digging. He opened the door and saw many people shoveling dirt in his courtyard. Zhao Gong, the second of the 3 Zhao brothers, turned his head to look at him. He taunted, "You're back, huh? I was just planning to come get you after I finished digging this grave." Suddenly, he stabbed a dagger, embedding it firmly into the tabletop. His voice was grim as he ordered, "Sit down, you damn waiter." He stood still, looking at him with a completely emotionless face. Li Ziha and Zhao Gong stood face to face. Zhao Gong spoke first. "Today is a great day for my brothers and me. We've received approval from the Black Cat Guild to establish a sect here in Yiyang Town." Li Ziha remained silent. Zhao Gong's face darkened as he continued. "But you, a worthless waiter who can't even cook a decent bowl of chicken noodle soup, went and caused trouble at our brothel. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" His voice suddenly became threatening. "Li Ziha, before we finish digging your grave, give me 3 reasons why we should spare your worthless life." He just scoffed. His voice dropped lower. "You're laughing?" He retorted sarcastically. "What? Should I cry instead?" Enraged, Zhao Gong reached for him, yelling, "You insolent brat!" Suddenly, he pulled his hand back. Li Ziha already had a dagger in his hand. Zhao Gong's face was covered in sweat, his eyes wide. He then slammed the dagger through the back of his hand, pinning it to the table. He looked at him coldly. "Zhao Gong, Let me tell you something. I have no problem letting you live. I just need one reason. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing. But he understood in his heart. I wonder what they mean by a mere waiter being able to wreak havoc in the brothel. Just then, a subordinate turned to him, startling him. Master, the grave is almost finished. He pretended to be fine. Dig it a little deeper. The subordinate replied, as you wish. Zhao Gong's facial muscles relaxed a bit, but his arrogant demeanor remained. You must have had some kind of lucky encounter. As he finished speaking, he stood up and attacked Li Ziha with his other hand. Congratula. Halfway through, he froze, having been stabbed several times in quick succession. Zhao Gong was stunned. Then, he grabbed his arm and pulled hard. Ziha used the dagger to stab with all his might into the back of his other hand. He screamed in agony. He coldly looked at the trembling man. You said that grave was for who? Zhao Gong looked up at him in pain. I was just trying to scare you, Li Ziha replied contemptuously. Nonsense. He pulled the dagger out of his hand. Zhao Gong gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He sat down, twirling the dagger in his hand. All right, give me a reason why I should let you live. He trembled, speechless. Li Ziha sneered. Can't even think of one? I knew it. Do you think there's any reason for me to let a bastard like you survive? His voice grew deep. Not only did you get involved in smuggling, but you also ruthlessly murdered anyone who displeased you. Even some of my acquaintances were among those you killed. Enraged, Zhao Gong threatened, go on, try and kill me. My brothers and the Black Cat Guild will never let you get away with it. Before he could finish his sentence, he stood frozen, looking down at his chest. The dagger was embedded in it. Li Ziha looked at him and warned, I told you to give me a reason to let you live, not to threaten me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Gong collapsed onto the table, lying in a pool of blood. He looked at him, then turned to the subordinates. They were still digging the grave. He said disdainfully, You idiots are still working hard, huh? They turned to look at him. Li Ziha spoke again. Hey, you can stop now. They were startled, their faces covered in sweat. He pointed a thumb behind him. What's with the surprise? He was just playing with a knife and accidentally died, that's all. They looked at each other, confused. One of the three spoke up hesitantly. Who are you? He looked the man straight in the eye. What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, I'm just a humble waiter. At the Luohe Inn, they answered immediately. Yes, we believe you. But how could I possibly believe that? Li Zihua heard this and stood up. Stop wondering. Take off your masks. Let me see if I recognize any of you. They obediently followed his command and removed their face coverings. He crossed his arms behind his back and asked, I've never seen you here in Yiyang territory. You must be from the Black Cat Guild. The leader replied, No, my lord. We're just passing vagrants who work at the Pear Blossom Pavilion. Li Zaha didn't seem to care much. Oh, is that so? Well, make a choice. All three of you can die together, he said, pointing to the grave they were digging, or you can leave. One man behind to play a little game with me, and the other two can go back to their hometowns. The leader spoke first. I'll go back to my hometown and live a quiet life. If you just let me live, the other two began begging over each other. I can't go back home to raise cattle because of personal circumstances. But if you let me go, I'll never set foot in a place like the Pear Blossom Pavilion again. If you let me live, I'll do whatever he does. Li Zaha waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Get out of my sight. Now, the leader asked tentatively. Do you need any help? In the kitchen? He knelt and looked up at him. If I lose my job at the Pear Blossom Pavilion, I'll starve to death. Li Zaha asked him. Can you cook well? The man nodded. Of course. Li Zaha asked another question. What about chicken noodle soup? The leader replied confidently. Isn't that the simplest dish ever? Even a child could make it. I'm confident. I can make the best chicken noodle soup you've ever had. Li Zaha turned away, giving him one last look. Whatever. I spared your life. From now on, figure out how to live on your own. The man bowed his head. Thank you. No. This humble servant understands. Please, rest well, me lord. Li Zaha went straight to his room, opened the door, and closed it behind him. He asked the person inside his room, So, what are you doing in here? The person was Sha Tai. He smiled and asked, Did you really kill Zhao Gong? Li Zaha shot back. Sha Tai. Did you really think he could kill me? I heard your eye is fine now. Sha Tai replied. It was all part of my plan. He continued to explain. I reported that I was injured in the eye. and then slipped away while those quack doctors weren't paying attention. He opened one eye and smirked. If I hadn't done that, I'd probably have a spot reserved for me, in that grave myself. See? I'm very useful and quick-witted. He glanced at Li Zaha. You get it, right? Li Zaha sighed. Yeah. Good job. Sha Tai beamed. I'm grateful. And to stay alive, I had no other choice. He suddenly turned serious. Anyway, what's your plan for the 2 remaining members of the Zhao clan? Li Zaha said coldly. Kill them. He leaned against the door with his arms crossed. If we let them live, the people of Yiyang Town will only suffer more. Sha Tai nodded in agreement. I understand. Zhao Yiyan is the most ruthless and dangerous of them all. You'll need to be extremely careful when you take him down. Li Zaha called out to him. Hey, Sha Tai. He replied seriously. Yes? Li Zaha instructed. Go buy me some dried squid. I have the wine, but I forgot to get any snacks. Sha Tai was stunned. What? We were just talking about Zhao Yiyan. Li Zaha remained silent. Sha Tai scrunched his face and asked, Doesn't this inn even provide snacks? Li Zaha replied nonchalantly, Nope. Sha Tai was exasperated. Truly a first-class inn. I'll go buy them, so just give me some money. Li Zaha shook his head vigorously. I don't have any either, Sha Tai asked in disbelief. This place was once famous for its unbelievably delicious chicken noodle soup. How did it fall into such disrepair? Li Zaha dodged the question. Who knows? Just go buy plenty of snacks. If you like, buy. Some things you like, too. He added another instruction. If there are any leftovers, we can just eat them tomorrow. Sha Tai could only clutch his robes in frustration. Fine, fine. As he walked out the door, Li Zaha called him back. Hey, Sha Tai. He turned around. What is it? Li Zaha urged him on. Are you taking a stroll? Pick up the pace. Sha Tai fell silent. He stared at him, grinding his teeth. Fine. He turned away angrily, cursing to himself. Damn it. To think I'd be ordered around like an errand boy by some low-level server. Li Zaha's voice rang out. I'm talking to you. Are you taking a stroll? He broke into a run, cursing. Son of a... Sha Tai bought the snacks and arranged them neatly on the table. He began to eat slowly. Li Zaha, holding a cup of wine, watched him eat and said slowly, Eat up. It was bought with your precious money, after all. Sha Tai said while chewing, I am. It's delicious. Li Zaha took a slow sip of wine. Of course it's delicious. It's money earned from exploiting young women and selling that. Damned third-rate wine for the price of first-rate spring wine, isn't it? Of course it has to be delicious. Sha Tai's hand froze. Li Zaha said mockingly, As the manager of the Plum Blossom Pavilion, you must have made quite a bit, huh? He fell silent, slammed his chopsticks on the table, and downed his cup of wine. He set the cup down on the table and sighed. Li Zaha asked calmly, What's wrong? Are you angry? Sha Tai shot back, Yes, I'm furious. These snacks are so shabby, I can't even eat them. Li Zaha was silent. The man continued to complain. Not only that, but Zhao Gong is dead. If Zhao Yiyan dies too, the Black Cat Guild will definitely not let this go. Li Zaha replied, If you're so worried, then you should be burying your head in martial arts training. Just moping around like this isn't going to solve anything. He nagged, You're going to get depression. Sha Tai started to get angry. Li Zaha kept nagging. What should we do? What are we gonna do now, huh? The man's face flushed red, but Li Zaha didn't stop. Don't be like that. He leaped to his feet, slammed the table, and shouted furiously. Damn it. Who the hell are you? You're not Li Zaha. You're clearly an imposter. Li Zaha looked at him coldly. You want to get hit again? Sha Tai was stunned. Li Zaha continued. Maybe a good beating is what you need to stop being so nosy. He slowly sat back down, staring intently at the person in front of him. He spoke up. Can you guarantee that you'll kill all of the Black Cat Guild's lackeys? Li Zaha held the wine in his mouth, then swallowed and sighed. All right. After I finish this cup, I'll go. Kill Zhao Yiyan. The youngest one, Zhao Sanping, is nowhere to be found right now, so we'll deal with Zhao Yiyan first. Sha Tai asked again. What? How? Can you say that so casually? Li Zaha replied, He has to die anyway. Isn't it better to just get it over with quickly? The problem is Zhao Sanping. I don't know where he is right now. Sha Tai picked up a piece of meat to eat and said, Zhao Sanping should be returning soon. Li Zaha continued, Is that so? If he comes back, you can handle him. The man declared, I am Sha Tai. My abilities are more than enough to handle that brat. Li Zaha wasn't surprised. Really? He pointed his chopsticks at his own eye. But My eye is injured, so I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult. Li Zaha started to get angry. So, what's the verdict? Can you handle it or not? The man smirked. Compared to giving him a chance to counterattack, I'm more interested in ambushing him, he said proudly. Have you never heard of the legendary surprise attacks? Of Sha Tai? Li Zaha sighed. Tone it down a bit. If we manage to take care of the 3 Zhao brothers, can you manage those 3 pavilions? The man's eyes lit up. I am Sha Tai. Li Zaha found his attitude annoying and snapped. I know. You've said it a million times. You're Sha Tai, you damn pretty boy. Over drinks. Li Zaha already had a plan. There are still many people making a living at the pavilions, so we can't just shut them down. He held the wine pot and continued, pay the hardworking people a fair wage. No more cheating or scamming, selling third-rate stuff for the price of first-rate stuff. He added another instruction, and also, take care of the people who were. If people want to go back to their hometowns, then let them go. Sha Tai cut in. That's a bit difficult. Li Ziha forced the issue. Difficult or not, you have to do it. He immediately wondered why. He explained. Because that would be much easier than me having to raid your place. Sha Tai. Wouldn't it? He fell silent, not saying a word. Li Ziha pointed a finger at him threateningly. Do your job properly. I put you in charge of this pleasure house, and if it's still as chaotic as it was before, I'll make sure you end up just like those Zhao bastards. Startled, Sha Tai crossed his arms over his chest and scooted away from the table, trying to change the subject. Oh my god, this food is absolutely terrible. I can't eat it. I can't even swallow it. He was furious. This is so frustrating. The slightest thing gets me a death threat. I might as well go live as a hermit on a mountain. Li Ziha took a sip of his wine and said something that made him jump. If you had put in some effort to learn, managing this pleasure house, probably, wouldn't be this bad. It looks like I'll have to give the job to someone else. Sha Tai's expression instantly changed, his eyes lighting up. I am Sha Tai. I'm far too young to go into hiding. Li Ziha could only sigh in exasperation. He downed the rest of the wine in his cup and shot to his feet. He began taking off his robe, making Sha Tai panic. We haven't even finished drinking. Why are you suddenly stripping? As he took off his robe, he said, I'm going to wear your clothes. Sha Tai's face went pale. Huh? Li Ziha rushed him. What do you mean? Huh? Take off your robe. Now. As he took off his own robe, Sha Tai grumbled. Damn it. What a complete robber. He turned to Li Ziha and said, I mean, Zhao Yiyan. In a firm, resolute tone, he said, wear my clothes and go kill that scoundrel. Zhao Yiyan. He took off his outer robe, complimenting him. You're actually pretty smart. He then handed the robe to Li Ziha. Trying to enter the Leihua pavilion dressed like a beggar would be way too conspicuous. Changing your outfit is a brilliant idea. Hell, wearing those beggar's rags, you wouldn't even make it past the front door of Leihua pavilion. Li Ziha listened in silence. They'd definitely kick you out right at the gate. He took the robe and silently changed. After he finished and tied up his hair, Li Ziha turned and asked Sha Tai, how do I look? He rubbed his hands together and praised him. Do you even have to ask? You look incredibly cool. Sha Tai described the feeling. This is it exactly. The look of a patron who isn't really a patron. He continued to praise him. It's true. Clothes really do make the man. He eyed Li Ziha from every angle. In those beggar's rags, you look like a pathetic, tattered patron. But in my robes, you look sharp, handsome, and downright brilliant. If I'd known you could look this good, I would have told you to stop dressing like a beggar all the time. Li Ziha, annoyed, smacked him on the head for running his mouth. In a stern voice, he said, that's enough out of you. Sha Tai lowered his head. Yes, sir. Still annoyed, Li Ziha warned him. The moment I relax a little, you start getting cocky again. Just like old times. Do I need to beat you some more to remind you of your place? Sha Tai remained silent. Li Ziha turned to leave. Wait for me to get back. He bowed his head. He still added one last compliment. You look very handsome, sir. Li Ziha walked out of the courtyard, heading toward the forest in front of them. Only then did he lift his head, his expression darkening. I hope you run into some terrible luck, you damn Li Ziha. He arrived at the pleasure house. A servant bowed. Welcome, esteemed guest. He asked, is the owner, Zhao Yiyan, in? The servant looked up at him. You're here to see the owner? May I ask where you're from, sir? He introduced himself. I'm with the Black Cat Gang. Now, take me to see Zhao Yiyan. The servant was puzzled. The Black Cat Gang? Sir, are you? Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped squarely across the face. Li Ziha criticized him. Why so many questions? Shut your mouth. and lead the way. The servant nodded repeatedly. Yes. I'm sorry, sir. The doors to the pleasure house opened, and the servant led the way, saying to him, Please, follow me, sir. He walked in behind him. The servant went up to the second floor into a guest room. He said to him, Please wait here a moment, sir. I'll go inform the owner. Li Ziha walked over to the main chair, in the center of the room, and sat down. He mused. Well, isn't this place sparkly? He propped his leg up and rested his chin on his hand. So, if you want to start a gang, you have to go through the black cat gang, eh? The door opened once more, and Zhao Yiyan walked in with a grim expression. He bowed his head. My first time meeting you. Inwardly, however, he was scornful. Snot-nosed brat who dares to come here so late without any prior notice. Then he saw him sitting in his chair. And he even dares to sit in my personal grand chair. Furthermore, he sees me walk in and doesn't even bother to stand. Zhao Yiyan looked at him and asked, I don't suppose you could tell me what role you play in the Black Cat Gang? Li Ziha chuckled softly and replied, And who told you I was from the Black Cat Gang? He retorted, That's what I was informed. He mocked him, You really don't recognize me? Are you certain this is the first time we've met? Huh? Zhao Yiyan's face contorted as if in recognition. You're that damned freeloader, Ziha, he replied. That's right. His hands clenched into fists, trembling with rage. Are you out of your mind? How dare you? Confused, Zhao Yiyan asked him, How are you still alive? My subordinate was supposed to have killed you, wasn't he? He feigned ignorance. Your subordinate, you mean? Huh? Li Ziha mocked him. Of course I had to beat him senseless. That's how I'm still alive, isn't it? He stared at him, wide-eyed. Zhao Yiyan's fists tightened. My subordinate, he angrily confirmed. My subordinate was defeated by a patron. Like you? Li Ziha nonchalantly replied. Yeah, he came looking for one of my guests and started digging around, so I saw him off. He then lunged toward him, screaming furiously. You bastard! Don't you talk such nonsense! He watched him with a cold expression. Li Ziha immediately prepared a stance to counterattack. The two men both launched palm strikes. Li Ziha struck with incredible force without even needing to stand up. A single palm strike from Li Ziha sent him flying backward, but Zhao Yiyan managed to plant his hand to keep from falling over. The muscles in his face remained tense. Zhao Yiyan stared at his own hand. He managed to block my attack. Li Ziha slowly stood up. As expected of the number one ruffian in Liang County. You're quite the brute. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I don't understand how this is possible. Not long ago, he was just a worthless patron, and now this? Li Ziha saw him standing still. What's wrong? Not going to attack again? In that case, he said while rushing towards him with a sharp gaze. It's my turn. Zhao Yiyan flinched. He brought both hands up in front of him in a defensive stance. With a terrifying look in his eyes, Li Ziha launched a powerful attack against him. He landed a palm strike that sent him flying through the furniture in the room. Zhao Yiyan slammed into the wall, coughing up blood. The door to the room was now just as damaged. Li Ziha relaxed the muscles in his hand and looked down at it. A mouthful of blood was violently spat out. Zhao Yiyan looked toward him, trembling, and asked, How? How do you know martial arts? Li Ziha stared down at him from above, then grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up with ease. Li Ziha's gaze was sharp. So, a dog like you is allowed to know martial arts, but a lowly patron like me is not? Is that it? He squeezed his throat tighter. Li Ziha grew angrier, his grip tightening until Zhao Yiyan couldn't breathe. He interrogated him. You're nothing but a savage. Not only do you traffic people, you've even mercilessly killed countless innocent individuals. He glared at him. Beyond savage. Utterly barbaric. Zhao Yiyan stubbornly stammered. Wait. Without letting him explain, he slammed him forcefully onto the floor with one hand, causing the entire pleasure house to shake violently. The servants and the other guests felt with that violent tremor, all the servants rushed up and found Zhao Yiyan in a devastating state. The Tower Master. The Tower Master has been ambushed. Li Wuxia stood up and spoke to the servants. Did you guys only show up to watch the show after your master died? He paused for a moment, then said coldly, The Black Cat Gang's leader has changed his mind. We will not be establishing a sect in this Yiliang County anymore. Li Wuxia ordered, Let this Zhao guy be an example. If anyone else dares to request the formation of a sect, they will suffer the same consequences as this. Is that clear? The servants gritted their teeth in silence. He looked at them standing on both sides. If you don't want to die, then get out of my way. He said this and walked past the crowd. Suddenly, people started talking, making him stop. Hey, isn't that innkeeper Wuxia? The crowd murmured. What? Innkeeper? Wuxia, you mean? Really? Wuxia stood still, listening to them. That's right. He just changed his clothes. If you look closely, you can tell right away. He turned back. Seeing people were still talking, he laughed and admitted, That's right, I am the innkeeper. The servants' faces turned red with anger. Wuxia glared at them. So what? Does that give you more courage? They didn't know what to say, but their hands were ready to move. He challenged them. Anyone who wants to make the same mistake and follow Zhao Yiyan to the other side, step forward. I'll send you on your way. They all clammed up. Wuxia sighed. One of them asked, Why did you kill the Tower Master? He replied, Why, you ask? The other person nodded. Yeah, that's right. He answered sarcastically. That bastard never needed a reason when he killed people before. They were surprised and just let out a gasp. With that business settled, Wuxia turned and left. Sha Tai was waiting at the door. When he saw Wuxia return, he wondered. You said you were going to kill Zhao Yiyan. Why are you back so soon? He walked past him and answered, He's dead. It just happened. Sha Tai didn't believe him. Don't bullshit me. Wuxia gestured with his chin towards Sha Tai. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. He fell silent, but his mind was filled with questions. He hadn't been gone for long. At all. Sha Tai watched Wuxia go inside. Besides, even if he did kill Zhao Yiyan, how could he be completely unscathed like this? This innkeeper, what kind of miraculous encounter did he have? Wuxia went into his room but reminded him before he left. Remember to clear away the food. While you're at it, clean up the guest room for me, will you? He stood looking at the dining table, lost in thought. Sha Tai could only curse in his heart. Damn it, how dare he order me, Sha Tai, to clean up. Then he looked around the house. Damn it, isn't there a rag in this house? Meanwhile, Wuxia was in his room cultivating. The urgent matters are all taken care of. Now I can focus on my cultivation. He closed his eyes, recalling his recent fight. Wuxia marveled to himself. My strength has increased significantly. I can't miss this precious opportunity. He sighed and focused on his cultivation. The sun gradually set, and the night was quiet. The next morning, the weather was beautiful. Sha Tai was strolling down the street when he heard people gossiping. Is the news about Zhao Yiyan true? I heard that innkeeper, Wuxia, killed him a few days ago. No way, I can't believe it. So where did that innkeeper go? Has anyone seen him in the last few days? Don't tell me he's dead too? Sha Tai arrived at Wuxia's house. Wuxia sighed, having just finished cultivating. He looked at his hand. I've finally broken through the wood realm and reached the purity realm. He looked at his other hand. Even though I successfully cultivated through these stages in my past life, the speed at which I'm accumulating and absorbing internal energy now is still way too fast. Wuxia looked at the aura in his hand. He clenched his fist and smiled. It's no longer just a guess. I'm absolutely certain I can become even stronger than I was in my past life. Just then, Wuxia looked around his room and grimaced. Ugh, this room looks awful. He scanned the room. It's because of all the bodily impurities accumulating during the process of advancing from the wood realm to the purity realm that it stinks so much. Wuxia was still proud. But in exchange for enduring this foul smell, I've achieved a worthy result. This body is now pure enough to practice martial arts. Outside, Sha Tai screamed, Oh my God, what is that smell? He pinched his nose and grumbled, This is awful. What the hell are you doing that stinks so bad? He walked out of the room and said, Oh, you're here. Sha Tai pinched his nose even tighter and jeered, Ugh, what's that smell? Did you shit your pants? Wuxia got angry. What? Sha Tai immediately turned and ran, his face pale. Blech! He even turned back to criticize. Even if you have to shit, you should go outside. Who shits in their room like that? Sha Tai, oblivious to his expression, continued his critique. Holy crap, it stinks. It's unbelievably awful. You definitely didn't just shit once, did you? He was getting annoyed with this guy. After saying his piece, he vomited right in front of him, leaving him speechless with anger. That afternoon, at the Ching Tavern, Wuxia was soaking in a bathtub. He was quite relaxed. Ah, this is so comfortable. Wuxia suddenly fell into thought, remembering what happened that morning. Sha Tai, pinching his nose and trembling, had pointed a knife at him. Please, for the love of God, take a bath. And clean yourself up before you come out. Don't come near me. Wuxia reeking, was losing his patience. Put the knife down now, unless you want a beating. Thinking back now, he still felt pissed off. That bastard. Suddenly, the door opened. Li Zixia turned to see a young woman bowing to him. He spoke up. Ching Xiang, why are you here? Without looking up, she replied, I'm here to serve you while you bathe. Li Zixia was surprised. Huh? Are you serious? Ching Xiang spoke softly. Big brother Cheng Tai told me to come here, she mumbled, then continued. If you've finished bathing, then I will help you dry off. Ching Xiang waited for Li Zixia's answer, but he refused, making her look up. That's all right. You don't need to come here anymore in the future, Li Zixia reassured her. I'll talk to Sha Tai, so you don't have to do things like this. He looked at her frankly and said, Didn't you make it very clear? You sell your art, not your body. Continue to uphold that motto. Ching Xiang was quite surprised by his words. He turned back to continue his bath. In his heart, Li Zixia was still blaming that Sha Tai guy. He's always coming up with these useless ideas. Ching Xiang stood there watching him, then bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Also, I'm very sorry about what happened before. He wasn't bothered. It's all right. It's all in the past anyway. Ching Xiang asked curiously. Sir, you're so strong. Why did you let those people beat you up like that back then? He pondered the question for a moment. Then Li Zixia replied, You have to get beaten first to have an excuse for revenge, right? She didn't understand. Huh? He said it as if it were obvious. A gentleman's revenge, after 10 years, is not too late, but an innkeeper's revenge, Li Zixia's face looked proud, must begin with taking a beating. Ching Xiang was Is there really a saying like that? He chuckled. Nah, I just made that up. She stared at him wide-eyed. Li Zixia hummed a tune while soaking in the tub, making Ching Xiang feel a bit awkward, so she excused herself. He lay relaxed in the tub. Li Zixia proudly thought, Trying to use a honey trap on me? You wish. I still have my principles. Suddenly, Li Zixia remembered something from before. He had called someone Qiang Mo Weng. I said to him back then, The reason you've never been with anyone is because ordinary women don't like you. At that moment, he was standing a short distance away from you, not far, on a cliff. All the beautiful women around you were arranged by us. Everyone knows this. Li Zihua's eyes snapped open, a dark feeling stirring in his heart. Why am I suddenly thinking about such nonsense? All of a sudden, Sha Tai burst through the door, yelling, Big trouble, there's a fire. He got angry. He yelled, Hey, Sha Tai, it's just a fire. What's all the screaming about? He calmly replied, The place on fire is your inn. At that, Li Zihua froze. By now, it was dusk, and flames had already engulfed his home. A large crowd had gathered to watch. As the people murmured amongst themselves, a voice boomed out, All of you, listen carefully. Zhao Shanping threatened, From now on, anyone who dares to help or hide that innkeeper, Li Zihua, will die by my hand. Do you understand? Behind Zhao Shanping, a voice called out, Zhao Shanping, your older brother's grave is behind the inn. You should have moved his body before you started the fire, shouldn't you? His face flushed red as he spun around and cursed. Which bastard said that? Li Zihua stepped out from the crowd and replied scornfully, That would be me, you gynecologist-looking punk. The man didn't recognize him. Zhao Shanping asked again, Who are you? He was furious now. You burned down my inn and you have the nerve to ask that? Are you an idiot? The man was stunned. Li Zihua? What the hell is this? How could a pathetic loser like you change so much? Ning Yishu, standing beside him, calmly asked, Is this the guy? He turned and nodded. Yes, senior. He then spoke with contempt. So you brought me all the way here just to kill some innkeeper? At that moment, Zhao Shanping could only utter a single word. Yes, Ning Yishu then asked the obvious. You and your brothers want to establish a sect right here in Yiliang County, don't you? He then glanced over at Li Zihua. And you can't even kill a puny little innkeeper? Ning Yishu's gaze became even more disdainful. And you want to establish a sect? What a joke. Zhao Shanping didn't know how to explain. Well, about that. His voice dropped a little. If I kill this innkeeper, I'll be ridiculed by everyone in the martial arts world. Then, Ning Yishu ordered, You handle it yourself. Hearing this, Zhao Shanping's face went pale. He replied, Yes. He continued, If your brotherhood skills are so pathetic that you can't even kill a single innkeeper, he added coldly, then there's no way I can stand with you. Zhao Shanping trembled. About that. Li Zihua stepped forward. That's right, Zhao Shanping. A man should have a conscience. He encouraged him, Don't be a coward and rely on others. You should. Do it yourself. Li Zihua threw down a challenge that put Zhao Shanping in a tough spot. The loser gets burned alive. How about it? Ning Yishu scoffed. This innkeeper has some guts. But unlike him, Zhao Shanping was now breaking out in a sweat. He continued. Very well. I, Ning Yishu, consider myself a man of some repute. In the martial arts world, I will serve as a witness for this battle. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Zhao Shanping raised his sword, fury building within him. Damn it. All. Because of this Li Zihua, my brothers are all. Li Zihua glanced at Ning Yishu, mentally giving him some credit. That guy's pretty smart. He's pretending to create an opportunity for me to fight Zhao Shanping so he can observe and gauge my true abilities. In front of the blazing building, the two men faced off. He looked from the burning house to his opponent. Li Zihua shot Zhao Shanping a wicked grin, which made him panic. What the hell are you doing? He asked. What's it to you? Zhao Shanping calmed himself slightly. Hurry up and draw your sword. Li Zihua's eyes were filled with contempt. Against someone like you, I don't need to use a sword. The man fell silent, tensing up. Veins bulged on Zhao Shanping's reddened face as he screamed, You bastard! He then slashed his sword at Li Zihua, but he dodged it easily. He balled his hand into a fist and landed a heavy punch on the man's lower back, sending Zhao Shanping collapsing to the ground before he could even react. Li Zihua taunted him as he trembled in pain. Get up! Stop being so dramatic. I haven't even used a shred of my power yet. Zhao Shanping gritted his teeth against the pain and turned. He swung his sword once more. The blade grazed his cheek. Li Zihua's eyes filled with killing intent. You're pretty crude, aren't you? His hand clamped down on Zhao Shanping's sword hand. There was no warmth in Li Zihua's voice. Just like your two dead brothers. The man trembled, unable to speak a word. He made a decision he had already settled on. It's true. People like you need to be wiped off the face of this earth. With that, Li Zihua snatched the sword from his hand and slashed it across Zhao Shanping's chest. The man was stunned, dropping to his knees, in a pool of his own blood before slumping to the ground, dead, right in front of Li Zihua. He looked at him, emotionless. The crowd outside began to whisper. He killed Zhao Shanping just like that? Is he really that innkeeper, Li Zihua? How on earth did things end up like this? He looked at his burning house. You madman, what did my inn ever do to you? Ning Yishu spoke up. He turned to face him. Your Excellency, your martial arts are truly profound. He crossed his arms, praising him. I acknowledge your victory in this life-or-death duel. He then turned to leave, tossing over his shoulder, until we meet again. He wasn't pleased at all. He called out to him, Hey, where do you think you're going? Ning Yishu stopped, looking annoyed. How dare you speak that way to a member of the Black-Tongue Leopards? Li Zihua taunted him. Scared, are we? You, Black-Tongue Leopard. He pointed his sword forward, a clear challenge. The man didn't answer. Li Zihua mocked him again. A man who came here to kill me, who even dared to burn down my inn? You think I'm just going to let you walk away that easily? After hearing that, the man turned and fled. He raised a disgusted eyebrow. What the hell? With that, Li Zihua moved. Using his martial arts, he moved with swift, light steps, leaping forward to block Ning Yishu's path. He was trapped. He immediately unleashed his technique. Ning Yishu shouted as he thrust a palm strike towards him. The attack was aimed directly at Li Zihua. He felt it clearly, spun around instantly, his eyes sharp and cold. Li Zihua slashed straight down, splitting the martial arts technique in two. A long gash appeared on Ning Yishu's face. He stared intently at him. Ning Yishu only just then noticed the cut and immediately coughed up blood. Before he could react, Ning Yishu collapsed to the ground, dead. Li Zihua's hand still held the sword, his face blank as he stared at the corpse before him. The fire raged on through the dark night, consuming Li Zihua's home. He stood in silence, looking at the two bodies in front of him. The crowd was horrified and speechless. Sha Tai, who stood in the crowd and had seen everything from the start, was in utter disbelief. He couldn't believe it. In the end, he had killed them both. With Zhao Shanping also present, Li Zihua looked at him in surprise. He clicked his tongue and said to Zhao Shanping's subordinates, Hey, you guys. His voice was harsh. I'm asking you, why the hell did you burn down someone else's house? You want me to burn down your houses too? Their jaws dropped. They saw the killing intent radiating from him and immediately started begging. We're sorry, sir. Please, spare our lives. Li Zihua's anger didn't subside as he asked them again. I'm asking why you burned down someone else's house. Answer me. Sha Tai raised his hand to offer an opinion. It was probably because your inn smelled like crap, so they burned it down. His face was completely serious. When I smelled that stench, I had the exact same thought. The crowd erupted in murmurs. The inn smells like crap? Why's that? How? Should I know? Someone must have taken a dump in the inn. Li Zihua seethed internally. I have to kill that loudmouth. He called out to Sha Tai. Li Zihua gave him an order. You, along with these guys, will rebuild the inn for me. Sha Tai protested. Why me? Li Zihua gave a threatening smile. Why? It seems. I've been too easy on you lately, and you've gotten cocky, haven't you? Should I kill you? Sha Tai stood frozen, not daring to utter a single word. He agreed. If we're going to rebuild it, it has to be grander than before. Sha Tai looked over at the smoldering pile of ashes. This spot is pretty spacious. I'll add a second floor too. Make it really magnificent and sparkling. Li Zihua added another requirement. Build a wall around it, and inside, set up a martial arts training area and a garden in the back. Sha Tai gave a wry smile. You mean a sect, right? Not an inn. Li Zihua firmly emphasized. A sect that's like an inn. Sha Tai thought for a moment. I get it. A sect that's like an inn. Huh. Then he made a decision. All right, we'll call it the Zihua Inn Sect. Li Zihua instructed. And during the construction, make sure to keep the craftsmen. He immediately understood. You mean form guilds like we talked about the other day? Li Zihua nodded. That's right. Sha Tai was a bit worried. Underworld gangs like the Black Cat Gang won't leave us alone. Li Zihua smirked. Then we just have to take care of them. As long as our people do their jobs well, it'll be fine. Sha Tai asked another question. What's the name of our alliance? Li Zihua declared clearly. The Xiaowu Sect. He had already decided on the name. The Xiaowu Sect. The first sect I've created. I've finally done it. Sha Tai mulled it over for a moment. The Xiaowu Sect. Huh. He looked up at Li Zihua. So, should I call you Sect Master from now on? Li Zihua gave a short reply. Whatever. Sha Tai fell silent, as if he'd made a decision. He spoke. Up. Hey Zihua, I've been watching you for the past few days. You're definitely not the Li Zihua I used to know. I want to ask you something. Li Zihua asked. What is it? Sha Tai hesitated for a moment before asking the question that had been bothering him for days. Why did you spare my life? I've thought about it a lot, but I still can't figure out the answer. Li Zihua replied. I just wanted to torture you. He hadn't expected that answer, and nodded. So, that's how it is. He looked at the pile of ashes, feeling lucky. Well, at least it's better than being dead. He sighed. Back at the Blue Lotus Pavilion, Li Zihua sat cultivating his martial arts. He closed his eyes and focused. His internal energy had increased, by a level, beyond his expectations. His hands moved, practicing a new technique. This 9-layered internal energy saved my life in my past incarnation. Meanwhile, Sha Tai was in another room, going over the account books. The next morning, at the site that had burned down, Sha Tai was directing everyone in rebuilding a new residence for Li Zihua. At the Blue Lotus Pavilion, Li Zihua slowly opened his eyes. The martial arts he had been practicing all night was complete. He looked up and asked, Who did you say is here? Sha Tai reported, It's the members of the Black Cat Gang who were on the Zhao brothers' payroll. Li Zihua, sitting on his bed, asked, How many of them are there in total? Sha Tai continued, There are 2 of them. I've already told them to wait in the Plum Blossom room. So, now, what should we prepare? Li Zihua propped himself up and stood. First, we have to meet them. Sha Tai looked up and asked, Are you planning to fight them? Li Zihua walked past him and out the door. They're definitely here to demand tribute. They've overlooked the fact that I killed those pavilion masters. So next, they'll surely invite me to the Black Cat Gang's headquarters. Sha Tai anxiously followed him. If that's really the case, what should we do? Given our current situation, it'll be very difficult for us to win against the Black Cat Gang. Li Zihua was full of confidence. Difficult for you maybe, but not for me. Sha Tai was horrified. You mean you're going to abandon us and let us die? Li Zihua clasped his hands behind his back as he walked out. They'll definitely kill me before they lay a hand on you guys. But, Li Zihua said confidently, I won't die. Sha Tai pressed his lips together and said, No more. In another room of the Blue Lotus Pavilion, Sha Tai led him in to meet the 2 waiting guests. Then he retreated from the room, closing the door. Please, make yourselves comfortable and chat. The door closed softly. Li Zihua sat opposite the 2 men. The thinner man introduced himself first. I am Tong Feng, from the Golden Axe Pavilion of the Black Cat Gang. Then it was the bigger man's turn. And I am Han Gaoshu, also of the Golden Axe Pavilion. Li Zihua looked at them but didn't reply. They both had the same thought. Does he not know who we are? How dare he be so arrogant? Tong Feng couldn't stand it and spoke up first. I hear you're the one who killed the Zhao brothers. Is that true? Li Zihua replied coldly. Yes. Their faces paled in disbelief. Li Zihua looked bored. Why are you two asking about that? Are the Zhao brothers your relatives or something? But wait, your surnames aren't Zhao. The two of them looked at each other, seemingly reading each other's minds. They both shared the same thought. Where does this brat get his confidence from? How dare he be so insolent? He killed the Zhao brothers, and now he thinks he owns the world? They both stared at him. Or, does he have some powerful backing? Li Zihua saw them staring at him without saying anything. Say something. The two of them still said nothing, as if on guard. He sighed internally, annoyed. Look at these guys. They want to extort money but don't even have the guts to ask. Tong Feng stroked his beard, as if about to say something. Then he spoke. The Zhao brothers were men who received the Black Cat Gang's permission to establish their own sect. And yet, they died at your hands. Li Zihua raised an eyebrow as the man continued with a threat. Now that you've crossed the Black Cat Gang, it will be very difficult for you to survive. What you did is the same as blocking the Black Cat Gang's path to fortune. He laughed as if he understood. Ah, I see what you're saying. Li Zihua raised a hand and smiled. You want me to bribe you, just like the Zhao brothers did, right? The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. The man continued. So, you are a man who understands the situation. Li Zihua enthusiastically invited them. First, let's have a drink. He called out, Lady Sun. The door opened, and Sun Xiaoxiao entered, bowing her head. Li Zihua excitedly ordered, Hey, bring out that damn spring wine from the other day, and some snacks too. Sun Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, confused. Damn spring wine? Then it dawned on her. Ah, third-grade spring wine. Sun Xiaoxiao bowed and exited the room, right away. The door slammed shut. Han Gaoshu finally spoke up after the earlier introduction. Drinking is fine, but I think we should get a few things straight. Li Zihao scoffed and asked, It's just drinking. What more could you want? The man angrily stood up and slammed his hand on the table. You bastard. You really are blind. You can't even see Mount Tai. Li Zihao glanced at the hand that slammed the table, his eyes filled with displeasure. You want to play rough, huh? The two of them suddenly shut up, their hearts pounding nervously. Where the hell does this kid get his confidence? Who exactly is backing him? He casually asked, Let me ask you something. Your backer, the Black Cat Gang, can they save you two today? The two of them trembled in shock. Li Zihao mocked them. Use your brains. If I were afraid of the Black Cat Gang, why would I have killed those three Zhao bastards? They remained silent as clams, sweating profusely. He scoffed. Ah, of course. You two must be stronger than the Zhao family trash. Those guys were seriously boring. The two men's jaws dropped, but they still said nothing. Li Zihao gave them one chance. If you haven't figured it out by the time Sun Xiaoxiao brings the wine, I'll assume you want to fight me to the death. As he said this, he called out, making the two men jump. Ah, Sun Xiaoxiao is here. His gaze on them was strangely cold. Sun Xiaoxiao approached with light steps, her head still, bowed. By the time Sun Xiaoxiao looked up, confused, the two men were taking turns laughing and talking to him. Don't worry, we'll smooth things over between you and the Black Cat Gang, and we'll act like nothing ever happened. Li Zihao smiled with satisfaction. Is that so? Han Gaoshu laughed loudly and replied, That's right. Those guys from the Zhao family really deserved to die. Tong Feng chimed in. Of course, they were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. He played along with them. You're absolutely right. All three of them burst out laughing. The two men scrambled out of the building. Sha Tai leaned against the door, watching them go. He asked Li Zihao, Just letting them go like that? Is that really okay? He stood, solemnly, and said, If I kill those two now, the Black Cat Gang will have an excuse to bring their forces here immediately. It doesn't matter who manages Yiliang County, as long as they listen to me. Hearing this, he understood the situation. Li Zihao became lost in thought. The only figures around here I need to be wary of are the 12 divine generals, and for now, I shouldn't draw the attention of the great Rakshasa. He turned to give Sha Tai instructions. I need to go into seclusion to train for a while. You will confiscate all the assets of the housemasters and manage them well. For the time being, I'm making you the general manager of the Shao clan. Hearing this, Sha Tai was confused. Huh? He didn't explain further and turned to leave. Remember, if you dare to embezzle funds, I will strip you of your general manager title immediately. He just asked one last thing. After I'm stripped of my title, what then? Without turning back, he answered the question. I'll kill you, of course. Sha Tai was stunned. What? He got annoyed. Where the hell did a rule like that come from? Li Zihao remained nonchalant. I make the rules. After all, I am the clan master. Sha Tai was now speechless with anger. After a few steps, he stopped again. He turned back to Sha Tai. Congratulations on the promotion to general manager. Your time has come. You can't stop it now. It's time for you to rise. Sha Tai gritted his teeth in frustration. Li Zihao left cheerfully, not caring how much the man behind him hated him. Finally, Sha Tai gave up and sighed. Damn it. Living in the Jianghu is truly exhausting. At the Chunyang restaurant, Li Zihao walked through the door. The golden killing dragon, who was eating, was startled and looked up. He asked, You're here? Li Zihao walked over and sat down opposite him, politely, nodding. De Xiao warmly asked, What can I get for you, valued guest? He cheerfully requested, Give me something cool and refreshing. De Xiao turned to go inside. Please wait a moment. At this moment, the golden killing dragon spoke up. Did you really take care of Zhao Yian, Zhao Gong, and Zhao Shanping? Li Zihao didn't deny it. That's right. He asked, Didn't the Black Cat Gang send their forces? If they did, a lot of people would surely die. Li Zihao looked doubtful, thinking, Is this how he always was? Come to think of it, in my past life, he put up a huge resistance against the Zhao brothers' protection racket, he explained, to the old man. They won't come right away. And even if they do bring their forces and we have to fight, I will handle everything myself and not let it affect anyone else. The golden killing dragon was surprised. You can take on the Black Cat Gang by yourself? He confidently affirmed. That's right, although it's very hard to believe. It's true. Hearing this, the old man reminded him, Even so, the fact that you, the owner of the Sihei Inn, took care of the 3 Zhao brothers by yourself is just as unbelievable. Then, he changed the subject. You're treating, right? I plan on having a huge feast today. Li Zihao was taken aback and broke into a sweat. You're asking a poor innkeeper to pay? I don't believe this poor innkeeper nonsense. Aren't you the master of the Xiaowu clan? Xiaowu clan? De Xiao, bringing out the food, asked, What's the Xiaowu clan? Did Zihao establish that sect? He turned and said, Brother De Xiao, you're also a member of the Xiaowu clan. He looked confused. Huh? Me? I don't remember joining any clan. Zihao crossed his arms and explained, Anyone I know automatically becomes a member of the Xiaowu clan. De Xiao was pleased. Is that so? Then he turned and picked up his chopsticks, about to eat, and put on a serious expression. For that very reason, you must provide free food for your clan master. Do you understand? De Xiao immediately grabbed the bowl, his smile vanishing as his face darkened. He glared at Zihao. Valued guest, you must be joking with me. Ah! Suddenly, a voice called out, Li Zihao. The 3 people inside heard it and turned towards the door. The owner of the voice was a man completely covered in black, wearing a straw hat. His sharp, silent gaze looked inside. De Xiao's expression changed. Ahem, clan master, someone is calling for you. You should go outside. Zihao, seeing him switch sides so quickly, retorted, Didn't you just call me valued guest? De Xiao regained his serious composure. Be careful, he warned. The golden killing dragon immediately pretended to cough, thumping his back. Clan master, good luck. It looks like it's about to rain. My back is killing me. Seeing this, Zihao was at a loss for words. He sighed, grabbed his sword, and stepped out. Being a clan master is such a pain. Suddenly, the sky opened up and it started to rain. Li Zihao and the mysterious stranger stood facing each other in the rain. The man spoke first. I ask you, are you the one who killed Ning Yishu of the Black Panther? Is that right? He didn't seem to remember clearly. Who is that? Ning Yishu. The name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, an image of him appeared in his mind, and he finally remembered. Ah, I think. That was his name. The other man pulled down the cloth covering half his face and introduced himself. I am Wei Zunwu of the Black Panther. Hearing the name, he immediately recognized him. The Twin Blade Demons. Wei Zunwu. This is the guy who rashly charged at me in my past life and got himself killed with a single stab. He sized him up. He looks young, but this is definitely one of the Twin Blade Demons. The man asked again. Tell me, did you kill Ning Yishu? Yes or no? He didn't deny it. He burned down my house. Hearing this, Wei Zunwu gave a faint smile. What a reasonable reason. A reason to kill. but it will also get you killed. He couldn't be bothered to respond. In this world, some things are beyond a man's control. His eyes glinted with a cold sharpness with every word. Each word stabbed into the old man. Just like your hair, nothing in this world will ever go your way. Infuriated by his words, the old man raged. I'll start by shutting that mouth of yours. A bolt of lightning flashed between the two. Then, quick as a flash, he gripped his sword and charged straight at Li Zihua, slashing down with his blade. It was aimed right for him, but of course, he dodged it with ease. He kicked his foot, sending a spray of water shooting toward Wei Zunwu. The man shielded himself, cursing. Damn it! As Zihua fought. Kill you, he thought. The twin exchanged blade demons. There are two of them. One of them is Gao Yang, and the other is Sui Sun Wu. He lunged forward again, slashing down with both swords. Li Jia quickly raised his own sword to block. The man slashed, and Li Jia retreated to dodge, sliding a long distance before finally regaining his footing. He continued to analyze the man's counterattacking and concealment skills. Are top-notch. He must be hiding somewhere nearby. Suddenly, Sha Tai appeared, calling out, Sect leader. Zihua calmly stopped him. Wait, he warned. He's a master. Sha Tai turned to look at Wei Zunwu. A master? Damn it. Why did it have to start raining now? Annoyed, he ripped off the patch covering his other eye and threw it to the ground. Wei Zunwu charged once again. Zihua dodged effortlessly and warned Sha Tai, There's another one near you. Be careful. Hearing this, Sha Tai jumped and frantically looked around. Where? Where is he? Suddenly, there was a noise from the rooftop. A figure somersaulted down, landing in front of Wei Zunwu. Seeing him, Sha Tai jumped back in annoyance. For real? Zihua thought. The one I was waiting for has arrived. He's finally shown himself. Wei Zunwu looked surprised. You knew there were two of us from the very beginning? Zihua just smirked. Wei Zunwu turned to warn his brother. Junior brother, he's a master of stealth. Be careful. Gao Yangsu simply replied, Yes. The two brothers split up, moving to either side before rushing forward. The three of them locked eyes, preparing for the battle to erupt. Suddenly, Sha Tai yelled, Hey, Baldy! The two assassins froze. Sha Tai aggressively challenged them. I'm joining this fight too, so you better. Watch your back. He flourished his sword, getting into a ready stance. He taunted them again. Do you know what my nickname is? It's the invisible sword. You won't be able to. See my movements! With that, he screamed, Die! You damn mutt! The other three just stood there, watching him act like a fool. He kept swinging his sword, showing off. I'm getting in on this. It'll be a fair 2-on-2 fight. He then challenged Wei Zunwu. Hey, Baldy, I'll take care of you first. Go to hell. Unable to listen anymore, and seething with rage, Wei Zunwu yelled, Damn you! And swung his sword straight at Sha Tai. He raised his own sword to block, but he couldn't handle the force, and was sent flying backward. He tumbled a long way before finally lying motionless on the ground. Li Zihua looked on, surprised. As he just lay there, Zihua sighed in exasperation and called him out. Stop acting. Get up. It's painful to watch. Hearing this, Sha Tai groggily pushed himself up, asking blankly, Oh, really? Li Zihua was at a loss for words. He sighed in defeat. Sha Tai stood up, dusted off his clothes with a sigh, and grumbled. I didn't just roll around and get my clothes dirty for no reason, you know. Li Zihua, seeing his act, snapped in annoyance. Then, what the hell are you doing? Sha Tai tried to justify his actions. The rain made the ground slippery, so I just slipped a little. I almost fooled those brats, you know? He kept grumbling. I was planning to take the opportunity while they were distracted to slit their throats one by one, but then, Li Zihua was left speechless. Hearing all this, Wei Zunwu trembled with rage and growled. You dare say that right to our faces? Sha Tai looked at him silently, then turned to Li Zihua and said, Look, the bald guy is shivering. I guess with no hair, the rain makes him colder than a normal person. The more Wei Zunwu listened, the angrier he became. You bastard, he cursed. Unable to stand it any longer, he gripped his sword and charged, screaming furiously, Die! Sha Tai jumped in surprise as he charged. Wei Zunwu leaped into the air and brought his sword down in a powerful strike. Sha Tai didn't have time to retaliate and just threw his arm up to block. Luckily, Li Zihua moved quickly to parry the blow for him. Li Zihua stared at him with cold eyes. Seeing him, Wei Zunwu was slightly surprised, but then he launched another attack. However, no matter what he did, all of his blows were blocked by Zihua. Wei Zunwu trembled in shock at the sight. Zihua spun around, landing firmly on his feet. The two brothers watched in stunned silence. Sha Tai, however, couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. The four of them stood in the rain, their eyes locked. Li Zihua thought to himself, "Come to think of it, this is the first time. I've felt this way since I regressed." At that thought, a smirk played on his lips. Since when did fighting become this? Interesting? Gao Yangsu bit his lip, watching him, thinking, is he smiling? Li Zihua placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and slowly began to draw it. As he did, faint red wisps of light began to emanate from around him. Once the blade was fully drawn, the light grew clearer and more powerful, and the sword itself seemed to glow. Wei Zunwu and Gao Yangsu watched in astonishment. Inside, Jin Shalong and Dexiao, who were watching, were just as shocked. Sha Tai was no different, exclaiming, "The sword is glowing red." The two brothers realized at the same time what it was. A red sword aura. The light surrounding the blade now blazed like a furious flame. Li Zihua held the sword, facing Wei Zunwu and Gao Yangsu. Wei Zunwu turned to look at his younger brother and gave a nod. Gao Yangsu understood and nodded back. At the same moment, they both shot forward, circling around Li Zihua in a tightening circle. When they were close enough, they both slashed at him simultaneously. The wind and rain obscured Zihua's eyes for a moment, but then his sharp, red gaze was revealed. With a single slash, he cut through both Wei Zunwu and Gao Yangsu. Blood sprayed from the path of his blade as the two brothers fell at Li Zihua's feet. Sha Tai stood frozen, unable to speak. From inside the inn, the scene looked more terrifying than ever. He stood alone between the two corpses as the rain continued to fall, mingling with the blood. He remained motionless, his head held high in thought. Sha Tai approached, bowed his head, and said, "Sir, you've worked hard." Li Zihua replied with his usual emotionless expression. "It was nothing." Sha Tai stood beside him, rubbing his chin as he looked down at the bodies. Who were these guys? He wondered. Li Zihua answered, "The Black Panther Troop." Upon hearing the name, Sha Tai was shocked. What? He then bent down, his voice low and thoughtful. First the Black Cat Gang, and now the Black Panther Troop. This is getting complicated, he muttered with a heavy heart. Li Zihua remained calm and turned back toward the inn, telling Sha Tai, "I'm going to take a bath." Sha Tai understood and obeyed. "Yes, sir. I'll stay and clean this up." And so, in the pouring rain, Li Zihua had won this uneven battle. Jin Shalong, having witnessed the entire thing, from inside, crossed his arms and acknowledged, "It seems the rumors about him handling the three Zhao brothers were true." The scene changes to an upper floor, where Li Zihua is soaking. In a hot, steaming bath, his face more relaxed than ever, but his mind was still racing. To be precise, I'm getting stronger, way too fast. People who I wasn't supposed to kill until much later are already dead. And now, there are even more factions I need to deal with. The more he thought, the more complicated things became. He grew more tired. He closed his eyes in silence for a moment, but he increasingly felt a strange sound in his ears, which then suddenly fell silent, leaving nothing. He realized something was wrong. What is it? The background noise suddenly vanished. Then, from the end of the hallway, something suddenly rushed towards him. Two figures appeared out of nowhere, bursting through the door to stand before Li Jia. He recognized the two men and asked, "What are you two doing here?" The one in blue was the manager of the Pear Blossom Pavilion, Huang Yujin. The one in yellow was the manager of the Poetry Blossom Pavilion, Yu Zhongqi. His eyes were cold as he looked at them. "Did Sha Tai send you?" Ignoring his question, the two men said nothing. Instead, they charged at him. The water tub suddenly buckled, cracks appearing around it before it exploded. The water inside flew up, knocking the two men back. They raised their hands to shield their faces. Li Jia flew forward with terrifying speed. He pushed each man with one hand, striking them with his internal energy and sending them flying out the door. The force was so strong that both of them slammed their backs against the wall, cracking it, and died on the spot. After dealing with the two minions, Li Jia thought, Huang Yujin and Yu Zhongqi. These two knew I wouldn't have my weapon with me while bathing, so they deliberately launched a surprise attack. A flash of anger appeared in his eyes. Was it Sha Tai? After quickly putting on his pants, he stormed outside and confronted an employee, demanding, "Where is Sha Tai?" The man trembled and bowed his head. "He's not here, sir." Li Jia's face darkened menacingly as he warned, "You'd better tell me the truth." The man trembled even more. I am telling the truth, sir. He went out during the day and hasn't come back yet." Hearing this, Li Jia fell silent, then turned and left. Having just finished his bath, he walked out into the rain, thinking, I don't know if Sha Tai is involved in this or not. His face was grim. But if he really dares to point his sword at me, then his life is over. A curse echoed from somewhere nearby. If you've got the guts, come at me, you. Little punks, come on. Li Jia immediately recognized whose voice it was and whipped around. Sha Tai, he thought. He instantly flew towards the source of the voice. As he got closer, he saw the ground littered with bloody corpses. He was a bit surprised by the sight, not understanding what had happened. What happened to these guys? Turning right, he saw a group of people cornering someone. The one trapped with his back against the wall was none other than Sha Tai. The men jeered, the bastard's exhausted, let's get him. Sha Tai was cornered, looking exhausted and covered in blood. Seeing this, Li Jia was surprised and called out, Sha Tai? Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look at him. Sha Tai was also surprised to see him there. Li Jia smirked. So, Sha Tai, you're still alive, huh? Seeing his savior, he shrieked for help. Save me! Sha Tai's face was filled with frustration from the ordeal. Seeing Li Jia, he knew he was saved. You. Damn dogs, you're all dead meat now. Everyone was staring at Li Jia, but he still hadn't made a move. Seeing him just stand there, an infuriated Sha Tai pointed his sword at him and yelled, Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Help me! Hearing Sha Tai's yelling, Li Jia got annoyed. What are you shouting about? He grumbled. Li Jia silently watched. The men point their swords at him. He coldly and indifferently told Sha Tai, Hold your sword tight and handle it yourself. The men surrounding Sha Tai now switched their target, one shouting, Don't be afraid of him, he's just an innkeeper. The others charged forward one by one. Let's rush him and kill him. Li Jia's face was emotionless. With his bare hands, he delivered fatal blows to each man. One was punched in the face, another's side was struck, and yet another was punched straight in the stomach. Finally, he delivered the final blow, sending them all flying. Just like that, Li Jia easily knocked them all to the ground. He stood silently, looking at the ground that was once littered with a few corpses, now covered with even more. On the other side, Sha Tai was still cursing non-stop. You bastards! Hearing this, Li Jia turned to look at him with eyes full of disgust. He was now so exhausted he couldn't even stand up straight. How dare you ambush me, Sha Tai? Then he raised his head and looked towards Li Jia. Sha Tai was moved to tears. Did the sect master come all this way to save me? Li Jia's face showed contempt as he said, Nope, I came here to kill you. Hearing him say that, Sha Tai jumped in shock. Kill me? Why? Li Jia explained. Because I thought you were involved in this. Sha Tai looked annoyed and asked, Really? Did those guys try to assassinate you too, sect master? Li Jia began to recount what happened. That's right. I was enjoying a nice bath when those two, Yujin and Zhongji, showed up. Sha Tai pressed one hand to his wound to stop the bleeding, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Those bastards. It seems the sect master isn't fully aware of the situation. Besides the three Zhao brothers, there are still many other masters in Yiliang County. His face, covered in blood mixed with rainwater, continued. You can see I was also ambushed like this. That should be enough to clear up any misunderstanding, right? I have absolutely no connection to those people. Li Jia's face seemed to show temporary acceptance. It seems that way. Seeing his attitude, Sha Tai cursed inwardly. He came all this way to kill me. And now that he's confirmed it wasn't me, he doesn't even have the decency to apologize? At that moment, Li Jia turned and called out, Hey, Cheng Tai. He replied, Yes? Li Jia stared into the distance, his voice sounding tired and helpless. Besides the Black Cat Gang, how many more people do I have to kill in this Yiliang County? Hearing this, Sha Tai didn't know how to answer. His eyes filled with frustration. Is it because I'm an innkeeper that I have to endure this? So how many more do I have to kill before this kind of pointless stuff stops happening, huh? Sha Tai remained silent, just looking at Li Jia thoughtfully. Then he bowed his head and said, I'll go make some preparations, sect master. You should relax and clear your mind of these thoughts. Li Jia warned, Do a good job. Sha Tai heard him clearly and replied, Yes, sir. Li Jia repeated, A really good job. He still replied obediently, Yes. I will definitely prepare everything meticulously. Finally, Li Jia turned his back and walked back into the rain, leaving Sha Tai with the pile of corpses lying strewn across the ground, muttering incessantly. Damn it, I just took a bath. The next day, the sun was shining beautifully again. Sha Tai got to work, beginning the construction of the inn. Li Jia was in his room, cultivating his internal energy. Sha Tai, along with Jinsha Long and De Biao, supervised the construction together. A month later, the construction had only progressed a fair amount. Li Zaha came to inspect it. "It's been a month, and this is all the progress you've made?" he asked. The man explained, "What are you talking about, Sect Master? A project of this scale will probably take a year." Li Zaha was not pleased. "A year? Can't you do it any faster?" Sha Tai broke out in a sweat and replied, "We can't. I'd love to shorten the timeline, but this isn't something that gets faster just by adding more manpower." Li Zaha silently observed the construction site. Sha Tai continued, "Recently, I found a pretty good construction manager, so the pace has already improved a lot." Just as he finished speaking, the man appeared. He gestured and introduced him. "This is him. He's an architectural expert." Li Zaha turned to have a look. Yan Chatong spoke first. "Hello." He suddenly recognized the man and smirked. Yan Chatong. He was a pretty famous figure, when I was the master of the Ha Wu sect in my previous life. To think I'd meet him in a situation like this. Sha Tai quickly prompted Yan Chatong, "You're just in time. Hurry and greet him. This is our sect master." Hearing this, the man eagerly greeted him. "I am Yan Chatong. I was assigned to this job through a recommendation from Uncle Jin Shalong." Li Zaha smiled lightly and replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Then, Yan Chatong brought something up. "I heard that if I complete this task well, I'll be given the position of manager of the Zhu sect at the Ha Wu sect, and I won't have to pay any of the entrance fees." He wanted to confirm one more time. "That is true, isn't it?" Li Zaha affirmed. "That's right." Yan Chatong immediately beamed. "I'm very pleased with those terms. This time, I will definitely build a truly magnificent guest house for you." Then he had another request. "But before that, I'd like to ask you for one thing." Li Zaha asked. "What is it?" Yan Chatong stated frankly, "I'm planning to set up a temporary shed over there to serve as a break room and a canteen." He smiled. "I was hoping that from time to time, the sect master would bestow upon us some new and delicious meals to enjoy together." After hearing this, Li Zaha bowed his head and chuckled. He called out, "Sha Tai." The man immediately responded, "Yes, sect master." Li Zaha ordered, "Arrange to divide the workers from the Manhwa, Lihua, and Shihua buildings. Then send some of them over here to help with construction. And you must provide food for the people working here. Got it?" Sha Tai smiled brightly and accepted the order. "Understood, sect master." Li Zaha then turned back to Yan Chatong. "Yan Chatong, if you can, build a Ha Wu sect that satisfies me. I will give you management of the Zhu sect." Yan Chatong bowed his head. "As you command. Please, place your trust in me." After the inspection, Li Zaha left, his face showing clear satisfaction. A short while later, Li Zaha returned to Jin Shalong's place. The moment the old man saw him, he greeted him warmly. "Sect master, you've come. Have you met Chatong yet?" Li Zaha replied, "I have." When Jin Shalong mentioned Yan Chatong, he couldn't stop praising him. "That kid is a real talent. Once he gets immersed in his work, he'll work tirelessly day and night to complete everything as perfectly as possible." Li Zaha just went along with it. Is that so? But in his mind, he thought, "I never expected to have such a fateful connection with Uncle Jin in this life. Being able to recruit Yan Chatong into the Ha Wu sect is incredibly beneficial." Jin Shalong suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, I have a gift I want to give you, sect master." Li Zaha was a bit confused. "A gift?" The old man was certain. "That's right. If there's a weapon you want, just tell me." Hearing this, Li Zaha ventured to ask, "I wonder if you've ever made things like legendary swords or treasured sabers." The old man crossed his arms and answered bluntly, "Never." Li Zaha was speechless. Jin Shalong explained, "It's not just about the money. If a rumor like that got out, many people would probably come, looking for me to steal that treasure. I might even lose my life over it." He added, "If I were lucky, I might be able to make a fair sale, but the other guys would definitely seek me out and threaten me to keep making those weapons for them." After hearing this, Li Zaha nodded in agreement. "What you say makes sense, uncle. It's the truth," the old man affirmed. Li Zaha thought to himself, if that's the case. In his mind, the first shapes of the weapon he wanted began to form. "I want a weapon that doesn't need to be too sharp, and its weight doesn't matter, but it must not break easily. If it bends, it must not get deformed." Jin Shalong seemed to have pictured it. "If it just needs to be that sturdy, then it's a staff or a rod, right?" His gaze was serious. "And nothing else matters. Is that it?" Li Zaha confirmed, "Yes." A moment later, Jin Shalong's expression completely changed as he beamed. "I get it. I have to give my sect master a small gift." After all, Li Zaha was also pleased, replying, Yes, I'll be looking forward to it, uncle. Having sorted out the matter of the weapon, Li Zaha left. While he was strolling through a peaceful street, two men suddenly blocked his path. Li Zaha was confused. The two men were giving him a look that didn't bode well. Annoyed, he asked, "What is it now?" Liu Hong spoke first. "Pavilion Master Li Zaha, right?" Li Zaha's face remained impassive, showing no emotion whatsoever. He paid them no mind and simply walked past. "No, I'm the owner of a guest house." The man quickly shouted to stop him. "Wait, please, wait a moment." Li Zaha stopped and turned to look at him, letting out a sigh. Only then did the man introduce himself. "I am a messenger from the Black Cat Gang, Liu Hong. I have a message for you from an elder of the Black Cat Gang." A hint of surprise flashed in Li Zaha's eyes. "The Black Cat Gang?" The man continued. "Pavilion Master Jin Feng of our gang wishes to meet you." Then, his face suddenly turned extremely thuggish. "I'm not an assassin. I'm just the one delivering the invitation. I hope you won't refuse." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Liu Hong, began to threaten him. "After I return, perhaps, other assassins will pay you a visit." Li Zaha's expression turned cold as he heard the man's final words. "Pavilion Master Li Zaha." The two of them stared at each other. Li Zaha was the first to speak. "So just because someone named Pavilion Master Jin Feng summons me, I have to go?" Liu Hong sneered. "If you refuse this invitation, you'd better start running." He arrogantly added, "That's the only way a pavilion master like you can survive, and Yiliang County can avoid some needless deaths. It's a win-win for everyone." Li Zaha rubbed his chin, confirming, "So, if I want to continue holding power in Yiliang County, I either have to bow down to the Black Cat Gang, or I have to leave." "Yiliang County?" he asked in a low voice. Liu Hong replied with a cunning look, "That's right." Then, Li Zaha cheerfully accepted. "How could a gentleman like myself be so rude? I will go meet Pavilion Master Jin Feng." Hearing this, the man was satisfied and asked, "I'll give you until this evening. Or would you like to go right now?" Li Zaha refused. "After all, I'm going to meet a major figure from the Black Cat Gang. I can't possibly go empty-handed. And I can't go see the Pavilion Master dressed in my street clothes." He negotiated with Liu Hong. "Just give me the address, and I'll find my way there myself." The man finally agreed. "Then it's settled." Liu Hong smirked. He laughed. "You just need to go to the villa at the hunting grounds on Mount Zhonghu." Li Zihua stroked his chin, considering. "The hunting grounds on Mount Zhonghu. Huh. That's pretty close by. I understand." Now that he had the address, Zihua didn't linger. He immediately turned to leave, but he hadn't gone far when Liu Hong spoke up again. "Please, remember one thing. If you plan to escape, do it cleanly. Don't leave a single trace behind, not even a strand of hair." Li Zihua seemed completely unfazed by the warning. "I have no intention of running away." A short while later, when Sha Tai heard the news, he yelled, "The Jin Feng Pavilion Master? He's not one to be taken lightly. You need to be more careful." His subordinate replied, "Yes. That demon who kills without batting an eye summoned our master to a meeting." Li Zihua calmly explained, "He didn't summon me. I decided to go on my own." Sha Tai immediately argued, "You just said he summoned you. What gives?" His face darkened. "Whatever. I'll go gather the brothers right now. We'll fight a battle to the death." Li Zihua sighed and stopped him. "Fight? What are you talking about? Are you trying to lead all the men of Yiliang County to their deaths? There's no need for that. I'll go alone." Sha Tai was driven mad by his words. "Master, are you insane? If you go like that, you'll definitely die." He was hysterical. "There's no way he'll let you off the hook. He's probably furious that some innkeeper got the best of him." But then, he spoke seriously. "At least let me go with you." Li Zihua was surprised. "Sha Tai, are you being serious?" Sha Tai didn't answer, but his face said it all. Finally, he turned away and admitted it. "Like hell I am." Li Zihua let out a helpless sigh. "All bark and no bite." He reassured him, "I'll be back soon." As Li Zihua was about to step out the door, Sha Tai called out to him again. He turned his head and asked, "What is it?" Sha Tai held out a set of clothes in front of him. "Wear this," he suggested. Li Zihua was confused. "Why? Isn't this your favorite cheongsam?" He admitted. "It is." Li Zihua was concerned. "It might get torn. I'm not wearing it for a stroll, you know." Sha Tai didn't seem to care. "At worst, I'll just use it to mop the floor." Hearing this, Li Zihua chuckled and took the cheongsam, putting it on. All traces of worry vanished from his face as he left, not forgetting to bid farewell to Sha Tai. "I'm off." The man behind him bowed his head. "May your journey be safe." He slowly opened the door and walked out with confidence. Not long after, at Zhenghu Mountain, the two men who had previously blocked Li Zihua's path were already standing guard at the door. He Liuhong thought to himself, although the master said to wait, that punk innkeeper has definitely run away. Suddenly, he froze. In the distance, Li Zihua was approaching. Liu Hong was shocked. He didn't run, so he decided to bow his head to the Black Cat clan for one last time. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth. What an ambitious brat. He stopped, standing before the two men. He announced clearly, I'm here. This made Liu Hong even angrier, and he cursed inwardly. He killed 3 brothers from the Zhao family, and he's already acting so smug. I'll be watching to see how long you can keep up that arrogance. But on the outside, he still had to smile and welcome him. As he opened the door, he invited him in. The master is waiting for you. As the door slowly closed, Li Zihua, walking behind him, felt a little uneasy. Inside, Clanmaster Jin Feng was sitting in front of a fire. He looked at him. Fan Sang seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Liu Hong stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Master, the innkeeper, Li Zihua, is here. Hearing this, he chuckled. Innkeeper? What a joke. Then he turned to look at him. Seeing Li Zihua standing there silently, Fan Sang said contemptuously, I was wondering what kind of brat could swallow up all 3 brothels. Turns out it's just a snot-nosed kid who's full of himself. He asked him, are all 3 of those brothels under your management? Then he gave him some praise. Well done. You didn't run away, and actually dared to show your face here to see me. I'll give you credit for that. But then he finished with, what an ambitious brat. Li Zihua listened to Fan Sang's monologue without any emotion, not replying to a single word. Only now did he show a slight reaction. Without a word, he sat down in the chair, across from Fan Sang, surprising him. He never expected that this action would send him into a rage. Son of a bitch, who told you that you could sit? Li Zihua calmly replied, my sitting is my business. I don't need your permission. Fan Sang was now genuinely enraged by his words. What? Liu Hong, in the middle, witnessing their exchange, even started to worry for Li Zihua. Is this innkeeper insane? He should be bowing and kowtowing to the master. How does he dare? Fan Sang concluded. You really are crazy. He didn't deny it. That's right, I am crazy. Hearing that, Fan Sang suddenly burst out laughing. He suddenly seemed pleased, praising him. What an interesting kid. How old are you? Li Zihua didn't bother to answer the question. Why do you ask? Did you call me here just to ask my age? Fan Sang's expression turned serious again as he looked at him. Li Zihua continued, if you're done talking, then it's my turn. Make your choice. Li Zihua then told him, do you want to die alone, or do you want me to kill all of your subordinates as well? Fan Sang was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He growled, how dare you, you pathetic little innkeeper. He shot up to his feet and said, I was originally going to spare you, but now it's too late. Fan Sang raised his hand, about to draw his sword, but that movement was perfectly caught by Zihua's gaze. His eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp. Without warning, he lunged towards him, delivering a swift kick. Caught off guard by his action, Fan Sang couldn't react in time and could only raise his sword to block. A kick with extreme force landed right on his chest. It was so powerful that even a man as large as Fan Sang was sent flying several meters. His eyes widened in disbelief, while Zihua remained completely calm. Seeing this, Fan Sang didn't give up. He quickly regained his balance, then gasped for breath, panting heavily. With his mouth full of blood, he raged, what the hell is this? Liu Hong, who had witnessed the scene, was also sweating with anxiety. The subordinates there saw it too, and remained silent, not daring to make a peep. Li Zihua was indifferent. You wanted to spare me? But what now? He spoke with a somber, mocking tone. Do I look like I need to be saved by someone like you? Fan Sang was stunned. Liu Hong also bit his lip in fear. Fan Sang and Li Zihua stood silently, facing each other. He was trembling with rage, cursing inwardly. What the hell is this bastard? Fan Sang couldn't believe he could do that. He's clearly just an innkeeper. Li Zihua sneered. What's wrong? You were making such a racket, screaming that you could kill me any time, weren't you? Fan Sang gripped his sword tightly, his eyes glaring. The first strike is the victor's. He charged towards him like a hurricane, swinging his arm for a powerful slash, but Li Zihua only needed to lean slightly to easily dodge it. Fan Sang didn't give up. He slashed several more times, but Zihua, as before, dodged without a hint of effort. He silently judged, the master of the Black Cat clan is just a third-rate expert after all. Now, it was his turn to counterattack. Using only his bare hands, he landed a single punch. Fan Sang couldn't take it and coughed up blood again, sent flying by his blow once more. Li Zihua leaped towards him, his hand gripping a sword that materialized. Fan Sang froze when he saw the sword in his hand. Is that sword Qi? A single slash passed right through the middle of Sang's neck. His head was no longer there. Li Zihua's eyes remained cold as he looked at the bloody scene before him, without any change in expression. The subordinates there were completely shocked, watching their master get killed just like that. He Liu Heng was even more shocked. He absolutely could not have expected this. Li Zihua lowered his sword and turned his back, warning them, "You see that? If you dare to touch the innkeepers in Yiliang County, this is what will happen." What a mess. That's right, the great guildmaster was sweating in fear. He couldn't even fight back. Could he really defeat a guildmaster that easily? Then, Li Zihao spoke up. "Does anyone else want to follow Pan Shang?" Of course, not a single one dared to make a sound. Suddenly, one man stepped forward. "You are now starting a war with the people of the Black Cat Gang." The man was Sima Yi. Though he was drenched in sweat, he still made the threat. "Can you really handle the consequences?" Li Zihao was completely unfazed. "That's not something you should be worried about right now. Worrying about your own lives is the right thing to do." They were all terrified. He ordered them, "I'll count to 3. All of you will get on your knees for me. Anyone who dares to defy me, I'll send them to join your guildmaster. Right here and now." Li Zihao began to count. 1. As he got to 2, Sima Yi's face contorted. But that was all it took. Sima Yi dropped to his knees, and the other men scrambled to do the same. All those who just moments ago were calling Jin Feng their guildmaster were now kneeling at Li Zihao's feet. He looked at them and thought to himself, "That's right." He was slowly recalling his old memories. Despite suffering from qi deviation, he trained and trained, not even stopping to eat, even holding in his business. The reason he pushed himself so hard. Zihao finally confirmed it. It was all for moments like this. Thinking this, his expression suddenly became troubled, as if he was once again pondering the many things to come. The men remained obediently kneeling on the ground. Sima Yi ventured to ask, "Will you spare our lives?" Li Zihao's face was impassive. "Why would I do that?" That sentence threw Sima Yi into a panic. "Didn't you say that if we knelt, you would spare us?" He clarified for them. "I only said, if you resisted, I'd send you to join your guildmaster. I never said I'd spare you, did I?" Hearing this, they were all completely stunned. Sima Yi began to beg, "Please, give us a way out." However, he remained as stoic as before. Why should I do that? Even though he was terrified, he still tried to negotiate. "If you kill all of us, then we'll have no choice but to fight to our last breath." Li Zihao was rather surprised. "So you know how to negotiate. First, let's be clear about who you are." Only then did the man introduce himself. "This lowly one is Darkwalker Inspector, Sima Yi." Li Zihao's eyes narrowed as he tried to remember. Sima Yi? But then he couldn't recall. He had no impression of that name at all. He probably died with Pan Shang during the Black Cat Gang's purge. Sima Yi timidly continued, "To be honest, if your power was merely on par with our guildmasters, we could have definitely joined forces and defeated you. But," Li Zihao was a bit curious. "But," he hesitated, "it seems you haven't shown your full abilities. That's why I told some of my more hot-headed brothers to restrain themselves." Sima Yi looked a bit awkward. After hearing him out, Li Zihao praised him. "You just understand human nature. That's all. The quick-witted are always the ones who survive." Hearing that he was safe, the man's face immediately lit up with joy. But suddenly, he stopped, confused. "Then what about the others?" Li Zihao replied coldly. "Obviously, they all have to be dealt with. Who knows which one will sneak behind my back and report to? The Black Cat Gang? In the current situation, a battle with the Black Cat Gang would be quite tiresome for me." Li Zihao was unwavering and resolute. "The rest of you, come at me." Of course, none of them had the courage to charge forward. A man with a trembling hand was about to draw his sword when Sima Yi stopped him. He tried to negotiate again. "If we submit to you completely, that should be enough, right?" Li Zihao didn't believe a word of it. "How could I possibly trust that?" Sima Yi asked loudly. "Then can you trust me?" Li Zihao saw his confidence but still mercilessly threw a bucket of cold water on him. "How the hell could I trust you?" He immediately figured it out. "Looking at your appearance and the way you talk, you'll definitely be the successor to that guildmaster." The man admitted. "That is correct." Li Zihao warned him. "Guildmaster Jin Feng is dead. If you return to headquarters without a single scratch on you like this, do you think you can survive?" Sima Yi was startled by this. He continued. "The rest of them are in the same boat. Guildmaster Jin Feng is dead. You weren't supposed to run away. You were supposed to fight and die right beside him. They fell silent, listening to Zihao. Either way, you'll be labeled traitors, and sooner or later, you'll be purged anyway. Sima Yi's face was filled with despair, unable to say another word. Li Zihao raised his sword. Now then, shall we begin? The man spoke up again. This lowly one has a plan. Zihao looked at him, confused. He begged, please, hear me out, then make your decision. Li Zihao was a bit skeptical. Really? In this situation, I think only a resurrected Zhuge Liang could find a solution. Sima Yi's eyes lit up as he presented his idea. We just need to reveal that the guild master embezzled money from the manor. That will serve as announcing his crime. All of us will speak up about this. Everyone listened to him, in silence. He tried to explain. Actually, Guildmaster Jin Feng embezzled a huge sum of money. If headquarters found out, he would surely die, and we will all unite and not say a word about what happened here. He continued passionately. Furthermore, we will bring that money to Yiliang County, because if we were to use that money, we couldn't avoid being suspected as accomplices. Li Zihao reconfirmed. So, because you're afraid of becoming accomplices, you won't reveal this to the Black Cat Gang, and you want me to not kill you here? Is that it? Sima Yi affirmed. That's right. After all, it's better than dying right now. Li Zihao considered it. Although it was a bit troublesome, what happened afterward had nothing to do with him. After a moment of thought, Li Zihao accepted. All right. Their lives spared, the men immediately bowed their heads. Thank you, sir. He called out, Strategist Sima Yi, I'm putting you in charge of this. The man was a bit confused. Sir, you called me. Strategist? He asked again. Your name is Sima Yi, correct? The man quickly replied, Yes, it is. Li Zihao reasoned, Then it's correct for me to call you Strategist Sima Yi. Hearing this, Sima Yi was still confused. He explained, Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang have always been the top strategists that everyone in the martial world wants to recruit. Sima Yi asked again, Why is that? Li Zihao replied casually, Beats me. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. No one said another word. At an inn, Li Zihao commented, Looks like you guys embezzled quite a bit. Sima Yi reported, We've moved all the embezzled funds here. Now, I will go back and report that the money has disappeared. Ah, Li Zihao warned. While you're in Yiliang County, you are not to cause any trouble. Understood? I never spare rebels. Sima Yi was slightly afraid. Yes, this lowly one will definitely manage things carefully. He instructed, Take a few useless men with you for a relatively dangerous job. Sima Yi asked curiously, Sir, does our sect have a name? Li Zihua's gaze turned sharp and cold. The Ha Wu Sect. We are the #1 Ha Wu Sect under heaven. The man looked a bit startled. The #1 Ha Wu Sect. Under heaven? Then he acted nonchalant. This humble one has never heard that name before. Li Zihua's face darkened as he asked, Never heard of it, you say? Sima Yi quickly bowed his head in apology. Yes, my sincerest apologies, sect leader. My knowledge is far too limited. So, Li Zihua didn't hold it against him. It's fine. My sect was only founded. Well, not too long ago. The man looked surprised. Is that so? Zihua continued. Turning it into a true sect is my dream and ambition. Sima Yi hesitated slightly. But, sect leader, this humble one is a little worried. When we attach #1 under heaven to our name, it will surely attract a lot of gossip. Zihua reassured him. Don't worry about it. The name means, #1, under heaven. Starting from the bottom. Once Sima Yi understood, he was left speechless. Suddenly, someone shouted, Sect leader, what's all that being moved outside? Sha Tai rushed in, grumbling. Where did you get all this stuff? Did you steal it or something? Li Zihua explained. It's the money that the Jinfeng Pavilion Master returned. We can use it to build up the inn. Sha Tai was stunned, finding it hard to believe. What? He pressed. You brought money from the Black Cat Gang here? Li Zihua didn't deny it. Sha Tai was still confused. But why? Why would you do that? Hearing his question, Zihua answered coolly. It was a gesture from my heart. The heart of an innkeeper, the heart of the Ha Wu Sect's leader, and the heart of a thief. Sha Tai grew more and more frustrated. He demanded, Yes, I understand all those hearts very well, but what if the Black Cat Gang uses this as an excuse to march on Yiliang County? What are you going to do then? He was starting to lose his temper. I understand all those hearts very well, but what if the Black Cat Gang uses this as an excuse to march on Yiliang County? What are you going to do then? He was starting to lose his temper. You know it as well as I do. The Black Cat Gang are the ones who rob others, not the ones who get robbed. They are ruthless bandits who beat and kill without hesitation. Li Zihua remained calm. I'm good at fighting too. It'll be fine. Sha Tai felt hopeless. You're driving me crazy. Li Zihua tried to console him. Don't worry. If the Black Cat Gang comes here, I will definitely take care of every last one of them. Only then did Sha Tai feel relieved. Well, as long as you can beat them, that's good. Li Zihua shared his plan. I might torture and make an example of the Black Cat Gang's leader. Then, if the situation looks promising, I might even take him in as a subordinate. Sha Tai didn't object. Torture is fine. Taking him in is no problem either, Zihua added. And if I don't like him, I might just kill him. Hearing that, Sha Tai finally brightened up, smiling broadly. That's right. Killing him is also an option. So, the sect leader is that skilled after all. I was worried for nothing. Li Zihua smiled along with him. That's why you don't need to worry. Despite this, Sha Tai still stared out the window pensively. He sighed. Damn it. Cut the crap and be a little more realistic, will you? Li Zihua silently watched him. Seeing that everyone else felt the same way, he said, It seems everyone is feeling uneasy. I understand. He then gave an order. Sha Tai, gather the leaders of the Ha sect and bring them to the inn. He bowed. As you command. But then, he looked up, confused. But, who are the leaders? I'm still not entirely clear on that. Li Zihua listed the names. De Xiao of the Shop sect, Jin Shalong of the Iron sect, and Yan Chatong of the Bamboo sect. Summon them here for me. Sha Tai smiled. I understand. That evening, after all the leaders had gathered, Jin Shalong spoke first. I heard the sect leader has something to discuss with us. Li Zihua replied. That's right. He stated his purpose. I want to talk to all of you about the Ha sect's code of conduct. De Xiao looked puzzled. Code of conduct? Zihua confirmed. Then, he spoke frankly. As a sect, from now on, I will take full responsibility for everything that happens within the Ha sect. Everyone was stunned. What? Li Zihua explained. If anyone comes to Yiliang County asking for the Ha sect leader, none of you need to act loyal. Just tell them directly where I am, that's all. If anyone tries to interrogate you, just answer that only the Ha sect leader knows, he stated firmly. This is the #1 rule of the Ha sect's code of conduct. After he finished, no one dared to speak. Jin Shalong wasn't pleased. Pushing all the responsibility onto the sect leader? What kind of code of conduct is this? Li Zihua's expression grew solemn. To put it more simply and clearly, it's because I have absolutely no talent for making tofu soup that I had to put all my effort into surviving in this martial world. Jin Shalong was flabbergasted. Sect leader, are you serious? The others immediately started looking at him with disdain. Sha Tai spoke up. So, the sect leader finally admits it. De Xiao added. We have to agree, sect leader, your soup is truly awful. Jin Shalong still looked terrified. His cooking talent is abominable, that tofu soup he makes. Yan Chatong, being new, hadn't had the pleasure of tasting it yet, so she asked curiously, Is it really that terrible? The three of them said in unison, It's no joke. Li Zihua sat there, speechless, watching the group openly criticize him. Helplessly, he continued. All right, let's move on from that. In any case, the Iron Gang, managed by Mr. Jin Shalong, and the Chunyang Inn, managed by De Xiao, don't have a clear objective for operating in the martial world yet, correct? Jin Shalong asked, So, what should we do? De Xiao scratched his face. This is something we need to discuss further. Li Zihua said, and that goes for Sha Tai and Yan Chatong as well. Yan Chatong agreed. That's true, but Sha Tai raised his hand. Count me out. The other three and Li Zihua turned to look at him, confused. Li Zihua shared, That's the current state of most of the Ha sect, but I am different. His eyes were filled with determination. I want to use the Ha sect to help the weak. The other four were surprised to hear his goal. Li Zihua continued. Many innkeepers, cooks, merchants, and carriage drivers. The four of them listened intently to his every word. Many of them have died at the hands of those in the martial world. Their grievances and resentment are immeasurable, and perhaps these things will continue to happen in the future. Li Zihua said grimly. As the leader of the Ha sect, I will not let those who have caused the unjust deaths of these innocent people go unpunished, no matter who they are. No matter who the opponent is? Jin Shalong asked again. Does that mean our master intends to confront not only the Black Cat Gang, but other forces as well? Li Jia admitted. That's right. If the underworld kills people, I'll kill the underworld. Even if the righteous path kills people, I'll destroy the righteous path. There's no need to sort out what's right or wrong. He finished with one final sentence, because I am the master of the Ha-O Gate. The men there didn't dare say a word. Li Jia recalled his former self, back when he roamed freely, under the name of the Mad Demon. The demonic cult, the martial world, the underworld, and even the righteous path. Whenever they were involved, it was like a war. Countless innocent people had to abandon their lives. If it were just a fight between martial artists, that would be one thing. But for a tavern owner who just sells wine and snacks like me to be beaten half to death is unforgivable. And so, I couldn't hold back any longer, and I killed every single one of them. From then on, the martial world called me the Mad Demon, and with that name came countless criticisms and judgments. After that, no matter what I did, people cursed me as a madman, even pinning crimes on me that I never committed. It was too much trouble, so I never bothered to explain myself. Because of that, my temperament became even crazier, and I grew more desperate to achieve great accomplishments in the shortest time possible to prove myself. Xia recalled the dark image of himself, wanting to kill the leader of the demonic cult. I bet no one knows how hard I trained, or how miserably I had to flee from his lackeys. But things are different now. As the master of the Ha-O Gate, I have a legitimate reason to fight anyone, because now I've become a representative for the weak. Sha Tai raised his hand again. He had something to ask. I have a few things I don't understand that I'd like to ask the master. Don't you have to be incredibly strong for those principles to even mean anything? He voiced his concerns. Let's say we can deal with the Black Cat Gang. But what about the countless masters from other sects that will come later? Li Jia fell silent, thinking. He said casually, later, I'll become the greatest under heaven, and then everything will be resolved. They gasped in astonishment. The greatest under heaven? The room fell silent for a moment. Sha Tai sighed and thought, he's starting to brag again. This is why I'm always so uneasy. Jin Shalong, however, chuckled lightly. I agree with the master. A true man's ambition knows no bounds. He dares to think and dares to act. Yan Jiasong smiled brightly. I also agree with the master, and will always be your staunchest supporter. De Xiao didn't voice an opinion but was still a bit worried. But, will this really work? He said, raising the issue. In the martial world, there are so many sects and powerful masters. So many geniuses with profound martial arts that we can't possibly know them all. Most of them started training as soon as they could walk. Li Jia didn't deny it. That's true, De Xiao continued. That's why becoming the greatest under heaven is an incredibly difficult feat. Only someone heaven sent could achieve it. Li Jia repeated his words. Someone. From heaven? His eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't that me? Hearing this, the other four were left completely speechless. Sha Tai looked a bit disdainful. He's still trying to bluff his way through. Li Jia believed that to become the greatest under heaven, the most important thing is one's own effort. He stated firmly. The tavern owner, Li Jia, has already set his life's goal to become the greatest under heaven. So all of you here should too. Think seriously about what each of your lives will be dedicated to. The five of them sat looking at each other without a word, but everyone understood what they had to do. After the meeting ended, Li Jia returned alone. Walking through the dark night, he thought, the difference between me now and the mad demon of my past life is that in my past life, I had no plan. But now, everything has been planned out. He walked slowly. And if I want to build the Ha-O Gate properly, so it can one day face the demonic cult and the rest of the martial world, perhaps once I become a representative for the weak, I won't need to strive for so many accomplishments to prove myself anymore. Once I have a just cause, whether it's the underworld or the righteous path, I can openly and honorably wipe them all out. Not to mention, those from the underworld can either be killed or recruited as subordinates. This is the power of legitimacy. He looked at his shadow, which resembled the mad demon from his past. For those who do things against the norm in this world, there are only two outcomes. Succeed, and you're called a genius. Fail, and you're called a madman. Li Jia's eyes showed deep contemplation as he walked. Under the moon. The moonlight shone down as he pondered all sorts of things, then declared, that's right. But this life will be different from the last. I'll become a successful madman, you'll see. At the Black Cat Gang's headquarters, the man sitting on the highest seat in the center was the Black Cat Gang leader. None of the subordinates sitting below dared to even make a sound. He spoke up. Branch leader Jin Feng embezzled funds and was killed by some tavern owner? A subordinate bowed his head and reported, yes. We discovered evidence of the embezzlement, at branch leader Jin Feng's residence, along with his body. From the looks of it, it seems he died without being able to put up any resistance at all. And all of his subordinates have been captured by that Li Jia from Yiliang County. The Black Cat Gang leader was surprised. Branch leader Jin Feng died without even being able to fight back? Who is this Li Jia? The man on the other side hesitated. He's a tavern owner in Yiliang County, sir. The Black Cat Gang leader was puzzled. A tavern owner? One of the cornerstones of the Black Cat Gang was killed by a mere tavern owner? Yes, sir. Hearing the confirmation, the Black Cat Gang leader said nothing. He narrowed his eyes and thought, is he one of the 12 divine generals? There's no one with that name among them. He asked again. He must be one of the divine generals, or a master from another region who came here to act. As a tavern owner, right? So where is he from? The subordinate denied it. No, sir. He's originally from Yiliang County, and has been a tavern owner for a long time. The Black Cat Gang leader fell into a contemplative silence. The men below began clamoring. Gang leader, let me go. I will definitely handle this. I will kill that tavern owner and bring back all the money that branch leader Jin Feng embezzled. But the leader didn't seem to care about their offers. He turned in another direction and spotted a man sitting with his head bowed in silence. He called out, Branch leader Su. The man named Branch leader Su immediately stood up. Yes, gang leader. The Black Cat Gang leader praised him. I've heard that branch leader Su has been training extremely diligently lately. The man replied humbly. I've just been training. As usual, sir. The Black Cat Gang leader rested his chin on his hand and looked at him. I know your abilities are far superior to those of branch leader Jin Feng. If you and branch leader Jin Feng were to fight, how many rounds would it take to end it? The man called branch leader Su, whose name was Su Ji, was also known as branch leader Golden Dragon. Hearing the question, he remained silent, thinking to himself, even though we were both branch leaders, he wasn't much of a master. It would only take the time to drink a cup of tea. Could handle it all. But those words didn't need to be said. Tuo Seping bowed his head and replied, this humble one has never fought Pavilion Master Jin Feng, so I truly don't know. But I am confident I can subdue him. The Black Cat Gang leader assessed him. Is that so? Then let's take this opportunity to confirm Pavilion Master Tuo's abilities, shall we? Hearing this, Tuo Seping froze. The gang leader wants me to fight an opponent that even Pavilion Master Jin Feng couldn't handle? What is he planning? Even without the gang leader spelling it out, Tuo Cheping knew his duty. He bowed his head. This humble one accepts your command. But then, he made an even more outrageous decision. He's just an ordinary guest, so I don't think you need to make a fuss and bring your subordinates. Tuo Cheping was once again stunned by the gang leader. What the hell? He's telling me not to bring any subordinates and to go alone? He then added a glaring warning. If you fail, you will end your own life to atone for your sin. Tuo Seping broke out in a cold sweat. He's trying to corner me, to send me to my death. Although he was unwilling in his heart, Tuo Seping still gripped his sword tightly and bowed his head. If I lose, I will die anyway, won't I? I will remember your instructions, gang leader. But no one could see the face that was parallel to the ground, veins bulging with rage as he silently cursed him. He was filled with hatred. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Meanwhile, in Yiliang County, Li Zihua happily arrived at an eatery. A steaming bowl of soup was placed on the table. Here's your soup. Dexiao was serving a customer when he saw Li Zihua walk in. He greeted him warmly. It's been a while since you last visited. What can I get for you? Li Zihua sat down and ordered, give me a bowl of spicy soup today. Hearing this, Dexiao replied, spicy? Got it. Sitting opposite his table was another man. It turned out to be Tuo Seping, enjoying his meal. Li Zihua found the man unfamiliar and wondered, who is that? This is the first time I've seen this person in Yiliang County. He looks pretty capable. Then he noticed the sword beside him and was startled to realize that weapon is a Jialai sword. He stroked his chin, speculating, who could he be? Could he be a Jiazi of the third branch from the underworld's 3 wheels? If so, he's going to live a very long time. He'll become a major figure in the underworld someday. And here he is, eating soup at Brother Dexiao's shop. Tuo Seping suddenly called out, shopkeeper. Dexiao immediately came over, wiping his hands with a towel. Yes, sir. Do you need anything else? He asked. The man asked, there's a guy named Li Zihua in this place, right? Where do I have to go to meet him? Hearing the question, Dexiao started to sweat profusely and laughed awkwardly. You're asking about him? Even though the person in question was right in front of him, Dexiao pretended to think. Let's see. I haven't seen him around much lately. Tuo Cheping asked urgently. Why? Did something happen? De Xiao lied without blinking an eye. That guy is always causing trouble, so he probably skipped town and fled. Somewhere else. But why are you looking for Li Zihua? Did you come here because of a rumor? Li Zihua, sitting right there and watching De Xiao's performance, couldn't help but give him a mental thumbs up. It was exactly what he wanted. Perfect. Couldn't be better. Acting just like the leader of the Demon Sect. Tuo Chepping listened in silence, then suddenly burst out laughing. He said some cryptic words. I've heard Yiliang County has many lunatics. It seems the rumors are true. De Xiao, of course, had no idea what he meant. Sir? What do you mean by that? The man's face filled with anger as he stared straight ahead and snarled. Li Zihua is sitting right in front of me, yet you dare to lie so brazenly. Is that so? Zihua knew he'd been found out and didn't bother to explain. De Xiao pressed his lips together in fear. Tuo Seping shouted at Zihua, Hey, you, do you know who I am? Seeing his behavior, Li Zihua was annoyed. Aren't you Tuo Chepping of the Black Cat Gang? You bastard. How dare you speak so rudely to me? Tuo Seping was surprised. How does he even know my name? He demanded. Who are you? Li Zihua shot back. You just called out my name and now you're asking again? Are you crazy? Tuo Seping was furious now. I mean, what's your real identity? You son of a bitch. Li Zihua acted surprised. He rubbed his chin and thought, that's a rather profound question. I don't even know myself. It's too difficult. Maybe I need to think about it more before I can answer. Then he looked up, his eyes hazy, and repeated the question. Who am I? Hearing this mockery, Tuo Seping cursed, you lunatic, and went back to slurping his noodles. Li Zihua complained, Shopkeeper, why is my spicy soup taking so long? De Xiao was now drenched in sweat. He glanced at Li Zihua and cursed internally. You're about to die and you're still asking for spicy soup? De Xiao forced an awkward smile. He told him, We just sold out of the soup, sir. Li Zihua was annoyed. You already took my order, and now you're telling me this? What's that about? Tuo Seping, having just finished his soup, remarked, What a strange place. He slammed his bowl on the table, wiped his mouth, and called out, Shopkeeper, the bill. De Xiao, of course, didn't dare to go over. Oh my. What bill? As long as you enjoyed your meal, that's all that matters. Tuo Chepping took out some money. No way. If I ate, I have to pay. Hurry up and take the money. De Xiao hesitated. Well, he thought to himself, if you were me, you wouldn't go over either. The man frowned in annoyance, slammed the money on the table, stood up, and called to Li Zihua, Hey, you, it's a bit cramped in here. Let's go outside and settle this. Then he turned back to De Xiao. And another thing, shopkeeper. This made him jump, but it turned out he just wanted to compliment the soup. It was delicious. I'll be back again. With that, Tuo Seping turned and walked out first. Li Zihua quickly called to De Xiao, Quick, go to the kitchen and get me a kitchen knife. He was confused. A kitchen? Knife? Yeah, what for? As he started to get up, Li Zihua said, I forgot to bring a weapon. What else? De Xiao was now too scared to speak. The two of them went outside and faced each other. Looking at the knife in his hand, Tuo Seping asked disapprovingly, What are you doing bringing a kitchen knife out here? He held up the knife. It's because I forgot to bring a weapon. The man's face contorted with anger, feeling insulted. Suddenly, Li Zihua smelled something strange on the knife. He realized, hey, this knife also has the smell of garlic on it. Getting garlic in a wound would hurt a lot, you know. Then he looked towards Tuo Seping. Remember this, you underworld bastards. If you dare mess with a main character, you'll get cut by a garlic-laced knife. Just imagine how much a wound full of garlic would sting. Tuo Seping was contemptuous. What a lunatic. He found it hard to believe. Did Pavilion Master Jin Feng really die at the hands of this madman? Suddenly, Li Zihua wondered, By the way, why did you come alone without bringing any subordinates? Strength in numbers is supposed to be the underworld's advantage, isn't it? Tuo Seping immediately retorted, Why would I need a butcher's cleaver to kill a fly? If I did that, it would be humiliating. Li Zihua was visibly annoyed. Humiliating? You mean fighting me is humiliating? The man couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. You really don't know how to talk, do you? Did you really kill Pavilion Master Jin Feng? Zihua countered. What's with that expression? Are you really being discarded now that your purpose is served? Having his thoughts read so accurately, the man froze, his face showing a look of unwillingness. Li Zihua knew he wasn't wrong and immediately provoked him. Looks like I guessed right, didn't I? The rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Su Jiping couldn't take it anymore. I really can't listen to you yap any longer. He immediately drew his sword, its gleaming blade appearing in an instant. Su Jiping pointed it towards him and said, "A mere innkeeper. Why are you acting so high and mighty? I'm genuinely curious." Li Zixia crossed his arms, calmly looking at him. "I'm also quite curious. Why is someone from the Namluan underworld so insecure?" Su Jiping's eyes widened with anger after hearing those provocative words. He raised his sword, ready to fight. Su Jiping slashed towards Li Zixia, but he quickly backed away just in time to dodge. While dodging, he considered the situation. Su Jiping's Gara sword is sturdy and sharp, so parrying its attacks with a kitchen cleaver would definitely ruin the blade. He swung his sword forcefully once more. Zixia, of course, was still completely unharmed. He thought that channeling his internal energy into the cleaver was also quite useless. Seeing Li Zixia always dodge his sword strikes, Su Jiping gritted his teeth in anger. He swung wildly in all directions, but the tip of his sword couldn't even touch Li Zixia once. He lightly leaped into the air as Su Jiping's sword approached, then leisurely slipped behind him. He whipped his head around. When Su Jiping slashed left, he dodged right. When he swung right, he dodged left. It seemed like their feet were close enough to easily hit each other, but it turned out to be impossible. Su Jiping couldn't turn around fast enough to keep up with Li Zixia's speed. The more he slashed, the more Li Zixia retreated. Su Jiping's eyes now glinted with killing intent as he slashed straight ahead. This time, it seemed he had finally reached Li Zixia. He didn't dodge left or right anymore, but Su Jiping immediately checked his momentum because Li Zixia had arched his body, causing the thrust to miss. Although it didn't hit, he still offered some praise. "You've got some skill, but you're still too green." Li Zixia then used 2 fingers to lightly push the sword. Su Jiping was stunned. Such a light force had sent him flying far away. He still struggled to keep his balance to avoid falling. Seeing this, Li Zixia let out an "oh." He looked at Su Jiping with an appraising eye. It seemed he had realized that, even with his frenzied attacks, he couldn't do anything to him. He looked at Li Zixia with utter disbelief. How was it possible that he hadn't managed to touch him even once? Who in the world are you? How can you possibly predict all of my movements like that?" Li Zixia called him out. "You clearly knew I was an innkeeper when you came here looking for me. So why have you been harping on about who I am this whole time, huh?" Su Jiping yelled angrily. "Shut up. You know damn well that's not what I meant. Your true identity is one of the 12 divine generals, just like the guildmaster said, right?" Li Zixia started to get annoyed. "You ask me a question and then tell me to shut up. Are you insane?" Then he explained why he could dodge every strike. "Your movements are just too terrible, so predicting them is pretty easy," Su Jiping exclaimed. "What?" Li Zixia said in a casual tone. "Why are you so shocked? Underworld slaves like you are always the type who never learn any decent martial arts." He frowned. "How dare you call my sect's techniques slave martial arts?" He sighed tiredly. "The 12 divine generals are all slaves to the great Rakshasa. What else would you call it?" Hearing this, Su Jiping was immediately stunned. He continued, "Actually, calling you slaves is a bit much, since you're not just ordinary underworld thugs." Li Zixia delivered the final blow. "All of you are puppets. The great Rakshasa's chess pieces." He remained silent, astonished. He continued without letting up. "You could also be called fighting cocks or hunting dogs. A hired mob of misfits." Su Jiping's face darkened as he looked at him. He wasn't afraid to meet his gaze. "A mob that supplies money and women to the great Rakshasa. A bunch of bootlickers." Su Jiping couldn't listen anymore and screamed straight at Li Zixia's face. "Shut your mouth." Zixia appeared nonchalant, speaking without a care. "Just look at the state of the 12 divine generals beside the great Rakshasa." Li Zixia crossed his arms and explained it to him. "If he tells you to wear a mask, you have to wear it. If he tells you to kill someone, you have to kill that person. If he tells you to practice a certain martial art, you can only practice that martial art." He waved his hand as he added, "If he tells you to take over a certain guild, you only dare to take over that specific guild. As long as the great Rakshasa is happy, you'll do anything." Li Zixia's gaze turned cold as he looked at him. "And, in order to supply money and women to the great Rakshasa, you all haven't hesitated to do all sorts of filthy deeds." Su Jiping was completely speechless. But deep down, he was struggling. He wanted to say it wasn't true, but why? Su Jiping gripped his sword, his hand trembling with indignant thoughts. Why couldn't he refute a single word from this innkeeper? Seeing him standing there in silence, Li Zixia asked, "What's with the surprise?" "Actually, you're a pretty decent underworld thug." He let out a soft sigh of comfort. "There's no need to feel so wronged." That perverted old geezer, the great Rakshasa, will die by my hands sooner or later anyway. Su Jiping was still, hung up on what he'd said. He challenged him. If you're so smart, then keep talking. I'm listening. Li Zixia thought to himself. Look at this guy. Then he smiled, satisfying his demand. To decide the leader of the 12 divine generals, didn't you all have to fight to determine who was superior? If so, the great Rakshasa must be the one with the most superior martial arts, right? So, is the great Rakshasa the #1 figure in the underworld? Zixia continued. No way that's true. What's more, he's a petty man, so he uses the excuse of teaching you martial arts to treat you all like slaves. Su Jiping scowled, cutting him off. Are you done talking? He once again got into a fighting stance. If you're so great, then try dodging this attack. Li Zixia smirked. It seems you really need a beating to snap out of it. He also got ready, holding his cleaver. Li Zixia lightly swiped 2 fingers across the blade, causing it to erupt in brilliant sparks. Now, those sparks seemed to want to consume the cleaver itself. Su Jiping's eyes widened in astonishment. The intense heat had turned the cleaver into a flaming saber. Sweat was now pouring down Su Jiping's face. He really is a master I can't possibly defeat. But even if I'm beaten to death, I will not back down. Li Zixia introduced the name of this technique. It's called fire taste. He wondered. Fire taste? Li Zixia smiled proudly to himself. Its official name is flame flower fragrance, but I just like calling it that. Su Jiping had no choice but to fight to the end. A band of blue light swirled around his sword. He smirked, and the corner of Li Zixia's mouth also turned up. Su Jiping gathered his strength and let out a powerful roar, rushing towards him. He swung his sword down hard, cracking the ground as a wave of blue light shot towards Li Zixia. His hand gripped the cleaver tightly as he slashed, stabbing straight into the wave of light. Su Jiping's eyes went wide with disbelief. He hurriedly raised his sword to block the terrifying attack from Li Zixia's cleaver, but that defense was like a thin piece of cloth, easily torn apart. He was instantly thrown into the air, unable to maintain his balance like before. This time, Su Jiping had to roll on the ground for about 5 full rotations. Li Zixia stood watching him lie there, motionless. De Xiao stood outside. Holding his shield and watching the recent brawl, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He praised how awesome the fight was, realizing this was a true martial arts duel of the Jianghu. That's for sure. Suddenly, Li Ziha stomped hard on Su Jiping's body. He stomped repeatedly, as if he was about to crush him flat. De Xiao watched the scene in confusion. Something seemed wrong. Li Ziha actually brought Su Jiping back to the inn. He ordered Sha Tai, wake him up. He obeyed. He immediately rolled up his sleeves. Sha Tai gleefully slapped him. Are you going to wake up or not, you dog? He yelled, slapping and cursing out Su Jiping's entire family. You think this place is? Is this your bedroom? Open your eyes already. After getting slapped silly, Tukuk Steward Bai finally groggily woke up. As soon as he sat up, he could feel pain all over his body. Tukuk Steward B wondered if he was even still alive. Li Tuha, standing nearby, was just waiting for him to wake up so he could start the interrogation. If you're awake, then hurry up and answer my questions. Where is the great Rakshasa these days? Tukuk Steward B, his face swollen, snapped back. How should I know? Even the clan leader doesn't know, so why are you asking me? He continued asking. What about the Black Cat clan leader? Now this, Tukuk Steward B knew. Of course he's at the clan headquarters. Li Tuha's face soured when he heard about the Black Cat clan leader. That old man. What's he been up to lately? Answer me. He replied. Lately, the clan leader has only been focused on practicing his martial arts. Li Tuha stroked his chin. So, there's another ranking battle coming up? Tukuk Steward B was shocked. How? How did you know that? Li Tuha asked nonchalantly. So what? Is that supposed to be strange? Seeing his casual attitude, he found it incredibly confusing. Of course, it's strange. That's something only the division leaders of the Black Cat clan are supposed to know. But then, Li Tuha said something that made him question his entire existence. Aside from the things I don't know, is there anything I don't know? But inwardly, Li Tuha thought to himself, of course, I know. I regressed back in time, after all. Tukuk Steward Bai was completely lost. Sha Tai drove the point home. There is nothing that our Ha-Oman doesn't know. Li Tuha denied it. What are you talking about? If we don't know something, we just don't know it. Sha Tai turned to him, confused. Why would you say that? Li Tuha explained. The key point is that we can find out things we don't know extremely quickly. Now understanding, Sha Tai immediately corrected his final statement. There is nothing our Ha-Omon cannot know. We are the most powerful information organization in the world. Takuk, Steward Bai became wary. As expected, you're no ordinary people. Ha-Omon is the one pulling your strings, right? Li Tuha was confused. Pulling our strings? The man retorted. Aren't you from the Jukok? The moment the words left his mouth, Takuk Steward B was met with a punch from Sha Tai, forcing him to quickly block it. Sha Tai punched and cursed at the same time. You piece of trash! How dare you call our leader Jukok? Li Tuha watched them, feeling it was strange. He wondered, Takuk Steward B isn't someone who'd just let Sha Tai beat him up like that. All his suspicions started to fall on him. Could it be Sha Tai did something behind my back? Meanwhile, Sha Tai kept punching and cursing wildly. Die, you bastard! How dare you be insolent? To my leader? After getting his fill of punching, he finally stopped to catch his breath. His face was beaming with pride as he turned to Li Tuha. Leader, this guy really doesn't know his own limits. After that, Li Tuha ordered, You, step outside for a bit. Sha Tai respectfully obeyed and left. Having just beaten someone up, Sha Tai's mood brightened considerably. As he left, he proudly thought, Man, that felt good to hit him. Li Tuha then turned to look at Takuk Steward Bai. He asked, Kuk Steward Bai, do you want to become my subordinate? Without hesitation, he refused instantly. Hearing the answer, Li Tuha nonchalantly threatened him. Oh, really? Then I guess I'll just have to kill you. Hearing this, Takuk Steward Bai froze on the spot. Li Tuha had a sinister look on his face. No need to be polite. If you want to die, I'll gladly oblige. He became fearful. If I tell him to kill me, he'll definitely do it. Li Tuha quickly urged him on. Hurry up and answer, will you? Takuk Steward B could only bow his head. Please spare my life. Li Tuha smirked. You don't want to be my subordinate, but you want me to spare your life? He tried to negotiate. If you spare my life, from now on, I will never touch Ha-Omon again. I swear it. Takuk Steward B tried his best to bargain. Not just Ha-Omon, but everyone associated with you, leader, I will absolutely never use force against them. I swear it on my sword. Li Tuha said nothing, but his mind was racing with calculations. From the very beginning, I had planned on recruiting this guy as my subordinate. For now, I'll have to let him go. Thinking this, a smile unconsciously formed on his lips. No matter how iron-willed he is, if I catch him and beat him up a few times, he'll have to bow his head eventually. Li Tuha seemed quite pleased with his plan. He gave a sinister smile. Senior Noan Long's teachings are never wrong. Takuk Steward Bai felt a sense of danger enveloping him. His body began to tremble involuntarily. As he was gripped by fear, Li Tuha uttered two words that made him stare wide-eyed. Go. Takuk Steward B looked up and asked, You're telling me to go? Li Tuha shooed him away directly. I told you to get the hell out of my sight, you bastard. He flinched. I can't believe it. I can really leave? Li Tuha waved his hand dismissively. Try to get stronger and come back. I'll accept your challenge any time. He then added a warning. However, if I ever find out that you've been killing ordinary people, Li Tuha glared at him threateningly. I will definitely hunt you down and tear you to pieces. Got it? Frightened, he immediately gave his assurance. I swear. Takuk Steward B bowed before him. Thank you for sparing my life, despite my arrogance. I will definitely keep my promise until the day I die. Watching Takuk Steward Bai's figure disappear in silence, a displeased Sha Tai asked, Leader, why did you spare him? We should have just killed him and been done with it. Li Tuha frowned and reminded him. Do you think my Simon is all about killing at the drop of a hat? Sha Tai again wondered. Huh? Does Simon have another meaning? Li Tuha turned his back, exasperated. He didn't explain further and just grunted. On his way back, Takuk Steward B couldn't help but to worry. I really failed. He recalled the words of the Black Cat clan leader. Your opponent is just some minor Jukok. If you can't kill him, then you should just kill yourself. Takuk Steward Bai felt indignant. Why should I have to kill myself? Why? As he was walking, his stomach rumbled loudly. Takuk Steward Bai was extremely hungry. He thought, I'm starving. I can't go back in this condition. Suddenly, he noticed something. It was Duke Tio, who was sweeping the yard. Covered in sweat, he greeted him. So, you're still alive. Realizing he'd spoken out of turn, he quickly covered his mouth. Oh shoot. But, Takuk Steward Bai didn't seem to Tu mind? He asked. Can I have a bowl of soup? Duke Tu apologized shyly. I'm sorry, but we've sold out of soup for today. He looked at Duke Tu with disappointment, then threw something at him. Duke Tu looked bewildered at the object in his hand. To Cook Steward, B said, That's an advance payment for the soup. Duck 2 did a complete 180, bowing deeply. Honored guest, please come inside and have a meal. To Cook, Steward B sat down and ate heartily. Duke Ter was also very enthusiastic. Let me get you another bowl, shall I? You overpaid quite a bit. He certainly didn't refuse. Yes, would that be all right? He replied cheerfully. Of course. To Cook, Steward B responded casually. Then, just give me more of whatever. Duke Te happily returned to the kitchen. All right, I'll go prepare it right away. As to Cook Steward B waited, he thought, the problem is, if I go back like this, I'll definitely die at the hands of the clan leader. He grew pensive. And I can't just part ways with my subordinates without a word. 2. Cook Steward B suddenly muttered something under his breath. Life is so harsh. Deshao, who was preparing food, heard that and agreed. Of course, everyone's life is harsh. Su Jiping heard this and was quite curious. Is that true for you too, owner? He cheerfully admitted. Yes, although recently, after the Sha Wu sect came, those guys demanding protection money disappeared, so I can make a decent living. The man was surprised. No protection money? The Xiao Wu sect doesn't demand money from you either? Surely you must have contributed something to them. De Xiao, holding 2 bowls of soup with a bright smile, explained, No, the Xiao Wu sect doesn't ask for protection money. The sect's role is to protect ordinary people like us. That's why the Xiao Wu sect was formed. Our sect leader said so himself. Hearing this, Su Jiping thought to himself, so, he's not completely insane after all. De Xiao placed the soup bowl on the table. Here you go. The man suddenly got curious. What's this? The owner smiled brightly and introduced it. This dish doesn't have a special name. You can just call it pork bone soup. It's delicious. Pork bone soup, huh? He asked again, looking at the appetizing bowl of soup steaming in front of him. De Xiao confirmed, yes. Su Jiping appraised it slightly. It looks pretty good. De Xiao put on a peculiar expression and added, This dish doesn't take much effort to prepare, but it's quite tasty. Please, feel free to just use your hands and eat comfortably. Su Jiping held a pork bone in his hand, his mouth watering. Just then, it seemed someone opened the door and entered. Li Ziye walked in, his aura filled with killing intent. He coldly looked at the scene before him. The mouth that was already open, ready to take a bite, froze. Li Ziye gritted his teeth, furious. How dare these guys eat pork bone soup without inviting me? The 2 hands holding the bones suddenly dropped. Li Ziye, his aura dark and gloomy, stared at the 2 men who were trembling slightly before him. In the end, the 3 of them sat down together and ate heartily. With his mouth still chewing, Li Ziye questioned Su Jiping. Weren't you just begging me to spare your life? How are you sitting here eating pork bone soup now? Su Jiping, gnawing on a bone, mumbled, Slurp, what's the problem? You got nowhere to go? Ah, of course. You've been abandoned by the Black Cat Gang. He immediately defended himself. I'm just stopping here for a moment to think about something. Ziye guessed. Is it because of your subordinates who are still at the Black Cat Gang's headquarters? Su Jiping admitted, that's right. Some of them are my brothers. Hearing this, he praised him internally. He's pretty loyal, huh? He explained. Most of the people in the Black Cat Gang now were subordinates of the old leader. After the previous leader was killed by the Great Rakshasa, we surrendered, and I was among them. The Great Rakshasa killed the old captains and gradually tried to push us out of the gang. Li Ziye asked again, how did you manage to survive? He explained, at that time, I hadn't been promoted to captain yet. After hearing this, Ziya began to ponder. If Su Jiping doesn't go back, then either another guy or the Black Cat Gang's leader himself will show up here. That would be even more troublesome. He quietly called out, Su Jiping. The man quickly responded, yes, sir. Li Ziye proposed. Later, you will lead the way, for me to the Black Cat Gang's place. Su Jiping was stunned. What did you say? You're planning to attack the Black Cat Gang all by yourself? He confirmed, that's right. Su Jiping was in disbelief. He really is a madman. He's planning to storm the Black Cat Gang's headquarters alone? Ziya negotiated. If you lead the way, I promise not to kill your subordinates. If I go there alone, I might just wipe out everyone in the Black Cat Gang. You never know. The man, fearful, immediately agreed. You said later, when did you mean? Li Ziye didn't wait any longer. He slammed the table and stood up. Right now. De Xiao, standing nearby, worried. You're not preparing anything. And you're just leaving in such a hurry? Li Ziye was resolute. This is an urgent matter, so of course, we must leave urgently. Seeing this, the other two could only remain silent. He calculated in his head. I have to go there to make Yiliang County safer. Besides, if I kill Su Jiping's subordinates, how can he work under me? Arriving at the Black Cat Gang's headquarters, Li Ziye instructed Su Jiping. You just wait here. When the time is right, get your subordinates out. He nodded. Understood. I know. Finally, Su Jiping ran to the back while Li Ziye stood proudly before the entrance. Stopping in front of the gate, he kicked it hard once without even bothering to knock, then began to wait patiently. A moment later, a pair of eyes appeared in the door's slit, asking, Who is it? Ziye introduced himself. Li Ziye, of Yiliang County. The eyes narrowed, not recognizing the name. Who the hell is Li Ziye? He started to lose his patience. Stop asking stupid questions and open the gate before I kick it to pieces. The guy behind the door didn't seem scared at all. You kidding me? I'll spare you this time. If you're drunk, go screw around somewhere else. With that, the eyes disappeared from the slit. Li Ziye crouched down, leaped up, and landed lightly. On the roof, he stood tall, looking down. The guards suddenly noticed a strange shadow, and then they saw Li Ziye land gracefully on the ground. He casually walked inside without paying any attention to the two guards. Only then did they shout in alarm. Intruder! The subordinates rushed over, surrounding him. One demanded, Who the hell are you? He replied, annoyed. You bastards. I already told you I'm Li Ziye, of Yiliang County. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Li Ziye? The Black Cat Gang's leader spoke up. Are you that innkeeper? Ziye didn't answer right away, thinking to himself. Answering a question with a question is the way of life. In the martial world, he smirked provocatively. So, is the pretender in front of me the great Rakshasa's cowardly little slave? The Black Cat Gang leader was taken aback. Ziye rubbed his chin. No, not a cowardly slave? Then you must be a slave who's a coward. Hearing his taunts, the subordinates gritted their teeth in resentment. Then, Ziye's expression turned serious. In any case, the guy at the top of this slave chain sent assassins to kill me. Ziye's face was ice cold. So, are you in your right mind? Everyone there froze. He demanded again. Why aren't you answering? Don't you cowards know how to open your mouths? A man next to the Black Cat Gang leader exclaimed. Damn, this guy's not just crazy, he's a special kind of insane. The Black Cat Gang leader narrowed his eyes. Since you're here, I suppose Captain Su has been dealt with. Li Ziye smiled contemptuously. No need for such useless words. Let's fight. Hearing this, the leader was surprised. What? Who do you think you are? He stood proudly, in the middle of the crowd, challenging their leader. Listen up. If your leader has any real strength, he definitely won't hesitate to fight me. Ziye didn't stop. He provoked them even more. But if he's afraid, he'll definitely make his subordinates take the hit for him. Saying that, he pointed his finger at the Black Cat Gang leader, his eyes filled with killing intent. Without your help, he has no value whatsoever. Hearing this, the subordinates fell silent. He continued. Not only that, you could call him the trash of the underworld, a good-for-nothing, a spineless coward. He's just a turtle hiding in his shell with no power. The other men paled, thinking, is he still not done cursing? He continued to berate him non-stop. He only knows how to use the great Rakshasa's reputation to control. All of you. A bunch of useless, incompetent bastards, good for absolutely nothing. Everyone stood frozen at Li Zaha's words. Some glanced over at their clan leader, but he seemed completely unmoved. So, you want a one-on-one duel, do you? Do you think challenging the master of a clan is that easy? Su Jiping appeared out of nowhere, shouting, So this time, are you going to send your subordinates to their deaths again? The Black Cat Clan leader glanced at him. Isn't that Pavilion Master Su? I'm pretty sure I told you to kill yourself if you failed. Don't tell me you pathetically begged him to spare your life? Su Jiping sighed and said, Begging is a bit of a stretch, but my life is my own to control. There was never any deep loyalty between us. You just kept pushing me to my death, didn't you? The Black Cat Clan leader's eyes widened. What? Li Zaha agreed. He's got a point, you know? He then turned to Li Zaha. Why did you spare him? He asked. Annoyed, he replied. I'm not like you worthless scumbag. Su Jiping turned to persuade his subordinates. Men of the Jin Feng Pavilion, stand with me. I will bet my life that the Sha Wu men will be victorious. Hearing this, the men looked worried at first, but then they all stepped forward to stand with Su Jiping. The Black Cat clan leader was now boiling with rage. "You bastard! How dare you!" Su Jiping provoked him. "Clan leader, if you're so confident in your own abilities, then stop making. Your subordinates sacrifice themselves. Fight Li Zaha one-on-one." The man said nothing, just glaring coldly at the group before him. The subordinates looked at each other nervously. The Black Cat clan leader, radiating killing intent, threatened, "After I deal with this, I won't let any of you off the hook." The Black Cat clan leader now accepted the challenge. "Fine. You, innkeeper, I accept your challenge." Li Zaha nonchalantly replied, "It's not like you had a choice. You really are the type to sway whichever way the wind blows." He gritted his teeth at the insult. Just then, Li Zaha suddenly announced loudly, "Everyone listen up. This coward and I will have a one-on-one duel. If any of you dare to interfere." Before he could finish his sentence, a subordinate threw an axe at Li Zaha. "Shut your mouth." Seeing the axe flying towards him, he simply caught it with one hand. Then, he threw it straight back to where it came from. The axe flew, its owner unknown. That subordinate's eyes widened in shock. The axe immediately landed, right in the middle of the face of the one who threw it. His face was gone, replaced by a spray of blood. Li Zaha, annoyed at being interrupted while he was speaking, said, "I was about to say that if you interfere, I'll kill you without mercy. Why did you have to cut me off before I finished, you idiot?" The Black Cat clan leader was stunned by what he just witnessed. The Black Cat clan leader appeared, surrounded by a dark aura, a longsword in his hand. His eyes flashed with a killing intent that made people shudder. "You, innkeeper, your attacks are quite flashy." At that moment, a smirk appeared on Li Zaha's face, his taunting gaze completely unconcealed. Right after, Su Jiping stepped forward with a saber, respectfully offering it. "Please use my Jia Lai Dao. The clan leader's sword is very sharp, but my Jia Lai Dao is not a bad blade either." Li Zaha was skeptical. People in the Jianghu value their weapons as much as their own lives. Besides, that's a weapon that Su Jiping greatly treasures. He looked at the blade, thought for a moment, and then accepted with satisfaction. "All right. I'll use it carefully and return it to you." As he swung the saber, a chilly blue aura enveloped him, exuding a domineering presence. "Hey, coward, let's begin." The Black Cat clan leader's face grew furious, the veins on his forehead bulging under his mask. His eyes were cold. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the wind began to howl, as if time had stopped on the dueling ground. Both he and his opponent were ready, drawing their swords to attack. To start the fight, he spun his sword and took the offensive, thrusting it straight forward with incredible speed. But the Black Cat clan leader was no less skilled. His eyes darted, and he swung his sword in response. Li Zaha seized the opportunity, leaping to dodge and parry the blow. His movements were fluid as he charged right in front of the Black Cat clan leader. The two swords then clashed. In the stalemate, sparks flew. A massive force pressed down, cracking the dueling ground. Both men unleashed techniques with their full power, their sword strikes fast and decisive, their paths impossible to follow. Their dark, sharp eyes stared at each other. Li Zaha and the Black Cat clan leader were using all their masterful skills, putting everything they had into attacking their opponent. He attacked him relentlessly, without rest. Their power was evenly matched. Smoke filled the air, and the entire dueling ground shook. The ground beneath them looked like it was about to collapse into a hole where they struggled. Everyone present in the hall was terrified. No way. That innkeeper's power is on par with the clan leaders? At that moment, watching the fight, Su Jiping had a suspicion. On par? Not a chance. His expression changed. No. The Gatemaster hasn't even used his full strength yet. It's obvious the Gatemaster is just trying to observe more of the great Rakshasa's martial arts through the Black Cat clan leader's abilities. That's why he's toying with him like a cat with a mouse. As if to confirm his thoughts, he said, "But it looks like there's nothing left to see." On the dueling ground, Li Zaha's sword style had changed. His eyes were serious, his killing intent stronger. His blade slashed quickly, attacking the Black Cat clan leader's left shoulder. Faced with that slash, the Black Cat clan leader used all his strength to block. The hand holding his sword trembled uncontrollably. "You are hiding your true power?" he said, feeling the weight from the blade pressing down on him. The man chuckled. "You're only just now realizing that?" A burst of power exploded from him, emitting red sword glimmers. The Black Cat clan leader couldn't defend in time and was knocked backward. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, he delivered the final blow. It's too late. Unable to fight back, he was sent flying to the edge of the dueling ground, writhing in pain. Refusing to accept defeat, he roared, "Kill him for me." From the sidelines, Su Jiping yelled out in indignation, "Clan leader, you sentenced me to death when I failed. Do you finally see how despicable you are now?" The Black Cat clan leader roared. Silence. The air around them grew tense, as if frozen. Su Jiping ordered, "Everyone, be on your guard. If you ignore the clan leader's command, I will try to mediate." The men stood frozen like statues, looking at each other uncertainly. The Black Cat clan leader gritted his teeth. "What are you all doing? Hurry up." But before he could finish his command, the blade of Li Zihei slashed at the terrified gang leader. "Wait," the man sneered. "So, you finally learned to call me gang leader instead of sir?" Not wanting to show weakness, he swung his sword again. The blades clashed violently, and then Li Zihei's sword slashed across him in an instant. Though he managed to block it, his hand was now drenched in blood. Rage boiled over. "This little brat," he yelled, leaping into the air. Gathering his internal energy, he brought his blade down in a single cleave, shattering the sword strike and sending it hurtling toward Li Zihei, cracking the floor tiles. Unafraid, Li Zihei thought. If I dodge this, I'll never earn Su Jiping's loyalty. He gripped his blade tightly, channeling his own internal energy into it until it glowed with a swirling red and gold light. With a powerful roar, he swung his sword, shattering everything in its path as it flew straight toward its target, striking the Black Cat Gang's leader head-on. A thunderous crash of shattering rock echoed everywhere. When the white dust settled, a severely burned hand was visible. The man's body was embedded deep in the wall. A stream of red liquid gushed from his throat, the blood flowing freely. The blood stood out starkly against the white tiles. He grew weak, his breathing stopped, and he collapsed. The witnesses couldn't believe what they had just seen. Among them, Su Jiping was also utterly terrified. I knew the sect master was holding back, he thought, but I never imagined he could overpower the gang leader to this extent. Standing on the platform, his black hair blowing in the wind, Li Zihei looked down majestically. His crimson eyes, glowing in the firelight, made him look like a vengeful god about to pass judgment. He turned his head towards Su Jiping, his voice laced with an intimidating pressure. Su Jiping. That voice made the man jump in fright. Li Zihei commended him. Your quick wit and sharp tongue saved a lot of lives, you know. That night, under the bright moon, shining down on the arena, as flower petals drifted on the wind, Su Jiping expressed his gratitude, bowing his head before Li Zihei. Thanks to you, sir, I was able to save my fellow disciples. Thank you, gang leader. Li Zihei's face was emotionless as he turned his head. He raised his eyes to the crowd and announced, I have great respect for those who wish to avenge their master. If there is anyone here who feels heartbroken or mourns the death of your leader, step forward now. With a chilling expression, he threatened, and I'll help you maintain that loyalty to your gang leader. In the afterlife, the atmosphere grew heavy. The Black Cat Gang subordinates trembled with fear. Breaking the silence, Li Zihei mocked, No one? Today is such a beautiful day to die, isn't it? I thought for sure a few of you would want to ascend to the heavens with your leader. It's not every day you get a chance to fight. A guest like me. Not a single person dared to make a sound. Everyone's face turned pale. It was as if everything had frozen in silence. He sighed. What a pity. This is your last chance to charge at me. Every word he spoke brought things to a halt. Every step he took made the crowd tremble in terror. He bent down and picked up the mask, a mask stained with blood. He placed it on his face and declared, a cold, sharp aura radiating from him. From now on, I am the leader of the Black Cat Gang. His sharp, red eyes, like those of a wild beast, were threatening and overwhelming. He was arrogant. Whether you like it or not, I've already made the decision. An oppressive pressure filled the entire space, silencing time itself. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Li Zihei tossed the sword back to Su Jiping. Nice sword. He then picked up the former leader's blade. What's the name of this godforsaken place again? I forgot. Su Jiping replied, This place is called the Black Cat Den, Sect Master. He chuckled. What a shitty name. But then he awkwardly realized, oh, wait. This place is mine now, isn't it? Let me take back what I just said. Everything was once again plunged into silence by Li Zihei's domineering presence. Paying it no mind, he began to issue commands. First, you will dispose of the previous leader's body. And these walls and floor tiles, too. Clean it all up spotlessly for me. An imposing pressure radiated from him. Remember this. If you want to be successful, in the underworld, you must be good at cleaning up. The silent subordinates were frozen like statues. He shot them a sharp, cold glance. Aren't you going to answer me? In unison, they quickly replied, Yes, sir, Li Zihe then announced. With this new beginning, I will hold a meeting of the Black Cat Gang's leaders. Everything happened too fast. Everyone was bewildered. Su Jiping took the initiative. I'll go around and manage the cleanup. The other leaders should head to the main hall first. Li Zihe, calmly, watched the men rush into the hall. He turned, took a stance with the sword in hand, and focused his mind. From today on, I am the leader of the Black Cat Gang. Until the great Rakshasa finds me. His mind and body became one. His sword moved in beautiful, fluid arcs. The sharp blade sliced through a flower petal. The onlookers were astonished, especially Su Jiping, who was both admiring and bewildered. Isn't that the same sword style the former gang leader used? How could he have learned it in such a short time? All eyes were now focused on him, unable to look away. The scene opened to the meeting room. The leaders were gathered. Li Zihe sat in the highest seat. Report. Su Jiping spoke first. Gang leader, you are a man of great compassion. It is thanks to your mercy that the warriors of the Golden Phoenix were able to survive. Therefore, please give us your orders. We will follow them all. Thunderous applause filled the room. Puzzled, they all looked at each other. Li Zihe praised him, as expected of Pavilion Master Xiao. Everyone should learn from his intelligence, you know. Not only is he smart, but he also thinks deeply about his subordinates. A moment ago, it was thanks to Pavilion Master Xiao's courage that all of you kept your lives. All eyes turned to Su Jiping with admiration. His face turned a shade of pink in embarrassment, his heart filled with joy. So this is the kind of person the sect master is, he thought. I knew he was special, but to acknowledge and praise his subordinates like this. Suddenly, Li Zihe cut in. In addition, his ability to take a beating is also very good. Su Jiping's expression changed to one of resignation. Li Zihe continued to delegate. Let's do this. The rest of you will be evaluated and utilized by Pavilion Master Xiao. Su Jiping bowed his head and accepted the order. Li Zihe continued. From now on, the Black Cat Gang's manpower will follow Pavilion Master Xiao and train even harder. And today, I will reward Pavilion Master Su Jiping. He silently thought, it's not my money, anyway. In contrast, Su Jiping was overjoyed, beaming like the sun. I will work very hard, Sect Master. A sharp aura emanated from Li Zihe, making everyone jump. What are you idiots waiting for? Applaud, or I'll break all of your hands. Right now. The entire room reluctantly broke into a round of applause. For a brief moment, Li Zihe's oppressive aura subsided, and the room fell silent as a tomb. Then, he began to preach. Encourage each other, motivate each other, train and fight together to become stronger. That is the true way of the underworld. In that process, love and hate will arise. Resentment and grudges, maybe even the desire to beat each other up. But afterward, a deep bond of brotherhood, as close as family, will blossom among you. Raising his voice, his face, cold, he emphasized. Only then will our gang become the strongest and most feared force in the underworld. That is the vision I am dedicated to achieving. He paused, then suddenly grew enraged, glaring at a leader in front of him. Do you find my speech boring? Ignoring the man's attempt to explain, he snarled. If you're so bored, then get out, you fatso. You're no longer a leader. Go be an errand boy or clean up corpses. The leader bowed deeply. My apologies, gang leader. But in return, he got a scornful look. How dare Li Zaha disregard the gang leader's words like that? The group of leaders didn't dare make a sound, sweating bullets. Back to the meeting. Where were we? Su Jiping replied. You were saying that only then will our gang become a powerful dark sect that everyone fears. Right. Ah, that's right. Who is the general manager here? He asked. The general manager bowed respectfully. You can just call me Manager Bai, sir. Steward Bai, deliver the reward I mentioned to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Master. From now on, you will assess situations, handle them, and report back to me. Get used to it. In the future, if there's any fraud or embezzlement, I'll deal with the steward first. Do you understand? He replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Sitting high above, he continued. Ah, I forgot. When is the ranking tournament? Everyone was stunned, wondering to themselves, how could he know about that? He's been talking as if he was the leader of the Black Cat Gang from the very beginning. Su Jiping reported. There is no official date yet, but it seems a low-level divine general will be fighting. That person is Hong Shen, he continued. And if the gang leader wishes to raise his rank, you'll need to defeat the White Stream Divine General this time. Is that so? Then what's my current rank? There are 12 Divine Generals in total, and you are ranked 5th. Li Zihua scoffed. Oh? That bastard is ranked that high, huh? Then he turned and asked, "By the way, where has our revered master been lately?" The steward answered, "He heard about a blue-eyed beauty, so he went over there to scout her out and take her as a concubine. He's probably with that girl now." Li Zihua sneered. "That old goat still got some stamina, huh? Even going after a blue-eyed beauty." Suddenly, he fell silent, his mood turning sour. "Why am I so irritated all of a sudden?" The room fell silent. Su Jiping glanced over, completely baffled. The chief is truly impossible to read. He calls him master one moment, and an old goat the next, then gets angry for no reason. Li Zihua thought to himself, he's still using his disciples to get his hands on married women? He's just a thug. What kind of martial artist is that? I have to go catch that bastard. He became intimidating. What? Did I say something wrong? No one dared to answer except Su Jiping. "No, sir." Silence. Then he exploded in anger. "This is unacceptable. The great Rakshasa is my master? A lecherous old man who causes chaos everywhere. Is he worthy of being my master?" Everyone was terrified by his outburst, looking at each other and thinking, he's so old, yet he's still obsessed with women and wine. How could he hear that? Just thinking about it soured the mood. With a menacing expression, he warned, "If any of you dare to follow the great Rakshasa and get in my way, I will show you no mercy." Their faces turned pale. He asked, "What's the status of the Black Panther gang these days?" "They're currently running casinos and auctions around here. No other force can compete with them in that field," Su Jiping reported. "Still auctioning slaves like before?" "Yes," he said coldly. "This world is truly in chaos. How dare they auction slaves? As a leader of the underworld, that is an unforgivable act." Everyone looked skeptical. Li Zihua declared with authority, "Our Black Cat gang must crush the Black Panther gang and uphold the principles of the underworld." He clenched his fist. "We will be the pioneers of the slave liberation movement." All the leaders were shocked. He's even getting involved in that? And besides, since when did the underworld have principles? Above them, Li Zihua was emitting a brilliant aura. A subordinate wondered, "Why do you suddenly want to start a war with the Black Panther gang, sir?" He shot back, "Hey, you! Is buying and selling people the right thing to do?" "Of course not, sir," he snapped. "You know that, so why are you asking? Let me ask you something, you idiots. Why do you practice martial arts? To ignore injustice?" He threatened. "Isn't it a person's duty to right wrongs when they see them?" Everyone looked stunned. "What is this?" Li Zihua stood up, startling them. "Answer me properly. You're embarrassing me." "Ugh, now I'm getting fired up." The leaders all bowed their heads. "We understand, sir. We will remember the gang leader's words." He continued without emotion. "Ah, and one more thing. To serve the great cause of the Black Cat gang, everything we have, including our funds and rare medicines, I will use as I see fit. Anyone with an objection can step forward and face me one-on-one," he said sternly. "Well, any objections?" Everyone kept their heads down, not daring to protest. "Good. No one, then." Immediately after, Li Zihua let out a hearty laugh, as gentle as a demon. "I really didn't want to stain my hands with the blood of my own leaders." That night, at a mountain villa, Li Zihua stood admiring the scenery. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "It's so peaceful." He recalled the meeting, everyone looking scared and weary, bowing respectfully to him. Li Zihua sighed. "This meeting went pretty well. Looks like I have a knack for this." Suddenly, from behind him, a servant approached. "Gang leader, dinner is ready." Hearing this, he refused. "Never mind, I want to rest for a bit." As he removed his mask, he thought, "The blood that splattered on me from the fight earlier still hasn't been washed off." Li Zihua took off his mask right in front of the Black Cat servant. Seeing the gang leader's face, the servant looked utterly terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Noticing his expression, Li Zihua asked him, "What's wrong? Am I that handsome?" The servant was extremely frightened. He kept his head down and stammered, I'm sorry, sir." He trembled, gritting his teeth, his face showing immense fear. Li Zihua tried to calm him down. "No need to tremble. I'm not going to do anything to you. From now on, I'm the new leader of the Black Cat gang, after all." The servant squeezed his eyes shut, sweat still pouring down his pale face, and hesitated. "Yes, gang leader." "Leader. Greetings, gang leader." Afterwards, Li Zihua looked annoyed and gave the servant an order. "You know today is my first day as leader, right? Quickly, show me where the training hall and the elixir storage room are. I'll take a bath there." The servant could only nod repeatedly, his face pale. He bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, gang leader." The servant then led Li Zihua to the elixir storage room. Entering the room, he looked around and thought to himself, "This looks pretty decent. He walked over to the elixir cabinets to search. Let's see what kind of elixirs they have here, he mused. In the martial world, there are many rare elixirs, far different from common medicinal herbs. Only top martial arts masters can possess rare elixirs. The weak, on the other hand, can only use common ones. He pulled open an elixir cabinet and saw a few types. He pouted and thought, as expected, just a bunch of common types. Well, it's better than nothing. He pulled open another cabinet. He continued searching for a rarer elixir, opening cabinet after cabinet. Finally, his eyes landed on one particular elixir. He looked at the elixir and smiled. Heartwarming pill. Even among common elixirs, this is considered a top-grade item. He picked it up. He raised the heart heat pill in his hand. As he swallowed the spirit medicine, he said, "This suits my constitution perfectly. It's extremely compatible with my yang energy." He swallowed the elixir. After standing in front of the spirit medicine cabinet for a moment, Li Zaha walked to the middle of the room. He sat down and began to cultivate. Li Zaha took a deep breath, his body enveloped by a red aura. As he cultivated, he said, "Control the heat energy of the heart heat pill." The red aura then turned yellow as he was absorbing the spirit medicine. At that very moment, another stream of light gathered at Li Zaha's dantian. A flame flared up, surrounded by a red aura. He realized something. Before he could even execute the proper heavenly jade technique, it had already extinguished the heat from the heart heat pill. Huh? He slowly opened his eyes, remaining silent. Questions filled his mind. How could this be? Before I even began the absorption technique, the spirit medicine's energy had already merged and been absorbed by the heavenly jade. He held out his hands, preparing to release some kind of energy. Wisps of red energy could be seen flickering around his fingers. And then he created a red flame in the palm of his hand. The flame turned green, which was called the Wood Creek, then shifted back to a reddish-orange, called the Flame Creek. The flame Li Zaha created was clearly at an extremely high temperature, so much so that his hands turned red, and the aura it radiated was anything but ordinary. The heat from the flame spread throughout the room. Finally, he retracted the flame. He sat there neatly, silent, but his mind was filled with thoughts. Today is truly strange. He thought of the image of the heavenly jade in a snake's mouth, born from the resentment of many. The heavenly jade accumulates power by absorbing energy, like the life force, and purity of living beings. However, just now, I absorbed the energy of the spirit medicine I just took. His eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Could it be? Does the heavenly jade have the ability to absorb an opponent's power? Then, while still sitting, he started to laugh. How could that be? I just want to live like a madman in this world. He closed his eyes and smirked. I have no intention of becoming a crazy monster like the demonic cult leader, he sighed. First, I need to observe and understand my own condition. He sighed again while thinking. Even so, I don't know if I should even name it. Who knows what will become of this world? Li Zaha continued to mutter. Energy absorption technique, divine absorption art, heavenly jade absorption, heavenly jade, divine art absorption, heavenly jade, demonic art absorption, mad demon heavenly jade divine art absorption, absorb heavenly jade. That's it. He sat in meditation, his mind still racing. Stop it already. Then he opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. If I can retain memories from my past life, then what's impossible? With that, he reached his hand back. He channeled his energy, and a white aura appeared around his hand. He aimed his arm towards the spirit medicine cabinet. He sat silently for a long time, but it seemed like nothing was happening. Li Zaha pouted and scratched his head. Now isn't the time to achieve the void true art, I guess. He thought to himself again. Since when did I start thinking like other people? He looked at his own hand and thought, anyway, only madmen would invent a new martial art. I can't be swayed by how others think. I won't allow it. He held his hand out in front of him and said, I have abandoned boring theories and will follow my own instincts. With my abilities, nothing is impossible. I must absorb this spirit jade and create a supreme martial art. He closed his eyes. A red aura appeared on his hand, and a crimson flame erupted around him. He opened his eyes and said, Come, while the fire was still radiating around him. Suddenly, a hand-shaped flame shot out from Li Zaha's hand. His eyes became more fearsome. Finally, a box was pulled back by the flame from his hand. He sat silently, still holding the box. He smiled, his face exuding a sinister aura. He chuckled to himself, looking at the wooden box in his hand as he spoke. I've decided. Heavenly Jade Star absorbing great art. The Heavenly Jade is a secret, so let's drop those two words. He smirked and continued. I'll call it the star-absorbing great art. The next morning, the sun shone its rays down on the beautiful cherry blossom arches. Under the cherry blossom trees, a servant was sweeping the falling petals. Suddenly, someone with long hair walked by, catching his attention and startling him. In the main hall, Li Zaha was sitting comfortably on his throne, listening to his subordinate's report. Resting his chin on his hand, he asked coldly, "Someone has come to see me?" Su Jiping bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, it's a woman. She says she's here to report news about Yiliang County." He looked up at Li Zaha and continued, "If it were about anything else, I would have sent her away. But since it's about the gang leader's Yiliang County..." Hearing Su Jiping's words, Li Zaha rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "News about Yiliang County? The Black Cat Gang is under my control now. What big problem could possibly happen right now?" Lost in thought, he was startled by Su Jiping, who asked, "Should I let her in?" Li Zaha remained silent, chin in hand. After thinking it over, he ordered the subordinate standing by, "Let her in." The doors slowly opened, and a woman in a purple dress and jade-green shoes walked in slowly. Seeing Li Zaha on the throne, she bowed respectfully to greet him. It turned out she was Sun Xiaoxiao. She was silent, her whole body trembling in fear. Seeing this, he sat silently, wondering to himself, "Madam Sun? Why has she suddenly come here?" Seeing Li Zaha sitting quietly on the throne, Su Jiping, who was standing to the side of the hall, ordered Sun Xiaoxiao, "Hurry up and tell the gang leader everything." Hearing his words, she could only respond softly with a simple, "Yes." She closed her eyes and timidly introduced herself. "I am Sun Xiaoxiao, from Yiliang County." Hearing her name, Li Zaha thought to himself, "Sun Xiaoxiao. Huh." After a moment, he praised her. "Ah, that's a nice name." His compliment surprised her a little. Thinking she had misheard, she asked, "Sir?" Hearing Sun Xiaoxiao, he waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Continue." She continued her report. In Yiliang County, there is a place called the Li Zaha Inn. The attendant there. At this point, two of the guards were suddenly startled and terrified. Sweat beaded on their faces. They whispered to themselves, "The attendant from the Li Zaha Inn," and then looked towards Li Zaha, who was sitting on the throne. "He's the gang leader." Sun Xiaoxiao continued in a soft voice. But just a lowly waiter dared to cause trouble with the Black Cat Gang. After saying this, she fell silent. Hesitantly, with a hint of fear still on her face, she watched Li Zihan's silence and felt a bit reluctant, while all of his subordinates remained quiet, showing their own fear. She continued speaking, her face covered in sweat. Li Zihan sat and listened to her, his eyes radiating a murderous aura. Su Jiping trembled all over, his face drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, "This woman, she's snitching on the gang leader himself." Everyone in the assembly hall lowered their heads, their faces pale. They were speechless, all thinking the same thing. "We're so screwed." She looked at Li Zihan sitting on his throne and said, "That is the news I have to report." Everyone looked up at him. They were still trembling because of what Sun Xiaoxiao had said. After hearing her report, Li Zihan nodded. "Is that so?" He looked up at her and said, "I heard you loud and clear." He looked down at where Sun Xiaoxiao was standing and continued. "So, according to you, it seems that waiter from the Zihan Inn killed our men to take control of Yiliang County, huh? That's great news." His words made Sun Xiaoxiao unable to believe what she was hearing. She was stunned. "It is?" she asked back, her face full of confusion. He smirked smugly and asked her, "Now, do you have anywhere else to go back to?" Sun Xiaoxiao was still sweating profusely. She quickly shook her head. "No, sir." Li Zihan stroked his chin, feigning pity. "How tragic. A brave woman like you, with nowhere to go." He then extended a hand in an inviting gesture and asked, "How about it? Would you like me to bestow upon you the position of manager of affairs here?" She was overjoyed. Barely believing her own ears, she smiled and asked Li Zihan, "Really, sir?" Hearing Sun Xiaoxiao's question, he replied to her delight, "Of course. It would be a shame not to make use of a brave woman like you. Give working for the Black Cat Gang a try." While she was celebrating, Li Zihan continued, "You're the right age, and you even have experience working at the Plum Blossom Pavilion. It's a perfect fit." Hearing his words, Sun Xiaoxiao bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, gang leader, for entrusting this to me. I promise to work with all my might." Hearing this, Li Zihan waved it off and simply made a request. "Forget that. Just promise me 2 things. Sun Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. "Yes, sir?" He pointed a finger at her face and said, 1. Betraying me is the same as death. She smiled brightly, bowed her head, and closed her eyes. That will never happen, sir. Li Zihan's expression turned very serious. He folded his index finger and continued. 2. If you're with me, watch your mouth. Got it? Li Zihan's words caught Sun Xiaoxiao by surprise. She looked up at him, and then she suddenly realized something, thinking to herself, I feel like I've heard that line somewhere before. Seeing Sun Xiaoxiao's expression, Li Zihan asked, What's wrong? Is that too difficult? She immediately lowered her head, and obediently replied, No, sir. I promise to follow the gang leader's orders. Her words earned Li Zihan's praise. Excellent. He then said something that startled her. A look of confusion and shock crossed her face. She looked up to hear Li Zihan pointing at her and saying, You passed. Sun Xiaoxiao beamed, laughing with gratitude. Thank you sincerely, gang leader. I promise to work with all my heart. Seeing her expression and hearing her words, Li Zihan also gave a self-satisfied smile and said, You should be grateful. After all, I'm giving you such a precious opportunity. Make sure you work hard from now on. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoxiao was confused. A puzzled look flashed across her face as she asked, An opportunity? What do you mean, sir? Hearing her question, Li Zihan began to take off his mask. He sighed. This mask is so annoying. Why does it keep covering my eyes? Once he took the mask off, Sun Xiaoxiao saw his face and became speechless with terror. Her face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. Seeing this, Li Zihan smiled and asked, What's wrong? Are you stunned by how handsome I am? Sun Xiaoxiao's face was ashen with fear. She let out a few groans. The shock was so great that she fainted, her hand still clutching her chest over her heart. Su Jiping immediately went to her to check the situation. It was clear she was so shocked she had started foaming at the mouth. Li Zihan, however, didn't move from his seat, merely wondering, What's wrong with her? Su Jiping checked her breathing. After he was done, he looked with dissatisfaction at the woman foaming at the mouth in front of him and reported back to Li Zihan. Reporting to the gang leader, she just fainted from the shock. Li Zihan was equally displeased. He ordered Su Jiping, Take good care of her. She faints just from looking at the gang leader's face. How pathetic. Su Jiping reluctantly looked at him and asked, I'm supposed to take care of her? Li Zihan scowled and said sarcastically, What, are you just going to leave someone who's fainted like that, huh? Especially someone with nowhere else to go. He sighed mockingly and added, Show a little kindness. Hearing Li Zihan's words, Su Jiping and everyone else looked at him helplessly. Suddenly, his face turned serious as he gave a warning. Remember this well. He spoke gravely and, clearly, a real man must know how to be merciful, just like me. Got it? Hearing his instruction, everyone answered in unison, Yes, sir. They looked at him and kept repeating, Yes, sir. The next morning, Li Zihan had everyone training in the courtyard. Li Zihan shouted, Except for the Golden Dragon Pavilion Master, everyone else. Give me 500 push-ups. Begin. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued to shout. While my 500 brothers are training, remember this, in the underworld. The first thing is practice. The second thing is training. And the third is sparring. They did push-ups until their bodies were rigid, and sweat poured down in the plaza. Li Zihan ordered, From now on, aside from eating, sleeping, and using the latrine, all remaining time must be focused on how to become even stronger. While everyone was still doing push-ups, exhausted to the point of trembling, he stood above them and continued. As members of the underworld, being humiliated by others like that, shouldn't that make you strive to rise above it? Am I right? Then, he looked to the side and gave a direct order. Golden Dragon Pavilion Master, go to the backyard now and make me some sandbags. From now on, before training, you are to place those sandbags on the backs of the elders here for me. Then he gave another order. Su Jiping, bring the Golden Dragon Pavilion's troops and handle everything swiftly, understand? Su Jiping nodded obediently. This subordinate obeys. The Golden Dragon Pavilion Master and Su Jiping left. While the other elders were still struggling with their push-ups, Li Zihan stood above, continuing to command the elders. The time to finish. 100 push-ups has come. Anyone who has finished 100 push-ups, grab a wooden sword and go strike the slowpokes with all your might. He continued, beat them, until their flesh is pulp and their bones are broken. Li Zihan's words startled the men doing push-ups. Hearing this, 2 men quickly got to their feet. Model laughing like they'd never laughed before as they dashed off. They rushed to the cherry blossom tree where the wooden swords were kept. Li Zihan witnessed their actions and thought to himself, using Qinggong just to bring swords here. Ugh, the underworld is full of weirdos. He then looked at the remaining elders doing push-ups and shouted, "Everyone, you'd better hurry up and finish those 500. Hearing his words, the men doing push-ups pushed themselves so hard, their faces turned red and their bodies tensed up. Li Zaha continued. Pavilion Master Jin Long is almost done preparing the sandbags, so, for anyone who isn't finished, you'll obviously have to carry a sandbag on your back, and finish the rest. His face suddenly turned colder. Which is more comfortable? Obviously, doing them now, right? He continued to shout, "Faster, even faster, keep going, faster." They were so exhausted from the push-ups that they screamed in the middle of the training ground. Li Zaha fell silent, then nodded in praise. "Very good." He continued coldly. "That scream just now perfectly expressed the suffering you have to endure." He then watched them getting beaten while doing push-ups, and said, "I'll allow you to scream, so feel free to cry out." They were brutally beaten as Li Zaha watched. He grinned wickedly. "I will reward the first 5 people who finish the exercise. Work hard now." With that, he left, while Pavilion Master Jin Long was carrying the sandbags inside. Inside the study, 2 people were talking, Li Zaha and Butler B. In his hands, Li Zaha was holding a book. He was startled, his face covered in sweat, realizing what it was. Turns out, he was holding the 12 Divine Generals Strategy Guide. Butler Bai smiled and said, "It seems you are very curious about the appearance of the masks, as well as the martial arts and weapons of the Divine Generals. So," he laughed heartily, rubbing his hands together. "This old man has compiled everything I know and written this book for you." Li Zaha read the book intently and praised him. "You're brilliant, old man. You even included illustrations." As he read, he thought to himself, "Damn." He thought of the 12 Divine Generals and their masks, musing. "There's a lot of information in here that I didn't know about the 12 Divine Generals. I'll have to study this carefully." While reading, he suddenly paused, realizing something. He wondered, "Huh? Hong Shen is a woman?" Butler Bai immediately replied, "Yes, Hong Shen is. A rather special disciple of Da Luosha. She steals things for him in exchange for learning martial arts from him." He continued, "Although her rank is lower than the clan leader, she cannot be underestimated because her Qinggong is superb." Li Zaha frowned sarcastically. "Is that so? Qinggong, huh?" Butler Bai continued, "Each person in the 12 Divine Generals has their own strength. For Hong Shen, it's her Qinggong." Li Zaha continued to ask, "So, do you have a book about Da Luosha?" He smiled slyly and smugly, replying, "But of course, this humble one is just finishing up the final part." Li Zaha smiled in praise. "As expected of our great butler. Truly commendable." Li Zaha smiled and continued, "Good. Having a clever butler like you makes me feel truly fortunate. I will reward you." Butler Bai bowed respectfully, his hand over his chest. "Thank you, clan leader. This humble one didn't create these books for money." His eyes lit up like car headlights as he continued, "Please add this merit to my lifespan instead." They both burst into laughter that echoed through the study. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoxiao entered the study, interrupting them and leaving them both stunned and surprised. Seeing her, Li Zaha smiled sarcastically. "Oh, it's you. The fair maiden with beautiful words, Sun Xiaoxiao, has arrived. What's the matter?" She immediately reported, "There's someone outside wearing a mask, looking for the clan leader." Hearing this, he frowned and asked, "A mask? What kind of mask is it?" She replied, "A monkey mask." Upon hearing Sun Xiaoxiao's answer, Butler B's expression changed. He said warily, "Then, it's probably Hong Shen." Li Zaha was silent. He flipped through the book, looking for something. He turned to the page about Hong Shen. The book said, "Excellent Qinggong, known for having a rather serious thieving habit. It's estimated that this young lady's fortune is quite substantial. As the latest initiated disciple, she quickly defeated several divine generals and climbed to her current rank. The book describes her as wearing white and red attire. When at a disadvantage, this lady has a tendency to flee using her Qinggong and shamelessly proposes a truce. There are rumors she has stolen many precious medicines to rapidly increase her internal strength. She has a symbiotic relationship with her master, Da Luosha, stealing items he wants in exchange for martial arts secrets. Her Qinggong is in no way inferior to that of the 4 divine generals." After reading, he closed the book. Then he smiled and said, "Strategy guide reading, complete." Li Zaha stepped outside to see a girl sitting and waiting with a very arrogant posture. She was Hong Shen. She wore a black monkey mask. Li Zaha silently observed her as he walked. He sat down in a chair, and Hong Shen also stood up, slowly approaching him. Hong Shen politely greeted him. "Senior brother Miao, have you been well?" He was silent for a moment, then said, "Petty thief. Long time no see." Hearing this, she became a little embarrassed. "Huh? Petty thief? I told you not to call me that, didn't I?" She seemed to have noticed something. "Senior brother, why is your hair so long today? Your voice and way of speaking are strange, too." Li Zaha sat there, scratching his chin. He suddenly thought, "Oh crap, something seems off." He remained calm and continued the conversation with Hong Shen. "Lately, due to irregular training, my spirits haven't been very good. Moreover, regulating my meridians to practice martial arts has been a bit problematic. My internal qi is a bit difficult to control, and my throat is injured too, so my voice is a little different than usual." When she heard this, unpleasant thoughts immediately popped into her head. He's suffering from an internal injury? Well then, this is perfect timing, she continued. "By the way, since I'm here to greet you, I wanted to discuss something with you, senior brother. This time, if you do what you did last time, just give me a nice, thick red envelope. I won't compete, and we'll just withdraw." Hearing these words, Li Zaha asked in surprise. "What?" he thought to himself. "Is she trying to extort me?" More questions immediately filled his mind. Or is she simply asking her senior brother for money? The underworld is truly unpredictable. She crossed her arms and continued. "Soon, junior sister and senior brother Bai Liu will have a duel, won't you? If you fight with me and get injured, wouldn't you just become prey for the divine generals? Am I right?" Li Zaha's face grew stern as he asked sarcastically, "Do you always use this method to extort money from your senior brothers? Are you a beggar?" She seemed to get a little angry. "Your words today are a bit too harsh." Her killing intent flared as she said with a smile, "In that case, let's have a proper match today, senior brother." Seeing her like this, Li Zaha remained unfazed. He simply asked gently, "Junior sister, what have you learned that makes you so bold as to come here?" She cracked her knuckles and said, "I'll only take 30 per. Fine. I'll stay away from here for a while. If that's not enough, brother, do you dare fight me?" A smug thought formed in her mind. She was filled with contempt and arrogance. He sustained an internal injury while training, so he'll definitely try to get out of this fight. Maybe I should milk this for more? Hearing her words, Li Jia chuckled. "My dear sister, I have a proposal for you too," he continued with a sinister smile. "If you give me all the money you have on you right now, I'll consider the bonds of our sect and let you keep that life of yours." Li Jia's words took her by surprise. Her mind filled with questions. Hong Shen clenched her fists and asked Li Jia seriously, her eyes glinting with killing intent. "Are you being serious, senior brother?" He calmly held out his hand and reasoned with her. "Of course, that's not all. In the future, if you don't bring any money, I will never accept another challenge from you." He continued with a serious tone. "However, if you manage to defeat me even once, I will return every cent I've taken from you." Hong Shen's eyes lit up. "So you mean," Li Jia continued, "a wager, settled by a fight." He smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, "I've laid it out this clearly. There's no way she can refuse now, right?" Hong Shen crossed her arms. "And what about the rules?" she asked. He simply replied nonchalantly, "You decide." Hearing these words, she thought, she already had victory in the bag. A smile spread across her face as she thought, what's he best at, anyway? He sure has guts. Maybe that internal injury was to his brain? Her eyes revealed her avarice. Either way, this is the perfect opportunity for me. She pointed to her mask and declared with complete confidence, "If you manage to take off my mask, I lose. No holds barred," she added, "and the location for our duel will be right here, at the Black Cat Gang's headquarters." Hearing her terms, Li Jia simply nodded in agreement. "Deal." Hearing him agree, a smile crept onto her face from behind the mask. She thought to herself, he couldn't catch me even if he tried. He really must have water on the brain. In the training yard, the two stood opposite each other. Hong Shen struck a pose and beckoned to Li Jia with her hand. "Come at me, senior brother." Li Jia said nothing. He didn't say a single word as they stood facing off, sizing each other up. Hong Shen, still full of herself, said, "Just relax. After all, the result is already a foregone conclusion." Hearing that, Li Jia snapped. "Shut your mouth," he yelled at her. "You're merely a junior sister. Who gave you the right to lecture your senior brother?" His eyes flashed with killing intent as he continued. "I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Get ready." "You'd better be," he added, questioning her. "All you had to do was hand over the money, and you would have been safe. Do you not understand the position you're in right now?" At his words, She just sighed and said with a look of utter contempt, "Senior brother, you're the one who fails to grasp the situation." Li Jia lunged straight for her, ready to make his move. He grabbed for her mask, but his hand passed through an afterimage she'd left behind. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked scornfully. Li Jia whipped his head around to face her. He attacked again, but she evaded him once more. She flew backwards, creating a large distance between herself and Li Jia. Hong Shen's figure landed gracefully on the ground. The two observers, Tuo Jiping and Steward Bai, watched from the sidelines. Tuo Jiping couldn't help but praise her. As expected, Hong Shen's qinggong is truly outstanding. Steward Bai, standing beside him, stroked his beard and added his own assessment. The guild master is finding it difficult to attack her. Li Jia moved again, rushing toward Hong Shen, who stood leisurely before him. She still thought she could win. Her arrogance grew. What should I spend my winnings on? She wondered. Suddenly, Li Jia accelerated. In a flash, he was right in front of Hong Shen, his hand about to touch. Hair mask. Using her qinggong, Hong Shen dodged and flew backwards. She was a little startled, now on her guard. What was that just now? How did his speed suddenly increase like that? Before she could even process the thought, Li Jia had already appeared behind her, leaving her no time to react. Still, she managed to dodge. A cloud of smoke shot out from her hand. The smoke partially obscured Li Jia's vision. She landed on the ground in front of him as he was still enveloped by the cloud. Nevertheless, Li Jia lunged forward, reaching out his hand, which made her jump back in alarm. But she still managed to evade him. Hong Shen once again used her qinggong to escape. Li Jia nearly caught her by the leg, but he still wasn't successful. She glanced back at him. He looked up at her. Then, he activated his technique, the star-sucking great skill, and seized her by the leg. It caught her completely off guard, giving her no time to defend herself. Hong Shen swung her other leg, aiming a kick straight at his face, and followed up with a palm strike, but Li Jia already had a tight grip on Hong Shen's leg. He swung her entire body and slammed her into the ground. Her body hit the earth with a sickening thud, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. As the dust began to settle, her hand was braced firmly against the ground to prevent a more serious injury. She was trembling, propping herself up with so much force that the ground beneath her hands cracked. They stared at each other silently. She spun on her hands, flipping backwards before launching herself at Li Jia. Her fist, surrounded by a golden aura, swung towards him. She charged at Li Jia, filled with rage. Li Jia said nothing. He once again used the star-sucking great skill, aiming it directly at Hong Shen. Caught by the sudden attack, Hong Shen was unable to react. His special technique latched onto her mask. With his other hand, he formed a reddish-orange ball of energy, preparing to strike. Her mask was torn from her face, and at the same time, she was struck by Li Jia's attack. She could do nothing but endure the blow. The impact sent her flying backwards, her body heavily injured as she vomited blood. Her body crashed violently onto the ground, raising another cloud of dust. In the corner, Li Jia stood holding her mask. She had been beaten unconscious and was sprawled out on the ground. The two men, Tuo Jiping and Steward Bai, witnessed this and trembled with absolute terror. A cold sweat broke out over their bodies. Meanwhile, Li Jia spoke in a loud, mocking voice. "Well, that was an easy victory. I wasn't in any danger whatsoever." Imagine that. Tuo Jiping, Steward B, and everyone else who had watched trembled as they spoke. "We'll go clean up the grounds at once, sir." Hearing this, Li Jia just said softly, "It's good that you know your place." He then ordered his men, "Go check if junior sister Hong Shen is conscious yet." Under a cherry blossom tree, Steward Bai went over to Hong Shen to assess her condition. Seeing she was still unconscious, he responded, "Yes, sir." The rest of the subordinates warily asked Li Jia, "Do we need to search her, sir?" Hearing the question, his face grew stern. "No," he replied. "Just put her on a stretcher and leave her there until late tonight." Hearing this, all his subordinates were stunned, speechless, unable to believe what they were hearing. "Huh?" he explained. "If she's left here in the Black Cat Gang's headquarters, this little junior sister of mine might clean out the elixir room and steal everything the Black Cat Gang owns before making a run for it. Not that it would do her any good against me." He looked at them and continued his orders. "However, you all should still be cautious. That's all." His command rendered everyone silent. He then added, "Especially while we're operating in the underworld. Got it?" They replied dejectedly, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Hong Shen awoke. She used her qinggong to leap to her feet and said, "Senior brother, I have learned a great deal today." Hitting the ground with a heavily injured body. Suddenly, she raised her thumb, swiped it across her nose, and grinned as if genuinely impressed. Seeing this, all of them were in an uproar, but could only stammer a few words like, "What is this?" Then they turned their heads to look in Li Zixia's direction. Even the two, Su, Jiping, and Steward Bai, did the same, just furrowing their brows in silence. They thought to themselves, how can he be so cruel? Meanwhile, he just sighed and thought, indeed, a beautiful rose has its thorns, and a beautiful woman is a disaster. Hongshen, who was tied to a post, helplessly slumped to the ground, exhausted and silent. She sat there thinking, my pressure points have been sealed. My body can't. Unable to move, she was forced to open her eyes, seemingly lost in deep thought. She thought back to the fight with that masked man and reassessed him. Looking back at the situation, he definitely couldn't have been her senior brother. His abilities, his way of speaking, his expressions, none of them matched Hongshen's. At that moment, she looked straight into his eyes, and she furrowed her brow in anger, thinking, I should have noticed sooner. Just then, Manager Steward Bai, stroking his beard, calmly walked in. Seeing him, Hongshen looked up and said, Manager Steward B? He stepped forward with his arms crossed and said, I've come on the gang leader's orders. If I cause any offense, please forgive me. Hongshen's brow furrowed in anger, her face scrunching up with a murderous aura. Offense? She snapped. What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, a group of men surrounded her. Before she could understand what was happening, they arranged themselves into some kind of formation. It turned out they were bringing in a chair in a ridiculously flashy and elaborate manner. Then, they bowed and retreated. Manager Steward Bai waved his hand and said, All right, you've all worked hard. He sat down, took out a brush and paper, and prepared to do something. He stared intently at Hongshen, deep in thought. Confused, she broke out in a cold sweat and asked, What are you doing? He looked at her and replied, The gang leader has ordered me to paint a portrait of you, Lady Hongshen, and it must be painted in great detail. She was stunned. What? She exclaimed. He sighed nonchalantly and replied, What other talents does an old man like me have? Of course, I'm here to paint. That man is far more frightening than you can imagine. So, stop frowning and let me do my job. Hongshen's eyes widened in fury, and she screamed, With my face like this, what is there to paint? He held up his brush to measure the proportions of her face and said, I hear you're quite famous for your thieving skills. Is that right? As he continued to measure and size her up, he added, If you refuse to cooperate and instead plot to escape from this Black Cat gang, then I'll have no choice but to hand you over to the Wulin Alliance. He measured from every angle, standing up, sitting down, turning left and right, and said, Now, sit still. I'm going to paint you in great detail, young lady. Hongshen snapped angrily. Where do you think you're looking? He paused, feigning surprise, and asked, Huh? To paint? Do you have to stare? Do you have to see a mountain to draw a mountain? Or see a river to draw a river? She glared at him, gritting her teeth in anger, sweating as she shouted in frustration, Can't you just stop what you're doing? He sighed, frowning, and replied, In terms of status, although you, Miss Hongshen, are on par with gang leader. However, in terms of age, I am not pleased with a young lady the age of my granddaughter speaking so disrespectfully. It's quite irritating. She smirked, taunting him. You're not pleased? What are you going to do about it, huh? Not to be outdone, Manager Steward Bai said, Perhaps I should add some false eyelashes to the portrait. He chuckled and said, Just kidding. I'll try to finish quickly, so I hope you'll stop making that scowling face. He then made several quick strokes and said, I'm only doing this to stay alive. Hongshen could only sit there helplessly, fuming internally. Damn, old man. There's no other way. I have to endure this. While painting, he spoke to her. You've probably realized it by now, haven't you? The original gang leader is already dead. Hearing this, Hongshen remained silent, her face betraying a clear sense of worry. Manager Steward Bai lowered his head and said gravely, I couldn't fight back or do anything. He was slammed into a wall, breaking all his bones. In the end, he died. Hearing this, her eyes flew wide open. She couldn't believe what she was hearing and stared at him in shock. Manager Steward B continued, To be honest, it's likely that you, Lady Hongshen, will share the same fate. That is my prediction. So, he's letting you know. When the gang leader arrives, you'd better behave. Defeated and sad, she lowered her head, a sense of hopelessness washing over her. Manager Steward Bai began measuring again. Excellent. The posture is perfect. Just hold still for a little longer. A short while later, he had finished painting Hongshen's face, her seated posture, and her overall form. He bowed his head, presented it to the gang leader, and asked, "Gang leader, what do you think?" The man took it, looked it over, and said, "So this is Hong Shen's portrait?" He then emphasized, "Through Manager Steward B's work." Overjoyed and trembling, Manager Steward Bai replied, "Thank you, my lord." The gang leader looked at him and said, "In case junior sister Hong Shen gets too arrogant, you should make several copies. We can send them to the Wulin Alliance and the other clans that have a bounty on her head. Who knows? We might even get an extra reward." The man bowed his head and said, "No problem, I will do as you command." After that, the gang leader went directly to Hong Shen. Seeing him approach, she became wary and asked, "Who are you?" He gave a cunning smile and said, "Curious if I'm that rabbit fellow, are you?" She replied, "A mask can't hide your identity. Who would be so deceitful as to claim to be a disciple of the great Rakshasa? Can you withstand our master's wrath?" He laughed and replied, "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have done this in the first place, junior sister Hong Shen." She retorted angrily, "Don't call me junior sister." Zihan shot back, "Should I call you a thief then?" She lowered her head and replied, "That's just stating the obvious." Then, Hong Shen asked, "Why are you keeping me alive?" "As long as money is involved, I'm in. Once there's enough money, I'll agree to cooperate with a fake senior brother like you." He crossed his arms behind his back and replied, "I plan to kill the great Rakshasa." Hong Shen looked at him, annoyed, thinking, "Is he insane?" Sweating, Hong Shen said, "My master, the great Rakshasa, is incredibly powerful. He's far stronger than any martial artist you've ever met. With your current abilities, you could never accomplish such a thing." Hearing this, he replied, "I'll take that into consideration. I came this time to ask you one thing. Are you willing to betray the great Rakshasa or not?" Hong Shen replied, "Just give me the money, and I'll cooperate fully." Half doubting her, he said, "I don't believe you." She asked, "So what do you want? Are you afraid I'll betray you?" Then, Li Zihan threatened her, "The young master of the Shao clan will be here soon with the poison. Who do you think will be drinking it?" "Of course, it will be my dear junior sister Hong Shen." Upon hearing this, her body froze. She trembled in fear, completely silent, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to say a word. She thought in terror, "This maniac is going to make me drink poison?" Hong Shen's voice turned meek as she begged, "Senior brother, please don't do this. Just give me your orders. I'll definitely obey. Besides, you already have my portrait." He simply replied, I don't believe you." Just then, someone entered, interrupting their conversation. "Gang leader, here is the Zihan goo poison you requested." Hong Shen panicked when she heard the name of the goo poison. The man presented the Zihan goo poison to the gang leader for inspection. He then ordered, "Make her eat it." Trembling, she stared at the poison pill. The man shoved the pill into her mouth. Hong Shen struggled, absolutely determined not to swallow it. The subordinate then asked, "She won't swallow. What should I do?" He replied, "What should you do? Beat her until she swallows." The man followed his orders. Finally, the pill was in Hong Shen's mouth, but it wasn't that easy. Feeling helpless against the drug, she said, "I've swallowed it. Now say what you need to say. You have instructions for me, don't you?" He said, "I'll give you 10 days. Within that time, you just have to kill one of 3 people, Bai Zi, Huang Wu, or Lu Shu, and I'll give you the antidote. In any case, this is a battle to the death among the divine generals of the great Rakshasa. I'm sure he won't execute you for it." She thought for a moment and said, "Those 3 are divine generals, infamous for their crimes, from murder to robbery." He walked over to her and leaned in, bowed his head and said, "You're also famous for your robberies, aren't you?" Then he untied her. Once freed, Hong Shen rotated her wrists and ankles, then said, "Tell me your identity. Are you from the Martial Arts Alliance?" He replied, "I'm from a nearby inn." His subordinate broke into a sweat, thinking, why would he reveal his identity so easily? Hong Shen heard this and fell silent for a moment. Then she sighed and said, "It seems you have no intention of telling me. I understand. First, I will go kill one of those 3 people and then come back. We can talk again then." The subordinate turned in a panic to look at Hong Shen, thinking, she doesn't believe him? Li Zixia walked her a short way to the door. Watching Hong Shen's departing figure, he said, "Junior sister." He told her, "Every decision comes from you. Whether you want to side with me or him is up to you. Even if you want to reveal my affairs to the great Rakshasa, that's fine." Hearing this, Hong Shen was confused. She asked, "If you, my supposed senior brother, win, what benefit will I receive?" He replied, "Nothing special. Just getting rid of the kind of old master who teaches his female disciples to go out and rob people. All that murdering and robbing stuff. I won't let it happen anymore. Hongshen turned back to look at him, silent. Then she turned around and walked away decisively, without hesitation. The subordinate said, "Clan leader," giving her that. "Goo, poison like that. Will it be all right?" He heard this and asked, "How did you make it?" The subordinate replied, "I just mixed a laxative with a digestive aid." That subordinate said, and then added nervously, "Hongshen is running so fast. She might just, right there." He sighed in admiration, as expected of the Shao Pavilion. Not bad at all. At that moment, Hongshen was happily running off, unaware of the terrifying thing that was about to happen to her. As Hongshen was dashing away, in a flash, she had already arrived at a populated area. Suddenly, some signal made her stop short. Hongshen clutched her stomach, thinking, "My stomach feels so awful. Is it because of that goo poison pill?" She held it in, sweating, and continued to run. Then helplessly, thought, "Why did I have to eat that thing from that madman?" She recalled what he had said to her earlier. Nothing special, just getting rid of the kind of old master who teaches his female disciples to go out and rob people. All that murdering and robbing stuff. I won't let it happen anymore. Hongshen remembered those words and thought, for that purpose, he dared to risk his life to betray his master? What a lunatic. But suddenly, her face turned pale. It seemed something was very wrong with her stomach, making her sweat. She thought, my body doesn't feel right. At all. The signs of change became clearer. Hongshen guessed, could it be this? No. It can't be. There's no way. At that moment, Hongshen froze, unable to bear it any longer. She closed her eyes, tensed up, and gritted her teeth, thinking, it's really diarrhea. Clutching her stomach, she trembled as she walked, thinking, this throbbing pain in my stomach is definitely not normal. But I can't go here, she panted, helpless. Please, please, just hold on for a little bit, please. Her eyes were hazy, unable to see clearly. Her mind was dizzy. And with that miserable expression on her face, she clutched her stomach, frozen. It seemed to have reached a point where she could no longer hold it in. The people passing by all stared and judged her. Feeling both helpless and embarrassed, she turned away and continued to walk with trembling steps. Hongshen bit her lip and frowned, thinking, why does this have to happen in a place like this? She staggered, straining to hold on for just a little longer. I have to get somewhere with no people. Her steps grew heavier, her face a mask of resignation, her whole body trembling. She thought, let me try focusing my internal energy to see if it gets any better. Then, her ordeal finally seemed to end. Hongshen reached a patch of earth and let out a long, satisfied breath. She looked around, judging the spot. Her stomach gurgled with bubbling sounds, like boiling water. I should be able to go here, right? In a hidden corner, something caught her attention. Someone is coming, at a speed no less than my own. A master. Then, some masked man flew over her head. He landed in front of her. Hongshen was stunned. It's the demonic gentleman, he asked. Miss, is something wrong? Your face is so pale. She froze, trembling, and said, poison. He didn't hear clearly and asked to confirm, poison? Hongshen, embarrassed, broke out in a sweat. What am I saying? Why? Would I just tell a stranger from the martial world that I've been poisoned? She reconsidered, then clutched her stomach, lowered her head, and said, I'm looking for a restroom. Hearing this, he stroked his chin. This is difficult. Then he walked over, bent down, and said, get on. I happen to be heading to a nearby restaurant. Going into the deep mountains and dense forests to relieve yourself isn't an option, so I'll take you there quickly. She stared blankly, not understanding. Then her face turned pale again as she clutched her stomach and said, please. Then, she struggled to hold on and climbed onto his back. Her stomach gurgled painfully as she tried to endure it. The demonic gentleman immediately used his lightness skill to carry Hongshen away. He said, calm down. In any situation, you must always keep a cool head. Hongshen trembled and replied, yes. Then she thought, wow, this speed. He truly is a master. And his voice is nice too. A young master like this. Where did he come from? He then flew up, carrying her on his back, taking her to the place she needed to go to relieve her sorrow. Upon arrival, he set her down, and she dashed into the restroom. He said, there's a restroom in the back, go quickly. She immediately bolted without saying a word. Inside, she bit her hand, trembling, and silently weeping with joy. Finally, "I'm saved!" she cried in embarrassment, thinking, "Why are the sounds of me doing my business so loud?" Afterwards, she walked out dazedly, both embarrassed and exhausted, not daring to open her eyes. A moment ago, her face was pale. Now it was flushed with embarrassment. She thought, "I don't think I can ever face anyone again." With noises that loud, he must have heard everything. Then, she suddenly stopped before stepping inside. He asked her, "Are you all right?" Hongshen clasped her hands, bowed her head, and said, "Yes, thanks to you, I'm all right now. Thank you so much." Then, someone brought a plate of food and placed it in front of him. "You really have a foodie's luck. If you hadn't come, I would have used this to make soup." He clasped his hands and laughed. Of course, being this poor, it would be a tragedy not to have a foodie's luck. Hongshen pointed at the plate of meat, drooling nonstop, and eagerly asked, "What is that? It looks delicious." He turned back and said, "It's pork bone." Hongshen was surprised. "Pork bone?" The demonic gentleman replied while eating, "Yes, pork bone." She stared at it with such a craving expression that he noticed and said, "Don't be like that. You should have a piece too." Hongshen held out her hand politely. "It's all right. My stomach isn't feeling too well right now." The demonic gentleman then pushed the plate of meat towards her again. He told her to try some. She looked at the plate of pork bones, unable to resist how tempting it looked, and thought to herself, "It looks so delicious. I'm sure one little bite won't hurt, right?" But then, she scratched her head and said, "Oh, it's okay. I really don't need any." He laughed and replied, "Go ahead and eat. It's fine." The moment he finished speaking, she immediately sat down at the table and started to enjoy the plate of pork bones. She took a bite, her cheeks puffing out. Hongshen's eyes widened in surprise. "This is so good." Just then, the other guy leaned in and whispered to Ma Junzi, "Hey, Ma, what's your relationship with her?" Ma Junzi replied while eating, "She's my junior sister." Hearing this, Hongshen froze. She couldn't even swallow the meat in her mouth. She trembled, completely stunned, thinking, "Jay Jr.? Sister?" Thinking back, that tone of voice, she suddenly realized. Remembering the terrifying things that had just happened, she stammered, So, all of this." Just then, Ma Junzi raised a hand to sweep his hair back. He smirked and said, "What? Are you just stunned by my handsome face?" It dawned on Hongshen. This brat carried me to the bathroom?" She froze, unable to sit still any longer. It was true. She had fainted. She couldn't believe such a cruel reality and could never have imagined this is what happened. Ma Junzi looked at the pork bone in his hand and said, "How strange. Why would she faint right after seeing her senior brother?" I don't know what to say," the other guy replied. Two people were eating pork bones, and one of them just passed out. The situation was now incredibly awkward. Li Zaha held a pork bone in his hand, while Hongshen lay on the ground like a rock. De Xiao asked curiously, "So, are you the leader of the Black Cat Gang now?" He just gave a short in response. Looking at the girl who was out cold from the shock, Li Zaha casually introduced her. "She is one of the 12 divine generals. Her title, is Hongshen." De Xiao finally understood. "Oh, so that's why you called her junior sister, huh? If that's the case, you should treat her better. I mean, she has such a pretty face and all." Li Zaha shrewdly asked back, "What? Did you fall for her at first sight?" The man blushed but still denied it. "Can you stop talking nonsense?" he said, glaring at Li Zaha. "If not, then not," Li Zaha replied calmly. He then reminded Hongshen, "You only have 10 days. Are you planning to sleep through the deadline?" She scrambled to her feet in a panic. "No, of course not. I'll definitely finish before the 10-day limit is up." She didn't forget to bow to De Xiao. "Thank you for the pork bones," he replied shyly. "Oh, it was nothing." De Xiao blushed, a huge, radiant smile spreading across his face. "Hope to see you again soon." She forced a smile in return. "Yes, see you." Hongshen quickly clutched her stomach and ran off, sweating, her eyes filled with resentment. She remembered when Li Zaha gestured, his face cold, and his eyes filled with killing intent as he warned, "If it takes more than 10 days, you're dead." Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine, and her face grew miserable. Hongshen ran even faster to get as far away from Li Zaha as possible. "That lunatic is terrifying. Oh my god, he's so scary." Meanwhile, De Xiao was saying, "Goodbye." "You're leaving?" Li Zaha replied, "Yeah. It's been a while since I've been back, so I'm going to take a walk to clear my head." The man smiled brightly. All right, take care. As Li Ziha walked off, he thought, it's been a while since I've had a chance to practice my lightness technique again. My body feels so relaxed. Speaking of lightness techniques naturally reminded him of the Kuai Dong from the old days. Thanks to the memories of his past life flooding back, he remembered that very few in the martial world knew of their existence. They were a mysterious force known as the Kuai Dong. As long as one's lightness technique reached a masterful level, they could join. In the martial world, they were the ones who were fanatically dedicated to practicing the lightness technique. They saw it as the one thing that decided life and death. Regardless of faction, they gathered to compete for the title of fastest under heaven, a title reserved for the person with the greatest speed in the martial world. Or they would use the rankings to determine the Kuai Zun and the Kuai Dong leader. In my past life, I also became a member of the Kuai Dang because my lightness technique was quite outstanding. But in the end, I was never able to climb to the position of Kuai Zun. Thinking of this, he became very excited, hoping he would soon get to meet the masters of the Kuai Dang again. When Li Ziha arrived at his destination, someone was already waiting for him. Seeing him, Yan Cha Song gave him a warm welcome. "Brother, you're here," he said, then asked awkwardly, "Is it okay to address each other as brothers here?" He replied gently, "Of course." Yan Cha Song wanted to confirm some news. "Chung Tai said that you joined the Black Cat Gang. Is that true?" Li Ziha explained. "Yeah. I sent the former leader of the Black Cat Gang to the afterlife, so now I have to take over his responsibilities there." The young man now understood. "Oh, I see," Li Ziha asked with concern. "Has anyone been causing trouble lately? Any moves from the Black Heaven Fortress?" He replied, "Lately, because we have strategist Sima. He often leads his men on patrols around Yiliang County," he added with reassurance. "Because of that, no one dares to cause any trouble." Li Ziha, nonchalantly, replied, "Ah, so Sima Fei is here." He then thought of someone else. What about Chang Tai? The mention of his name made the young man's eyes crinkle with laughter. Lately, he's been fighting with a wooden sword against Sima Junshi, claiming it was for training or something. But he ended up losing 10 straight matches right off the bat. It's a pretty interesting story, and because of that, this place became a famous tourist attraction. A ton of people came to watch the battle between Sima Junshi and Chang Tai. Meanwhile, Li Zihao frowned. Sect master of the Sheng men, getting beaten so badly all the time. What an embarrassment. He tossed a small pouch. "Here, take this," Yan Cha Song asked curiously. "What is this?" From inside, to pull out glittering gold pieces. "It's gold," Li Ziha replied generously. "Just keep it. You all need to go have a few drinks and relax. You can't work all the time. People need to relax, you know?" The young man blushed. "But this is too much." Li Ziha turned away, not giving him a chance to refuse. "The Zoo Men has a lot of people, so feel free to use it. I'm leaving now." Yan Cha Song bowed to see him off. "Thank you, brother. Travel safely." As Li Ziha left, a joyful expression lingered on his face. He was gradually heading deeper into the forest. Just ahead, a group of tough-looking men was gradually approaching him. The distance between them closed to just a few steps. Not on his guard, he walked right past them. Dugu Sheng's eyes widened, and he accidentally blurted out his name, Li Ziha. Hearing this, Li Ziha turned and glanced at him. Dugu Sheng, leading a group of his men, stared menacingly toward him. A subordinate was still foolishly looking at a piece of paper. He then confirmed, "It looks like it really is Li Ziha." The subordinate tried to compare him with a distorted, unrecognizable portrait. "Yeah, it looks like him." Li Ziha glanced at them. "You're from the Black Heaven Fortress?" Dugu Sheng was extremely wary. He remained silent. The subordinate behind him whispered to him, "What should we do now? I never expected this Li Ziha to be here. From what I remember, he's been away a lot recently." Li Ziha assessed their actions. "So, you heard I wasn't in Yiliang County and decided to make your move. Is that it? Just like the Black Heaven Fortress's style, pinning down the enemy and not giving them a chance to escape." His feet turned to face them. Dugu Sheng's face twisted into a scowl. "I am Dugu Sheng, from the Black Heaven Fortress." He spoke in an accusatory tone. "You're the one who killed Ning Yishu, Huang Wujin, and Yu Zhongqi, aren't you? The Lord of the Black Heaven Fortress has put a bounty of 30 gold leaves on your head." The commission was given to the Hujiao Gang and the Three Swords of Mei. Dugu Sheng declared, "I came to Yiliang County. It's also to post the bounty on them. I'll let you see it first." The subordinate walked up to Li Jia, who was extremely wary of the item sent from the underworld. It's best not to accept it. The subordinate gestured for him to take it, but Li Jia stood as still as a statue. The atmosphere between the two sides instantly became tense. Neither one wanted to make the first move. They started to get flustered. Why isn't he taking it? Just take it. Seeing this, Du Gusheng decided to speak up. There's a rumor that you've vanished from Yiliang County, so I had to come here to find you. He tried to persuade him. If you agree to come to the Black Heaven Fortress for a confrontation, the fortress master will request that the Hu Xiao Gang and the Three Swords of Meijian withdraw the bounty. He will also give you a worthy reward. He asked nervously. What do you plan to do? Li Jia was slightly mocking. Compared to being a wanted man, traveling all that way for a confrontation is a waste of time. He replied, I heard you're good at this sort of thing, though. He sighed. That's a good excuse. In his mind, he felt a few things were off. My mood is strange today. Sometimes, I don't feel a thing even when I kill someone, and am covered in blood. Jia recognized the discomfort in his heart. But other times, I just don't want to kill anyone. I just want to think in peace. Today must be one of those days again. I wonder why. The expression on his face grew darker with his thoughts. If my actions were normal and consistent, I wouldn't have been called the mad demon in my past life. What should I do now? He decisively turned and walked away. Meeting your fortress master right now would be a huge pain. I'll go see him later. Du Gusheng rejected his request. It would be better for you to come with me. Li Jia's voice turned cold. Your name is Du Gusheng, right? He turned his face back, a murderous intent rising in his eyes. And yet you plan to die here along with your underlings? He gritted his teeth. You casually killed Ning Yishu, Huang Yujin, and Yu Zhongqi like that, so you have to give a proper explanation. Seeing Du Gusheng get angry, the subordinates behind him also grew more tense. He explained, killing all of us, and then going to the Black Heaven Fortress later, or coming now, it's all the same. No matter what, you'll still have to face the Hu Xiao Gang and the Three Swords of Meijian. Both of them. Du Gusheng's face scrunched up. I'm getting tired of this too. A smirk appeared on Li Jia's lips as he sized him up. This guy really isn't afraid to die. He suddenly appeared to agree. All right, if we're going, let's go. He started walking, but his mind was in turmoil. How sad. In this life, I have to live in the underworld under the mask of the Black Cat Gang. There was one thing he was absolutely sure of. If I take off this mask, this life will surely end up just like my time as the Mad Demon. The group was now on a boat, sailing down the Leilong River. The sunset cast shimmering rays of light across the water's surface. Li Jia looked toward the distant mountains. He waved goodbye. Farewell, my hometown. I'm off to make some money. I'll be successful, and come back soon. Du Gusheng's subordinates looked at him with confused eyes. Li Jia was still deep in his role. When that time comes, give me a warm welcome, okay? A humble innkeeper like me is now leaving his hometown by boat? Everyone on the boat had the same assessment of him. That lunatic. Li Jia glanced to his left. These guys are so crude. That one was even picking his nose. He observed. The men on his right. The other subordinates looked just as rough and unsightly. He didn't hold back and said it outright. You're all so ugly. Is this world just filled with ugly people doing ugly things? But his inner thoughts were different. However, there are some very beautiful people who do the most twisted and ugly things. He remembered the lust demon, the left emissary of light, from his past life. Finally, he came to his own conclusion. It seems beauty has very little to do with being evil, huh? Li Jia wondered. Anyway, why do you all look so similar? Is it because you see the same thing every day, so your faces are influenced by it? Du Gusheng looked annoyed. Similar how? He explained. Like at a slave auction. It's similar. I heard your Black Heaven Fortress also holds slave auctions. The subordinate became embarrassed and shouted, Hey, that can you just shut up about it? Li Jia was angry at being cut off. I'm not finished talking yet. You look like a scared little mouse. If you want to live, you'd better watch yourself. What do you think about when you watch a slave auction, huh? The other guy said smugly. I gotta earn some money to buy a few slaves. That's what I think. The whole group seemed to share that thought. After the man finished speaking, they all burst out laughing. Du Gusheng was furious. He yelled, Shut up before I kill every last one of you. Being reprimanded, they all fell silent. Du Gusheng couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. The fortress master is an incredibly intelligent expert, but these subordinates behind him have absolutely no ability to read the room. Li Jia continued to ignore them. Suddenly, he turned and asked him a question. He only asked one thing. Will you save us? He remained stone-faced, pretending not to hear. Turns out he was lost in a jumble of emotions. What's wrong? Is it because I've left Yilyang County that I'm starting to feel that manic feeling from before? Li Jia was completely bewildered. Is it because I don't want to go back to being the mad demon? Over here? Du Gusheng impatiently repeated his question. I asked you, will you save them? He coldly stated his condition. I'll save whoever fights heroically and survives. Hearing that, his face darkened. All right, I understand. Seeing his terrifying expression, the subordinates called out with trembling voices, Captain! Du Gusheng stood up and drew his sword. The men immediately got into a fighting stance. These subordinates were no match for him. Wherever Du Gusheng's shadow passed, men collapsed to the ground. The scene on the boat was utter chaos, but Li Jia showed no reaction at all. The Leilong River was soon dyed red with fresh blood. All the men had been eliminated. Du Gusheng panted, exhausted. Li Jia answered him as promised. I will save you. Upon receiving that promise, he collapsed to the floor, breathing a sigh of relief. Li Jia wanted to know his opponent's information. Lately, how are things at the Black Heaven Fortress? He said fearfully. What do you think? The atmosphere is always oppressive. He was joking. In response, Li Jia's expression softened considerably. The boat continued on to its destination. Finally, they arrived at the Black Heaven Ancient City. He introduced it. This is the stronghold of the Black Heaven Fortress. His eyes became cautious. Their boat was about to reach the dock when suddenly, 2 armed men on the shore shouted, Halt! Du Gusheng became enraged. Get out of the way. By order of the fortress master, I have brought Li Jia. Hearing that, the 2 men made way. He turned and said, Follow me. As he followed behind, Li Jia observed the situation in the city. A woman who looked incredibly frail was protecting her terrified child. He was extremely surprised. There are even civilians in the Black Heaven Fortress? Right. There are people who were captured as slaves. They walked up to a large building. The guard at the door ran over to ask, Captain Dugu, what's going on? He ordered, I've brought Li Jia. Relay the message to the fortress master. The guard was surprised. Who is Li Jia? Du Gusheng explained briefly. The one who killed Section Chief Wei. Hearing this, he was deeply shocked. The main door was opened. Model. Inside the main hall, many people were already seated. These elders were discussing something. When Li Ziye saw them, he was utterly scornful. So many old geezers. Seriously? At this age, you're still trying to act all high and mighty? Du Gusheng stepped forward and reported, We have brought Li Ziye as commanded. Hearing this, the elders immediately turned their heads, eager to see what was happening. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord, sitting in the center of the hall, also frowned as he observed him. Li Ziye walked up to one of the elders and ordered, Move. The old man was stunned that someone would be so disrespectful to him. What? Li Ziye immediately slapped him across the face. Caught off guard, the man tumbled backward into the others. Their eyes widened in surprise, but no one moved to stop him. A chair flew towards Li Ziye, and he calmly sat down in the middle of the hall, directly facing the Black Heaven Fortress Lord. One of the men furiously yelled, Do you have any idea where you are? The Black Heaven Fortress Lord's face turned cold as he ordered, Stop. Hearing this, the man immediately sat down. They all just glared at Li Ziye. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord spoke up. So, you're Li Ziye, huh? This must have been tough on you, so let's get this over with quickly. He began his interrogation. You killed 3 members of the Black Heaven Fortress. I heard it was because they burned down your house. Is that correct? Li Ziye answered with a mocking tone. Yeah, that sounds about right. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord acted very impartial. I understand. Our men struck first. In that case, cut off 3 of your fingers and you may leave. Li Ziye replied bluntly. Who has the time for that? How could I just get rid of a body part that my parents worked so hard to create? The Lord changed the terms. If that's the case, then 1 finger can be replaced with 100 gold bars. This will be overseen by the Black Heaven Fortress, and there will be interest if you're late. After speaking, he coldly ordered, Everyone, stand up. One man respectfully said, You've worked hard, my lord. The others followed suit, and repeated his words. Li Ziye smirked. He thought to himself, Are these guys seriously trying to end this on their own terms? The world is full of idiots. A heavy silence fell as they heard his disrespectful words. Too bad, but I don't have any money, and even if I did, I wouldn't give you a damn cent. The elders erupted in fury. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord threatened him. The Black Heaven Fortress will get its money by any means necessary. Therefore, your family will have to pay this debt. What do you say to that? Li Zia nonchalantly said, I don't have a family. He then said absently, Man, I'm suddenly craving some noodles. The subordinates were completely bewildered. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord changed the terms again. If you don't have a family, then the people of Yiliang County will be forced to pay that sum. Is that all right with you? Huh, you're getting on my nerves. If that's the case, then I'll deliver my own judgment. He lifted his leg, his voice chillingly cold. Old man, you choose. Crawl to my feet. His words were filled with killing intent, or everyone here dies. The elders standing nearby shivered involuntarily. Dugu Sheng was in complete shock. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord's face darkened with rage. Dugu Sheng looked at Li Ziyes, back with a bewildered expression, saying, Has he lost his mind? His own face darkened with worry. First, he provokes the elders, and now the Black Heaven Fortress Lord, himself. One of the elders, seething with rage, shouted, You arrogant bastard. He continued to question in a furious tone, Don't you know where you are? After his words, the group simultaneously drew their weapons, preparing to teach him a lesson. Li Ziye didn't respond at all, his emotionless face glancing at the crowd before him. Then, he shot up from his chair, his posture perfectly straight, without a hint of fear. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord spoke with a contemptuous voice. You fool, I gave you a chance. Yet you will refuse to cry until you see the coffin? Li Ziye didn't back down and retorted, You old geezers are the fools. I gave you a chance to live, yet you're still rushing to your deaths? Witnessing this, Dugu Sheng frowned, his face covered in a cold sweat. He was now at a complete loss for words regarding him. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord's face was grim, his eyes filled with killing intent. He commanded his subordinates in a superior tone, Kill him. As soon as the order was given, the men rushed forward with their weapons, attacking Li Ziye. He simply shifted his body a single step, effortlessly dodging the elder's attack. Before the man could even recover, Li Ziye leaped into the air. A punch filled with internal energy landed right in the center of the man's chest. Under the force of the blow, he was sent flying. As Li Ziye's feet touched the ground, another man charged at him aggressively, bringing an axe down on him. He moved like a phantom, reappearing to block the attack with his bare hands. Just as the blow was stopped, Li Ziye's left hand landed another punch on him from the side. Another man exploited the opening and rushed in to attack. He spun around, dodging the spear, which ended up stabbing his own comrade. This time, Li Ziye channeled his internal energy and unleashed a palm strike. The enemy was immediately sent flying. One after another, they came. A subordinate drew a hidden weapon and threw it at him. Sensing the danger, Ziye executed a technique with both hands. His hands began to rotate, creating a vortex of air in front of him. His hands spun, faster and faster, and the air shield grew stronger, blocking all the incoming projectiles. All the hidden weapons collided with the shield and were deflected, right back. From behind, two more men lunged from midair. A sharp sword materialized. As soon as it appeared, Li Ziye reached out and grabbed it. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He swung the sword coldly. A flash of white light streaked across the room, and the two men were hit. Blood from their bodies splattered along the blade. With a single killing blow, he had sent them both to the afterlife. His white robes were now stained with blood. Li Ziye looked down with a contemptuous expression at the men he had just defeated. Seeing what had just happened, the remaining elders were terrified and no longer dared to attack. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord's face grew darker. He just stared, furiously, at Li Ziye. The two remaining men trembled with fear, unable to stop themselves from crying out, What is this? The atmosphere grew tense. A terrifying aura emanated from him, forcing them to just stand and watch. Dugu Sheng was equally astonished. He couldn't help but ponder what had just transpired. Li Ziye wanted to continue and asked them, Come on, keep coming. What's wrong? Scared now? As if their names were called by death itself, the subordinates' faces grew even more fearful. None of them had the courage to speak up. With no intention of sparing them, the killing intent in Li Ziye's eyes deepened. He said to them, Fine, then I'll come to you. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot forward, appearing in front of the spearman. His hand swung the sword so fast it left only a streak of light, without any difficulty. The blade sliced across the man's neck, leaving a trail of fresh red blood. From behind Ziye, someone recklessly charged in for a sneak attack. He vigilantly turned his head. The man's sword was aimed at his back, but because of his turn, it missed and went through the empty space under his arm. He changed direction, using his internal energy to strike the ambusher with his palm. Li Zie's feet spun around, and he unhesitatingly slashed at another enemy. Perhaps knowing there was no escape, all the remaining enemies charged at Li Zie at once. He saw through their clumsy attacks with eyes full of killing intent. With his swift movements, he unleashed a series of devastating sword strikes. And so, one by one, they fell under his absolute power. Their weapons shattered, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. This brutal and decisive method of attack made Du Gusheng tremble without the cold. His face was filled with fear. The Black Heaven Fortress Lord next to him was no better. He was grim-faced, glaring at the scene before him. He stood brazenly amidst the groaning men, his clothes stained with blood, but his expression remained cold and unchanged as he watched his men and Li Zihe fight to the death. But the Black Heaven Fortress Lord just sat there in silence. Then, he suddenly spoke in a low voice. "You have all worked hard." Li Zihe replied with a voice full of contempt, letting your subordinates go to their deaths and then saying they worked hard? What the hell are you talking about? His words seemed to strike the Black Heaven Fortress Lord like a heavy blow. His pupils constricted, wanting to take his life. His weapons appeared two enormous swords. Without another word, the Black Heaven Fortress Lord's face darkened as he crossed his swords and slashed straight ahead. On his side, Li Jia was not to be outdone, immediately entering a combat stance and swinging his sword in response. Li Jia's blood-colored sword instantly met the twin blades of the Black Heaven Sect Master. The force from the collision was so great, it created a massive explosion. The Black Heaven Sect Master continued to press the attack, lunging forward, intent on murder. With a swing of his sword, Li Jia quickly used his own blade to block. The Black Heaven Sect Master continued with his next move, swinging his sword in a long gash toward him. He wasn't at a disadvantage, powerfully meeting the Master's move. The two blades clashed once again, testing each other's strength. Both men were continuously swinging their swords to overpower the other. The force created a massive shockwave. Even the walls and surrounding objects began to crack from the pressure of this duel. The longer they fought, the fiercer it became, their eyes filled with hatred and the desire to eliminate one another. They decided to settle this, life or death, in one final blow. Li Jia swung his blade with all his might, while the Black Heaven Sect Master also unleashed his full power. When the ultimate killing moves of these two masters met, they caused terrifying destruction. The smoke and mist from all around forced onlookers like Du Gusheng to shield their faces. The two sides fought even more fiercely, ignoring the fact that their surroundings were gradually being destroyed. At this moment, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, evenly matched. Suddenly, the Black Heaven Sect Master's twin swords rotated vertically, clamping down on Li Jia's sword. The pressure was too great. Li Jia's sword couldn't withstand it and snapped in two. Realizing he now had the upper hand, the Black Heaven Sect Master launched another slash. Quick-witted, Li Jia leaped into the air to dodge. The killing intent hadn't faded, his eyes still burning with fury. Li Jia clicked his tongue as he saw the shattered fragments of his blade. But Li Jia didn't lose his confidence. His gaze remained as cold as ever. In contrast, the Black Heaven Sect Master flashed a smug smile. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a new attack, his voice taunting, "Well, you don't have a weapon anymore." He calmly dodged the move. At the same time, he opened his palm, as if summoning some kind of power. That energy gradually condensed, growing stronger and stronger. The power was increasing, and his old sword was slowly reforming. Du Gusheng, standing nearby, turned pale, unable to hide his shock at Li Jia. He wondered to himself, was the sword absorbed? Just like that, the two once again lunged at each other, their movements so fast that only streaks of light could be seen. Li Jia, unafraid, flashed a somewhat mocking smile at the Black Heaven Sect Master. "No weapon, you say? I still have this." His action left the Master speechless, unable to reply. He directly spun his swords and charged straight at Li Jia. His strength hadn't diminished as he decisively slashed back at the Black Heaven Sect Master. Immediately after, tens of thousands of consecutive slashes were unleashed by him, all executed with astonishing speed. The wooden hall had long been heavily damaged by the destructive force of their fight. The battle showed no signs of stopping as the two continued to exchange blows. Li Jia swung his sword upward, creating a brilliant streak of light. Though his face was expressionless, he inwardly complimented the Black Heaven Sect Master. "He's pretty good at this. It's as if he's been training for 40 years, like Du Gusheng." The duel between them continued. This time, Li Jia took the initiative, lifting his sword towards the Black Heaven Sect Master. The Master immediately raised his swords to block. Showing no weakness, he sent a slash toward him. Very quickly, he rotated his blade to block it. The duel grew increasingly fierce, and both sides were extremely tense. The sound of clashing blades echoed everywhere. Li Jia's gaze shifted slightly, his eyes as if seeing through something. He thought to himself, but it seems his body isn't in good condition. The Black Heaven Sect Master continued to attack him. He immediately came to a conclusion. That's why his movements are so uncoordinated. At the same time, the Black Heaven Sect Master's footsteps quickened toward him. He swung his sword back, preparing to build momentum for a straight slash. But he had already sensed an opening. He's even panting. Li Jia rushed forward to intercept his attack. The Black Heaven Sect Master began to show signs of exhaustion. The sound of his breathing grew heavier. As if spotting a critical weakness, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Just as the Master's sword came down, he effortlessly blocked it. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light. He raised a hand towards the Black Heaven Sect Master. Next, he spun his blade lightly, creating a silver circle of light. The Master hastily jumped back, but before he could even register it, he had already escaped. Li Jia pushed off his feet and leaped up, his figure as fast as lightning. He unleashed another slash forward. Li Jia's blade seemed to possess immense power. For a moment, the Black Heaven Sect Master could only raise both his swords to defend. His strength was so overwhelming that it forced the Master to his knees on the floor. The Master's eyes were filled with anxiety and wariness. He clenched his jaw, mustering all his strength to block the blow. The tables had completely turned. Li Jia stood above him, bringing his sword down. The Black Heaven Sect Master could only struggle to defend while on his knees, showing no intention of yielding. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes as he concentrated all his power into one hand. That palm strike, like a divine punishment, landed squarely on the Black Heaven Sect Master. The blow, filled with internal energy, sent him flying backward. He then spun his sword, aiming it at the Master. His entire body was brimming with internal energy as he thrust the sword straight forward. The Master's face hardened. He had already coughed up blood. The Black Heaven Sect Master's expression grew increasingly grim, his eyes rolling back in pain. His body was covered in blood as Li Jia's sword was now embedded deep in his chest. His entire body was sent, smashing straight into the wall. The impact caused large cracks to appear on it. That collision drained him of all his strength, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The Black Heaven Sect Master had been defeated by Li Jia. He couldn't move his body, only letting out weak, dying breaths. Sheng couldn't bear to watch anymore, his eyes filled with fear, as he looked at Li Jia. As for the two elders, one was clutching his wounds while the other was coughing up blood. They were all terrified by Li Jia's immense power. Li Jia walked toward the Black Heaven Sect Master, looking at him with hatred, intending to send him on his way. The Master trembled and spoke. Wait. He used the last of his strength to make an offer. If you spare me and heal my wounds, I promise to make you the next Black Heaven Sect Master. There's no downside for you in this. He remained standing there, listening. On the other hand, if you kill me, you won't get anything from the Black Heaven Sect. He continued. All those other guys are fools, so they need me to lead them. Li Jia felt no pity. He retorted, You're only talking so much because you don't want to die. As if his words had hit a nerve, the Master's pupils constricted, his face covered in a cold sweat. He questioned him furiously. Kidnapping people, trafficking slaves, extorting common folk. You make money from all that filthy business, and you still want to live a peaceful life? His cold words silenced the Master. I've killed quite a few people like you, who beg for their lives. Model. And just like that, a blazing red stream of chi condensed in his hand. Li Jia sealed the fate of the Black Heaven Fortress's leader. They were all waiting for him anyway. As his hand drew closer, the fortress leader's face twisted in terror. Sheng's expression darkened. He couldn't even think straight anymore. The room now reeked of blood. The atmosphere grew heavy with the death of the fortress leader. He turned his head, his handsome face cold and his eyes impassive, though it was stained with blood. The remaining members sat there, trembling in fear. They didn't want to meet the same end as the fortress leader. Sheng frowned, his voice sharp. Li Jia, it seems you'll have to take on the role of the next fortress lord. He gestured with his hand, his cold voice commanding, Get over here. The man obeyed, stepping in front of him. Suddenly, Li Jia swung his fist straight into Sheng's face. A single punch sent his entire body crumpling to the floor. Li Jia then grabbed Sheng by the head. He looked pathetic. One side of his face was bright red, and blood trickled relentlessly from the corner of his mouth. Li Jia leaned down, his eyes blazing with fury as he met his gaze. What was that you said? You want me to be the fortress lord? Killing intent flared in Li Jia's mind as he tightened his grip on the man's head. Sheng still managed to force out the question. You killed the fortress lord. Is there any other way? Li Jia fell silent. the murderous glint in his eyes fading. He remembered the last words of the Black Heaven Fortress's leader. All the others are fools. They need me to lead them. Li Jia was lost in thought. He was right, wasn't he? This really is a problem. He let go and ordered Du Gusheng, get all the high-ranking members to gather in the main hall, and get someone to treat the elders who were lucky enough to survive. Having given his orders, he turned away. Meanwhile, Du Gusheng was cursing under his breath. Damn it all! If this were a group of martial artists like the Black Cat Gang, I could have easily taken control. But the Black Heaven Fortress is all mixed up with common folk. It's hard to tell the real from the fake, the strong from the weak. Li Jia coldly sat down in the Fortress Lord's seat in the middle of the main hall, making a silent prediction. I've already killed someone. It seems a few things are about to happen. The main hall was now filled with the elders of the Black Heaven Fortress. Li Jia, his clothes stained with blood, sat authoritatively in the master's chair. His voice was curt. Coldly, he announced his decision. I will appoint a new fortress lord. However, all authority in the Black Heaven Fortress will be under my command. The people below stared at him with blank faces, none daring to speak. He paid them no mind. He looked towards Du Gusheng and continued. Du Gusheng will be the next fortress lord. He then issued his command. The first thing you will do as fortress lord is mobilize all our forces and destroy the fortress walls. Du Gusheng frowned, asking in confusion, start with the walls? But why? Li Jia was not pleased. He replied impatiently, do I need to explain myself to you? No one dared to object. They all responded in unison. Understood. Resting his chin on his hand, he explained matter-of-factly, you might think those walls keep you safe, but they're completely useless against true martial artists. The former fortress lord's twin swords, now stained with blood, seemed to prove his point. It showed that even your own fortress lord couldn't guarantee his safety. The entire hall was dead silent, waiting for his next words. Li Jia continued. Living so secluded, with no contact with the outside world, is a huge disadvantage. That's why things need to change. Understand? The elders just kept staring blankly at the master's seat. His mind was filled with doubt. Looking at these faces, he turned to another group of people. They didn't look any brighter. He felt helpless, wondering to himself, do they look like they understand a single thing? Looking at this useless bunch made his face darken with frustration. He couldn't help but exclaim, for God's sake. He rubbed his forehead and gave them their task. Anyway, just start by destroying the walls. Get more contact with the outside world. It's a lot bigger out there than the Black Heaven Fortress. They responded cluelessly. Yes, sir. He was sinking deeper into despair with this group. He tried again. The next time I come here, if you are still engaged in slave trading or running gambling dens. Before he could finish, a murderous aura emanated from Li Jia. He looked at Du Gusheng, who flinched. Li Jia continued, that goes against my conscience. That's right, my conscience. He pointed a finger at him, but his expression was incredibly dark. His voice was a threat. So, I will start by finishing off the one in charge. Also, you, Du Gusheng. Then everyone present or involved will also die. How does that sound? The threat was all too real. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Gusheng and the elders paled with fear. Li Jia's face was grim, but he gave a dark smile. If you go down to the underworld, be sure to send my regards to the previous fortress lord. With just a few words, Li Jia had filled the entire hall with terror. One of the elders raised his hand. Sir, could you tell us more about the specific methods? This idiotic question made Li Jia's mood turn foul. He snapped back at the man. I've already explained this much. What more do you need? Have you even been listening? He gritted his teeth. Use your brain for a second. You want me to repeat myself? He continued berating him in front of everyone. If you can't do it, then get the hell out of the way. You've been sitting there quietly just to say something that's stupid? The elder looked unconvinced and pouted in silence. Li Jia kept scolding. How is an organization like this supposed to develop? His face grew stern as he addressed the crowd. All of you, listen carefully. In the future, you damn well better understand the details before you act. They fell silent with grim faces, which only made him more irritated. He asked, have you all gone mute? Hearing that, they finally managed a quiet, yes sir. He was thoroughly disgusted. And get rid of the name Black Heaven Fortress. Pick a new one and report back to me. Specifically, don't put the word black in it. There's nothing great about being associated with the criminal underworld. A hand shot up in the hall. A subordinate asked naively, then can we use the word white? Li Jia whipped his head around to glare at him, furious. White? Are you part of the righteous path or something? The man timidly replied. No sir. That answer only made him even angrier. Then why the hell would you even ask? Acting like this is some righteous sect. The name of a power has to make at least a little sense. The man stubbornly kept his hand raised. Li Jia's anger boiled over. He roared, "Don't you ask another question until this meeting is over." The man lowered his head sadly and replied, "Okay, sir." Li Jia clutched his head, groaning. Unbelievable. All the rules here, cut them down to 3. Another elder spoke up, puzzled. There are over 100 rules, and now, you want to reduce them to just 3? What the man just said surprised Li Jia a little. Over 100? That's a lot. He raised his voice to settle it. Anyway, just start with 3. If there's anything else that's absolutely necessary, you all can get together and figure it out yourselves. He suddenly remembered something. Oh, and get rid of the passage fees and release everyone who's been captured. Burn all the related documents. Open the former Fortress Lord's vault, and make sure no one tries to steal anything from it. The men below were silent, shocked by his order. Regardless of whether they understood or not, he would still use them to help those in need in the coming days, and to build proper houses, and hire proper builders from the outside to do it. You hear? He rested his chin on his hand and asked again. Got it? The words "don't understand" were written all over the men's faces as they looked at Li Zaha. He was starting to lose his patience when no one answered. What's with this atmosphere? A subordinate fearfully explained. That's something Captain Dugu Sheng used to say. Sir, it's not exactly the same, but it's very similar. He turned to the others and asked, right? Everyone's heard this before, haven't they? The man sitting across from him replied, we've heard it from time to time. Li Zaha, his face expressionless, rested his chin on his hand and looked down at Dugu Sheng. Their eyes met. Dugu Sheng just furrowed his brow slightly, not responding. Li Zaha stared at him, and Dugu Sheng met his gaze with an annoyed look. He gently gave his instruction. Make sure you do a good job. Dugu Sheng's face was still tense as he replied, got it. He then ordered his subordinates. Bring me a new set of clothes. This one has too much blood on it, so I have to change. Night fell, the sky twinkling with stars. A footstep appeared before the main gate. A servant heard the noise. He turned his head and called out, who's there? Li Zaha, with his hands behind his back, introduced himself in a powerful voice. Your gang leader is here. The moment he spoke, the servant, he began to tremble with fear. Both of them bowed respectfully. You've returned, sir, he simply replied coldly. Stepping inside, he couldn't help but wonder, why is it so quiet? Was I gone for so long that no one bothered to train? Hearing his voice, Manager Bai, who was holding a ledger, rushed over. You've returned, sir. He turned, slightly annoyed, and asked him, why is it so quiet? Is there no training? Manager Bai respectfully replied, it's not that, sir. Jin Hai has arrived. He asked again, Jin Hai from the 12. Divine Generals is here? He answered with a serious expression, yes. Li Zaha started walking, thinking to himself, according to that book. An image of a pig mask appeared in his mind. Jin Hai is an incredible glutton, with his martial strength ranked around 7th or 8th. He pictured a fat man wearing that mask. From what I know, he was taken in as a disciple by the great Rakshasa because of his innate physique and latent power. He suddenly thought of a mountain of gold bars. He comes from a merchant guild. Li Zaha pictured the great Rakshasa accepting him as a disciple. He came to a conclusion. So you could say he's the most effective financial resource for the great Rakshasa. He opened the door and entered the room. In front of Li Zaha was a fat man, greedily devouring a chicken leg. The table was also laden with a variety of other delicacies. Jin Hai was in a cheerful mood, his hands busy stuffing food into his mouth. Li Zaha's sudden appearance made him pause for a moment. Both of them wore serious expressions. No one spoke first. Jin Hai then broke the silence. Hey, bring me some water. His insolence made Li Zaha's expression darken. His hands clenched into fists. He remained silent, but a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. The atmosphere in the room gradually grew grim. Jin Hai, a little angry, raised his voice at Li Zaha. What are you doing? I told you to get me some water. Li Zaha slowly raised his hand, took the water pitcher from the table, and walked towards Jin Hai, his face emotionless. He poured water into a cup for him. He began to silently assess the man. He sees this and shows no reaction. He looked at Jin Hai with a calculating gaze. It seems Jin Hai has no fear of the Black Cat gang whatsoever. Jin Hai lifted the cup, took a drink, and asked, I've never seen you before, have I? Do you know where your gang leader went? Outwardly, he remained silent, But inwardly, he couldn't help but think sarcastically, he ascended to heaven, where else? Li Zaha turned his back to leave. Jin Hai was very surprised to see this. He wasn't pleased with him at all, and began to scold him. What's with you? You useless bum. If this weren't the Black Cat Gang, you'd already be. He stepped outside and immediately ran into Manager Bai. The manager spoke respectfully. Gang leader, I have prepared your attire, thinking you might need it. After eating his fill, Jin Hai let out a loud burp. He noticed the noise outside. Li Zaha had changed into a different outfit, put on the Black Cat Gang leader's mask, and walked in. Seeing him, Jin Hai's attitude instantly changed. He spoke up and greeted him, Brother Mao. It's been a while, hasn't it? Li Zaha remained silent. He simply asked in a dismissive tone, What's the matter? Piggy? Jin Hai's face filled with annoyance as he repeated, Piggy? Li Zaha's mind was filled with sarcasm. Well, aren't you? He asked him what he wanted. Jin Hai began to discuss business with him. This time, I've found a merchant guild that sells spirit herbs. Plus, Brother Cho will be here in a few days, so I was thinking of selling them to the Black Cat Gang at a preferential price. What do you think? Hearing this, he just asked, What kind of spirit herb? Jin Hai replied, It's 400-year-old white flame grass. What do you say? Li Zaha asked back, How much? Jin Hai raised his hand and put the pig mask back on his face. He held up 5 fingers. We've done a lot of business together. So, 50 taels of gold for 10 boxes of top-grade white flame grass. How about it? Although Li Zaha wasn't happy about it, he still agreed. Bring them here. Having achieved his goal, Jin Hai replied in a disrespectful tone. You know how to think. Ahem. My apologies. But if you had refused, I would have had no choice but to deal with Brother Chu. Jin Hai left cheerfully. Li Zaha angrily watched his receding back. He silently assessed him. So if the conditions aren't right, he just goes and sells to someone else? What a terrible relationship between senior and junior brothers. Jin Hai had been gone for a while, but he was still pondering his decision. 50 taels of gold, huh? He closed his eyes and thought, that's pretty expensive. But anyway, it's a type of spirit herb that's easy to use. A contemplative scene appeared in his mind. Right now, not counting the assets of Yiliang County and the Black Cat Gang, I probably don't have a single penny to my name. If I have it, I have it. If I don't, I don't. He opened his eyes wide. Why give myself a headache thinking about it? Li Zaha silently came to the most sensible conclusion. A clear mind is all that matters. In the dimly lit room, Jin Hai was standing across from Li Zaha and Manager B. Inside the box were the top-grade spirit herbs he had brought. Jin Hai began his introduction. These days, it's very difficult to find spirit herbs, because they aren't easy to preserve. If you can, you should use them quickly. Li Zaha reached out and took one of the spirit herbs. He just popped it into his mouth. Jin Hai asked him, How is it? Li Zaha replied, It's good. Seeing this, Jin Hai asked again, Oh yeah? You look so confident. It seems you've eaten white flame grass before, haven't you? As he ate the herb, he recalled his previous life where he had eaten a lot of this stuff. The problem is that white flame grass was only about 100 years old. He looked at the box on the table and silently marveled. Top-grade white flame grass really is different. Li Zaha turned and ordered, Manager B, come and take a look. Hearing this, the manager replied, What is it, sir? Jin Hai was a little suspicious. Does he know how to inspect herbs? He asked. Li Zaha replied, Are you looking down on Manager Bai? Jin Hai knew he had misspoken. Ah, it seems I was a bit out of it. Li Zaha gave a thumbs up, pointed towards Manager Bai, and praised him. This is Manager Bai. He was a powerful local tycoon for a full 30 years, from before he entered the martial world. Manager Bai bowed to introduce himself to Jin Hui, while Li Ziha continued his introduction, saying he was a distinguisher of legendary spirit herbs. A series of lavish praises followed. Spirit herb expert, herbal genius. Suddenly, Manager B's image seemed to glow with a brilliant, golden light. He began to act profound. Li Ziha's flowery compliments continued. A master of the 8 great proficiencies of pharmacology. Faced with this introduction, Manager B could only hold back a laugh and sigh. Li Ziha was still rambling on. He can smell a spirit herb from 100 miles away. Ignoring Jin Hui, who was standing right there, he continued to praise the man. A martial artist who specializes in distinguishing spirit herbs. In the most exaggerated tone, he firmly declared, That's Manager Bai, and no one else. Manager Bai bowed humbly and replied, You flatter me, sir. Jin Hui seemed a bit flustered, replying with some confusion. Is that so? Impressive. Manager Bai started putting on gloves and said professionally, "Well then, shall I begin?" The box containing the white flame herb was opened, releasing a sparkling aura. Manager Bai gently fanned the scent of the spirit herb towards him. He took deep breaths of its fragrance, continuously changing his posture, as he carefully observed the white flame herb. After a moment, he bowed respectfully and reported, "First, all 3 boxes are fragrant. However, upon closer inspection, the root section of the plant seems to have a flaw." Manager Bai continued, "The connecting part of the root has been separated in a rather crude manner." His eyes glinted with a sharp light, as if he had seen through everything. "It looks as if someone bit it." Hearing Manager Bai's words, Jin Hui flinched as if his dirty secret had been exposed. He furiously shouted, "What are you implying? All you need to do is judge whether it's real or not. That's it. 50 taels of gold is already a huge concession from me." Manager B bowed his head to Jin Hui and calmly replied, "My apologies." Then he turned to report to Li Ziha, clan leader. "This is indeed the white flame herb. Even in Nanmu, it's difficult to find them." Li Ziha replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Manager Bai continued, "Furthermore, because it's so difficult to transport, just 5 or 6 plants are worth nearly 100 taels of gold." Jin Hui, now very satisfied, laughed loudly and chimed in, "Manager B, at first, I thought you didn't know your stuff, but now I see that your knowledge of medicinal herbs is quite extensive." Li Ziha didn't discuss it any further. He told the man to check the money and take it. Numerous gold bars were revealed when Jin Hui opened the wooden chest. Seeing the sparkling gold, he said with satisfaction, A quick glance tells me it's probably enough." He turned and ordered his subordinate, "Take this and load it onto the carriage." The man obeyed, replying, "Yes, sir." Jin Hui suddenly noticed Li Ziha, who was ravenously eating the spirit herb. He assessed it once more. "Looks like it really is white flame herb, huh?" Looking puzzled, he asked suspiciously, "Brother, you're eating it right away? No matter how urgent it is, you should circulate your qi and regulate your breath before consuming it." Li Ziha didn't answer him. As he ate, he thought to himself, "Thanks to the heavenly jade, I can eat spirit herbs without needing to circulate my qi. It regulates itself. The heavenly jade draws energy from the spirit herb, and when I need it, I can just take it back from the heavenly jade." His eyes grew deeper. "I must be the only person in the world who can cultivate internal energy this way." Jin Hui turned to instruct Manager B again. "Manager B, it looks like Senior Brother Mao will have to spend the whole day circulating his qi, so please be extra vigilant with the guards, more so than usual." The man accepted the order. "I will keep that in mind." Jin Hui said his farewells. "Senior Brother Mao, see you later." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and left. As soon as he was gone, Manager B turned to Li Ziha with concern. "Are you all right, sir? Shouldn't you be circulating your qi immediately?" No longer needing to hide his identity, he removed the cat mask and calmly discussed matters with Manager Bai. "I'm fine. What about the other members?" In a dark forest path, 2 masters were hiding behind a tree, watching. Manager Bai reported, "Everywhere along Jin Hui's route." In his mind, other hidden signals appeared. He continued his report. "We have people waiting in position." Li Ziha couldn't help but let out a sinister, satisfied smile. He instructed, "Good, make sure you search for the money thoroughly." Manager B respectfully replied, "Yes, sir. There will be no problem." But then, Li Ziha's attitude suddenly changed, his tone growing serious. "Manager B, this isn't just a regular plan," he stated resolutely. "The most important thing is to get that money back. You must use all of your heart, all of your strength, all of your spirit, and ability to complete this task." Manager B's eyes sparkled, and an infinite aura seemed to radiate from him. He had been awakened by Li Ziha's conviction. He bowed his head low to accept the order. "I understand, sir." Meanwhile, Li Ziha was silent. "Just you wait, junior brother." Now his face was full of thoughts, shrouded in the dark night. Somewhere out there was the carriage where Jin Hui sat. He sent a message to the man in his mind, "I'll be coming to see you very soon." On a clear, breezy, moonlit night, Manager Bai looked out from inside the mansion towards the courtyard. He recalled a question he had asked Li Ziha. "But why do you want to attack the divine general Jin Hui?" Li Ziha had answered coldly, "There are many reasons." He listed them off. "First, he took my money." Manager B understood. "Ah." Li Ziha continued to list Jin Hui's crimes. "He dared to speak rudely, and ordered me to bring him water." This surprised Manager B. "That happened?" As if suddenly remembering something he'd missed, he quickly added, Oh, and he didn't pay for his meal either. Manager Bai agreed. Right, right. And Divine General Jin Hui only eats the most expensive delicacies. At that, Li Ziha's face scrunched up, getting angrier as he spoke. On top of that, he dared to act all high and mighty with his senior brother. All in all, there are plenty of reasons to beat the crap out of that guy. Manager Bai looked at him with eyes full of admiration. In his heart, he felt a special sense of emotion and respect for Li Ziha. It all came out in a single sigh. Clan leader. Hoofbeats kicked up clouds of dust. A large carriage was speeding down the road in the middle of the night. Inside, Jin Hui sat with his chin in his hand, listening to his subordinate's report. You've worked hard. Everything is going according to your wishes, young master, isn't it? The man had a treacherous look on his face as they discussed their upcoming plans. We sold 3 routes to Black Mao. If we sell 4 more to White Row, Jin Hui, overjoyed, finished the thought. Then, with the money we've raked in, we can eat and drink to our heart's content, and that Black Mao will never know why he lost. Suddenly, something startled the horses. The driver began to struggle to control the 2 spooked animals. The inside of the carriage was thrown into chaos by the violent shaking. A wheel ran over something, and the carriage began to swerve. Out of control. Jin Hui's head swelled up from the impact. He clutched it and furiously shouted, "What's going on?" The subordinate inside was also angry. He stuck his head out and yelled at the driver. What happened? Up ahead, a carriage was stopped in the middle of the road. A group of people were fixing a wheel. Seeing this, the driver reported, "There's a carriage changing a wheel, blocking the road up ahead." "Sir," the subordinate was surprised. "Huh?" The situation outside only made Jin Hui more irritated. "If you want to change a tire, pull the car over to the side." "What are you doing blocking the middle of the road?" The subordinate reported. "I'll go and check it out." Jin Hai, displeased, gave an order. "Go over there and give that driver a slap in the face." The subordinate approached the argument. He heard the man from the other car trying to explain. "I already told you to just wait a moment," the man on the other side calmly explained. "We didn't mean to block the road." Without waiting for him to finish, the subordinate directly landed a punch on the man's face. Feeling that wasn't enough, he continued to attack the others. Just then, a dark figure leaped high into the air. The subordinate still had his hand raised, about to strike again as he lectured the group. "How dare you scoundrels block the young master's way?" Li Zihe rushed forward in a flash, his eyes as cold as ice. He raised his leg in a kicking stance, aiming for Jin Hai's subordinate. Before the man could strike again, he was hit squarely in the back by Li Zihe's powerful kick. The force sent him crashing into a tree. Li Zihe stood tall, looking at the subordinate slumped at the base of the tree. With his dashing face, he exuded an aura of righteousness and spoke up. "How dare you attack the ordinary drivers of the Shawu sect?" The 2 masters under his command, their faces bruised, still spoke up to explain. "Sect leader, we were just pretending to be drivers," Li Zihe replied nonchalantly. Jin Hai had now gotten out of the car. He recognized Li Zihe and asked angrily, "Aren't you that servant from before?" From behind his pig mask, he continued to question. "What kind of game are you playing?" "Unafraid," he retorted. "Why do you care what this servant is doing? What is it to you?" Jin Hai flew into a rage and warned him. "What did you say? Do you think I'll let you off, just because you're my senior brother's subordinate?" He remained silent, responding only with a scornful glance. Jin Hai couldn't help but be surprised. What's with that servant's attitude? Suddenly, the atmosphere became more solemn. The 2 sides stood there, observing each other. It was as if Jin Hai understood everything. "So that's it. You purposely set this up." He assumed a ready stance for battle and arrogantly introduced himself. "I bet you don't know who I am. I am a disciple of Master Da Luosha and also a member of the Jinshan Merchant Guild." He didn't forget to add a threat. "If you are Senior Brother Mao's subordinates, then the entire Black Mao gang will have to face our master's wrath." He continued in a harsh tone. "Our merchant guild will hunt you down and find out who paid you to do this." He pointed at Li Zihe. He stated firmly, "And you don't seem like a servant. In any case, you're not even worth the money it would take to investigate you." Li Zihe paid no mind to the threats. He walked forward. "Investigate or not, it's up to you." Jin Hai was a bit shocked by his arrogant attitude. He took a stance and used his full power to generate internal energy from his 2 palms. The immense power from both sides suddenly erupted, creating 2 violently contrasting fields of light. The internal energy palm strikes from both sides were getting closer. As the distance between them shrank, the power of their attacks grew more intense. The ground around them began to crack and split open. Jin Hai was slightly stunned by his strength. while his opponent's eyes only held a few glimmers of coldness and hatred. The two continued to clash with incredibly fierce internal energy. A blinding light gradually appeared between them. The intense battle kicked up wind and sand everywhere, causing both of their clothes to flutter wildly. Jinhai suddenly broke into a faint smile. He focused his power between his hands and began to spew contemptuous words. "You foolish bastard. Over the years, I've consumed countless spiritual medicines with the Merchant Guild's money, and you think you can fight me with internal energy?" Despite the insults, Li Zihe remained calm. The power around Jinhai radiated, a golden light. He continued to boast. "When it comes to a battle of internal energy, I'm confident that I won't lose to any of Daluosha's disciples." No sooner had the words left his mouth than something unexpected happened. He flinched, exclaiming in surprise. Across from him, Li Zihe was using his hand to block his powerful attack, yet his face showed no sign of difficulty. In his mind, Li Zihe also wondered, is this the effect of the Heavenly Pearl? The power from Jinhai's body was circulating outwards. However, streams of red spiritual energy suddenly appeared, wrapping around his arm. Li Zihe gradually began to feel it more and more. His entire body was filled with streams of bright red power. He realized that Jinhai's internal energy was being transferred into him. Jinhai's situation was turning dire. He couldn't hide the confusion in his heart. What is this? My internal energy is leaking out. His arm was being bound by the red spiritual energy. Realizing he was on the defensive, he used his other hand to push him away, shouting, Get away!" The force of their clash shook the area. Where the two fought, a huge crater had formed. A large crack gradually appeared on Jinhai's mask. Behind the mask, Jinhai began to grow frantic. His initial confidence was fading away. He couldn't break free. Li Zihe continued his attack with a cold expression, but inwardly, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is more brutal than I thought. It's absorbing all of the opponent's internal energy." Jinhai's mask shattered into pieces. His face contorted as he let out pained groans. "No. My strength." The spiritual power was continuously being transferred into Li Zihe, who couldn't help but worry. If I stop abruptly, I might suffer internal injuries from the backlash of Jinhai's power that's rushing into me. He considered it more carefully. However, if I don't stop in time, Jinhai might actually die. Although, in this situation, since I already said I'd take care of all the 12 divine generals, Jinhai's death wouldn't be too big of a deal. Looking at his distorted face, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. But I really don't want this guy's soul or essence or whatever to cling to the Heavenly Pearl at all. His eyes were filled with contemplation. If I do that, how am I any different from those demonic sect leaders? Li Zihe closed his eyes and sighed. It seemed he had made his decision about the Heavenly Pearl inside him. He radiated light, his entire upper body enveloped in ferocious spiritual energy as his hands prepared to unleash a powerful palm strike. He was completely focused on this attack. All of his power gathered into a single propulsive force, sending Kim Hoi flying. Li Zihan twisted his hands, trying to suppress the chaotic power, and steadied himself. His palms faced each other and began to gather his internal energy. Gradually, that power condensed into a glowing orb right where Li Zihan was standing. The surging power sent shockwaves everywhere. As the orb slowly absorbed that energy and the storm passed, the ground was no longer intact. Kim Hoi could only sit slumped on the ground, staring at him in a daze. His face was a hideous mix of fear and astonishment. Li Zihan glanced at him and thought, I just came to get my money back. I didn't expect to absorb all his internal energy, too. Kim Hoi's face turned pale. He trembled as he spoke. What in the world did you do to me? Li Zihan shot him a disdainful look and said in a cold voice, "Do to you. Out of the kindness of my vast and generous heart, I spared you." The man's face grew even darker. His eyebrows furrowed. This shock made him question his very existence. What kind of crazy situation was this? Li Zihan stood there, putting on a noble air and praising himself. Sigh. Is there anyone in this world as generous as me? Ignoring Kim Hoi's condition, he turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Go check the carriage. After all, we have to take those things." Hearing they were planning to rob him, Kim Hoi protested. "Stop. Those are items to be delivered to the Divine General Bai Cho," he threatened. "Can you bear that responsibility?" Li Zihan gave him a contemptuous look and said, "Bai Cho, you say?" Kim Hoi became a bit more smug. "That's right." Li Zihan turned and ordered his men, "Don't miss a single thing." Seeing two of his underlings carrying a box, Li Zihan's interest was piqued. As he suspected, "Is that the box, containing the 100-year-old medicinal herb?" He ordered, "Bring that small box here." Kim Hoi panicked and yelled, "You can't." Li Zihan ignored him. What do you mean, I can't? Hurry up and bring it here. The subordinate cautiously brought the box and placed it before him. Li Zihan reached out and opened the wooden box. Just as he'd expected, inside was the precious white flame herb. He spoke in a displeased, sarcastic tone. What a fine business you're running. After selling to the Black Cat Gang, now you're off to sell to Bai Cho? Kim Hoi looked resentful, but out of fear, he didn't dare to refute. A single word. Li Zihan gritted his teeth in disgust and asked, Are you trying to manipulate everyone? What's your game? Are you planning to wipe out the Black Cat Gang? Kim Hoi's face grew even darker as he vehemently denied it. What proof do you have to say that? Li Zihan was seething with vengeful fire. He growled. Proof? He clenched his hand into a fist and walked towards him. He gave the man a direct punch to the face and said nonchalantly, I don't have any. So what? In pain from the blow, Kim Hoi could only hold his face and tremble as he listened to Li Zihan's threat. If the Black Cat Gang were to find out about this, I wonder if they'd mobilize their forces to attack the Golden Mountain Trading Guild. He held his now swollen cheek with his hand and tried to argue back. My master won't just sit by and do nothing, Li Zihan asked impatiently. You sure about that? I doubt it. The great Asura wouldn't get involved in something like this, would he? Suddenly, from the crowd of subordinates, one of them raised his hand and spoke up. Sir, Li Zihan understood and gestured for him to continue. Go on, the man suggested. If you share half of the Golden Mountain Trading Guild's assets, I'm sure he'll be happy to stay quiet. Li Zihan praised him. Excellent idea. The subordinate beamed and laughed loudly, celebrating as if he'd won an important match. The pain from the punch still lingered, as Kim Hoi held his face in utter confusion. Li Zihan presented him with two choices. 1. We tell the Black Cat Gang. 2. We tell the Great Asura. What would you rather we do? The man crossed his arms confidently and said, Either one is fine with us. Sir, his comrade next to him also chimed in. Same for us. Another man raised his hand. What if we notified both places? Li Zihan was not pleased. He lowered his eyes and shook his head in frustration. That's no fun at all. You're all a bunch of pig-headed fools. Looking at his subordinates, who were grinning from ear to ear but clearly had no real thoughts in their heads, he could only sigh. This is exhausting. He turned his attention back to Kim Hoi. Now, it's time to choose. What's it going to be? The man was both bewildered and terrified, not daring to utter a word. Li Zihan, coldly, waved his hand, pressing him. Thump, thump. Hurry up and choose. Kim Hoi sat there stunned, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at him. Li Zihan's hands moved up and down, faster and faster. Thump, 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 thump. The man trembled, hoping to negotiate. What do you want? If you had a grudge against me, you would have killed me long ago. Just tell me what you want. Is it money? In the tense atmosphere, everyone heard a female voice call out, Senior brother, I'm here. The group turned towards the sound. Hongshen was holding a mask in one hand and her stomach with the other, a weary expression on her face. She seemed to be feeling a bit unwell. Kim Hoi's eyes widened in surprise. Hongshen, why are you here? Hongshen casually replied, Oh, Kim Hoi, you got captured too? Hearing that, he jumped. What? A delicately crafted dog mask was presented. Hongshen faced Li Zihan and reported, There was a little surprise, but I got the job done. He's gone to meet his maker. He took the mask and smiled in satisfaction. Good work. Hongshen humbly clasped her hands and pleaded, So, can you give your junior sister a little of the antidote now? Please? Kim Hoi was stunned. Hongshen called herself junior sister? Over here, Hongshen was still complaining to Li Zihan. I keep getting the sudden urge to go to the bathroom, so I can't even fight properly. And on top of that, the diarrhea. Kim Hoi, still, didn't get it. Diarrhea? Why is she suddenly talking about diarrhea? Li Zihan stated firmly, Junior sister Hongshen, you've worked hard. Of course. I'll keep my promise. Kim Hoi couldn't comprehend the situation and screamed frantically, Just who are you? Li Zihan's face darkened with anger, and he was about to speak when Hongshen suddenly noticed something. Without another word, her expression turned cold, and she spun around, delivering a sharp slap to Kim Hoi's face. It happened so fast he couldn't even defend himself. The sickening sound of flesh being struck echoed as Kim Hoi's entire body collapsed. He whimpered, snot and tears mixing as he held his face, completely dumbfounded. Hongshen glared and scolded him. Is that any way to speak to my senior brother? The shocking piece of information hit him. What? Senior brother? Humph. Kim Hoi sat dazed to the side, watching the scene as Li Zihan praised Hongshen's performance. Well done, junior sister. She immediately and obediently bowed her head. Thank you, senior brother. He gave a few more orders to his subordinates. Put those boxes on the carriage. As for the unconscious ones over there, just leave them. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Then he turned and ordered Kim Hoi. Get your carriage. The three of us need to go somewhere. The man didn't understand and asked, Huh? Why? Hongshen scowled, noticing her senior brother's annoyed expression. She grew angry. She raised her hand, ready to punish him with another slap. Kim Hoi, don't you dare waste senior brother's time. Glared at by her, he felt defiant, but still didn't dare say anything out of fear. Seeing his attitude, she decisively gave Kim Hoi another punch to the face. He cried out in injustice, both cheeks now swollen and red. Why this time? With a commanding presence, Li Zaha acted like an exemplary senior brother. Don't be so hasty. Jinhai couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine as he watched Hongshen bow her head. I will obey. The dog mask was picked up, and just like that, Li Zaha put it on. Jinhai was bewildered, thinking to himself, what's going on? What's wrong with her? Hongshen clasped her hands and bowed formally. Greetings, sixth senior brother. Li Zaha's eyes were deep as he silently judged her. She really knows how to put on an act, doesn't she? Seeing Jinhai still standing motionless, she shot him a glare. Her entire being radiated a murderous aura. Under the immense pressure from Hongshen, Jinhai had no choice but to bow his head. Greetings, sixth senior brother. Li Zaha clasped his hands behind his back and said sternly, You may rise. Hongshen replied loudly, Yes, sir, while Jinhai stammered in agreement. In his mind, he was screaming, What in the world is this crazy situation? Inside the carriage, there were three people, with different expressions. Li Zaha sat to one side in silence. Hongshen chattered on endlessly, flattering him, while Jinhai was feeling anxious. He kept his eyes glued on him, his heart full of suspicion. Just who is this guy? How are his martial arts so powerful? His expression grew worse and worse. Jinhai turned to look at Hongshen doubtfully. Hongshen, someone who barely says a few words even to their master, was now acting so meek and subservient. A voice suddenly startled Jinhai. Hey, pig! Jinhai yelped in response. Huh? Li Zaha, ignoring his trembling, began to complain. Your head shaking is too loud. What are you thinking so hard about, causing yourself all this grief? If you're that stupid, it doesn't matter how long you think. You won't get any answers. Hongshen raised a hand towards Jinhai. Hey, hey, he covered his face with his hands, trembling as he said, I get it. I'll stop thinking. I won't think about anything anymore. Hongshen, satisfied for the moment, lowered her hand, her eyes still fixed on Jinhai. A grand mansion was still brightly lit even though night had fallen. This was the Murong Clinic. Servants were struggling to help the heavy body of Jinhai inside, followed by Li Zaha and Hongshen. Murongbai saw him, injured, and asked in alarm, What happened? He turned to give orders to the servants. Quickly, take the young master inside. Hearing this, the servants immediately obeyed. Murongbai watched with satisfaction as Jinhai was helped inside for treatment. Li Zaha stood still, observing the man in front of him. His expression was gentle, his aura refined. One could say he was an extremely courteous young master. However, there was something not quite right in the way Li Zaha looked at him. An image of a man with a lost expression gradually appeared in his mind as his memories of past events returned. The poison demon, Murongbai. He's the one who saved me from cultivation deviation in my past life. The scene of blood flowing, like a river, rushed back to him. Due to a conflict with the great Rakshasa, Murongbai's family was destroyed, forcing a healer who once dedicated his life to saving people to harbor a deep and terrifying grudge. Li Zaha lamented. It wasn't long after that he became the poison demon. The poison demon possessed extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs and the human body. This very knowledge helped him research poisons. To further his research, he even tested poisons on his own body. Li Zaha recalled how the man had gradually changed. He managed to kill the great Rakshasa, but he didn't even spare his disciples. He hunted down all 12 of them and slaughtered every last one. When I met him, it was after he had already killed the great Rakshasa. The poison demon didn't just hate powerful warriors, he also hated humanity itself, to the point that he vowed to never save anyone again. Even though he had helped countless patients through their hardships, when he was in need, not a single person came to his aid. On his long journey, there were only his own lonely footsteps. Li Zaha mused. He once made such a vow. Even the great Rakshasa and his subordinates had been patients he had treated. That's why his hatred for people grew stronger and stronger, and he devoted himself to seeking power. What made me feel grateful to the poison demon, the memory continued, is that he abandoned his vow, breaking the rule he had long held. His face in the past was riddled with the marks of the poison's side effects, his wary eyes looking up. He recalled with a sigh, to save me from cultivation deviation. Li Zaha assessed the poison demon, a man like him, who had gradually descended into madness, probably felt some sympathy for me, someone who had long been mad. It's as they say, misery loves company. Only the insane can truly understand one another. Returning to the present, he observed Murongbai standing before him and couldn't help but feel emotional. To think he also had a time when he was so normal. He caringly turned and called out, "Junior sister Hong." Hongshen replied respectfully, "Yes, senior brother." He instructed her, "You go with Jinhai for treatment as well." Her reply was just as respectful, "Yes." Hongshen quickly ran off at top speed. Murongbai stepped forward to start a conversation with him. "Is this the first time we've met, Divine General?" he asked. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Li Zaha removed his mask with his hand. Murongbai maintained a friendly demeanor towards him as his cold face was revealed. The two of them stood facing each other just like that. He didn't quite understand Li Zaha's intentions. Li Zaha, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. "This is the first time we've met in this life, so there's no way he would recognize me." He introduced himself calmly. "I am Li Zaha. I live in Yiliang County. I am the master of a small organization called the Lower Five Gates." Hearing this, Murongbai was slightly taken aback. "So you are not one of the 12 divine generals?" Li Zaha remained unmoved, calmly explaining, "The Lower Five Gates are currently at war with the Great Rakshasa." He held the dog-shaped mask in front of Murongbai. The original owner of this mask has already been killed by Hongshen. Although Murongbai was a bit flustered, his words remained courteous. "Ah, I see. In that case, master, are you feeling unwell or experiencing any discomfort?" Li Zaha replied slowly, "I just came to settle a few things. I'm not feeling unwell at all. I am, however, a little curious about the medical skills. Here." Murongbai gave a polite laugh, removing his glasses as he replied, "Oh, is that so? It seems I should introduce myself more properly then." His expression was pleasant, his voice gentle as he introduced himself. "I am Murongbai." Li Zaha nodded, indicating he already knew. He said, "I invite you, sir, to come and see something." A wooden box was opened, and inside were precious spiritual herbs. Examining the contents of the box, Murongbai asked, "Why is this here?" Li Zaha was surprised. "You recognize it, sir?" He was extremely confident as he explained, "Yes. Looking at the thickness of the roots and the number of branches, one can immediately tell it's a 100-year-old white flame herb," Li Zaha interrupted. "Aren't they around 300 to 400 years old?" Murongbai gave a faint smile. "That's an overestimation. This is very expensive. It's found in treacherous high mountain regions and transported to the Central Plains, which is why high-quality white flame herbs are very rare." Although Li Zaha already knew this, his face darkened. As expected, that guy lied. He even said it was 300 years old. He admitted, "I've already eaten a few of them." Murongbai smiled and replied, "Ah, then congratulations." He explained, "As you know, the white flame herb has the effect of increasing yang energy, so one must be careful when using it to avoid fire sickness." Li Zaha said confidently, "I have a naturally fiery temper, so it's fine." Murongbai was a little surprised. "Ah, I see. In that case, if you have a fiery temper, you need to be even more careful." He reassured him, "I have a way to handle the problem, so it's fine." Murongbai, "So, how do you deal with your anger?" he asked bluntly. "A physician won't reveal a patient's secrets, so feel free to speak your mind." Li Jia began his story. "Not long ago, my house was burned to the ground." He envisioned himself standing before the raging fire, an event that caused his anger to boil over. Murongbai couldn't help but show a worried expression. "My goodness, that's very serious." Li Jia replied in an incredibly calm tone, "Yes. So, I killed the man who burned my house down." That statement left Murongbai speechless, while Li Jia wore a saintly smile. "And then, my heart was at peace again." Seeing the virtuous aura in his words, Murongbai broke out in a cold sweat. The faces of his ferocious subordinates became clear in his mind as Li Jia continued his slow recollection. "It turned out, the people I killed were vassals who had built their sect under the orders of the Black Cat Gang. So, the members of the Black Cat Gang came after me, wanting to kill me. The situation was getting more and more intense." Murongbai's face showed a hint of fear. "How did you handle it?" Still maintaining a cold demeanor, Li Zihua answered in an incredibly light tone, I killed them all. The other man could only stare at him, speechless. Li Zihua's mood seemed to improve, and the aura around him began to sparkle. And just like that, I feel so much lighter. Seeing him describe a massacre with such a saintly attitude, Murongbai couldn't handle it. He could only manage a perfunctory reply. Ah, I see, Li Zihua continued. And, after that, they sent assassins to kill me. Murongbai ventured a guess. The Black Cat Gang again? Li Zihua went on. Yes, but seeing the determination of that assassin, I let him live. After sharing some pork bones with him, I immediately attacked the Black Cat Gang. He admitted. To be honest, I was quite excited. Murongbai was so shocked he could only reply weakly, "Ah, that's fun, I guess." Li Zihua recalled the appearance of the Black Cat Gang's leader, saying with disgust, "I was planning to save the Black Cat Gang, you know." The man stammered. "What?" Li Zihua ended the story curtly. "Anyway, I sent them all to the heavens and resolved my anger." Murongbai asked in confusion. "To the heavens?" His hand rested gently on his chest. A brilliant aura shone around Li Zihua, and his smile was as bright as a bodhisattva's. "And indeed, it's a load off my mind." Murongbai, flustered, offered praise. "Sect Master, you've relieved your anger very well." Li Zihua acknowledged. "That's right." The man quickly agreed. "Ah, yes. Seeing your expression, I'm sure of it." In Li Zihua's mind, the image of a man standing in the rain appeared. He thought to himself, "When I met him, after he had settled his grudge with the great Rakshasa, he had such an empty expression. After killing all his enemies, the hatred that had simmered for so long vanished, and he didn't know what reason he had to live for. No family, no friends, and no enemies left to kill." Returning to the present, Li Zihua was a bit pensive. "In this life, I'll help him avoid that misfortune, because he once helped me." He took a sip of tea. "I may become a berserk devil, but he doesn't have to become a lone devil." He gently placed the small teacup on the table. Li Zihua knew very well that his own madness was enough. A voice from inside interrupted his train of thought. "Thank you. I truly thank you." He smiled faintly. "Hongshen." Li Zihua mused. "I hope her diarrhea symptoms stop. Now that her body is back to normal, her gratitude is quite fervent." Murongbai stepped out from behind the curtain. He reassured them. "Neither of them is in any serious danger. You don't need to worry." Li Zihua just waited quietly for him to continue. Murongbai said honestly, "Both of them have minor injuries, but they seem to be suffering from severe psychological distress." Thinking of Hongshen's dark expression, he couldn't help but ponder, especially Divine General Hongshen. "It seems she hasn't slept for several days. She also asked me what I was doing with you. She said she was exhausted from this diarrhea." Li Zihua's face remained unchanged. "I see." Murongbai couldn't help but add a few more words. That symptom was particularly severe. She even knelt down and begged to be cured of the diarrhea. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became awkward as no one spoke. Murongbai looked at him with a gentle gaze. Li Zihua still refused to show any expression. He admitted, "Actually, I tricked junior sister Hongshen and gave her diarrhea medicine." Murongbai was utterly shocked to hear this. Li Zihua explained loudly to Murongbai, "Ah, but by diarrhea medicine, I mean a laxative, not a medicine to stop it." The man was only now realizing. He began to recount. "I ordered Hongshen to kill one of the 3 divine generals, Huang Wu, Lu Shu, or Bai Zi." His hand clenched into a fist, his voice growing more and more resolute. "If Hongshen had defied me, I would have killed her without hesitation. Therefore, you could say the laxative I gave her wasn't to kill her, but to save her life." Murongbai was astonished. "A laxative was used to save Divine General Hongshen's life?" He replied, "Correct." His face lit up with determination. He declared, "That's right." That statement caused quite a stir. "It's the concept of diarrheaology." Murongbai frowned, his eyes wide with shock. He was lost in thought. "Diarrhea saves people? I never thought it could be used that way." Li Zihua changed the subject. "Ah, well, it's all over now. Just handle it as promised." The man smiled gracefully. "I understand." Li Zihua didn't want to drag it on. "Ah, let's stop the story here. It gets boring if I keep going." Murongbai agreed. "All right." He quickly brought up Jinhai. "By the way, it seems Divine General Jinhai is also in mental shock. His face is just blank." Li Zihua calmly explained. "He lost a lot of his internal energy fighting me. On top of that, He was also robbed of his money. Hearing this, Murungbai pondered. Ah, I see. He quickly spoke up. I don't know if I can ask you this. Li Zihua wasn't too concerned. Go ahead, healer Murong. The man looked serious. You're an enemy of the great Rakshasa, so why did you come here to treat his disciples? Li Zihua's eyes narrowed coldly as he praised him. You certainly know how to get to the heart of the matter. He placed his hand on the table and began moving 2 fingers. There was a man named Han Qianghao. He walked back and forth, up and down. He continued his story. He killed everyone he met. He killed people for all sorts of stupid reasons. Murongbai listened in silence. Killing those who deserve to live. Killing people he didn't even know. He asked him quietly, Sir, do you know what happens if you kill everyone? Murongbai indicated he was ready to learn. I'm listening. Li Zihua's face grew darker, his eyes revealing a cold indifference. Everything will turn to the demonic path. He was stunned by the information he just heard. Li Zihua's 2 fingers continued to move across the tabletop. He spoke again. And then, you kill those who destroyed families, those who are supremely evil. But if you deserve to live, you will be spared. Li Zihua explained. It could be a scheming woman, it could be a determined assassin, or it could be a man who has had to struggle to survive since childhood. Murongbai suddenly asked, Is that the demonic path? Li Zihua denied it. No. That's just how people fight back against the ways of the dark path. Murongbai pondered. The ways of the dark path? Li Zihua continued to explain. That's right. However, there are also those who believe that life can be changed, that people can be reborn. And so, they endure and continue to hope. Murongbai guessed. So, sect master, do you belong to the righteous path? The chivalrous heroes everyone talks about? Li Zihua denied it. I am not a person of the righteous path. It's a bit hard to say now, the man asked. Why is that? He quickly explained. Because I don't have that virtue, that morality. Murongbai spoke up. Not everyone in the righteous path has virtue and morality, he replied nonchalantly, but most of them do have morality. Their strength is also outstanding. The conversation continued. They passed the righteous path down from one generation to the next. That is the power of tradition. But I'm not like them. My house was burned down, and I'm just a simple merchant. Murongbai listened in silence as he went on. I was just wandering, searching for a purpose in this treacherous martial world. He mulled it over. Li Jia looked at him, pleased, thinking, I didn't expect him to be so normal. I hope he soon learns the difference between the demonic, righteous, and dark paths. Murongbai was slightly taken aback. He saw the box full of gold on the table and asked suspiciously, What is this? Li Jia answered, The payment for your treatment. The gold bars glittered dazzlingly. Murongbai asked, All of this? He replied curtly, Yes. The smile never left Li Jia's face. He thought, He was my benefactor in my past life. Even if he isn't in this one, there's no need to be stingy with a little money. Murongbai said honestly, This is too much. He replied politely, It's not that much. I'll still need more treatment from you, physician. Murongbai reached out and took 3 gold bars. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He said, This much is more than enough. Li Jia commanded coldly, Just take it. Murongbai gently refused. I must decline. He couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. This guy, he thought with a cold expression, the poison demon. As stubborn as ever, just like in his past life. Li Jia switched to negotiating with spiritual medicine. Then you must, at least accept some white flame herb, right? If a physician isn't healthy, how can he treat his patients? He thought with determination. All right, round 2. Murongbai patiently explained. Sect master, to fully absorb this white flame herb, one would need to meditate and circulate their qi for more than 10 days. He smiled and politely refused. I have many patients who come to see me every day, so I can't just consume this and disappear. Seeing Murongbai's resolve, he fell silent. Murongbai bowed his head and expressed, I am very grateful for your kindness, but isn't this the spiritual medicine that you need, sect master? You should just stay here, circulate your qi, and use it. He once again left Li Jia in a state of speechlessness. Murongbai flashed a brilliant smile. He couldn't help but pout in frustration. I lost the argument again. He's pretty good. Night fell. The sky tonight seemed clear. Murongbai stood with his hands clasped, admiring the moonlit night. A servant approached and reported, he is in his room, circulating his qi in meditation. He gently ordered, All right, pay special attention to him. The man obeyed. As the servant left, Murongbai thought about him and mused. Basically, he's mentally ill, isn't he? He looked up at the sky but saw the frenzied image of Li Jia instead. This made him chuckle. Murongbai's mood brightened considerably as he muttered to himself, "Why do I keep thinking about that diarrhea story he told?" Falling cherry blossoms sent ripples across the calm lake surface. Li Jia was sitting in his room, meditating. Outside, someone was politely inquiring, "Sect Master, are you awake yet?" He slowly opened his eyes at the sound. As soon as Li Jia opened the door, he came face to face with Murongbai, who was holding a bowl of medicine. He wore a gentle smile. "Please drink this medicine." He thoughtfully accepted the bowl he was offered. Looking at the strangely colored liquid, Li Jia wondered suspiciously, "Is he asking me to drink this pitch-black concoction?" Although Murongbai's voice was gentle, his words carried weight. "Sect Master, you must drink all of it." For once, Li Jia was obedient. "Yeah, I know." He raised the bowl and drank the medicine. Seeing Li Jia being so compliant, he broke into a smile of immense satisfaction. Murongbai waited for him to finish and then asked, "How do you feel?" Li Jia licked his lips. I feel a bit more refreshed." He still wanted to be certain about the medicine's effects. "Does it feel as if your body has just been cleansed?" He answered nonchalantly, "Yeah, something like that." Murongbai instructed, "Good, no matter how busy you become, please come by occasionally so that I may check your pulse." Li Jia said frankly, "If I can deal with the great Rakshasa, I will return here with a much more relaxed state of mind." He looked at Murongbai. "If I can just do that, then Murongbai won't have to suffer those sudden calamities in the future." Murongbai was seeing Li Jia, Hongshen, and Jin Hui off. Li Jia thanked him. "Physician Murong, thank you for your help." Murongbai politely returned the gesture. "Sect Master, please take care of your health. If you feel any discomfort, please come to my place." He offered a kind reminder. "Physician, you also need to be wary of people in the martial world. If anything happens, contact me. I will personally come and handle it." He was extremely optimistic. What kind of serious trouble could happen at a clinic? But thank you for your kind intentions. In contrast, Li Jia was very worried about this matter. "This fool, I'm fighting to prevent that serious trouble from ever happening." Inside the carriage, everything seemed to be the same. Li Jia wore a cold expression. Jin Hui was lost in worried thoughts, while Hongshen was constantly laughing and fawning over him. Jin Hui asked timidly, "Sixth senior brother, can I go back home?" Li Jia smiled at him. "Home does sound nice." Hearing that, Jin Hui's hopes soared. "Thank you, senior brother." But he immediately shattered. His illusion. "What are you thanking me for? I never said you could go." The boy's face fell, looking like he wanted to say something but held back. Hongshen smiled sweetly at him and said, "Senior brother, you'll give me the antidote, right?" Li Jia glanced at her. "I already did." Hongshen was confused. "You did? When?" Li Jia then explained, "The deadly poison I gave you was just a laxative. Physician Murong already cured your diarrhea, didn't he?" Hongshen was completely stunned. "A laxative? Not a deadly poison?" Her face darkened with horror. "No wonder I had to keep going to the bathroom. But the problem is, I thought the laxative was a deadly poison, and I was freaking out. I had to fight with a stomachache while soiling my pants." Li Jia said with annoyance, "Junior sister, control your expression." Hongshen immediately forced a smile. He called out to the two of them, "Junior sister Hong, Junior, brother Jin." They answered in unison, "Yes." Li Jia's face was cold. "A stranger like me suddenly calling you junior sister and junior brother. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?" Seeing his expression turn. "Serious," she answered cautiously. "No, not at all." Jin Hui echoed her. "Not at all, sir," Li Jia said bluntly. "If the two of you plan to side with the great Rakshasa and oppose me, then tell the carriage to stop right now." Hongshen and Jin Hui remained silent. He continued, "Curing a deadly poison and treating internal injuries are not problems at all. If you want out, just get out of the carriage, and we'll go our separate ways." Li Jia had no intention of forcing them. "You're not my slaves, and you're not slaves of the great Rakshasa either. So even if you do that, it's fine." Hongshen calmly replied, "I have no intention of getting out." Meanwhile, Jin Hai fell into deep thought. He had his own difficult dilemma. "Senior brother, if I betray the great Rakshasa, my entire family could be massacred. Can you tell me the extent of your power and your real strength?" Understanding the man's nature, Li Jia smirked. "Just like a merchant, aren't you? Comparing our strength so you know how to make your calculations." "Huh?" Jin Hai flinched. I apologize. This isn't just about my own life. So, Li Jia appealed to Hong Shen and Jin Hai's conscience. If you two side with the great Rakshasa and manage to defeat me, do you really think you'll be able to live comfortably? She and Jin Hai fell into a stunned silence. In his eyes, the servants of the great Rakshasa is anything but glorious. You still have to steal, pay tribute money, and even offer up women. Everyone has to live as a slave to the great Rakshasa for the rest of their lives. Li Zihua pointed out to them both. What's important isn't comparing who's stronger. It's knowing what's truly precious. We may be weaker, but whether you two live a normal life or a life of slavery later on, that's what matters. Jinhei was conflicted. He didn't know how to respond. He had struck the deepest part of his soul. Jinhei, you were born and raised in a wealthy family, wanting for nothing. Your family has its pride, but look at the situation you're in. Is that money really yours? Jinhei's face darkened. In his ears, the words still echoed. Is your entire family and home any different from the great Rakshasa's personal treasury? He still couldn't say a word. Li Zihua deliberately poked at his sore spot. If it's not, then just say so. If you're truly wealthy, isn't it more important how you use that money, rather than just hoarding every single coin? Jinhei finally spoke up. Senior brother, I'm sorry, but can you give me one more meal? Li Zihua was speechless. The stern look on his face vanished. He turned to call out, Hong Shen, junior sister, she answered, a little startled. Me? Eat? I am a little hungry. Jinhei suddenly spoke up patronizingly. He's asking if you're siding with the great Rakshasa or not. She coughed lightly, embarrassed, but her face lit up. She smiled and said, I'm on your side, unconditionally. Jinhei didn't understand why she agreed so quickly. Why? Hong Shen gently explained. He took me to the outhouse, led me to a doctor, and even gave me pork bone soup to eat. Hong Shen continued casually. Although I was a bit hesitant when he gave me poison, it was just a laxative. Hearing this, he was startled. Hong Shen knew she wasn't valued at all. And besides, if Master Rakshasa gave me poison, it would have been real poison, and I'd be dead. And Master certainly wouldn't take me to an outhouse. He'd just let me deal with it in the middle of a field. Hong Shen showed her loyalty. Just thinking about it is terrifying. So, I'll follow you, senior brother. Li Zihua felt he had a special talent. He never expected to win a woman's affection with a laxative. The sky that day seemed to turn a clearer blue because of it. He turned and told them, let's go get something to eat. The three of them returned to the gates of the Black Cat clan. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a group of muscular men practicing martial arts. They all bowed respectfully. The men greeted Li Zihua in unison. Greetings, clan leader. Jinhei was a little stunned. Clan leader? Sixth senior brother is Mao senior brother? His voice trembled slightly. So, that servant is Mao senior brother, and also sixth senior brother? He broke out in a cold sweat. The sect master is a servant? What is this confusing, incomprehensible situation? Li Zihua prompted. Hong Shen, hey, he's about to have a qi deviation. Keep an eye on him, junior sister Hong. She obediently acknowledged the order. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Hong Shen put on a fierce expression and gave Jinhei a slap. Still not snapped out of it, huh? His face swelled up from the blow, but he still didn't understand why he was hit. Afraid Jinhei hadn't gotten the message, Li Zihua and Hong Shen together gave him a few more loving blows. The two of them left, leaving Jinhei alone, clutching his face and crying silently. In the end, how many times have I been slapped? In the room, Jinhei and Hong Shen began to stuff food into their mouths, completely ignoring their image. Li Zihua watched them with a sarcastic look. He called out softly, junior sister, junior brother. They both stopped their chopsticks and replied in unison, yes, senior brother. He instructed them, you both need to get stronger. In the martial world, there's nothing more tragic than being weak. They both bowed their heads in obedience. The door to the room suddenly creaked open. Su Jibi came in to report, clan leader, the divine general's yellow horse, white rat, black ox, and red goat are outside. Li Zihua's expression turned serious. So sudden? Have they found me? He answered concisely. This subordinate doesn't know. He then asked, what about their forces? Su Jibi reported. Only the divine generals have come. He wondered. Why have so many of them gathered here? Jinhei offered a guess. Maybe the divine general White Rooster is coming too. The other four generals are probably just here to watch the tournament. Li Zihua got up from his chair and ordered, let's go. A pair of feet walked slowly. Li Zihua, wearing a cat mask, walked through the crowd. Black Ox and Yellow Horse were standing together. On the other side were White Rat and Red Goat. Aside from White Rooster, the other four all bowed in greeting. Brother Mao, long time no see. Li Zihua remained silent. White Rooster spoke up, asking, Black Cat, have you been well lately? He answered flatly, same as always. And you, Brother Rooster? He flashed a sinister smile. Nothing special. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared, using their lightness skill to approach. Blue Dragon, Red Snake, and White Tiger were standing, on the roof, looking down. Jin He, hiding behind the subordinates, was sweating profusely. The atmosphere felt tense. Hong Shen was just as terrified. Why is everyone gathering here? Li Zihua was also shocked. Blue Dragon, Red Snake, and White Tiger are here too? He looked even more astonished as another master used their lightness skill to land. The great Rakshasa, exuding an oppressive aura, stared at Li Zihua. He was utterly stunned. The great Rakshasa. Behind him, Jin He and Hong Shen's moods plummeted to the depths of despair. Why is Master here? All at once, they clasped their hands. The disciples greeted in unison. Greetings, Master. Though he joined the greeting, Li Zihua's expression was not good. It was clear he hadn't anticipated his appearance. Why is the great Rakshasa here? The great Rakshasa was completely expressionless. He commanded coldly, I was bored, so I came. Fight. Hearing this, Li Zihua walked forward. On the other side, White Rooster also stepped up. Seeing he wanted to fight, the great Rakshasa immediately called him back. 4th Divine General. He turned his head and replied, Yes, Master. He stopped him. You are not his opponent. Step aside. White Rooster was completely bewildered. The difference in their strength was one thing, but as a disciple, he obediently bowed his head and accepted the order. The great Rakshasa didn't explain, instead directly changing the rules. The matchup isn't right. White Rat, Black Ox, Red Goat. How about you take him on all at once? Hearing this, Jin He and Hong Shen couldn't hide the fear on their faces. The 3 of them acknowledged the order and leaped toward Li Zihua. The great Rakshasa began to announce the rules. Today, the 5th-ranked disciple, whose martial arts have improved remarkably, will fight 3 of the block. 4 divine generals at once. The combat format is survival, kill or be killed. All other disciples are forbidden from interfering. Li Zihua wondered to himself, has that cunning old fox discovered something? He raised his hand. Master, the great Rakshasa said sarcastically. All right, our 5th brother. You're not about to say something embarrassing, are you? He replied politely. The matchup is a little unfair. He wasn't stingy and offered him a choice. Is that so? Should I remove one person? Or how about I add White Rooster? He replied coldly. As you wish, Master. His eyes were deep. Li Zihua suddenly burst out laughing. Red Goat and White Rat were startled by his disrespectful laughter. Li Zihua didn't want to play pretend anymore. If this is a duel to the death, then don't send your disciples. You should fight me yourself, old man. The entire space fell silent, unable to comprehend his words. Jin He and Hong Shen just wanted to disappear. What the hell was that madman saying? We're done for. We're done for. The great Rakshasa was utterly contemptuous. I suppose I've become so strong you can't even imagine it. My disciple isn't someone who would speak like that. Let me see your face. Li Zixia's mouth was just as sharp. I'm not your slave. Why should I show my face to someone I've just met? You perverted old man. Jin He and Hong Shen were scared out of their wits. The great Rakshasa chuckled darkly. A murderous intent arose in him as he gave the death order in a cold voice. All 4 divine generals, attack. Li Zixia let out a jeer. In the end, all you can do is stand back and watch your disciples fight? Great Rakshasa, are you really that much of a coward? Hearing this, the old man's face contorted. He calmly provoked them. If all 4 divine generals attack at once, I'll just run away. Assuming my lightness skill is better than my martial arts, I'll test it against your inescapable net. He then laid out his condition. But if you fight me directly, then you and I will have a one-on-one duel, like 2 real men. Li Zixia pointed provocatively. Imagine if the rumor that you avoided a one-on-one fight with me spread throughout all of Manhua. Am I talking too much? The great Rakshasa's face darkened. He was about to reach his breaking point. He continued his insults. Listen up, 12 divine generals. Your idiot master is ordering you to attack for what reason? Isn't it just to understand me better, using you all as cannon fodder, sending you to your deaths? He gritted his teeth. After sending his own disciples to hell, how much glory and wealth will your bastard of a master enjoy? Xuan Cho, just standing there, was also called out. Hey you. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're still young. How old are you? If you get killed, will your perverted master even be sad? They were utterly confused by this lecture. Only your mask will be kept, and then it will just be given to someone else. You fools, it's not like only one or two of you have been replaced this way. You know this, yet you still listen to that perverted old master and charge to your deaths? The great Rakshasa scoffed. A madman impersonating my disciple. You're seriously insane. He didn't deny it. I agree. The mask makes the psychosis even worse, so the other disciples should be careful too. Jinhai and Hongshen pressed their lips tight, stopping themselves from screaming. What the hell is he going on about? The great Rakshasa accepted the challenge. Fine. I will be your opponent. He turned his head and signaled to Bai Yu. Li Zixia quickly saw through his scheme. He's dealing with me while sending signals to his disciples with his eyes. I know exactly what you're up to, you perverted old man. I have to get out before I'm surrounded. Without another word, he dashed towards Bai Yu, drawing his sword. Li Zixia slashed forward. Bai Yu quickly drew her fan to block. In a flash, Li Zixia vanished. At some point, he had used his lightness skill to leap high into the air. The great Rakshasa's disciples could only stare blankly. Everyone started using their lightness skills to follow him. Bai Shu and Ching Chen chased after Li Zixia at top speed. He played the part of a good senior brother, comforting the disciples. Don't you all worry. Qixi was also hot on his heels. Li Zixia remained calm. Because I'm going to kill your master, so there's no need to chase me. The group chased each other, dazed. Li Zixia kept reassuring them. Just trust me, and you will all be free. Hearing this, Qixi and Ching Chen were stunned again. The great Rakshasa roared in fury. Why are you all just standing there watching? Li Zixia's eyes filled with killing intent. Hey, you damn old geezer. You're trying to drive a wedge between us, brothers. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out as a group rushed across the ground. Xuanzhou and Zhu Wei moved quickly, urging the others on as they went. Find him, quickly! The group, led by Bai Yu, leaped nimbly across the rooftops, zipping past in their search. The surrounding townspeople couldn't help but be terrified by the sight. At a roadside tavern, a man was pouring wine, sipping it while observing the situation, and asked, Was there a big fight just now? That person was none other than Li Zixia. With one hand, he held a flask of wine, slowly pouring it into a cup. He remarked, Quite a gathering for the 12 divine generals. Just then, a new customer entered the tavern. This person had a tall, large build and was wearing a black horse mask. His entire body radiated a murderous aura. The waiter saw him and quickly greeted him, Welcome, but to his surprise, this guy didn't know right from wrong, and lunged forward, grabbing the waiter by the throat, causing the boy's face to turn pale with fright. The rude customer then demanded in a loud voice, Did you see anyone frantically running away through here? Or anyone suspicious? The waiter, terrified and being choked, weakly stammered out, No, sir. In the tavern, besides the waiter, there was only Li Zixia, sitting leisurely and enjoying his wine. The moment the man in the horse mask saw him, he let go of the waiter and jutted his chin out, asking, What about you? The instant he finished speaking, a thick, swirling red and black aura shot out from nowhere and wrapped tightly around his neck. Li Zixia had moved so fast he didn't even have time to react. His eyes flashed with anger as he hissed through his teeth. You dare choke a waiter in front of me? Immediately after, a pained groan escaped the horse-masked man due to the terrifying power of Li Zixia. With one hand, he choked him, while the other balled into a fist, preparing to knock out the unlucky braggart. Li Zixia threw a punch so powerful that the mask he was wearing shattered to pieces. From a distance, you could see the punch was so strong, it sent Huang Wu flying several meters away. The waiter standing nearby was trembling uncontrollably. After witnessing such a swift and terrifying murder, he casually looked up at the waiter and spoke as if nothing had happened. Surprised? This is just how things are in the martial world. The boy still couldn't stop shaking, sweat pouring down his face as he fearfully mumbled, Yes, sir. Because he had just punched Huang Wu, Li Zixia's hand was stained with blood. He calmly used wine to wash the blood away. Then, he continued to pour wine into his cup. The waiter stood to the side, still trembling. Li Zixia looked at him, trying to hide his fear, held the bottle towards him and said, Here, have a cup. The waiter immediately took the cup with both hands, clutching it tightly, managing to stammer out, Yes, thank you. He must have understood the boy's thoughts, as he raised his cup and remarked, What a shitty job. You've got, right? The waiter quickly objected. No, that's not it, sir. He didn't seem to care about that. What do you mean? That's not it. Drink up. The boy hesitated. Yes, sir. With that, they both drained their cups in one go. After finishing the offered wine, the waiter's face turned even paler, and his whole body was still trembling in fear. Seeing this, he gently shooed him away, not wanting to see it anymore. Oh, goodness. Look at your face. You're already worn out. Go inside and rest. My subordinate will pay for the wine later. I'll pay later. I'm going to sit here and finish my drink, so hurry up and take a break. Just waiting for that. The waiter quickly thanked him. Oui, yes, sir. I understand. The waiter hurriedly bowed. I'll be on my way then. And practically sprinted back into the tavern. The guy named Huang Wu, who was punched by Li Jia, had already been discovered by the group of divine generals. Xuan Chou had just spotted him. He told Zhu Wei next to him, "He's been attacked." Zhu Wei replied with annoyance, "The guy must still be around here somewhere. Search carefully." Li Jia chewed his food lazily with a completely bored expression on his face. As if sensing eyes fixed on him, Xuan Chou whipped his head around. He irritably shouted, "What are you looking at, you bastard? I'm just sitting here, minding my own business when this ox bumps into me." Annoyed, he flicked his finger. "Look at this bastard for what he is." A chopstick shot from his hand, tearing through the air as it flew forward. It was so fast that the two of them couldn't even react before the chopstick was embedded straight into Xuanchou's forehead. Zhu Wei's face immediately paled. Hit by a single move, Xuanchou fell like a chopped-down tree. Zhu Wei screamed, "Senior brother!" Sitting at his table, Li Jia raised his wine cup to his lips with one hand, while his other hand threw the remaining chopstick, aiming straight for Zhu Wei's head, cutting off the words that were about to escape his mouth. In this place, he drained his cup and slammed it down on the table with a thud. 3 divine generals now lay in a neat row right in front of the tavern. Li Jia looked at the 3 sprawled out corpses before him and thought to himself, they must be the lowest ranking of the 12 divine generals. That's why they're so weak. Bai Shu arrived and, upon seeing this tragic scene, became enraged. "You dare to touch my junior brothers?" Li Jia, with his arms crossed and an indifferent expression, gestured for Bai Shu to come at him. He leaped towards Li Jia, his palm striking towards his chest. Li Jia remained calmly seated on the chair, casually waving his hand. Instantly, from behind Bai Shu's mask, blood spurted out like a fountain. A familiar, thick red aura wrapped tightly around his right arm, freezing it in place. He couldn't move. He was astonished. What is this?" As fast as lightning, Li Jia struck at Bai Shu's neck, causing him to cry out. Just a second later, Bai Shu suffered the same fate as his junior brothers. From start to finish, Li Jia had remained in the exact same spot, not moving an inch. Li Jia let out a nonchalant comment. "In your next life, try not to run into someone like me, okay?" He walked over and removed the black mask from Bai Shu. He held the mask up, put it on, and said, "Now, all that's left are probably the 4 divine generals and Da Luo Sha." A short while later, the remaining divine generals stood around the sprawled-out corpses. Qi Si gritted his teeth, scowling. "He's planning to lure us out one by one and kill us all. At this rate, we're all going to die. What do you all intend to do?" Ching Chen proposed. "The 4 divine generals must unite. If the 4 of us attack together, there's nothing that guy can do." The masked Bai Shu stood there in deep thought. Qi Si, standing beside him with his head bowed, lamented, "I can't believe our junior brothers died so hopelessly like this." He lifted his head and offered an idea. "How about we return to Master's side?" Ching Chen quickly refuted. "If we return like this, Master will be extremely displeased. We've already lost our junior brothers, failed to deal with that guy, and on top of that, we're running away." Bai Shu remained silent, deep in thought. Bai Yin and Ching Chen stood in quiet contemplation. Qi Si spoke up again. "First, please, senior brothers, make a decision." After a moment of thought, Bai Yin spoke slowly. "Let's continue to track him. The 4 of us will go together," just as Ching Chen said. Then he turned to Bai Shu and ordered, "Bai Shu, please inform Master that the junior brothers are dead. Tell him that we, the 4 divine generals, will hunt that man down." He replied, "Yes." Ching Chen mused. "So, does that mean we're temporarily leaving Master's side?" Bai Yin continued. "Regardless, that guy's target is Master. He didn't set up this whole thing just to kill all of us. He even said so himself earlier." Bai Yu, standing nearby and fiddling with his fan, asked, "Are you seriously telling us we have to just endure this?" Faced with the numerous questions from his brothers, Bai Yin said regretfully, "We have to. Before, I thought he was just spouting nonsense, but the truth is, the nonsense that comes from crazy people often turns out to be true." The group, once again, fell into contemplative silence. Each was lost in their own thoughts, but they all shared one nagging question. "Why did he kill our junior brothers?" Bai Yin said through gritted teeth. "Because he's insane." After their senior brother's answer, Bai Shu and Chi Si nodded in agreement. The fake Bai Shu thought to himself, "He really acts the part of a senior brother, doesn't he? Making relatively logical predictions. That's reasonable." After thinking for a moment, Bai Yin continued, "From the very beginning, that guy demanded a one-on-one duel with Master. As long as we don't pursue him, he won't necessarily have to fight us. He'll just show up at Master's place, alone." As Bai Shu listened, he chuckled to himself. "Oh ho, the more I listen to this guy, the more sense he makes. He's being logical." Senior brother Bai Yin continued slowly. "If Master duels him, we can promote Bai Shu to the 4 divine generals, and then we can start over ourselves. That will be enough." Bai Yin said to Ching Chen, "How long do we have to obey that guy and do these slavish tricks? To be honest, I just wish this harsh treatment towards our brothers would just stop already." Bai Shu looked down in contemplation, saying nothing. Then, he lifted his head and delivered a chilling line. "Well then, how about we just kill Master Guo and get it over with? Then, everything will be resolved simply." The moment they heard what Bai Shu said, the group stared at him in bewilderment. Time seemed to stop for a few seconds before someone finally spoke up hesitantly. It turns out you're not Bai Shu." He crossed his arms and observed them in silence. Underneath the cold mask, Li Jia was probably laughing to himself, cursing. "Ugh, damn my big mouth." After his slip of the tongue, the others became suspicious of the true identity behind Bai Shu's mask. He just stood still and observed. Sure enough, they had figured it out. The 4 divine generals began to join forces to attack the man impersonating their brother. At that moment, Li Jia also quickly channeled his internal energy, launching a blazing rooster heavy palm technique. The group of 4 divine generals joined forces to counter his palm strike. A loud explosion erupted. The palm strike Li Jia had just unleashed sent all 4 divine generals flying backward. Bai Yin and Ching Chen managed to keep their balance and weren't knocked flat. Chi Si staggered back to his feet, but his whole body was still reeling. In a flash, Li Jia's feet seemed to glide across the ground. In an instant, he was on Chi Si, continuously pummeling him with iron-hard fists to his chest, his stomach, and his head. The other 3 divine generals could only watch his faster-than-lightning attack in shock. "He's that strong?" Li Jia reached out, looking straight ahead. He lifted Chi Si's mask off, even as the man trembled. He then placed Chi Si's mask over Bai Shu's mask, as if it were a trophy, growling threateningly. "Stop getting on my last nerve. Just let me and Da Luosha fight it out. Once one of us kicks the bucket, this whole thing will be over and done with." "Why do you have to make such a big deal about it?" Bai Yin quickly spoke up. "We get it. We won't hang around the Black Cat Gang anymore today. Please, spare Chi." "Si." Li Jia shot him a sharp glare. "I can't save Chi Si." As soon as he heard this, Bai Yin couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Why? You said your goal was to confront our master. You said you didn't want to start trouble with us, didn't you?" Li Jia held Chi Si by the collar as if he were a mere object and said contemptuously, "That's true. But that bastard Chi Ti, he was kidnapping poor girls and offering them to the great Rakshasa." The 3 of them suddenly froze in shock. Li Zihua still hadn't calmed down, seething with rage. "Recently, I heard he's even been offering a red-eyed beauty to the great Rakshasa. Isn't that right?" Both Bai Yin, Ching, and Bai Yu's faces turned deathly pale, stunned that he knew about this in such detail. Watching Chi Ti cry out for help in agony, they were powerless to do anything, silently thinking in terror. He wants to kill Chi Ti just because he kidnapped and offered women to the master? Because he offered up a red-eyed beauty? Li Zihua didn't say another word. His face was ice cold. He threw a punch. Chi Ti took the full brunt of it, flying back several feet. He was slammed so hard into the wall that the section behind him cracked like a spiderweb. Li Zihua stood there, looking at what he had just done, thinking to himself, Chi Ti is the great Rakshasa's most loyal follower. He'd do absolutely anything for him without hesitation. Even without this, I still have plenty of other reasons to kill him. He looked at the remaining group and sneered. The 4 divine generals are now the 3 divine generals, I suppose? The three of them knew to stay quiet if they wanted to live, not daring to make a peep. Li Zihua turned to leave, but before he left, he turned back with a warning. Well, I'm off to have a round with the great Rakshasa. If you don't have any regrets left in this life, feel free to come to the Black Mao gang. We can make it a 4-on-1. Before long, he had arrived at his destination. He strode arrogantly inside. Li Zihua walked slowly, calling out as he went, Master, your disciple has returned. He carried the 2 masks he'd just acquired, sarcastically thinking, yes, Qi Ti and Bai Shu have returned. Walking the long path from the gate into the main hall, he shouted, Li Zihua has already sent Xuanqiu and Zhu Wei on their way and has returned alive. Master. Still, he saw no one. When no one answered, he grew more irritated and began to curse openly. Where is that damn dog, our master? Right then, he saw him. His master, the great Rakshasa, was sitting on the highest seat in the hall, surrounded by his many disciples. The underlings all had their heads bowed in fear, thinking nervously, he's back. Of course, he isn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing that he didn't respond, Li Zihua arrogantly continued to call out, Master. The servants grew increasingly terrified, not because they were afraid he would kill them, but that he was about to go berserk. Everyone was wondering, is that really the gang leader? Heavens, why is he calling for the master with such grief in his voice? He just got here and is already spouting nonsense. Yeah, that's our leader, all right. Just then, the great Rakshasa finally spoke slowly. All right, welcome back. What about Qi Ti? Li Zihua casually bragged about his handiwork. I hit him once, and he's now part of a wall. I'm sure he's currently waiting in line at the gates of hell. The great Rakshasa feigned regret. What a shame. He was my favorite disciple. Li Zihua lowered his voice and looked at him, puzzled. There's something I've always been curious about and wanted to ask you, master. The old man replied. What is it? Li Zihua gestured, tapping the 2 masks he was wearing on his face. Ultimately, why do we have to wear these masks? Upon hearing the question, the old man's wrinkled face broke into a sinister smile. An excellent question. All this time, I have taken on many disciples, yet none have ever asked me that. The great Rakshasa slowly replied, the reason is quite simple. Hiding your face behind a mask allows you to commit evil acts more naturally. The mask replaces your true identity when you are doing wicked things. Having said that, he threw a question back at him. Well, I've answered your question, so shouldn't you show your real face? One of us is going to die here, so it shouldn't be an issue, right? Li Zihua gently shook the upper mask and laughed mockingly. Oh, my face? I don't think so. His eyes sharpened, glinting dangerously, as he said with heavy implication, I'm about to do something evil, so I can't very well show my face. The great Rakshasa's lips curled into a smirk as he looked at him, and laughed contemptuously, saying no more on the matter. Then, he rose from his seat, pretending to sigh. Such a pity. You brat. You truly should have been my disciple. Li Zihua answered coolly. Even if I were your disciple, I'd still kill you, and you would die wondering why you ever gave me a mask, only to end up like this. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and descended the stairs leisurely, as if agreeing. Indeed. That is simply the way people live. His black robes billowed in the wind. Li Zihua watched him for a moment and then wondered to himself, I'm a fairly handsome man, yet I can't seem to get any beautiful women to like me. He then looked over at the old man's ugly, wrinkled face, and thought, and this bastard gets to enjoy all of them? The thought alone gave him one more reason to kill the man. He became irritated, a sudden indignation rising within him. The great Rakshasa assumed a master's posture and asked, My disciple, how would you like to test our skills? Palm arts, fist arts, saber arts, sword arts, internal energy. I can indulge you in any of them. I have been training in martial arts longer than you, so I will let you decide. Li Zihua retorted. What form are you most confident in? The great Rakshasa announced casually. At my age, it is internal energy, of course. This method might be a bit disadvantageous for you, so perhaps you should choose another. Li Zihua didn't hesitate and agreed to his terms. In that case, let's test our internal energy first. The old man immediately smirked to himself. What an idiot. Just from his voice and the look of his skin, I can tell he's just a young punk. He wants to fight with internal energy against someone like me, who has practiced for decades? Without waiting, the great Rakshasa immediately began to channel his internal energy. Across from him, his opponent was also in a ready stance, their eyes, blazing with killing intent, locked onto one another. At this moment, it was impossible to tell who had the advantage. The great Rakshasa channeled his golden internal energy. Just as quickly, Li Zihua also unleashed his own. One side was a bizarre, blazing red, the other, a majestic gold. They both poured more power into their internal energy, and the force of their clash caused the ground around them to suffer greatly, and it began to crack apart. The two of them showed no signs of stopping their contest of internal energy. Instead, they pushed even harder. The wind around them began to howl. At this point, the great Rakshasa realized how dangerous the situation was, worrying to himself, "This kid." He pushed with more and more strength, but it had no effect, shocking him. He's not being pushed back by my internal energy? Is his power truly equal to what I've spent decades accumulating? Li Zihua's eyes burned with fire as he stared at the old man, filled with hatred. Suddenly, a sword flashed through the air without warning. It seemed the old great Rakshasa was playing dirty. Unable to win the contest of power, he had decided to draw his sword for a sneak attack. But Li Zihua's reflexes were nothing to scoff at. His hand shot out and cleanly stopped the blade's path. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, that sword would have taken his head. With a single hand, Li Zihua caught the treacherous attack. He narrowed his eyes, mocking him. "I thought we agreed on a contest of internal energy. Truly, master, you never cease to disappoint me." The great Rakshasa was completely flabbergasted, moving from one shock to the next. As he finished speaking, Li Zihua delivered a devastating punch that twisted the old man's face. From that single punch, blood poured from his mouth, knocking his teeth loose. Li Zihua then reared back and slammed his head forcefully into the great Rakshasa's forehead. You had to admit, this mask was top quality. Even with a smash like that, it still hadn't broken. He quickly landed another blow right between the old man's eyes. This time, the mask cracked a little, but Li Zihua still wasn't satisfied. He delivered the final, knockout blow. The great Rakshasa's face was a picture of utter misery. He removed his cumbersome mask, revealing fiery red eyes as Li Zihan channeled his internal energy. A sinister smile crept across his handsome face. The great Rakshasa cried out, his face a bloody mess. "My internal energy." The veins on his entire body bulged like tree roots, his vital energy seemingly running along his blood vessels and evaporating. He was horrified. "My internal energy. It's escaping." The sensation for the great Rakshasa right now was probably no different from having his guts ripped out. He convulsed horrifically, his veins popping out in a tangled mess. His eyes turned red with blood vessels, his pupils went white and bulged as if they were about to fall out. At this moment, Li Zihan only needed to give a light push to make him collapse to the ground. The old man's hand trembled as he raised it, now nothing but skin and bone, as shriveled as a dry twig. The great Rakshasa stared at the stick-like hand, trembling uncontrollably before him, and whispered, "What is this?" His eyes widened in disbelief. Li Zihan spoke, "First time we've met." The great Rakshasa lifted his wrinkled, bloody face to look at him. Li Zihan arrogantly declared, "I am Li Zihan, master of the Xiaowu sect." The great Rakshasa sat sprawled on the ground, looking at the handsome face, trembling, unable to even get a word out. "Li Zihan," he breathed. Li Zihan gently reminded him, "If you had accepted the duel from the start, old man, you could have saved the lives of those foolish disciples of yours. Before you depart for the next world, you should say a few words to your disciples as their leader." The great Rakshasa coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He mumbled with his few remaining teeth, "You've already killed them all. What disciples are left?" As soon as he finished speaking, the great Rakshasa was startled by figures behind him and quickly turned around. It was Kim Hoi and Hong Shen, standing frozen, not daring to move, sweating as if they'd just bathed. His eyes swept over them. "You two." Before he could finish, he saw 3 heads peeking over the opposite roof. The trio Ching Chen, Bai Yin, and Bai Yu had also been dead silent, not daring to make a peep. The great Rakshasa looked at him in surprise. "Huh, you crazy bastard. You spared quite a few of them, didn't you?" He changed his form of address, his voice growing softer. "Master of the Xiaowu sect, you are truly formidable." Li Zihan looked at him, deep in thought, and didn't reply. The great Rakshasa respectfully bowed one last time before his death. He looked at everyone and gave his final words. "My disciples, you have all suffered greatly, worrying about an incompetent master like me. From now on, you must serve the master of the Xiaowu sect with all your loyalty." As a final instruction, he didn't forget to add, "From now on, you should all take off your masks and live." His subordinates remained silent, a final sign of respect for the man who was once their master. The great Rakshasa's voice faded, and then he fell silent. Li Zihan reached out his hand towards him, thinking to himself, even so, until his very last moment, the great Rakshasa thought of his disciples. He gently closed the man's eyes, then quietly addressed the disciples, "Follow your master's last wish. Take off your masks." Following his words, the three of them slowly removed their masks one by one. While he was at it, he ordered them to clean up the Black Cat Gang's courtyard and dispose of the bodies on the way. The men complied, each taking on a task. He turned to go inside, calling out, "Head steward, disciples of the 12 divine generals, I need to speak with you. Steward Bai, Hong Shen, and Kim Hoi, you come too." The trio of Bai Yin, Ching Chen, and Bai Yu sat obediently on one side. Opposite them were Steward Bai, Hong Shen, and Kim Hoi. Li Zihan sat authoritatively between the two rows and declared, "From now on, I will be everyone's senior brother." Hearing this, everyone was confused. He rubbed his chin and explained, "If I were to teach you, I suppose I should be called master. But as you can see, I'm still so young. Calling me senior brother is most appropriate. Does anyone object?" They were certain that anyone who dared to object would be dead before they could even react, so they only dared to question it. In their minds, "Young, so we should call him senior brother?" Since no one voiced any objections, Li Zihan continued his instructions. "From now on, I will guide you on what needs to be done. Make me repeat myself a second time, and you're dead. Listen carefully." Hong Shen quickly replied, "Yes, senior brother." Kim Hoi also chimed in. Li Zihan chuckled, pleased with himself. As expected, the ones I fed the pork bone soup to are much more obedient. But those other three, they don't seem to have submitted yet. Their faces sullen and silent. Li Zihan said calmly, "My dear junior brothers, your master, the great Rakshasa, is dead. So from now on, just relax." The three divine generals were truly stubborn. Each of their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't maintain his composure any longer and growled, enunciating each word. "I said, relax." Only then did the three stubborn men finally submit, nodding in agreement. "We understand." He began to lay out the rules. "I don't know what kind of power each of you holds, or how many subordinates you have. But after the great Rakshasa's funeral is over, I want you to immediately put an end to all your sick games. Then, follow me and join the Xiaowu sect." Ching Chen asked coldly. "The Xiaowu sect?" Li Zihan explained. "The Xiaowu sect is a school that gathers people who work in various fields. It's a chaotic, noisy organization composed of different, complex forces. What will you do for the Xiaowu sect, you ask?" As he finished speaking, the room fell dead silent. No one had any comments. In truth, even in his own mind, he was thinking, "You don't know? Well, neither do I." After thinking for a moment and still coming up empty, he decided to just be direct. "For now, I need everyone to report to me regularly on the situation. If any problems arise, you can also come to me. For the time being, that's all I've thought of, so just follow that." After that, Li Zihan didn't forget to add a reminder for the three stubborn ones. "And remember to get rid of all that underworld business you're involved in. You hear?" Bai Yin pondered for a moment and said softly, "I will keep that in mind." Li Zihan paused, thinking for a moment, then continued his instructions. "You are all adults now. It's not right for me to hold your hands and guide you through everything like this. Now that you've taken off your masks, you should start changing on your own." It seemed that his new promotion was making him a bit long-winded. "I'm not a good person, nor am I a patient one. To spare someone's life, I have to restrain myself dozens of times." For instance, he reminded the three divine generals, whose faces were growing darker by the second, "Like when I spared the three of you, Bai Yin, Ching Chen, and Bai Yu." At this, Bai Yu finally spoke up hesitantly. "I have a few concerns." Li Zihan turned to him curiously. Bai Yu spoke slowly. "Our master had enemies and friends. Long Shou, Old Master Long Shou. He was a particularly close friend of our master. He often received money from our master, and occasionally, our master would even gift him a few women. If he finds out that our master has passed away, Old Master Long Shou will probably be the most furious." He signaled for the others to continue. Ching Chen quickly added his input. "And then there's the Cloud Rain Society. They are our master's #1 enemy. Our master's right hand was cut off by the Cloud Rain Society." Ching Chen honestly laid everything out. Unlike Old Master Long Shou, the leader of the Cloud Rain Society will be thrilled to hear this news. Besides them, there are many others who hold grudges against our master. I don't know how they will react. Hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes at this very useful information. He let out a sigh of relief. Well then, that's great. Hong Shen looked at him innocently. Senior brother, why is it great? Li Zihan, as if re-energized, replied with joyful enthusiasm. I mean, it just gives me more people to kill. His answer was both terrifying and insane, leaving the group speechless. After hearing that, everyone's face turned pale. Li Zaha stroked his chin, thinking of the dancing women, and wondered, could it be that the Yun Wu from the Cloud Dance Society is the same Yun Wu I know? Bai Yu nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing this, he showed a look of disgust. What a nauseating name. Then, he turned to give an order to Manager Bai. Manager, write a letter in my name, as the leader of the Black Cat Gang, and send it to the Cloud Dance Society. Tell them to stop being so arrogant, and to start living their lives properly. Understood the hint, and narrowed their eyes. Do you mean we should use that letter to declare war, sir? Li Jia praised him. Exactly. You've got a sharp mind, Manager B. The praise made Manager Bai blush like a tomato, and he sat there bashfully like a young maiden. Seeing this, Bai Yu spoke up to warn him. The Cloud Rain Society's power is no simple matter. Sir, do we really have to provoke them? Li Jia cut him off. Bai Yu. The man, confused, turned to Li Jia, who then uttered each threatening word. Shut your mouth. Now. Bai Yu trembled, squeaked out a, yes sir, and fell silent, not daring to make another peep. Li Jia grumbled, declaring war on the Cloud Rain Society. What's the problem? It's not like our relationship is any good. After saying that, he paused as if a new thought had struck him. Then, his demeanor changed instantly. He slammed his hand down on the armrest in a rage. The whole room trembled, afraid that even breathing too loudly would get them sent flying. Li Jia roared. The Cloud Rain Society. Just thinking of that sect's name pisses me off. I can't let them be. Manager B, forget the letter. Declare war on them directly for me. The group of generals turned pale with fear before their crazed senior brother. What the hell? Declaring war just because he's annoyed by their name? His anger grew as he came up with another reason. Besides, the Cloud Rain Society is the enemy that severed our master's arm. As his disciples, it is naturally our duty to take revenge, isn't that right? The six of them looked at him with ashen faces, completely aghast. No one dared to speak, but they all shared the same thought. This guy killed the master with his own hands, and now he wants revenge on the ones who cut off the master's arm? Is he insane? Li Jia, noticing no one was responding, gently prompted, no answer? Only then did they start stammering. Bai Yu and Jin Hai each managed to say, yes, of course, we must get revenge. Li Jia put on the air of a senior brother looking down at his juniors. The men sitting below started sweating as if they were in a sauna, afraid he was about to make another bizarre demand. But he just said gently, let's have a pleasant partnership, my brothers. In unison, they replied, yes, sir. Li Jia went out into the courtyard for a walk. The golden sunlight danced gently on the roof tiles, playing with the peach blossoms in the yard. He mumbled to himself, I've been so busy, haven't I? This new senior brother strolled about in a strangely cheerful and excited mood. The servants, seeing him, quickly huddled together. Everyone working along his path stopped to greet him. Even the group of men laboriously carrying heavy sacks had to kneel with the sacks still on their backs. Su Jiping, the commander of the porters, stood with his hands clasped in greeting. Li Jia simply gestured to dismiss the formalities. A pink plum blossom petal drifted by, catching his attention. Li Jia turned to see where the petal came from, and saw that nearby there was a pink plum tree in full bloom. It was so beautiful. He slowly approached it. Li Jia sat cross-legged in meditation under the tree. He closed his eyes, feeling each petal falling around him, each one lingering on his shoulders. A subordinate who saw the scene held his breath. The entire courtyard was silent, with only the golden sun and the plum blossoms busily playing together. He sat there from the early morning sun until dusk as the light began to fade. He remained in that meditative pose, pink plum blossoms covering his entire body. The servants watched the scene before them in silence. At that moment, Li Jia gently opened his eyes. He slowly stood up, the plum blossoms falling and fluttering in the wind. His slender hands slowly drew his sword from its sheath. The onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment. He lightly traced a long arc with his sword. Li Jia suddenly stopped to observe the blade. A single pink plum blossom petal drifted lightly on the wind. A new target had entered his sights. In his eyes, there was only that single falling petal. The tip of his sword lifted gently into the air. He focused on every one of his movements, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. This was perhaps his gentlest attack ever, at times graceful, at others, rapid. The group of onlookers standing outside were so engrossed watching him, they lost all track of time. Li Jia's moves were like a dance, powerful, yet graceful and deft. His gaze was steady, locked on the target. The plum blossoms gathered and swirled along the path of his sword. He stood firm on the brick ground as the wind whipped the petals into a vortex that grew stronger and stronger. Each petal danced and leaped freely. As it wished, he had identified his target. A swift, powerful sword strike shot forward. The pink plum blossom petal lightly touched the sharp tip of the blade. His eyes, for a split second, turned razor-sharp. A moment later, Li Jia sliced the tiny petal in two in midair with one clean stroke. The vortex gradually widened. He calmly sheathed his sword, ending the technique. The swirling wind suddenly grew stronger. Su Jiping and the servants were standing some distance away, but they could still feel the force of the wind. It was no gentle breeze. They were astonished. What did we just witness? Peeking at him from afar, they whispered curiously, "Could it be? He's creating a new sword style?" "Perhaps so." Li Jia looked up and asked innocently, "What kind of flower is this?" The audience below clamored, "It's a plum blossom, sir. A plum blossom." He gently touched the trees. "Rough trunk. Ah, is that so?" The golden sunlight gently caressed his handsome face. He looked so poetic and romantic in that moment. Li Jia chuckled softly. "In that case, let's call it the plum blossom sword style." They were stunned. The plum blossom sword style? Suddenly, he turned to junior sister Hongshen, who was skipping over. "Yes, senior brother?" He glared at her reproachfully. "You were spying on my secret martial art, weren't you?" As expected, Hongshen cut him off. "You were about to call me a little thief, weren't you?" It seemed she had guessed right. He said nothing. She laughed playfully. "Plum blossom sword style? The name you picked sounds so weak." Li Jia corrected himself. "How about the Rakshasa sword style then?" Hongshen suggested. "Plum blossom sounds better," he said flatly. "Are you sure?" "Let's go eat," she replied softly. "I'll stay here and watch a little longer." "You go ahead, senior brother." Li Jia quickly turned and walked away. "Suit yourself." Left alone, Hongshen stood there, happily letting her spirit drift with the flying petals. At that moment, the others were having a meal. Jin Hai, whose chubby cheeks were bigger than a dozen, steamed buns combined, was chomping on a chicken leg. Li Jia asked, "You're Hongshen's senior brother, right?" Jin Hai mumbled a yes while chewing. Li Jia then asked, "Then why? Is junior sister Hongshen always punching you in the face?" He used the chicken leg to gesture defensively. "I've thought about this very seriously too. This situation is not normal at all." Jin Hai's eyes widened as he stared at the two chicken legs, speaking gravely. "In a proper, righteous sect, something like this would never happen." The more he spoke, the fiercer he became. "Junior sister, punching a senior brother in the face should get you expelled." But then he shook his head. "We're not some righteous sect. We walk the dark path. The dark path." And that junior sister, Jin Hai became angry again. After getting hit, I thought, "How dare you? Sooner or later, I'll teach you a lesson." He then slumped over dejectedly. "That's what I planned. But in the end, the great senior brother drained all my internal energy." Looking down at the golden chicken in his hand, he lamented. "Meanwhile, junior sister Hong's internal energy. This is pretty deep. It's not a simple matter." Li Zixia, sitting next to him, nodded. Jin Hoi turned in surprise and called out, "Senior brother?" He just hummed in response, showing his concern. "You look really tired, senior brother." Li Zixia agreed. "Yeah, I guess so. Let's eat. Let's eat." He picked up a large piece of meat and said, "So, to put it simply, you like Hongshen, don't you?" "What?" Jin Hoi shot him a pouting glance. "Are you dreaming?" Li Zixia bit his chopstick thoughtfully and turned. "I'm not?" The boy, still holding onto two chicken thighs, let out a long, disappointed sigh. Li Zixia casually glanced at him, then continued eating as if nothing happened. He praised, "Wow, our junior brother really enjoys his food, huh?" Jin Hoi, with food in both hands, wanted to say, "My senior brother drained all my internal energy, so of course I have to eat a lot." Li Zixia sneered. "The logic of a fatty like you is truly one of a kind." The boy glared at him. "It's a good thing I'm this fat, you know." With that, Jin Hoi started bragging about his glorious past. The Golden Mountain Merchant Guild, a place where money is never an issue. As the youngest son of that family, I had money and knew martial arts. Back then, I was actually pretty skinny. Li Zixia was surprised. "You're the youngest son of a prestigious family?" Jin Hoi nodded. Li Zixia finally understood. "No wonder you look so much like a spoiled youngest son. That must be why you get punched." Hearing that, the boy's face darkened with annoyance. Jinhui then looked outside, curious. But why are the subordinates making such a commotion? And junior sister too. Outside, a group of men in black were practicing their swordplay under a tree, while Su Jiping sat quietly, cultivating his qi. The people around him were swinging their swords. Hong Shen seemed to be a natural with this new sword style, executing it skillfully and beautifully. Jinhui sat there, his cheeks puffed out, wondering, have they been out here this whole time, dancing with their swords among the flower petals? Are they having a group meltdown? Li Zixia rested his chin on his hand and commented, they're doing a good job. Surprised, Jinhui said, they're doing a good job? Is this the Mad Cat Gang instead of the Black Cat Gang? Li Zixia gazed outside and gently praised, they're doing so well. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Those men were training diligently, he thought to himself. They were inspired after seeing me cultivate. Su Jiping is also training with great enthusiasm. That's why they're all jumping and dancing around like that, to reach the martial arts realm they desire. The pink plum blossom tree in front of the house was in full, beautiful bloom. He was pleased. Very good. As a few petals drifted by on the breeze, he put on a handsome expression and smiled softly, taking in the scent of the plum blossoms that filled the air. His index finger gently tapped a rhythm on the dining table. While tapping, Li Zixia hummed a tune like a carefree wanderer. Jinhui, sitting next to him, saw this and clapped his hands excitedly as if he'd hit the jackpot. Outside, Hong Shen and Su Jiping were still diligently practicing the plum blossom sword art. The evening sun cast long shadows on the brick ground. The group continued to practice tirelessly. Watching the scene before him, Li Zixia couldn't help but sit there, humming endlessly. In the blink of an eye, the sky had turned pitch black. The next morning, pink plum blossom petals were scattered across the brick courtyard. A breeze blew into the familiar room. In the same familiar seating position, Manager Bai stood in the middle of the room, bowing respectfully. He said, recently, someone spotted the silver ghost, Liu Ching. After gathering information from the Jianghu rumors, I've concluded that alongside the Meteor Ronin, if you just give them money, they'll go and stir up trouble. There are also many other martial artists of unknown origin, gathering together. Li Zixia looked up at the ceiling, thinking, what could be the reason? Manager B speculated. Perhaps after hearing that the great Rakshasa and some of the 12 divine generals are dead, they think that Manhua has been weakened? He thought to himself, are they planning to exploit this weakness to take over Manhua? Li Zixia said flatly. That means the person who killed the great Rakshasa is still right here, yet they think Manhua has weakened? What a bunch of morons. The others sitting there fell silent, looking dumbfounded. Then, it seemed to click, albeit a bit slowly. They spoke up in unison. That's right, isn't it? Manager Bai was a man who truly understood the world. He said softly, greed always makes people lose their ability to judge calmly. Li Zixia nodded without a word. The manager offered his opinion. Based on my speculation, Old Master Dragonhead has already joined forces with Master Shou. Manager B knew a lot, because the enemy's forces are quite strong. For now, I will contact the other 12 divine generals. If Old Master Dragonhead's strategy is to tear Manhua into pieces, then the other divine generals won't be safe either. Li Zixia rested his chin on his hand lazily. If I just go around causing random trouble myself, how can I resolve this situation? We're short on manpower, so our subordinates' morale is low. The first priority is to not be outnumbered by them. Li Zixia began assigning tasks. Send someone to Yiliang County with a message for Sima Yi and Sha Tai. Tell them to gather all the people who are tired of life and look like they want to die. He continued, send another person to the Black Panther Fortress. Su Jiping was surprised. The Black Panther Fortress? Li Zixia nodded. Yes. Tell that guy, Dugu Sheng, to select about 100 elite troops and bring them to me. The subordinate was shocked. So, the Black Panther Fortress will come? Li Zixia glanced at him. Just tell him the master of the Demon Sect has given the order. He'll come. Then, he calculated. With this, our numbers should be about even. Even if a war does break out, our subordinates won't feel outmatched. Li Zixia warned them. Let me tell you, the Black Panther Fortress guys are completely insane. You all should be careful not to get caught up in their drama. Those bastards are truly psychos. Su Jiping looked tense. I understand, sir. Li Zixia raised his voice. All right, leaders? Everyone responded in unison. Yes, Clan Master. Li Zixia continued to brief them. On Old Master Dragonhead's side, is there anyone I shouldn't kill? Any of your relatives or old friends stuck in that group, for instance? If so, tell me now. The leaders looked at each other in silence. He said nonchalantly, once I kill them all, Don't come crying to me. They quickly replied from below. There's no one, sir. Li Zixia was satisfied. All right then. Let's begin. Call the junior brothers, the 12 divine generals. Any of them who refuse to answer my summons, I'll personally find them and beat them to death. He waved his hand, signaling them all to get to work. Manager Bai asked with a serious expression, Sir, do you want me to draw a portrait of someone? Li Zixia answered casually, Yes, there's someone I absolutely must find. Manager Bai was a bit confused by this, but he quickly bowed in acceptance. You only need to describe him, sir. I will find him for you, no matter the cost. Li Zixia's expression suddenly turned grim, and the atmosphere around them grew dark. He continued, That guy, he's a lust demon. Manager Bai, hearing this, froze in confusion and asked. Li Zixia had to explain it to him. What I mean is, the guy is just like a lust demon. His skin is pale and so smooth, and his eyes are always squinted, like he's constantly smiling. If you saw him, you'd understand what I'm talking about. As Manager Bai listened, he tried to form a blurry image in his mind. He nodded and said, I understand, sir. Li Zixia asked, slightly surprised. You do? Manager B continued. Yes. From your description, I've been able to picture this lust demon. After finishing his sentence, his expression was extremely serious. Scene change. Li Zixia was sitting with his leg propped up in a horse-drawn carriage, chin in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, he spoke up. Let's change our destination. This breeze is too nice. It would make more sense to go to the Cloud Mist Society in Yihei County. The driver jumped, hastily replying in a doubtful tone. Yes, sir. Li Zihua's eyes were dark as he spoke a single, cryptic sentence. How dare you act so presumptuously in my presence? How annoying. The driver was stunned to hear this. Li Zihua had to ask, What's wrong? The driver suddenly snapped out of it. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he replied, It's nothing, sir. The carriage continued along the deserted forest road. Li Zihua rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he enjoyed the feeling of peace. He thought to himself, On a cool spring day like this, the wind seems to have swept away my frantic madness, hasn't it? This is quite pleasant. Finally, they arrived. Li Zihua stepped out of the carriage, turned to the driver, and said, You can go back now. Just say you went to relieve yourself and came back. The driver replied nervously, Yes, sir. The carriage drove off. Li Zihua also turned, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked inside. He stood before a large door and knocked a few times. A small slat in the door opened. A pair of eyes appeared in the darkness. Who are you? They asked doubtfully. Li Zihua didn't answer, just stood there, staring motionlessly at the door. Seeing this, the person asked again, Who is it? Hearing that, he snorted, then said calmly, I'm here to collect compensation. The door slowly slid open. Li Zihua cursed inwardly. What the hell kind of way is this to open a door? Are they planning on not paying? The door opened wide. A man with his arms crossed gruffly told Li Zihua to come in, then immediately turned and walked away. He muttered, What compensation? It can't be the society leader, right? Is it the vice society leader? Li Zihua seemed not to hear his question, deeply, contemplating as he glanced around. Seeing that he didn't answer, the man whipped back around and asked irritably, Why aren't you answering? He just looked back blankly and asked, What? As soon as he said that, the other man angrily raised his hand, gritting his teeth and snarling, Damn you, you've got some nerve, don't you? But Li Zihua caught his slap. He squeezed the man's wrist as if to break it, his expression calm with a hint of contempt. The other guy trembled and screamed, Let go! A murderous glint flashed in Li Zihua's eyes. He stared at him, and the man could barely breathe. Sweat dripped down as he bit his lip, enduring the pain shooting from his tightly gripped wrist. His face turned purple, veins bulging. The frightened man stammered, Where did you come from? Li Zihua replied nonchalantly, Where did I come from? That's a long story. I came from my mother's womb. Where else? Always asking such basic questions. Or are you asking what district I'm from? I'm not sure. He frowned. I think you're asking which faction I belong to, right? That question also takes a while to answer. Hearing this, the man's face turned pale. He begged, Please, spare me. Li Zihua continued, That's why. Li Zihua fell silent. He looked at him. Suddenly, he swung his arm and threw the man into the distance. He landed with a thud. By now, his face was deathly pale, the whites of his eyes showing. Li Zihua ignored him and turned away. As he walked, he wondered, Is it this quiet inside because Master Shou isn't here? He walked to a pond. Beneath the clear blue water, were koi fish of all colors and patterns, swimming playfully. Li Zihua turned his head to look in another direction, then walked towards a man who was sitting on a small wooden stool by a fire, gnawing on some meat. He asked, "What the hell is this place?" The other man looked up, chewing noisily, and asked, "Who are you?" Li Zihua looked at him coldly and said, "I'm here to see Master Shou." Hearing that, the man replied, "Oh, he's not here right now." Li Zihua nodded and asked again, "Is that so? Is anyone else inside? The Vice Society leader, for example?" The man replied, "Only other guests. The Vice Society leader is also out." Li Zihua turned to look at the blazing fire pit and asked, "What's this for?" The man answered, "It's an incinerator." He asked again, "An incinerator? What needs to be burned? What is it?" The man replied casually, "Corpses. What else?" Li Zihua was stunned and asked again, "Corpses?" The other man picked up another piece of meat and continued with an expression of slight annoyance. "People who don't pay their debts get burned, I think. I don't really know the details." Li Zihua muttered, "Is that so?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "So, if you don't pay, you get killed and your body is burned here?" The man just replied, "That's right," and went back to ravenously eating the meat. He was silent for a moment, then sighed and continued, "Burning corpses while eating, isn't that weird?" The man froze for a second upon hearing that, but before he could answer, Li Zihua had already turned away, leaving only the words, "Well, enjoy your meal." Suddenly, the man spoke up, "You're not a guest, are you?" The man was now tightly gripping a large axe, his face dark as he glared at him. Li Zihua just glanced over. He thought to himself, "How many people has this guy killed to be able to sense killing intent so quickly?" In an instant, the man rushed forward, swinging the axe towards Li Zihua, but he immediately spun around and dodged it. Before the man could react, he raised his hand and struck with his palm, hitting him square in the chest. The blow made him cough up blood, sending him flying straight into the blazing incinerator behind him. The flames in the furnace roared, swallowing the man whole. Li Zihua just glanced over nonchalantly, a trace of killing intent still lingering in his eyes. He picked up the man's axe, turned his back on the burning furnace, and walked away. Before him stood a 4-story building. The door was open. He stepped inside. The space within was dark and gloomy, with smoke drifting through the air. The beautiful and sensual female dancers on stage were startled and stopped dancing. Around the stage were several round tables laden with wine. A few customers turned their heads to stare at him. Li Zihua paid them no mind and walked straight onto the stage. His cold expression scared the dancers, who fled backstage. He said in a low voice, "It's too dark. Someone light the lamps." At that moment, the customers around him stood up, their hands gripping the hilts of their swords, ready to draw at any moment. Corpses lay strewn across the floor in a river of blood, with only the image of Li Zihua standing tall, holding the axe. Blood was still dripping from its blade onto the ground. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his face was splattered with blood. Suddenly, the thundering sound of footsteps approached. A group of men holding swords ran up behind Li Zihua. The leader glanced around, in confusion, and said, "What happened here?" Then he looked at Li Zihua and asked, "Who are you?" He immediately turned his head, his gaze dark. The other man froze slightly. He frowned and thought to himself, "There's something off about him." Li Zihua glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and replied, "I'm here to collect compensation." The other man was shocked and frowned, confused. "What? Exactly how much is this compensation that you had to go this far?" Li Zihua asked back. "How much can you pay me?" The man hesitated for a moment, then carefully answered, "Is 300 gold enough?" Li Zihua gave him a look, then turned away and replied, "What a surprise. That's exactly the amount that the Black Mountain tribe leader promised to pay me." At that moment, the man seemed to understand. "So, it was the Black Mountain tribe leader who owed you. In that case, please take this 100 taels and leave. This debt will be considered settled." But Li Zuehe replied, "There's no need to pay." The other guy quickly interjected, "How can that be? If you borrow money from the Black Mountain tribe leader, him pressuring you to repay the debt is no joke." Before the man could finish his sentence, Li Zuehe cut him off. "If he disappears, he'll forget all about collecting that debt, and I won't know who I lent it to, either. If you also owe the Black Mountain tribe leader, then you should thank me." The other man was stunned, speechless, his forehead breaking out in a sweat. He was terrified. What? Did he kill the Black Mountain tribe leader? He was scared, but he remained silent. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at a familiar corpse on the ground. The corpse's face was covered in blood. At that moment, The man's expression darkened with anxiety and fear. As if reading his terror, Li Zuihe's pupils narrowed slightly as he threatened him. Don't even think about running away, because I'll ignore your subordinates and chase only you. And don't order your men to charge forward, either, because I'll ignore them and kill only you. The man broke out in a cold sweat. Suppressing his fear, he grit his teeth and asked, "So, what do you want? Should I bring the money first?" Li Zuihe agreed, then added, "Don't bother. While you're preparing the money, it seems your men will surround this place. So just stay here. Use that time to repent with me." Hearing this, the man stumbled back in shock and yelled, "What?" Li Zuihe continued nonchalantly, "Mourn for the dead, and try to think carefully. Why did our lives turn out like this? And why did we drift to this place? We weren't born as wicked people. How did we become this way?" The room was silent, with no reply. Suddenly, the door was thrown open, and a group of men rushed in. Li Zuihe didn't even react, just stared intently at the ground, lost in thought. "Is that how you open a door? You don't want to talk to me?" The man from before still didn't say a word, his face frozen in terror. He cursed inwardly. "He's a complete madman. I've been trapped by a lunatic." He recalled the scene of death from earlier. He wasn't sane from the very beginning. Even though I didn't see it myself, they were all killed with a single axe strike. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Tensely, he ordered, "Get those men out of here." His men were stunned and questioned him, but he just growled the order, "Hurry up." Everyone withdrew. Only Li Zuihe remained, standing on the stage looking down at the man below. The two faced each other. The man held out his hands, pleading, "I've sent them away. So please, calm down. If you want something, just say it. We can resolve everything from start to finish with just words, okay? I propose we cooperate. You can think of me as a traitor. I'm even willing to get on my knees and beg you to spare my life." Hearing this, Li Zuihe didn't waste words and gave an order, "Kneel." The man immediately scrambled onto the stage and knelt down properly. He cautiously glanced up, trying to gauge Li Zuihe's expression. Li Zuihe glanced at him but said nothing. The man had no choice but to try and negotiate. "First of all, it's very fortunate that the society leader is away. I can tell you anything you want to know. Of course, I know you don't care about money or women. First, it would be great if you could tell me what you want." Li Zuihe cut him off. "Master Shu, where is he?" He quickly got an answer. "I think he'll be here late tonight." Li Zuihe then asked, "Can you kill him?" The man's face went blank. He thought to himself, "All right, I just have to convince him." With that, he stammered, "If it's just me alone, it would be very difficult. If my subordinates and I act together, it should be possible. Because Master Shu is out drinking tonight, it'll be easier for us to make a move than usual. I'm sure it's possible. It's possible to kill him." Li Zuihe narrowed his eyes and uttered one word, "Traitor." Then he raised his axe again. Seeing this, the man panicked and hastily tried to justify himself. "Believe me, if I can't kill him, then you can kill me. Besides, Master Shu was planning to kill you anyway. You can just kill all of them then." Li Zuihe raised his blood-stained hand, touched the man's face, and whispered, "I heard that Master Shu is as strong as the great Rakshasa, is he?" The man tried to force a strained smile on his face, which was already twisted with fear, and replied, "They haven't officially fought yet." Hearing this, Li Zuihe's eyes narrowed, and a murderous glint flashed in his pupils. Suddenly, with a sickening thud, Li Zuihe swung his axe, splitting the man's head open. He merely glanced indifferently as the man collapsed, his lips murmuring, "On second thought, the entire Cloud Rain Society is garbage. It seems there aren't many people here I can use." The sound of rushing footsteps approached, and someone shouted, "The vice leader is under attack." Instantly, a crowd of 100 men ran up to Li Zuihe. He looked at them with contempt and let out a sigh. A bunch of people, about to die, all gathered together. With that, Li Zuihe slowly stepped down from the stage, his blood-soaked axe still in hand. A long while later, he casually walked to another building. As he stepped over the threshold, Murongbai's voice rang out, "Sect Master, please come in." He looked up, seeming quite surprised to see the bloodstains on. Li Zuihe spoke politely. "Sir, my apologies for stopping by your place so late." Murongbai smiled and shook his head, replying, "Not at all. It's nothing to worry about." He then hesitated slightly before asking, "Did you get into another fight?" Li Zuihe nodded casually and replied, "I get into fights often. It's a daily occurrence for me." Murongbai chuckled and said, "At the very least, Have a drink with me. Li Zuihei immediately agreed. The scene changes to Li Zuihei sitting at a table. He watched Murong Bai across from him pour wine into a cup. The shimmering liquor filled the cup to the brim. After pouring, Murong Bai looked up and asked, "Who did you fight with?" Li Zuihei's cold face was reflected in the wine cup as he replied, "You know the great Rakshasa is dead, right?" Murong Bai answered, "Yes." Li Zuihei continued, "After the great Rakshasa died, I gathered the dark disciples who followed him. Then, the first thing I did was go to the Cloud Rain Society." Murong Bai poured more wine and asked, "You had a battle at the Cloud Rain Society?" Li Zuihei replied, "That's right. I used an axe to kill them." Hearing this, Murong Bai was a bit surprised and raised his voice, asking, "How could you use an axe?" Li Zuihei immediately cut him off, reminding him, "Lower your voice." Murong Bai continued in a softer tone, "Right. Killing with a sword, killing with an axe, killing with your fists. They're all completely different from simply taking a life. I wonder, did you accidentally kill someone you shouldn't have?" Li Zuihei just replied indifferently. "No." Murong Bai's eyes crinkled into a smile as he praised him. "You did very well." But then he added, "However, Sect Master, I can see your inner demon, standing right outside the door." Hearing this, Li Zuihei smiled, his gaze deep as he looked at Murong Bai and said, "If that's really the case, then I'll have to visit you more often, sir. Sometimes I become the patient too." Li Zuihei picked up his wine cup, thinking to himself, "What if I just stick with Master Shou and get restored to my old self? I can become a berserker fiend, in the truest sense of the word." He looked at the gentle, warm face of the person across from him and thought to himself, it was clear that when he was in that state, meeting with Mr. Murong would calm the berserker fiend. I want to become a calm berserker fiend so I can solve my own problems. I don't want to become a mad demon drowning in bloodlust. The current berserker fiend was a little better than in his previous life. Li Zaha looked down at the wine cup in his hand, a decision already made in his heart. And that will be my goal. Late at night, the bright moonlight shone down on the plum and peach trees. Li Zaha stepped over the threshold. The two guards at the gate respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, sir." Fallen flowers littered the courtyard. Li Zaha clasped his hands behind his back and walked leisurely, marveling to himself. After talking with Murong Bai, "I feel so much better." He smiled, thinking, "It's truly refreshing to talk with someone I can pour my heart out to." Li Zaha stepped into the main hall. The divine generals looked up when they saw him return. Hongshen's face lit up with joy at his return, while Su Jiping simply bowed his head in greeting. On the long bench in the middle of the hall, Sha Tai raised a fan to cover his familiar smirk. Sha Tai lowered the fan, revealing a sly smile. Suddenly, he shot to his feet, made a fist, and bowed to Li Zaha. "The sect leader has returned." Immediately, the people sitting on the benches on both sides also stood up in unison. "The chief has returned. Eldest brother is back." Sha Tai respectfully stepped aside, gesturing for him to take a seat. Only after he was settled did Li Zaha order the men below to sit down. Then, he looked up at Sha Tai and asked, "First time meeting everyone, have the introductions been made?" He immediately replied, "All done." As soon as he finished, Li Zaha's eyes suddenly grew colder as he continued, "But why are you sitting in my seat of honor?" Unfazed, Sha Tai just smiled at him and said, "Am I not the chief steward of the Ha-Wu sect?" Li Zaha glanced at him coldly and replied, "Well, yes." Hearing that, Sha Tai acted as if he'd struck gold and said excitedly, "There you have it. This subordinate is the chief steward of the Ha-Wu sect." He just replied indifferently, "I know." Suddenly, Hongshen spoke up, reporting, "Eldest brother, he told me he was the second in command of the Ha-Wu sect. Is that true?" Hearing this, Li Zaha asked doubtfully, "Second in command?" He turned to glare at Sha Tai, only to see him sweating bullets, using every muscle in his face and his eyes to plead with him. "Sect leader, please just say yes." Li Zaha half closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "I've taken in a cunning old fox." In response to Sha Tai's desperate plea, came three crushing words, "No such thing." Sha Tai looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his mouth agape. Li Zaha continued, "Sha Tai is just the chief steward of the Ha-Wu sect. There's no second in command or anything like that here. But chief steward is still an important position, so treat him appropriately. You can tell just by looking at him that if you hit him once or twice, he'll be pushing up daisies. So remember to be careful." The others chuckled at that, while Sha Tai dejectedly walked down to his seat. As he was walking, he suddenly heard Li Zaha call his name. He turned his head and answered, "Yes?" Li Zaha said nonchalantly. If you're so bitter, then you should try to get stronger. Sha Tai, while sitting down, replied, I'd love to. The people here all had great masters, used spiritual medicines, and learned high-level martial arts. That's why they're so strong. He lowered his eyes and continued, This subordinate has no master, nor has he ever even seen a spiritual medicine. I only know how to swing a sword to survive from one day to the next. With that, he squinted his eyes and said meaningfully, So, I think if we were to fight using only external martial arts, the outcome wouldn't be so certain. Hearing this, Su Jiping immediately scowled, glaring at him challengingly. Shall we test our external skills, then? Sha Tai didn't back down, glaring back angrily and retorting, Is now the time for a match? Can't you read the situation? Next time. Su Jiping's face darkened, and he shot him a speechless glare. Jinhai and Hongshen glanced at each other and burst out laughing. Immediately, the sound of everyone's laughter filled the hall. Li Zaha sighed and said, All right, next time you two must have a match. Sha Tai hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed his head, replying, Understood. Li Zaha spoke again. Well, everyone's gathered. Now, let's hear your opinions. The people sitting in the hall immediately grew serious and silent, looking towards Li Zaha. They heard him ask, How should we fight to make the rumors spread? A surprise attack? Or should we defend our position here? Feel free to speak your mind. Sha Tai immediately asked, Who are we fighting against? He replied, Besides Old Master Dragonhead and Master Shou, who's working with him, there's also a group of Dark Sect members. Hearing this, he brought his fan to his chin, his eyes darting as he calculated. With that many, their forces must be over 400 or 500. Jinhai and Hongshen turned to look at him in surprise, wondering, How does he know that? Li Zaha calmly replied, Is that so, Sha Tai? Then why don't you give us your thoughts? Without faltering, Sha Tai replied, This subordinate thinks defending would be better. He immediately asked him for his reason. Sha Tai explained, Because our numbers are fewer, not to mention this way also seems more interesting. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Zaha cut him off. Is that all? He replied succinctly, Yes. Li Zaha closed his eyes and nodded. Then we'll go with a defensive battle. I also think a defensive battle will be more interesting this time. Then he held out a hand and asked, Anyone have a better idea? Speak up. The men below stared at him, stunned. The faces of Su Jiping and Hongshen had turned dark, with only one thought in their minds. We're choosing a battle plan, based on which one is more fun? There was no reply. Li Zaha slapped his hand on his thigh with a loud smack and announced, All right, then it seems there are no better ideas. We'll defend. Those who don't know martial arts or are not used to chaotic defensive battles might get caught up in the fight and die needlessly. Therefore, evacuate them to Yiliang County. In response, a clear, unified, Yes, sir, echoed through the hall. Then, he bowed his head slightly and asked, So, who will take on the task of escorting the evacuees to Yiliang County? They might arrive as soon as tonight, so we must leave immediately. The entire hall fell dead silent. Seeing that no one volunteered, Li Zaha assigned the task. No one? Hey, useless Cheng Tai, you go. It's not like you'd be much help here anyway. Sha Cheng Tai glanced at him, his expression serious and sharp, and said, Sect leader, this subordinate is Sha Cheng Tai of Yiliang County, you know. I am here to represent Yiliang County. Hearing this, Li Zaha raised his hand and scratched his head. It seems like everyone wants to stay. Well, I'll have to decide then, he called out. Manager Bai. He immediately bowed his head and replied, Yes, sir. Li Zaha ordered, You will be in charge of leading the evacuation. As for the rear, Sima Yi will take it. Sima Yi, send a few of your fastest men ahead to confirm if the route is safe. Sima Yi and Manager Bai immediately responded in unison, accepting the order. Then, the two of them went outside together to carry out their duties. Next, Li Zaha turned to his left and said, Junior brother Jin, you follow at the very end. If anything happens, assess the situation quickly and report back to me. Jinhai obediently stood up, cupped his fist and bowed his head, replying, I understand. With that, he also hurried outside. With a heavy body after delegating tasks, Li Ziha cracked a smile and suggested, Sitting around like this is boring. How about we have a few drinks? The men sitting below responded enthusiastically. Yes, clan leader. On a quiet, lonely night, in stark contrast to the silence outside, the hall was filled with cheerful laughter. With wine and meat, Li Ziha held a cup of wine. He swirled it gently. As he raised the cup to drink, he suddenly looked up towards the door, A group of people walked in, led by a smiling Dugu Sheng. He flashed a strange smile, staring intently at Li Ziha. Brother Ziha, I've arrived. Li Ziha maintained his posture, wine cup in hand, his expression unchanging. He mumbled, "This monster." Dugu Sheng turned and pointed to the group behind him, smiling. "I've brought these kids as you asked," and then he looked at the group, who had been happily drinking just moments ago, now staring at him in shock. He continued, "A pleasure to meet you all. Quite a gathering of masters you have here." After that, Dugu Sheng casually walked over and sat down in the seat next to Sha Tai. The man beside him sipped his wine while eyeing him suspiciously. Dugu Sheng then nonchalantly picked up a wine cup and held it out in front of Sha Tai. He said, "Pour me a glass." Sha Tai's pupils constricted, his face filled with annoyance. He yelled furiously, "You damn bastard! Pour it yourself if you want a drink." The more he spoke, the angrier he got, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Besides, who the hell are you to call our sect master big brother? Did you do too many drugs and lose your mind?" Dugu Sheng's face darkened, and he frowned, glaring at him without a word. Wine was poured into the cup, splashing and spilling over. Dugu Sheng was sullenly pouring his own drink. Sha Tai, seeing that he was being ignored, gritted his teeth in frustration and called out, "Hey, you! Am I invisible or something?" Just as the atmosphere between the two grew, as tense as a drawn bowstring, Li Ziha interjected, "Dugu Sheng, have you chosen a new name yet?" Dugu Sheng glanced up, slipping a hand into his robes as he answered, "It used to be the Black Heaven Fortress. Now, it's become the Lower Five Gates." Li Ziha asked, confused, "I'm asking if you've chosen a new name. What are you talking about?" Dugu Sheng bowed his head, fiddling with what he'd just taken out, and replied, "All of them are idiots, so they couldn't decide on a name. Waiting for them to name it is just a waste of time. The Lower Five Gates is better than nothing." After speaking, he paused, then lifted his head slightly and continued, "The rules there have been increased by 10 articles. The role of the leader has also been elevated." At this point, Sha Tai was stunned, his face a mixture of shock and fear. His jaw dropped as he looked at the man beside him. He repeated the name he just heard in his head. Black Heaven Fortress? What? This guy is the leader of the Black Heaven Fortress? Holy crap. He tried his best to keep his expression calm, then quickly turned away so the other man couldn't see his current flustered face, and chugged the wine in his hand. On the other side, Li Ziha continued his conversation with Dugu Sheng. "How many men did you bring?" He replied, "You told me to bring 100 men." Dugu Sheng smiled sinisterly and continued, "So, I chose 30. Don't worry, they may be 30, but they're strong enough to fight 100. Li Ziha praised him. "Well done." Dugu Sheng placed his cup on the table, shot an annoyed glance around, and spoke sarcastically, "What kind of wine is this? It's like water. You guys can get drunk on this? That's hilarious." The people in the hall fell silent, staring at him. Dugu Sheng glanced at them coldly. Then, he whipped his head, back to ask Li Ziha, "By the way, what about the strategy?" Li Ziha replied that there was no strategy. Dugu Sheng then said arrogantly, "None? So we just kill them all. Is that it?" Li Ziha casually nodded. "Yeah, just kill them all." Hearing this, Dugu Sheng paused for a moment, his eyes still on him. Suddenly, he stood up, grinning from ear to ear, and replied, "Fine by me. If the enemy arrives, wake me up. I think I'll take a nap." He then walked straight to the side of Li Ziha's chair, lay down, and folded his arms behind his head. He fell sound asleep, leaving everyone staring at him in bewilderment. Li Ziha, still holding his wine cup, turned his head and asked the men below, "Is the moon bright tonight?" Tuguk Bin frowned and replied, "Very bright, sir. It's a perfect day for a decisive battle." Li Ziha then asked, "Is there anyone from Dragonhead Old Master's side who uses poison arts?" To which the man replied that he didn't know. Li Ziha asked again, "Dragonhead, Old Master, and Headmaster Shou are the strongest, right?" Bai Yin, who was raising his cup, was startled and replied with a frown, "I believe so, sir." Li Ziha continued, "How do they compare to the Grand Rakshasa?" Bai Yin answered seriously, "Each has their own strengths, but they are certainly not masters who would fall behind our own master." Li Ziha spoke coolly to everyone in the hall. "I will face Dragonhead Old Master and Headmaster Shou. The rest of you will fight to the best of your abilities. It will be a tough fight if you face an opponent with a great difference in strength. If that happens, you have my permission to retreat." A unified reply echoed through the hall. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. The door was yanked open, and a subordinate, sword in hand, rushed in breathlessly to report, "The enemy has arrived." The men sitting in the hall immediately tensed up. Bai Yu and Sha Tai's faces darkened as they broke into a cold sweat. Li Ziha whipped around, his face grim, a murderous glint in his eyes. He stood up and commanded with a wave of his hand, "Bring me my mask." Bai Yin immediately brought the mask to Li Ziha. He took it and put it on, then ordered the men to follow him. He led the group, marching aggressively outside. The group exited the door, followed by nearly 100 subordinates, crossing the courtyard to the main gate. As soon as they stepped outside, they found themselves completely surrounded. Men stood like a wall, blocking every escape route. Headmaster Shou, standing opposite them, spoke first. Well, if it isn't the 12 divine generals. Without the Grand Rakshasa, you actually dare to face me? He let out a soft chuckle. With a sinister expression, he made a proposal. If you deal with the one who killed our vice-chairman, I will be merciful and forgive. Li Ziha muttered, trying to sow discord. Are we? Bai Yin spoke up. Headmaster Shou, it's been a long time. The man replied. Ah, so it's Bai Yin. Bai Yin continued. Have you bowed your head to the senior dragonhead old master? If our master knew this from the other side, he would be very ashamed. After all, he once acknowledged you. The man sneered and scoffed. Such a clumsy provocation. Where's our dear Hong Shen? Don't tell me she's dead. Hearing this, Hong Shen immediately spat in contempt. She put her hands on her hips and glared at him provocatively. Headmaster Shou continued with a disgusting expression. Hong Shen, I came especially to save you. Just then, Dragonhead Old Master, leaning on his staff, stepped forward and said, Only the one who killed my old friend needs to pay the price. The rest of you don't need to do anything foolish. He looked up, his voice deep as he continued. Those who don't want to die, get lost. It shouldn't be too hard to decide if you think about why the Grand Rakshasa often gifted his treasures to me. Li Ziha grinned, rubbing his hands together with relish. So many people worth killing today, huh? Then he said to the people standing behind him, Watch closely, my junior brothers. A clear, resolute, yes sir, came in response. Li Ziha continued, Fight with everything you've got. Don't even think about running. The person behind him was speechless. He looked up at the sky, gazing at the perfectly round moon. Li Zia's voice remarked, The moon is bright tonight. Seems fitting for this battle. Don't you think? The moonlight illuminated his face as Li Zihe continued. Listening to old men can easily make you lose your mind. I can't save you today. The men behind him tensed up, swallowing hard and replying in unison. We understand. Suddenly, Li Zihe spun around, startling Bai Yin. Give me your hands, he said. Bai Yin didn't understand, but he obediently held out both hands. The man in front of him placed a foot into his palms and at the same time, commanded, Channel your inner energy into your hands and push me with all your might. I need to go admire the moon for a bit. Bai Yin was stunned, replying, yes sir. Li Zihe reminded him again. Use all your strength, you hear? He agreed with Li Zihe. Li Zihe chuckled softly. Their eyes met through their masks. He said, Junior brother, see you in a bit. Bai Yin also replied, Senior brother, see you in a bit. Li Zihe smirked. Suddenly, using Bai Yin's palms as a launch pad, he leaped high into the air, soaring towards the sky, almost touching the moon above. Li Zihe looked at the moon and smiled. Suddenly, he fell backward, free falling, while laughing loudly. His head pointed towards the ground as he plummeted. Then suddenly, Li Zihe flipped over and shot downwards. His hand, covered in flames, unleashed a palm strike. The fire grew larger and more terrifying than ever, aiming straight for Master Shao's men below. The men backed away in fear, but it was too late. The flames consumed them completely. Smoke, dust, and sparks filled the air, forcing Bai Yin's group to cover their faces and retreat. A figure appeared amidst the smoke. As it cleared, Li Zihe was revealed standing in the middle. He looked up and smiled triumphantly. The smoke on the ground slowly dissipated, revealing charred and burnt bodies on the ground. The surrounding people backed away in terror. The ground where Li Zihe stood was indented in the shape of a giant hand. Not only the henchmen, but also Master Shou and Elder Longshou's faces darkened as they stared in disbelief. Li Zihe drew his sword, his eyes scanning the area. He said, All of you, listen closely. He looked towards Elder Longshou, who wore a grim expression, and continued, That old man. Li Zihe raised his sword, his eyes glinting, with killing intent. It's because of that senile old fool who just sits around waiting for the great Rakshasa to feed him that all of you will die here today. Elder Longshou's expression grew heavy. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing. The men around him glanced at him, waiting, while Elder Longshou kept his head bowed. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, his eyes ferocious, veins bulging on his face as he roared a single word. Kill. Immediately, the two groups charged into a chaotic battle. Shang laughed grimly, using a single sword strike to take down 3 or 4 men at once. Bai Yin, Ching Chen, Bai Yu, and Hong Shen also rushed into the fight. Elsewhere, Su Jiping was also swinging his sword, reaping lives. Amidst the chaotic slaughter, Li Zihe stood perfectly still, calmly remarking, "The moonlight is truly beautiful. The morale of my subordinates is also excellent. And I'm in a great mood too." Seeing his own men standing frozen, Master Shou furiously roared, "What are you doing? That brat is standing all alone. Kill him. Now." The men received their orders and rushed towards Li Zihe. He looked on with indifferent contempt, breathing out, "Scum. Get lost." Those men stopped advancing and took a defensive stance, staring at him with murderous intent. Suddenly, a flame enveloped Li Zihe's sword. He tilted his chin up, smiling with arrogant mockery. He said, "I'm only here to take the head of your leader." At this, the henchman sensed the danger and hastily tried to flee in fear, but it was too late. Li Zihe swung his sword. He slashed, and blood sprayed like a fountain. Screams echoed through the air, along with a weak voice. You said you'd only take the leader's life." Blood splattered onto Li Zihe. Behind his mask were the eyes of a bloodthirsty beast. He chased after the fleeing men, slashing away. The screams and the blood only increased. With every swing of Li Zihe's sword, countless men fell. He slashed relentlessly, like a madman. The death toll rose. One man had just opened his mouth when he was cut down, only managing a cough before dying with his eyes wide open. Li Zihe's pupils constricted. His face, covered in blood, looked grim as he said, "Is running all you know how to do?" With that, he continued to swing his sword, slashing at a henchman who was desperately running for his life. A single strike passed through the man's neck, and his head immediately left. His body, his face still frozen in the terrified expression he had before death. Li Zihe, his face twisted into a terrifying grimace like a god of slaughter, said, "The great Rakshasa is dead. So you thought your time had come, didn't you?" He then raised a hand and grabbed another man by the throat. A voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell asked, "Well, why do you think the great Rakshasa died, you fools? Why did he die?" The henchman being choked had the whites of his eyes showing, veins popping on his face, and was foaming at the mouth, only able to make a gurgling sound. Seeing this, Master Shou and Elder Longshou broke out in a cold sweat, their faces dark with fear. Master Shou's voice trembled. "He's truly insane." With a thud, Li Zihe flung the henchman aside. The remaining subordinates who witnessed this were so terrified they were struck dumb, their souls practically leaving their bodies. Their swords fell to the ground. With a clanging sound, the underlings fled in terror as if a demon was chasing them. Seeing this, Master Shou angrily rushed forward and cut them down with a single slash. He roared, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Anyone who dares to retreat will die by my hand." Bodies collapsed into pools of blood on the ground. Li Zihua stood motionless amidst the carnage, and sparks, looking up at the sky. He let out a breath. The sword in Li Zihe's hand once again blazed with fire. Master Shou ordered his men, "Kill him, now!" The men heard the command and shot forward like arrows. Li Zihe glanced at them with a disdainful look. Suddenly, red threads appeared from nowhere, wrapping around the men. One by one, they were entangled. They looked in horror as the threads wrapped around them grew thicker. It even seemed as if a red thread had wrapped around their eyes. All the threads connected back to Li Zihe's blazing red sword. He pointed his sword forward and roared, "Huoji da dao xing." As he finished, blood instantly flooded the entire area. It seemed even the moonlight had been stained red with blood. Even his own allies couldn't help but be horrified and stunned by the sight. Master Shou and Elder Longshou were also terrified into silence. Under the bright moonlight, Li Zihe, covered in blood, the sword in his hand also stained crimson, let out a demonic laugh. Master Shou's face darkened. His entire body was tense, sweating, as he muttered, Who in the world is that man?" Li Zihe turned to look at him and asked, "Where is that bastard Liu Siqing?" The space fell silent. No one answered. Li Zihe, with his glowing red eyes, said, "Liu Siqing is the one who orchestrated this battle, isn't he?" Still, there was no answer. Suddenly, Sha Tai shouted, "It's him!" Everyone turned to look at him. With a serious face, Sha Tai pointed in one direction, where a figure was hiding. In the dense crowd, Sha Tai said, That guy is the silver ghost, Liu Siqing. The man who was pointed out frowned, looking at him grimly. Li Jiahe then asked, "And you are?" Recognizing him as Liu Siqing, Che Chengtai answered with annoyance. So, in this battle, he didn't have to do a thing, just like a subordinate. Li Zixia nodded. "I see. Detective Zhen," he said, then glanced over. "Even dog crap has its uses as medicine, huh? Well done, Che Chengtai." Hearing this, Che Chengtai was overjoyed. He replied, "Yes, sir." Li Zixia snapped his head around to look at Liu Siqing, who was standing opposite him. The man's expression was still perfectly calm. Suddenly, he let out a grim laugh, his brows knitting tightly. Previously, Li Zixia had heard a report from Steward Bai. People are saying they've seen the silver demon, Liu Siqing. Li Zixia had wondered, "Who's that?" Steward Bai immediately answered. On the surface, he appears to be a mediator, but in reality, he's a gambler, always looking for high-stakes games. You could say he's an expert at spreading and escalating problems. Standing before him, he gave his own assessment of Liu Siqing. He's a lone wolf, with no major power backing him, but he's made a fortune by getting involved in underworld disputes. The man is undeniably capable. Hearing this, Li Zixia was lost in thought. He's someone to watch out for, he thought. Even though this is the first I'm hearing of him, he seems more detestable than Master Shou and Elder Dragonhead. Back at the battlefield, Liu Siqing looked furious. "So, you're not the leader of the Black Cat clan?" A glint appeared in Li Zixia's eyes as he replied with a faint smile. "Of course not. There's no way the leader of the Black Cat clan could be as strong as me, is there?" Liu Siqing's face darkened. He turned towards the other two men and shouted, "Elder Dragonhead, Master Shou, you took my money, and this is how you act?" They averted their gazes, looking elsewhere. He pressed on. "Didn't you promise to give me control over Manhua?" Li Zixia commented internally. "Listen to him go." Liu Siqing raised an arm, pointing at Li Zixia. He then said to him, "Well now, if you've grasped the situation, then fight until the very end." He laughed mockingly. "Don't you dare. Put on an act," Li Zixia muttered. "Fight until the very end," he says. The atmosphere around him grew heavy. "Are you giving me orders?" Raising his blood-soaked hand, he declared to everyone, "I'm calling a truce." Master Shou and Elder Dragonhead were stunned. Bai Yin and his fellow disciples were also shocked. His senior, Su Jiping, was completely baffled, and clan leader Du Gusheng looked at him with suspicion. Li Zixia stated firmly, "That's right. I need to verify something." Liu Siqing gave a suspicious look to the two leaders being protected by their guards. Li Zixia offered his own analysis. "You're not planning to stop fighting, are you? If this battle continues, the two of you stand to lose the most." Elder Dragonhead was incredulous. "How is that possible?" Master Shou agreed. "I've never taken a loss in my entire life." Li Zixia stated his case with confidence. "I assure you, if this fight continues, more than half of your men will die by my hand. Of course, I'll lose some of my own people too." The two leaders glanced at each other, considering his words. He's right. If this goes on, our losses will be immense. Besides, there's no guarantee any of us can even kill him. Li Zixia continued to guide their thoughts. "Now think, who here stands to lose nothing?" His gaze sharpened. "It's him, the Silver Demon, the one who started this whole war." Being called out so suddenly, Liu Siqing's face darkened. Li Zixia pointed directly at Liu Siqing. "He gave you a fortune, and in return, he gets to rule Manhua. He didn't even bring his own army. He's just sitting back, refusing to fight directly." He then shouted so everyone present could hear, "The person I want to kill right now isn't Elder Dragonhead, and it isn't Master Shou. So, if you're willing to just sit back and watch." At this, Li Zixia smirked. "Then I'll take care of him first." Master Shou was skeptical. And why should we trust someone who hides their face behind a mask? The two old foxes froze when they heard Li Zixia's next words. "What if I take off my mask and show you my face?" Hearing this, they fell silent and turned their gaze toward Liu Siqing. Liu Siqing immediately interjected, "Are you seriously going to keep listening to him?" At that moment, Li Zixia made his offer. "Let me deal with him first. We can always fight later." Seeing the obvious advantage, the two old foxes began to calculate. "It makes sense. We don't have to fight that monster and suffer heavy losses. Besides, we don't even know what Liu Siqing is truly after. If we let them fight it out first, we can just sit back and reap the rewards. Our losses would be minimal." Li Zixia reached up and slowly removed his mask. The moonlight shone down, illuminating Li Zixia's handsome, cold face. The two old foxes' expressions were a mixture of shock and surprise. Liu Siqing wondered to himself, Who could he be? Then, Elder Dragonhead announced, I've made my decision. I will not accept a truce. Hearing this, Liu Xiqing's face lit up with joy, but his expression froze when he heard the next sentence. Instead, the two of you will duel to the death. He said it with a smile, as if it were the most obvious solution in the world. Only then will we consider a truce. He then turned to the man beside him. Master Shou, what do you think? He readily agreed. You are correct, Senior. Assessing the situation, Li Zixia sighed to himself. If the Silver Demon wins, they'll combine their forces and take over Manhua. If I win, they'll combine their forces to take me down, he then announced. Fine, let's do it. In a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid of anyone. Bai Yin stepped forward, calling out softly. Senior brother, he said with concern. This means they'll be watching your duel to the death to gauge your true strength. Li Zixia replied. I know. He looked surprised, but then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Be careful, Elder Dragonhead then commanded. Form a perimeter, don't let anyone escape. At his command, the soldiers immediately formed a tight circle, leaving no gaps, with just enough space in the center for the two combatants. Liu Xiqing gave a strained smile. Has everyone gone insane? Elder Dragonhead was unfazed. All that matters is that you win. If your power is as great as you claim, you'll have to prove it. With your actions, not just your words. Liu Xiqing lamented. This is the underworld, after all. His blood-soaked boots stepped forward. Li Zixia raised his sword. Seeing this, he drew his sword as well. Liu Xiqing slashed through the air, lunging forward. The two blades clashed violently. Their eyes met, sparking with killing intent. Liu Xiqing then leaped into the air, attempting a downward strike on Li Zixia, but Li Zixia dodged back just in time. Liu Xiqing pressed his attack, lunging forward again and shouting, Phantom Blade. Clones of his sword flew towards Li Zixia. He swiftly parried the complex attack, then leaned back to dodge another one of Liu Xiqing's slashes. Seizing the opening, Liu Xiqing thrust his blade toward Li Zixia's neck. However, Li Zixia dodged the attack. He thought to himself, this is no ordinary swordsmanship. In that case, it must have taken at least 10 years of training to become this incredible. A gleam appeared in Liu Xiqing's eyes, matching his glowing sword blade. Li Zixia predicted that this brat probably came from a righteous faction. Liu Xiqing smiled, confident he had already won, and rushed forward to attack. His swordsmanship was as fast as the wind, impossible for an ordinary person to see. However, Li Zixia was no ordinary person. He dodged every single blow. Liu Xiqing sneered. Where'd all that confidence from before go? All you know how to do is defend, huh? Next, he leaped high into the air to dodge a horizontal slash. A murderous aura flashed in his eyes as dozens of sword phantoms were summoned by Liu Xiqing. He gripped his sword tightly, charged forward, and shouted. Li Zixia still managed to block his attacks. Liu Xiqing frowned, thinking to himself, this little punk. I can't figure out his martial arts style. He asked, what kind of martial art are you using? Hearing this, he thought to himself, you can't guess what style I'm using, can you? That's because my style has no foundation. My foundation is the entire process of me surviving from the very bottom and clawing my way to the top. Li Zixia stood upon hundreds, thousands of corpses. He smirked. A rookie swordsman like you could never possibly understand. This time, Li Zixia swung his hand, knocking his opponent's sword off course. Liu Xiqing had a look of utter shock. What is this? He looked at him with disbelief, thinking, this guy is just standing in one spot, yet he can still block my attacks. Seeing his expression, Li Zixia gave a provocative smile. So slow. Swing your sword faster, why don't you? Hearing that, he became so angry he gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Gathering his power, he gripped his sword and charged straight at him. He was surrounded by the sword phantoms, but Li Zixia still dodged all of them. Not only that, but he laughed even more maniacally than before. Faster, even faster. Liu Xiqing was furious, roaring like a wild beast as he used all his strength to lunge forward once more. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, blanketing the entire arena. As it slowly cleared, Liu Xiqing's face was one of disbelief. Li Zixia had stopped the tip of his sword with his own blade. He said coldly, that's the third time. Still the same technique. Only the internal energy is different. Both of them retreated at the same time. Li Zixia raised his hand, and a hand-shaped magical force flew out. It shot straight towards Liu Xiqing, gripping his neck so tightly that he gasped for air, letting out a cry. At the same time, he gathered power in his right hand. First, he struck the neck. Then, one by one, the other pressure points. The dust settled. The fight was over, the victor decided. Elder Dragonhead and Master Shou showed signs of wariness at his power. The rest of the crowd was also astonished and terrified by this strength. Liu Siqing was speechless, his face pale. He struck my pressure points. I can't move. Li Ziha announced to everyone present. Listen up. From now on, this man is my prisoner. He will be a servant, a slave, a subordinate to my subordinates. The group was horrified as he continued. Whether I want to torture him, cut him up, or kill him is entirely my decision, so don't you dare say a word about it. He raised his blood-soaked sword, pointing it straight to the heavens. They tensed up, wondering, is he going to kill him right now? Li Ziha took a deep breath, then blew. On the blade. After that, he started dancing and singing something around Liu Siqing, leaving him completely confused. In fact, it wasn't just him. The crowd, especially Bai Yu, Qing Chen, and Su Jiping, were also extremely confused. They watched Li Ziha, who was still dancing, and began to discuss. What is the chief doing all of a sudden? Who knows? Isn't that the executioner's dance? I think so. One person questioned. Why would the chief suddenly be doing that? The other replied, I have no idea. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes looking down, staring at the sword before the moon's reflection on the pool of blood. He leaped high into the air. Before the shining full moon, he cut through the beautiful scenery with a question. Senior brother, I'm sorry to interrupt your dance, but are you really going to kill him? He replied, I don't know yet. She asked, confused. Then why are you performing the executioner's dance? He answered on a whim, because I feel like it. I wanted to be an executioner for once. Each sword stroke was both sharp and decisive. As he danced, accompanied by his calm voice. A sword dance in the moonlit night. The executioner, under the moonlight. A guest at Yiliang County. The liberator of the Black Heaven Fortress. The chief of the Black Cat clan. The crowd had a puzzled look on their faces. With a sad expression under the moonlight, he said a strange phrase. That is who I am. The crowd was stunned, not knowing what to say. Sha Tai pointed ahead and reported, but those guys over there are trying to escape. Li Ziha stopped dancing. What? The people preparing to flee were terrified. A crazed killing intent radiated from him, flying straight towards and pressing down on those who intended to run. Elder Dragonhead remained silent. Seeing this, Li Ziha asked, You old bird, you seem quite calm. Have something to say to me? The old man replied, I will call a temporary truce, as promised. Bai Yin suggested, Senior brother, just kill him. The old man finally showed a hint of fear. He waved his hand. Forget it. A truce is a truce. The old man immediately turned to leave. Master Shou left behind a threat. We will definitely meet again soon. Li Ziha gave a slight smile. Since you're the leader, why don't we meet right now? Why wait for later? But the group had already turned their backs and left, not paying his words any mind. Li Ziha mused, You all came here to attack, and now you surrender and leave just like that? Well then, I guess that makes you surrendered soldiers. Go on back and think carefully about whether you Lias still have a chance to survive. He and his subordinates watched them leave. Afterwards, he turned back to his subordinates and commanded, Check on the injured first. It's getting late. Let's go inside. To Su Jiping, who was in charge of guard duty, he said, Switch shifts with someone else. He immediately obeyed. Understood, sir. Then, Li Ziha's eyes flickered over to Liu Siqing. He panicked. He raised his hand and then slapped him hard. The blow sent Liu Siqing flying several meters. He remarked, The prisoner has suffered quite a bit, hasn't he? The night air is cold. Let's go inside. Finally, Li Ziha called out, Cheng Tai. He immediately answered, Yes, sir. He ordered, Come here. Sha Tai slowly walked over. Li Ziha put an arm around his shoulder. Let's go in. Sha Tai flashed a radiant smile. Yes, sir. And so, the group, with the healthy helping the injured, walked into the house. Meanwhile, Sha Tai smiled to himself, thinking happily, That's right. I am the master of the Rebirth sect. Li Ziha's clothes were covered in blood, and his expression was incredibly grim. In contrast to him, the atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. Liu Siqing was tied up, his face pressed to the ground. Du Gusheng walked over and slapped him across the face. Liu Siqing's whole body trembled with fear. Li Ziha's voice rang out. Is anyone injured? The people in the room reported one by one. No, sir. This subordinate is fine. Sha Tai also answered that he was all right. He said, somewhat sarcastically, Of course you're all right. You just stood there watching us fight, didn't you? Li Ziha's words left him speechless. Su Jiping asked for his opinion. From now on, What should we do about Elder Dragonhead and Master Show? Li Zihe wanted to bide his time. For now, we just wait. The damage wasn't small, you know. Now that they've witnessed our power, there's no way they won't feel uneasy. Their subordinates will gradually start to waver. Bye. You flattered him, senior brother. Your moves were really something else. I should have been fanning you from the side while you did that. He smiled and replied, next time, we'll dance together. Bai Chen's expression was grave. Senior brother, the swordsmanship that bastard used wasn't learned from the unorthodox sects. Liu Siqing flinched, and Sha Tai seethed. He was furious at being mocked by him again. You explain it. Let everyone else hear, especially those guys over there who look like they have no idea what's going on. Bai Chen then began his analysis. First, I could sense that he has undergone extremely harsh training. The way he executes his sword forms makes that perfectly clear. When he attacked senior brother at the beginning of the fight, the flow of his swordsmanship was incredibly consistent. This guy doesn't reveal a single opening in his technique. Li Zixe agreed. I thought so too. Du Gusheng, with a fierce look on his face, yelled, Hey, you! Are you from one of the righteous sects? He then punched Liu Siqing. Hong Shen guessed, senior brother. Did someone hit his pressure points? He's been completely silent this whole time. Li Zixe replied, That's possible, she volunteered. Let me release them for him. He immediately stopped her. You can't do it. Even I can't release them. Li Zixe explained. I've sealed people's pressure points many times, but, well, releasing them is a real pain. So I never really practiced it much. I didn't use too much of my internal energy, so they should release on their own soon enough. Hong Shen was worried. Even if it's just a pressure point lock, it's still dangerous. If it's not released soon, he won't be able to say anything, and his life might even be in danger. Li Zixe wasn't concerned. That's not our side. Problem. She chuckled. You're right. Another person spoke up. Clan leader, the sect leader of the Manhua sect has just surrendered his weapons and entered through the main gate. What should we do now? Li Zixe said coldly. Why should we care? If he's here, just let him in. A murmur went through the crowd. The sect leader of the Manhua sect? What's he doing here? Li Zixe thought to himself. The sect leader of the Manhua sect caught on to the situation pretty quickly. The main door creaked open, and the sect leader of the Manhua sect walked in, followed by his subordinates carrying a chest. They placed the chest down, and he showed a respectful expression. Clan leader, I am the sect leader of the Manhua sect, Yang Kai-Ching. He smiled politely. Sect leader Yang, please, make yourself at home. The man trembled. I came here today to respectfully declare that from this moment on, the Manhua sect will never be an enemy of the clan leader. Previously, due to my own ignorance, I made a terrible mistake. Li Zixe was magnanimous. All right, let's just leave it at that. The man was grateful. Thank you for your generous and forgiving heart, sir. From now on, I will have nothing to do with Elder Shou or Elder Long Shou. Please, do not worry. A chest full of dazzling gold ingots was revealed. This is a small token of my sincerity for you. Seeing the gold, everyone's eyes lit up. In contrast, Li Zixe wasn't very interested. Why go to all the trouble of bringing this? Here? There's no need for such formalities between us, he continued. Even though our first meeting wasn't exactly pleasant, as long as we aren't enemies from now on, that's all that matters. A person has to know their place in this world, wouldn't you agree? Sect leader? Of course, the man didn't dare to disagree. No, not at all. You are absolutely right, sir. Li Zixe maintained a neutral tone. In this martial world, an enemy can become a friend, and a friend can become an enemy. No one can predict the future. The unlucky ones just have to face death. You shouldn't worry about it too much. The man listened obediently. Yes, I will remember your words. The sect leader of the Manhua sect wanted to leave. Well then, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now, he replied politely. All right, you can go. Why would you bring all this stuff in the middle of the night? Anyway, you've had a long journey. The man bowed respectfully, and then he and his men hurriedly left. Suddenly, he called out, Sect leader Yang. The man jumped, replying, Yes, it was just a simple parting word. Come back. For a meal next time. The man let out a relieved smile. Of course, clan leader. Until we meet again. The room fell silent once more. Du Gusheng sneered with disgust. How ridiculous. Just a moment ago, they were storming in here, vowing to kill us. Now look at them, changing their tune and tucking their tails between their legs. Baiyu covered his mouth, snickering. Li Zixe also sneered. It really is ridiculous, isn't it? The whole room immediately erupted in laughter. Liu Siqing glared at them in fury, which Du Gusheng noticed immediately. Very quickly, he received a punch from him. He taunted. Why aren't you laughing? You want another slash across your face or something? The door opened again, and a subordinate came in to report. Clan leader, Madame Tia-chan is here to see you, he ordered. It's late and the dew is cold. Why haven't you invited her in yet? What are you asking for? Just let her in, quickly. Madame Tia-chan entered, looking very worried. Li Zixia spoke up. So you are. Madame Tia-chan. He, already aware of the situation, got straight to the point. I've already seen the subordinates and the hidden weapons concealed behind you. Their skills are not bad. The way they hide themselves is decent, and the method of concealing their hidden weapons is quite impressive. She bowed her head. You are correct, clan leader. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. My disciples and I will be separating ourselves from Elder Longshou's faction. From now on, we will retreat to live in Liuhua Valley. From this moment on, myself and those close to me will be careful to ensure we never stand in the way of the Black Cat clan again. For our mistake today, I hope the clan leader can find it in his heart to forgive us. Li Zixia commented nonchalantly. It's just a few trivial squabbles. He discussed the matter peacefully. All right, let's do that. After all, today we've seen each other's true colors. If Liuhua Valley doesn't become our enemy from now on, then there's nothing more to be said. Madame Tichen replied. Understood. She then took something out. In her hand, it was an exquisite dagger. She spoke. Clan leader, this is the Toadlight dagger. It's something I've cherished and carried with me since childhood. Today, I'm entrusting it to you, as proof of the words I've spoken today. His expression didn't change. Why the need for this? However, he didn't refuse it. After all, it was a gesture of sincerity. Madam, I will use it carefully. I was in need of a self-defense weapon anyway, so to receive this dagger is quite fitting and reasonable. Madame Tia-chan was very proud. Although it's short, this dagger is famous for being able to cut through anything like a longsword. It's perfectly suited for assassinations. Li Zixia was pleased. Powerful people in the martial world like us certainly do appreciate such fine items. I will make good use of it. With her business concluded, she asked for her leave. Well then, I will be on my way. Everyone returned to their previous states. Li Zixia gave an order. Go outside and check. If there are any stragglers left, get a good look at their faces, scare them a little, and then let them escape. There's no need to confront them and cause more trouble. Su Jiping stood up. As you command. He then left. Li Zixia stood up and walked over to Liu Siqing, staring at him intently. Although Li Zixia was drinking tea, his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at him. He was silent for a moment, and yet, Liu Siqing dared to make a mocking face at him. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. He immediately landed a powerful blow to his face. Liu Siqing fell to the ground with a thud as a pair of hands reached out. Sha Tai grabbed Liu Siqing by the hair, lifting him up. Li Jiahe gave him a choice. Do you want me to torture you and then kill you, or should I just get it over with right now? Liu Siqing remained silent. Not getting an answer, Li Jiahe fiddled with the dagger in his hand. I've changed a lot, too. If you're my enemy, I won't hesitate to kill you, whether it's with my bare hands or by chopping you up with an axe. It makes no difference to me. Huh? What's going on here? The atmosphere felt a bit tense. Li Jiahe wondered. What's happening? To me? Is this what you'd call a feeling of detachment? Or is it more like the world has turned upside down? Or maybe both are wrong? He suddenly became a bit pensive, his face cold. Whatever. To kill you or to spare your life? That's the question right now, isn't it? Li Jiahe looked down from on high, at Liu Siqing. He said to him, to kill you or let you live, that is the question. He grew angry. What's with that look? Do I look like an idiot to you? Or some uneducated fool? The man gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Li Jiahe suddenly remembered. I haven't unsealed your pressure points, so you can't answer. Li Jiahe grabbed his clothes tightly. Using just a bit of strength, he slammed the man against a chair. He pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into the table. I'm in the mood to tell a story. When I was a child, where I lived, there was a very interesting sworn brother. Why was there someone like that? He was a fascinating person, always cheerful and good to me. A very manly guy. Liu Siqing's face darkened. Li Jiahe was still lost in his story. Everyone settled their disputes with a life-or-death decision. Whenever there was a conflict, before talking peace, they would all stick their knives in the table. If talking couldn't solve the problem, they'd pick up their knives and stab the other person. He continued. Even though it was a life-or-death decision, it wasn't like someone died every time. Even so, someone was bound to lose a finger or two. After speaking, he glanced at Liu Siqing. The old story continued. One day, I found him dead, slumped over the table. But I wasn't surprised at all. He slowly recounted. My grandfather took care of the body, and I was the one who brought a cloth to wipe that table clean. But no matter how much I wiped, I could never get it clean. The old memory was incredibly vivid. When I looked at the table, I saw dozens of dagger marks on it. Li Jiahe was lost in his thoughts. When I saw it, I thought to myself, at least the sworn brother I knew didn't die in a fight with me. Ignoring Liu Siqing, who was now terrified, the story went on. Every day, I would wipe that table more than once, and each time, I'd wonder how to accept my own feelings. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, I couldn't remember his name. He was an orphan, so there was no way of finding out. However, he said, with great pride, sometime later, I used the same method, to kill the person who killed him. Li Jiahe forcefully pulled out the dagger, his face filled with murderous intent. Everything comes full circle. In the end, I'll have to die too. At that moment, Liu Siqing sobbed, begging for mercy. Please, spare my life. Li Jiahe was surprised. Oh? Are your pressure points unsealed already? The man tried to cling to his life. Please, spare me. Whatever you want. To know, I'll tell you everything. I'll agree unconditionally. Li Jiahe was cold. I don't know what else to ask. Besides, I don't care about any of it. He used the dagger to cut the ropes, binding Liu Siqing. Li Jiahe kindly reminded him, only your muting point has been unsealed. From now on, if you don't stay focused, you'll suffer from cultivation deviation. Regulate your breathing. He gave a wicked smile. Now why would I kill you? The man could only tremble in despair. Li Jiahe grabbed his arm, and the spiritual energy in his body began to envelop both of them. Liu Siqing panicked. The spirit pearl began to glow. He was absorbing Liu Siqing's spiritual power. The immense force of the spiritual energy made it impossible for him to breathe. Liu Siqing felt his whole body become an empty shell. Li Jiahe coldly pulled out the dagger and stabbed it through his hand, making Liu Siqing scream loudly. He warned with annoyance. Too loud. If you had just woken Dugu Sheng, he would have come in here and twisted your head a few times. Compared to death, isn't enduring some pain better? Hearing that, the man tried to suppress the pain. Li Jiahe returned to his seat. He thought to himself, I just absorbed his internal energy. I need to circulate it right away. He turned and said, if you're feeling confident, go ahead and make your move. I already told you about the life or death decisions where I'm from, didn't I? Liu Siqing was stunned. What in the world is this guy? He was shocked. The enemy was right in front of him, and he dared to just sit there and circulate his energy? A torrent of spiritual power surged through his body. He assessed it. This is more than I thought. If it's too much, I might be able to break through my current realm. However, according to the general principles of martial arts, it conflicts with the 9 golden carefree arts. I don't want that to happen right now, so there's no need to rush. He slowly opened his eyes. Liu Siqing was still trembling from the pain, his voice completely powerless. The bleeding had stopped. A while ago. He praised him. Good. The man now obediently replied. Yes. The dagger was pulled out. He quickly tore a piece of his own clothing, and Liu Siqing used the fabric to bandage his injured hand. Li Jiahe poured some wine. The reason why the Mao Yue sect leader and Madame Tianxian submitted to me is because their residences are in a fixed location. The wine cup was pushed in front of Liu Siqing. He continued to explain. They know I could have slaughtered the Mu Yue sect and then gone to Luohua Valley to burn it to the ground. They swallowed their pride and came to beg for my mercy. He took the wine and downed it in one gulp. Liu Siqing gratefully said, Thank you. Li Zihua coldly replied, I don't care about your circumstances. You're the owner of a casino, aren't you? Once again replied, Yes. He also raised his cup. He spoke, After you kill Old Master Longsho and Mr. Shou, if you're of no further use to me, then I'll have no reason to keep you alive. His expression was cold. Your life depends on how you handle Old Master Longsho and Mr. Shou. How will you convince me? Hearing this, Liu Siqing was horrified. Despair spread in his eyes. Liu Siqing slammed his head hard against the table. He fell silent. Li Jiahe sighed. Why is it that the more people talk to me, the more unhinged they become? They'll have to be treated by Mr. Murong. Dugu Sheng walked over and asked, Is he dead? He denied it. No, he just passed out. The man advised, Go get some rest. Your eyes are all red, and they even have a hint of purple. He looked at him, annoyed. Li Jiahe turned away. I'm going to rest. A memory of a small eatery surfaced. A hand was trying to wipe a table. As Li Jiahe wiped the table, he thought, This table must have been clean to begin with. That's why it's so easy to wipe down. A person smiled and said to him, Li Zaha, 1 bowl of noodles. His attention shifted to the person. Ha was surprised. Brother, where are you going? All dressed up. The man's face was blurry, but he was still smiling at him. Li Ziha looked at him expectantly. I'm satisfied with the flavor. It's been a long time since I've eaten this well. The person put down their chopsticks. Ah, Ziha, you still don't remember my name? How sad. He innocently asked, What is your name, brother? The man answered with something, and Li Ziha's eyes fluttered open. He asked again, What did you say? The brother from his youth smiled. Ah, that's right. I just remembered. The other person stood up. Farewell. That was a delicious meal. He still had so many questions. Brother, where are you going all dressed up? Are you meeting a lady? The man smiled gently. What lady? It's time for me to depart. Li Ziha was confused. Aren't you going to practice swordsmanship anymore? What about getting revenge? The other person shook his head. He's already dead. What revenge is there to get? Anyway, thank you, little brother. I'm leaving now. He wished him, have a safe journey. The man's figure grew more and more distant as he waved goodbye. Naturally, Li Ziha woke with a start, letting out a sigh of relief. Lying in bed made him wonder about something. From outside, Hongshen called out, Senior brother, it's time for dinner. Li Ziha felt a sense of peace and smiled. During dinner, a banquet of food was served, and everyone began to eat. Suddenly, Su Jiping paused his chopsticks and asked, Should we attack Longsho Laojun or Shou Xiansheng first? Li Ziha picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, chewed, and then replied, I don't know. Bai Jian followed up, turning to ask, Where did that guy, Liu Siking, go? He answered again, I don't know, which left Bai Jian with nothing to say. As Li Ziha ate, he thought to himself, I'm not one to concern myself with trivial things. After a moment of silence, Bai Jian replied, Fine. The door suddenly swung open. From outside, Du Gusheng walked in with a bright smile on his face. In front of him was Liu Siqing. From head to toe, he was completely covered in injuries. Everyone at the dinner table turned to look, utterly shocked. Du Gusheng pulled out a chair, gestured towards the table, and in a commanding tone, said to Liu Siqing, Sit down and eat. Being invited, he clumsily rushed over, bowed his head, and stammered, Thank you very much, sir. Except for Li Ziha, everyone else looked at him, with a bit of fear, sharing the same thought. Just how horrifically was he beaten to become so submissive? Suddenly, Li Ziha stopped eating, and said coldly to Du Gusheng, Don't be so brutal. Being called out, he became angry. His face darkened as he scowled and replied, growling, I only punched him in the face a few times. Everyone was skeptical. Who would believe that? Du Gusheng looked at the bandaged wound on Liu Siqing's hand, and continued defensively. Our society leader is the one who stabbed through his hand, and he even took away his internal energy. He's so scared of our society leader that he can't even speak properly. After saying that, he glanced menacingly at Liu Siqing and asked, Hey, am I wrong? While eating, the man replied, No, you're right, sir. Getting the answer he wanted, Du Gusheng puffed out his chest, looking smugly at the others. He placed a hand on Liu Siqing's shoulder, a demonic grin on his face, and urged him to eat more, causing him to freeze up as he replied, Yes, sir. Sha Tai turned to Du Gusheng with a sarcastic remark, Looks like you've been through a lot, huh? Everyone's faces darkened with worry, as they looked at him, thinking, Why does this guy always have to pick a fight with Du Gusheng? Du Gusheng just chuckled and retorted, Looks like you've been through a lot too, and it's all piled up on your face. Hongshen, who was next to him, snorted with laughter. Sha Tai, red-faced with anger, turned to glare at everyone. Suddenly, Liu Siqing spoke up, addressing Li Ziha. Sir, he replied nonchalantly. Greetings. The man said seriously, If you allow it, sir, I will immediately gather my forces and join the Vanguard Corps. With Du Gusheng still expressionless, he replied, Just shut up and eat. Liu Siqing flinched. Yes, sir. After dinner, Li Ziha sat upright and announced clearly, The meal is over. Now, I will explain the plan. Focus. All eyes turned to him. 3 subordinates were preparing a large board. Manager Bai bowed his head and said, We are ready, society leader. Li Ziha stepped down, walked towards the board, picked up a brush, and began to write. He started with a black dot. This is the Black Rabbit Society. Next, he wrote the words Shou Xiansheng. He added another stroke. We will ambush Shou Xiansheng. Hongshen and Baijian listened intently to every word he said. In his mind, Li Ziha thought, the Cloud Rain Society's morale has completely crumbled. Both Wu Lian and Madame Tien have escaped from our grasp. There's no point in concerning ourselves with the already weakened Cloud Rain Society first, and instead of attacking Longsho Laojun. His hand pointed to the words on the board as he turned towards everyone. As for manpower, I will limit it to only those who are skilled enough in Qinggong to travel from here to Shouxiansheng's location, without rest. He turned his face towards Su Jiping and called his name. He immediately replied, "Yes, sect leader." Li Ziha asked, "Do you understand the plan?" He replied seriously, "We will move quickly to the Cloud Rain Society using Qinggong. You're saying we shouldn't even care about those who fall behind. Is that right?" Li Ziha confirmed. "That's right. But that's not all. You all must align on the details with me." He lowered his gaze slightly. "This is simply a race of Qinggong. You must keep up with me." Everyone was stunned by his words. "Huh? A race of Qinggong?" Li Ziha explained. "I will depart. With you. I will run ahead, but I won't care whether any of you can keep up with me or not." Hongshen raised her hand to ask a question. "Won't that create a gap, since everyone's Qinggong skills are different?" He replied to her. "It will, but it doesn't matter. Once we arrive, we will breach the Cloud Rain Society's walls and continue the assault. We will advance directly to where Shou Xiansheng is." Su Jiping was slightly alarmed. "Are you telling us that even after reaching the Cloud Rain Society, we will attack immediately without resting?" He looked at everyone and affirmed with certainty, "That's right. All of you will continue to move until you find Shou Xiansheng. I will lead the way. You will follow and provide support." Everyone looked grim. He continued, "As for the issue of enemies fleeing, there's no need to chase them. Only kill those who block your path directly. And remember, keep moving continuously." He gave a slight smirk, a faint hint of a smile in his eyes that wasn't quite a smile. "Keep advancing and try to keep up with me until we find Shou Xiansheng. Understood?" Everyone shouted in unison. "Understood." Li Ziha began giving out orders. Now, with the exception of those who aren't swift-footed, everyone prepared to depart. Sha Tai asked, "When do we depart?" He curled his lips into a confident smile. "Right now." Everyone stood up together to prepare for the journey. As he walked past Liu Siqing, Li Ziha saw he was covered in injuries and ordered, "The prisoner doesn't need to participate." The man obeyed his command. "Yes, sir." Li Ziha then turned to Sha Tai and ordered, "Tai, you watch the prisoner." He was startled, clearly dissatisfied. "What? Me?" Sha Tai yelled. "Why do I have to watch him?" He was about to argue with Li Ziha when Du Gusheng clapped him on the shoulder. "Good luck, everyone." He turns his back, leaving the man behind. "He's all yours, Tai. Do your best and watch him carefully." Damn it, finally. He's of some use. Su Jiping nervously followed Li Zixia. "Sect leader, we need time to explain this to our subordinates." He responded nonchalantly, "There's no time for that. Just tell them to keep up. Anyone who falls behind can consider this Qinggong practice. You and I are more than enough to deal with Elder Shou." He put on his outer coat and led the way out. The door opened, and as he pushed it, he mumbled, "Come to think of it, I'm curious too. How are we going to arrive in order?" He chuckled and said encouragingly, "Just think of it as a duel and run for your life." Du Gusheng kicked the door hard and zipped past. Li Zixia said, "Let's go." He looked full of energy, determined to win. Tu Jiping, with a dark look on his face, gritted his teeth and said, "That crazy bastard." Li Zixia turned back. He asked the remaining people, "Why are you all just standing there? Aren't you going to start?" They seemed unable to process his question and just stood there frozen, asking, "Huh?" Li Zixia asserted. "With certainty, I'll be faster than all of you." They let out a collective "oh," and then all immediately used their lightness skill to fly off at top speed. The subordinates were not to be outdone, and also scrambled to leave. The confused group rushed out in a flurry. Seeing this, Li Zixia closed his eyes and smiled lightly. Then he too set off after them. As the name suggests, it was a race of lightness skills. Everyone pushed their lightness skill to the limit, running as fast as they could. But no matter how fast they were, Li Zixia had already started to catch up to the other subordinates from behind, even though he was the last to start. The group was still running frantically. In a flash, Li Zixia caught up with Tu Jiping. He encouraged him, "Hurry up, Jiping." He was drenched in sweat, looking up at him with a frown. They whizzed through the forest, looking up at the lush green sky above using their lightness skill. With his superior skill, he quickly overtook another group. Before long, he had caught up to Hongshen and Du Gusheng. Li Zixia leaped forward, closing in behind the two of them. His face darkened as he growled in admiration. "You two are pretty good, huh?" Du Gusheng and Hongshen gasped in shock and cried out. She was so terrified that she just kept kicking her feet as fast as she could. leaving Du Gusheng behind. Li Zixia caught up beside her, glanced over, and teased her with a smile. Junior Sister Hong, do you need to use the restroom? Why are you in such a hurry? Hong Shen's face fell, and she could only purse her lips and focus on running. Seeing that she didn't answer, he reverted to his usual cold expression. He praised her flatly. You're the fastest one, Junior Sister Hong. Keep up this pace. If you keep running like this, the others won't be able to catch you. Although she was still a bit panicked, she managed to open her mouth and reply, yes. After hearing her answer, he sped forward rapidly. In an instant, his figure vanished from everyone's sight. A moment later, Li Zixia arrived at a mansion deep in the forest, surrounded only by dense trees. Li Zixia landed on the ground and leaped into the mansion grounds with ease. In a flash, he slipped past 4 guards before they even knew what was happening. They just stood there dumbfounded, only able to utter, huh. After a few seconds, when they had processed the situation, they frantically shouted, intruder, get him! But that short amount of time wasn't enough to stop Li Zixia's advance. By now, he was right at the door. He kicked it hard, and the door crashed open with a loud bang. Then, he swaggered in through the main entrance, brazenly walking past everyone in the room and heading upstairs. The lackeys, holding their weapons, shouted, intruder! Anyone who got in his way was sent flying with a single kick. They could only scream in terror as he moved like the wind. The minions, holding their swords, looked menacing. He quickly kicked them aside. As he reached the top of the stairs, Li Zixia was blocked by a small group. They tilted their chins and asked, who are you? Li Zixia's entire body radiated killing intent. He drew his sword with his right hand, his deadly gaze fixed on them. I am the Moonlight Executioner. Their eyes widened when they heard his title. Gritting their teeth, they scowled and got into a stance, preparing to draw their swords. He flew towards them, his eyes streaked with red. He swung his sword decisively, each slash decapitating one of them without a shred of mercy. Before they could even utter a sound, they were killed instantly. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Zixia stepped into a room, a human head at his feet slowly rolling inside, creating a truly gruesome scene. His eyes narrowed, and he forced a deadly smile, asking softly, did you sleep well, Elder Shou? But, as he ventured deeper into the room, he saw a lewd scene not fit for his eyes. Elder Shou was pulling up his pants with one hand, while scrambling towards a table to grab his sword. Just as he was about to touch it, Li Zixia had already flown over and closed the distance. He swung his sword at the man just as he managed to grab his own sword to block the attack. Elder Shou was trembling, sweat pouring down like rain. His face turned purple as he growled, it's you! Li Zixia's eyes glinted with a blood-red light as he laughed. That's right, it's me. The clash of the 2 swords produced a sharp, piercing clang. Elder Shou was knocked backward, with one hand busy holding his waistband, and the other trying to fight. He was no match for Li Zixia. He completely dominated the man, finally wrapping a hand around his neck and squeezing tight. Elder Shou's neck bulged with veins. Before he could even register the suffocation, Li Zixia delivered a fatal stab with his sword. He let out a scream, his pupils widening. A large mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. His entire body lost its balance and slammed against the wall. He reached up and grabbed the man's face, his sharp eyes filled with mockery. So, this is what you look like, huh? The man's face was ashen, and he couldn't stop shaking. Li Zixia violently pulled the sword out of Elder Shou, sending blood flying. And then, he collapsed to the floor. As he sheathed his sword, he turned around. His gaze flickered to a spot where 2 naked women were on the bed, looking at him with terror. As if not wanting to look, Li Zixia averted his gaze. But to them, that Elder Shou let out a few sounds that piqued his curiosity. He crouched down beside the man. Why aren't you saying anything? The man whispered a curse. Shit. He was quite surprised and mocked him. Shit? Why the hell would your last word be a curse, you pitiful bastard? He questioned the man. Why didn't you surrender? Didn't I tell you there was no chance of survival left for you? Li Zixia continued. Why don't you trust others for once? Stop living only believing in yourself. What the hell are you doing in broad daylight anyway? Elder Shou's only reply to Li Zixia was a dead silence. Covered in blood, he slumped over, motionless. He scratched his cheek, mocking himself. What? He's dead already? Who am I even talking to? Just a cold corpse. Suddenly, a plea for mercy was heard. He glanced over and saw the 2 women, trembling and pale. Uncaring, he said coldly. Fine, I'll spare you. Behind Li Zixia, the sound of hurried footsteps and calls of chief echoed. He glanced at them and asked, so, you finally made it here? It was the group with Tu Jipping and Bai Yu, All of their clothes were stained red, and their faces turned grim after seeing Elder Shao's blood-soaked corpse. Hong Shen and Bai Yu, without planning it, both thought to themselves, "It's over already?" Outside, Du Gusheng walked in with a bloody sword over his shoulder and asked, "Is it over?" Li Zixia stood up and replied, "Yeah, take care of the rest of them downstairs. Go and tell them Master Shou is dead." He warned, "Do not kill those who kneel. As for those who resist, show no mercy." A dense killing intent emanated from Li Ziha's entire body. An overwhelming coldness and cruelty enveloped him. All of his subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" Blood pooled everywhere. The piercing screams of many were deafening. Bodies fell like harvested wheat. Li Ziha calmly walked past it all. Arriving at the courtyard, he stopped. "Cloud and Rain Society, listen up." Facing the remaining people, he declared, "Last night, I waited for Master Shou to surrender, which is why I didn't attack directly. But I waited, and he never came. So, I decided to attack. If any of you wish to follow Master Shou to the grave, just say the word. I will grant your wish, that's all." The members of the Cloud and Rain Society just lowered their heads in silence, not daring to object. Seeing this, he let it slide and said, "Very well, from now on, you will all remain the Cloud and Rain Society." At that moment, Su Jiping looked confused, but, before he could ask anything, Li Ziha turned and ordered, "Go change your clothes, take the ones from the dead. If there aren't enough, find some heavily wounded ones, and take theirs. Once you have them, change wherever you want. Now, all of you, get changed." He stood pensively in the courtyard. Du Gusheng approached from behind, and Li Ziha turned to face him. He said, "As for you, you don't need to change." Du Gusheng was a bit puzzled. Li Ziha explained, "You're too conspicuous. Just changing clothes won't be enough of a disguise. You stay here and clean up." Li Ziha's words made Du Gusheng scowl. Ignoring him, Li Ziha turned to Su Jiping. "Jiping, prepare to fight poison with poison. Hurry up." Su Jiping obeyed the order. Li Ziha watched Bai Yin's group change clothes, then turned to look for junior sister Hong. She immediately responded, "Yes, senior brother." Out of the blue, he asked her a question. "You understand what I'm thinking, don't you?" After hearing that, she looked dumbfounded. "Senior brother, what do you mean?" Li Ziha pointed behind him with a smile. "That guy, Du Gusheng, he's crazy. There's no telling if he'll slaughter all of these prisoners. So, you should stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll take those women back to Yiliang County, or maybe just let them go. You watch over them too." After hearing all his instructions, she smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I understand." Li Ziha walked toward the Cloud and Rain Society members. They looked at him with a bit of fear. Suddenly, he complained, Guys like Chang Tai only know how to eat and eat." They looked at each other, wondering, "Like Chang Tai? Why does that sound like an insult?" Li Zixia lowered his gaze to the kneeling crowd. "I'm giving you a chance to live. By rights, I should have killed all of you for participating in the attack against me, but that would be too cruel. So I'll give you a sliver of hope. Anyone who wants to live, raise your hand. Otherwise, just bite your tongue and end it now to save yourself the misery." They remained silent, not making a sound or a single movement. He got a little angry and threatened, "What's this? No answer? From now on, anyone who doesn't answer me will be sent to join that Master Shou." The moment he finished speaking, the Cloud and Rain Society members quickly panicked and denied it profusely. "No, that's not it," he pointed. "Good. Now, I need you all to cooperate and kill Dragon Head, Lao Jun with me." He gave a cold command, "Take off your coats and give them to my men, the 12 divine generals." Got it? Seeing his eyes filled with killing intent, they could only obey. Li Ziha narrowed his eyes slightly. He drew his sword and growled, "Suddenly, I'm feeling annoyed. Maybe I should just send you all to hell, right now." From behind, Bai Yin rushed out and held him back with all his might. "Senior brother, calm down." But Li Ziha struggled to break free. "Don't stop me. I'll kill every single one of these bastards and send them to hell to be reborn." The dependable Bai Yin said, "Please, leave it to me. Even among them, there are many who, now that Master Shou is dead, please just give them a new path in life, just like us." Hearing that, Li Ziha suddenly calmed down. He slowly turned his head and sighed. "I was really planning on sending them to hell." Bai Yin took responsibility. "Senior brother, from now on, I will supervise them closely." Li Ziha agreed and let it go. Bai Yin bowed and waited for further orders. Li Ziha was a bit puzzled and turned to ask, "Where was I?" Bai Yin gently reminded him, "You were talking about us, the 12 divine generals." And before that, it was Sha Tai. Hearing that, he went, ah, as he remembered, and turned back to the Cloud and Rain Society. Let's postpone that for now. I want you to let everyone know that Master Shou is dead. My goal is to have people pretend to be the defeated party and make their way to Dragonhead Lao Jun's mountain peak. Li Ziha gave them a deathly glare. Do you understand what I'm saying? Their lack of response made him lose his patience. Answer me. Bai Yin stepped in to smooth things over. Senior brother, I understand the strategy. Please, let me direct them. Li Ziha agreed. He didn't press the matter further and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, he saw Su Jiping and called out to him. Su Jiping responded promptly. Li Ziha came up beside him and reminded him, tell your subordinates from the Black Cat Gang to come over and rest. You've all worked hard. Su Jiping immediately obeyed. Li Ziha continued. Fighting while exhausted would be a huge problem. Suddenly, he let out a sigh. Is it true? The more troops we have, the weaker our forces become. After hearing this, Su Jiping's expression also grew grim. From a distance, a subordinate approached, holding a blood-stained set of clothes. He offered it to Li Ziha. Gang leader, please change. Li Ziha opened the clothes and inspected them from top to bottom, only seeing dirt, blood, and a tear at the bottom. He wore a disdainful expression. Bring me something clean. This one has a stab wound right in the chest. Just looking at it feels wrong. He chided. Be a little more aware, will you? The subordinate spoke up, disgruntled. Why are you scolding me? I was just trying to help. Li Ziha was a bit surprised by the subordinate's complaint, thinking to himself that even within the ranks of the Black Cat Gang, there are still some who aren't very perceptive. He sighed again and muttered, just let him live, let him live. Just then, Su Jiping, Bai Yin, and the others finished changing their clothes and gathered, reporting to him, Gang leader, it's time to go. He pressed his lips together and lifted his head, his face returning to its usual emotionless expression as he led the way. Rustle, rustle. Staggering footsteps moved forward. A man with a swollen face staggered and dragged himself along. From the bushes, Li Ziha and Bai Yin peeked out. The bruised and injured man's face was purple. Then, he swayed and fell to the ground with a thud. Li Ziha gave him a compliment. What excellent acting. Bai Yin demonstrated his reliability. I gave you my word, he said. They truly are a sharp blade. The man on the ground kept moaning incessantly, his whole body trembling, which made the two men in the bushes applaud. He's really committed to the role. The injured man staggered to the gate of a courtyard up ahead. He reached out and knocked on the door. On the other side, an old man opened the door. As soon as he saw the man looking like he was on the verge of death, he quickly reached out to support him and stammered, Aren't you from the Cloud and Rain Society? What happened? The man replied with difficulty, The Black Cat Gang is attacking us. I came to inform Dragonhead Lao Jun. Hearing this, the old man, he quickly told the man to come in, but the man hesitated, asking him to wait a moment. The master looked at him, puzzled. The man, looking like he was about to faint, pleaded for a bit of water. Li Ziha, sitting in a tree, heard this and gave him a mental thumbs up. Nice line, he thought. After the subordinate was taken inside, Li Ziha came down, leaning, his back against the door to wait. He secretly wondered. After hearing that the master was attacked, Elder Longshu should have made a move. Why is it so quiet? Not dwelling on it any longer, he casually walked towards the forest. That guy was probably captured, he mused. In the bushes were Bai Yin and Su Jibing. Bai Yin suggested, if that's the case, then let's just go in and finish everything. He refused. It seems I've underestimated this Jianghu. You two just wait here. With that, he turned and walked away. The two tried to call after him, but it was no use. He bid them farewell and walked towards the manor. But before he even set foot on the steps, he froze in thought. Then, he turned and headed in a different direction. He bent down, looking for something. Tossing the clothes of the Cloud Rain Society to the ground, he took out another set of clothes to change into. After changing, Li Ziha went straight in through the main gate. He glanced around. In the center of the estate was a set of tables and chairs, and an old man was sitting there. As he sized up the old man, it seemed the man had already recognized him. The old man invited him in, speaking slowly. So, is our truce over? Li Ziha turned his face away and asked, Have you arranged everything? The old man, still at a leisurely pace, answered, As you can see, I have. All that was left was an old gatekeeper, but I sent him out back. He doesn't know martial arts, so there's no need for him to follow me into slaughter. Li Ziha pressed on. What about your other subordinates? The old man patiently replied, I've sent them to places where they can go. For those with nowhere left to turn, I gave them some money. Between yesterday and today, they've all gradually left. Li Zaha opened his mouth, his tone laced with sarcasm. You're quite thoughtful, aren't you? The old man lowered his head, then looked up with a smile. But so are you. Sit down. Li Zaha slowly stepped forward, thinking to himself, if you're told to sit, it's probably better not to. Elder Longsho chuckled and asked, don't you have time for a cup of tea? He replied just as cheerfully, I've always been someone with no time to spare. Elder Longsho reached for a teacup, putting on a curious expression. It's quite suspicious. How could someone like you defeat the great Rakshasa in a one-on-one fight? You know, I've seen many people like you in the Jianghu. From your actions to the way you speak, the moment I saw you, I already had a grasp of your character. He brought the cup to his lips and spoke softly. Li Zaha just watched him in silence. The old man elaborated. After all, you and I are enemies. There's no need to see our subordinates' blood spilled, so I waited for you here alone. Li Zaha's voice suddenly deepened as he asked, you were quite close with the great Rakshasa, weren't you? At those words, the hand that was caressing the cup froze. The ground began to shake, startling Li Zaha and nearly making him fall. Centered around the tea table, numerous deep pits were activated. Li Zaha quickly leaped back. Elder Longsho's eyes widened as he stared at him. Down in those massive pits, bodies were piled high, with human skulls strewn everywhere. Li Zaha's gaze darkened. He said with annoyance, you gave me quite a scare. Elder Longsho just stared at him in silence, his hand resting lightly on the cup. He turned it, and the ground began to shake again. Li Zaha quickly jumped higher as the remaining round stone tiles in the courtyard were pushed upwards. After a moment, he stood firm on the large stone blocks, thinking how lucky he was. If I had brought my entire force in earlier, we would have suffered considerable losses from this trap, wouldn't we? Elder Longsho leaned on his staff and stood up, taunting, let's see you try and fight me now. Li Zaha snorted with derision. So you're just a crazy old fool. I finally get it. Why your reputation surpasses even the great Rakshasas. Elder Longsho's face darkened, but he remained silent. Li Zaha twisted the knife deeper. Over the years, you've made so many people fall into your pits. I bet very few people know the real you, huh? Eating, drinking tea, and sleeping on the bodies of those you've killed. No wonder. Your face is so pale. Is the Jianghu really that terrifying? He let out a torrent of sarcastic remarks, each one a jab. The old man frowned and said, stop your meaningless chatter. The large brick pillar beneath Li Zaha's feet vanished. He calmly leaped to another spot and said, I've seen plenty of people like you, the kind who dig pits to bury others, but can never escape those pits themselves. They don't hunt directly like wild beasts, nor do they travel the world to spar with other masters. His feet moved with agility, dodging every attack. Then he delivered the final blow. Their entire lives are utterly rotten. All they can do, day in and day out, is bury their friends and family. Li Zaha looked at the old man and sneered. Every time you fill one of those pits, the rotting corpses must tremble all over again. Elder Longsho laughed with delight. Where do you think you can run? Li Zaha continued to dodge the stone blocks and retorted. When you're at a disadvantage, of course you run. What? Do you think I'm an idiot? The old man pointed. The exit isn't over there. Hearing that, Li Zaha looked behind him and saw that the exit had indeed vanished. Li Zaha turned back, giving the old man a look of mixed praise and sarcasm. You really are an interesting old man. You've even learned how to play all sorts of different games, haven't you? Are you trying to imitate Guiguzi? The old man put on a mysterious air and asked, You know of Guiguzi? Li Zaha thought to himself with confidence. I may look young, but I'm actually much older than I look. He suddenly felt the weather today was quite nice, and then felt he'd been thinking a bit too much. All at once, his thoughts turned to Guiguzi. He was a master who specialized in deduction and contemplation. A hermit living in the Jianghu, his moniker originated from his very own residence, the Guigu Mountain Manor. And the person who Qi Xingzi, the founder of the carefree golden hook art, despised the most, was him. Li Zaha let out a disdainful remark. Just look at you. A withered old man like you actually knows of Guiguzi? Unluckily for you, one of my spiritual mentors happens to hate cunning people. Like him. Elder Longsho was curious. There's such a person? Li Zaha looked down. Qi Xingzi. Have you heard of him? But this was the first time the old man had heard the name. He fell silent for a moment, then continued his story. The martial art I learned was created by that very person. The cunning rabbit's 3 burrows. Samadhi true fire. He stroked his chin. Such a brilliant move, yet it was countered. By me. How interesting. Li Zaha's thoughts drifted. A cunning rabbit digs 3 burrows to hide, but a wise man will set fire to all 3 burrows to catch the rabbit. The Yan Yu technique was born from that concept. As he was lost in thought, he created a blazing red ball of fire. Seeing this, Elder Longsho let out a triumphant laugh. He lunged forward, executing a technique that caused the stone blocks to bob, up and down, as fast as lightning. With a deliberate motion, he launched the snake he had been using as a staff straight at Li Zaha. He dodged to the side, letting out a soft cry. He shot a death glare at the old man. In the Jianghu, don't people usually have the decency to wait while their opponent readies their weapon? The two then lunged at each other, beginning to fight. Fiercely, one struck, the other parried. They both separated, taking a few steps back. Elder Longsho gathered his strength for a direct assault on Li Zaha, but he quickly shattered the attack. In that surprise attack, 3 large iron spikes flew towards him. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, he dodged all 3. Seizing the opportunity, Dragonhead Old Master unleashed an attack of terrifying power at him, but he still effortlessly dodged every one of the old man's attacks, creating a large cloud of dust. Li Zihua used his movement technique, leaping into the air amidst the smoke. Dragonhead Old Master flew out, launching a volley of large iron spikes straight at Li Zihua. He quickly took off his coat and threw it forcefully towards the spikes. The spikes, covered by the coat, fell to the ground. Just then, he realized he had accidentally thrown away his coat, and he mourned for it. Oh, what a tragic fate for you. I hope in your next life, you find a better owner, a true gentleman. Then you won't have to suffer anymore. After that thought, he landed on a boulder, his sharp gaze fixed on Dragonhead Old Master. The old man was momentarily flustered, thinking to himself, why has his aura suddenly become so heavy? The fire within Li Zihua erupted fiercely and rushed towards the old man. His eyes glowed blood red, and his words were filled with a murderous aura. Dragonhead Old Master, you are so dead. You tore my coat. I swear I'll have my revenge for this, or I'm not a man. The old man stepped back a few paces, his face paling slightly, and cursed, you bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? They both suddenly fell silent, making the situation more tense than ever. Li Zihua told him, keep running your mouth over there. You'll just die faster. The old man seemed to doubt what he was hearing, as if he'd misheard. A giant question mark appeared in his mind. Seeing him like this, the old man was a bit terrified, inwardly assessing, he looks like he wants to eat me alive right this second. With that thought, he slammed his staff on the ground, and another volley of iron spikes flew out. As Dragonhead Old Master performed his technique, he watched Li Zihua nimbly dodge and made a judgment. He has a more advantageous position than I do right now. Is he trying to keep moving to avoid my poisonous miasma? He cursed under his breath and gave chase, staying close behind him. Suddenly, Li Zihua spun around and unleashed a powerful sword strike. Dragonhead Old Master quickly parried the blow, instantly horrified as he thought, is he still not even using his full power? Li Zihua smirked, his eyes sharp and cunning. Dragonhead Old Master was furious, veins bulging on his face, as he cursed inwardly, you bastard. Very clever. He spun his staff, shattering the fierce attack, which surprised Li Zihua a little. A huge cloud of smoke enveloped them both. Li Zihua seized the opportunity and vanished into the air. Although Dragonhead Old Master moved quickly to grab him, he was still a step too slow. He began chanting an incantation to activate the devouring grand art. Before him appeared the shadow of a black hand glowing with red fire. He channeled his energy, creating a large formation. Then, it all converged into a red fireball. He threw the flame, creating a massive explosion. Dragonhead Old Master was completely astonished by its destructive power. With just a few waves of his hand, how can he do that? After the smoke cleared, he was still standing there imposingly, his sword on his shoulder, not forgetting to taunt. Got any other moves? Bring them all on. Dragonhead Old Master, not to be outdone, retorted, if you've got the guts, come down here and fight me. Li Zihua pointed his sword at the old man and said clearly, you old fox, do you think I'm a fool? I already have the strategic advantage. Why would I go down there? The old man could no longer keep his composure and blurted out. What? Then he wondered, did I hear that right? He's already taken all the key positions here? At that moment, he channeled his internal energy into his sword, then charged forward, swinging it at the old man. Although Dragonhead Old Master managed to avoid some of the damage, he still couldn't stand firm against his power. Li Zihua stepped back while simultaneously unleashing several sword strikes straight at him. Unable to resist, the old man trembled before his power, but still didn't stop. He continued to swing his sword relentlessly, creating slashes filled with destructive energy. All of them converged on Dragonhead Old Master. Seeing the old man turning purple, unable to defend himself any longer, but Li Zihua didn't stop. He struck, severing the arm that held the staff, causing the old man's eyes to widen in agony. Before that bone-deep pain could even subside, his other arm was also severed from his body. He collapsed to his knees in agony, blood pouring out. Seeing this, Li Zihua paused for a moment. Then, he once again channeled his technique, creating another fireball. He nonchalantly played with the fireball. The old man, pale and dying, begged for mercy. Li Zihua stopped playing with the fireball and held it out in front of him. Li Zihua let it fly towards Dragonhead Old Master. The old man could only sit there with wide eyes, watching it slowly fly towards him. A massive explosion thundered through the sky, accompanied by his blood-curdling scream. Everything the fireball touched was incinerated, sending thick smoke billowing up. He stood high above, looking down proudly, using poetic language to describe the scene he had created. What a beautiful newborn flame. A fire that rages intensely. Its brilliant red light looks like it wants to tear space itself apart. The flames seem to dance, creating flickering streaks of light amidst the inferno. The silhouette of a young man appeared, solitary and silent. He stood there, his eyes intently following the fire that burned more fiercely with each passing second. The brilliant red light reflected on his young face, creating resolute yet somewhat pensive features. Smoke billowed up, but he didn't move, remaining still as if mesmerized by the flames. The strong wind blew through his hair. A mysterious glint appeared in his eyes, as if he were contemplating something, or perhaps he was simply captivated by the scene before him. Suddenly, the young man broke into a mischievous and demonic smile. A terrifying feeling filled the air, enveloping everything. The fire blazed even brighter, as if reacting to that smile, plunging the space into a demonic shade of red. Then, suddenly, the young man Li Zihua's laughter rang out, hoarse and eerie, like a sound echoing from the depths of hell. His face shone with a triumphant expression, twisted by cunning. The flickering firelight reflecting on his face made its angles seem even sharper and darker. Every line on his face exuded evil and mystery. Li Zihua slowly raised his sword, his eyes still holding that demonic glint. Suddenly, flames appeared from nowhere, erupting violently and spreading across the blade. He began to turn, gently, yet decisively. The sword in his hand drew brilliant arcs of fire. Each swing was full of power, emitting a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through space. The flames on the blade flared intensely, spreading everywhere, creating a vortex of fire that swirled around him. His eyes were ice cold, holding a cruelty that stabbed at his opponent like a dagger. Those eyes didn't need to say a word to make anyone who met their gaze shudder. Combined with a wicked smirk, his face took on a terrifying appearance, like someone who had just escaped from the darkness, wielding terrifying power. This feels satisfying. His gaze grew more ferocious, as terrifying as a predator's. Cruel thoughts arose without a hint of hesitation or regret. Everything was aimed at destruction. The fire in his eyes blazed a fire of violent desire, a thirst to burn everything. A raging fire erupts. Burn it all down. Suddenly, in that instant, as the furious flames surrounded him, old memories rushed back. They were like ghosts that would never disappear, ancient voices echoing in his head. He remembered the scene of a fire from long ago. The crimson flames, like blood, stained the dark night and turned everything to ash. Chang Yan stood there, solitary as a shadow in the firestorm. He walked away without looking back, but his eyes were torn between cruelty and sorrow, remembering that day when the inn was engulfed in raging flames. Old man Shou, you deserved that end. That's what you get for causing others so much pain. Li Zixia was lost in a dark train of thought. Every heavy swing of his sword seemed to reflect his turbulent mind. The sharp technique seemed to want to sever the haunting images of the past, but the more he swung, the heavier he felt. Suddenly, a voice called out, pulling him from his reverie. Sect leader. Li Zixia stopped. He turned towards the sound. His eyes, still hazy, flickered with surprise. In that moment, he felt as if he were trapped in a long dream, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. His gaze, not yet fully clear, swept across his surroundings, as if searching for the one who had called him. Did someone call me? Li Zixia took a deep breath, trying to focus on his surroundings. He resumed his sword practice, his movements powerful and masterful. The voice called out again, this time with a more urgent tone. Sect leader. A vicious glint appeared in Li Zixia's eyes. Thoughts raced through his mind as he tried to distinguish what was actually happening. Is it a hallucination? The wild young man stopped. The sword in his hand blazed to life, a furious flame enveloping it as if awakened by the rage in his heart. A raging fire burned around him, reflecting the intensity of his own mood. That voice echoed like an undeniable memory, filled with nostalgia and pain. I was the one who first met you in Liang County. I've followed you for so long. A mischievous laugh mingled with the flames, his gaze sharp and cold, determined not to show any weakness. Is that so? Then show yourself. His tone was full of challenge. The mad demon's flame is burning within me. It's all over. His wild eyes seemed to be missing something. His mind was still haunted. He muttered, "Why is my mind still not at ease?" The voice rang out again, louder and clearer this time. "Sect leader, wake up." The wild man snapped out of it. Life suddenly returned to his eyes, along with a sense of weariness. He turned his head as if he had just escaped a nightmare. "Ah, I remember now. Xiao Junping, is that you?" Below, a crowd had gathered, their eyes fixed on the sect leader they had followed for so many years. Their faces reflected fear of the power radiating from Li Zixia, but at the same time, they also showed respect and deep reverence. The wildness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of sorrow and concern. He sighed, looking down at the crowd below. His tone was tinged with sarcasm, but also a hint of relief. "So, you're all here. That was fast," Xiao Junping shouted, his voice a mix of anger and fear, his eyes filled with worry. "Sect leader, we saw the fire was too big, so we rushed here to check on the situation." Li Zixia's gaze looked down from above at the people below, sharp and decisive. A faint mist seemed to surround Li Zixia, as if he were standing in another world, completely separate from the crowd below. In a moment of silence, the brilliant flames surged, forming a wall of intense fire. Reality crashed down like a violent wave. The people outside were surrounded by the flames, the dazzling light, and the crackling sound of the spreading fire. Li Zixia took a deep breath and decided to jump down from his position, moving closer to the panicking crowd. Bai Yin asked worriedly, his face tense. "Sect leader, is it all over?" Li Zixia nodded. "It's done." Bai Yin breathed a sigh of relief, but worry was still evident on his face. "What do we do next?" His voice carried a mix of excitement and unease. Suddenly, Li Zixia burst out laughing, his laughter echoing through the space like a joyful sound that broke the tense atmosphere. He felt relieved, as if a great burden had been lifted. He rushed out of there, speaking in a refreshed and energetic tone. "It's over. Let's go back." Xiao Junping couldn't understand Li Zixia's excitement. His face was serious, his tone reproachful, but he couldn't hide his concern. "You seem awfully cheerful. Your subordinates were worried sick." But it seemed his sect leader didn't feel the same way. On the contrary, Li Zixia felt excited and pleased with what had happened. He laughed loudly, his eyes shining brightly. "Junping, you worry too much. My mood was a little extreme, that's all. It's not like I went completely berserk." Xiao Junping laughed heartily, as if he understood his master's mood. Xiao Junping's eyes were full of empathy. He understood the feelings of the man he had served for so long. "Yes, I understand how you feel, sect leader. I understand. Sometimes, we can't control our own emotions." Li Zixia was pleased that someone understood how he felt. He smiled, his gaze still fixed ahead. He spoke in a friendly tone. "Xiao Junping, you're pretty sharp. You can even understand my erratic nature. That's quite impressive." Everyone rushed out of the fire. The air was still thick with the smell of smoke, but their urgency and determination erased all worry from their minds. The light from the fire was still strong behind them. Suddenly, Li Zixia turned back to look at the place he had just destroyed. The flames grew even stronger, just like his own wild mood at that moment. Bai Yin looked at the scene before him, the brightly burning fire, the stifling air. He immediately asked his master, sect leader, have Long Lin Lao Jun and all his subordinates been eliminated? Li Zixia was nonchalant, his eyes still fixed on the fire in front of him. He smiled in satisfaction, as if he'd just won a great victory. His tone was light. "They've all become fodder for that raging fire." Bake Dan seemed to have let go of all his worries. A sense of relief spread through him, and a radiant smile bloomed on his face. "Yes, it's all over. That's great." Li Ziha's lips curled into a smirk that flickered across his face. "You all, aren't you happy?" he asked, his gaze sweeping over each member of the gang. A silence fell, blanketing the space as if time had temporarily stopped. Everyone stared straight at their gang leader. A loud, hearty laugh suddenly echoed through the open air. Immediately, Li Ziha's face turned serious again. He looked around at his subordinates. "All right, that's enough fun. Where's that bastard actor from earlier?" He thought the operation had gone quite smoothly, thanks in part to that damn guy. A man standing at the very back, his face bruised and swollen, spoke up. With eyes full of fear and surprise, Xiao Junping quickly reported, "Yes, sir. Old Master Longlin's forces have been dealt with. All of their servants have escaped. Their territories are now all under your control." Sect leader. Li Zihai agreed, his voice firm. "As for those servants, just let them go. In order to control their territory, you need to be careful. Don't get complacent." Xiao Junping listened and nodded in response. "Yes, sir." Li Zihai's expression grew serious, his gaze deep in thought. After careful consideration, he said, "It's not as simple as you think. This battle was quite tough. Things seem to be getting more difficult." Suddenly, the air grew silent. Hearing their leader's words, everyone felt a sense of reproach and their master's piercing gaze upon them. Xiao Junping spoke up, breaking the silence. He felt extremely guilty. "Yes, it was all accomplished by the sect leader alone. We, your subordinates, were useless." Li Zihai silently acknowledged their uselessness and incompetence. His eyes filled with contempt as he said, "Well said." But he also had to admit, this opponent was formidable and cunning. That old master, Long Lin, he had some skill. His villa was full of traps, a truly cunning old fox. Bai Yin shared the same sentiment. He nodded in agreement. "Yes, sect leader." Li Zihai continued to analyze the situation. So, after Da Luo Sha, Master Shou, and Old Master Long Lin, all three powers have been eliminated. Da Luo Sha's force seemed to be the largest. Taking him down back then was indeed a struggle. Bai Yin smiled, agreeing with his master's assessment. "Yes, we, your subordinates, understand the sect leader's meaning." The others also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Li Zihai continued, his voice light and unburdened, not holding anyone back. "Now that things at the Cloud Mist Society are over, any of you who wish to leave may do so. There's no need to force yourselves to follow me. The battles ahead will be even more dangerous. Your martial skills are still lacking, so think carefully. Of course, you are also very welcome to stay. The Black Cat Gang, the Cloud Mist Society, and the Black Heaven Fortress, those three powers, have now all submitted to our lowly sect." A subordinate raised his hand to ask a question. "The lowly sect, is that our force, sir?" Li Zihai was annoyed and tired of his weak subordinates. Just as the name implies, the lowly sect is a place for all the weak and foolish people like you. It's a real headache just thinking about it. My subordinates are all a bunch of idiots who can't do anything right. That man fell silent, speechless. Another one spoke up. "So, the leader of the lowly sect is also you, sir?" Li Zihai was irritated. His eyes sharpened, his tone icy. "Are you that stupid? If not me, then who?" the man continued to ask, his face a mask of shocked fear. "But, aren't you also the leader of the Black Cat Gang?" Li Zihai was annoyed by the stupid question. His expression darkened, and his voice grew colder. Can one person not manage multiple factions? Everyone fell silent. The air was awkward, and an invisible pressure weighed down on all the weak subordinates. Li Zihai turned to his elite subordinates. He gave an order. "After eliminating those three powers, our territory has expanded too quickly. The matters of managing the subordinates and the situations within those three factions, you will all divide the responsibilities and manage them well. I won't be involved much in this." All the subordinates replied in unison. "Yes, sir." He stood proudly, exuding the confident and powerful aura of a leader. "You all may be a bit foolish, but it's not possible that you don't have your own strengths. Try to develop those strengths. Through the recent events, I've realized my greatest strength is being a sect master and managing all of you." Bai Yin understood his master's words. "Your subordinates understand. Sect leader, I will handle the affairs of the Cloud Mist Society. The Cloud Mist Society's territory is large, with many smaller factions dependent on it. I will be careful with every detail. I will see which factions can submit to us and recruit them. Those who are not involved will be released. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." Li Zihai smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. This will be hard work for you. Now that everything is done, let's head back." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a group of subordinates who understood the orders they were given. Yes, in a certain city, the air was filled with a solemn and cold dignity, creating a sense of immense but distant power. Li Zihai descended from above, landing with a proud and skillful posture. He gently pushed open the heavy wooden doors. The sound of creaking hinges echoed in the silent space. His footsteps were slow as he entered the vast room. Seeing the sect leader, Sha Tai quickly broke into a happy smile. Next to him was Liu Ching, covered in wounds, and, with a face that looked like he'd just been beaten, kneeling on the ground. Li Zihai walked to the leader's position, his figure tall and proud. He sat down on the throne-like chair in the center. His demeanor was still full of authority. "Is everything all right here?" he asked with a smile. Sha Tai also smiled back, his face brimming with confidence. "Yes, sir." Li Zihai turned to look at the injured Liu Ching kneeling on the ground. His eyes showed no trace of pity. His voice was probing, yet carried a sharp edge. "Has Sha Tai been treating you well?" Hearing this, Liu Ching flinched. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, but he didn't dare raise his head to answer. "Yes, sir." The reply was heavy with pressure. Seeing his master's happy expression, Sha Tai could guess the outcome. He smiled cheerfully. Seeing the sect leader return in such a good mood, does this mean everything is settled? Li Zihai paused for a beat. What thing? He seemed not to understand what Sha Tai was talking about. "The matter of you going to deal with Master Shou's forces," he said, a hint of exasperation in his voice, though it was still respectful. Li Zihai understood Sha Tai's concern. "Ah, so that's it. Everything's settled. Master Shou is dead. Old Master Long Lin has been taken care of as well." He propped up his chin, looking relaxed. Da Luo Sha must be quite happy in the underworld now. He has a bunch of his old friends down there to celebrate with him. Things got a little troublesome, but it's all been sorted out, and it's all thanks to you. Liu Ching. His gaze shifted to Liu King kneeling below. His voice rang out, but it was tinged with coldness. "I really have you to thank for this." Feeling the pressure and threat in Li Zihai's gaze, he couldn't utter a single word. Cold sweat began to trickle down his face, and the prolonged silence hung like a heavy shadow over the room. "Yes, sect leader." The next day, Li Zihai sat with his legs crossed, displaying the demeanor of an authoritative leader. He rested his chin on his hand, his sharp gaze fixed on the person opposite him. "Your real name is Huyan Cheng, from the Huyan Sword Clan, correct?" Sha Tai sat opposite his leader, but his posture was very calm and composed as he replied, "That's right." Liu Ching, however, cowered in fear. He replied in a state of extreme anxiety, as if a single wrong move could get him killed instantly. "Yes, sir." Li Zihai produced a sketch of someone's portrait. "I'm hunting this person." When Liu Ching saw the sketch, his face turned pale, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He asked fearfully, "How? How can I possibly find him?" Li Zihai replied. With a voice full of frustration and helplessness, he let out a long sigh. It seemed he himself had no way of finding and capturing this person. Hearing this, Liu Ching felt as if he had just found a lifeline. He shouted in a panic, "Clan Master, spare me! I'll do anything to find him." He even offered up his own life in exchange for more time to hunt the man down. "If it's poison, give me some now. I'll only come back for the antidote once I've found him." Hearing this, Li Zihua wasn't impressed. On the contrary, he grew even more weary and tired. "Too many people have died today. My normal day started with killing. If it also ends with killing, that just doesn't seem right." Liu Ching let out a sigh of relief, as if he'd just returned from the dead. He was still terrified, but the color slowly returned to his deathly pale face. He nodded, thanking the clan master for sparing his life. But Li Zihua hadn't decided to let him off that easily. A bold idea formed in his mind. There has to be some kind of connection here. When it comes to people, you can't solve everything with force. He ordered Sha Tai to go to the back and bring some wine and 3 cups. Sha Tai couldn't guess his master's intentions, but he still obeyed the order immediately, standing up and leaving at once. A moment later, Sha Tai returned, carrying a large, aged, and extremely valuable jug of wine. He placed the wine jug on the table in front of the clan master, then returned to his original seat and sat down. Once everything was ready, Li Zihua, with an imposing aura, called out, "Huyan Cheng, drink." Liu Ching replied instantly, without a second thought. Li Zihua continued in a careless tone, "I don't care if you're Huyan Cheng or Liu Ching. And if you're not from the Huyan sword family. I also don't care if this is a conspiracy by some other power in the martial world." His face turned serious. "The problem is, you're just an unlucky bastard I captured. From now on, you'll just do exactly as I say. Understand?" He emphasized every single word. A chilling atmosphere descended. Liu Ching heard this and was afraid, but for the sake of his life, he had no choice but to agree. Li Zihua reached into his robes, searching for something, his expression dead serious. Suddenly, with a loud slam, Li Zihua drove a short sword into the tabletop. Sha Tai and Liu Ching's faces turned ashen, and sweat poured down their faces. Li Zihua gripped the short sword firmly and declared, "This is the life and death pact from where I used to live. From now on, if our conversations don't go smoothly, we will use this to kill the other person." Hearing the clan master's words, The other two men's faces filled with fear, unable to understand why the clan master would suddenly do such a thing. They felt as though their lives were hanging by a thread. Li Zihua gave his order to Sha Tai and Liu Xing. From now on, I will give you 108 days. Huyan Cheng, everything you know, your sword techniques, internal energy, footwork, and cultivation methods, you will teach all of it to Sha Tai. The two of them felt this was an absolutely impossible task. Their faces showed a mixture of worry, panic, and shock. Liu Xing bowed his head, his heart pounding with fear as he tried to think of some way to carry out the order Li Zihua had given. Sha Tai did not agree with the idea. He slammed the table and retorted, "Master, in 108 days, how can I possibly learn all of that?" Li Zihua looked at Sha Tai, who refused to accept the challenge. He said in an incredibly tired voice, "Cheng Tai." Sha Tai looked up, straight into his master's eyes, wondering what he was trying to say. Suddenly, Li Zihua's face darkened. His gaze was like a bullet, his voice carrying a deadly threat to anyone who dared cross him. "You want to die? Then let's use the life and death pact." The color drained from Sha Tai's face. He thought to himself, "I'm done for." Li Zihua's voice was a low growl, a bloodthirsty look in his eyes as if he had already targeted his prey, ready to kill. Sha Tai froze, sweat dripping down his face. Faced with that death glare, he could only manage a forced denial. Li Zihua's expression softened slightly. He commanded, "This is the Black Cat clan. At Mao hour, the two of you will officially wake up, eat breakfast, and train. Eat lunch, and train. Eat dinner, train, then rest." Sha Tai and Liu Xing continued to grit their teeth and endure, listening to the unreasonable demands from Li Zihua. "Your rest time is your free time. If you try to run, skip training, or anything else, I will personally kill you with the life and death pact." He continued his threat. "If you're not satisfied, you can pick up that dagger right now and stab me." The two men's faces went pale, and they exchanged confused glances, as if they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. They remained silent, no one daring to speak, standing frozen as if imprisoned by extreme fear. Their hearts raced, and every breath was heavy, as they clearly sensed the approaching danger. Cold sweat began to soak the backs of their shirts. Only one thought remained in their minds. Only a madman would do that. Li Zihua looked at the two men before him, his voice calm but full of authority. "Since I took your internal energy, you can use your rest time to recover it, or you can use it to rest. The choice is yours." Li Zihua emphasized once more. "However, I'll remind you, you only have 108 days. If you think that's a long time, it will feel long. If you think it's short, it will feel very short. You don't have to master everything, but after 108 days, Cheng Tai must be stronger than he is now." Hearing his master's words, Sha Tai asked with a doubtful look, "How will we know if I'm stronger after 108 days than I am now?" Li Zihua was not pleased with Sha Tai's question. He immediately issued a threat. "If you're not satisfied, you can pick up that dagger right now and stab me." Sha Tai didn't dare to be disrespectful. "I was just saying, Master." He silently cursed his master. "Damn it, every time I say anything, he tells me to stab him." Liu Xing also felt this was an incredibly difficult challenge, nearly impossible to achieve in such a short period. In 108 days, teaching him even one sword style would be a bit of a stretch. Li Zihua crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking indifferent. He didn't care. He was openly contemptuous. "Not my problem. Cheng Tai is just a kid who only knows how to cook, but he's not an idiot." Hearing his master say that, Sha Tai felt his veins pop with anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. "I don't know if he's praising me or insulting me." Li Zihua continued with a detached, nonchalant air. "Whether you teach him sword techniques or anything else is entirely up to you. You figure it out." Liu Xing asserted himself once more. "We are the Huyan sword family." Li Zihua didn't care who the person in front of him was. At this moment, the only thing he cared about was the result. "I don't care what clan you're from. If you don't want to teach, then pick up that knife and kill me. If you don't, I'll stab you to death." Liu Xing bowed his head, saying nothing. He was utterly helpless, unable to speak. Li Zihua turned to look at his subordinate, Sha Tai, and continued his threats. "Cheng Tai, if you don't want to learn either, then just go ahead and die. Stop living as a useless freeloader. You don't want this. You don't want that. Then pick that up and charge at me, because I'm going to kill you." Hearing such a threat, Sha Tai's mind was in turmoil. He was frustrated and didn't want to do this, but he didn't dare to resist either. He could only bow his head in acceptance. The three of them sat facing each other, an oppressive silence, covering them all. It seemed the pressure from the gang leader had rendered the other two completely speechless. After a moment of thought, Sha Tai boldly accepted the difficult challenge. I'll learn. His eyes showed a resilient submission. He had prepared himself mentally to face the hardship and difficulties ahead. Hearing this, Ching also let out a sigh. He solemnly declared with a determined gaze, I will teach him. Everything was going exactly as Li Ziha had planned. He replied calmly, now we understand each other. He decisively pulled his short sword, which was stuck in the table, right out. Immediately, he cut one of his own fingers, then let a few drops of blood drip into the wine jug. The blood mixed with the white liquor. Li Ziha handed the short sword to Sha Tai. Sha Tai took it, his face turning deathly pale, drained of all color. He was terrified, his voice stuttering. Whoa, why are you giving it to me? Li Ziha looked at his reluctance. Hard. With extreme annoyance, his gaze icy. Sha Tai was frightened. He responded, his hand holding the short sword slowly and gently cutting his own hand, then adding a drop of his own blood to the wine jug. Seeing this, Liu Xing followed suit, not daring to resist. Li Ziha poured the wine into 3 bowls. He announced loudly, this wine contains our lives, and it is mixed with the blood of 3 men who have faced a life and death pact. He recited the oath, according to our agreement, for 108 days. Sha Tai will be your master, and you, Sha Tai, must wholeheartedly teach martial arts to Tai. Liu Xing sat in silence. Sha Tai also listened, solemnly to the oath. For 108 days, the disciple Sha Tai must devote all his strength and sincerity to learning martial arts. Gang leader Li Ziha held the wine jug tightly in his hand. He continued, speaking as the leader and the one who proposed this oath. I, as the one who created this vow, in the event that either of you takes it lightly, or is not honest, or shows any sign of resistance while carrying out the duties established by this life and death pact, I will end the remainder of both your lives with this knife. Heaven and the gods are my witnesses. Hearing that oath, Sha Tai and Liu Xing's faces went pale, sweat pouring down in streams, drenching them. Li Ziha held the wine bowl, his eyes sharp as he looked at the other two. Can you both swear to uphold this oath? Liu Xing also picked up his bowl. He affirmed, his voice resolute. I swear it. Sha Tai did the same. I also swear it. With the oaths complete, Li Ziha ordered everyone to drink the wine to seal the pledge. All 3 raised their bowls and drank them dry. The oath ceremony was over. Li Ziha announced to everyone present, all right. From today, the harsh training begins. Tonight, we will have our last dinner together. Suddenly, Sha Tai spoke up. From now on, I'm no longer the one who cooks. Hearing this, Li Ziha was stunned. The others had gone to Yiyang County, and the vast majority of his subordinates were still at the Yunwu Society. Li Ziha had never felt so worried. He propped his head on his hand, thinking, Elder Shou is dead, and Elder Lin Long is also dead. The problem now is, how do we handle dinner? This is a real predicament. Suddenly, the sound of a door sliding open broke the quiet atmosphere. Hong Shen appeared, holding a large bag of food. Senior brother, I brought steamed buns. I just bought them. Li Ziha felt like he had just seen a ray of light. An idea sparked in his mind. Hong Shen still had no idea what had happened. She was still carefree, smiling and chatting happily. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought half with meat filling and half with vegetable filling. I got them from the shop downstairs. You can have them with your wine. Everyone, there felt as if a savior had appeared, and they started clapping and cheering. Hong Shen still didn't understand what was going on. She walked closer to her senior brother. Why is everyone acting like this? Li Ziha said cheerfully. Excellent. From now on, the 4 divine generals will take turns handling this. Hong Shen was shocked. All of a sudden, just like that? Li Ziha didn't hold back. He nodded repeatedly, his expression as serious as if he had just assigned an incredibly important duty that not just anyone could handle. After that, everyone took out the steamed buns and sat down to eat. Amidst the cheerful chatter, Li Ziha suddenly called out, Hong Shen, are there no noodles? He couldn't help but wonder why there was no side dish. Noticing this deficiency, in his meal preparation, Hong Shen immediately stood up. I'll go make some, she offered. But she didn't forget her favorite food. Let me just finish this one, and I'll go make them right away. Li Ziha nodded in agreement. He wasn't shy about his request interrupting Hong Shen's meal. In that case, thank you. Hong Shen replied happily. her laugh big and full of pride. I know. Sha Tai suddenly wanted to ask Hong Shen for something, but he seemed a bit hesitant to speak. I also wanted to ask for something. Hong Shen was still casually eating the hot steamed bun in her hand. Go ahead. Just as Liu Siqing was about to eat the bun in his hand, he suddenly felt something watching him. He looked up and saw everyone's eyes fixed on him. Liu Siqing's face darkened, and he started to sweat. He had forgotten his current status as a prisoner. Why are you all looking at me? I'm a prisoner, but can't I just ask for a bowl of noodles? Is that so wrong? He looked at everyone, and they looked back at him. He felt as if he had just requested something terrible. Accepting the fact that he would be treated this way, he lowered his head and continued to eat the bun in his hand. I'm fine. Seeing this, Li Ziha also became annoyed. Cut the crap. Hong Shen, make noodles for everyone. Hong Shen replied briskly. Yes. Li Ziha gave her a thumbs up for agreeing without a second thought. Li Ziha thought to himself, the martial world is truly something else. All these men give me a feeling of hell itself. His gaze fell upon Hong Shen, who had already left her spot to cook noodles for everyone when a sound was heard. It came again from inside the room, a soft sobbing sound. Li Zihai couldn't help but be surprised. He turned his head toward the source of the strange sound. It was Liu Siqing, a renowned swordsman. A man who once killed without hesitation and knew no pain, was now holding a steamed bun, eating through his tears. It was a sight that astonished everyone. Li Zihai and Sha Tai smirked, mocking him relentlessly. Oh my, this son of a bitch. The steamed bun is so delicious it's making him cry. Sha Tai said scornfully. Since when does a daredevil like you cry over a bowl of noodles? Suddenly, he paused, thinking to himself, well, I guess he's just a normal person now. Teach me swordsmanship, for conscience's sake. That's enough. Liu Sicheng wiped his tears, his face swollen, partly from his wounds, and partly from his emotional tears. It's not because of that. Regardless, I'll put my heart into teaching you. Li Zixia's gaze fell heavily on Cheng Tai, and he frowned. Cheng Tai. Hearing the sect leader call his name, Sha Cheng Tai suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if something bad was about to happen to him. It was not a good feeling. He quickly replied, yes? Seeing this, Li Zixia took an interest in teasing him. Your time is over, isn't it? What do you think? Sha Cheng Tai shot Li Zixia a look of disgust. He said nothing, but then suddenly, both of them burst out laughing. Hong Shen brought out 4 steaming bowls of noodles, her face cheerful as she smiled and asked, what's so funny that you two are laughing so hard? Li Zixia laughed loudly. He just said, this kid, Cheng Tai, thinking about the hardships he's about to face just makes me laugh. Hong Shen joined in. That's hilarious. She placed the bowls of noodles on the table, ignoring a certain Cheng Tai who was fuming with anger from being teased all this time. The shimmering noodles, simple yet incredibly enticing, appeared before them. Everyone dug in, slurping loudly, unwilling to put down the bowls in their hands. The 3 of them praised Hong Shen's cooking skills. Suddenly, the sound of the door creaking open was heard. Li Zixia, who was eating, looked up to see what was happening. Guo Longshang and Jin Shalong walked in. Sect leader, it was difficult to finally meet you. Everyone who was eating stood up and turned to look at the 2 newcomers, showing their respect. Li Zixia said, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly come here? Jin Shalong smiled. We finished our task. Hearing this, Li Zixia was extremely surprised. Really? With a thud, a wooden chest appeared on the ground. Jin Shalong quickly opened the chest. Everyone stared into it. Inside, something was emitting a light that astonished everyone. A sword. Li Zixia thought to himself. It seems it's not quite what I had in mind. Its length is shorter than I imagined. We couldn't find all the cold iron I needed. He smiled, accepting it for now. But it's been a while since I received a gift. Although it's not perfect, what's important is the sentiment from you, Jin Shalong. Seeing the sect leader hesitate, Jin Shalong immediately suggested, what are you thinking, sir? Try picking it up. Li Zixia slowly took the sword in his hand. He drew the blade, and a brilliant light flashed with a majestic aura. The feeling was very familiar. A sharp sword. It seemed to be a very fine weapon. Jin Shalong said proudly, are you satisfied, sect leader? Li Zixia felt quite pleased with such a gift. It suits me well, he quickly suggested. Isn't there something to test it on? Li Zixia suddenly looked over at Liu Sicheng, which made him jump in fear. He immediately knelt down, slamming his head hard on the floor. Please spare me. Everyone was puzzled. Li Zixia looked at Liu Sicheng kneeling at his feet. Why would I kill you? He picked up his own sword, comparing the 2 blades. I just intended to test it against this. Jin Shalong looked at the sword in Li Zixia's hand. He felt incredibly proud of the sword he had forged. Is that all right? That sword looks pretty decent. Is it okay to test against such a good sword? He was confident in the quality of the sword he had made. It would surely destroy Li Zixia's. Suddenly, a bright light flared as flames engulfed the blade in the sect leader's hand. He clashed the two swords together at a speed no one could follow. With a loud clang, the sword of Jin Shalong couldn't withstand the power of the other blade. It shattered into many pieces, falling to the ground. Everyone was absolutely terrified. What? I was just boasting. How foolish. Liu Xicheng, seeing the broken blade fall beside him, couldn't help but turn pale. Li Zixia looked at the sword. That was Jin Shalong's pride and joy, now broken in two in his hand. He was at a loss for words. Jin Shalong quickly realized something was wrong. No. That's something I've seen mentioned in legends. Where on earth did you get that sword, sir? Li Zixia quickly replied. This is just the sword of the Black Cat Gang's leader. Jin Shalong felt ashamed. I'm just curious how the Black Cat Gang leader found such a wonderful item. He asked the sect leader for permission to leave, his expression resentful. Anyway, I'll reforge it one more time. How could the Black Cat Gang leader possess such a treasure? Guo Longshang quickly came to retrieve his sword from Li Zixia's hand and hurried after Jin Shalong. He constantly patted and comforted the disappointed Jin Shalong as they walked out the door. Li Zixia couldn't say anything. He could only watch them leave in silence. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. Sha Tai, who had witnessed the whole scene, couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Li Zixia immediately scolded him. You brat. Stop laughing. Sha Tai noticed his displeased expression, felt he had been rude, and nodded apologetically. Li Zixia said seriously. Who hasn't failed? I have too. Cheng Tai. You're not someone who has never failed either. Sha Tai boasted. That's right. More times than I can count. Li Zixia didn't spare his feelings, his tone sarcastic. You have to do something to fail. You have to try something to fail. If you do nothing, you'll never fail. You're not someone who has never done anything, are you? Sha Tai's face darkened. He was angry, but couldn't refute it. Hong Shen, on the side, laughed in amusement, making Sha Tai tremble with anger. After a round of teasing, Li Zixia finally decided to end the conversation. No more dragging this out. I'm going to rest for a bit. They all said in unison to see the sect leader off. Yes, sir. Sha Tai couldn't help but wonder as he saw the sect leader step outside. Where are you going? Sir? Li Zixia calmly replied. I'm going to sleep. Sha Tai was alarmed. Sleep? Out there? Why do you have to do that? Li Zixia replied nonchalantly. Because I want to. He walked within his fortress. The night sky was truly peaceful. Everything was still. The quiet space brought a sense of comfort. His dark, profound eyes looked straight up at that red sky. A wave of sadness washed over him as countless thoughts flooded his mind. He lay down to rest under a cherry tree. Xang, a grandmaster of the esoteric sect, the man who made me the mad demon in my past life. In the face of the righteous and evil sects of the martial world, he was like a god of slaughter. Anyone who heard his name would be terrified. It was Xang who traveled with me across the Central Plains, experiencing everything the world had to offer. If the righteous or evil sects did anything to displease Xang, there was only one path for them: death. Half of the masters from both sects wanted to defeat him, but the lands of Tibet became the graveyard for those masters. They went and never returned. I followed Xang across the Central Plains and the Mongolian desert, but I never once called him master. Yet, he always considered me his true disciple. Whenever I have something on my mind, I often think back to the old days, roaming the martial world with Xang. Thinking back in this life, I truly wronged him. He is my master. Xang held his staff and gave it to Li Zixia. At that time, Li Zixia was still a nobody in the My Disciple. Take this. Li Zixia was puzzled. Why? His master replied. To me, it's just a useless object. Li Zixia pouted, reluctantly taking it. I'm not a monk, so what would I do with this? If you're not using it and it's a hassle, why don't you just throw it away? Why are you making me carry it? The mad monk began to explain. You have too much killing intent. If you don't have something to suppress it, I worry about your future. Simply put, this is also a pretty good weapon. You can use it in combat. A weapon is like a person. It is as sturdy as your pride. He still didn't quite understand. So, this is an indestructible weapon? The mad monk again patiently explained. Nothing in this world lasts forever, but it's just like your violent obsession. As long as you cling to that obsession, it can never be destroyed. Li Zihai still didn't get it. His master's words were too profound for him to understand. The mad monk felt helpless with his dense disciple. It's fine. You'll understand in the future. Although he was reluctant, Li Zihai quickly accepted the treasure from his master. Grasping the staff firmly, he followed after the mad monk. So, where are we going next? His master continued walking, his eyes filled with sadness. If you leave, you must eventually return. That answer didn't satisfy Li Zihai. Return? Why all of a sudden? The mad monk said, Our journey has been too long. A journey is only meaningful if there is a return. Over this time, we have experienced many things, big and small, some dangerous. Now is the time for us to reflect on them. Hearing this, Li Zihai grew somber. Leave only to return? Then, what am I supposed to do if I have nowhere to return to? The mad monk looked at his disciple, his eyes warm and his deep voice filled with gentle reproach. You? How could you possibly have nowhere to return to? Suddenly, he turned back, grabbed his disciple's head, and glared at him with a deathly stare. I am the place you can always come back to when you're looking for refuge. All you have to do is, come back. I will always be waiting for you. Anytime. We can shave off this long hair, and you can become a monk just like me. As long as you don't end up dead in some ditch. When you have nowhere else to go, come back to me. After saying that, he turned and walked away without a second thought. Do you understand? He asked, leaving behind the disciple he was most proud of. Li Zihai stood there, watching the man he called master walk away. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. It might very well be the last time they would ever meet. Li Zihai's eyes were filled with emotion and swirling thoughts. Once again, he was alone. The sky was filled with dark, gloomy clouds, perhaps reflecting the turmoil in Li Zihai's mind. In the lonely atmosphere, Li Zihai shouldered his master's staff and stepped into the shadows, a feeling of desolation washing over him. He opened his eyes, and light streamed down onto his face. Cherry blossom petals fluttered in the air. A blossom that had landed on his face gradually shed its petals. In the wind, he quietly opened his eyes to take in the peaceful scenery. The sky was a clear blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting by, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Over on the other side of the training yard, Sha Tai was training with his master, Liu Siqing. Everyone was busy with their own training regimens. An ordinary day passed by, peacefully. Li Zihai was meditating on the veranda. He meditated while bathing. The lively chatter from all over the courtyard couldn't affect him in the slightest. Right in the yard, people would occasionally try to mess with him, but he remained perfectly still and centered. He even meditated during boring meetings. Everyone who passed by noticed him, but nothing could break his concentration. Instead of sleeping or resting to regain his strength, he chose to continue meditating, day in and day out. Meanwhile, Sha Tai seemed to have made significant progress, thanks to the guidance of his master, Liu Siqing. Even in the pouring rain, all the soldiers pushed through grueling training, hoping to become stronger as quickly as possible. Under the cherry blossom tree, Li Zihai sat immersed in the rain, still meditating. Another day came. The sun illuminated a clear, expansive blue sky. Li Zihai was sitting, meditating in the yard. It seemed his efforts over the past few days had finally borne fruit. A brilliant light erupted from his body, a sign of his inner core's terrifying power. The light slowly dimmed, gathering entirely within Li Zihai's body. He gradually opened his eyes, sensing the power inside him. His eyes shone, blazing with the fire of power now present in his gaze. He clenched his fist in triumph. He was secretly ecstatic. The highest realm of the Caterpillar had been surpassed. Have I reached the next realm, the Doji realm? From the training yard, the sounds of everyone earnestly working to improve their strength could be heard. One of them spotted the sect master approaching the training area. Sect master! Everyone turned in surprise to greet him. The sect master, seeing that he had interrupted their training, spoke up. Li Zihai commanded, "Carry on with your training. Pay no attention to me." Everyone bowed. Yes, sect master, but it seemed they were still shy and apprehensive. What are you scared of? Just continue training. Su Jiping was anxious, but complied with the order. He thought to himself, he's acting a bit strange today. Li Zihai also began to train, with everyone else, looking incredibly serious and fitting right in. There was no separation between master and subordinate. He threw his fists with determination. However, it seemed the shouts of the soldiers were making him feel a little uncomfortable, causing him to frown. After his physical training session, he went back to meditating to cultivate his internal energy. Day by day, he would train with the soldiers in the morning, then meditate under a tree at noon. A swordsman suddenly came up to report to him. Sect Master, 108 days have passed. He opened one eye. I see, he replied, still holding his posture. That swordsman was none other than Sha Tai. However, his appearance seemed to have changed dramatically from the last time Li Zihai had seen him. He stared at his former chef, sizing him up. Li Zihai smiled. You seem to have gotten much stronger. Sha Tai's face was bearded and worn, but his expression was full of pride and confidence. Yes, that's right. The person I was 108 days ago is completely different from who I am today. Li Zihai tilted his head, looking over at Liu Xing. Sha Tai, you'd say this guy has gotten stronger as well, wouldn't you? Liu Xing was no longer the pathetic sight he was 108 days ago. Now, he appeared extremely calm and self-assured. Sect Master, I was originally a swordsman myself. During those 108 days, even though I had to learn many different skills, footwork, and sword techniques, even a complete fool would be bound to make some progress. My internal energy cultivation, the sword scripture, has also advanced a level. Everything is proceeding as planned. He shared without hesitation. Even though that amount of time wasn't enough for my internal energy to make great strides, the practice did help to firmly consolidate my internal energy foundation. This rigorous training can serve as the foundation for my future accomplishments, Sect Master. Li Zihai was pleased. You've worked hard. As for teaching that other fellow, how is that going? He pondered for a moment. After a moment of thought, he suddenly raised his head and answered, Well, helping him is also helping myself. If the Sect Master permits, I would like to continue instructing him. Li Zihai was surprised by his request. From him. You want this? Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Li Zihai thought to himself that this Huyan Cheng seemed to have changed a lot compared to before. He wondered if the man had some kind of epiphany while teaching Cheng Tai. Li Zihai looked at Sha Tai. He didn't make the decision himself, but instead asked for his opinion. And you, Cheng Tai, what do you think? He also agreed without hesitation. Yes, guild leader. I also wish to continue learning from him. All three of them were silent, waiting for the guild leader's decision. Seeing how determined they both were, Li Zihai also nodded in agreement. All right then, you two can continue to train together. That's a good thing. In the future, we'll have many more enemies with superior martial arts, so you both need to improve. The two of them were overjoyed. Thank you, guild leader. Yes, guild leader. Li Zihai continued, asking Sha Cheng Tai, after following me for a while, what do you think of this world of martial arts? He smiled, satisfied. Well, what can I say? It's fundamentally challenging, sir. Li Zihai's face grew serious as he assessed him. Realizing that means you've gotten smarter. If you were still messing around with your old crew before, that would have been fine. But now you follow me into the treacherous martial world. The enemies are far too dangerous, and if you don't improve, you won't even be able to protect your own life, let alone be of any help to me. With your experience, you understand what I'm saying, don't you? He advised them both. The martial world is wicked, with countless traps, but you only have one life. Therefore, you two must strive to train well. Sha Cheng Tai was deeply grateful for the guild leader's advice. Yes, leader, I will be sure to take your words to heart. This is only the beginning. In the future, I will definitely be of use to you. After everything I've been through, I understand that my own strength must increase if I want to protect this insignificant life of mine. Right now, my martial arts skills are still lacking, but I will try my best, day after day. I will train even more diligently. Guild leader Li Zihai was pleased with Sha Cheng Tai's answer. As expected, he hadn't misjudged the man. He smirked to himself. That Huyan Cheng isn't a fool either. He also recognizes his own weaknesses. If you don't push yourself, by the time you're facing swords and spears, your pathetic little life will be over. At that point, deciding to train hard or whatever else will be far too late. Train diligently. As your own strength increases day by day, your confidence grows. And that growing confidence is the clearest motivation for anyone's efforts. He smiled, looking at the master and disciple duo. You two have worked hard, but as I've said, that effort is for your own sakes, so keep at it. Liu Xing stood at attention, his eyes respectful, hands clasped in front of his chest, bowing slightly, ready to carry out any command. One beautiful day, the air was fresh and the clouds drifted lazily. Sha Cheng Tai was training in the courtyard when he suddenly saw the sect leader's figure hurrying off somewhere. He immediately asked, Sect leader, where are you going? Li Zihai answered lazily. I'm heading to the betting arena, then I'll be back. I'll check out the surrounding areas on my way. After speaking, he left decisively. Over here, Sha Tai didn't understand what place Ziha had just mentioned. He turned and asked, Liu King, what's a betting arena? Liu King replied, you bet money, then you fight. What else could it be? After hearing that, Sha Tai still didn't understand why the sect leader would suddenly. He had the same question. I'm not sure either. His thoughts are truly strange. Li Ziha walked with a confident stride. Everyone he passed bowed their heads to greet their respected guild leader. As he walked, he reminisced about the past. Thinking back, in my past life, my face became so sinister because of the betting arena. If you get hit a lot, a person's face will change, and I was hit way too much. The images from his memory gradually became clearer. I learned so many things from to that place. Ziha remembered the sight of himself being beaten to a pulp. First, I realized that you can learn a lot from failure. After getting beaten, I learned how to fight back. Next, he envisioned the angry crowds standing all around. By observing an opponent's eyes, appearance, and demeanor, I can tell how strong they are. The reason why those who are at a dead end in life turn to gambling. At that moment, the Li Ziha of the past appeared with a sinister smile. It's because no matter how badly you fail, you can still earn a bit of money there. In a town marketplace, everyone was bustling about, buying and selling, people coming and going. The fragrant aroma from the food stalls filled the air. Li Ziha looked around, assessing the scene. He smiled. This place hasn't changed. He then walked to a nearby tavern. Just as he pulled out a chair to sit down, a waiter quickly brought a cup of water to his side. What can I get for you, sir? Ziha immediately ordered. Bring me a jug of Kang wine. Once again, he looked around the tavern. A few men were staring at him with murderous eyes. They were also watching and sizing him up. Li Ziha wore an expression of disgust and contempt. As expected, what a filthy atmosphere. These guys are also here for the martial arts betting. A moment later, the waiter brought a large jug of wine and a cup. Here is your wine, sir. Li Ziha sat alone, pouring his drink, paying no mind to the other men. After all, to him, they were nothing more than insects. He raised the cup in his hand and drained it. Suddenly, a hand shot out from nowhere and snatched the wine jug from his table. The man chugged the entire thing without the slightest hesitation. After he finished, he let out a satisfying ah. He sat down arrogantly across from Li Ziha, acting like a seasoned regular of the place. First time here? Buy Big Brother a drink, and I'll explain how this place works. Li Ziha found it laughable. He let out a loud laugh that echoed through the tavern. Seeing this, the other guy immediately started laughing along with him. Li Ziha held out his hand for his jug back. The wine jug? The man was surprised. I already drank it all. He tilted the jug to show that not a single drop was left inside. Instantly, Li Ziha snatched the jug from his hand. He smashed it hard over the arrogant man's head. The man had no time to react. Crack! A cry of pain, not giving him a chance to fight back. Ziha quickly grabbed him by the hair. He slammed his head down onto the table with a loud bang that shook the entire tavern. Everyone around started to look terrified. No one looked at him with contempt anymore. He lifted the guy's head to look at him as he groaned in pain. His face was now completely disfigured, twisted and bloody, his face swollen. He turned to the waiter and called out, "Another jug of Kang." The waiter nodded and turned to get the customer's wine. Ziha then turned back to the bastard who had drunk all his wine. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His voice was cold. "Get lost." The man immediately shot up and bolted, not daring to glance back at the god of death he had just faced. Over here, Zhang took a cloth to wipe the blood from Ziha's table, asking worriedly, "Sir, are you all right?" Li Ziha asked, "What's the matter?" The young man replied cautiously, "The man from before is the owner of the brothel. He's probably gone to call his men." Hearing this, Li Ziha wasn't concerned at all. "How many people does he usually bring?" Zhang quickly answered, "Around a few dozen or so." He asked again, just to be sure it was true, "Is that right?" The boy nodded. First, to confirm the information, he glanced over at the young man. "Is that enough money?" Hearing this, Zhang couldn't help but be surprised. He turned back doubtfully and asked him, "Sir, have you been here before? This is the first time I've seen you." Li Ziha replied coldly, "I've been here before." After hearing this, the young man nodded in understanding. "I see." With that, Zhang Sen immediately ran off. He went to ring a bell to announce it to everyone. Hearing the bell, all eyes turned towards the young waiter. Zhang shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone want to participate in a sparring match?" He pointed towards Li Ziha. "Because that stranger over there just got into a fight with the owner of the Dark Inn." He predicted, "Dark Inn's subordinates must be about 50 people, right?" There's no entry fee, just bets on who wins or loses. Zhang started to take out a large bowl and continued the announcement. On the right is the Dark Inn. As a special bonus, we will add 500 liang to the winning side, to be divided equally among the winners. He continued to call out, "Come on, place your bets." People began placing money on the side they wanted to bet on. The amount of money in the bowl on the right grew larger and larger. Everyone was convinced that the arrogant guy's man from before would surely win. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and another person approached Li Zihai. "Hey, young man," they asked. "Where are you from?" Li Zihai snapped back irritably. "Pay up before you ask, you damn pests." Hearing this, the two men's faces darkened. He began to recall the past. In any case, this reminds me of the old days. A tall, menacing man, filled with killing intent, walked into the tavern. He strode to Li Zihai's table, where he was drinking, and ordered him outside. Li Zihai was not at all worried. He calmly said, "Wait a moment. I'll come out after I finish my drink." Hearing this, the man's face darkened. "Drink faster." He raised his cup and downed it in one go. After finishing, he slowly placed the cup on the table. Zihai stood up, his eyes showing a hint of boredom. "Let's go." The other guy had run out of patience. He immediately turned and walked away. Li Zihai watched him, silently, observing and sizing him up. Suddenly, he threw the empty wine jug straight at the back of the man's head. Without any hesitation, the man crashed to the floor. Everyone, simultaneously, cheered, though not without surprise. It seemed they were all the ones who had bet on Li Zihai. The crowd inside cheered him on relentlessly. "Go!" Li Zihai, with a calm demeanor, he began to walk towards the betting battle outside the tavern. A group of people stood before Li Zihai. The one leading them was the same guy he had just beaten, to a pulp. He challenged the group to a bare-handed fight. The boss turned and ordered his subordinates. They all quickly put down their swords. Although his face was battered beyond recognition, he hadn't forgotten his arrogance and self-satisfaction. He accepted the challenge. "Fine. Bare-handed it is." Li Zihai smiled, in satisfaction. He felt this could be a good pastime to relieve his boredom. He walked slowly towards them. They all started to charge and attack him at once. Zihai stomped one foot to gain momentum, quickly spun around, and launched a fatal kick at one of them, taking him down on the spot. The man was kicked so hard he flew into the others, dragging them a long way. The remaining men saw this and broke into a cold sweat. Li Zihai continued to leap forward, attacking the others. It was a chaotic, one-sided battle in Li Zihai's favor. The others were unable to defend against even his smallest move. He even took them down, with just 2 fingers, easily gouging their eyes. Li Zihai continued to unleash kicks, felling all who had provoked him. He did a full spin, sending them all flying. The remaining men grew fearful and backed away, trying to defend themselves. The Reaper's gaze, the killer smile. Li Zihai's battle frenzy began to awaken. Suddenly, a man with a sword charged straight at him. Zihai immediately spun to dodge, completely unfazed. He grabbed the man's hand and twisted it back, behind him, giving him no time to react. A blood-curdling scream of agonizing pain rang out. Quickly, another man rushed forward to save his comrade. Without thinking, he charged at Li Zihai. The result was no better than the last one. His scream also echoed through the air. Zihai, gaining momentum, rushed forward to attack. The rest of them. He spread his arms, preparing to unleash a technique. Before the others could react, they heard the cracking sound of their own bones. Blood-curdling screams of pain erupted as they all collapsed to the ground, clutching their arms. The onlookers who had been watching were frozen, utterly astonished. They had no idea who this young man was, but he was incredibly powerful. He turned and asked in a cold voice, "Anyone else?" They were all terrified out of their wits. No one dared to make a sound. The white-haired old man immediately turned to the waiter and reminded him, "Pay us our money." The winners of the bet immediately and happily went send to collect their winnings. Made a nice little profit. This is more than enough for drinks. The young man also hurried over to Li Zihai with a large basket of money. "Sir, here is your silver." Gold and silver coins were mixed together, filling the entire basket, but he only took a single silver ingot for himself. Without hesitation, he gave it to Zhang and said, "Give this to those injured guys." The young man held out his hand to receive the silver. "Yes, sir." He also took 2 more silver ingots and said with a happy smile, "You take some too." Zhang eyes lit up. He couldn't contain his happiness. "Thank you, sir." Then, he requested, "Give the rest to me." The young man nodded eagerly. "Yes, sir." In a moment, Zhang had finished bagging the bag of gold. He held the money bag with both hands, endlessly praising Li Zihai. Your martial arts are so formidable, earning silver is so simple for you. Zihai then asked, who has received the highest silver prize here? The young man began to explain. That would be Dongfang Ren, sir. But it's a bit difficult. To challenge him, you need 10,000 liang. Hearing this, Li Zihai smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, it's him, the king of the arena. Even in my past life, I had to respect him. Dongfang Ren, the undefeated god of war. He held the bag of gold he had just received, and judged that it still wasn't enough for 10,000 liang of silver. He then slung the bag over his shoulder and left, calculating as he walked. I need to go earn more to make up the difference. Then I'll challenge him. After that, I'll settle all my accounts. Li Zihai walked to a rather quiet place. Here, the only sound was that of swords being sharpened. Busily, eyes filled with killing intent stared at him as if targeting prey, the hunter. Li Zihai began to silently assess the atmosphere of the place. A dueling ground where whoever breaks their opponent's weapon wins. He slowly stepped inside. Zhu Yue, the master of the dojo, walked out with a confident air. His voice was powerful. You want to try? Zihai nodded without hesitation. Yes, the man continued. It takes quite a bit of silver to bet. Do you have enough? Zihai immediately opened his money bag and showed it to him. Zhu Yue smiled in satisfaction. Looks like you have plenty. Annoyed, he said. Are you scared? A dojo that specializes in weapons is scared? I'm at a loss. Zhu Yue felt a headache coming on. He thought, this guy has a sharp tongue. What clan are you from? He then shouted to the outside. Does anyone here know this man's identity? I'll reward whoever can tell me, with some silver. A man there replied, we humble ones do not know. The old man sighed, his face full of annoyance. Zhu Yue finally accepted. He made a request. All right, then let's. Put your weapon down. Li Zihai's face darkened with suspicion. This is my first time here. Is this old bastard trying to trick me? Don't let this gentle face of mine fool you, buddy. He thought to himself that even though the main point of this challenge was to break the opponent's weapon, Zhu Yue, despite his appearance, was a master of internal energy. His weapon was also a fine piece. Weapon. He wanted him to put his weapon down for inspection, so he could channel his internal energy to destroy its durability. He immediately confirmed his suspicion. This guy really is a cunning old fox. Zhu Yue was no slouch either. He explained, don't doubt me like that. I'm only thinking of you. I just want to check your weapon to see if it's good enough to. That's all. Be careful, or you won't even get a chance to try, kiddo. Zihao was tired of hearing the old fox Zhu Yue's excuses. He drew his sword. Enough with the chatter. Let's get to business. He pointed his sword forward, his eyes wary and filled with suspicion. The guest defers to the host. I'll let you go first, old man. The old man was pleased with the challenger, Li Zihao's decision. Fine. I'll use this sky sword to deal with you. He quickly took down one of his prized swords, then spoke with contempt for Zihao's weapon. Be careful the broken shards of your weapon don't fly out and injure you. As he spoke, he drew his sword. Are you ready? On Zihao's side, there was no fear at all. Ready. Let's do this. Seeing the kid in front of him not scared in the slightest, Zhu Yue felt annoyed. You're quite confident, aren't you? After saying that, he quickly and decisively swung down, his main target being Li Zihao's motionless sword. Seeing through his opponent's thoughts, he silently praised him. You're pretty good. Trying to strike the flat of my blade to maximize the damage to the sword, huh? He immediately changed the angle of his blade. Zhu Yue's sword was knocked into the air, which couldn't help but surprise him. He was visibly annoyed that things weren't going as he had planned. Zhu Yue began to change his stance, becoming the one whose sword was being tested. Now it's my turn, Zihao said, asking the dojo master about the rules again. Old man, the rule here is that if I injure my opponent, I'll be hunted down, right? The old man nodded in confirmation. That's right, so be careful. Next, he decisively aimed a straight line at the dojo master Zhu Yue's sword. With a deafening clang, the old man's sword instantly broke in two. He immediately used his internal energy to attack his opponent, but Zihao managed to lean back in time to dodge the blow. He glared, unleashing his own power. Seeing this, Zhu Yue was both surprised and angry. His face darkened. A cry of pain rang out. Li Zihao had thrust his sword straight into Zhu Yue. He stared at him, warning in a low voice. You dare to play tricks on me? The old man's face changed, blood flowing disgustingly from his nose and mouth. He called out weakly for help. Save me. Without giving Zhu Yue time to react, Li Zihao slammed his head down with his hand. The old man was immediately sent flying. The bloodthirsty onlookers from before could now only gape in fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. The winner, Li Zihao, went to open the defeated old man's iron chest. As he collected the money, Zhu Yue reminded the crowd, "What are you all still standing there for? Isn't the rule that if an opponent is injured, they'll be attacked by everyone?" There was a dead silence. Not a single person dared to move. Zihao continued to provoke them. "Who's stepping up first? Cat got your tongues?" He turned to look at them with contempt. They all gulped and trembled, sweat running down their faces. Seeing this, Zihao let out a smirk. What a bunch of cowards. Li Zihao slowly walked towards the water arena, where cheers and excitement echoed. Here, martial artists would compete to see who would be the victor. The stands were packed with people, buzzing with anticipation for the thrilling matches. This was an arena where martial artists could fight each other in a duel. Here, the use of poison or any kind of hidden weapon was not allowed. With a loud thud on the table, Li Zihao placed down a bag of gold he had just won. An old man saw this and glanced at him. On the stage, the winner and loser had been clearly decided. The cheers roared on endlessly. At that moment, whispers began to spread through the stands. "I heard a rumor just now. Someone's daring to challenge Dongfang Ren, the fighting king, right?" A servant hurriedly came to inform the owner of the arena, Manager Ping. Li Zihao stood tall, his demeanor confident and composed. He was waiting for the result of the exchange between those two. On the stands, it seemed the story of someone daring to challenge the fighting king Dongfang Ren had spread far and wide. Everyone was chattering excitedly and paying attention to the challenger. Manager Ping approached and asked him, "Are you the one who came to challenge him?" Zihao saw the contempt in his eyes. He was annoyed. "That's right. I'm the one who came to challenge Dongfang Ren." Seeing this, the man openly sneered. What a reckless fool who doesn't know his own strength. He must have a death wish. His voice echoed throughout the arena. "Everyone, let's give this idiot a round of applause to encourage him." The people present heard him but remained silent. The man smirked. "Well, you never know. Maybe this idiot will actually defeat the fighting king, Dongfang Ren." Someone in the stands lost his patience and shouted, "Manager, stop wasting time and let them fight." The manager pouted. "If you want to challenge Dongfang Ren, you have to show some skill first. If you're too weak, what right do you have to challenge the fighting king here?" He looked at Li Zihao. "Consider this your debut match in this arena, one-on-one, until someone surrenders." Li Zihao accepted the challenge. Manager Ping clicked his tongue, a look of boredom on his face. What an arrogant punk. "Seriously, that man," shouted loudly. "You all heard him, right? Does anyone want to come up here and face him?" Then, he put his hands on his hips, a sinister smile on his face, and announced the rules. If you win, you get 1,000 silver taels. Barehanded or with weapons, both are allowed. Anyone who wants the silver, step right up. 3 martial artists immediately rushed onto the stage without any hesitation. They seemed ready for the fight. Manager Ping frowned in annoyance. The man pouted. 3 of you at once? That won't do." Then he waved his fan. He gave an order, "It's one-on-one. The other 2, back off." The 3 of them stared each other down, no one willing to yield. The 2 thinner ones, seeing that things weren't looking good, jumped, down and left. A tall, muscular man remained on the stage. Manager Ping began the introduction. "You are all familiar with this fighter, but I'll introduce him again for those who don't know. He is the swordsman, Yu Feng, a solid shield. He often appears in the 1,000-tael challenge matches in this arena." Li Zihao looked at him and thought to himself, "This guy was actually pretty skilled back in the day. He also caused me a great deal of suffering." Manager Ping laughed loudly and arrogantly. "Yu Feng, the swordsman, is all too familiar. He has always worked hard in this arena. He is truly a skilled fighter. When fighting with his shield, his defense is quite solid. But what most people don't know is that he works so hard mainly to avenge his defeat by Dongfang Ren." At that moment, a servant quickly ran up, collect the hard-earned money from the audience. Seeing this, the man let out an amused laugh, then looked back at Li Zihai with a taunt. "And as for you, if you've got something to say, tell everyone about your background." The contemptuous voice rang out again. "You've been looking pretty calm this whole time, haven't you?" Meanwhile, Li Zihai still acted as if he couldn't care less about the man's words. He slowly stepped into the fighting ring. The swordsman, Yu Feng, stared at him intently, as if eyeing his prey, ready to pounce. Both had entered the ring. Manager Ping, holding a fan, gave the signal. "Fighters, prepare yourselves. I will count from 1 to 10, and the match will begin." Everyone fell silent, waiting for the command to start. They were all incredibly excited. Yu Feng had a dark look in his eyes, his sword at the ready. Li Zihai, on the other hand, remained quite calm. and composed. Manager Ping shouted, "The match will begin now." That cunning man snapped his fan shut, signaling an immediate start. The swordsman, Yu Feng, dashed toward Zihai. He wanted to finish him in a single blow. He slashed decisively, but Li Zihai quickly dodged and landed a powerful kick. Yu Feng quickly blocked it with his shield, but Li Zihai's strength was too great, knocking him backward. He used all his might to keep from being pushed out of the ring. Yu Feng smirked dangerously. It seemed he was thrilled to have a worthy opponent. Li Zihai also smiled, praising him inwardly. He hadn't expected the guy could actually block one of his kicks. Interesting. That Yu Feng guy quickly regained his balance and attacked again. Zihai now began to fight seriously. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Wooden Phoenix. His legs erupted in flames of power, followed by a knee strike. Yu Feng used his shield to block the move, protecting himself. A thunderous crash echoed as Li Zihai's kick slammed squarely into his opponent's shield. The swordsman, Yu Feng, was instantly sent flying, rolling several times. He scrambled to his feet, not yet, having recovered from the devastating kick, when he saw Li Zihai's figure already in the air. This time, he decided to attack from above. Another explosion rang out. This time, Yu Feng still used the shield to block, but he didn't have enough strength to withstand the blow. The shield smashed directly into his head, sending blood splattering everywhere. Yu Feng rolled backward several more times. Li Zihai continued his assault, giving him no chance to fight back. He stomped hard on the man's shield. Yu Feng was like a turtle, cowardly hiding in its shell, dodging every blow. The loud cheers from before were now replaced by the sound of Li Zihai's decisive strikes. Everyone fell silent, sweating in fear. As Li Zihai attacked, he grew disappointed. So mediocre. Nothing to write home about. How did he get famous in this arena? The blows rained down on the shield one after another. He started to get annoyed and impatient. "Hey, you black turtle, are you going to hide in there forever?" Once again, that look filled with brutality appeared in his eyes. He channeled all his strength into a powerful stomp on the black turtle at his feet. The man coughed up blood and begged, "I surrender." Finally, Li Zihai stopped, his eyes full of disappointment. He turned to Manager Ping and asked, "Looks like I won, right?" The man was just speechless with surprise. Li Zihai then didn't forget to remind him. 1,000 taels. Handed over. This drove the manager insane. Furious and humiliated, Manager Ping yelled, "You bastard. Not bad. It's only the opening match, and you're already acting like you own the place." The man pointed an accusing finger at Li Zihai. "Do you have any idea how much your actions have provoked everyone here?" Not wanting to deal with the man any longer, he said dismissively, "Shut up. Your voice makes me want to punch you in the mouth. Now, announce the winner." The manager trembled with rage, but was powerless. Li Zihai gestured menacingly while urging him on. "Hurry up!" Immediately, Manager Ping forcefully waved the fan in his hand and announced under duress, "The winner has been decided." The crowd began to cheer for the victor. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the stands. Li Zihai turned his head to see a familiar figure, laughing and chatting boisterously. He frowned, suddenly remembering him. "Isn't that the waiter?" he thought, silently cursing him. "You went and gambled away your earnings again. What an idiot. Thinking you can get by without working will only get you scammed." Suddenly, Manager Ping spoke up. "I know you came to this arena to challenge Dongfang Ren, but to warm up the gamblers, we're going to hold a few more matches to promote tomorrow's battle." He was clearly still bitter and wanted revenge. "Here and now, I'll show you that the strength of this arena is not to be underestimated. Tomorrow, the match between you and Dongfang Ren will be officially held. You understand?" Li Zihai asked, annoyed. "What are you trying to say?" Manager Ping maintained his arrogant attitude. "You seem to be quite rude, don't you?" Li Zihai replied calmly with a cold, defiant air. "This is who I am. What are you going to do about it? Considering your age, I'd say I'm being quite polite." Hearing this, the man shuddered and quickly stepped back. He then turned and ordered his servant, "You, quickly lead him to the challenger's resting room. Go now." The servant bowed and obeyed. After speaking, Manager Ping immediately turned and left, leaving the servant to approach Li Zihai. The cowardly turtle, Yu Feng, had gradually recovered. He advised Li Zihai, "Hey, you should be on your guard. Be careful with that guy. He's full of tricks and schemes," he said, wiping the remaining blood from his face. Not only was Li Zihai not worried, he even asked in return, "What can he do to me? Probably use a honey trap, right?" Yu Feng was surprised by his indifferent and arrogant attitude. "Have you had experience with that before?" Zihai was annoyed, feeling like he was being underestimated. "What do you think?" Do I look that incompetent to you? The man stammered, at a loss for words. A servant brought a heavy bag of money to Zihai. He quickly flicked a coin towards Yufeng, who swiftly caught it. He didn't understand why he had been thrown this. Li Zihua explained. Take this spare change and go get something to eat. With your level of strength, you're nothing but a punching bag for others. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a defeated Yufeng, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. Li Zihua recalled the past. This guy had some real strength in my previous life, but compared to me now, he's just too pathetic. At the guest lounge, a servant led Li Zihua into a lavishly decorated room, making him think to himself, he's really planning to use a honey trap on me. Let's see how this plays out. He pushed aside the curtain and walked inside. A beautiful girl with long, flowing white hair was bowing in welcome. Tonight, it is this humble servant's honor to serve you, my lord, she said with a smile. With a beautiful and gentle face, she introduced herself. My name is Bai Sue. She continued to serve him cheerfully. If you need anything, my lord, please just ask me. As for everything here, please make yourself at home. My duty is to ensure your satisfaction. Li Zihua's voice turned serious as he said half-jokingly, Is that so? Do you poison your guests here? She laughed lightly. My lord, you must be joking. Li Zihua scoffed, his eyes filled with suspicion. Joking? If I were to croak in here, then Dongfang Ren would naturally win without a fight, and your arena would make a killing, Bai Sue calmly reasoned, while still maintaining her servant's demeanor. My lord, Dongfang, the undefeated fighting king, has no need to resort to such methods. His voice was now laced with sarcasm. Oh, really? But I think otherwise. He's the arena's trump card. How could you possibly let him lose? He's the magnet that draws all the gamblers here. He continued to analyze his thoughts aloud. With him, this arena became famous. You can invite other masters to challenge him, raise or lower the reputation of the fighters, and then fix the matches. His eyes were cold as if he could see through everything. You people have no shortage of tricks to swindle money from foolish gamblers. Bai Sue gave a gentle smile, shirking all responsibility. She replied, That is not within my duties, my lord. Shall I bring you some wine to drink? Seeing the prospect of good wine, Li Zihua's tone softened in acceptance. All right, bring the best wine you have here. She bowed. Yes, please wait a moment, my lord, he then asked. But it's free of charge, right? She immediately nodded. Hearing this, Zihua was satisfied and urged her to go get it, but she didn't move. Please wait a moment, my lord. Li Zihua pressed her again, while Bai Sue hesitated. My lord, please wait. May I ask what kind of woman you desire to serve you tonight? Hearing this, Li Zihua asked suspiciously, A woman to serve me? Bai Sue quickly explained. Someone to accompany you in drinking, my lord. It is the arena's custom of service. You don't need to refuse. I will call for the most beautiful woman to attend to you. She smiled, a bit mysteriously, and ventured, What do you think, my lord? Could it be that you already have a beloved outside? If so, that would make things difficult for me. He looked at her with a disgusted expression and refused the offer. Forget it. Just bring the finest wine first. Bai Sue froze, feeling as if her words had no seductive effect on this Li Zihua. Seeing her surprised reaction, he couldn't help but wonder, What's wrong? She quickly snapped out of it. She quickly excused herself to prepare the wine. Yes, I understand, my lord. Please wait a moment. A short while later, a table full of delicious food was laid out in the room. Zihua quickly approached and sat down. A woman with a sharp and refined face was smiling at Li Zihua. Young master, I am He Linger, and I will be serving you wine. Zihua sat down and stared at her. In a low voice, he asked, Can you hold your liquor? She didn't understand Zihua's meaning and looked at him with a bewildered expression. He repeated, I mean, are you a heavy drinker? He Linger stammered, unable to form a sentence. She avoided the question, quickly picked up the pitcher to pour wine into a cup, and then handed it over to Zihua. He looked at the cup of wine, his face full of doubt. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and began to cast a spell. The wine in the cup began to vibrate violently. In an instant, Li Zihua could sense the space around the room. He discovered Bai Sue standing outside his door. His face grew grim with suspicion. There's no one else here. Seeing Zihua's unusual behavior, He Ling immediately asked him, Young master, is something wrong? Zihua didn't answer, merely glaring at her with disgust. He recalled from his past. I've heard about the famous black and white beauties of the arena. Now I finally see them with my own eyes. These two may look weak, but in reality, their martial arts are not to be underestimated at all. He let out a soft sigh, slightly disappointed. And here I thought the honey trap would be something more sophisticated. Oh well, I'll just play dumb and see what this honey trap is all about. Zihua immediately picked up the pitcher of fine wine, poured a drink for He Ling beside him, and said, "Let's drink together." She smiled with satisfaction and agreed. She reached out to take her cup of wine, while Li Zihua carefully observed her every move. Instantly, with a decisive and swift motion, Li Zihua struck her pressure points. Heilinger's entire body went rigid, unable to move. She glanced over at Li Zihua, her face filled with alarm and fear. He pulled out her hairpin. She was terrified but couldn't resist. Next, he searched for something and opened it. Inside was a white powder. Li Zihua smiled. "Just as I expected. What is this? What kind of medicinal powder?" He examined the powder more closely. I wonder what will happen if I drink this." Li Zihua looked at Heilinger mockingly. "I'm very curious. What should I do? How about we give it a try?" Zihua then poured the strange powder into Heilinger's cup. His voice, full of menace, rang out, "The host drinks first, out of respect for the guest." Li Zihua smiled sinisterly. "Isn't that right, Miss He?" Heilinger's eyes widened as she looked at him. Terrified and trembling, but unable to cry for help, Li Zihua forced her mouth open and immediately poured the cup of wine containing the white powder into her mouth. Gulp. She was forced to drink it, unable to resist. "You can really hold your liquor, miss. You finished the whole thing." After saying that, he gently placed the cup on the table and crossed his arms, feigning magnanimity, but his eyes remained incredibly cold. "But then again, if it's poison, you're a dead woman for sure. And if it's not poison, then I guess you're very lucky." Heilinger's face was drenched in sweat, worried to the extreme. Some time passed. The candle had now burned down, its final flame flickering out. "Tusk." Li Zaha curled his lip into a cunning smile. "So, it seems it wasn't poisoned. I've misunderstood you, young lady." Heilinger's beautiful face was stained with tears. Li Zaha looked at her and couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? He seemed to be moved by her beauty. He thought to himself, I've hit her pressure points, so she can't speak. Otherwise, she'd just be screaming her head off. A soft voice from behind the curtain shattered the silence. "Young master." Li Zaha, his eyes full of vigilance, immediately spun around and moved toward the voice. The curtain swayed gently as Bai Sue, with a graceful demeanor, parted it and stepped inside. Her voice was gentle, yet it held a hidden authority. "Young master, is there anything else you need?" Li Zaha's reflexes were sharp, and he wasn't captivated by Bai Sue's appearance. He immediately acted. In a flash, his fingers touched a vital pressure point on her body. Before she could even react, her entire body was paralyzed, unable to move or make a sound. Bai Sue's whole body was rigid, frozen in place. Her once sharp and confident eyes were now filled with panic and fear. Her gaze was fixed on Li Zaha, her heart overflowing with anxiety as she realized she was completely helpless. Li Zaha, on the other hand, wore a determined expression. He couldn't let anyone lurking around discover this. He quickly grabbed the back of Bai Sue's neck in a decisive move. Her body was motionless, and her eyes were still filled with fear, able only to let him drag her along. He placed Bai Sue on a nearby chair, where Heilinger was already seated. Without hesitation, Li Zaha quickly pulled the hairpin from Bai Sue's bun. He opened it up, and just as he suspected, there was a small compartment filled with white powder. He stared at the powder, a sarcastic, mocking smile playing on his lips. "More drugs, huh?" With a calm and confident demeanor, he gently poured the white powder into the wine cup on the table. The powder dissolved quickly, leaving the wine's color unchanged. Li Zaha approached Bai Sue. Without a shred of pity, he forcefully squeezed her cheeks, forcing her mouth open. Li Zaha wasted no time and brought the cup of drugged wine to her lips, pouring it into her mouth. She couldn't move, only able to stare at Li Zaha with wide, terrified eyes. Bai Sue was forced to swallow every last drop, tears welling up like dewdrops on a wilting flower. Li Zaha stood there nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. His eyes never left the weeping Bai Sue. "Crying already?" he asked. "What kind of drug is this to make you cry so much?" The bodies of the two beauties, renowned throughout the land for their alluring beauty, were now helpless and burning up. Bai Sue and Heilinger both felt a distinct change within themselves. Their skin flushed a deep red, as if their blood was boiling in every cell, and they began to breathe heavily. Li Zaha stood watching, wondering to himself why they were both having such a strong reaction. Bai Sue and Heilinger were now in an extremely difficult situation. Tears streamed down their cheeks, creating a tragic yet alluring scene. Just then, he suddenly understood. So, it's an aphrodisiac. Well, it's not like it's lethal, so what's there to worry about? And even if they die, what's that got to do with me? After saying that, Li Zaha stood up. His eyes remained fixed on the two beauties, a smug smile forming on his lips. I'm going to go have a drink. I'll be back. You two, try to stay conscious. With that, he left the room, leaving Bai Sue and Healing Air in their predicament. He cleared his mind, enjoying the feeling of freedom, as if all his stress had just been released. He thought to himself, this body, it's no longer bothered by lust anymore. Night fell in the town, the lights shining as brightly as stars, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Li Zaha entered a tavern. A waiter named Zhang Shen saw him and immediately rushed over to greet him with a warm expression. Sir, thanks to you, I got my money back. So, this bottle of wine is on the house. He quickly placed a fine bottle of wine on the table. Although he was in a relaxed mood, Li Zaha couldn't completely let his guard down. Is it poisoned? The boy shook his head firmly. No, of course not. If you got poisoned, there's no way I'd get away with it, right? I'd probably lose my life. Li Zaha looked at Zhang Shen with a serious expression. But anyone could have. Put poison in here. It has to be checked. Zhang Shen nodded, seeing his point. He quickly glanced around before sitting down opposite Li Zaha. He leaned forward as if to tell him something very important. Sir, there's something I want to ask you, he whispered. Tomorrow, I'm thinking of betting all my assets on the match. What do you think? Li Zaha was cautious. Who do you think will win? Zhang Shen looked smug and declared confidently. You, of course, sir. Li Zaha was puzzled, not understanding why the boy had such faith in him. Why? However, even Zhang Shen didn't know the reason. That's the thing. Deep down, I just feel it. I don't know why. It's like my ancestors are guiding me. Should I bet it all? Li Zaha, however, calmly poured wine into a bowl. Looking uninterested. Will you do as I say? Zhang Shen saw a glimmer of hope, a chance to turn his life around. He eagerly replied, yes. Li Zaha was a bit skeptical and asked again, really? Zhang Shen nodded enthusiastically, his tone full of confidence. Of course. Li Zaha looked at Zhang Shen with a cold gaze and softly advised, don't gamble anymore. Zhang Shen looked a little regretful, his eyes shining with a great desire. But if I win this time, my life will change drastically. Li Zaha sighed, realizing that greed could easily overpower reason. Just that much money will change your life? Zhang Shen shared his hardship. Do you want me to work my fingers to the bone my whole life? Li Zaha replied gently. Isn't it because you don't have the courage to do something else? Zhang Shen looked bewildered after hearing this. But, starting something new costs money too. Li Zaha slowly poured more wine, analyzing the situation for him. Your hobbies, what are they? What do you want to do? What are your dreams? He asked slowly and deliberately. Think about it. What do you want? The waiter, Zhang Shen, glanced at him with a surprised and sad expression. That, sir, don't you know? Li Zaha stared at him. Don't ask others. Think about it yourself. Zhang Shen suddenly fell silent, looking straight at Li Zaha. Then, they both raised their wine bowls and drank them dry. Just then, a group of men walked into the prizes tavern. Zhang Shen immediately stood up to greet them. Welcome. He quickly hurried over to the group. Suddenly, a hand flew out and slapped Zhang Shen across the face for no reason at all. The man who hit him was arrogant and condescending. Are you crazy? A lowly waiter, daring to drink instead of work? Zhang Shen endured the sting, forcing a smile. Please forgive me. I had some good fortune today, so I dared to have a few drinks. The group of men walked inside as Zhang Shen turned to look at Li Zaha, who was sipping from a bottle of fine wine. He smirked triumphantly. Zhang Shen sighed, lamenting how awful his life was because of that maniac from earlier. Hearing this, the man froze. His eyes stared daggers at Zhang Shen, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He turned back, his voice sharp. Were you just cursing me? Weren't you? Zhang Shen flinched. The man's voice was terrifyingly deep, his gaze ice cold. You were bad-mouthing me, weren't you? He quickly stammered. No, it was Li Zaha. At that moment, he suddenly stood up and admitted, it was me. A crowd began to gather around him. You? How dare you curse me, you son of a bitch? Li Zaha remained perfectly calm, looking straight at. In the blink of an eye, he had already dealt with the two men beside him, reaching out to grab the arrogant man by the throat, forcing a pained gasp from his lips. Li Zihan's murderous gaze bored into the bastard squirming in his grasp. How dare you hit people so casually, you damn fool. His voice was filled with a rage that sought to teach this scum a lesson. He immediately curled his fingers and flicked the arrogant man hard on the forehead, sending him flying. The man clutched his forehead, writhing on the ground and letting out continuous, agonizing moans. Li Zihan walked forward, his posture confident, without a hint of fear or worry. This time, he raised both hands, preparing to flick again. The two goons with the guy didn't escape a similar fate. Both were sent flying as well. The once bustling tavern, filled with laughter and conversation, was now filled with nothing but the sounds of horrific, painful groans. Zhang Sen spoke up, breaking the atmosphere, looking worriedly at the prince. "You must be tired after all that fighting, Your Highness, right?" he replied casually. "Of course I am." Zhang Sen sat down and began to sigh and lament again. Such is life. It's true, nothing comes easy, not even fighting. Then, he looked up at him inquisitively. "But, sir, have we met before?" he asked, as if searching for a sliver of familiarity in this chaotic world. "Of course not," Li Zihua replied, his voice soft but firm. Zhang Shen, however, was still pondering. "Is that so? But for some reason, I feel a connection to you. If I quit my job here, where should I go to find you?" Li Zihua calmly stated. "You are still too weak, so I cannot tell you." Hearing this, Zhang Shen explained dejectedly. "That's only because I haven't learned martial arts yet." But he didn't seem to care at all, simply savoring the taste of his wine. He remarked, "I've never considered someone weak just because they haven't learned martial arts." The boy asked, "Really? Why do you think that way?" Suddenly, Zihua dodged the question, praising him instead. "You hold your liquor well, Zhang Shen." However, the boy earnestly pleaded, "Sir, please save me. I want to become stronger, not to be a martial artist of the pugilistic world, but because I want to make my life better." Seeing his determination, Li Zihua gave him an order. "All right, I'll give you a mission. Tomorrow, go to the Black Cat Gang and tell them to gather their best masters at the hour of the monkey. Make sure to tell them to bring chests and carriages to haul away silver and gold. Got it? Can you do it?" Zhang Shen's eyes lit up. He eagerly agreed. "I understand, sir." In the break room, Li Zihua was sitting at a table with Bai Sui and He Ling. Both women were flushed, panting, and drenched in sweat. A green dagger suddenly slammed down onto the table. Li Zihua said coolly, "I'll be releasing your acupoints soon," he threatened. "If you scream or fail to answer my questions then, you'd better pray, because this knife will find its purpose. Once your acupoints are released, you'd better remember my words." Li Zihua radiated a terrifying aura. "I've warned you. Don't blame me if you die. If you understand, blink your eyes." He Ling trembled and opened her mouth. "Ah, my acupoint has been released." Li Zihua got straight to the point. "Then listen up. Ping Junshi is the one behind you, isn't he?" Terrified, she could only manage a soft, "Yes." He smirked, wanting to ramp up the pressure. "Still don't get it? I don't blame you. I suppose you'll only get smarter after you've seen my methods." Zihua casually toyed with the knife's handle, his face as cold as ice as he asked again, "Did Ping Junshi order you to do this?" He Ling frantically replied, "Yes, sir." Li Zihua said in a playful but menacing tone, "Not so fast. Being too hasty is no good. If you die, the person next to you can still talk." His voice was slow but carried immense pressure. Meanwhile, the woman across from him had already turned pale. "Once you're dead, she'll know the consequences of not telling me what I need to know. At that point, I might just hear a lot more. Calm down. Understand?" Sweat dripped down her face as she uttered another "yes." At that moment, Li Zihua suddenly whipped his head around to look at Bai Sui, making her jump. She whispered, "My acupoint has been released as well." He commanded, "Good. Now, both of you listen. Whatever I ask, you will answer. If either of you gives me a different answer, you know what will happen. Whoever hesitates also dies." After speaking, he smiled cheerfully, as if he hadn't just threatened anyone. "All right?" They could only stare at him in silence. "This is great, isn't it?" Li Zihua rubbed his hands together with feigned enthusiasm. "Well then, I wonder which one of you ladies will be the first to meet your end," he began. "Question number 1. Who is behind Ping Junshi? 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished, both Bai Sui and He Ling hastily replied, "It's Tu Wang." He was very pleased. "Good, you got lucky this time," he continued. "Second question, compared to Dongfang Ren, is Tu Wang's position higher or lower?" He repeated, "Higher or lower?" Zihua lowered his voice. Quickly now. 1, 2, 3. The two answered in unison. Higher. He was rather surprised. Li Zihua's eyes darkened. So, I've learned a few things. I wonder what the next question should be. Very quickly, they heard the next question. Question number 3. Think carefully before you answer. Who is Tu Wang? Think. This time, he counted slowly. 1, 2, 3. Both of them immediately replied. He is Ju Fubo. He confirmed. Ju Fubo, the owner of the Jiale Inn? Heilinger and Bai Sui didn't dare to hide anything and confirmed, yes. This information made him think. Could it be him? The old man, known for being peaceful, considerate, and kind-hearted, who often treats his martial artist friends to free meals because he's so wealthy? And because of that, he often associates with the underworld. Li Zihua narrowed his eyes in surprise. I can't believe it's him. He was not pleased. Well then, it seems the Zihua Inn has a rival. Finally, Zihua put away his green dagger and turned to leave. You two answered well. Only then did Bai Sui and Heilinger dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Night fell, and Li Zihua arrived. At the Jiale Inn. The inside was already bustling with customers. He randomly chose a table to sit at. A waiter approached and asked, Yes, sir, what can I get for you? He replied flatly, Bring some good wine and some snacks. The man replied, Yes, sir. Li Zihua impatiently urged him on. You heard me. So hurry up. Hearing that, the man respectfully said yes one more time, and left. Seeing Li Zihua sitting alone, a man approached to get acquainted. We meet for the first time, young master. But he didn't seem very welcoming. The man before him turned out to be Tu Wang himself. However, he had no intention of being friendly. Tu Wang didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Those two girls have wronged you, young master. Ping Junshi went a bit too far. I hope you can be magnanimous. Li Zihua silently assessed him. This old man is sharp. He's already guessed why I'm here. Truly a sly old fox. The old man turned and waved his hand. Instantly, everyone in the inn understood the signal and left. Very quickly, the only customer left in the inn was Li Zihua. 2. Wang expressed his desire to negotiate. Young master, did you come to this inn to ruin everything? The challenge fee was 10,000, plus 40,000 from me as an apology. Take it and let this matter go. He warned, never before has any master, good or evil, who has come to duel received more than 50,000 taels in compensation. Zihua asked bluntly, 50,000 taels? The old man confirmed, That's right, 50,000. He questioned, So you're the one behind all this, directing everything? All the people who defeated Dongfang Ren disappeared without a trace a few days later. Tu Wang's face darkened. Young master, you don't need to know so much, he explained. If I made a mistake and killed a fellow disciple or a friend of yours, you shouldn't get angry. It was just unfortunate, but if not, then you should leave now. He spoke slowly. My goodwill is clear, young master. There's no need to overdo it. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance. Dongfang Ren was glaring at him with a murderous aura. Li Zihua wasn't surprised. So it's Dongfang Ren. The chair next to him was suddenly pulled out. Dongfang Ren rudely sat down beside Li Zihua. Over here, Tu Wang wanted to see Li Zihua's reaction. So, my intentions are clear. What do you think of 50,000 taels? Dongfang Ren, hearing this, protested. 50,000 taels? You mean to give it to him? Tu Wang snapped back. Shut up. I'm talking to our guest. He sneered at the old man. You've got some nerve, but this is clearly a scam. What kind of martial arts contest is this? The old man defended himself. This is business. Well, of course. As a merchant, you have to be unscrupulous to profit. After hearing that, he sarcastically retorted, You've earned quite a lot. Even the criminal underworld is nowhere near your level. The gambling king lost his patience. You'd best take your silver and get lost. Got it? His finger tapped lightly on the table. He didn't hide his hostile attitude anymore. How interesting. I was just thinking, I quite enjoy these little betting games, and when I start something, I see it through to the end, even if it costs me my life. Hearing this, the gambling king replied nonchalantly, I see. Li Zihai continued to taunt him. In gambling, there are winners and losers. But you people cheating like this is just not right. You must have done the same thing to many others, bribing experts to keep them quiet, right? That's how you get richer and richer. He exposed the man's scheme. Today, if I don't follow your orders, you'll surely have me killed. The righteous and evil factions have been quite close to you lately, haven't they? The gambling king's face darkened as he heard his crimes being laid bare, running a legitimate business on the surface, while cheating and silencing anyone who found out. If word gets out, who would dare to play against you? Li Zihai's eyes filled with indignation as he cursed. What a bunch of bastards, the man said in a cold voice. So, you must be looking to die. Li Zihai slammed the table. That's exactly what I want, he said confidently. But since we're betting, let's bet it all. I'm sure you haven't thought of this. Let's make the biggest bet ever. The gambling king, confused, asked, The biggest? What do you mean? He calmly explained. The bet is, all of you here. The gambling king was suddenly startled. Against just me. After hearing this, the man could only utter one word. What? He continued, completely unfazed. If I win, you all die, and everything here becomes mine. But if I die, then everything goes your way. Sound good? The gambling king sank into thought. Li Zihai challenged him. What's wrong? Are you flustered because these terms are too good for you? Or are you afraid of losing everything in this one bet? The man probed. And what if I refuse? He replied without any emotion. Then the situation will become even more disadvantageous for you, of course. The gambling king didn't believe it. How could that be? Zihai tilted his head slightly. My subordinates will assemble their forces tomorrow. Tonight is your greatest advantage. The man's face darkened, and he remained silent. Dongfang Ren suddenly stepped forward and said to him, This guy is acting like a maniac. Zihai seemed unconcerned and asked the gambling king, Ma Yangfu, is it? Suddenly, I have a question. The man's face was stern. What is it? He continued, hiding your identity, plying women with drinks, then giving them aphrodisiacs for the challengers, weakening them before sending them to the bridal chamber. He pretended to rub his chin, and even if they lose, you still ambush them, pretending to be a good person, and all that, while constantly bribing the dark forces of the underworld. Finally, Zihai concluded with one line, living like such a dog. So this is what it takes to be the gambling king, huh? The man looked at him with eyes full of killing intent and challenged him back. I don't quite understand some of your words. If you're so confident, why don't you just kill us right here? That would be more beneficial, wouldn't it? But he just asked back. More beneficial? Zihai answered with a look of contempt. Where did you get that kind of an assessment? We both come from the inn, yet our perspectives are so different, huh? The gambling king didn't understand what he meant by from the same background. He didn't say much more. All right, that's enough. You've lived another person's life for long enough. Try a proper gamble for once. Let's see how you do, dear gambling king. Stop with these crazy antics. Fang Ren, standing beside him, was boiling with rage. He glared at him with hateful eyes, but the man stopped him and asked, That business about being from the same inn, what did you mean by that? His eyes remained unwavering. Because I am the master of the Zihai Inn. At that moment, the man suddenly looked at him with a different expression. Zihai Inn? Dongfang Ren asked, confused. What kind of place is that? After a moment of consideration, the gambling king finally accepted. All right, gather the subordinates and head to the arena. No matter how I think about it, this is most beneficial to me. Just make sure you don't regret it. Zihai also nodded in agreement. To not regret matters of life and death is a noble virtue of those in the martial world. Then he stood up and ordered, Let's go, you flies. The man said to him contemptuously. It's rare to see someone who wants to die in such a special way. Zihai cheerfully replied, Wow, you sound so authoritative. As expected of the gambling king, huh? Cool as a toilet bowl. 10 points for elegance. The man was provoked by him, his eyes flashing as he shot him a sharp glare. This guy. The gambling king beside him advised, Once we're at the arena, you can vent however you like. Fang Ren gave a sinister smile and threatened, I will do my best to release you. The entire group then left the brothel together. The subordinate waiting outside saw them and asked, Sir, what's going on? Dongfang Ren's face was grim as he ordered, Have everyone gather at the arena. The subordinate was startled. Everyone? Sir? The man glanced at him. Yes, right now. And the whole group headed there. He walked calmly, step by step, looking at them without emotion. Dongfang Ren stood with his arms crossed and said to him one more time, It's too late for regrets now. Suddenly, without a word, Zihai walked past and slapped a few subordinates who were in his way. Get out of the way, you brats. Then he walked up to an old street vendor. Old uncle, give me one tanghulu. The old man nodded. Ah, yes, sir. He took the candied fruit from the old man's hand and threw him a silver coin. Keep the change. The old man took the silver, a little frightened, but only dared to reply, Yes, sir. Zihai casually ate it in front of Fang Ren, making him want to explode with anger. How long has it been since I've had one of these? The man's face was flushed red as he gritted his teeth. This bastard. Steward Ping in the crowd frowned and spoke up. What is this? We clearly decided to proceed tomorrow. Dongfang Ren growled, "Shut up," which frightened the man into silence. Zihai, on the other side, also chipped in. He held the half-eaten candy stick and agreed with him. "That's right. Shut your mouth. That's enough talking." Steward Ping, completely confused, frowned in silence. Dongfang Ren ordered, "Nailuo Society, kill that man in the arena for me." He provoked him. "Are you planning on making your grand entrance at the end?" "Ah, is that what the gambling king does? Can any piece of livestock just slap the word king onto their name?" At this point, the man was trembling with rage from Zihai's taunts. The stands were now packed with people. Zihai casually stood there, warming up his arms and legs. An old man sitting next to Steward Ping asked with concern, "Steward Ping, what in the world is going on? Can you explain it to me?" That man answered evasively, "I'm just here to observe today. It seems money isn't the main issue in this fight." The old man was a bit worried. A fight like that, and we're just supposed to watch? Suddenly, Zihai clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He began to speak. "Everyone, listen up, listen carefully. Some of you might know, and some might not, about the gambling king being the most powerful person here." The gambling king looked down from the stands, watching intently. Dongfang Ren suddenly shouted, "Silence!" He retorted indifferently, "Hey, do I have to be quiet just because you told me to? Or what, does that suit you better?" And just like that, the man clamped his mouth shut. He continued, then turned to the audience and asked everyone, "The gambling king is the owner of the Naluo Casino. You all knew that, didn't you?" Murmurs began to ripple through the stands. "The owner of the Naluo Casino is the former Yang Fu? Is that true? The former Yang Fu is the gambling king?" Zihua's demeanor turned serious as he declared war. "From this moment on, I will fight the entire Naluo society, including the gambling king. If I die, you will continue to play with him. If I win, everything he has will become mine." The gambling king in the stands looked at him. Dongfang Ren's eyes, filled with resentment, were fixed on Zihua. Then, Zihua pointed at him and said scornfully, "That bastard is only worthy of the title Grand Nephew of the Gambling King. He claims to fight with skill, but all he does is demand to hide in the back." After his words, everyone fell silent. Zihua gave his men a chance. "I'll give you one chance to live. If you know what's good for you, get up into the audience seats right now." The crowd stood still. No one dared to move. Zihua asked again, "No one?" Then, he flashed a sinister smile. "If not, then so be it." Li Zihua drew his sword. The blade was so sharp that you could see the terrified faces of his opponents reflected on it. He swung the sword down and stepped forward gracefully. Dongfang Ren and his subordinates could only swallow nervously, waiting. Suddenly, Zihua stopped, as if he had just remembered something. He sheathed his sword. The thought occurred to him that he didn't need to use a noble sword style like the Plum Blossom sword art to kill these gamblers. Dongfang Ren, seeing this, gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. He then roared the command, "Kill him!" Hearing this, his subordinates quickly rushed forward. Li Zihua held out his hand. In front of him, calmly performing his martial arts, in preparation for the coming attack. That group of men charged straight at him, all with their swords drawn. He ducked, dodging the blow, and slipped through them with ease. As Zihua attacked, he recalled his past. "When I was young, our family was very poor." He concentrated all his strength into his fist, and, as he punched a man, thought, "But I succeeded with my bare hands." Li Zihua's punch sent the man flying a considerable distance. Immediately after, another man with a whip tried to launch a sneak attack, but Zihua managed to dodge in time. Then, yet another man with a sword continued the assault, charging at him from behind. Zihua immediately hit him with a palm strike. At that moment, his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "That is who I am." With that, he quickly struck a man's pressure points, then delivered a blow to his leg, causing him so much pain he could only scream his lungs out. Li Zihua retreated and performed another martial art. He focused all his power into his hands, delivering a decisive palm strike towards them that sent them flying, sprawled out on the ground. Dongfang Ren, who had been watching, his face dark, spoke up. "Fall back, you useless leeches." Seeing this, the subordinates could only bow their heads and hastily retreat. Dongfang Ren, along with two of his accomplices, stepped forward smugly. Li Zihua began to silently assess them. Lately, they've been very active in martial arts gambling. He looked at the two men behind Dongfang Ren and thought, most of them are well connected. They know how to fight and are well aware of their opponents' personality. At this, Zihua slowly drew his sword. He cast a cold gaze in their direction. "What's important is that the ones I want to kill are mixed in here." The crowd around them, seeing this, began to wonder, what's going on? Why is he drawing his weapon? He gripped his sword and rushed forward at great speed. Zihua's eyes now looked as if he were deep in. Thought about something. He observed the first man, giving him a quick assessment. That's him, the evil-faced ghost. In my past life, he was a man who specialized in abusing and assaulting women. Zihua lunged his sword toward him first, forcing the man to turn and flee. He swung his saber wildly everywhere while screaming in panic, "Why are you suddenly targeting me?" Before he could finish, the sword was already at his throat. Li Zihua's eyes were now filled with nothing but resentment. He immediately sliced off the man's head. Everyone present was stunned by the scene before them. Dongfang Ren didn't utter a single word. In front of him now was just a headless corpse. The killing intent around Zihua was palpable. His face, splattered with his enemy's blood, glanced coldly to the side as he said, "There are still more who must die." He pointed his sword towards the crowd. "You, move. You." He suddenly singled someone out, startling the man. "That's right. You. Get out of the way, you bastard." The man immediately stepped aside, revealing the person standing behind him. Zihua looked at him and ordered, "Hey, you with the beady shifty eyes, that's right, you, come here." The man flinched, startled. Zihua looked at him. "Dam Xie Na Tiu Tu, the one who sometimes murders other gamblers for no reason at all." The man stood there, sweating, not daring to move. Instantly, he turned and ran in fear. But Zihua wasn't about to let him get away that easily, and immediately gave chase. Li Zihua gripped his sword, his eyes furious, as he rushed toward him. He stabbed him once in the back. The onlookers' faces turned pale with fear. Dongfang Ren could no longer bear it. He furiously grabbed his sword and yelled, "Damn it!" He stomped his foot hard on the ground and charged at Zihua with his sword, but Zihua parried the blow. He counterattacked, striking him back. Dongfang Ren let out a growl. At the same time, his subordinates also rushed forward to attack Zihua. Two of them attacked him at once. He gracefully dodged, leaping into the air. The men immediately looked up at him. Manager Ping also watched with bated breath. Everyone looked up. Li Zihua just smiled faintly, the sword in his hand brimming with power. He swung his sword down below, then spun in midair, creating countless small sparks. Dongfang Ren stared in astonishment. The sparks rained down on them, causing them to scream in agony. Li Zihua finally landed next to Manager Ping. He immediately, without hesitation, slashed the man, severing his head from his neck in an instant. The man's head rolled to a stop at Zihua's feet. He stepped forward, his eyes filled with a ferocious killing intent. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. The men who were preparing to attack could only stand frozen, their faces pale. Dongfang Ren clutched the wound on his arm, trembling. Li Zihua, his hand now covered in blood, took out a fan. He flicked open the fan, splattered with the blood of his enemies, to cover the lower half of his face. Fanning himself, he jeered. What a bunch of pathetic fools. He scratched his head as if he'd just remembered something. I used to be like that too. The people around him, hearing Zihua's rambling, didn't dare to speak. He snapped the fan shut and pointed it towards the stands, then began to sing. This gambling den has been around for 30 years, hasn't it? The entire audience looked at each other, sharing the same thought. Huh? What's wrong with him? Why is he singing right now? Ignoring the bewildered looks from everyone, he continued to sing. The black-haired man picks up a card with many wishes. The white-haired man places a card with many hopes. Suddenly, everyone began to sing along in unison. All the money we earned is all spent. Zihua nodded. All the money earned is all spent. He hummed. Was that only my money? The entire audience responded in unison. No way. He pointed his fan for family and friends will turn their backs on you without a second thought. When you return to your beloved home, no one is there to welcome you. Dongfang Ren became bewildered. Why are these gamblers also siding with this madman? Someone continued Li Zihan's line. You take all the money from the cabinet to go gambling. All your neighbors and friends look at you with contempt. By now, they were all catching on to Li Zihan's rhythm. Everyone looks at you with scorn. He gestured to the audience. Sing louder. If I'm no longer in this world, just say I died from gambling. Before coming to the casino, I brought with me my hopes. He sang as he walked up the stage. Bad luck has passed. Good luck will come. The crowd now chanted in unison, louder. Luck will be with us. Today, we will win big. Li Zihan finally stopped, tapping a fan into his palm. He suddenly stood still, silent. His voice abruptly changed, and his face darkened as he looked at the crowd before him. But today, none of you will be so lucky. Hearing this, everyone's face immediately paled. They all fell silent, no one daring to say a word in response. After a while, Li Zihan had calmed down a bit, but his cold expression remained. He declared, "After today, this place will be shut down for good. All you foolish gamblers will have nowhere left to go. It all ends now." In response to his words, there was only fear and absolute silence from the crowd. He looked up to the heavens and roared in frustration, "Get out of here, you fools." The entire hall erupted in chaos as everyone scrambled to get outside, but only Du Wang remained seated. Seeing this, Li Zihan spoke up. "And you? You think you can win? Just by having all your lackeys attack me?" But the man said nothing. He continued, "Now, do you see the problem? After some time with these fools, now that someone like me is here, are you scared?" Du Wang warned. "You bastard. Don't get cocky. I've already sent a letter to the Southern Ming Society," he asked in return. "The Southern Ming Society?" the man said confidently. "That's right. I told them a bastard like you came here to cause trouble and interfere with the Du Casino's business. I've reported it to them. The Southern Ming Society will send someone to deal with you." He asked, "You're that confident they'll come?" Du Wang fell into a contemplative silence. "I've offered them so much gold and silver. Over the years, the Southern Ming Society will put a quick end to this." Li Zihan nodded, understanding. Nearby, Dongfang Ren still had enough strength to speak. "You bastard. You think you can ruin our business just by causing a scene here?" He smirked sinisterly. "The business here is all connected to the underworld. Things aren't as simple as you think. They'll send people to deal with you. That's also the reason why this casino has survived for so long." Du Wang, taking a drag from his pipe, sneered at him. "What a fool." Li Zihan snapped his fan shut with a sharp crack. He lunged forward with a ferocious look, about to strike him with a palm attack. Dongfang Ren, caught by the surprise attack, stared wide-eyed. Before he could even counter, the sword in his hand instantly snapped in two. A large spray of blood erupted. Du Wang was stunned. Li Zihan smirked faintly, while the old man stared at him intently, judgingly. Du Wang calmly took another puff from his pipe and said, "Your martial arts are quite impressive." Then, he suddenly launched from his seat, attacking Li Zihan, but he was already prepared and blocked the blow. The two men's attacks created a massive explosion, filling the area with smoke and dust. The ground itself cracked. The two unleashed their martial arts, shaking the very earth. Li Zihan spoke calmly to him. "Old man of the 9 sons, I thought you were a decent person." His eyes, filled with murderous intent, continued, "If you want this casino to survive, its master should know his place." Hearing this, the man flinched. Du Wang asked, worriedly, "Huh? How do you know who I am?" He replied, "I'm just a humble waiter." The old man was suddenly stunned. "A waiter?" Li Zihan showed no more mercy and attacked seriously. He used his ultimate technique, the star-absorbing great technique, striking the man's body with both palms. Du Wang was shocked by his martial arts. He screamed in agony. Then, he was released. Du Wang couldn't move anymore, and could only kneel before him, with his head bowed. Li Zihan looked at him coldly, saying nothing. Du Wang struggled to gasp out a few more words. "The Southern Ming Society will." Seeing his stubbornness, he spoke with a scornful tone. "You bastard, you're about to die and you're still talking so much? Huh? Let's see if the Southern Ming Society can save you." Finally, the man stopped moving and said no more. Li Zihan gave Du Wang one last chance to speak. "Old man, Du Wang, do you have any last words?" The man gasped. "My money. Don't you want it?" He immediately slapped the man hard across the head. "Damn it. You're on the verge of death and you're still trying to bribe me with money?" Du Wang was knocked over, his head slamming hard onto the ground, causing blood to flow endlessly. He said with contempt, "What an idiot." Li Zihan was now surrounded only by the corpses of his enemies. He looked up at the stands and announced clearly, "Listen up, you lot. I am the master of the Zihan Inn. This victory belongs to the Zihan Inn." But now, there wasn't a single soul in the stands. He clapped his hands together, feigning surprise. He looked at the stands one more time before walking up the steps. As he walked among the flames, he thought, "Well, that's one casino down." Li Zihan lit a torch. He began to hum the song from before. "The man with black hair takes the card. The man with white hair lays his card down. All the silver earned has been burned away." Next, he set fire to the surrounding curtains. "Only my money remains." Finally, Li Zihan threw the torch towards Du Wang's motionless body. The family's silver was also spent. The flames now blazed fiercely on the corpse. His eyes still not satisfied, Li Zihan grabbed several more torches, tossing them into the stands, and continued to sing. "Was all the silver burned up, leaving only mine?" He threw torches everywhere. "The silver of my close friends was also lost to a gambling addiction. all of it spent. The entire area was engulfed in a sea of flames. Zihua continued to sing loudly, returning to a loving family no one cared about, gathering all the money, from family and close friends to head to the gambling den. Zihua's eyes were filled with a deadly aura as he watched the people in the neighborhood. Everyone looked at me with pity and contempt. If I were to disappear one day, they would say I lost my life to gambling. Finally, he raised his sword. Today, right here, I have a feeling I'm about to get my own lucky break. Today, I'm going to win big. After that, Li Zihua began to control the fire with his skilled sword strokes. The flames started to spread, blazing up and surrounding him. Everything was now a brilliant red. His eyes looked lost amidst the sea of fire. Zihua thought to himself, everything's been burned to a crisp. The fire raged fiercely. Unstoppable. If only I had power like this flame, Li Zihua wondered. Reaching his hand to the sky, he clenched his fist as if trying to grasp the stars. Looking at the unreachable stars in the sky, he wished he had the power to incinerate all the wicked tyrants, all those who wished him harm. He continued in a loud voice, wherever I go, wherever my voice is heard, all who oppose me shall leave their lives behind on this very sword. The young man, with his desire to change things and do as he pleased without restraint, was Li Jia. His eyes now turned incredibly cold. That's me, a proud and frenzied demon. The fire kept burning. He suddenly startled and jumped aside. Damn, my clothes almost caught on fire. He stood up and glanced around, his eyes stopping at one spot. He guessed, if I come back here later, it'll probably be nothing but ashes, right? Suddenly, someone shouted, Fire! There's a fire! Li Jia was startled, then immediately rushed towards a room door. He called out loudly, Miss Hay, Miss Bai, are you two in there? He pushed aside the curtain and went in. Is anyone here? But there was no one inside. Jia tried calling out loudly again to confirm. If you're here, say something. Looks like I heard wrong. Jia suddenly became cheerful, jumping and singing. When the sun has set, the little birds go to their nests. Suddenly, a faint call echoed from somewhere. Over here. Only then did he stop and enter the adjacent chamber, where he saw Bai Sui and He Ling lying uncomfortably on the bed. Tears streamed down their cheeks as they looked at him. Outside, the loud shouts continued. Fire! There's a fire! The two women began to sob. Li Jia asked, What's wrong with you two? Do I look different or something? The two cried even harder, their faces turning pale. He looked at the two of them, not knowing what to say. At that moment, the fire outside was growing larger. People all around were trying to put it out. Inside, Bai Sui and He Ling sat up, crying a river. Li Jia threatened, Stop it. Tired, he said. I told you to stop crying right now. Do you want me to throw you into the fire to burn to death? Bai Sui and He Ling bit their lips and stopped crying. After seeing they had stopped, he informed them, The gambling den is no more. Dongfang Ren is dead, Advisor Ping is dead, and Elder Zuo, who took a palm strike from me, is also gone. Hearing this, both women's faces turned pale. Jia continued his threat, and countless of their underlings are dead. Do you two ladies want to follow them down to hell and continue running a gambling den there? If not, then open your mouths and answer me. Do you understand what I'm saying? The two were so scared they could only reply in unison. Yes, Li Jia calmly continued. Before our duel, the old gambling king and I made a deal. I would take them all on. If I won, this gambling den would belong to me. Well, you already know the result. I'm still here, and they're all gone. Jia's expression remained unchanged. Therefore, from now on, this place is under my control. He's probably on his way to hell right now. It's a bit of a shame for that stupid old man. I doubt he'll dare to run a gambling den in hell anymore. Jia didn't forget to remind the two women, You should be grateful that he took you in, and pray that he isn't punished for all the crimes he committed in his life. The two sat silently from beginning to end, their faces pale. Li Jia seemed to lose his patience and was about to draw his knife. What's this? I told you to pray for him. Are you not going to listen? To me? You want a taste of my knife? Hearing this, the two women were terrified and quickly replied, Yes, we'll do it right away. Breaking out in a cold sweat, they silently did as he said. After a moment, he spoke up. All right, that's enough. Bai Sui and He Ling let out a sigh of relief. He nodded, smiled, and asked, Now that you have no one to watch over you, I suppose you'll leave. For a better place, right? The two hurriedly replied, Yes, that's our only option. But suddenly, his face darkened, showing his disapproval. How could you? Jia was indignant. You two aren't so innocent yourselves. Even if you only swindled 1 or 2 people, you will still be punished. His eyes glared at them, full of threat. Am I right? Bai Sue and Hei Linger turned pale, not daring to move, only managing to meekly reply, yes. Li Jia instructed Bai Sue and Hei Linger, tomorrow, my subordinates will arrive. If you know where the gambling king hid his wealth, tell them so they can collect all the money from the Nailuo society. Got it? The two trembled, not daring to refuse. Yes. As he prepared to stand up, he added, good, get some rest. If you dare to run away, after your acupoints are unblocked, he warned them with a murderous glare. You know what the consequences will be. Bai Sue stammered and asked, isn't the fire spreading over there? Jia suddenly remembered. The fire? But then he put on an incredibly calm demeanor. Oh, right. Let me put out the fire first. She cautiously asked another question. Can't you just let us go? Jia immediately shot her a death glare. Shut up! Putting out the fire is my top priority. Bai Sue and Hei Linger turned pale and didn't dare say another word, but in their hearts, they were cursing him. Is this guy insane? Li Jia suddenly stood up, startling the two women. He slowly walked out. Outside, the fire was now raging more fiercely than before. He smiled with satisfaction, walking through the crowd of people rushing to put out the fire, then entered the room on the opposite side. He looked around. I guess I'll have to thoroughly investigate the gambling king's residence. Jia pushed aside a curtain and entered a room filled with piles of junk. After a while, he stopped in front of a large iron door. A thick iron door like this doesn't fit a guest room, how obvious. Jia immediately channeled his strength into his hand, let out a shout, and kicked the door open. The room trembled slightly as the deformed door flew off its hinges. He began to observe the room as he walked inside. He began to criticize. That gambling king lived such a useless, boring life. Locking himself in here all day? It's no different from a prison. Li Jia later approached the gambling king's desk. Looking at the pile of documents, he picked one up to read. The Nailuo Society was attacked by a madman. He is well versed in martial arts, techniques, and the rules of the game. For many years, the Southern Ming Society has received my tribute, but I have never asked for assistance. And yet, Jia looked up and noticed another door. It seemed a draft was flowing from that door to the gambling king's desk. Jia turned to look at the desk suspiciously. He pulled open a drawer, but there was nothing inside, so he closed it. Li Jia placed his hand on the inkstone on the desk and twisted it hard, but it didn't seem to budge. He used a bit of his internal energy to try and open it. There was still no movement in the room. Jia fumbled around the other door, and it suddenly opened. Unexpectedly, several arrows shot out from the room. Luckily, Jia managed to dodge them in time. 2 arrows flew out and lodged themselves in the opposite wall. He remained calm. What are you hiding that requires these stupid monkey tricks? Behind the door, Jia found a book and a few other items. He took out the knife from inside and examined it. Next, he looked at the wooden piece. Jia tried to poke the knife into the wood and was suddenly surprised. It's black iron. After thinking for a while, he managed to arrange the wooden pieces into the shape of a sword. His face darkened as he immediately thought, to be able to cut a sword made of black iron. Who could do such a thing? Countless questions began to surface in his mind. Not to mention that mad demon. Even the greatest masters I've ever fought couldn't damage the mystic iron like this. Then he recalled the words of the mad monk. When faith is broken, life will also be extinguished. At the time, he hadn't understood and had asked, what do you mean? But the monk only replied, just think about it. Li Zihua seemed lost in thought. Back then, I didn't know what he was talking about, but now, I understand. He leaned on the table with both hands, thinking, perhaps the owner of this longsword was a great master. When the sword broke, its owner must have died as well. Each fragment of the sword sparked a series of thoughts in Zihua. Faith, shattered in a moment of distraction. Finally, he had an epiphany. After so many incidents, his experience had grown. The mad monk's words, I'm starting to understand them now. Next, he picked up the book. Inside, it was written, the greatest sword master of a generation, Ouyang Wuji, Wuji's heavy sword. Zihua suddenly smiled. Ouyang Wuji dueled with me 7 times and never won once, yet he was so proud. I always remained calm during our fights because I knew I would definitely win, but he wasn't. Like that. Ouyang Wuji couldn't accept it. He never even bothered to investigate the reason for his own failures. I understand the heart of a strong warrior, but I couldn't tell Ouyang Wuji that it was his own immense ambition that kept his martial arts from advancing. When I finally told him the reason for his defeat, he said it was too late to change. Is there a time limit for learning martial arts? But everyone walks their own path. I can't force anyone. When I told him that he should fight other masters in this martial world, he was very surprised by my words. I didn't want him to fall into the demonic path, but Ouyang Wuji's heart couldn't keep up with the level of his swordsmanship. That's only natural. Many people in the martial world are like that. At the request of Ouyang Wuji, the man who couldn't overcome his wounded pride, I compiled the sword techniques from our duels. I hope that a successor who comes across this by chance will use it properly. Otherwise, the outcome will be tragic. Signed, Ji Xingzi. Zihua silently guessed. The writing style is just like the person who wrote the Xiao Yao arts. So, it was written by Ji Xingzi? He closed the book. He dueled 7 times with the genius who created the Xiao Yao arts. Just how strong must Ouyang Wuji have been? He looked at the book again. There were a total of 8 compiled sword techniques. I can imitate the first 4 forms. It seems I've learned them from somewhere before. 1. The sword form of releasing ki. 2. The sword form of condensing ki. 3. The 10,000 swords form, which unleashes a storm of sword strikes. 4. The drawing sword form, a secret technique to execute the first 3 forms before drawing the sword. Zihua's expression was a little perplexed now, but even I find the next 4 forms hard to grasp. 5. The lightning sword form, which transforms sword power into a storm of lightning? How do you even do that? 6. The wooden sword form, which uses a wooden sword to layer the first 5 ultimate skills? Wouldn't that just easily break the sword? 7. The key sword form. If you can use the first 5 ultimate skills without holding a sword, you can learn the key sword form. 8. The Wuji form. The book says that when performing this form, your sword spirit and internal energy will explode simultaneously. In an instant. But that's so absurd. I'm at a loss for words. Li Zihua let out a long sigh. He closed his eyes and shut the book. I'll just forget about the last few forms. What's there? To be attached to? Then he comforted himself. I'm a man. What's the point of clinging to something? If you can't do it, just give up. Zihua finally concluded calmly. Why bother with these impossible tasks? As he poured wine into his cup, Li Zihua felt melancholic. Ouyang Wuji's sword techniques sound impressive, but he still lost to me, many times. He fell silent, sinking deep into his own thoughts. After reading these sword techniques, I have to ask myself, have I become the best under heaven? Probably not, because in this martial world, masters are as numerous as clouds. There's always a mountain higher than the last. I can't possibly know and duel with them all. He raised his wine cup, deep in thought. Furthermore, as long as you're human, you can't escape birth, aging, sickness, and death. So how can anyone claim to be the best under heaven? In the quiet of the night, Zihua sat all alone with his flask of wine. But if I only focus on staying healthy so I can live longer than they do, how could I call myself the #1 master? In the end, the title of best under heaven is meaningless. As he poured more wine, he told himself, I just need to live my own life, roaming freely, throughout the world, meeting friends, and dueling with masters. That's happiness. What good is winning or losing, or having the title of a master? In Zihua's mind, an image suddenly appeared. The world of martial arts is as vast as the sky and sea. You have to absorb everything slowly to improve. Rushing things like Ouyang Wuji only leads to failure. He poured more wine into his cup and hesitated for a long while. If you follow the righteous path, your martial arts won't advance quickly. If you want speed, the only way is to follow the demonic path. But if you do that, you'll soon suffer from cultivation deviation and be defeated. But to be a true knight-errant, wandering the martial world and perfecting yourself day by day, that's also a kind of joy. I should think about this. Yes, I should think about this. The martial world is full of countless traps, both dark and light, with both good people and bad. But being a knight-errant has always been the dream of many. Li Zihua found it quite interesting. A knight-errant of the Jianghu. Just the name. Sounds exciting. But nowadays, in this world of right and wrong, is there anyone like that left? He sighed thoughtfully. Why is that? Where? Did they all disappear too? Then, he glanced to the side and saw Bai Sui and Hei Linger hiding behind the door. When they realized they had been spotted, they broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his voice and asked, What are you two skulking around over there for? The two obediently ran over and knelt before him, explaining one by one, Since the fire was put out, we humble girls rushed outside. We didn't think you would still be out here, sir. Zihua gave the two a cold look without saying a word. then pointed to the chair opposite him. "Come here. Sit." The two of them immediately, and sat down properly. He asked the two of them, "Do you two know anything about the heroes of the Jianghu?" Bai Sui and Heilinger looked bewildered by Li Zihei's question. He looked at them with an emotionless gaze. Bai Sui was the first to speak. In this humble girl's opinion, heroes are those who uphold justice and possess superior martial arts. Heilinger added, "Yes, I think so too, but it's been so long since I've heard of anyone being called a hero." After hearing them, Li Zihei sighed and said to the two of them, "Let's drink." They obeyed. He held his cup of wine and exclaimed, "To be able to drink wine with two beautiful ladies while waiting for the dawn to arrive. How wonderful is that?" Relaxing and drinking wine like this doesn't necessarily mean one can fully appreciate its flavor. Perhaps only in times of hardship can we learn to cherish the little things, like drinking this wine. The two of them stared at him, stunned by his words. Li Zihei said gently, "From now on, your title will be the Black and White Twin Smiles. Its meaning is just like the name. You must always smile. You must always smile brightly. You understand?" The two looked at each other, then replied in unison, "Yes, sir." As he was giving instructions, he was about to take something from. He pulled out an object. "All right. I'll sit here and rest with you two. We'll also wait for my subordinates to arrive." Suddenly, he slammed the knife he had just taken out onto the table with great force. With a sharp, menacing glare, he threatened, "I'm leaving the knife here. If I'm not careful, you two could grab it and stab me." Bai Sui and Heilinger's faces turned pale, not daring to even breathe loudly. Then, Li Zihei slowly lay down on the bench. Only then did the two of them let out a sigh of relief. But he wasn't asleep yet. He opened one eye and glanced at the two of them, who flinched and stammered, "Please, sir, rest easy. There's nothing to worry about." He then closed his eyes and warned, "You two better watch yourselves." And with that, he drifted off. After some time, they woke him up. "Sir, it's time to wake up." Li Zihei slowly opened his eyes. Wiping his mouth, he asked, "How long was I asleep?" The two nervously replied, "For a little while now, sir." Zihei tiredly sat up and stretched. Just then, many villagers and another group of strangers suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, one of the villagers pointed at him. "That man is the leader here." On the other side, the leader of the group stepped forward. "So it's him?" Li Zihei immediately told the two women to step back. "You two, go over there for a bit. He's just one of my subordinates." Bai Sui and Heilinger hurriedly left. He picked up a wine jug and took a long swig. The other man also approached and asked him directly, "Are you the leader here?" Li Zihei casually replied, "That's right. What about it?" The man took a seat without being invited and introduced himself. "I am Nan Yanfeng, from the Nam Min Society." Li Zihei also gave a brief introduction. "The Black Cat Mask Master, that's me," Nan Yanfeng asked inquisitively. "One of the disciples of the great Rakshasa?" He replied contemptuously. "Not anymore. I already got rid of him." Nan Yanfeng, trying to keep his composure, asked further, "Then what about the gambling king? Where is he?" He still answered as if it were nothing. "He's dead too." At this point, the man's face started to show bulging veins. "You've got some nerve. Did you know he was a member of the Nam Min Society?" Li Zihei calmly said, "Oh, I know that. He mentioned it." Nan Yanfeng angrily slammed the table and threatened, "I advise you to go to the Nam Min Society and atone for your crime. If you don't, the only path left for you is death." Li Zihei coldly scoffed. "Atone?" Nan Yanfeng relentlessly pushed him. "You must go there and explain to our protector why you killed Zhu Yangfu." Then, his attitude suddenly changed. "To us, the Nam Min Society, money and benefits are what matter most. Whether you're from the righteous or unorthodox paths, if you mess with our interests, there's only one way out: death." Li Zihei snorted with laughter. "Go tell your society master that Zhu Yangfu lost his life because he lost a bet to me. He brought it all on himself. That's all." He continued, "I'm also a sect leader. So, if you want me to go there, your Nam Min Society master has to come here and invite me personally. If he can do that, then I might reconsider." Zihei pointed his finger straight at Nan Yanfeng and cursed. "A fool like you has no say in this matter, do you?" He pointed down at the table, threatening, "You want to take back this territory?" Nan Yanfeng's face went pale. Li Zihei stood up, grabbing the knife stuck in the table, and glared at him. "You're relying on the power of the Nam Min Society master? Is he stronger than me? Huh?" Zihei lowered his voice and warned, "Now get the hell back to the Nam Min Society and deliver my message. If he wants to reclaim this territory, then he should come here and talk to me face to face." After hearing this, Nan Yanfeng's face darkened, his eyes burning with a murderous intent. He shot up from his seat and silently left, heading outside. Li Zihei suddenly called out, "And you?" The man froze and turned his head back to look. Li Zihei smiled brightly. "Nan Yanfeng, you just escaped death's door." In response to his words, there was only a strange silence. At the Murong estate, darkness had fallen, but a light still shone from inside the building, casting a brilliant glow through the window frame. Inside the room, Li Zihei looked quietly at the person before him, his voice low. "I've come to trouble you again, mister." Murong Bai took his wrist, carefully, checking his pulse, and replied, "It's no trouble. You are welcome any time." He looked up at Zihei and smiled, "And it seems that every time you come here, you manage to surprise me." With his eyes half closed, he said, "I suppose I seem stranger to you, huh?" Murong Bai withdrew his hand and gently asked, "Your body is fine. But I wonder, master, what has been on your mind lately?" Li Zihei flexed the joints in his hand, his voice indifferent. "My thoughts? It's not really a thought, but I feel like I've had a lot of heartfire recently. When I fight, sometimes everything seems to ignite, as if it wants to burn me alive." The man looked at him, his voice pensive. "Is that so?" Li Zihei stroked his chin, recalling, "I used to have an inn, but it was burned to the ground. My state of mind was quite negative back then. I had no home to return to. It felt like every door had closed on me. Life was completely dark." Murong Bai gently probed, "And what was the reason?" Zihei's face suddenly darkened, and his voice grew heavy. "I'm not sure, but my personality seems unstable." The other man was surprised. "Is that so? Then what would happen if you encountered an opponent stronger than yourself?" Hearing this, Li Zihei's eyes instantly turned ice cold. "If I met someone like that, I'd probably go berserk and do things without any control." Murong Bai asked, "Why would that be?" A murderous aura flooded from his body. "Because only by going berserk would I have any hope of defeating him. You know how it is. If your martial arts are weaker than your opponents, your only chance is to fight to the death like a madman to find a path to survival." He continued, "When fighting, everyone experiences different sensations, pain, excitement. But when those things, to reach their limit, that's when you can ascend to a new realm you've never touched before. If you fail, you will fall. Will you just collapse and give up in defeat? No, no. That's when a different, crazed personality within you will awaken. That personality is just waiting for the right moment to take over your soul." Murong Bai looked at him and posed a question. "So, are you afraid of that crazed personality taking over your soul? Or would you just give up and accept death?" Zihei was silent in contemplation. After a moment, he looked up and said in a calm voice, "That's not so difficult. From the time I was a child until now, I've tasted plenty of bitter defeats. It's because of those failures that I've become as strong as I am today. As for death," he continued, "how could I ever think of death? I still love life." Murong Bai offered his assessment. "I see. In that case, when you are fighting, and that raging fire appears, it is your madness overwhelming. Your mind. You are dimly aware of this, aren't you?" Li Zihei looked puzzled and asked, "Aware of it?" The man explained, "As you said, when fighting powerful opponents, one must become frenzied. Only then can you hope to achieve victory." He also nodded in gentle agreement. Murong Bai continued his explanation. "To put it simply, you are afraid of what you are doing. It could be your life, your battles, or your relationships. It is for this reason that the raging fire within you is always on the verge of erupting. Can you control this inner demon and channel it towards something better? Or is your mind worried about something else?" He probed again. "Speaking of martial arts, master, what kind of position do you wish to have in the Jianghu?" Li Zihei replied in a flat tone that was nonetheless filled with, "The #1 madman under the heavens." Murong Bai's eyes widened in shock. He asked cautiously, "Is that so? I'm surprised myself. Do you think it can become a reality, sir?" Li Zihei gently stroked his chin. "That's just a thought of mine." Murong Bai added, "If you want to achieve that, it might take decades of internal cultivation, sir. If you do nothing but cultivate your martial arts, do you think you can stay put and cultivate like that? Do you want a life like that?" He was stunned. "A life like that? How could I be content with that? There'd be no fun in living like that. Drinking, having fun, singing, visiting famous sites. I want to do it all." Hearing that, he immediately made a judgment. "I see. Then I can guess that the master's dream of being #1 under the heavens is not about martial arts." Li Zihei started to feel interested. "Oh? Then in what aspect?" Murongbai smiled slightly and said, "Yes, it's exactly what you desire. Drinking, singing, and having fun. That is what you truly want." Zihei laughed heartily. "Well said." He nodded in agreement. "You've spoken well, sir." A smile curved Murongbai's lips. "Thank you, sir. But this is just my humble opinion. However, the rage within you is still there. It has not dissipated." Li Zihei looked at Murongbai and asked, "Are you saying I will still go berserk when fighting a stronger opponent?" He replied and offered advice. "That's right. I hope you will calmly practice, meditate, and think, so that you are not overcome by that rage. In every battle, try to calm your mind and think about it." After Murongbai finished speaking, Li Zihei didn't reply. The space fell into silence. Zihei's gaze fell on him, drifting into the distance. The image of an old man with green eyes, disheveled hair, and shabby clothes appeared in his mind. Murongbai tilted his head in confusion when he saw him staring intently. Suddenly, Li Zhe spoke. "Sir Murong, I have a question for you." He immediately replied, "Please speak, sir." Li Zihei asked, "According to you, sir, what is a Jianghu hero?" Murongbai was momentarily stunned. "A Jianghu hero?" He replied, "That's right. Someone I once knew said that a hero is someone with superior martial arts who is respected by the Jianghu. What do you think of this?" Murongbai rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, then spoke up. "That, in my humble opinion, a hero is simply a fool, someone who doesn't know how to think for themselves. People often say they are weak or foolish. So, a hero is just something bigger, but still trapped in that same cycle." Zihei was suddenly surprised. "A fool?" Murongbai replied, "Yes," and added, "In the Jianghu, heroes always do the righteous thing, sacrificing themselves for others. Don't you think someone who would risk their own life to help others is a fool?" He looked at Li Zihei and said, "Life. You only have one. It is the most precious thing. To give away that most precious thing to someone else without calculation. Isn't that foolish?" "However," he retorted, "but they are very strong. How can they lose?" Murongbai lowered his head slightly. "Strongest in what category, sir? In martial arts? There's always a higher mountain than the last. The greatest strength is in overcoming one's own limits." Li Zihei pondered. "Myself?" Murongbai replied, "Yes, that's right. Or perhaps you could try it, sir." The two looked at each other again without speaking. He asked in confusion, "Try what?" He replied, "Becoming a hero." Li Zihei crossed his arms, amused. "How can a madman, like me, become a hero?" Murongbai was bewildered and didn't understand. "Why not, sir?" he explained. "Think about it. The heroes of the past. No one cared about their status or background. People only judged them by their actions. Sir, you are a perfect and complete person. There is nothing to criticize. Your generous nature and righteous deeds already make you a hero. Even the founding masters of the great sects only managed to do as much as you have. Those masters are also called heroes." Li Zihei understood. "So that's how it is." Murongbai continued, "Speaking of those masters, when they were young, they roamed the Jianghu, founded sects, and performed righteous deeds, so they were called heroes. When they grew old, they went into seclusion, passing on their martial arts to train the next generation to continue the work they left unfinished. Such things are not strange in the Jianghu." Murongbai remarked. "In that case, Master, you can now do similar things. There's no difference." Li Zihei slowly closed his eyes and sighed. "I have decided." Hearing that, he was overjoyed. "So, the Master will become a hero?" Zihei denied it. "No, I will not become a hero. But, I have an idea," he said. "If I can meet someone with the will and the spirit to become a true hero, then I will support him. I will teach him martial arts, support him with wealth and resources. I will help him become a true hero in this chaotic Jianghu. At that time, through him, I might also be able to answer the questions in my own heart." Murongbai was extremely surprised to hear this. He tried to persuade him again. "Then why doesn't the Master directly become a hero? Wouldn't that be better?" Li Zihei smiled. "I don't have that kind of spirit and righteousness. I'm better suited for the role of a villain. Besides, in the Jianghu, I still have many grudges with the great demon lords." Suddenly, his voice became powerful. "So that, the hero I support doesn't have to face them. Perhaps I need to eliminate these great demon lords soon," he continued gently. "At that time, the hero that I support will be able to roam the Jianghu easily without any obstacles." After hearing this, both of them immediately smiled happily. Murongbai couldn't help but laugh, even louder. Murongbai smiled and looked at Li Zihei. That's an excellent idea, Master. In the future, if you do so, I will support you and your disciple, he continued. Along with that, I will also help you find such a hero in this perilous Jianghu. Li Zihei raised his head and replied, Then, I thank you in advance. I will also find someone who meets my standards, he added, but to nurture and protect that heroic disciple in the future. As for my future, I need to get much stronger in my martial arts. I won't stop training. And Master, I'll be relying on you for your medical expertise. We will each focus on our own part and do our best, all right? Murongbai smiled, satisfied, as he listened. Li Zaha's eyes suddenly filled with determination. You and I, together, will create a hero renowned throughout the martial world. Murongbai suddenly burst into a cheerful laugh. You really do have the most peculiar ideas, clan leader. I still think it's a waste that you didn't become a hero yourself. Li Zaha rubbed his chin, thinking, like you said, a truly intelligent person wouldn't become a hero, so it looks like I can't become one. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. Then you and I will just create a hero together. Then, Murongbai looked up and asked softly, After our talk, how is that flame within your heart? Is it still raging, or has it calmed down? Li Zaha lowered his eyes slightly and answered flatly, It's still smoldering within me, but it's not a threat to my life anymore. When necessary, though, it can still erupt with full force to confront enemies I have trouble dealing with. Murongbai, hearing this, looked at him, satisfied and listening intently. A moment later, Li Zaha stepped out of the room. He turned and looked back at the room, deep in thought. The old memories were fading now, with new events slowly taking their place. The image of that man from before appeared in his mind again, gradually overlapping with the image of Murongbai. He continued to ponder. After finishing Qi Xingzi's book, my questions about what it means to be a hero have been slowly resolved, both by my own thoughts and Master Murong's insights. Now, all I need to do is focus on my martial arts. I'll train to become stronger and stronger so I can protect that heroic disciple of mine in the future. After thinking it all through, he walked on, returning along the dark forest path. One evening, at the Southern Alliance headquarters, both rows of seats were full, yet there wasn't a single sound. The silence was suffocating. Li Zaha, resting his chin on his hand, glanced boredly at the person beside him. He's not here yet? The man answered nervously. Yes, sir. Please wait just a moment. I've already sent a messenger to inform the Alliance leader. He will be here very soon. Hearing that, he felt a wave of drowsiness, let out a huge yawn, and his mind began to wander. I came to the Southern Alliance alone, and for good reason. Simply wiping out a demonic faction is no longer what I want. If I did that, I'd have to sacrifice some of my own subordinates in a bloody war against the Southern Alliance. I don't want that to happen. His eyes weren't fully closed, just fluttering shut as if he were sinking into a daze. His head started to nod up and down, making everyone around him watch in fear, not daring to say a word. Someone lowered their voice and asked the person next to them, Is he asleep? The other person hesitated. Looks like it. By now, he seemed to be fast asleep, drooling and even blowing a snot bubble from his nose. A man looked at him, then turned to the person next to him to confirm. Yeah, I think he's really out. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. The leader of the Black Cat clan has arrived. Has he not? These words made Li Zaha slowly open his eyes. The Southern Alliance leader was striding slowly into the hall. He scanned the room. Li Zaha thought to himself, So, this is the guy. The Southern Alliance leader sat down in the head seat and immediately asked, Where is the leader of the Black Cat clan? Someone pointed toward Li Zaha and replied, Sir, he's sleeping over there. The Southern Alliance leader's gaze followed. Where? His eyes landed on Li Zaha, the only person in the room with a completely relaxed posture. The leader frowned. You're the leader of the Black Cat clan? Li Zaha raised his head, his tone calm. That would be me. The entire hall instantly fell silent. After a moment, the leader began to question him. You came here? Alone? Where are your subordinates? Li Zaha replied flatly, Just me. Then he turned to the person beside him, sounding a little annoyed. Hey, get me some water. My throat's all dry from that nap. Is this how you treat an honored guest? The man at the end of the row immediately ordered a subordinate behind him. Go. Bring some water. The Southern Alliance leader looked like he was getting a headache. He sighed and announced in a loud voice, I am the leader of the Southern Alliance. Meanwhile, Li Zaha let out a bored yawn, feigning disinterest, and replied dismissively, And I'm Li Zaha of the Black Cat clan. Just then, the subordinate arrived to pour his tea. The fragrant steam wafted up from the glistening liquid. He picked up the cup, his tone half joking. Hey now, you didn't poison this, did you? The subordinate bowed respectfully. No, sir, it is not poisoned. Hearing that, he happily raised the cup and drained it in one go. Feeling refreshed, he let out a breath of contentment. The Southern Alliance leader's voice suddenly cut through the air. Were you just napping in here? Li Zaha answered nonchalantly. I was. The leader stared at him sternly. You've got some nerve? Coming to the Southern Alliance alone, especially after the incident at the gambling den. I hear the Black Cat clan has plenty of experts. Why didn't you bring them along? He didn't seem to care much. Why would I need to bring them? You invited me, so I came. Subordinates are just a hassle. What good would they be? Hearing this, the leader raised an eyebrow and gave a slight smirk. He then asked, You're the one who killed Qiu Fuyang, the owner of that den, aren't you? Why'd you kill the old geezer? Li Zaha explained it simply. He and I made a wager on a martial arts duel. The loser forfeits everything. That old bastard was a real piece of work. While I was resting, he sent 2 women to try and slip me an aphrodisiac, hoping to defeat me. Didn't expect him to be the one who ended up dead. The Southern Alliance leader looked surprised. A martial arts wager? There? A man like you takes part in those kinds of bets? Li Zaha replied, There was a fellow there, Dongfang Ren, who had some skill. I was curious about his techniques, so I figured I'd have a little fun with a duel. I heard he was the fighting king of that place, but it turns out he was all talk and no substance. Challenging a master when you have no real strength is just a death wish, and nothing more. The Southern Alliance leader's voice suddenly grew serious. Is it true that before you killed him, Qiu Fuyang claimed to be one of my Southern Alliance men? He calmly replied, That's right. The leader's eyes sharpened. And you still dared to kill him? Li Zaha wasn't the least bit intimidated. What's so strange about it? He made his bed, so he had to lie in it. Why would I let him live to come after me for revenge? The Southern Alliance leader glanced at his subordinates. Is it true? Did the Black Cat clan's leader really come alone? One of them broke out in a nervous sweat. Yes, sir, that's correct. The others looked on, equally terrified. The leader was lost in thought for a moment. Then he spoke. After you killed Qiu Fuyang, did you take all his assets from the gambling den? Does that mean the tribute money they owed the Southern Alliance? You took that as well. Li Zaha's eyes suddenly narrowed. What are you getting at? The leader frowned and retorted. What do you think I'm getting at? Li Zaha's eyes, filled with killing intent, stared right at him. What is it you want? You want me to return the money? His voice dripped with amusement. You've got to be joking. If you think I'm giving it back, you can dream on. Hearing this, the master was so furious that veins bulged on his face, leaving him speechless. One of his subordinates, unable to stand it, slammed the table and shot to his feet. You bastard! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to our master? The Southern Guildmaster threw his teacup towards the subordinate and commanded in a low voice, Shut your mouth. It's not your place to speak here. The subordinate immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Li Zihai stared at the Southern Guildmaster, his eyes filled with killing intent. You probably don't know this, but I made a bet with Elder Chu Yang and his men. I would take them all on by myself in the arena. Didn't your subordinates report this to you? It was a fair fight, agreed upon by both sides. The winner takes all, and the loser, she only has death. My eyes are set deep, he said. Now that I've defeated Zhu Fuyang, all his assets naturally belong to me. The money that old man made came from gambling and scams anyway. I have no second thoughts about taking it back from him. And now, you want me to return that money? The Southern Guildmaster sat in silence. Meanwhile, he continued, Here's something else you probably don't know. The previous leader of the Black Cat Gang, I defeated him too and took over his position. Even when his master, the great Rakshasa, came to avenge his disciple, he couldn't escape the same fate of death. He chuckled, his voice taunting. Now, do you still want to ask me about the money I earned? The man said nothing, only glaring silently at Zihai. The atmosphere in the room was so tense it made everyone around them break out in a cold sweat. The Southern Guildmaster's face was grim as he finally acknowledged, Yes. Otherwise, why would you be here? Li Zihai raised an eyebrow and retorted, Isn't that obvious? You invited me, so I came. The surrounding subordinates coughed lightly, looking at him nervously. Li Zihai glanced at the men, thinking to himself, These bastards. He recalled that after the Southern Guildmaster was killed by Yidu Jiang, these subordinates didn't surrender. They fought to the very end. They're a truly loyal bunch. He thought to himself, If that's the case, should I overlook their arrogant and disrespectful behavior? I've always respected those who are loyal to their leader. Ah, Zihai suddenly spoke up. I've heard that the Southern Brightness Guild has rejected numerous invitations to join major powers in the martial world, like your Swordbearers Guild. You did the same with the Southern Heavenly Dragons offer. Does that mean you wish to remain neutral, unwilling to rely on, or become subordinate to any other power? The Southern Guild Master's voice rang out. It's good that you understand that. But what I don't get is why you agreed to meet with us after knowing all this. Li Zihai crossed his arms and calmly replied, Simple. I also wanted to see what kind of power your Southern Brightness Guild is. But you should be aware, if you keep rejecting offers from major powers like the Swordbearers Guild or the Southern Heavenly Dragon, sooner or later, conflict will be inevitable. And then, bloody wars will surely follow. Are you prepared for such a situation? He raised an eyebrow and smirked. A plan? For us, the Southern Brightness Guild, we don't need to do such things. I will never intend to bow down and submit to the Swordbearers Guild or the Southern Heavenly Dragon. What's meant to happen will happen. If a war between us breaks out, I am ready to face it. Li Zihai was starting to get interested. Interesting. So you're willing to fight to the end. He closed his eyes slightly, in admiration. He thought, a leader with such a firm resolve and determination always deserves respect and admiration. Then he spoke again. I also have something to tell you. In this chaotic martial world, the righteous side isn't always fair and just, and the opposing side isn't always as vile and despicable as that Zhu Yangfu. What do you mean by that? The Southern Guildmaster asked, surprised. Li Zihai smiled. It's simple. I may be arrogant, but I know how to distinguish good from evil. Now that we've met, I'm quite pleased with your way of thinking. If the Swordbearers Guild or the Southern Heavenly Dragon attacks the Southern Brightness Guild, I can lend you a hand. The Southern Guildmaster remained silent, not responding. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Seeing this, his subordinates also laughed loudly, but in a flash, the Southern Guildmaster's expression changed. So, what you're ultimately saying is that we would be in your debt and have to pay for your assistance. Li Zihai calmly replied, No, that's not necessary. You see, I have never forced my subordinates, like the Black Cat Gang, the Black Heaven Fortress, Master Shui, or Yiliang County, to pay me tribute or be indebted to me in any way. Furthermore, I already distributed all the money I won from Zhu Yangfu's casino to his former subordinates. The Southern Guildmaster was baffled. What did you say? Li Zihai explained. Those who wanted to retire and become farmers, I let them. Those who wanted to become merchants, I supported them. Many wanted to learn a trade that would help them after leaving the martial world. And I helped all of them. The only ones left with me now are those who know nothing but how to use their fists. He added, At Zhu Yangfu's casino, although I wrecked the place, I only killed those who deserved to die. I didn't kill his subordinates indiscriminately. Now that the casino has burned down, those men have nowhere to go. I'm sure they're smart enough to leave and find other work. The entire room was silent. No one spoke, just quietly listening to Zihai's words. He continued, You should know, I am not a schemer, nor do I care about other people's affairs. But for a man of principle and integrity like you, I have a particular fondness. For those I have helped in the past, I don't ask for much in return. However, if one day I should need them, his voice echoed softly, I hope they can all gather under the banner of the Black Crow Gate. An idea flashed in the Southern Guildmaster's mind. The Black Crow Gate? So, you are the master of the Black Crow Gate? Li Zihai replied softly. You could say that, he continued. I've said what I needed to say. If you still want to oppose me, that's fine. If not, and you want to join the Black Crow Gate, even better. Whether we are enemies or allies, I will always respect a man who shows such integrity towards his subordinates. Suddenly, Zihai paused, his voice dropping as his face filled with killing intent. But remember this. Don't even think about trying to take back the money I won from Zhu Yangfu's casino, or plotting against my subordinates. His powerful aura made the men around him tremble. Let me be clear. Don't let me hear any news of you harassing or disrupting the honest, hard-working people in my territory. If you do that, then be prepared to face my wrath. He stood up, concluding, Up until now, I have never spoken so much or explained myself to anyone as I have with you. I only did so out of admiration and respect. Enemy or ally, you should think it over carefully. With that, Zihai turned and walked towards the door, not forgetting to add a reminder, but be careful. That decision could change the future of the Southern Brightness Guild. With that, he pushed the door open to leave. The South Society leader suddenly called out to him. Hey, Sect Master! Zihua turned his head back. What is it? The man smiled. I've heard what you had to say, but I have yet to witness your strength. How can I possibly make a decision? Li Zihua smirked. You're a clever one, but don't think you can act all high and mighty with me just because you have a few underlings with cat scratch. Martial arts here. Hearing this, the South Society leader's face turned cold as he looked at him. He stood up and remarked, a punk like you, daring to come here, all alone, without any followers, and with such an arrogant tone. To be blunt, you're no different from a madman. I've never seen anyone like you before. He began to provoke him. Now then, you need to show me a little of that strength, don't you think? First, a fair one-on-one duel between us. What do you say? He then continued. If you lose to me, the entire Black Crow sect must submit to my South Brightness Society. Li Zihua asked back. And if I win? The society leader turned to look at his subordinates behind him, then turned back to Li Zihua with an amused expression. Win? As if that could ever happen. His underlings immediately burst into laughter. Seeing this, Li Zihua let out a small smile, then suddenly burst into laughter. Well now, Southern Guildmaster, you certainly are confident. I really didn't expect to hear those words from you. How amusing. The Southern Guildmaster ground his teeth in anger. Li Zihua continued. But you're also quite foolish. This brazen insult made the surrounding subordinates stare at him. He couldn't stop laughing. To say something like that, you must be pretty confident in your own strength, huh? I have to say, I'm excited to hear it. The Southern Guildmaster warned in a low voice, don't you dare mock me like that. Li Zihua reined it in. All right, enough talk. Let's just do this. The atmosphere became 24-1, deathly still, heralding a bloody battle about to erupt. In an instant, the group had moved outside the hall, stopping in an open courtyard to use as their arena. The guildmaster crossed his arms and looked at Li Zihua. How do you want to compete? Unconcerned, he replied. Whatever you want. I'm skilled in both the pen and the sword. Whatever you're most confident in, let's do that. The Southern Guildmaster contemplated this. Li Zihua didn't hold back and said bluntly, to be honest, just looking at that face of yours right now makes me want to punch it a few times. He was successfully provoked, frowning and gritting his teeth. Li Zihua suddenly slammed his sword into the ground. I think it's best if we test our fist techniques, he said in a calm voice, then asked, this is our first time dueling, Southern Guildmaster. I don't want to shed any unnecessary blood. Besides, looking at that detestable face, I just want to punch you a few times to knock some sense into you, you know? The Southern Guildmaster couldn't take it anymore. Damn you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Li Zihua grinned triumphantly. The Southern Guildmaster immediately rushed toward Zihua. He unleashed an incredibly powerful punch, but Li Zihua dodged it. He threw another fist, but still missed. Finally, the Guildmaster swept his leg across. Zihua dodged again, leaping high into the air. The Southern Guildmaster was determined to pursue him, flying to where Li Zihua was about to land, only to be calmly blocked by Li Zihua. The force of the impact blew everything around them away, as dust and smoke filled the air. A moment later, the dust began to settle, revealing that the Southern Guildmaster had been pushed back some distance from Li Zihua. With a grimace, he frowned at Li Zihua, who was completely unharmed. He smiled, and raised his hand high as streams of crimson power began to emanate from it. The Southern Guildmaster's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Just then, Zihua's eyes turned serious as he issued a warning. The warm-up is over, Southern Guildmaster. You'd better be careful now. Zihua smiled as he repeated the warning. Be careful. He took a step back to brace himself, then shot forward. Like a rocket. The Southern Guildmaster immediately summoned all his strength, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block the attack. A massive explosion from the terrifying impact rang out. The Southern Guildmaster was sent flying a great distance, and the ground cracked beneath him. His face darkened as he scowled and ground his teeth in frustration. Without giving him a moment's rest, Li Zihua was instantly in front of him, bringing a powerful strike down from above, his overwhelming presence like the Grim Reaper coming to claim a soul. The Guildmaster was terrified. He instinctively raised his arms to block. A loud bang echoed through the area, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Southern Guildmaster staggered backward through the haze. He collapsed to his knees in pain before Zihua. Meanwhile, Li Zihua just stood there calmly, looking at the Guildmaster without a word. But it was this very attitude that made the Southern Guildmaster even more furious. Li Zihua narrowed his eyes, silently assessing him. His strength isn't bad. He took one of my direct hits, and he's still standing. Then, he suddenly moved. With an arrogant expression, he rushed forward. He raised his leg for a powerful kick towards his opponent. Seeing the Guildmaster use his hands to block, he faked the kick. Then, Seizing the opportunity while the guildmaster was off guard, he landed a powerful, direct punch. The Southern Guildmaster gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. The subordinates watching from the side grew worried. Is the Guildmaster being overpowered? At this point, the Southern Guildmaster seemed to be running out of steam. Both men were suddenly pushed back from each other. The Southern Guildmaster gritted his teeth in pain, then glared at Li Zihua with eyes full of hatred. Li Zihua quickly used his technique, the star-devouring great art. A giant black hand suddenly appeared from his palm. The hand reached out and grabbed the Southern Guildmaster by the collar, causing his eyes to widen in terror. Li Zihua controlled the hand, pulling the Guildmaster in front of him. Then, he unleashed a devastatingly powerful blow. The Southern Guildmaster was launched into the air, finally crashing hard onto the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, his subordinates' faces turned pale. However, the Southern Guildmaster still refused to give up. He trembled as he tried to stand, then gripped the hilt of his sword and roared out a command. "Draw your sword!" The Southern Guildmaster, with a crazed look on his face, shouted, "Sha Wu Clanmaster, let us compete with our swordsmanship." Li Zihua looked at him expressionlessly, then suddenly became excited. "Interesting," he replied. He reached out, using his demonic power to lift his sword from the ground. The subordinates gasped in fear. Li Zihua smiled and gently drew his blade. The sword emanated a burning aura of power. His eyes suddenly turned cold and merciless. The subordinates grew even more terrified, thinking to themselves, "Oh crap," he drew his sword. The guild master is a dead man now. The two men took their fighting stances, pointing their swords at each other. Li Zihua smiled provocatively. "Are you prepared to die, Southern Guildmaster?" His eyes filled with rage. He didn't answer. The subordinates around them started to plead, "Guildmaster, please stop." But the Southern Guildmaster was determined not to give up. He looked at the sword overflowing with immense power, then pursed his lips tightly. Finally, he decided to sheath his weapon, saying reluctantly, "Fine, it seems I have lost." Li Zihua also sheathed his sword, saying with satisfaction, "Good. Knowing when to retreat is the mark of a wise man. Let's end it here." The Guildmaster frowned, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned and looked at the Guildmaster one last time, then casually walked away. "Well, I'm leaving. See you later." The subordinates were dumbfounded. "Huh? He's just leaving? He beat the Guildmaster but isn't making any demands?" The Southern Guildmaster took a step forward and extended an invitation. "Sha Wu Clanmaster, please stay for some tea before you go." Li Zihua waved him off. "No, maybe next time." He asked him, "So, what happens now?" Zihua stopped and replied softly, "Nothing changes. You are the master of the Southern Guild, and I am still the master of the Sha Wu clan." He then continued to walk away, to everyone's astonishment. Suddenly, he turned back around and added, "If you want a rematch, come find me at the Sha Wu clan. I will always welcome you there." The Southern Guildmaster's eyes showed clear surprise. Li Zihua walked to the entrance of the hall. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "If the Sword Worship Society or the Southern Heavenly Dragon Sect come looking for a fight, you can come to me for help." The Guildmaster looked at him doubtfully. "You'll come and help?" Li Zihua smiled. "Of course, I'd look forward to it." Only now was the Southern Guildmaster truly shocked, realizing he was serious. He really wants to help the Southern Guild? As Li Zihua walked away, he thought to himself, "The choice is yours, Southern Guildmaster. Will you die like you did in your past life? Or will you change your fate and join my Shao clan?" He looked up at the sky, wondering what the Southern Guildmaster would choose. "I don't want to force anything on anyone. Your fate is in your own hands. Your destiny is your own to decide. If you follow me in this life, perhaps your fate will change." He recalled Murongbai's words. "I wonder what would happen. If that rage were to appear again, you would have to face an opponent stronger than yourself." He calmly took one step after another, head held high, feeling the cool breeze drift peacefully by. Facing the world, my heart is as calm as a lake. Confronting the raging waves, my emotions surge with life. And with that, Li Zixia departed alone. On the road, he whispered softly, "So boring." Li Zixia lamented. "My life is truly pathetic." He recalled, "I went to the Nailuo assembly to hand over the Black Iron, to the Dragon Lord of the Iron Guild. I'm very curious to see if it can be forged into a sword, or if it will be a failure." His thoughts then drifted to another matter. The Black and White, twin maidens. I sent them to the Murong Medical House to study medicine. If they can grasp the art of healing, young Master Murong will keep them. If not, I suppose they'll have to return to the Black Cat clan to work. Sha Tai and Nan Yanfeng also appeared in Li Zixia's mind. Next, I also witnessed the growth of Sha Tai, a man who lived a miserable, aimless life before he met me. Now, he's training with his master, Nan Yanfeng. Another concern has also been resolved, and my formerly foolish and useless subordinates are now training day and night. Li Zixia's eyes closed. He knew full well that a man with a pathetic life like him was surrounded by a group of subordinates who were just as pathetic. The tree branches swayed, and a few leaves drifted down. Li Zixia was still meditating under the tree when a voice rang out, causing him to open his eyes. Clan leader, I have a matter to report to you. Steward Bai stood respectfully before him. He silently sized the man up. So, this is Steward Bai, a schemer who's survived in the underworld for over 50 years. He then spoke, my great strategist, what is it you need to say? Hearing this, Steward Bai was so moved he couldn't hold back his tears. Sir, you called me a great strategist? Li Zixia was at a loss for words. He silently grumbled, this is so annoying. I was about to call him my pathetic Steward Bai, but for some reason the words great strategist just slipped out. Steward Bai, beaming with pride, reported, Clan leader, I have found the person you described. Surprised, he asked, where is he? The steward immediately gave a detailed report. Well, the place is a bit dangerous. Have you heard of the White Eagle Precinct? It's a place where the young masters of the Righteous Path's prestigious families often gather to socialize. He asked again, the White Eagle Precinct? The steward replied with certainty, yes sir. I saw the person at the center of the bustling street in the White Eagle Precinct. Li Zixia rested his chin on his hand, musing, interesting, so he actually managed to find him. Steward B's eyes lit up. He recounted, yes. Following the clan leader's description, I sent men to all the taverns in the Righteous Path, the brothels, and the most luxurious pleasure dens in the most famous entertainment districts to listen and observe. Finally, we found the person, just as you described. Li Zixia praised him. Well done. You truly live up to your name as the strategist of our clan. Hearing this, the steward bowed. Yes, sir. He then continued in a low voice. However, although the person matches the clan leader's description, we still need to confirm it one more time. You see, Steward Bai recalled, I sent a man there to verify it. But that man, he, was severely injured. His face was beaten to a pulp, and his limbs were all bandaged up. It was a pathetic sight. Li Zixia's face darkened as he asked, someone laid a hand on one of our subordinates? He wanted to know who did it. What's the subordinate's name? Steward Bai immediately replied, his name is Kong. Li Zixia made a fierce decision. All right, I'll go myself and avenge him. The image of a man with a sinister face and sharp, cold eyes appeared in his mind. The left emissary of light originally came from the Righteous Path. His martial arts and cunning were unparalleled. To have reached the position of left emissary in the demonic cult, his strength and intellect were undeniable. You could say he was one of the geniuses I encountered in my past life. He instructed Steward Bai, send a subordinate to the Murong Medical House and ask about the progress on the antidote and poison I discussed with the young master. Hearing this, the steward grew worried. Pea poison? Li Zixia clarified. Just tell him it's a laxative. Young Master Murong will understand. The steward complied. Yes, sir, I'll send someone over right away. As Steward Bai turned to leave, Li Zixia also stood up. His intention was clear. Kill him or force him to become my subordinate. Those are the only two options. Li Zixia was resolute. I cannot allow him to become the left emissary of the demonic cult. Zixia's tone was cold. If all else fails, I'll have no choice but to strike you between the legs and turn you into a eunuch. Only then will the women of this martial world be safe. Li Zixia felt incredibly noble. Oh, women of the martial world, this is an act I perform for your sake. You will never know how much this one act has saved. All of you. His eyes burned with fire. You will become a eunuch. From a distance, Sha Tai overheard and jumped in shock. He was terrified. What? Li Zixia was practicing his forms under the tree. His hand balled into a fist as he shouted, I'll punch you, then swung his leg in a kick. You! Sha Tai, bewildered, turned to ask Nan Yanfeng, clan leader, what's wrong with him? Nan Yanfeng was also sweating bullets. How should I know? Meanwhile, Li Zixia began to circulate his internal energy. He moved through a series of beautiful, fluid forms. Heavenly demon, divine art. He then slammed his fist directly into the tree trunk before him, creating a shockwave. Sha Tai and Nan Yanfeng were so shocked they turned pale, at a complete loss for words. After a flurry of strikes, he retracted his power and breathed out softly. He looked up, letting his emotions wash over him. Li Zixia spoke aloud, left emissary of light. Thinking of that man only hardened his resolve. Now, I'm coming to see you. At night, the White Eagle precinct was bustling with people. This was no ordinary place. It could be called the gathering spot for the young masters of prestigious families from the righteous path. They came here to have fun, socialize, and hold discussions. At times, there were even competitions. It was a prosperous place and the very face of the righteous martial world. A fundamental rule existed here. Just like the righteous path, the unorthodox path had many heroes and champions, but also many pathetic failures. The wise and ambitious who sought to achieve great things buried themselves in books and the practice of martial arts. This unwritten rule persisted. The pathetic and extravagant young masters only knew how to drink, party, and hover around women. But there were exceptions. Even if they indulged in debauchery, if someone was a genius, they excelled at everything. Those kinds of people were simply born superior. Li Zixia sat leaning against a window. He sighed. This world truly isn't fair at all. As the liquid slowly filled his cup, he found he couldn't picture the man's face. The illegitimate son of the Meng family, he thought. I wonder what your strength is like now. He took a sip, pondering. It was only after my regression, with the help of the heavenly orb, that I gained my current strength. A young master of the righteous path like you, even if you are a genius, would have to cultivate slowly. How could you possibly possess the same level of power I have now? He set down the empty wine cup. And so, Li Zixia. Ziha left that place and walked down the street, looking around. Li Ziha had changed into elegant clothes and blended in with the crowd of beautifully dressed young women. They were singing and dancing on the street. He found it a bit strange. Singing and performing? Ziha felt no interest at all and turned to leave. Suddenly, he noticed something in the middle of the crowd. A man and a woman were talking and laughing intimately. Meng Ran and Xiao Yue looked like a perfect couple, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Li Ziha recognized the person in front of him, and his eyes widened. It was him, Meng Ran, the left emissary of light. Right now, he looked incredibly gentle, smiling as he listened to Xiao Yue's story. He found it rather distasteful. I knew he was a womanizer, always looking for women to satisfy his pleasures, but seeing him act like this when he was younger is so jarring. At this moment, Li Ziha decided to take on the role of a righteous man. Temporarily, starting today, I will become a wandering hero, upholding justice and saving women from your clutches. He closed his eyes. For the peace of the martial world, for the innocent people, for the children, for the elderly, for all the pitiful men and women. His hand moved. Ziha pointed towards Meng Ran, thinking, I'll turn you into a eunuch. Li Ziha solemnly declared, the one who will act today for the sake of righteousness in the martial world, and turn the left emissary of light into a eunuch, is none other than I, Li Ziha. While Li Ziha was lost in his own thoughts, a voice suddenly called out, catching his attention. Young master. A young boy approached, pointing to the side, and said to Li Ziha, the young master over there would like to invite you for a drink. Li Ziha followed the boy's pointing finger. He met the meaningful gaze of Meng Ran. The boy added, as if absolutely certain, you won't regret having a drink with that esteemed young master. The boy even covered his mouth as if he wanted to whisper a secret to Li Ziha. Because over there are also two beautiful young ladies. It's more fun when men and women drink together. Hearing these words, Li Ziha was a bit confused and asked, what's this about? Why are you inviting me over there? The boy flashed a mischievous smile and replied, well, sir, it's because among all the young masters here, you are the most handsome and elegant. Hearing the praise, Li Ziha suddenly smiled. Oh? So he dares to invite me for a drink, huh? This little kid is quick-witted, pretty smart, knows how to flatter people too. Suddenly, footsteps approached. It was Meng Ran, with a beautiful girl on each arm, standing before Li Ziha. He began, brother, let's have a few drinks together, shall we? Xiao Yue, beside him, added enthusiastically, young master, come drink with us. Shuer, hurry up and invite the young master over. The girl called Shuer's eyes scanned Ziha from head to toe like a machine. After her inspection, Shuer gave a shy smile. This humble lady invites you, young master. Witnessing this little performance, Li Ziha let out a sigh, a hint of anger on his face as he thought to himself, these lunatics are something else. Fine. If you want to play, I'll play along. With that thought, Li Ziha stepped forward and replied, let's go. Meng Ran then turned and left first. Looking incredibly cheerful, talking and laughing, Li Ziha followed behind him, his expression dark, thinking, let's see just how decadent this left emissary was in his youth. A while later, the group was finally seated in a tavern. On the table were plates of delicious, fragrant food. At this moment, Shuer picked up the wine jug and looked over at Li Ziha. She smiled and said, "Let this humble lady pour you a cup, young master." Hearing this, Li Ziha held out his cup to receive the wine from Shuer. From across the table, Meng Ran asked while drinking, "Is this your first time in a tavern, brother?" Hearing such a question, he replied with another question. "What do you mean?" Meng Ran, seeing Li Ziha's attitude, grinned slyly and said, "Well, I see you seem a bit shy. Why do you keep staring at me like that? All men who come to a place like this are the same. We have women here to have fun with us, so just relax and drink." Right after that, Xiao Yue spoke up to introduce them. "This young master is senior brother Meng Lang, and I am Xiao Yue." Xiao Yue also didn't forget to introduce the other girl. "The one next to you, young master, is Shuer." After finishing the introductions, Xiao Yue turned to him and asked, "May I ask for the young master's esteemed name?" Ziha heard the names that were just uttered and thought, "He's using a fake name, huh?" Ziha then lifted his wine cup and replied, "I am Kuang Si, the senior brother of Kong Si." Shuer beside him heard the rather strange name and couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, who is Kong Si?" He replied very matter-of-factly, "My junior brother." Shuer and Xiao Ye immediately felt a bit confused. To dispel the strange atmosphere, Meng Ran raised his wine cup. He flashed a bright smile and said, "Come now, let's drink. A name is just a title. After all, it's not important. Now that we're here, all that matters is drinking and having fun." As soon as Meng Ran finished speaking, he, Shuer, and Xiao Ye all drained their cups. Only Ziha continued to slowly sip his wine. In his heart, he thought as he watched them. He didn't drink recklessly but slowly brought the cup to his mouth. At the same time, he thought, this left emissary's martial arts are quite high, and the two women with him are not to be underestimated either. Suddenly, Meng Ran seemed to notice something. "Oh, Shuer, you like senior brother Kuang Si, don't you?" Hearing this, she blushed and honestly nodded in reply, "Yes." Meng Ran continued to tease them. "So, where are we going next?" At this question, Shuer giggled shyly and replied, "Oh, senior brother, why are you in such a hurry? You're embarrassing me." Meng Ran then burst out laughing cheerfully. Li Ziha, who had been following their conversation, saw his strange behavior and asked himself, "Wait a minute. It seems like they were just speaking in code." After his hearty laugh, Meng Ran stood up and said to everyone, "I need to use the restroom for a bit. I'll be right back. Xiao Yue, keep senior brother Kuang Si company for me. We're not going home until we're drunk tonight." Xiao Yue, beside him, happily replied, "Hurry back, senior brother." She then watched Meng Ran's back as he pushed aside the curtain and left. Then, Xiao Yue also stood up and said to the other two, "I'm going to step out for a bit too. Shuer, come with me." Shuer nodded and replied, "Okay." Suddenly, a hand clamped down on her wrist. It turned out that as soon as Shuer stood up, Li Ziha had grabbed her. He directed his sharp gaze at her and said, "Shuer, where are you going? You haven't had a drink with me yet." Faced with Li Ziha's attitude, Shuer was a bit flustered. "Huh?" she asked. He then turned to Xiao Yue and said, "Xiao Yue, you go on ahead." The girl, her face now pale, quickly replied, "Yes, sir." And so, Li Ziha kept his probing gaze fixed on Shuer, sending a chill down her spine. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Shuer voiced her thoughts aloud. "Hey, why do I suddenly feel a chill all over my body?" The atmosphere had suddenly become incredibly tense. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly, Li Zihua sprang up. His hand, quick as a flash, struck her pressure points. He pulled a small vial from his pocket and glanced down at the table. Instantly, Li Zihua poured the liquid from the vial into a cup of wine. As he did this, Li Zihua proudly remembered Murong Bai, thinking, "This is the laxative that young master Murong concocted for me, an odorless, tasteless medicine." Holding the cup now laced with the laxative, Li Zihua's face darkened as he thought, "I've used many different kinds of poisons before. I even used one on Huzi and Xiaomei, but using this laxative from Murong, I have to admit, it makes me a bit nervous." Without a single wasted motion, Li Zihua quickly brought the cup to Shuer's lips, forcing her to drink it all. Then, he immediately threatened her in a cold voice, "If you want the antidote, you'll answer my questions. Cooperate, and you get the cure. Don't, and you'll die from the poison. Got it?" At this point, Shuer's face was pale, sweat pouring down continuously. She probably had no idea what to say. Just like that, Li Zihua swiftly added more of the medicine to the two remaining wine cups belonging to Meng Ran and Xiao Yue. A moment later, Meng Ran and Xiao Yue finally returned. As he sat down, Meng Ran wondered aloud, I was only gone for a moment. Why does the atmosphere feel so heavy? Across from him, Li Zihua scowled in anger, scolding. A senior brother who lives by relying on tricks and the help of his junior sisters is truly a scoundrel. Hearing this, Meng Ran was just as furious and shot back. Oh, really? Li Zihua, seeing he didn't seem to get it, added, were you planning on calling everyone to leave and sticking me with the bill for your little party? Who do you think I am? Since you invited me here, you can pay for it yourself. Understand? Hearing these words, Meng Ran replied with annoyance. What are you suddenly talking about? I can't believe. I come back from the restroom, only to hear such grating words from a country bumpkin like you. Having provoked him, Li Zihua quickly picked up his wine cup and drank it, in one go. Then he gently placed his empty cup on the table. Seeing this, Xiao Yue also raised her cup and drank. Meng Ran raised his cup as well, but hesitated for a moment. In the end, though, he decided to drink the whole cup. After finishing, he finally noticed that Xuer's complexion was a bit off. Xuer? Junior sister, Xuer? What's wrong? At that moment, all she could do was shiver uncontrollably. Li Zihua quickly answered for her. I thought you all were planning to run off. So, I hit her pressure points. This answer once again infuriated Meng Ran. He gritted his teeth and replied, You're too suspicious of others. Release. Her pressure points. Hearing this, Li Zihua gave a sarcastic smirk. Nonsense. I'm just a country bumpkin. I don't know any martial arts. How would I release her pressure points? If you want to, do it yourself. Without another word, Meng Ran quickly moved to Xuer's side and released her pressure points. The pain was so intense that Xuer's eyes rolled back and she let out a scream. A second later, Xuer collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Meng Ran's face darkened with rage. You bastard! You must have a death wish! Then he turned to instruct Xiao Yue, junior sister, take care of Xuer. The young girl obediently replied, Yes, sir. He then turned to leave but didn't forget to say to Li Zihua, As for you, follow me. Don't even think about running. A moment later, Li Zihua and Meng Ran were outside the tavern. Suddenly, Meng Ran spoke up. It seems you came here, specifically to tail me. I've grown tired of this sort of thing. Who sent you? Hearing the question, Li Zihua quietly turned his gaze toward him. After a moment, Li Zihua calmly answered, The undead sent me. Hearing this, Meng Ran asked, Your junior brother? Who is that guy anyway? Li Zihua replied curtly, The one with the broken arm. Hearing this, Meng Ran let out a relieved smile. A broken arm? You're talking about that guy? At that moment, Li Zihua's laxative finally took effect. Meng Ran's face darkened, his eyes wide with horror. A rumbling sound erupted from his stomach, signaling the impending disaster. Sweat poured down Meng Ran's face. Veins bulged on his face. He was clearly trying his hardest to hold it in. Then, Meng Ran turned to Li Zihua, his face contorted with anger. He gritted his teeth and hissed, You bastard, you poisoned me. Meanwhile, Li Zihua just gave him a gentle, incredibly punchable smile. Meng Ran's whole body stiffened, frozen in place. Suddenly, his stomach was like a balloon punctured in two places, letting out a long hiss. With veins popping all over his face, Meng Ran asked, You bastard. What do you want? Li Zihua replied nonchalantly, I can't tell you right now. Hearing this, Meng Ran furiously charged at him. He raised his hand, his eyes filled with malice. Zihua didn't hesitate either, raising his palm to unleash a fire technique. The two attacks collided like fire, meeting water, sending a massive plume of steam into the sky. Meng Ran quickly leaped aside. Li Zihua was just as fast, dodging away. When the smoke cleared, the two stood facing each other. Meng Ran was like a fierce, growling tiger. He gritted his teeth and struggled to ask, What the hell are you? Zihua, maintaining his cool expression, teased him. If you're going to ask, just ask. Why are you hesitating? Meng Ran then turned away, clutching his stomach in pain. He quickly tried to flee. Seeing this, Li Zihua immediately leaped into the air. He showed no mercy, quickly giving chase and shouting, You think you can just run away from me that easily? Furious, Meng Ran shot a glare at him. He abruptly stopped and thrust both hands toward Zihua. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed out from nowhere. Zihua quickly jumped back. Meng Ran was at his limit. Sweat was pouring down his face, and veins bulged on his forehead. He growled, You bastard! Quick, give me the antidote, and I'll spare your life. Not only did Zihua ignore him, he retorted, You were running away like a little puppy, and now you're back to running your mouth? Incredible. Helpless, Mengran shouted. You bastard. You're asking to die. Meanwhile, Zihua remained calm, crossed his arms, sighed, and said, You know your place. You think I'll give you the antidote just because you're begging? How naive. Mengran's face flushed with rage, and he hissed through clenched teeth. I'm threatening you. I'll say it again. Give me the antidote, now. Otherwise, you're a dead man. Li Zaha, with a sinister look on his face, replied, Save your breath. You'll need it for your next trip to the latrine. Mengran said nothing. Only. He quickly took off one layer of his robe and tied it tightly around his waist. He cracked his knuckles, and his entire body radiated a powerful aura. All right, then, today will be the day you die. Maintaining his expressionless face, he replied, Bold words. Mengran's face darkened. Even if I'm humiliated here today, you're still going to die. The antidote, huh? His eyes suddenly lit up, and veins popped on his forehead. Mengran continued, I'll get it, once I kill you. Li Zaha raised an eyebrow contemptuously, and replied, simply, Oh, fine. Immediately after, Mengran tensed his body. His hair and clothes fluttered wildly. Across from him, Li Zaha's eyes widened in shock as he looked at him. Mengran flashed a sinister smile. You bastard, it's too late for regrets now. Li Zaha was shocked to discover an absurd stain had just appeared on the man's pants. He fearfully backed away, stammering, Don't, come closer. But now, the calm one was Meng Nian. He held out both hands and said, What are you afraid of? What's a little humiliation to a man? Today, you will. Having lost all sense of shame, Meng Nian grinned and shouted, Bring it on. I'll beat you so badly you'll crap your pants in fear. Then, you'll be no different from me. A single bead of sweat rolled down Ziha's face. You bastard. You're insane. Just as he began to speak, a faint, sweet scent suddenly wafted into Ziha's nose. Inhaling it, he felt completely refreshed. Meng Nian, like a mad dog, screamed and charged forward. Ziha calmly raised a hand to defend himself. The moment their techniques clashed, a cloud of smoke erupted, spreading everywhere. Within the thick haze, the two of them continued to rush at each other. Both raised their hands, ready to strike. Their sharp gazes locked, and they stared at one another in silence. Ziha swung his arm forward powerfully, creating a gust of wind that parted the smoke. Then, suddenly, a rather loud noise echoed out. After unleashing his attack, he began to wonder, was that the sound of our palms colliding, or was it the sound of him soiling his pants? Ziha used a palm strike to launch himself into the air. He immediately landed right behind Meng Nian. The two figures, one in blue robes, the other in white robes with a ridiculous stain, were fiercely exchanging blows. As one attacked, the other dodged, and vice versa. Meng Nian then unleashed his misty smoke technique on Ziha, but he managed to dodge it in time. Only now did Ziha begin to seriously size him up. He really is a skilled bastard, to stay so calm and maintain his rhythm while reeking of feces. Watching Meng Nian's stance, he thought, his strength is as formidable as I thought. He is exactly the kind of person the Hao sect is looking for, a true martial arts genius. Meanwhile, Meng Nian was filled with resentment, thinking, more. And just as he wished, countless more absurd stains appeared, beautifully coloring his pure white robes. Ziha watched him, his mind wavering slightly. He even blocked my Ziha divine art perfectly, despite it being his first time facing it. Ziha narrowed his eyes, recalling, from the very beginning, I was using the Ziha divine art, and he was able to adapt. Looking at that ridiculous stain, he screamed internally, Damn it, I'm distracted. I can't step on. The crap he shat out. Ziha quickly backed away, assessing the situation. Look at his white robes, covered in filth. It's so disgusting. This is even more terrifying than dealing with poison techniques. Ugh, that alluring sweet scent was still wafting into his nose, making him curse in anger. This damned smell of crap. Ziha landed softly on the ground. He channeled his internal energy. On the other side, Meng Nian, his body smeared with all sorts of filth, also took a stance. They quickly launched palm strikes at each other. The two attacks collided, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Just then, a pristine, white-booted foot touched the ground. Another white boot, smeared with a heap of horrific stains, also landed. As the smoke gradually cleared, Ziha provoked him. You're pretty good, you bastard. Meng Nian growled. Shut up, Ziha began, his serious assessment. Your strength and martial arts are quite formidable. My initial prediction about you was a bit off. It's been a long time since I've faced an opponent of your caliber. you're definitely not just some ordinary bastard. Ziha reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, tightly tied pouch. I'll give you the antidote. At this, Meng Nian's blood boiled even more. He tried to restrain himself, though the veins on his forehead bulged. Meng Nian replied softly, no need. I've already shat it all out. What more do I need? That lovely substance dripped down his leg, pooling on the ground. The sight was so magnificent that it left Ziha frozen on the spot. With a now clean and fragrant body, Meng Nian took a step closer to Li Ziha, causing him to back away in horror. Meng Nian grinned sinisterly and asked softly, are you scared now? Hearing this, Ziha was stunned and asked, what? With a triumphant smile, Meng Nian said, you must be terrified. But before he could celebrate, Ziha replied coldly, I am scared. Terror of getting dirty. Ziha frowned, a look of disappointment on his face as he thought, I can't believe there'd come a time when I can't use my full power because of something like this. Looking at the absurd stain between Meng Nian's legs, he thought angrily, because of that disgusting mess, I can't even kick him where it counts. That bastard's groin. At that moment, Li Ziha seemed to realize something. He turned, looked at the wall behind him, and immediately took off running in that direction. Meng Nian, still covered in those beautiful things, saw Ziha flee and immediately gave chase, yelling, where do you think you're going? Seeing him follow, Ziha wondered to himself, does this guy still want to fight to the death with me? Then, a sinister smile spread across his face. No matter how much you want to get at me, in your current state, you can't possibly enter the White Eagle Palace, where all the handsome men and beautiful women are gathered. Ziha suddenly stopped in the middle of a bustling street. He looked back at Meng Nian and beckoned tauntingly. If you've got the guts, then come over here. On the other side, Meng Nian was filled with rage, veins popping on his forehead, but he forced a smile and said, do you dare come over here? Ziha remained perfectly still. He continued to taunt. You must be scared of me, right? You pants shitter. Hearing that, Meng Nian became even more furious. He cursed internally. You bastard. Then, he immediately changed his attitude. He gestured towards Ziha, let out a breath, and lowered his voice. Now, calm down. This is a duel to determine the winner between two men. Is there any need to deliberately tarnish someone's reputation like this? But how could those words possibly fool Li Ziha? He simply replied coldly, just shut your mouth. There's a folk saying, the one who's angry is the one who's dirty. That saying was practically made for you in this situation. He'd hit a nerve. Meng Nian was incredibly enraged, but couldn't do anything about it. Ziha stroked his chin, thinking, just as I predicted, that guy can't go back to the White Eagle Palace in this condition. This is the ego, or more accurately, the reputation and etiquette of those who follow the so-called righteous path. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a young lady appeared and called out, is that young Master Meng Lang? Sir, what are you doing there? This startled both of them. When the young lady saw the scene before her, she froze, and sweat began to bead on her face. As fast as the wind, Meng Nian vanished from sight. Ziha turned his head and asked the lady, do you know that young Master Meng Lang? The girl quickly covered her mouth and replied, no, I don't know what was wrong, but he didn't look well. Hearing this, he asked, you didn't see anything? The girl became even more confused and asked back, see what, sir? Without a hint of restraint, Ziha said, he crapped his pants. The young lady was bewildered. Sir? How could that be? He raised a hand to cover his nose, a sorrowful look on his face, and asked, you didn't see his white robes turn yellow and get all filthy? And you were standing so far away. If you had gotten closer, you could have even smelled the feces. After hearing this, the girl, hearing those humiliating words, she immediately got angry and shouted, you're lying, that's impossible. How could the elegant young Master Meng Lang let something like that happen? Then, the girl stomped off resentfully, her eyes welling up with tears. Li Ziha stood there and sighed to himself, how boring. Then he thought, I'm just telling the truth. These silly young ladies are too obsessed with him to accept it. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out, catching Li Ziha's attention. You bastard. I can still control myself for now. While I can still speak to you civilly, you'd better get over here. Li Ziha turned his head towards the darkness in front of him. He crossed his arms and said, you, stupid bastard, this is the karma you deserve. And it's still too light a punishment for breaking my junior brother's arm. Shouldn't you be rushing back to your family estate to change your clothes? With that, Li Ziha called out his full title, Young Master Meng Lang of the Feng Yun clan. This made him grit his teeth in silent rage. Then, Li Ziha started. shouting loudly, as if trying to get everyone's attention. That vile bastard, young Master Meng, just crapped his pants. He can't control his own bowels and soiled his clothes. From the darkness, Meng Ran roared. Shut up. He lowered his voice, ordering him, now, get lost. The sight of you disgusts me. Go back to your family estate, change your clothes, and then come back and talk to me. The space ahead fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Suddenly, something shot past. It leaped a few times and soared into the air. As Li Zaha watched it go, he called out a reminder. Make sure you wash up properly before you come back. Be careful. If anyone sees you like this, you'll lose all your face. He narrowed his eyes, happily plotting to himself. When he comes back in fresh clothes, and his men are gone, I'll be able to kick him where it counts, and turn him into a eunuch. As Li Zaha turned and walked away, he thought, right now, it seems he and I are evenly matched. While walking, he saw two people ahead talking. Have you heard? A beautiful young lady lost control of herself and had an accident in the restaurant. The other person heard this and said with disgust, how shameful. I wonder how much she drank to lose control of herself like that. The person who asked first also rubbed his chin and lamented, truly shameful. The area around the restaurant was bustling, with people crowding around to see what was happening. Someone said, oh, heavens, I can't believe she couldn't hold it in. Li Zaha glanced over, thinking to himself, she must be just like that bastard Meng Lang, unable to control her body anymore. That laxative Murong Bai made for me really works instantly. He truly is a physician who can save people, but harming them is just as easy. The effects of the medicine he concocts are truly terrifying. Li Zaha suddenly stopped, as if he had spotted something. He quickly walked over, sat at a table, and called out, waiter, a bowl of noodles for me. The waiter quickly replied, yes, sir. A steaming, fragrant bowl of noodles was brought out. Li Zaha bent down and slurped them up noisily. When he looked up, he saw a group of people laughing and chatting happily. After finishing his meal, he paid and asked the waiter, is there a stream nearby? Hearing the customer's question, the waiter enthusiastically pointed, yes, sir. If you go straight to the end of the road, you'll find a stream called Yonglang Stream. Li Zaha thought to himself, that bastard Meng Lang probably doesn't dare go back to his family estate to change clothes. He must have gone to that stream to wash himself and his clothes. After I finish this bowl of noodles, I should probably go meet him there. The waiter, a bit curious, asked, sir, why are you looking for a stream so late at night? He placed a hand on the waiter's shoulder and replied, I am a righteous hero, tracking down a lecherous fiend. The next part, he only thought to himself, not saying it aloud. Actually, he's just a bastard. I need to turn into a eunuch. The waiter quickly clasped his hands together, in front of him, and said very seriously, young hero, I, your humble servant, wish you success in catching that lecherous fiend. Li Zaha looked at him, and gave a nod, then turned and walked away. On the way, countless thoughts crossed Li Zaha's mind. Thinking back, since I returned, everything I've done has been to punish evil and protect the innocent, helping those in need. Everything I do comes from the sincerity of my heart. A gentle breeze blew through his hair. Li Zaha thought again, even if everyone in this martial world doesn't know of my good deeds, I can still say with pride that I am currently acting as a true, righteous hero. His lonely figure walked on as he thought silently. If no one else thinks so, then so be it. Li Zaha arrived at a small bridge. He looked around, searching. Suddenly, he noticed a figure in the stream below. Li Zaha put on a disgusted expression and thought, so there you are, you bastard Meng Lang. Are you trying to turn this stream into a river contaminated with your filth? Meng Ran turned his head to look at the figure standing on the bridge. Their gazes, full of killing intent, clashed once more. The silent moon illuminated everything, its reflection shimmering on the calm surface of the stream. Meng Ran stood in the water, his upper body bare, revealing a series of characters carved into his chest. Seeing Meng Ran walking towards the bank, Li Zaha asked, done washing already? Are you scared because I saw you? I was just passing by. Hurry up, get clean, and come up here to talk. Meng Ran grabbed a piece of cloth and, after wrapping it around his lower body, roared, you country bumpkin bastard, get down here, I'm done washing. Li Zaha heaved a sigh and looked up with an expression of utter disgust. He thought to himself, I can't help but sigh. This guy isn't just a common pervert. If he kicks his leg up high while dressed like that, everything I don't want to see will be on full display. Meng Ran's expression was tense. His body was completely bare, except for the single cloth wrapped around his waist. He got into a stance, ready to fight. Li Zaha looked at him, wondering, What's the meaning of the tattoo? On his body? Mengran put one foot forward, as if preparing a palm strike. Seeing the countless scars all over his body, he thought, that guy. This scoundrel. After all that, you still want to keep fighting? Li Zaha looked at Mengran with disgust and said, just get lost and go back to your estate. We're done for today. However, he wasn't satisfied. Raising a hand with bulging veins, he gave a cryptic, threatening smile. You bastard. Even if I die, I will never forget. That face of yours. Even if you turn to ash, I'll still recognize you and drag you out. Standing on a bridge, Li Zaha called down, Hey, you blockhead. Don't get so delusional about your own strength, all right? If you hadn't crapped your pants, making me afraid of the mess, you'd be dead by my hand today. Mengran's face darkened. He spoke up. I was actually going to ask Master to take you on as my junior brother, but it seems you've chosen death instead. Li Zaha asked quietly, filled with doubt. Master? In his mind, a question arose. Why don't I have any memory of that? If this is about a martial art related to the tattoo on his body. As Li Zaha was lost in thought, Ran turned to leave. He called back, all right, this ends today. We'll meet again soon. Li Zaha glanced at his retreating figure, and suddenly, a thought. An image of the solitary sword demon flashed through Li Zaha's mind, and he immediately recalled someone else, a lonely silhouette. The one who wanted to kill the leader of the demonic cult, a figure cloaked in black. This mysterious figure, about to draw his sword, appeared in his thoughts. He was a martial arts master from the demonic path, but was invited by the Martial Arts Alliance leader to become an elder of the Martial Arts Alliance. Despite his origins, he never killed without reason or did evil deeds. He associated with no one from the demonic path. Yet, the entire demonic cult called him Venerable One. His martial arts were profound, but with no backing from any faction in the demonic path, he was often looked down upon by other powers. He then remembered that sorrowful face. When asked why he wanted to kill the cult's leader, he simply said he wanted to do it to see who was the true demonic one. Standing on a bridge, Li Zaha's thoughts drifted with the wind. I can't believe the solitary sword demon is that guy Mengran's master. Lowering his gaze, he made a silent decision. But whether it's the solitary sword demon or the left emissary of the demonic cult, if I can't recruit them into the Heiwu sect, there's only one other path for them. Death. Li Zaha's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. Resolute. Let it be so. In a house somewhere in the forest, someone was meticulously carving a wooden sword with a knife. The sword demon was quietly focused on the sword when a voice suddenly caught his attention. Master, I have returned. The sword demon turned to see his disciple, completely bare, except for a cloth wrapped around his waist. He spoke up. What happened to you? Mengran replied with a hint of sadness. Well, Master, I can't go around looking like this. Master, do you have any clothes I could borrow? After hearing this, the sword demon turned his head and said, Go get some from inside. Then he went back to carefully carving the wood. Night fell, and the moon rose high, casting an eerie light everywhere. After changing his clothes, Mengran sat down next to the sword demon and asked, Master, didn't you once say that no one in the martial world my age could be my opponent? The sword demon lifted his head, gently running his hand along the sword's edge, and said, I never said such a thing. You made that up yourself. Hearing that, the young man wanted to protest, but before Mengran could explain, the sword demon continued. It seems you faced a true master today. That's not surprising. The martial world is vast, with experts as numerous as the clouds. The boy glanced away and muttered, as if trying to justify himself. But he just looked like some scholar. The sword demon didn't seem to pay him much mind, focusing only on the wooden sword. He lifted it, then lowered it again to continue carving. Mengran spoke again. Even so, when I fought him, I couldn't gauge his true strength. But soon, I'll meet him again. I'll do everything in my power to defeat him this time. Only then did his master reply, But if you use the frost palm in a crowded place like the White Eagle territory, that would be a problem. Hearing this, the young man scowled and replied, Yes, that's what I'm worried about. But without the frost palm, I'm not confident I can beat him. At this, the sword demon grew a little suspicious. Although he wasn't fully focused on Mengran's story, he'd grasped the key point. A man who looks like a scholar possesses such profound martial arts. Could he be a disciple of the three talents? Then, the sword demon instructed Mengran. All right, when you use the frost palm against him, go to a deserted place first. Don't let innocent people die because of it. And if you feel you can't win, then lure him here. Let me meet him. The young man obeyed with a simple, Yes, sir. Suddenly, the sword demon turned to look at Meng Ran with a strange, vacant gaze, his voice turning somber. He asked, "Do you think that man deserves to die? Or, can we recruit him?" Meng Ran's expression darkened as he replied, "I don't know yet." Upon hearing the answer, the sword demon's eyes became even more unsettling. He lowered his voice. "All right." But then, he looked Meng Ran up and down and asked an unexpected question. "Why has there been a rather unpleasant smell coming from you this whole time?" This made the young man immediately droop, helpless because of that foul odor. Meng Ran stammered in a small voice, "Well, I have diarrhea because he secretly put a laxative in my wine." This was so unexpected that the sword demon was silent for several seconds, unable to speak. Seeing his master's expression, the young man became even more furious. The sword demon suddenly ordered, "Go take a bath." Meng Ran knew right away that even his master found him repulsive and sadly complied. After he left, the old man sat alone, gazing at the night sky, a faint smile on his face. The sword demon thought to himself. He didn't want to poison him, so he used a laxative instead? What an interesting kid. I'm quite curious about him. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, Li Zaha was out at a stall, enjoying a bowl of noodles. While he was eating heartily, someone plopped down right in front of him. To his surprise, it was the handsome and bright-faced Meng Ran, striking a pose with his fan. Li Zaha immediately showed a look of disgust and angrily snapped, "Seeing you, you piece of crap, has completely ruined my appetite." Meng Ran smirked provocatively. "You'd better eat up. This could be your last meal." But no matter what antics the young man pulled, Li Zaha paid him no mind. He just kept slurping his noodles, leaving Meng Ran utterly disappointed. Suddenly, the young man spoke up. "I have a question for you." While chewing his noodles, Li Zaha asked, "What?" Remembering the vial of laxative, Meng Ran asked, "If you had poisoned my wine back then, I would have died. Why did you do that instead?" Li Zaha paused for a moment and replied coolly, "I can't tell you the reason right now." Suddenly, Meng Ran laughed, awkwardly, and said, "Or, did I accidentally steal your woman? Is that why you did it? If that's the reason, I can understand." Hearing his clueless remark, the man immediately snapped, "Cut the crap!" Meng Ran's face turned serious, as he said confidently, "I guessed right, didn't I? If not for that reason, why would you hold a grudge against me? Because I've never even met you before." Li Zaha sighed in exasperation. "You idiot. I don't have time to argue with you." "Fine, let's just say you're right." He slammed his chopsticks on the table and said with disgust, "All right, I'm done eating. You and I are going to a deserted place." Hearing this, the young man was startled. "What?" Li Zaha explained in a serious tone. "You practice the ice art, don't you? But it seems you haven't been training it correctly. Let's you and I go somewhere quiet and test our skills." Meng Ran stared at him in silence for a moment, then quickly stood up. "All right, let's go." The two of them started walking towards a small, quiet house in the forest. The young man introduced it. "This is my master's home." Meng Ran held his head high. He lowered his voice. "Believe it or not, my master won't interfere in the affairs of us juniors. If you're scared, we can go somewhere else to compete." Silently looking at the house in front of them, Li Zaha thought, "So the solitary sword demon lives here." He then started walking ahead, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? Let's just go there." Meng Ran watched him, with a confused frown. Inside, the sword demon was sitting on his porch, admiring the sword in his hand. Meng Ran and Li Zaha walked in and stood before him. The young man spoke up, "Master, can we have our duel here?" The sword demon, still focused on his sword, replied, "You may." Li Zaha frowned, flashed through his mind. It was the sword demon. He continued to meticulously carve a sword, not bothering to even glance at the two of them. While working, the sword demon said, "You two can have your match. No matter what happens, I won't interfere. Go ahead." It was only then that he spoke up. "This Meng Lang is no opponent for me. So, may I have a match with you, senior?" "No?" The sword demon's hand suddenly trembled, forcing him to tighten his grip on the carving knife. He looked up and asked, "With me?" Hearing this, Meng Ran became furious. He roared, "You madman!" Ignoring his outburst, Li Zaha and the sword demon stood face to face, staring deeply at each other. The sword demon suddenly spoke, asking, "What school are you from?" "In this world of martial arts, there are very few schools that I am unaware of," he coolly replied. "I cannot say." After hearing this, the sword demon calmly continued, "I am currently injured and still recovering, so I cannot have a match with you. This is supposed to be just a sparring session. Therefore, I cannot recklessly fight you. He placed his hand on the spot next to him, patting it a few times. And, if you don't want to fight Meng Lang, then forget it. Come here, sit down and let's talk. For a while, hearing this, Meng Ran cried out in dissatisfaction. Master, the sword demon slowly explained, this man dared to challenge me, which means he's not to be taken lightly. Later on, we might have to see a lot of each other. Therefore, there's no need to be hasty. Go and make some tea for the two of us, Meng Lang. He then turned to Li Zaha and continued, while we wait for the tea, may we talk for a bit so I can get to know you. Meng Ran was incredibly dissatisfied and about to say something more, but in the end, he could only lower his head and reply curtly, I understand, Master. The two of them finally sat facing each other. The sword demon untied his hair, then raised a hand to his chin with a thoughtful expression. The sword demon spoke up. How surprising, truly. Li Zaha thought to himself smugly, of course it is. There's no way you could guess my true identity. The past is in the past, and as for the present, I have no school. The sword demon warned, you should be mindful of your teacup. My disciple might have put a laxative or something similar in it, you know. Upon hearing that, he immediately asked, Senior, why would you assume that? The old man glanced at him doubtfully. You don't believe me? Li Zaha quickly answered, it's not that, but I'm guessing that when he brings the tea, he won't do something like that right now. A little surprised that his assumption was rejected, the sword demon asked, and why is that? He nonchalantly explained, because he was eavesdropping on the two of us talking. The sword demon was slightly taken aback, but didn't betray any emotion. He simply grunted in acknowledgement. A moment later, Meng Ran brought a tray of hot tea, placing it in front of the two men. He spoke up to clear the air. I didn't put anything in your tea. Feel free to drink it. Master, please have some tea. Meng Ran pointed to the teacup and said with a serious face, you don't need to be on your guard. Li Zaha turned to look at him, scoffed, and then said tauntingly, I'm not as cowardly as you, Meng Lang. While the sword demon calmly sipped his tea, Meng Ran continued to glare at him with irritation. At the same time, Li Zaha couldn't be bothered to care. He simply enjoyed his tea at a leisurely pace. The three of them drank their tea while taking in the surrounding scenery. The gentle sunlight cast down, making everything feel serene. Putting down his teacup, the sword demon began to speak. I won't force you to reveal anything you don't want to, he then proposed. However, if you're willing, the two of us can freely answer each other's questions. Ask me anything you want to know, and I can do the same with you. He also gently set down his teacup. He quickly replied, Deal. Seeing this, the sword demon deferred to Li Zaha. Then you may ask first. Li Zaha didn't hold back and asked immediately, why did you accept that? Meng Lang as your disciple? The man replied in a peculiar tone, it's simple. I want him to become the next heavenly demon. After hearing that answer, he froze completely. In his mind, he exclaimed, the next heavenly demon? Before Li Zaha could even compose himself, the sword demon immediately spoke up. Now, it's my turn to ask you. He began to reason as he questioned him. It seems you belong to neither the righteous nor the unorthodox factions. If you were from the demonic sect, I would already know of you. Therefore, your origins are either from Tibet, or your master is one of the three grandmasters known as the Three Talents. The only other possibility is that you're self-taught, but that's just too hard to believe. As he said that, the look in the sword demon's eyes changed. He continued in a somber tone, but, looking at your reaction, are you implying that you are, in fact, self-taught? Li Zaha also stared back at him with a sharp, cold gaze. For a moment, he thought grimly, he really is the sword demon. We haven't even fought, yet he's already been able to deduce this much about me. The sword demon then asked, so, how was my guess? Li Zaha didn't deny it, replying, you're not wrong. Now it was his turn to ask again. I want to know, Senior, what exactly have you taught that Meng Lang? He's proficient in the frost palm technique, but you, Senior, are a sword cultivator, aren't you? The old man glanced away and began to explain. He had already mastered the frost palm before he met me. I am a sword user, but that doesn't necessarily mean he would be skilled with a sword. The sword demon continued to elaborate. In any case, this kid still has a lot more to learn. As he spoke, he mocked Meng Ran. Going out into the world only to get dosed with a laxative before a fight. With that kind of experience, how can he possibly accomplish anything in the future? Noticing the boy's somewhat embarrassed expression, the sword demon added, I figure since he's already proficient in ice techniques, it's best to just let him continue to study and… Model time to show off my strengths. Zihao couldn't even be bothered to reply. It was the sword demon's turn. What martial art are you most confident in? You look a bit like a scholar, you know. Hearing this question, Zihao was extremely smug. I've learned a great many martial arts. Therefore, I'm very confident in everything I've learned. Depending on the situation, the opponent, and the location, I can use different martial arts or weapons. Hearing this, the sword demon scoffed. So, you know a bit of everything, but you don't have a true specialty. Is that it? When he heard that, all of Zihao's pride instantly crumbled. He looked at the sword demon, confused, thinking to himself, does he mean that knowing many things is the same as knowing nothing at all? The man gestured towards him and said, go on, ask your next question. By now, Li Zihao was starting to get annoyed. He asked in a dark tone, you are of the demonic path. So, what are you doing here? The two of them were in a verbal sparring match. The sword demon was hit with a critical question and fell silent for a moment. His expression began to change again. After composing himself, the sword demon replied calmly, I am waiting to duel with the alliance leader. He is a busy man with many matters to attend to. He can't always come here, so I must wait here. I'm also using this time to recover from my injuries. After answering, the sword demon asked, this is the first time you and I have met, but it seems you knew Meng Lung beforehand. What is your purpose in approaching him? You only gave him a laxative. You had no intention of killing him. Therefore, he must have some value you wish to exploit. Zihao, having been hit right where it hurts, fell into silence. He felt as if countless invisible swords were pointed directly at him. A single drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. Li Ziha thought to himself, the atmosphere is too tense. In this situation, I should just be honest. Beside him, another person was also in a state of tension. No less so, Meng Lang, with sweat pouring down his face, spoke up bluntly, I want the cold ice palm that Meng Lang possesses. Hearing this, the sword demon's eyes widened in surprise. The atmosphere became strangely silent. Li Ziha let out a sigh and asked, let me ask you, why did you accept him as your disciple? He's a lecher. With a personality like that, can he even cultivate his mind to practice martial arts? The sword demon frowned and replied, that's just his nature. I've advised him many times. Whether he can control his lust for women is up to him. But Meng Lang's martial arts talent is very high, which is why I accepted him as my disciple. Immediately, Li Ziha turned to look at Meng Lang, silently confirming the old man's words. That's right. This Meng Lang's skills and talent are quite high. That's how he could become the left envoy of light. He stared at the young man, intently, continuing to speculate. The sword demon saw this in him. As for his lecherousness, that's just his unchangeable nature. Noticing Li Ziha staring at him, Meng Lang became annoyed and glared back. The sword demon began to speak in a cold voice. Then it's my turn to ask you. Why do you want this ice art? Li Ziha replied. So I can defeat the cult leader. Thinking he had misheard, the old man asked again. Li Ziha didn't answer, instead asking a question of his own. So, you want to fight the leader of the martial arts alliance? What is it that you want? The sword demon crossed his arms and explained. When you're a martial arts master, you always want to test your strength. I have fought in more than 10 battles and have never been defeated. Therefore, I am always searching for truly skilled martial arts masters. Li Ziha listened in silence. The old man closed his eyes and continued nonchalantly. Those I have defeated were by no means weak, but now, the only masters I know of with real skill are the cult leader and the leader of the martial arts alliance. Only they are worthy of fighting me. Then, the sword demon opened his eyes, gave him an eerie look, and added, simply put, that is all I desire. Li Ziha remained silent, thinking to himself, and cursed inwardly. How arrogant. He pictured an eerie figure appearing and disappearing amidst a cloud of smoke. He thought, this is a master swordsman on a path to prove his own strength, always seeking to advance his power, never retreating or stopping. The sword demon then voiced his own thoughts. In my opinion, your desire for the ice art isn't simply to kill the cult leader. You have other intentions, don't you? When asked, Li Ziha replied, does that matter? What's important is that I want to face the cult leader and defeat him. This has been my long-held wish. After hearing Li Ziha's answer, the sword demon fell into deep thought. He raised a hand to his chin, pondering something. After a moment, the sword demon lowered his hand and asked, so that is your reason? Go on. Ask your next question. Li Ziha glanced down at the wooden sword and thought, that wooden sword. It reminds me of the user's realm. It seems he's at the realm of the ultimate Yang sword. With that in mind, Li Ziha seized the opportunity to ask, using a wooden sword, does that mean you've reached an absolutely high realm of mastery? The sword demon glanced over, not denying it. You are quite perceptive. My skill has not yet reached the state of sword-heart unity, where all things are swords, but this wooden sword is the weapon I am currently most satisfied with using. He added, as for my realm, to be honest, although the wooden sword is my chosen weapon right now, I have yet to fully unleash its essence. Are you satisfied now? After answering, the sword demon turned to Li Ziha and continued his questioning. As for you wanting to learn the ice art, that will be rather difficult. There's no reason for Meng Lang to pass the ice art on to you. Have you considered that you might have to give up on it? At this, he just coldly replied, of course, I have my own ways. You need not worry about that, senior. The sword demon gave a mysterious smile and spoke, ending the conversation. All right then. Our questions end here. I've already figured out your martial origins. Hearing this, Li Ziha gave a slight smirk and asked, oh? And what did you deduce my origins to be? The sword demon began his analysis. Your martial arts are a bit of a mix, possibly influenced by several different people. However, it seems you don't have a master. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Li Ziha froze, as if his pressure points had been struck. He had been completely seen through. The sword demon glanced at him, both asking and confirming. You seem to be walking the path of a grandmaster, one who founds their own sect. He elaborated. And in my opinion, whether you obtain the ice art or not is not important. It's a skill that can only help you to a certain extent. Without the ice art, you can learn about other ultimate yin techniques. Those ultimate yin techniques will help you advance to the next level of your martial cultivation. Li Ziha was lost in thought for a long time, as if he were standing in the middle of an endless void, while the sword demon explained, that is the path taken by martial arts prodigies and great grandmasters. They create new forms of martial arts, or achieve something great. Since you have no sect, I can conclude that you are self-taught. Returning to the present, the old man was still laying out his deductions. Finally, he reached his conclusion. I surmise you are studying and learning as many different types of martial arts as you can. At a certain point, when you have understood them all, you will be able to create a new martial art that has never been seen before. Not a single word he said was wrong, leaving Li Ziha to stare silently at the sword demon. He felt helpless, thinking, he truly is a genuine master. Since my regression, I've met many experts, but this time is different. I don't know how to refute his logic. This is the first time I've been in such a bizarre situation. Seeing Li Ziha lost in thought, the sword demon asked, am I wrong? He didn't deny it, immediately replying, you are not. Seeing this, the old man nodded in praise. For you to have such ability and determination, I am truly impressed. After that, the sword demon spoke on behalf of his disciple. On that note, if Meng Lang has offended you in any way, please forgive him. After all, he is still young, and cannot yet think as maturely as you and I. He admitted with a sad tone, it is also partly my fault for not managing him. Well, if you forgive him, then in the course of your martial arts research, if there is anything you don't understand that I can help you with, you can come find me. I will help you with all my heart. The sword demon turned his face away, speaking with some doubt. But what's strange is that both you and Meng Lang want to take the cult leader's life. I wonder if this is a coincidence. Or perhaps. Speaking of which, why don't we test both of your skills today and see? Hearing this, Li Ziha was startled. He looked over at Meng Lang and exclaimed inwardly, that guy also intends to fight the cult leader? His gaze turned ice cold as he thought of this man's name. Li Ziha remembered the Meng Lang from his previous life with disgust. In my past life, he didn't want to seize the heavenly pearl to offer it to the cult leader. He was chasing me with the intent of taking it for himself. The heavenly orb serves to increase his power. The Meng Ran of now was staring at him, confused. Wuxia looked back at him and thought, what a lewd demon. He's still a demon after all. His intentions are far from simple. I was wrong about his goal. He wants the heavenly orb for himself. He never intended to offer it to the cult leader. The more Wuxia thought about it, the more he despised him. Come to think of it, I took down thousands of demonic cult followers right in front of him. Yet this Meng Ran guy just stood there and watched as if nothing was happening. Seeing the silent atmosphere, the sword demon turned to Meng Ran and said, as for being embarrassed about drinking the laxative, just let it go. Consider yourself lucky it was just a laxative and not poison. He added helplessly, if you two had fought to the death yesterday, you might have been the one to die. After this, you should reflect on yourself. That lustful nature of yours, you should get rid of it. Meng Ran obediently bowed his head and replied, "Yes, master. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance." The sword demon asked, "And what about the women?" He stammered, I will also try my best." Suddenly, the master grabbed the wooden sword and struck Meng Ran hard, sending him flying. Seeing this, Li Zixia jaw dropped. Meng Ran spun around like a top before slowly struggling back to his feet. After witnessing the scene, Zixia thought, his movement technique is quite impressive. Truly. Worthy of the title of a martial arts genius. But seeing the sword demon's troubled and helpless expression made Li Zixia feel even more disdain. It seems even the sword demon was at his wit's end trying to teach this lecherous demon. His face was completely blank. This must be a common occurrence. A moment later, Zixia spoke up. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." He recalled seeing Meng Ran, who had just been hit, now cowering in a corner, clutching his head in pain. Looking at the sword demon, Li Zixia couldn't help but feel respect. A sword demon, walking the path of the solitary sword, always striving to achieve what no one else has. Zixia silently affirmed, "A lecherous demon will always be a lecherous demon. His nature can't be changed." Meanwhile, Meng Ran was still rolling on the ground, clutching his face from the earlier blow. Zixia also reflected on himself, "I am just like a demon myself." Looking at the three of them, each with their own worldly thoughts, he realized they should all live true to their own natures to create something unique. After a moment, Li Zixia spoke up again. "Senior, you said I could ask if I didn't understand something about martial arts. Therefore, I'd like to take the liberty of asking you a question." The sword demon accepted. He began his question. "I know of a martial art whose realm is called the Thunder Sword form. Do you have any insights into that type of martial art? I hope Senior can enlighten me." Hearing this, the old man frowned and asked back, "What does that book say about the Thunder Sword form? Can you be more specific?" Zixia began to explain. Basically, it can freely transform the Thunder Sword's style into sharp sword chi. The sword demon replied, "Is that so?" Zixia simply confirmed, "That's right." The old man stroked his chin, lost in thought. "That is indeed a curious question." The sword demon then asked, "The Thunder Sword form is a realm of swordsmanship. So, what are the realms that come before and after it?" Hearing the question, Zixia replied, "The realms recorded in that book are as follows: 1,000 sword form, mass sword form, 10,000 sword form, heavenly sword, and then the Thunder Sword form." The sword demon seemed a bit confused and asked, "Is that all?" Zixia calmly continued, "There's more. There is the one sword form, infinite sword chi, and the sword art." The old man stroked his chin, starting to piece everything together in order. "Those sword forms seem to be related to some extent, the sword techniques you speak of. Even though I specialize in the sword, I find them quite complex." The sword demon explained further. "The infinite sword art is perhaps the most majestic and powerful sword move a human can achieve, but I don't know of any sword cultivator in the martial world who has reached such a level." After his analysis, he asked, "The one who wrote that book and distinguished between those sword forms must have been a grandmaster of swordsmanship from a previous generation, right?" Zixia immediately replied, "That's right." The curious Meng Ran quietly crept over to listen in. The sword demon then said, "In that case, I will tell you what I know." Hearing this, Li Zixia broke into a smile. The old man cautioned him, "This is just my opinion. Take it for reference, but don't get your hopes up too high." And so, the sword demon began his explanation. It's unknown what he said, but both Meng Ran and Zixia listened with intense focus. After a while, the sword demon finally concluded, "That is all I know. You don't need to wonder about the Thunder Sword form anymore." He explained that the senior who wrote this book not only possessed supreme swordsmanship, but his inner strength had also reached the absolute pinnacle. The sun began to disappear behind the mountains, and it seemed the conversation between the three of them was coming to an end. Li Zixia and the sword demon were both lost in their own thoughts. After a long moment, the old man spoke up. "You don't need to know my title in the martial world. I haven't used it in a long time." Zixia smiled lightly and introduced himself. "I am the sect master of the Xiaowu sect, Li Zixia." The sword demon was a bit surprised. He then asked, "The Xiaowu sect? Is that a sect you founded?" Zixia replied with a proud voice, "That's right." After getting confirmation from Zixia, he turned to instruct Meng Ran. "Meng Lang, from now on, you are absolutely forbidden from causing trouble for the people of the Xiaowu sect. Do you understand? You are not to touch their forces or their territory. You've witnessed the strength of the Xiaowu sect's master here today. And as for those women, you'd better start giving up on them." Meng Ran lowered his head sadly and obeyed. "Yes, I understand, Master." The sword demon slapped his thigh. He sat up straight, only bowing his head slightly as he said wearily, "Today has been quite a tiring day for me. I understand everything the sect master has said." The sword demon looked up and continued, "I will think more carefully about what you, Junior, have said. So, could you two please give me some time to rest?" Wuxia nodded gently, then stood up to leave. He had only taken a few steps when the sword demon's voice called out, "Junior Wuxia." He instinctively turned his head to look back. The old man asked, "We will meet again, won't we?" Without hesitation, Wuxia smiled and promised, "Of course, senior. Rest assured, we will definitely meet again. You and I still have much to discuss." Hearing this promise, the sword demon broke into a rare smile. He also stood up and began to lecture Meng. "You must have learned a lot today. Behave yourself from now on. The martial world is full of hidden masters, so be careful how you act in the future." The sword demon lowered his eyes and continued to advise, "And drink less. If your mind isn't clear, you'll end up doing things with consequences you can't possibly foresee. Understand?" Meng, looking somewhat remorseful, bowed his head in obedience. After the lecture, both of them walked out of the sword demon's gate together. Both Meng and Wuxia shot daggers at each other. They were like cats and dogs, constantly at odds. Meng said resentfully, "You got lucky today. Coming here, you not only model. There's nothing I can do. My master taught me many things." Li Zihao replied coldly, his face devoid of emotion. "You bastard. You're the one who's lucky today." Meng was furious, but could do nothing. Suddenly, the sword demon's voice echoed from inside the house. "Meng Lang, where have you gone again? Get back here. I have something to tell you." Like a flash, the boy rushed inside, yelling back, "I'm coming right now." Zihao watched Meng retreating back helplessly, then turned and walked away alone. He strode down a street with no lights, with only the faint moonlight to guide his way. Zihao felt a little frustrated, thinking, "It seems I can't learn the ice art just yet, but I can still learn more about swordsmanship." Suddenly, memories of his past life resurfaced. Li Zihao thought to himself, "But in this life or the last, I've never used a sword as my weapon. I tend to use palm techniques because they're so free and versatile. They allow me to unleash my full potential." Remembering the image of himself once holding a staff, he thought again, "If I had to choose one weapon I'm most confident with, it would probably be the staff that my master, the nameless mad monk, left for me. With it, I'd be confident facing masters who use other types of weapons without being at a disadvantage." Thinking of that staff again. "But I haven't really used it much. To me, it's just a heavy iron rod." Remembering the sight of the sword demon, calmly answering his questions with his eyes closed, Zihao felt a sense of admiration. Based on my conversation with the sword demon, he seems to be at a much higher level of power and cultivation than I am. As he walked, he calculated, "But that's fine. Since my regression, I haven't even trained seriously. Once I focus on my training, my level can increase much more rapidly. Then, my current strength combined with my past life's experience will allow me to face any master in the martial world." Walking alone in the night, lost in thought, he concluded, "Therefore, I don't need to worry about it. I have my own path. I don't need to pay attention to others." The sword demon and I are two people with completely different ways of thinking and goals. When the moon reached its peak, Zihao once again found himself at a tavern, drinking alone. Meng appeared out of nowhere and sat down in front of him. He quickly grabbed the wine cup on the table and downed it in one gulp. Before Meng could finish, Zihao's flat voice rang out, making the boy want to spit everything back out. "You're pretty confident, aren't you? What if I'd put another laxative in the wine? You'd be done for." Upon hearing this, Meng started coughing violently, his whole face turning bright red. Zihao looked at him with disgust, thinking, "What an idiot. No matter how much of a martial arts genius you are, if you lack experience in the martial world, you could lose your life at any moment." After his coughing fit, Meng immediately turned, put down the cup, and looked at him. He began to ask in a serious tone, "How did you know I used the ice art?" Zihao replied coldly, "Simple. I've been observing you for a while." Meng said softly, "Is that so?" Zihao began to tell him about his subordinates of various ranks. "I have many subordinates under my command. They are spread throughout the martial world in various positions and professions. One of my subordinates became the successor to a merchant guild and told me many things about the legend of the Jade Flower. And I've had all the major and minor factions of the righteous path thoroughly investigated. I am currently looking for someone to inherit and expand upon the prosperity of the Jade Flower." Meng frowned and voiced his confusion. "Are you saying you knew I had the ice art when I broke your brother's arm? But I don't remember using the ice art then. How did you know I had it?" Li Zihao raised his chin provocatively. Guess, the boy asked, confused. Then, Zihao began to explain. You fought my brother at the White Eagle estate. Zihao recounted nonchalantly. I didn't know anything else, just that you fought my brother there. So, I went there to find you. I investigated and found out you're a womanizer, but quite skilled in martial arts. So, I looked into you carefully. As for the ice art, I only discovered you knew it when I fought you myself. Having one question answered, Mengran immediately posed another. Then why was your brother following and investigating me? Zihao began to explain again. He investigates everyone with a high level of martial arts. Through that, I also learned that you're just an illegitimate son of the clan you're currently with. Hearing Li Zihao mention his weakness, the boy became enraged and growled. So what if I'm an illegitimate son? I learned my skills on my own. Even if I am, who in this White Eagle estate is worthy of being my opponent? He gently lifted his wine cup and replied in a low voice, I don't care about your martial arts. An illegitimate son is still an illegitimate son. You shouldn't get angry over something like that. The more Mengran listened, the angrier he got. He gritted his teeth and asked, Are you using my birth to humiliate me? Zihao replied coldly, That's not something you get to. Choose. Why are you getting so angry about it? Mengran's eyes flew open. Seeing this, Zihao sneered. What an idiot. Mengran suppressed his anger, lowered his voice, and said, Let's just drop it. Talking about it won't change anything. Then, he called out, Waiter, more wine. Mengran turned again. He looked at Ziha and continued to wonder, Why are you confronting the leader of the demonic cult? How could you possibly be involved with him or hold a grudge against him? Ziha coldly replied, That's my business. Mengran frowned, silently watching Ziha. Suddenly, a young lady walked past, immediately catching his eye. Seeing Ran staring so intently at the girl, Ziha remarked, That womanizing habit of yours never changes, does it? You must have some history there, huh? Ran turned back and smirked. Of course, I do. Hearing that, Ziha pressed on. So what's the reason? He annoyedly shot back, just as Ziha had. I can't tell you either, you bastard. After saying that, they both burst into laughter, as it seemed they had begun to understand each other. As soon as Tsuha finished laughing, his expression changed, and he swung his hand forward. Ran, who was raising a cup of wine to his lips, saw this, and his eyes widened. He thrust his palm forward, unleashing a strike. The boy quickly raised his hand, to block with a palm strike of his own. The two once again exchanged meaningful glances. In the midst of such a quiet space, Li Tsuha and Ran didn't hesitate to act, striking straight at each other. They shared a profound look without anyone speaking a word. Tsuha spoke first. Senior Sword Demon didn't want us to fight, but in the end, you and I can't avoid it. Be careful this time. Ran cracked a smile and replied, Right, we have to determine a winner and a loser, you bastard. Countless people flocked to watch the match between the two, turning the once quiet street into a bustling scene. Two beautiful women in the crowd blushed and exclaimed, Heavens, it's Brother Meng Lang. Tsuha smiled and said wryly, You seem to be quite famous around here. Ran retorted without hesitation, Look who's talking. Today, this shameful reputation will echo throughout the world of orthodox martial artists. Ziha lunged forward, and Phoenix attacked both of them, one with a palm strike, one with a fist. Their fists collided. Suddenly, Meng Nian realized something, and sweat started pouring down his face. He spoke up, Let's call it a draw. Ziha coldly retorted, A draw? Watch out. He suddenly exerted more force. The power was so immense that it sent Meng Nian tumbling several times before flying into the distance. Dust and smoke billowed up around him as he lay sprawled, out on the ground. The crowd of onlookers was so shocked they were frozen in place. Ziha let out a breath and dusted off his hands. Meng Nian pushed himself up into a sitting position, his head bowed. He glanced back and saw the two young women who had called out to him earlier, now looking extremely worried. Ziha, while pouring wine, glanced over and silently assessed the situation. He's pretty good at winning over these young ladies. Even though he lost so miserably, those girls are still worried about him and not mocking him at all. Suddenly, Meng Nian let out a hearty laugh. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and walked back to his seat. Meng Nian jutted out his chin and said, I lost today. Want to go again tomorrow? Ziha replied in a bored tone, If you lost, then save it for another day. Meng Nian sat down, poured a cup of wine, and offered an excuse. In a life-or-death battle, I'd be different. We'll have plenty of chances to fight in the future. As he brought the cup to his lips, he admitted, But when it comes to internal energy, it seems I've lost to you. Ziha looked annoyed by his demeanor, and didn't even bother to reply. Meng Nian drained his cup in one gulp. Lowering the cup, he said in a sad voice, I used to have a servant named Ping Ju. He was very close to me. Ziha listened quietly to Meng Nian's confession. He was older than me and took great care of me, always preparing my food and wine. He handled all of my affairs. He was truly loyal and meticulous in everything he did. His eyes grew sadder. He had been with me since I was very little. Recalling the tragic scene he had once witnessed, Meng Nian said softly, but I never thought that one day I would find him hanging in his room, having taken his own life. Afterward, I tried to find out why he would do such a thing. He continued his story, and I discovered that he had fallen in love with a woman named Lin Ni. Meng Nian's eyes now held a hint of resentment. He said, I found her and questioned her about it. Do you know what she said to me? Meng Nian's brows knitted together tightly. He spoke in an angry tone. She said she rejected his confession and told him he was nothing like the Mong Lang of her dreams. So what right did he have to love her? After telling the story, he tried to justify his friend's actions. It's true, he killed himself for love. I can't believe he was so foolish, to throw away his life just for that. Was it worth it? Ziha poured more wine and asked, and then what? Meng Nian gave a forced smile and continued. From then on, I became very curious about women. I wanted to understand their way of thinking, and how Ping Jiu could kill himself just because a woman rejected his feelings. Meng Nian thought about the men in the world as he recounted. After looking into it, I found that most women are just like her. They have to be handsome, rich, with a good family background. Otherwise, they won't follow you. His voice became bitter again. From the beginning, they never even saw him as a person. Because he was just a servant, they looked down on him. Ziha remained silent, listening to the story. Raising his cup, Meng Nian continued sharing his thoughts. And that's just the basics. The more I learned, the more horrified I became. Many women with high standards weren't even interested in me, because I'm just the son of a concubine in my clan. Meng Nian's eyes revealed a deep sadness, and his voice rumbled low. Among those noble women, I'm no different from Ping Ju. At this point, Ziha finally spoke up. So that's why you go from one woman to another, just to play with them? Meng Nian neither denied nor agreed, replying, not exactly. He affirmed his true intention. I just want to avenge Ping Ju. That's all. Ziha coldly scolded him. What a lunatic. Moreover, I think you're a bit sick. Looking at the bigger picture, your womanizing makes you no different from your father. Hearing this, Meng Nian became aggressive, slamming his cup on the table and shouting, what? Ziha coolly explained. Your father got involved with your mother because he wanted her ice art. He didn't even have any feelings for your mother. Ziha continued to explain. The ice art is the secret, ultimate martial art of your mother's clan. That's why your mother only passed it down to you. He lowered his voice. Therefore, your father must dislike you. In the Mong clan, you must have been treated quite harshly, haven't you? Hearing this, Meng Nian looked a little hurt. Ziha raised his wine cup and delivered his criticism. But just because one servant killed himself, you go around harming other women? Then you should take a good look at yourself. Are you any different from your father, you bastard? At this point, Meng Nian could no longer control his anger. He raised his hand, preparing to punch Ziha, but he was faster. In a flash, Ziha slapped Meng Nian hard across the face, stunning him. Ziha grabbed him by the throat, took a deep breath, and growled, I'm willing to bet Sword Demon Senior took you as a disciple only because he pitied you. Now, get lost. Then, Ziha shoved Meng Nian away forcefully, threatening, if you attack me again, that idea I had earlier about turning you into a eunuch, I'll do it today, he continued coldly. When it comes to women, I have always respected and cherished them. I don't even have a soulmate yet, so don't you dare talk about harming women in front of me. Hearing this, Meng Nian's eyes widened in shock. So you, he put on a sad face for Ziha. You really are pitiful. Ziha, hearing this, got a little embarrassed and corrected him. You're wrong. What I mean is, your attitude towards women pisses me off, you bastard. Hearing that, Meng Nian suddenly burst out laughing. It was an incredibly hearty laugh. Ziha calmly sipped his wine. He said softly, I am a man obsessed, a man who still has much to do. Women, to me, are nothing but a fleeting vanity. Meng Nian laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Ziha paid him no mind and asked, you find this amusing? Then he reflected. Although I sometimes see myself as quite a scoundrel, like this bastard Mong Lang, deep down in my heart, I've always known I'm different from him. I really am. Seeing Meng Nian still laughing hysterically, he got a little annoyed and snapped. Stop laughing, you bastard. In the silent night, Mong Nian's loud laughter continued unabated. Ziha's thoughtful gaze drifted towards the wine jug. He shot up from his seat and called out, "Bring the silver." Mong Nian frowned and said, "You're paying? Where are you going? To find a soulmate?" Ziha looked at him pensively, but said nothing. Mong Nian tried to persuade him again. "Why don't you just stay here in White Eagle territory with me? There's no shortage of beautiful young ladies here." He smirked and continued, "I don't know what it's like where you're from, but here, there's no lack of women. I can introduce you to some." The waiter's eyes lit up as he also offered his blessing. "Sir, I hope you find the lady of your dreams." Mong Nian, hearing the waiter's naive words, burst out laughing again. Ziha let out a helpless sigh. He turned to leave but didn't forget to call back over his shoulder, "We'll meet again soon. Anyway, if I run into any trouble with my training, I'll go find your master. I don't know when I'll see that person again." "Never mind." Meng Ran then asked, "So, if I want to find you, where should I go?" Tsuha coldly replied, "To the Black Cat Gang." The boy heard this and was confused. "But didn't you say you're the master of the Shawu sect?" Tsuha glanced at him and explained simply, "The entire Black Cat Gang belongs to me. I killed all the underworld thugs there. Therefore, I am also the leader of the Black Cat Gang." After hearing this, Meng Ran understood the situation. "I see." Seeing Tsuha about to leave, Meng Ran raised his voice and called after him, "You'd better stay alive so we can meet again, and go find a lady." "Who's right for you?" he secretly sneered. How could that lecher possibly understand the carefree freedom of a single man? Thinking back on the beauties from his past life, suddenly, he made me remember the number one beauty of the righteous path, the number one beauty of the Central Plains. Their titles were given by the martial world, named after the places they lived. Tsuha let out a sigh. "Come to think of it, I used to have feelings for them. But in this life, those things are no more." All by himself, free and unrestrained, he decided, "From now on, I just need to walk this path alone." He didn't know what morning it was now. The sun had begun to rise high, its rays shining down on everything. Tsuha didn't know how long he had been sitting under the cherry blossom tree, letting the petals fall all over him. Chief Steward Bai approached from somewhere and announced, "Gang leader, a man calling himself the Guild Master of the Southern Alliance Guild is here to see you." Tsuha slowly opened his eyes. Chief Steward Bai bowed respectfully and continued, "He is currently waiting for you in the outer courtyard. He has quite a few subordinates with him. I only allowed him to enter alone to meet you, gang leader." Tsuha slowly stood up and walked gracefully. He headed towards the main hall. Tsuha quietly stepped inside. The person waiting for him quickly spoke up. "Greetings, Sect Master." Tsuha asked, "You've arrived?" He walked forward and sat down in his chair. The Southern Guildmaster praised him. "Your subordinates look very capable and well-trained." Tsuha replied coldly, "I've told you before. In the martial world, if you know you're weak and still don't try hard, you'll end up as a corpse soon enough." Then he turned and asked the man, "What business brings you all the way here?" The Southern Guildmaster didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. "The Southern Sky Alliance and the Sword Worship Guild have clashed." He described the battle in detail. It seemed quite large and fierce. The guild masters from both sides have appeared and fought. Both sides suffered significant losses in manpower from this encounter. Tsuha's face remained expressionless. "Is that so?" The Southern Guild Master recounted, "The master of the Southern Sky Alliance has gone mad. He wants revenge. All the underworld factions under his jurisdiction have been summoned. He has demanded that I go there for a conference." His tone suddenly changed. "If I dare to refuse that request, there is only one outcome: annihilation." Tsuha lowered his eyes and asked, "So they've come to you already, have they?" The Southern Guildmaster didn't deny it, and added, "Yes, but the problem is, a day later, the Sword Worship Guild also contacted me with a similar request and threat. Basically, the underworld factions of both nearby powers are forced to choose one of the two guilds, or die." Seeing this, he slowly asked, "So, what are your thoughts?" The Southern Guildmaster stated his intention. "Currently, I'm planning to refuse both of them." He replied again in a completely unfazed tone. "Is that so?" Tsuha glanced to the side and asked, "Both sides are underworld factions. So, which one is more vicious?" The Southern Guildmaster immediately thought of the leader of the Sword Worship Guild and replied, "The Sword Worship Guild. They forcibly annex merchant groups. That's their business. As a result, they have a lot of money. The merchant groups, even if they don't want to, can't do anything about it." Then, thinking of the Southern Sky Alliance, he continued, "The Southern Sky Alliance is no better. They've called upon and forced all nearby underworld forces to merge with their guild. The guild leader, Hang, is a powerful man. He took control of the Southern Sky Alliance and built its reputation when he was still very young. He is the one who built the Southern Sky Alliance's reputation to the great influence it has today. At the same time, he is also the one who instigated the conflict with the Sword Worship Guild by blocking the business of the merchant groups belonging to the Sword Worship Guild. After hearing this, Tsuha stroked his chin and surmised, "It sounds like the Southern Sky Alliance is better?" Then, thinking of that man's face and sinister smile, the Southern Guildmaster continued, "Perhaps, but with Hang's temperament, if you go there and introduce yourself as the gang leader of the Xiaowu sect, he will force you to kneel and submit to them as well. It would be the same for us. Therefore, I don't want to join either force." Hearing this, Tsuha scoffed. "He's no different from me, is he? A forest can't have two kings." The man chuckled slightly, assessing him. "Your temperament and actions seem quite similar to Hang's." The Southern Guildmaster mused to himself. "However, you seem to have a bit more reason than him." Tsuha's face remained unchanged, revealing no emotion. Suddenly, Su Jiping burst through the door. He announced, "Gang leader, the Sword Worship Guild has sent someone to see you." Tsuha asked, annoyed. "The Sword Worship Guild?" The Southern Guildmaster also spoke with annoyance. "They've already tracked us all the way here," Tsuha immediately ordered. "Let him in." The man shook his head and sighed, then said helplessly, "Right. I didn't think they'd get here so fast." The door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. A man from the Sword Worship Guild stepped in. He glanced around. Tsuha lowered his eyes, looking him over. The man also glanced towards the Southern Guildmaster, who didn't hesitate to return his gaze with a less than friendly look. The subordinate from the Sword Worship Guild began to speak in a loud voice. "Which one of you is the Black Cat Gang leader?" Tsuha answered faintly, "That would be me." The man, thinking the Southern Guildmaster was a subordinate, ordered, "Tell your underlings to get lost." Hearing this, the man became angry. Tsuha mediated, "No need. These people are not my subordinates. If you have something to say, just say it." The man answered curtly, then quickly got to the point. "Fine. I am from the Sword Worship Guild, here to propose." The man cut him off impatiently. "All right, I don't need to know who you are. If you have something to say it quickly." The man, hearing Li Zaha's tone, he frowned and angrily shot back a threat. "So you think you can disrespect me and the Twin Sword Society? Remember, the Twin Sword Society is a major power, one that you can't afford to offend." Hearing this, both the Southern Guildmaster and Li Zaha let out a derisive laugh. Li Zaha spoke up. "Oh, is that so? I see." Feeling humiliated, the man's face darkened, and he started posturing. "Every warrior of the Black Cat Gang will receive 1 silver tael a day. If the gang leader comes in person, he'll receive 10 silver taels." He continued to ramble on. "Even if you go there and don't have to fight, you'll still be paid for the day," he threatened in a low voice. "If a great Rakshasa shows up in person, they'll receive 50 silver taels. But if you refuse to contribute troops, you will face the punishment of the Twin Sword Society." The Southern Guildmaster turned to look at Li Zaha and said, "And what about my side?" The man said, "Each of your subordinates will receive 5 silver taels." The Southern Guildmaster smiled cheerfully at this. "It seems my subordinates are considered more valuable than yours," Li Zaha said gloomily. "I can't believe we're being looked down on like this," he added, annoyed. "This is just humiliating. What should I do to regain our honor?" Li Zaha let out a long sigh. In a somber tone, he said, "It seems you haven't heard that the great Rakshasa is already dead, have you?" The subordinate from the Twin Sword Society frowned in doubt. "What? The great Rakshasa is dead?" The Southern Guildmaster clicked his tongue in contempt. "How can your faction not know about something so important?" Li Zaha asked him, "Southern Guildmaster, what are your thoughts?" He immediately shared his opinion. "I've already told you, both of these gangs are a bunch of bastards. That's why I'm not siding with either of them." Instead, the Southern Guildmaster proposed an idea. "In my opinion, the 2 guildmasters of the Twin Sword Society and the Southern Sky Alliance should have a one-on-one duel to decide the winner. That way, the subordinates on both sides won't have to shed any blood. I don't know why they don't just do that instead of dragging other factions in to be cannon fodder." Li Zaha agreed. "You're right, Southern Guildmaster. As the head of a guild, you should be the one to face all the challenges." The subordinate from the Twin Sword Society heard this, clicked his tongue, and asked smugly, "Is that your answer? I understand." He immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to toss out a threat. After the battle between the two sides is over, we'll meet again, Li Zaha coldly called out. Pavilion Master Su Jiping. Su Jiping quickly pushed open the door and entered, shouting, "You summoned me, sir?" Li Zaha began to explain. "That man is from the Twin Sword Society. We'll be facing them soon." He gave an order. "He and I will spar on the training grounds. So, gather all the subordinates and bring them there." Li Zaha's voice was stern. "I need to personally test the strength of the Twin Sword Society for myself." The Twin Sword Society subordinate immediately shouted in anger. "What did you say?" Li Zaha turned to the Southern Guild Master. "Southern Guild Master, you come with me too. It'll be a good chance to see what our forces are capable of. From what you've said, I know both of those gangs are despicable. Now let me see how strong they really are, that they think they can just summon other gangs to follow them." He chuckled lightly and agreed. "All right." Li Zaha suddenly shot to his feet and ordered, "All right, you bastard. Let's get ready to have a little match." The man gritted his teeth and asked menacingly, "Can you handle the consequences of this?" Li Zaha didn't answer, but simply stomped his foot on the ground and, quick as a flash, rushed forward and punched him straight in the face, sending him tumbling across the ground. Li Zaha glanced down at him and cursed, "Are you deaf? I'm not in a good mood right now. You people came here spouting this and that, trying to order people around, so I'm going to teach you a lesson." With that, he and the Southern Guildmaster started to walk away. "Well, get up and follow me. If you don't want to die here, do as I say." Now, Su Jiping stood there, stunned. After a moment of assessment, he called out, "Gang leader, he seems pretty weak." Hearing this, Li Zaha turned his head back and said, "You might be right." Jiping nodded. "Yes, sir." Then he gave another order. "In that case, call Sha Tai here." At the training grounds, countless people stood watching. Sha Tai cracked his knuckles. The subordinate from the Twin Sword Society began to tremble and asked, "How can you treat a messenger like this?" Li Zaha retorted, "Did I do something wrong?" Not to be outdone, the man shot back, "I'm just here on the gang leader's orders to deliver a message. Did I do anything wrong?" Li Zaha nodded. "I know. That's why I just want my subordinate to spar with you." Hearing this, the man immediately brandished his sword and ordered, "Come on." Then, Chang Tai also drew his sword and took a defensive stance. The man warned, "Be careful." Seeing this, Chang Tai got annoyed and shouted, "Less talk. When you fight for your life. No time for chatter." Li Zaha nodded a few times, satisfied. "Well said, Chang Tai." Chang Tai was extremely tense, sweat dripping down his face. The Southern Guildmaster turned to ask, "How strong is that subordinate of yours?" Li Zaha turned and replied nonchalantly, "Overall, he's pretty weak." Hearing this, the man replied, "I see." Sha Tai was now furious, cursing the man inwardly. He immediately rushed forward. As Cheng Tai got in front of him, the man swung his sword, but Cheng Tai had already dodged it. He then launched a counterattack. The man frowned, sweating profusely. The Southern Guildmaster turned and complimented him. "Hey, he's not bad." Li Zaha didn't reply, just silently observed as the two went back and forth, one attacking, the other dodging. Sha Tai swung his sword forward with great force. The subordinate from the Twin Sword Society also quickly swung his sword. The two of them rushed at each other. The subordinate swung his sword fiercely at Cheng Tai. Luckily, he managed to jump back in time and successfully dodged it. The subordinate looked completely surprised. Suddenly, a sword slashed his shoulder. At the same time, blood spurted from his ear. He stumbled back a few steps in shock. Cheng Tai held the blade of his sword to the man's neck, panting heavily. Then, he looked up and asked Li Zaha, "Should I kill him now?" Li Zaha answered curtly, "That's enough." Having received his orders, Sha Tai pulled his sword back, rested it on his shoulder, and scoffed, "Is this all the Twin Sword Society amounts to?" Over on the side, Li Zaha saw that he was underestimating his opponent, and immediately lectured him, "No, that guy is just a small fry. Don't look down on them. Don't get arrogant just because you beat him." However, Cheng Tai didn't seem to pay any attention and remained incredibly proud, to everyone's exasperation. He let out a long sigh and said, "Everyone, have you seen the strength of the Twin Sword Society? He's pretty mediocre." After that, Li Zaha loudly gave his order to the man. "You in the Twin Sword Society looked down on our Black Cat gang, and now you'll face the consequences. I know your strength now. Therefore, I refuse the summons. Now you can go back and report what I've said. If you want to fight us, you'd better think twice, or you'll regret it." The subordinate from the Twin Sword Society kowtowed, repeatedly, thanking Li Zaha. "Thank you, sir, for sparing my life." Then he clutched his injured ear and ran away. Chang Tai looked at his own hands, wondering, was he really injured? I didn't think my skill had improved that much. The entire group gave him looks of disgust and exasperation. A while later, everyone was gathered in the main hall. Chang Tai spoke up first. His ear was bleeding. Did I hit him too hard? Li Ziha was at a complete loss and didn't know how to answer. When the Southern Guild Master, he quickly explained, No, the clan master already smacked him a few times earlier. I guess he hit him so hard his eardrums burst. Hearing this, Chang Tai looked disappointed. With a troubled mind, he murmured, Is that so? Li Ziha then announced in a serious tone, The Sword-Bearer Society and the Southern Sky Alliance are facing off. They've sent someone over here to recruit us for the battle. If we join, each member will receive 3 silver taels. Everyone gasped. 3 silver taels? One man said, annoyed, so that's the price the Sword-Bearer Society has put on our lives. After hearing this, everyone in the main hall was furious. Su Jiping guessed resentfully. They must have gotten that money by threatening the merchant guilds, and now they're using it to hire soldiers. What a bunch of bastards. Seeing his outrage, Ziha warned him. Of course they're bastards, but we're not much better than them. So, watch what you say, Jiping. He immediately bowed his head in obedience. I understand. Then, Ziha added, trying to console him. But, of course, we are completely different from them. They're just worthless scum that nobody wants to associate with. Paying them any mind, treating them like stinking garbage in a landfill. While we may be trash, we're far better than them. We are like the leaves and branches that fall from a peach blossom tree. Seeing his unusual way of comforting them, everyone present turned pale, sweat beading on their foreheads. Gong inwardly exclaimed, He's really one of a kind. Seeing the entire hall fall silent, Li Ziha spoke up. So, was that comparison easy to understand? Sha Tai immediately chimed in, affirming, Indeed, you're our sect leader, after all. When you put it that way, everyone understands perfectly. Li Ziha sensed the sarcasm in his words, his face darkening as he snapped. If you have something better to say, then say it. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut. Thinking he was about to be praised, only to be scolded instead, Chang Tai dejectedly lowered his head. Yes, sir. Li Ziha gestured toward the Southern Society leader and introduced him. And this is Nan Jieluo, leader of the Southern Brightness Society. He also received an invitation to join the Sword Fanatic sect, but he refused. Although Society leader Nan's abilities are rather weak, at least, he did the right thing and showed his conviction. He then looked over at Zhu Ping. I've decided. This time, after those 2 sects confront each other, they will come for us. Whether we have to fight the Southern Heaven Alliance or the Sword Fanatic sect, we and the Southern Brightness Society will advance and retreat as one to face them. I'm telling you this, so you all understand. The entire hall responded in unison. Yes, sir. Jieluo finally spoke up. I'm afraid that even if our 2 societies cooperate, it will be difficult to fight against the Southern Heaven Alliance or the Sword Fanatic sect. But no matter what, I guarantee our Southern Brightness Society will not bow down to them because of this. Hearing this, Zhu Ping and the 2 men, with him spoke in unison. We will all advance and retreat together. Li Ziha, disagreeing slightly, turned to reason with Jieluo. That's not necessarily true. While my side has fewer men, our strength is far superior. As long as we try, whether the Southern Heaven Alliance or the Sword Fanatic sect comes here, they will all be defeated. The man was stunned by his words. He was completely shocked. Li Ziha added, However, in this meaningless war, even if we win, we will sacrifice many subordinates from both sides. Hearing this, Jieluo frowned, as he had also anticipated this outcome. After a long silence, Nan Yanfeng suddenly stood up. He bowed respectfully and declared, Sect leader, I can also contribute some manpower on my end. Hearing this, Li Ziha smiled with satisfaction. He began to praise him. Master Huo Yan, you have worked hard teaching Manager Sa and my subordinates. It was thanks to you that Manager Sa was able to defeat that bastard from the Sword Fanatic sect earlier. Nan Yanfeng was startled and shocked. Inwardly, he exclaimed, Has the sect leader changed the way he addresses me? After a pause, Li Ziha gave his order. Therefore, there's no need for you to mobilize more men. Master Huo Yan, with your talent for training troops, just continue in your role of training my subordinates from now on. After he finished speaking, Nan Yanfeng respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you, sect leader. Li Ziha lifted his chin with a satisfied smile. Chang Tai, sitting silently in a corner, let out a sad sigh and whispered, I contributed, too. Li Ziha continued in a clear voice. Right now, our adversary is the Sword Fanatic sect. For the time being, We don't need to worry about the Southern Heaven Alliance. Zhu Ping was confused. He frowned and asked, "Why is that?" Li Zaha explained, "I've heard the Southern Heaven Alliance is essentially a gathering of underworld gangs. Therefore, we can exert some influence over them." He then shared his judgment. The Sword Fanatics sect, however, is different. They are rich and powerful and won't hesitate to use their money to hire assassins to come after us. Li Zaha glanced over, thinking to himself, "From what I know." He looked toward the Southern Society leader, recalling his past life. "In my previous life, the Sword Fanatics sect hired an assassin to kill Nanjiluo. So, it's perfectly normal for them to try it again this time." Li Zaha then issued a directive. "For now, ignore the Southern Heaven Alliance. Send a letter to the Sword Fanatics sect, Manager Bai." "As you command." "I understand." "Sect leader, could you explain the contents of the letter?" Li Zaha thought of the various factions and began to list them: the Black Cat Gang and the Wanderers. Also, Master Shui Xian, the 12 Divine Generals, the Golden Mountain Trading Guild, Yiliang County, and all subordinates of the Xiaowu sect, all the people, merchants, farmers, and small traders who belong to the territory of the Xiaowu sect. If the Sword Fanatics sect engages in acts of intimidation, kidnapping, assault, or murder, they are declaring war on the Xiaowu sect. That's the message. Seeing something was missing, Jieluo asked, "What about the Southern Brightness Society?" Li Zaha quickly added, "Ah, add the Southern Brightness Society as well." Manager Bai, hearing the directive clearly, respectfully bowed his head and accepted the order. "Yes, sir. I will send the letter immediately," Li Zaha added in a stern voice. "Besides sending it to the Sword Fanatics sect, send it to all the nearby underworld gangs too. All the martial arts dojos, trading guilds, brothels. Basically, send it to any place where martial artists gather." Chang Tai and the two others listened to the command with intense focus. "Write many more copies to post where people pass by, and distribute them in all the crowded places, on every road from the countryside to the city." Manager Bai and the two others also silently received the order. If they commit any of the acts mentioned in the letter, it means they are opposing us. When that happens, we have the right to capture and kill them on sight. The entire hall roared in unison. "Yes, sect leader, we understand." Li Zaha gave a sinister smile and challenged, "Let's see who dares to oppose me or defy the words I've written in this letter. They can laugh at me if they want. They can come to this Xiaowu sect. When they do, they will pay the price." Manager B expressed his concern. "If it comes to that, sect leader, you will have to face many people. I'm afraid you'll have a hard time." After hearing this, Li Zaha added, "Ah, add this as well. Say that I am the one who killed the great Rakshasa." Thinking of him, he surmised, "It seems those underworld gangs don't know the great Rakshasa is dead yet." Recalling the people he had taken down, Li Zaha said, "While you're at it, add that Master Shui Xian and Elder Long Jun were also dealt with by me. The master of the Black Heaven Fortress opposed me, so he's gone to meet his maker as well. Also, at the arena, with all those cheaters, including Dongfang Ren, he was also burned to death by me." Manager B bowed his head respectfully. "As you command." After giving his orders, Li Zaha called out loudly, "Cheng Tai!" Hearing his name, the man sprang to his feet, joyfully clasping his hands and responding, "Yes, sir." Li Zaha gave his order, "Return to Yiliang County and bring Da Shui here. On your way back, remember to buy a lot of wine and meat. Got it?" Hearing the command, Cheng Tai's excitement vanished, and he could only accept helplessly. Li Zaha added, "Choose 10 brothers to go with you. As the host, I have to properly welcome our brothers from the Southern Brightness Society with a feast, don't I?" Li Zaha loudly instructed Manager B, "Don't spare any expense on this." While Manager Bai bowed to accept the order, Cheng Tai was utterly dejected and disappointed. Li Zaha turned his head, looked at Jieluo, and made an offer. "You should stay here and have a joyful banquet with us." The man saw this and happily accepted. After receiving his answer, Li Zaha turned and asked, "Everyone, am I forgetting anything? Are there any other powerful figures I've killed whose names I haven't mentioned? Speak up." One man spoke up and answered, "Sir, I believe that's all of them." Suddenly, an extremely loud voice echoed into the hall. "Get out of the way!" From outside the door came the sound of rushing footsteps, and then the doors burst open. Suddenly, a group of aggressive men burst in from outside. Their leader, with a brutish face and a messy beard, roared, "We are the Southern Sky Alliance, and we're here to pay you a visit. Get the leader of the Black Cat clan out here to see me, now." Everyone in the main hall turned pale, their eyes darting towards Li Zaha. No one dared to make a sound. Li Zaha's face turned incredibly ugly, and a heavy silence fell over the hall. Watching the intruders, an enraged Sa Xiongtae rushed forward and punched one of them right in the face and roared, "You bastard! How dare you shout in here?" Still furious, he kicked the man a few times and yelled, "Do you have any idea where you are?" Seeing this, a group of clan members also rushed forward, shouting in unison, "Get him!" They all piled on, relentlessly punching and kicking the bastards who had trespassed on their territory. Nearby, Namjiai Lak watched with a silent, furrowed brow. Sometime later, the banquet to welcome the Southern Brightness Guild began, extending from the main hall all the way to the courtyard. People gathered in small groups, chatting amongst themselves. The kitchen was a flurry of activity, preparing and serving food. Li Zaha, for his part, was cheerfully pouring drinks for his subordinates. Suddenly, he lifted his head and looked toward the three men who called themselves members of the Southern Sky Alliance. Li Zaha grabbed a jug of wine and walked up to them. He asked, "Who are you, and where are you from?" They answered meekly, "Sir, we're from the Southern Sky Alliance." He shot back a sharp question that immediately silenced the three of them. After a moment, Li Zaha turned away. Seeing someone hurrying towards the door, he called out, "Junfang, get some more cups." The young man quickly complied with a, "Yes, sir." Li Zaha flashed a satisfied smile. He grabbed the wine jug and walked out into the courtyard. As he passed by, he heard some of his men gossiping, "I can't believe the Sword Worship Society came before the Southern Sky Alliance." He chimed in with a comment of his own. "Yeah, they're a bunch of bastards." Walking past another table, Bake-In raised his cup and said, "Big brother, you seem to be drinking quite a bit today." Li Zaha just laughed lightly. "It's fine. Don't worry about me. Just keep drinking." Bake-In happily obeyed. Li Zaha handed him the wine jug, then bent down and unsheathed the sword from Bake-In's side. "Junior brother Bake-In, let me borrow your sword." The man happily agreed. Li Zaha slowly walked towards a cherry blossom tree and stood on a high point. He spoke loudly, "Brothers, I am Li Zaha." Li Zaha slowly began to recount his past. "I was born in Yilyang County. I used to be a lowly servant at an inn, but I burned that inn to the ground. That was my beginning. From there, I built the He-O sect we have today." His eyes grew sad as he thought of that fire, that flame. "It still burns fiercely in my heart. Even now, it rages on. I'm just an ordinary man, despicable and shameless." Then, Li Zaha lifted his head and declared, "But I was once weak, too. That's why I understand their suffering." He held the sword upright in front of him and said with determination, "From now on, I will stand with the weak against the powerful. All of you here are my brothers." Li Zaha continued, "It doesn't matter what your background is. Orthodox sect, unorthodox sect, demonic cult, merchant, farmer, woodcutter. It makes no difference. Rich or poor." Thinking of a certain woman, he added, "You are all my brothers. Even if you're just an ordinary, weak person, even if you're a woman, perceived as frail and fragile, or someone who knows no martial arts. Fortune tellers, Taoist priests, courtesans, it doesn't matter what your past was like or what you are now. You are all my brothers. And if anyone dares to touch them." Li Zaha's eyes suddenly turned ice cold as he growled, "I will not let them get away with it." The people at the banquet were utterly astonished by his words. He then smiled and began to assess himself. "Although my strength isn't the greatest under the heavens, and I still have many shortcomings, I strive to get better every single day, just like all of you brothers here." Suddenly remembering the sword demon, Li Zaha continued, "To be able to improve every day, no matter how difficult, I will never shy away from the challenge. Not long ago, I received some advice from a master of the sword." He held the sword out in front of him. "From that, I came to a few realizations of my own. Today, right here, I, Li Zaha." He took a step forward and declared, "Will show you brothers the new sword technique I have comprehended." He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The cherry blossom tree in front of him began to tremble. His gaze sharpened. Using Bake-In's sword, Li Zaha made a vertical slash down the trunk of the cherry blossom tree. Then, he quickly followed it with a horizontal slash. Li Zaha raised his hand, creating a powerful gust of wind that sent the cherry blossom petals flying, creating a whirlwind around him. The sword in Li Zaha's hand suddenly burst into flames that leaped high into the air. He began to execute his technique. Thunder sword technique. Plum blossom sword style. Li Zaha formed a hand seal, bringing making topped out Li Zaha, the sword behind his back. Countless petals began to ignite, floating around him like embers. He smiled, completely satisfied. The entire clan, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in cheers and applause. Li Zaha sheathed the sword, clasped his hands together, and said, "Thank you for bearing with my humble display, brothers. I will continue to work even harder." From below, the crowd roared in unison. "Thank you, sect leader." Li Zaha tossed the sword back towards Baikin, who caught it swiftly. Sa Te approached with a wine jug, praising him. "Sect leader, that was an amazing sword dance." Li Zaha cheerfully threw an arm over his shoulder and called out, "Hey, Chief Steward." Sa Te smiled. "Yes, sir," Li Zaha said with concern. "You have to be careful. The martial world is a treacherous place. Don't go getting yourself killed." Sa Te nodded in understanding. "I know, Chief Steward." Just then, someone else approached, looking worried. "Clan leader, you seem to have had too much to drink. Are you all right?" Li Zaha raised his cup, took a drink, and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." Suddenly, he sat down cross-legged. Amidst the swirling petals, Li Zaha began to meditate. He started circulating his internal energy. A single finger suddenly rose, and a few drops of blood trickled down. After a moment, Li Zaha opened his eyes with a somber expression. He shot to his feet, walked past the others, and announced, "I've had enough to drink. Please, brothers, enjoy yourselves." Hongxin raised his cup and happily agreed. Li Zaha slowly walked back into the main hall. He continued to question the three subordinates. "Why did you come here? Speak up." The most brutish-looking one cowered and replied, "We came to demand the Black Cat clan join the alliance, on the orders of the Southern Sky Alliance's leader." Li Zaha posed a question. "And why should I join? What happens if I don't?" The man, his face swollen, struggled to reply. We don't know anything about that." Li Zaha's face darkened, and he used a threatening tone. "Then deliver this message to your leader. If he insists on this path, tell him to watch his back, because I will come for him." The men from the Southern Sky Alliance immediately trembled in fear and obeyed. Then, Li Zaha gave a satisfied order, "Get up and go." The two smaller men struggled to help the brutish one to his feet. Seeing this, Li Zaha stepped in, his voice softening. "Here, let me help you. Go back and deliver my message. I'll see you out." The brutish man refused in terror. "No, that's not necessary, sir." This greatly annoyed Li Zaha. He barked in a stern voice, "Be quiet," which frightened the three men into silence. And so, Li Zaha escorted the three of them out. As he walked out of the main hall, Li Zaha stood at the main gate, gazing at the gentle morning sunlight. Sa Te slowly approached and asked, "Where are you going, clan leader?" When he heard Li Zaha say he was going for a walk, he immediately asked to join. "Then I'll go with you." Li Zaha coldly turned his back and walked away. "Don't bother." This sent Sa Te into a rage, and he yelled, "Like I wanted to go with you anyway." But little did he know, someone was watching him from behind. The man took out a small notebook, scribbled something down, and then stared intently. Focusing on his target, he began to organize the data he had on Ziha. Sword at the waist. Looks like a young master. Hot-tempered. Thinking about his face, the man remarked to himself, "Very ugly." He recalled a conversation he'd had with a masked man. The man had praised him, saying, "The One-Tail Society, huh? That's a great name for an assassin group." At the time, he had remained silent, staring at a chest containing 2 gold tails in front of him. The masked man had given the order, "Bring me Li Ziha's head, and I'll give you a bonus. If you can't, just confirming that he's dead will be enough." Then, the masked man placed a piece of paper on the table, pointing directly at it. "This bastard has angered the society master. Just look at his face. He already looks stubborn." The assassin nodded in agreement. "All right, give me his identification portrait." The masked man added a warning. "Be careful. He's not an easy target. He's the one who took down both Daluo Sha and Master Shui." Hearing this, the assassin fell silent. The masked man pointed at the drawing and assessed, looking at his face. You can tell, there's no doubt about his level of insanity. Suddenly, the man realized something. "Huh? Look closely at this bastard's face." Staring at the eyes in the portrait, he remarked, "Those eyes scream, madman." I don't know what artist drew this portrait of him, but it's incredibly realistic. Back in the present, the assassin closed his notebook. A short while later, Ziha was taking a bite of a steamed bun, thinking to himself, delicious. The shop owner gently approached and asked, "Shall I pack some more for you, sir?" Ziha looked at him and politely refused. "No, that's all right." Then he added, "It's just me here today." The owner nodded. "Understood." Ziha quickly left, enjoying his steamed bun while thinking to himself, "Man, Nothing beats enjoying a steamed bun at a leisurely pace. The assassin, watching from a dark corner, whispered, "That's him." At a nearby tavern, the assassin calmly sat down at a table. A waiter quickly approached. "Welcome, esteemed guest. What can I get for you?" He ordered, "A jar of newer Hong wine and a pound of beef." The waiter, Zhang Sen, nodded. "Coming right up, sir." The assassin smirked to himself, thinking, normally, assassins have to hide and wait for the perfect opportunity to assassinate their target. But the One-Tail Society does things differently. From inside the tavern, he watched Ziha and calculated his next move. The most important thing is to act completely natural, as if nothing is happening, and wait for the target to let his guard down like when he's eating, bathing, or relieving himself. The moment an opportunity presents itself, you strike immediately. Zhang Sen cheerfully brought out the food. "Here are your refreshments, sir." Then, he turned and called out, "Ah, clan master." Zhang Sen stepped to the doorway and asked, "Where are you off to?" Ziha replied softly, "Just going for a walk." The young man asked, a bit skeptically, "Just for a stroll?" Ziha explained, "I'm just wandering around to see how things are, check on the state of the people." Zhang Sen clapped his hands in admiration. "You work so hard for the gang, and you still worry about the farmers and merchants here. You're truly incredible, sir." Ziha just replied, "It's nothing." Inside, the assassin feigned calmness. He calmly poured wine into his cup. Zhang Sen warmly invited Ziha. "Sir, you haven't had a drink in days. Come on in and have a glass." When he saw Ziha refuse, the boy asked, "Not in the mood today?" Inside, the assassin's face paled. He cursed silently. That crazy waiter. How dare he speak to the clan master like they're equals? Ziha declined and explained, "No, thanks. A few days ago, I had a big drinking session with the gang. That time, many of our brothers had way too much to drink, and even caused a huge scene. It was a real mess." Zhang Sen asked skeptically, "And did you drink, clan master?" He replied, "I had a little, but I didn't get drunk like they did. I still had to stand guard." The assassin, listening in, made an assessment. So, he's always clear-headed. Never overindulges in anything. Zhang Sen let out a long sigh. He mused aloud, "It's strange. Why would a clan master need to stand guard for his men while they drink? In all of the Jianghu, you're probably the only one who'd do that." Ziha defended them, saying, "It's no big deal. The brothers haven't had a chance to relax and have fun like that in a long time. Hey, if you see anyone suspicious, let me know, okay?" The boy happily agreed. The assassin raised his wine cup, watching Ziha's retreating figure. He assessed, "He's truly bizarre." Suddenly, Zhang Sen's voice rang out, startling him. He quickly turned. "First time seeing our clan master?" The assassin quickly changed his expression and asked, "Oh, is that the master of the Black Cat Gang? I heard he usually wears a mask." Zhang Sen quickly clarified, "That was the old clan master. He's dead now." Hearing this, the assassin nonchalantly poured more wine and replied, "Is that so?" Zhang Sen then asked, "Are you a man of the Jianghu, sir?" "I have something I'd like to ask you." The man looked at him, puzzled. "Oh?" Zhang Sen posed his question. "In the war between the Sword-Bearer Society and the Southern Sky Alliance, who do you think will win?" The assassin lowered his head and asked, "It seems everyone is quite interested in this battle, aren't they?" The young man sighed and said, "Yes, sir. It's the hot topic being discussed all over the city." "Sir, could this humble one trouble you for a cup?" Seeing Zhang Sen hold out his wine cup toward him, the assassin was a bit surprised. He slowly poured the wine for the boy. Zhang Sen was grateful. The assassin then asked, "So, what do you think? Which side will win?" Zhang Sen downed the cup in one gulp, letting out a satisfied "ah." Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he stated confidently, "Well, whether they win or lose, the Sword-Bearer Society is going to be wiped out regardless." Seeing the assassin's disbelief, Zhang Sen leaned in and added, "There's a rumor that our clan master will not let the Sword-Bearer Society off the hook." Hearing this, the man grew even more curious. "And why is that?" Zhang Sen's expression darkened as he explained, "Because they're too vicious. If they can't handle an opponent head-on, they'll just hire assassins to kill their target. They're a real bunch of bastards." Having been called out so directly, the assassin was left speechless. Zhang Sen continued his assessment. "That's just how they operate. On the other hand, the Southern Sky Alliance, under Clan Master Situ Xing, always wants a direct, one-on-one duel with the master of the Sword-Bearer Society, like true members of the Jianghu. That's why our clan master said he'll destroy the Sword-Bearer Society first. Just as he was speaking, Ziha walked in from out of nowhere and called out, "Get me a jar of Huadiao wine. This steamed bun is too dry to swallow." "You're making excuses again. Steamed buns may be easy to eat, but sometimes they're impossible to swallow." Zhang Shen quickly obeyed, happily skipping away. Zihao quickly sat down opposite the assassin, startling him. He asked gently, "Where are you from?" The man answered calmly, "Sir, this humble one is from Qingping town. I came here to visit a relative." As soon as he finished, Zihao shot back, "That's not it." Then, he slammed the knife down hard on the table. In a dark voice, Zihao asked once more, "I'm asking who sent you here." Seeing this, the assassin's sweat started pouring down like rain. His face turned pale as he stared at the knife stuck in the table before him, sweat dripping down as his heart grew uneasy. How could he have known? Li Zihao began to piece the events together. When a young man was arguing with the steamed bun shop owner, it was normal for him to turn his head and look. It was also normal for a grown man with a steamed bun in his mouth to turn and look. He continued his analysis. When someone does something strange, it's a normal human psychological reaction to turn and see what it is. Those who don't react to such things are definitely not normal at all. Zihao said sternly. From that alone, it's clear you've been rigorously trained. Every word he spoke stabbed straight into the assassin's heart, leaving him unable to make an excuse. Zihao spoke gravely. "I could kill you right now. It wouldn't be difficult. But then, what? If I kill all of you, will your leader show himself?" He lowered his eyes in disgust, looking at the assassin and speaking sternly. "I will, slowly, endure this annoyance. And later, I will pour all of my frustration onto your leader's head when I find him." The assassin still hadn't dared to speak a word. Zihao posed another question. But what if I kill your leader first? What would happen then?" At this, the man involuntarily blurted out, "What?" Zihao revealed his thought process. "That's my plan. Only by doing that will you bastards stop showing up. What do you think of that idea?" The assassin fell into silence again as he continued. "I find that most assassins are orphans," Zihao theorized. "If those children weren't orphans, they would kill everyone close to those children, turning them into orphans. Because if they still have relatives, their emotions can still be influenced. Therefore, someone emotionless like you couldn't possibly understand what I'm saying, right? It's quite a nuisance just thinking about you people." He pointed at the man and declared, "I will kill you, right here, today. But you should remember that your death is not entirely my doing. It's because your leader created this monstrous organization. Remember that, and prepare to die." Pointing straight at his face, Zihao affirmed, "Once an assassin is discovered, this is his fate to bear." He confirmed again, his finger pointed directly at him. "Once you become an assassin, your destiny is intertwined with death. No one would willingly choose such a life. But now, you can't blame anyone." The assassin let out a frustrated sigh. "It's true that these hands have been stained with the blood of many innocent lives, but I dare not resent my fate." Zihao confirmed it once more. "Truly a miserable existence. Now, what I want to know is where your secret base is. If you can't tell me that, then your fate will come to a swift end." The assassin glanced down at the knife stuck in the table in silence. Then he glanced back up. Immediately, Zihao drew the sword at his waist and swung it straight across the assassin's body. A spray of blood flew everywhere. The assassin was cut in two. He then fell to the floor in a bloody mess. Pulling his sword out forcefully, Zihao gently sheathed it. Zhang Shen ran over in a panic. "Leader, did you kill him?" He nodded gently. Zihao quickly warned him, "Don't touch him. His mouth might be poisoned. Be careful. Don't just touch anyone in the martial world." The boy immediately obeyed. He held out a piece of silver and instructed, "I will have my subordinates come to clean this up. Just leave him there. Take this." Zhang Shen was puzzled. "Why are you giving this humble one silver?" Zihao tossed 2 pieces of silver into his hand and said, "It's for drinks," leaving Zhang Shen utterly shocked. "Yes, but this is a bit much," he said. "Just take it. I'm paying you in advance." Hearing that, the boy was a little confused. Zihao explained, "There might be more cases like this. For now, I'll be stopping by frequently." He thought to himself with a sense of relief. It's true that actively hunting them during the day seems much better than being ambushed at night. Zhang Shen posed a question. "Yes, sir. But may this humble one ask how? You knew he was an assassin? I only noticed that he was from out of town." Zihao asked him back. "And how were you able to notice that?" The boy shook his head repeatedly, praising him. "That's exactly it, sir. You're truly sharp-eyed. Thank you so much, leader. It's a good thing you were here. Zihao chuckled to himself. Seeing Zihao about to leave, Zhang Shen pulled the knife stuck in the table out and called after him. Leader, you forgot your knife. Turning the blade toward himself, he cheerfully handed it to him. When the knife was slammed into the table, the assassin's fate was sealed. Thunk. A satisfying sound. Just like that, a first-rate master lost his life. Taking the small knife, Zihao instructed, "It's not difficult to do what I do, but it requires practice." Zhang Shen listened obediently. He turned his back and walked away coolly, not forgetting to say, "I'm leaving now." The boy bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir, take care." After a moment, another group of people arrived to clean up the scene. Zhang Shen naively called out, "Sha Tai." Zhang Shen asked a question. "Sir, does this guy look like an assassin to you? He looks pretty normal." The man, hearing the naive question, sighed. "You can tell at a glance, he's obviously an assassin." Seeing the boy's disbelief, Chang Tai asked, "You looked at him and couldn't tell he was an assassin?" The boy raised his hand and scratched his head, admitting sheepishly, "You could tell, sir? I guess this humble one is just too unskilled." The man asked sternly, "You're not a member of the Ha Sect, are you?" Zhang Shen exclaimed. "Me, sir?" Chang Tai asked. "That's right. You've never taken a bribe from anyone before, have you?" When the boy nodded, the man confirmed, "Then you are worthy of being a member of the Ha Sect." Zhang Shen exclaimed, "This humble one understands." Giving a thumbs up, Cheng Tai introduced himself. "I am." The boy looked at him quizzically. Cheng Tai declared loudly, "The general manager of the Ha Sect, second only to the leader. I am the great hero who helped build the Ha Sect to the strength it has today. I am Sha Cheng Tai, the #1 swordsman of the Ha Sect. You'd do well to remember that." Witnessing this display, Zhang Shen thought to himself in confusion, "What's wrong with this guy?" After composing himself, he bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir. It's an honor to meet Manager Sha. The fact that you recognized he was an assassin just by looking at him is proof enough of your strength for me." Cheng Tai was pleased and laughed happily, praising him. A good observation. But beneath that bow was a look of contempt, a silent judgment. What a smooth-talking fraud. Looking at him like that, how could he possibly be the general manager, second in command of the Ha Sect? He must be bluffing. As if sensing his gaze, the man asked irritably, "What? Are you doubting my words? You little waiter, you're getting on my nerves." Zhang Sam quickly explained, "Oh, no, that's not it, sir. I was just surprised because your tone of voice is so similar to our sect leaders. That's why I was a bit taken aback and couldn't adjust right away." Cheng Tai gritted his teeth and snapped, "You little brat." Then he let out a sigh and turned away, uninterested. "Whatever. You're just a kid. I won't hold it against you." Looking at his two subordinates, he instructed, "Brothers, be careful. This guy's eyebrows are poisoned. Take him somewhere and burn him." The two men quickly complied. Cheng Tai turned his head again and asked, "What's your name?" The boy quickly gave his name, Zhang Sam. "Sir." Then, the man advised, "Listen, it's possible this assassin's accomplices will come here to investigate his death, so you need to be careful about what you say." Zhang Sam readily agreed. "They're coming here? So, should I report this to the sect leader?" Sa Cheng Tai glanced at the pool of blood and simply said, "You just need to pay attention and report back. Don't do anything dangerous. If they get suspicious, you'll lose your life. You'll recognize them. Just observe them carefully." The boy was puzzled. "But how do I observe them?" "Sir," the man explained, "assassins are usually emotionless, so their gazes and actions are often quite cold and unfeeling." After hearing this, Zhang Sam understood. "Ah, I see. Now." Cheng Tai casually reminded him again, "Just be careful. You hear?" The boy's eyes lit up as he watched Cheng Tai's departing figure. Zhang Sam sat thoughtfully in a corner of the inn, observing everyone. He looked at a man with his hair in a bun and thought to himself, "That guy's not an assassin." Looking at a man with a listless face, Zhang Sam noted, "His eyes are completely lifeless." He glanced at a fat man with a lump on his forehead and thought in frustration, "You can tell just by looking at this guy that he's not one." He looked at another person, and that guy. Zhang Sam's eyes widened. He froze, sweat pouring down his face. Regaining his composure, Zhang Sam scrambled back inside the inn, pretending to be busy. His heart confirmed it. That's an assassin. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps made Zhang Sam's heart skip a beat. The person spoke up. "Can I ask you something?" The boy's face went pale with fear. He nodded timidly. Yes, please go ahead, sir." The man, with a grim expression, inquired, "Yesterday, Someone died here from a single stab wound, right? Zhang Sam's heart leaped into his throat as he nodded tremblingly. Yes, that's right. The man pressed on. Where was he sitting? The boy, flustered, pointed. Over there. Ah, no, it was over here. The man slowly walked over to the spot Zhang Sam had pointed to and sat down. Then he called the boy over. He growled, "If you don't want to die, sit down." Zhang Sam trembled as he sat at a different table. Just then, another person walked in, went straight to where the assassin was sitting, and whispered, "Captain, you shouldn't be doing this." The man angrily shooed him away. The subordinate bowed his head and accepted the reprimand. Zhang Sam looked at the subordinate's back and suddenly realized that there were many people he had never seen in this area before. As he was lost in thought, a voice called out, startling him. The man threatened him in a stern voice. "A waiter should stick to a waiter's job. Don't be so nosy. It's an easy way to get yourself killed." Zhang Sam fearfully bowed in submission. "Yes, sir." He then sat with his head down in silence. Someone's voice rang out, "Greetings, sect leader," bringing a wave of relief to Zhang Sam. Li Zihan walked in with a graceful stride. He said gently, "I've made you wait, haven't I?" The assassin replied irritably, "I just got here." After the greeting, Zihan gave an order. "Zhang Sam, bring out the spring wine." The boy obediently complied. He then looked up and said to the assassin, "A group of people came here today." The man crossed his arms and replied, "They must have been very impolite, but they still couldn't gather any information about you. It should have been this way from the start." The assassin emphasized, "Even if I die, you'll still have a bit of trouble." Zihan lowered his voice. "Zhang Sam, go inside." The boy was a little surprised, but then agreed and hurried away. The assassin watched. Zhang Sam leave and grabbed a pair of chopsticks. He swiftly threw them. Zhang Sam whipped his head around in alarm. Instantly, Zihan raised his hand, channeling his energy to catch the chopsticks and redirect them. The chopsticks slammed violently into the floor, causing the terrified Zhang Sam to fall backward. He and the assassin turned to look at each other. Something was flying towards them. It was Zihan, who had just sent a powerful palm strike toward the assassin, sending him flying backward and smashing his face into a table. The assassin was enraged, despite the blood flowing from his nose and mouth. His face darkened, veins popping in extreme fury. He then made his move, drawing his sword and raising it high. A stream of water flowed into Zihan's cup as he leisurely poured wine. Zhang Sam looked at him with shining eyes. He then glanced at the approaching assassin and thought in awe. So this is the world of Jianghu. The assassin charged forward madly, slashing down at Zihan, but the attack was caught by his bare hand, leaving the observing Zhang Sam stunned. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. Zihan calmly lifted the wine cup to his lips. Suddenly, flames erupted from his palm, brightly illuminating the area. The assassin's hand began to smoke. Zihan calmly assessed. If our powers were equal, he could retreat at any time during a clash of internal energy. But when there's a huge power disparity, like now, it's difficult for him to escape. The assassin's hand was now searing with pain. He gritted his teeth, blood continuing to flow. Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed from somewhere. An old man appeared out of nowhere and threw something. From that, countless knives were launched, all aimed straight for Zihan. He casually used his other hand to channel his energy and redirect the knives, sending them straight towards the assassin. The old man screamed in horror. Countless knives embedded themselves in the assassin, causing him to spurt blood. His body, covered in blood, immediately began to sway. He coughed up fresh blood, his vision darkened, and his body was riddled with wounds. He could no longer stand. His body slumped to one side. He collapsed onto the floor, motionless, and went to meet his ancestors. Zihan turned his head and asked, "Why did you kill your own comrade?" The old man's face went pale as he witnessed the scene, frozen in place. The accomplices of the just-defeated assassin stood as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, a corpse was thrown onto the floor. He immediately turned his head to look. It was Nan Jialuo, who had just effortlessly beheaded another man with his sword. Immediately after, 2 more bodies fell to the ground, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Su Jiping, with an ice-cold expression, had just finished them off with his whip. Then 3 more men fell, spitting blood. It was the trio of Bai Yu Qingchen and Bai Yin who had just taken them down, the 6 people who had just dispatched 6 corpses all gathered behind the old man, making him break out in a cold sweat. Before he could even process what was happening, Zihan sneered contemptuously. "What a bunch of foolish assassins. Didn't I tell you I have plenty of subordinates?" Hearing his voice, the old man whipped his head around to look at him with a face full of terror. Zihan lowered his voice and ordered, Kill that one too. Hongshen swiftly threw 3 daggers. The old man saw them and, terrified, immediately leaped and tumbled forward. From out of nowhere, 3 more throwing stars flew out, embedding themselves in him, causing him to cough up blood. It was Bai Yin who had struck. The old man stumbled and fell face first. The scene seemed to fall silent, with 2 motionless bodies on the cold, hard ground. That's my business. After that was settled, Ziha turned to praise Qi Zhongsen. You did a great job. The man beamed at the compliment. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Ziha's attention. I'm not the assassin. The man was being dragged towards him by Ji Ping, who had him by the collar. He kept trying to explain, I don't even know martial arts. Ji Ping clarified, this guy doesn't seem to have any internal energy at all. It must be a mistake. Jiala looked at the man suspiciously, walked over, and grabbed his hand. He began to check his pulse, then turned to look at Ziha, and confirmed, Chief, this man has no internal energy whatsoever. Ziha fell silent, staring at him. The man yelled again, I told you, I'm not the assassin. Ziha looked at him and said calmly, all your accomplices are dead. You're the only one left. The man stared at Ziha in silence, breaking into a cold sweat. Ziha continued, if you have nothing else to deny, then die. The man wailed, pleading, I don't know any martial arts. Why do you keep insisting I'm an assassin? Ziha growled, why are you getting so worked up? If you're involved with the assassin organization One Tail, then death is unavoidable. Did you really think I'd spare you? The man's face went pale, and he trembled uncontrollably, remembering his discussion with his accomplices. Li Zaha turned to Zhang Sen and ordered, turn away. The boy obediently did so at once. Li Zaha then sent the other man flying with a single slap, knocking him to the ground. Just hearing the sound was enough to send shivers down Zhang Sen's spine. After it was all over, he said grimly, if we stay at this tavern, everyone here will be in trouble. In just 2 days, they've already sent quite a few assassins here. Everyone fell silent, looking at Li Zaha. He then called for Bai Yin. In a stern voice, Li Zaha asked, the Pei Jian Society. They seem to be connected to the merchant guilds, right? Bai Yin quickly replied, yes, they have strong ties with many of them. Receiving his answer, he gave an order, then called Jin. Hi here, tell him to investigate the Pei Jian Society and all related merchant guilds. We need to get a full picture of the situation to find this assassin organization. Merchants are usually afraid of dying, so getting information from them is quite simple, Li Zaha explained. Later, when we eliminate the Pei Jian Society, we'll also have a handle on the merchants connected to them who might know how to work with us. Thinking of Jin Hai, he added, there's no benefit in killing those merchants, either. Later on, have them join the Golden Mountain Trading Guild and let Jin Hai be the guild master. I want you to find the most suitable way to deal with them. As for the merchants, brother Jin Hai will know how to handle them. Thinking of the money, he decided, if we gain a lot of profit from this later, I will properly compensate those who suffered losses. Jin Hai will take care of this as well. Bai Yin nodded in understanding. Li Zaha then declared, regarding the assassin organization, I will give you full authority. The 3 of them, Bai Yin, Ching Chen, and Bai Yu, cupped their fists respectfully and replied in unison, understood. As they walked out, Li Zaha called, Guildmaster Jia Luo, we will prepare to send someone to pay a visit to the Pei Jian Society. The man immediately asked, what about the Southern Sky Alliance? Do you have a way to deal with them yet? Li Zaha slowly instructed, we'll go through the Pei Jian Society first, then the Southern Sky Alliance later. We don't need to confront them if it's not necessary. Just burn all their bases and then retreat. Jia Luo was startled. He questioned back, burn their bases? Is that it? Li Zaha explained, not exactly. We're going through the Southern Sky Alliance too. We'll do the same thing over there. We'll just make them furious and frustrated. Jia Luo suddenly understood. Li Zaha gave the directive, send a few quick, skilled disciples over there. Burn their base, maybe kill a few of them, and then retreat. He analyzed. Naturally, the Pei Jian Society will think the Southern Sky Alliance did it, and the Southern Sky Alliance will think the Pei Jian Society started it. Jia Luo agreed. That'll work. So, we need to find a few skilled people for this task. At that moment, Li Zaha broke into a cheerful smile and said, don't worry, Guildmaster Nan. After this, we'll be able to live out our days peacefully and happily. We won't have to worry about these 2 clans anymore. Jia Luo looked at him doubtfully, then burst into hearty laughter. Li Zaha looked at him, confused. In his mind, he predicted, the enemies will slaughter each other on their own. He thought to himself, when they've fought to exhaustion until not a single soldier is left. Li Zaha narrowed his eyes, feeling immense satisfaction. I'm already feeling so happy. Dividing the enemy and letting them destroy each other. The thought is just perfect. Li Zaha once again felt a sense of admiration for himself. I've successfully executed this strategy many times. He thought, soon, the Peijian Society and the Southern Sky Alliance will no longer exist in the martial world. Anyone who opposes me will suffer the consequences. With that thought, his mood lightened. He narrowed his eyes. Li Zaha spoke with anticipation. Well then, let's see what they'll do next. Li Zaha slowly sank into his memories. A true black-clad person. That's me. In the martial world, a black-clad person usually meant someone who wore night garments, moved stealthily, and fought with a wild, unpredictable style. However, these black-clad people were generally known to possess incredibly high-level martial arts. I have experience fighting them in both my past life and this one. Most of them have great skill, but are often quite insane and arrogant. But I'm different. If you're a true master, you need to unleash all of your inherent power. Although black-clad people usually have powerful martial arts, they're only considered first-rate masters. They haven't reached the level of a grandmaster. However, for me, it's different. With my powerful skills, I want to pose as a black-clad person. I want to prove that some black-clad people can possess supreme martial arts and work outside of the old conventions. Furthermore, I want to draw everyone's attention to me. He centered his focus and affirmed, then closed his eyes to relax and gently opened them. His eyes shone with determination as he declared, I am Li Zaha. Opening his eyes wide, Li Zaha affirmed, the strongest black-clad person. He raised a hand, looking at his sleeve. He thought, after getting this black-clad person outfit that my subordinates prepared for me. Li Zaha's gaze softened. My heart suddenly started to race, my spirit burning with passion. Li Zaha thought to himself, when I wear this black-clad uniform, I wonder if I can achieve things far greater than before. Whether they're evil or good, I want to pursue them. To the very end. He settled into a meditative posture, regulating his breath. Li Zaha answered his earlier question. I don't know. He let his mind wander again. I have now sunk into a state of no self as my body meditates. Meanings of life, humanity, and all existence that I couldn't comprehend before are faintly appearing in my mind. Why don't women like me? Is it just because I'm bad at talking, all bones and rough edges in my head? Or is it because I think of dark things? Is this cold, unapproachable look of mine the main reason? Li Zaha then thought about the Yi Dui Jiang assassins, the group that had been troubling him recently. Everything I'd been thinking about and worrying over appeared once more, swirling chaotically in my head, making me extremely uncomfortable. A piece of chaos spun relentlessly in my mind. Li Zaha focused on his meditation in the quiet room. A soft creak of the door opening was heard. Nan Jialuo slowly stepped in and closed the door. Li Zaha was dozing off while meditating, so much so that he was drooling. He cracked open one eye to scan his surroundings. Seeing this, the man asked, Sir, were you sleeping? He let out a long yawn, and then denied it. Not at all. Li Zaha stared at Jialuo for a moment, then praised him. Good job. The way you guys at the Nanming Society prepared for this situation is quite impressive. The man replied smugly. You're too kind. I think the Black Cat clan is also well prepared. Li Zaha slowly put on a face mask. Jialuo then used a black cloth to wrap around his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. Seeing this, Li Zaha froze for a second, then exclaimed, That cloth actually looks good on you. Of all the black-clad people I've seen before, you've made a bit of an impression. Jialuo looked at him with some suspicion. Li Zaha said bluntly, But doing it like that, you're overdoing it a bit. You kind of look like an idiot. The man immediately ripped the cloth off and threw it away. Forget it. Do you have another mask? Give me something to replace this. He picked up a face mask, thought of Steward Bai, and exclaimed, This mask. The ones Steward Bai prepares are truly high quality. He then handed it to Jialuo. Li Zaha slowly. He strode towards Jiale. All right, let's go. As Jiale put on his mask, he asked, The main door? Shouldn't we be flying out the window? Ziha just shook his head. Let's just walk out normally. We'll go downstairs first. Jiale was shocked. Walk out normally? Aren't you afraid people will see us? Ziha glared and growled. What's there to be afraid of? Just act normal. This is the life of a black-clad assassin like me. Helpless, Jiale followed him. Outside in the main hall, everyone seemed to be terrified of something. They all stared wide-eyed as Ziha walked to the counter to pay, ordering, Take the 2 sets of clothes from our room, and throw them away. The innkeeper trembled as he took the money from him. Ziha turned away, satisfied. All right, we've erased all our tracks here. Jiale nodded. Then, the two of them, swords in hand, boldly walked right out the front door. The people inside were still frozen in fear, watching the two figures leave. The moon had begun to rise, and the night was completely still. Someone was whispering. Everywhere, Ziha and Jiale passed. Hushed murmurs followed. Only then did he finally accept the truth. It was true that, when you wear the clothes of a black-clad assassin and carry a sword like this, everyone who sees you will be terrified of us. This is a testament to the power of a black-clad assassin in the martial world. Anything mysterious makes people more fearful and wary. Jiale frowned and scolded him. You're so strange. To be a black-clad assassin, and yet walk around so openly. You're one of a kind. You're really exhausting me. Ziha paid him no mind, and simply gave an order. Hey, let's go over to their base now. Start a fire, cause some trouble, take out a few of their subordinates, whatever. Just do anything, he explained. Basically, we just need to provoke them so the two factions misunderstand each other and start fighting, that's all. The man nodded in agreement. At the Twin Sword Guild, everything was completely silent. Suddenly, the figures of Ziha and Jiale appeared, confusing the two guards. What are those two doing? They must have a death wish. Ziha turned and asked, time for action, right? Jiale replied, all right. It's been a while since I've gotten a good workout. Hearing that, Ziha rushed forward. Too much talk. I'm going first. He charged ahead and rammed his knee hard into the gate. Seeing a crack appear, Ziha prepared his stance. Behind him, Jiale could only look on helplessly. Ziha began to channel his internal energy and punched the iron gate with great force, leaving the guards staring in stunned silence. Jiale was now completely exasperated. He yelled, a black-clad assassin charging an enemy base. Like some kind of battle-crazed warrior? Ziha paid him no mind. He glared, channeled his energy once more, and threw another punch. This time, the iron gate shattered completely. The three of them were stunned into silence, frozen for a full 5 seconds. Ziha turned his head to look at Jiale. Only then did he slowly reply, you're talking nonsense. I only wear these black-clad assassin clothes to boost my morale. I've never been one for sneaking around or assassinating people. And with that, the three people present were once again completely shaken. A giant question mark hanging over their heads. Someone slowly started walking. Li Ziha brazenly walked inside. As a true warrior, one must of course enter boldly, through the main gate. Seeing him enter, the guards began to shout, intruder. The moment the two guards raised the alarm, they were knocked flat to the ground. Jiale quickly ran ahead. Let me go first and take them down. Behind his mask, Ziha broke into a satisfied smile. A dog started barking, loudly. He shot at a glare. From inside, a voice called out, those bastards. Why are they making so much noise in the middle of the night? An invisible pressure bore down on Ziha, making him feel uneasy. He leaped high into the air, jumping from rooftop to rooftop until he finally landed on the highest peak. Ziha landed lightly. Standing under the bright moonlight, he let out a delighted laugh. The people below saw Ziha up there and began to swarm towards him. Seeing this, he laughed so hard he started to shake. Ziha looked up and guessed, this must be the guild master of the Twin Sword Guild. He's probably resting. I can't let him sleep so peacefully. Out of nowhere, 3 sword strikes flew at him. Luckily, he managed to flip and dodge them. Ziha landed gently on a lower level. He looked up at the crowd of people approaching and guessed, these must be his elite guards. His right-hand men. Tian Cheling, a man with a proud face, spoke up. Who sent you here? Disgusted, Ziha didn't even bother to answer. What a meaningless question. You're about to meet your maker and you don't even know it. Suddenly, a large fire erupted. A big fire. Ziha watched the flames and thought to himself, it seems Jiale has started the fire. Cheling pointed his sword at him and shouted, everyone, charge, capture him. If he resists, finish him off without mercy. The crowd roared in agreement and quickly rushed towards him like a gust of wind. Ziha drew his sword, took a stance, and with a single, gentle slash, sent a man's head flying. Seeing this, the group of subordinates froze. He coldly asked, capture me. Do you think you can? From the air, countless daggers flew towards him. Ziha quickly dodged them. At the same time, something invisible shot past and hit the daggers, changing their trajectory and causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground. Another volley of daggers came flying. He jumped continuously to avoid them. Ziha suddenly stopped and used his sword to slice through a door. Unexpectedly, a guard who had been hiding behind it lunged out to ambush him, but Ziha was faster. He grabbed the guard by the neck and gently pierced him through. With a single stab, blood splattered everywhere. The man, impaled, collapsed. Li Zihua violently threw his body at the door to break it down. Zihua stomped hard, on the ground, launching himself into the air. With his flaming sword in hand, he plunged it deep into the door, shattering it to pieces. Zihua quickly rushed towards the minions ahead, his eyes sharpening. Zihua knelt on one knee and began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, 4 long, blood-red slash marks appeared on the entire building. Glowing brightly, it immediately collapsed in a fiery blaze. Sword in hand, he coolly strode out of the ruins as the minions stood frozen, watching him go. How tense. It's that bastard, Sima Tuxing, leader of the Southern Heavenly Alliance. Are you here for me? Jia thought silently. He's probably just testing me. Even if I tell him, he probably wouldn't believe me. It's best to just do as I please and say nothing. A voice rang out. Everyone, back off. A powerfully built man holding a spear slowly approached. He asked, Hallmaster, should we send him to meet his maker now? The leader ordered. It would be best to capture him. If you can't, then just send him to the heavens. The man agreed. Then, the big brute stepped forward with his weapon, showing off his skills. He began to twirl the spear, and after a final spin, he gripped it firmly. Jia raised both his hands high, feigning compliance. I surrender. Please, spare my life. Seeing this, the man grew cocky. All right then. Good boy. Jia glanced at his sword, then let it drop to the ground. Just as the sword was about to hit the dirt, Jia immediately struck the hilt with his palm, causing it to reverse direction and fly straight toward the man, stabbing right through him. The underling couldn't have anticipated it. In just an instant, he was impaled by the sword. Everyone stared. Seeing this, Tha Lin was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Zihai spoke softly. I've changed my mind. The fighting atmosphere grew tense as everyone stared in horror at the scene before them. The soldier, with a blade pierced through his body, collapsed in pain, the light in his eyes not yet faded. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zihai charged toward the enemy, each step swift, powerful, and decisive. In that instant, his cold blade plunged deep into the enemy's chest. Dark red blood spurted out. Instantly, he grabbed the handle of a weapon from one of the surrounding enemies, swiftly pulling his sword out, followed by a continuous stream of fresh red blood. Quickly, unleashing his move, he spun around, slashing through the soldiers who were rushing towards him. Bodies lay scattered on the cold ground amidst the thick smell of fresh blood. The remaining soldiers witnessed the horrifying scene, unable to hide the absolute fear evident in their eyes. Before them, Li Zihai was like an incarnation of the god of death, cold and without a shred of mercy. The sword in his hand, drenched in fresh blood, dripped onto the dusty ground. The murderous aura emanating from him was powerful and suffocating, to the point that anyone standing near could clearly feel the chill of death. Tianla Ling's face darkened with anger. A deep voice echoed, Guildmaster Situ. Hang, he's here already? He turned back. No, Guildmaster. It's just some assassin who came out of nowhere to cause trouble. From a distance, Li Zihai immediately threw a spear with all his might, aiming straight ahead. But that powerful spear was stopped with ease. Seeing this, Li Zihai glared at the man, thinking to himself, for him to catch the spear I threw with his bare hands, his strength is no joke. But he had no intention of attacking again. He pretended to be at a disadvantage and shouted, this is bad. Then, he immediately turned and fled. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately gave chase. He's running. Get him. Quick. Li Zihai quickly shook off the soldiers. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. It was his subordinate, who had also successfully completed his mission. The two of them quickly left. They exchanged a look and immediately headed deep into the forest, leaving behind them a fire that lit up the entire corner of the sky. When they saw no one was following, the two of them stopped. Li Zihai, satisfied, asked his subordinate, You seem to have burned a lot, huh? The man quickly replied, It was decent enough. Just enough to mess them up. That should be enough for tonight. Hearing a sound, Li Zihai immediately ordered his subordinate, You head back to the main base first. The subordinate was confused and wanted to ask again. Immediately, Li Zihai raised his hand, signaling for silence. Understanding the situation, the man nodded in agreement. He turned to face the direction where someone was approaching, calmly waiting for the fight to come. A deep voice echoed through the sky. You bastard, did you think you could escape me? An old man landed in front of him. He was the guildmaster of the Backsword Guild, Li Zihai observed and assessed him. Looks like this guy is pretty overconfident. He's chasing me all by himself. His subordinates are nowhere to be seen. He thought to himself, what should I do now? I only wanted to mess with them a little, but now this big fish has presented himself right in front of me. He crossed his arms in front of his chest arrogantly. Since you've chased me all the way here, you should make the first move. The old man stared at him grimly without a word. Li Zihai continued to provoke him. Are you scared? You've chased me this far? What's there to be afraid of? Or are you afraid of an ambush? You came here all by yourself. Were you betrayed by your comrades? The old man calmly replied, I don't understand what you're saying. Li Zihai acted smug. As the master of a guild, you should be careful, especially when facing me. The old man frowned, thinking to himself, he seems quite arrogant. The master of the Backsword Guild was haughty and conceited. Betrayal? So what? With my strength. Any who oppose me must die. In the martial world, the one with strength is the one with a voice. Li Zihai nodded in agreement. That's a good point. That's also what I wanted to say. The man continued. Who commissioned you to come and cause trouble for us? Li Zihai feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand him. The old man growled, his voice a mix of coaxing and commanding. Speak. Li Zihai was not to be outdone. It was 3,900 taels, you know? The old man said nothing, frowning in anger. Li Zihai was defiant. Got a problem with that? The man, seeing he was a difficult person, made an offer to negotiate. I get it. You're just doing it for the money, after all. I'll pay you double that. Just turn back and bring me the head of the one who commissioned you. Li Zihai thought to himself. Clever. It looks like he's trying to stall for time so his lackeys can arrive and gang up on me. Even though I want to chat with him, it's best to strike first and gain the upper hand. With that thought, he shot forward like a whirlwind, attacking the man. The old man was no slouch either, unleashing his own attack. Li Zihai swiftly dodged the blow. The two fought fiercely, becoming a blur of motion amidst a cloud of white dust. A terrifying sound forced them both back. Li Zihai crossed his arms and nodded. You're pretty good. Suddenly, Li Zihai's eyes widened as he cursed internally. What the hell? After getting hit by my palm technique, his head is glowing red in the darkness. It looks terrifying. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. What a bastard. It looks like he's holding a grudge against me now. The man, furious, his head glowing red, glared at Li Zihai. It seemed like he wanted to escape. Instantly, Li Zihai rushed forward with his sword, taunting him. You've come all this way, so just die here. Don't even think about running. Before the old man could flee, he was hit by a surprise attack. The two resumed their battle. Li Zihai relentlessly taunted him. You stupid fool. With a red head, he continuously unleashed moves while not forgetting to mock the man. Since you're here, leave your life behind. Your bald head is now as red as a watermelon. The old man angrily struck back. Li Zihai silently praised himself. Heh, I never thought I'd be able to say such humiliating things to an opponent. The old man was so enraged that his entire face turned red as he attacked wildly. Li Zihai gloated. Looks like you get angry pretty easily, huh? Reaching his limit, blood rushed to the man's brain, his veins bulging. Li Zihai had successfully enraged him. Li Zihai attacked fiercely, continuing his provocations. If you die, I'll take all the wealth of the Backsword Guild, he mocked. At that point, your underlings will just become soulless corpses. The fight was incredibly evenly matched. And after that, it'll be the Southern Sky Alliance. I won't spare them either. All the wealth of both your guilds will be mine. A slash landed on the Backsword Guildmaster's arm, drawing blood. The man immediately retreated. Seeing the old man's hesitation and fear, Li Zihai targeted that fatal weakness. His ruthless eyes gleamed. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a finishing move, aiming for the cut on the man's arm to catch him off guard. Blood splattered everywhere. The blood, sucking divine art. The man's fearful eyes stared into Li Zihai's unyielding, deathly gaze. He relentlessly continued his attack. The man fell back, at a disadvantage. Li Zihai quickly pulled him back and kicked him straight in the face, causing him to cough up blood and fall unconscious. He kicked the man up, into the air, landing another kick to his face like a bolt from the heavens. As if his bloodlust was satisfied, he let his leg drop. He leaned down towards the guildmaster. With the guildmaster unconscious, he rubbed the man's bald head, feeling satisfied and pleased with his recent actions. He thought smugly, "It's all over for you now, isn't it?" and immediately grabbed him. He gripped the man's neck, pulling him up and thinking, "There's nothing you can do anymore." He continued his threats. The pride of your Antian assassination guild was sending assassins after me. You wouldn't let me live in peace, and now you'll pay the price for that. The old man trembled, denying it. I didn't send assassins after you. I don't even know who you are. With eyes that toyed with his prey, Li Zihua declared, I am the master of the Xiaowen sect. At this, the man was utterly terrified. Then he took another heavy blow from Li Zihua and screamed in agony. Seeing that the old man was no longer resisting, he let go. The master of the Swordbearers Guild lay unconscious on the ground. Li Zihua looked down at his defeated foe and scanned the surroundings. That was quick, he thought. This guy's movement skills were decent. But why? Haven't his disciples caught up yet? Did they get lost on their way here? He bent down and picked up the defeated man's precious sword. He didn't forget to leave a sarcastic remark. Too bad for you, running into me. It's too late for regrets now. Well, farewell. He suddenly remembered the demon known as Tian Luo Ling. His business finished, he quickly left. In town, at the brightly lit Ping An escort agency, Li Zihua handed the owner the sword he had just acquired. I've come to consign this sword. The man seemed to recognize the valuable weapon, and his face broke out in a nervous sweat. Everything fell into a tense silence as he stammered, Sir. Where would you like to send this sword? Li Zihua replied nonchalantly. Deliver it to the Southern Sky Alliance, and do it as quickly as possible. I'll pay any fee. The owner was suspicious. But is this sword yours, sir? Li Zihua gave him a dark look. It belongs to some bald guy. That I know. The owner frowned fearfully. Sir, could you please tell us his name? Li Zihua let out a long, tired yawn, which made the man shudder. Annoyed, he said, I already told you. It's the sword of a bald friend of mine. The shop owner insisted. But sir, on our end, we need to confirm the owner's identity before we can proceed. This sword looks quite valuable, sir. Not wanting to drag it out, Li Zihua gave in. Fine. To be precise, it's the sword of the bald master of the Swordbearers Guild. As expected, the men in the shop recognized it. Their faces darkened with fear. Li Zihua assessed their expressions and thought, looks like these guys are a little scared when I mention the Swordbearers Guild. Are they connected to them? Seeing them speechless with fear, he smiled contemptuously. What's wrong? I'm here to consign something and pay you. Do you really need to look at me with such terror? Is there something strange about this sword? The owner trembled. Sir, if I may ask, where is the guildmaster now, and why would he give this sword to you? Li Zihua answered casually. He's dead. The shop owner was shocked yet again. Still, he boldly asked, you brought this sword here, so you must have guessed that the Ping An escort agency is connected to the Swordbearers Guild. Now, what do you want from us? Li Zihua calmly replied, I already told you. Deliver this sword to the Southern Sky Alliance as quickly as possible. I can't be bothered to go there myself, which is why I'm paying a high price for you to do it for me. Or are you afraid to do it? His voice deepened. Is that it? You're an escort agency. You're supposed to handle any job related to your business, aren't you? This left the old man too terrified to speak. Li Zihua then demanded, I'll be waiting here. Prepare a quiet room for me. I need to rest. Let me know when you're done. He then turned and blamed them. It was your organization, the Swordbearers Guild, that hired assassins to kill me, causing me many sleepless nights. Now that my work is done, I need to rest and recover my strength. He also didn't forget to warn them. If anyone from the Swordbearers Guild comes investigating, you tell them, especially that Hallmaster Tian, that I am not here. Understand? He speculated. That Hallmaster Tian seems to have wanted to overthrow the guildmaster. He'll just pin all the blame on me. Now he's trying to hunt me down to frame me. Once he does that, he can safely take over as the master of the Swordbearers Guild. Seeing them still standing frozen, Li Zihua ordered, What are you all still standing there for? Prepare a quiet room for me. Hurry, and make sure not to disturb me. He looked at them with a predator's eyes. Your guildmaster annoyed me way too much, so I got fed up and killed him. Got it? The entire group couldn't stop trembling with worry. Li Zihua, exhausted, was sound asleep under a thin blanket when suddenly, a scent wafted past his nose. Li Zihua's eyes flew open. Oh, it was the smell of food. Delicious dishes were being carried by an old waiter, serving the customers who were dining. The door burst open. It was Li Zihua. He had shoved the wooden door hard. His sudden appearance startled the other customers, and they looked a little scared. He strode directly to a chair and sat down. With a scowl and a voice that couldn't sound more like a mob boss, he barked, Get me a bowl, fast. The owner's face turned pale with fear, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and he didn't know how to respond. The waiter standing nearby understood and said nothing. He timidly handed Li Zihua a pair of chopsticks with both hands. A large, steaming hot tray of food was brought out. The owner, holding a bowl of rice, said to Li Zihua, "Your sword was sent to the Southern Sky Alliance last night." As Li Zihua picked up a piece of hot meat, he heard the owner continue, "You gave that sword to the Southern Sky Alliance because you want them and the Swordbearers Guild to quickly clash, don't you?" Li Zihua leisurely chewed the meat and replied nonchalantly, "You're sharp." The other man lowered his head, looking worried. "We have ties to the Swordbearers Guild, so if the Southern Sky Alliance wins, it will be hard for us to survive. Now that our guild master is gone." Across from him, he seemed to pay no mind, simply shoveling rice into his mouth. "Is that so?" Seeing Li Zihua's casual attitude, the owner's face grew darker. His fear intensified. "You may not know this, sir, but Si-Tu Hang, though a merchant leader, is bloodthirsty. If anyone goes against his will, even slightly, they won't live to tell the tale. We're in the escort business, which is already tough. If they decide to increase the protection fees, which they often do, we won't be able to survive." Hearing this, Li Zihua just let out a faint, cold laugh. He tilted his head up slightly to look directly at the owner. "So you think?" The owner broke out in a sweat. "Yes?" Li Zihua's face darkened. He hissed through clenched teeth. "You think if the Swordbearers Guild wins, they'll be any better than the Southern Sky Alliance? You know it yourself. They're all the same trash." The old man's pupils constricted, and he opened his mouth in fear, sweat soaking his temples. Li Zihua then picked up another slice of fragrant, golden brown, spicy pork that made his tongue tingle. He casually continued, "I'm in the middle of a meal, so I don't want to talk about money or who's right or wrong. You all just eat. You're already better off than most people out there. Yet you're still ungrateful." The face of the shopkeeper across the way had crumpled into a knot and darkened, but Li Jia calmly continued eating and speaking. "The delivery fee is one thing. You've all been associated with the Sword Guild. I don't know how much, but for all the things the Sword Guild has done, you all had a part in it. Now that you're facing a change, you're all crying for your mommies and daddies. You must have lived too comfortably to endure any hardship, huh?" At this point, Li Jia shot a chilling glare at the shopkeeper in front of him, his entire body radiating killing intent. "You bastards aren't so decent yourselves. To be blunt, you're no different from the underworld gangs." He pointed his chopsticks straight across the table. Li Jia continued his verbal assault. "Wait until both the Southern Heavenly Alliance and the Sword Guild are weakened. Then it'll be my turn to take over. You all better be careful. At that point, all of your businesses will be under my control. If you keep doing these vile, wicked things, exploiting your workers, then you won't be able to sit here and eat your meals in peace like this anymore." Li Jia's eyes glinted with a red light, growing more and more menacing. "Are you afraid the Southern Heavenly Alliance and Sima Tuxing will win? Don't be so naive. You should be more afraid of me. Just you wait and see." After that long, winding speech, the old shopkeeper was visibly terrified. His face turned pale, and sweat poured down like a stream. Li Jia picked up a piece of pickled melon to eat with his rice and spoke again. "The Sword Guild is like a snake without a head now. They probably can't win. But if they do, it'll be even easier for me to act. The Southern Heavenly Alliance has a better chance. But if Sima Tuxing wins, he'll die by my hand too. When I become the master of this region, you can all do business in peace. You won't have to pay any protection money." At this, his demeanor softened, and he looked a bit gentler. He ate as he spoke. "I'm no saint myself, but I'm different from them. I don't need your money. In fact, I'll create opportunities for you to thrive. But if I find out you're cheating in business or exploiting others, then of course you will have to pay. But you'll be paying down in the underworld, doing business with the Sword Guild and the Southern Heavenly Alliance." He swallowed a mouthful of rice with a gulp. Li Jia then glanced over and smiled with satisfaction. "This was a delicious breakfast. My compliments to you." Hearing this, the shopkeeper was in no mood to be happy. His eyebrows were furrowed like a sine wave, and his face was utterly grim. Just then, a waiter appeared from nowhere next to Li Jia and asked, "Sir, this is the first time I've seen you here. Are you from one of the righteous sects? Is that why you're taking action to eliminate those two guilds?" On the contrary, Li Jia furrowed his brow and looked at the person who had just spoken. "What's all this talk about righteous and evil sects? Do I look like one of those righteous fools to you? Huh?" The diner next to him continued the exchange with Li Jia. "So, are you from the Nine Sects Alliance or the Martial Arts League?" "No, I'm not from any of those places. What's so great about them that you worship them like that?" The diner's face scrunched up. Just then, Li Jia spoke up. I'm from a nearby area. You know of Manhua, right? Another customer replied. Yes, I know of it. I believe the guild master there is the great Rakshasa, whose martial arts are quite formidable. Gracefully taking a spoonful of soup, he said. Is he that famous? Then I suppose you also know about his disciples, the 12 divine generals, right? Another young customer's eyes widened. Yes, so, you must be from there. Li Jia glanced over and said, That's partly correct. I am from there, but I wasn't born there. I've already eliminated that bastard, the great Rakshasa. And as for the 12 divine generals, I've taken the lives of more than half of them. Now do you understand what I'm capable of, huh? The customers around him were all filled with fear, especially the shopkeeper, whose face had turned completely dark. But Li Jia continued, So, are you interested in this topic? Are you curious how I defeated the great Rakshasa? No sir. No? Why not? In one gulp, he finished the bowl of soup, put down his chopsticks and said, All right then, so, what's the escort fee for that sword? At that moment, the shopkeeper suddenly became very serious. He looked straight at him and said respectfully, What are you saying, sir? How could we dare to take payment from you? We only hope that in the future, if you unite the 2 underworld guilds here, you will spare us and let us make a living. Despite this, Li Jia insisted on paying, and he spoke to the owner again. Let's worry about the future later. You helped with a delivery for me today, so you must be paid. Name your price. Then, we would only dare to accept 3 silver taels from you. Hearing 3 taels, Li Jia's face darkened. He coldly exposed the old man. What did you say? You think I don't know how much the fee is? Are you trying to rip me off? The owner didn't dare to look up. Then 1 tael, sir. Immediately, Jia pulled out a coin pouch, took out 2 coins, and placed them on the table. Here, this is for the food and lodging too. There, we're all settled. The old owner bowed his head in thanks. His business finished, Li Jia stood up and continued speaking in an even tone. You know many of the other merchants here. Tell them the Sword Guild is about to be destroyed. They better get their act together and do business properly. After I unite this place, you all won't have to pay any tribute. Just conduct your business honorably, and no one will touch you. Yes, sir. He lowered his gaze and continued speaking to the old man. Of course, if you don't know your place and do business deceitfully, I will kill you without mercy. Yes, sir. His eyes, still glinting red, warned the owner in a stern voice once more. I've said my piece. Don't you forget it. I have a very good memory. If I have to come looking for you, don't even think about living. The shopkeeper didn't dare to argue anymore. He obediently replied, I will pass on the message, sir, but I would also like to know your name, so I can tell them. Hearing this, Li Jia stood proudly and declared in a loud voice, I am the one who struck down the master of the Sword Guild. I will be the one to unite the Sword Guild and the Southern Heavenly Alliance, the one who ate and rested here before all of you. Li Jia puffed out his chest and proudly proclaimed 3 words, the man in black. Before him, everyone fell silent. Listen up. If you even think about hiring the Yatwei assassins, you might as well prepare for death. Those damn assassins have bothered me far too much. But if any of you has information on the Yatwei assassins, I'll reward you. Got it? The boss, sweating bullets, said, Yes, I'll tell them exactly what you said. Li Zihua, still looking up arrogantly, continued, All right, we'll deal with that later. First, tell me everything you know about those assassins. Do you have any contact with them, or know anything about them? The owner was already terrified. Sir, why do you ask? Instead of answering the owner's question, he pressed him. I said, You do as I say. Where are they? As I've said before, if you have contact with them, you'll die a miserable death. But if you talk, I'll reward you handsomely. Now hurry up. The owner was terrified, but Li Zihua wouldn't let up. Not talking. Huh. Then, a mysterious image flashed in the tavern owner's mind, and he suddenly shouted in a hurry, Yes, sir, we know. There are rumors that those people are connected to the Cloud Moon Society. All transactions go through the Cloud Moon Society. That's right. If anyone has a request, they go to them. The two continued their exchange. That's the place you need to go. So, where is it? Li Zihua's voice was stern. The owner's eyes narrowed. He cautiously opened his mouth. It's at the Merchants Guild in the Pingjing Lake area. Li Zihua replied coldly. All right. Then he turned and ordered the waiters, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Prepare a set of escort's clothes for me, like yours. This outfit is too dirty. Everyone around stared with wide eyes. From a man in black to an escort, Li Zihua thought to himself. With the black cat on my shoulder, I look pretty damn cool. He praised himself smugly. Last night, I was a man in black. This morning, a handsome escort. Li Zihua's voice then echoed in the wind. Walking alone through the martial world, a cool, solitary traveler. In this world, tasked by the Sha Sect, escort Li Zihua, carrying the black cat on his shoulder. Destination: the Cloud Moon Society at Pingjing Lake. Before the astonished eyes of the passers-by, he strode proudly in the early morning sun. Behind Li Zihua, a few figures were tailing him. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Li Zihua instantly spun around and grabbed the person's arm. Then, he swung his hand and slapped him hard. The man immediately fell to the ground. He angrily sat up, a red handprint already forming on his left cheek. Li Zihua glanced at him and said, "You dog-eyed fool, you dare to look down on an escort like me?" As he finished speaking, he swung his hand again, slapping the other cheek hard. Now both of his cheeks were bright red. He was so angry, he was speechless. Li Zihua ignored his reaction and continued his assault, slapping him repeatedly on both cheeks. After a few more slaps, the man's face was completely swollen, but Zihua still grabbed him by the collar, ready to strike again. Just then, a voice came from behind him. "Brother, stop hitting him." Li Zihua turned his head to look. He saw a group of people had appeared behind him, all of them holding weapons. Seeing that his friends had arrived, the man being held by Zihua said, "You're not getting away with this." Ignoring his words, he slapped him hard one more time, and the man collapsed to the ground. Li Zihua turned to face the group. "You must be from the Cloud Moon Society, right? If so, take me to your leader." One of them laughed. With a sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. "Big words. Causing trouble here? You must have a death wish." As he finished speaking, the whole group charged at Li Zihua with their swords drawn. He raised his hand and quickly parried a sword strike. Then, he grabbed the blade and snapped it with his bare hands. The people behind them saw this and, in their shock and horror, let out a gasp. Li Zihua took the broken tip of the sword and plunged it straight into the man's neck. Then, he rushed past the corpse towards the others. They screamed in terror. "We're not from the Cloud Moon Society. Please spare us," Li Zihua asked doubtfully. "Oh, really?" the man replied. "Yes. We're just a small gang under the Cloud Moon Society's banner. We live here and regularly pay tribute to them," he continued. "Is that so? Then you're all the same." The group was speechless when they heard that. They stared nervously at Li Zihua. He went on, "What's wrong? You were talking so tough just a moment ago. Why are you so scared now? Huh? Don't think for a second I'm going to spare you." They remained silent, thinking to themselves, "Is this guy really just an escort? How dare he cause trouble here?" Zihua threatened, "The first one to run dies first. But if one of you leads me to the Cloud Moon Society, I'll spare his life." Hearing this, the man broke out in a cold sweat and replied, all right, follow us." After that, they cleared a path for Li Zihua and said, "This way." As he walked, he thought, "It's true. These scumbags only know how to exploit people. The bastards from the Cloud Moon Society exploit everyone's labor. They live off the money they extort from others. I can't forgive that." The more Zihua thought about it, the more furious he became. "Maybe I hate them. Because I used to be a waiter." He recalled his past. "I had to do everything in the tavern, cleaning the floors, washing dishes, everything imaginable to earn money. And then I still had to pay tribute to them." Li Zihua remembered the sight of himself carrying stacks of plates all day. No matter how much he worked, it was never enough to eat. Toiling all day long, only to go hungry again. He thought about the money he had suffered so much to earn. And even then, if you just accepted that miserable life, you might be left in peace. But if you resisted, you'd get nothing but a beating. The tribute money would also be increased. Of course, that meant you'd have to work 5 or 10 times harder. He remained lost in his thoughts. That life of hardship taught me many lessons and shaped who I am today. Seeing these people exploiting others' labor now just makes me even angrier. After that, the group led Li Zihua to a building near the riverbank. One of them pointed to the building and said, "That's the Cloud Moon Society's headquarters. The leader is inside." He replied, "All right." The men sitting in front of the door all noticed Zihua. One of them, who was eating a skewer, looked at his clothes and spoke up. "An escort?" Li Zihua walked over and warned them, "You scum, get lost if you know what's good for you. If you're stubborn, you'll die without a proper burial." He continued, "Take me to your leader, and I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, the others all laughed at him. "Wow, what a foul mouth." Li Zihua angrily asked, "Who said I have a foul mouth?" The man contemptuously spat on the ground. Then, he warned him, "You must be tired of living, huh? Get lost before I get angry." Hearing this, Li Zihua took a step toward them. They drew their swords, surrounding him. Li Zihan stopped in front of one of them and said mockingly, "You look like you've been eating well," the man suddenly asked. "And that robe? Are you from the BN escort agency? Why are you acting so strangely? You tired of living?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Zihan lunged forward and grabbed him by the throat. The man cried out in pain. Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard. Wu Shen opened the door and asked, "What's going on?" Someone answered, "Some escort from an agency is here demanding to see the chief," he said contemptuously. "An escort? Just a regular escort, not even the head of the agency, and he wants to see our chief?" At that moment, Li Zihan slapped the man hard across the face. With just one slap, he sent him crumbling to the ground at his feet. Then, he said, "I'm from the Bian Escort Agency. I'm here to see your chief on business. Lead the way." Wu Shen spoke up. "You have a lot of guts. But fine, I can see you have some skill," Li Zihan replied. "Good. Then lead the way." He just nodded and instructed, "Wait here, while I go ask the chief." After Wu Shen left, he turned around. Seeing this, the men surrounding Li Zihan fearfully turned away. A moment later, the door opened again, and Wu Shen stepped out. He said, "This way, please." Li Zihan followed him. Wu Shen led him inside the building. They arrived at a pier nestled between the mountains. Along the way, everyone noticed Li Zihan's arrival. Bi Xieyun, seeing he had come, said, "I am the chief. Bi Xieyun, have a seat." He was sitting by the riverbank. In front of him was a fishing rod. Li Zihan thought irritably, "Just because you tell me to sit, I have to sit?" Bi Xieyun, not hearing him speak, kept staring at him. At that moment, Li Zihan finally asked, "So you're the chief of the Moon Brotherhood Society? I swear, you look a lot like a catfish." Hearing this, Bi Xieyun became furious and speechless. Bi Xieyun angrily asked, "Who the hell are you, you bastard? It's clear you're no assassin. That sword on your back says as much. You're also no escort, even if you claim to be. Where are you from?" Li Zihan replied coldly, "The Xiaowen sect. Have you heard of it?" The man was surprised. "The Xiaowen sect? That's the first I've ever heard of it." Hearing that, he continued, "I've come looking for those bastards from Yue Dujiang, through you. They've been bothering me far too long." Bi Xieyun said suspiciously, "Why are you looking for those assassins?" Seeing that he seemed to know them, Li Zihan pressed, "Do you have a way to meet them? Huh?" Bi Xieyun raised a hand to stroke his beard and said, "Are you looking to hire them for a mission or something? Meeting them isn't difficult, but you can only meet the low-ranking ones. I'm sure you've already questioned them and gotten no information, right? They've been trained that way since they joined. Even if you beat and torture them, it's useless. The subordinates don't know much anyway, they only know their direct superior." He glanced at Li Zihan. Yue Dujiang operates in a hierarchy. Each level only communicates with the one directly above and below them, and they know absolutely no one else. Therefore, if you want to find the leader, you have to take them down one by one, from the bottom to the top. So, can you do that? Li Zihan remained silent, thinking to himself, "This catfish seems to know a lot. He's told me quite a bit. He probably thinks I'm also from the underworld, looking for those assassins for some reason, so he's not very guarded." Then he wondered aloud, "I see. It looks like you people do pretty well for yourselves. You must collect tributes from the merchants trading around here, right?" Bi Xieyun spoke up, to correct his choice of words. "Tributes? That sounds like something for the imperial court. Call it protection fees," he asked coldly. "Protection fees?" the man sneered. "That's right." Hearing this, Li Zihan's face hardened, and he said nothing. Bi Xieyun began to explain, "We're considered an underworld organization, so what we do is easy to understand, right? If we don't do it, another guild will just rise up and take our place. I'm from here. I've lived here since I was a child. I know everything about this place. So, isn't it better that I do it, rather than some other underworld organization?" he said with a matter-of-fact expression. "Say what you will, but when we take protection money, we have to do the work. It's not like we just show up at the end of the month to collect. There are many social conflicts that we have to step in and resolve. You have to work to eat. Though what we do isn't much. We do help maintain order here." Bi Xieyun smirked and asked him, "Therefore, us receiving a little money to support the lives of our brothers in the guild isn't such a big deal, is it? Don't you think I'm right?" Li Zihan burst out laughing and clapped. "Brilliant. It's been a long time since I've heard a guildmaster give such a convincing argument for the evil things you're doing." At the same time, he thought to himself, "Listening to this guy ramble on is getting tiring. I should just punch him in the mouth." and make him spill everything. That would be faster, Li Zihan said coldly. Listening to you, this business of protecting merchants sounds like a righteous job, maintaining peace and order. But no matter what you say, that's just your excuse, isn't it? I've killed plenty of liars who talk as much as you do. He recounted what happened earlier. Just a moment ago, I had just arrived in this territory and was already pickpocketed by one of your men. Luckily, I caught the bastard. Although afterward, your men came to rescue that pickpocketing scum. I taught them a lesson they'll never forget. Bai Xieyun asked back in surprise. Oh, really? Li Zihan listed their crimes. Besides protection, you people also pickpocket, extort, and kidnap, doing all sorts of despicable things. Hardworking merchants have to hand over their money, their blood and sweat, money they earned through hardship. You simply say you're protecting their business and force them to pay. Have you ever, when spending that money, thought about those miserable people? You bastard. And now, from that filthy mouth of yours, you say it's only natural for them to pay tribute to you. I despise scum who feed on the blood and sweat of people like that. Bai Xieyun said contemptuously. Did you come here just to say these things? You surely have no idea how many meddlers like you I've killed during my time as guildmaster here. There's a perfectly good path for you to walk, but I don't understand why you insist on charging straight in here to your death. My reason for coming here was first to find Yue Dujiang. Now that I've met you, I have one more thing to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the chief's subordinates surrounded Li Zihan. Li Zihan glanced at the situation, then turned back and yelled, You bastards! If you know what's good for you, disband this damn society, and I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Today. Suddenly, Bai Xieyun stood up. He roared in anger. This punk! Li Zihan looked at Bai Xieyun, confused. He turned back, veins popping on his face, and furiously shouted, You're looking to die! Bai Xieyun pulled a dagger hidden in his sleeve and lunged at Li Zihan, but he nimbly dodged it. Li Zihan raised his hand and grabbed his arm. Grabbing Bai Xieyun's knife, Li Zihan suddenly thought, What the hell? The leader of a major sect is this weak? Li Zihan increased the force in his grip. He yanked the man into the air and threw him aside. Just then, Li Zihan immediately drew his sword and, with a single slash, cut Bai Xieyun in half. Once it was done, he calmly sheathed his blade. He sheathed his sword in the corpse of Bai Xieyun, which fell into the water with a huge splash. Behind him, Li Ziha turned to face the subordinates, who were all staring at him in terror. Li Ziha growled, What are you waiting for? All of you little brats, get over here. Come on, I want to get this over with. They all stood frozen in place. Seeing this, he turned back around, sat on a chair, and said, If you're not coming up, then just stand there and wait. I've got something for you. The subordinates looked at each other, confused. Li Ziha muttered to himself, It's true, that bastard getting sliced up and thrown down there as fish food is a fitting end. It's what he deserved. I still have things to do here, you bastards. If you don't want to die, get your men and find the assassins from Jiang's first tale and bring them to me. Hurry up, or you'll all die. But they just stood there, silent. Angrily, he turned back and asked, Not a single one of you is moving? Can't you hear me? Are you trying to make me kill you? With that, Li Zihua shot up and said, You all don't look like you have any real strength. You're probably just scared to death after seeing your gang leader die so easily. Is that why you're not reacting? If you don't dare to come up here and die like he did, then do these two things for me, and I'll spare you. He began to list them. First, as I said before, contact Jiang's first tale. Call them here. Second, if you hear any news that the Southern Sky Alliance is gathering somewhere for a major operation, report it to me immediately. Only then did one of them speak up. We understand. But, may we ask your name, sir? Hearing this, Li Zihua snapped in annoyance. You people sure talk a lot. I'm the one who killed your gang leader. Any more questions? The underlings all bowed in submission. He continued coldly, Don't look at me like that. Let me tell you, the bastard who led the Peijian Association was also beheaded by me recently. If you think you're stronger than those two leaders, then come up here and fight me. If not, then get the hell out of my sight and get to work. Got it? He stared at them with a sharp gaze. The subordinates just looked at each other, not reacting. Li Zihua was losing his patience and spoke up. Well, if you have something to say, spit it out so I know. A man quickly replied, Yes, we understand. We will do as you say. He turned back and asked, Hey, you with the horse face who just spoke. What's your name? Wu Shen looked left and right, then pointed to himself and asked, Are you asking me, sir? The man continued, Yes, My name is Wu Shen. Li Zihua asked, Are you the vice leader? He nodded. Li Zihua began to delegate. After I leave, you will lead this rabble in place of the dead. Gao Fish Leader, I'm putting you in charge. Now, you will either listen to me, or you'll go down there and feed the fish. Understand? Wu Shen could only obey meekly. Li Zihua stared coldly at the calm lake. He sat there, thinking to himself, It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such a peaceful and romantic scene, with my heart so light and at ease. Suddenly, the fishing rod shook. Li Zihua immediately pulled it up. To his surprise, he had caught a Gao fish. Li Zihua quickly drew his sword and killed it. Seeing the fish's corpse fall back into the water, he cursed, You damn Gao fish, but you're lucky. I just killed your leader, so I'll spare you this time. Just then, a crescent-shaped, blood-soaked staff appeared in Li Zihua's mind's eye. Then, the figure of Wei Zunwu materialized. He clasped his hands and said, Namo Amitabha. He also clasped his hands and greeted back respectfully, Amitabha. Li Zihua continued, Master, it has been long since I have seen your image, but I have always remembered your teachings in my heart. I must perform good deeds and accumulate merit. His eyes suddenly took on a sinister glint as he said, But for these bastards, they cannot be forgiven. The subordinates behind him saw him talking to himself and couldn't help but think, This guy is truly insane. Under the clear blue sky, Li Zihua sat quietly, fishing alone. He looked at the water, thinking, Moments like this, fishing, I'm reminded of Jiang Ziya from Investiture of the Gods. He also sat and fished day after day, year after year, without ever catching a single fish. He was probably just fishing for fun, just like me right now. Thinking of that bastard with the big lips, I've lost my appetite for fish. I don't even want to think about eating it. At this moment, I think of Jiang Ziya because of what he said. Spilled water cannot be returned to the basin. This means that a bowl of water that has been spilled can never be gathered up to be full again. It's like his wife, who left him when he was just an old man fishing, with no accomplishments, and then came back when he had become a powerful prime minister. That was the lesson he learned from his life. Li Zihua then thought about himself. I have also gone through things like that. Therefore, it could be said that I, too, can become someone with fame and power like him in the future. At that moment, Wu Shen approached. He reported respectfully, Sir, most of the disciples of the Southern Sky Alliance have now gathered in Fuyang. They've been there for a short time, but haven't made any moves. It seems they are waiting for some smaller sects to rally their forces. Those sects have answered the Southern Sky Alliance's call. Li Zihua was silent, calculating. Fuyang, huh? If I use my fastest lightness skill, I can get there before they make their move. He immediately stood up and said, You are the leader here now. Let me ask you something. Wu Shen listened obediently. Li Zihua probed, If I leave now, how will you control the situation in this gang? Or will you be too scared and let your subordinates walk all over you? He hesitated and replied, Well, about that. Li Zihua didn't wait for Wu Shen to continue and cut in. Listen to me. Here are a few things I want you to do before I leave. Wu Shen listened intently as he stated his demands. The money, from tributes and protection fees, get rid of it from now on. Let your brothers run legitimate businesses. You know what I mean. If you're still extorting tribute money, I won't let it slide. Understand? Don't think that just because I'm gone, I won't know what's happening here. Wu Shen nodded and replied, I understand. Li Zihua continued, If any of the brothers can't make a living honestly, tell them to go to the Black Cat Gang and see me. I will arrange work for them. When they are there, they won't have to worry so much about how to make a living. However, things at the Black Cat Gang are not simple. It requires rigorous training. If they can't handle it, they could lose their lives in gang fights. That's the kind of life we live there. You get what I'm saying, right? Wu Shen asked in surprise. So, you mean we will live as legitimate businessmen? I thought you were the leader of some kind of underworld gang. Li Zihua replied nonchalantly, I'm neither of the underworld nor of the righteous path. I took over the Black Cat Gang from a leader I killed. His subordinates surrendered to me, just like all of you did. Understand? He threatened. If yesterday you had sought revenge against me for that Ngao fish, then right now, you'd all be down in that lake with him, playing with the fishes. You get my point? Wu Shen quickly replied, Yes, I understand. He asked hesitantly, It seems you are planning to confront the Southern Sky Alliance. Is that right? Li Zihua said in annoyance. That's right. They're a bunch of bastards who feast on the blood and bones of merchants, so I can't possibly let them be. Wu Shen was frightened by his attitude and quickly replied, Yes, sir. He asked for Wu Shen's opinion. Of course, I will be observing from the side for now. But in your opinion, if the Northern Sword Association and the Southern Sky Alliance were to clash, which side would lose? He thought for a moment and offered his opinion. I would guess the Southern Sky Alliance. Hearing this, Li Zihua praised him. You guess well. Now that the leader of the Northern Sword Association is dead, they're like a snake without a head, he continued. How can they possibly deal with the Southern Sky Alliance? You just stay here and take care of this. Run this guild well. In the future, I will send someone to check on how you all are living. Wu Shen, standing beside him, could only obediently accept Li Zihua's order. He warned them, if, at that time, you are living well and not committing the evil deeds of your past, I will leave you in peace. Otherwise, you will surely die by my hand. There's no doubt about it. Yesterday, you witnessed your own guild leader become fish food. Let him be an example for you to live properly. Understand? A person's life is fleeting, so don't do things that go against the heavens. Humans have eaten too much fish already, so there must come a time when they get to eat human flesh in return, right? That is karma. If you do evil, you must suffer the consequences of your actions. Wu Shen replied obediently. Yes, I understand. Then, he asked with curiosity. Sir, you keep mentioning the Xia Wen sect. Are you perhaps the leader there? Li Zihua answered. That's right. I came here to find the assassins of Yiwei Dujiang. They have caused me far too much trouble. I can't eat or sleep in peace until I've eliminated them. The man was, if you have a grudge, you must avenge it. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he said, I am the master of the Xia Wu sect. After hearing this, Wu Shen simply replied, Yes, I will do as you request. Li Zaha turned back to look at the water. Even though I've only been here for a day, looking at that crystal clear lake, I can't help but feel how peaceful this place is. It's truly a picturesque scene. It's thanks to this place that my spirit has calmed down, and I'm no longer as arrogant as before. Here, I can finally live in peace without overthinking. Wu Shen smiled and said, Yes, it is indeed a beautiful, clear lake. Li Zaha glanced at him, silently assessing. All right, it seems this guy's soul isn't entirely incapable of living righteously. Li Zaha pointed to the calm lake. Look, the scenery here is magnificent. Preserve it. Don't let your filthy deeds taint this place. Understand? By day, the sun shines on the lake's surface. By night, the moon illuminates its depths. It's a truly marvelous sight. Li Zaha looked at the fisherman and thought to himself, all these common folk living around the lake, seeing them toil so hard, I can't help but feel their fate is pitiable. If it weren't for those bastards from the underworld, always looking to oppress them and extort protection money, their lives would be so much easier. Therefore, you will let them live and work in peace. Understand? Consider it a part of following the righteous path. Wu Shen replied firmly. You have spared our lives, and because of that, we have come to understand a great deal. We will strive to be good men, just as you've said. Li Zaha looked at him in silence for a long moment. Then, he turned away with a smile and said, Good. If you can do that, then I, too, can be at ease. The two of them stood in silence, watching the clear, calm water. After a while, Li Zaha decided it was time to leave. Before he left, he added one more thing. I'm leaving now. I hope the next time I return, I will see the face of a righteous man. Farewell. Wu Shen bowed respectfully to him. He thought to himself, and I must once again throw myself into a world of bloodshed. This life in the martial world, it's not easy. It's either kill or be killed. There's no time for a peaceful life. I will remember this tranquil lake often. Hearing this, Wu Shen broke into a cold sweat as he watched him depart. In Fuyang, Li Zaha was standing, in line with a crowd of people. He observed the situation and whispered, Excellent. He thought to himself, I've changed out of my escort uniform and into the clothes of the Cloud Moon Brotherhood. They'll never recognize me. Just then, someone waved him forward. As soon as he stepped inside, the man sitting there asked, Brother, which guild are you from? Before Li Zaha could answer, the man asked again, Have you ever participated in any guild wars? Only then did he speak. I am Ti Sue, from the Cloud Moon Brotherhood at Jingping Lake. The man didn't even look at him, saying dismissively, Ah, I've heard of that group. Seems like they're just a minor guild. Then he finally looked up at him. Did you come with any other brothers from your guild? How many tails are you expecting for this war? Li Zaha replied coolly, Money is important, but I have a score to settle with the Treasured Sword Guild. My purpose is revenge. The man's eyes glinted slyly. Good. In that case, we'll settle the payment later. I'll put you on the front lines to give you a chance at your revenge, but I have to ask, are you any good? He answered confidently. Rest assured, I may be from a small guild, but I've fought in many battles and have never known defeat. I am Yun Meng Jiao, the #1 saber wielder of the Cloud Moon Guild from Jingping Lake. I am a true wandering warrior, so you can rest easy. After hearing this, the man just stared at him, baffled and speechless. He let out a sigh and went back to his records, writing as he spoke. You guys from Jingping Lake sure are a talkative bunch. I expect great things. Then, he told his subordinate, Quick, give this young brother 3 taels of silver. Seeing this, Li Ziha was surprised. 3 taels? How much does a normal person get? The man frowned. 1 tael, at most. But didn't you say you were an undefeated saber master? Li Ziha crossed his arms and praised him. You have a good eye for talent, examiner. Hearing this, the man just sneered and then shooed him away. I'm busy. Now go. Next, Li Ziha casually walked out as everyone turned to stare at him. Suddenly, a subordinate stepped forward to make an announcement. A message from the alliance leader, he announced, standing before the crowd. After we set out, halfway to our destination, our main target will be the headquarters of the Treasured Sword Guild. The alliance leader himself will be joining the fight, so don't even think about trying anything funny. Desertion, betrayal, or fighting with your comrades. We are grateful to you for aiding the Southern Heaven Alliance. But if you dare to anger the alliance leader, there will be nothing I can do to save you. I trust you won't do anything foolish that might cost you your heads. At that moment, Li Ziha turned and glanced around, wondering, where is this alliance leader, Situ Hang? From behind him, a voice rang out. Move out! Everyone responded in unison. Suddenly, Li Ziha glanced to the side and was surprised to see Situ Hang himself, approaching with his subordinates. Li Ziha smiled to himself. Speak of the devil, I was just looking for him. As Situ Hang passed by, he instinctively turned to look at Li Ziha and spoke. This young brother has quite an impressive aura. Li Ziha replied coolly. Yours isn't so bad either. His words stunned the subordinates. One of them yelled, How dare you? But Situ Hang just laughed. He told his men, It's fine. We're all allies here. He probably doesn't know who I am. The subordinate was still agitated. Alliance leader. But Situ Hang turned and gave the order, Let's go. And with that, the group moved on past Li Ziha. Just then, a man at the rear of the group seemed to recognize him. Li Ziha quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for the man to keep quiet. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Reaching the center of the courtyard, Situ Hang suddenly raised a sword high into the air and shouted, Brothers, this is the sword of the Treasured Sword Guild's master. Before the eyes of the crowd, he continued, I don't know if this is some kind of prank, but I refuse to sit idly by while someone dares to use their own sword merely to deceive their enemies. Situ Hang's voice grew grim. What a waste of time it is to fight such a pathetic foe. Whether this is a trick or not, today marks the end of the Treasured Sword Guild. He then rallied the men. When this war is over, when the Treasured Sword Guild submits to the Southern Heaven Alliance, even outsiders like you who have joined this fight will become my sworn brothers. Standing at a distance, Li Ziha watched and scoffed to himself. Brothers? What a joke. He began to formulate his own plan. This is just what I expected from him. My plan is inspired by the great Jiang Ziya, fishing by the riverside. First, I will join Situ Hang to annihilate the Treasured Sword Guild. After the Treasured Sword Guild is destroyed, I will destroy Situ Hang. Having thought it through, Li Ziha couldn't help but feel proud. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. He continued to strategize. And if Situ Hang is willing to surrender, I will allow the Southern Heaven Alliance to be absorbed into my Xiaowu sect. But if he dares to defy me, then I will make the Southern Heaven Alliance disappear from this world. The large group advanced into the forest. Li Ziha observed his surroundings and thought, these men are moving too slowly. It's too slow. Plus, we stopped once in Bakjiang to reorganize our forces, so the Twin Sword Guild could have easily figured out our intentions. Li Ziha scoffed and thought, does he think he's already won? He walked slowly, still assessing the terrain. Looking at the towering cliffs, Li Ziha wondered about this place. This is Fog Mountain Gorge. Are these guys crazy? Fog Mountain Gorge is a place where the fog is always thick, day or night. Luckily, there's no fog right now, but the terrain on both sides is made of high, treacherous mountains. This place is perfect for an ambush. Li Ziha immediately turned to his subordinate walking beside him and said, Hey, if we keep going, this road will lead us to Fog Mountain Gorge. If we're ambushed, half our men will die. You clumsy fools will lose your lives. The man was shocked and asked, Really? I'll go report it, and come right back. He then hurried away. Li Ziha sidestepped him and quickly moved through the crowd. Halfway there, Li Ziha met that subordinate again and asked, What did they say? The man repeated their exact words, Shut up and move quickly to get out of this place. Hearing that, Li Ziha was rendered speechless with frustration. He then asked, Didn't they send out any scouts? The man, drenched in sweat and exhausted, replied, They've already scouted, and then rushed off again. Li Ziha thought to himself, They probably didn't send anyone. I don't know what that idiot is doing. The people around him saw the situation and began to whisper, What gorge? He let out a long sigh and then shot forward. At that moment, Hang was yelling at his subordinate, Are you insane? What scouts? Were there any unusual reports? You damn bastard, get a grip. Li Ziha immediately ran over and saw the man bowing his head before Hang, saying, Please forgive me, sir. Li Ziha silently cursed them as fools. He stepped forward and asked, Alliance leader, have you made any preparations for the gorge? You mean for an ambush? The man said contemptuously, The leader of the Twin Sword Guild is dead. So what kind of ambush could there be? They're too busy trying to find a successor. Li Ziha spoke up, urging, We need to turn back. Before he could finish, Hang turned and yelled, Shut your mouth. What does a punk like you know? Hearing this, Li Ziha fell silent. His sharp gaze slowly changed. After a moment, he said, If an ambush happens and about 100 men die, you, Alliance leader, will have to take responsibility. Hang just snorted coldly, You madman. Then he turned around. Hang furiously shouted, Who is this punk? Everyone turned to look at him. Li Ziha sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. If everyone dies here, the blame will fall entirely on you, leader. Hang was taken aback by his words. What? You? He roared in anger. Who are you? To speak to me like that? Hang then spoke again. Brother, I'm glad you came to help us, but you don't seem to know your place. Do you want to die before we even meet them? Li Ziha replied with annoyance. I'm only saying what needs to be said. As the leader here, you need to know this. Right now, the situation is critical. Arguing won't solve anything. He analyzed the situation for Hang. Sir, look at the terrain here. The path is narrow. If we're ambushed, we're dead for sure. No doubt about it. Li Ziha pressed on. So, are you planning to let our brothers die here, or will you take the detour around this narrow pass? The man angrily turned and walked away without a word. Suddenly, a rock rolled down from the mountaintop. Hang immediately cursed. You coward! You're here, yet you don't even dare to show yourself? Instantly, a man appeared before them. Li Ziha's sharp eyes sized him up. It was Tian Shaling. He suddenly shouted, You bastard! You don't even show proper respect. In my presence? It seems you've become quite powerful now, haven't you? Are you that scared of me? How can a leader like you be worthy of leading the guild? What kind of plan could someone like you possibly have to attack the Twin Sword Guild? Hearing this, a murderous glint appeared in Hang's eyes. He replied, Then you can just go and die, can't you? It seems you don't dare to make a move against me, you coward. Li Ziha thought to himself. His taunts towards Hang are basically him saying, I'm the one who came up with this plan. At that thought, Li Ziha grew angry and cursed, You're too bold. I might just have to kill you right here. Just then, Hang suddenly charged forward, yelling, You bastard. Watching him rush in, Li Ziha cursed inwardly. He's the leader, but the guy is a complete idiot. It seems he can't handle the slightest provocation. Hang, sword in hand, charged forward while yelling, You scum, Tian Shaling. You're going to die here today. He swung his first sword strike. Tian Shaling easily dodged it. The two immediately clashed in a fierce battle. Li Ziha turned back to explain the situation to everyone. All of you, be careful. That bastard Tian Shaling is just bait. When he retreats, the men waiting in ambush will attack us with hidden weapons and roll boulders down on us. So, what will you do? In that situation, will you all go save your leader? Or will you all run for your lives? The man in charge pointed at him and said, Nonsense. What does someone like you know? How could our leader possibly lose to that Tian Shaling? He observed the situation and continued. You can tell just by looking at them how skilled they are. To say our leader would lose to that guy. Who would believe that? Li Ziha cursed. You're all idiots. Do you really think he showed up here just to die? He's only pretending, just feigning weakness to carry out his scheme. Hearing this, no one said another word. He thought to himself. Besides, it's useless telling these fools. They wouldn't understand a thing anyway. Elsewhere, the two were still fighting relentlessly. After a few sword clashes, Tianxia Ling suddenly leaped away. Seeing this, Situ Hang immediately shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He didn't look back, taunting as he fled. "Come and get me!" At that moment, atop the mountain, the ambushers had already prepared to draw their bows. They were all in position, ready to fight. As Situ Hang gave chase, he finally noticed something was wrong, but before he could prepare, the arrows were already flying. Situ Hang had no choice but to swing his sword to deflect them. Tianxia Ling just watched this scene from a distance. Just as Li Zihua had predicted, he had already placed his men here in an ambush. But when our side didn't enter the valley mouth, he was forced to appear and lure Situ Hang in. He couldn't help but sneer. Only a fool like Situ Hang would fall for a trick like that. That's all. But at least that Tianxia Ling has some strategic sense. Li Zihua suddenly turned back and asked the men behind him, "And what about you all? What do you think? Go in, there, and save your leader." They remained silent, and no one moved. Seeing this, Li Zihua cursed them inwardly with disgust. Leading these fools will get you killed without ever knowing why. Now, Situ Hang's life depends on them. Let's see if they'll go save him or just leave him there. By now, Situ Hang was riddled with arrows all over his body. He persisted, swinging his sword to deflect the incoming arrows. Li Zihua was about to ask, "What are you going to do?" But before he could finish, he saw the lead subordinate draw his sword. But then, the man turned and ran in the opposite direction. The men behind him, seeing this, also quickly fled for their lives. Li Zihua sneered and said, "So that's how it is. Only a few." Loyal men raised their swords, yelled, and charged forward. "Save the leader. Kill all those bastards," Li Zihua deduced. "So, they've charged forward to save Situ Hang. That's model. Those were his loyal subordinates." He then thought of the others. But what about the mercenaries who are only here for the money? Li Zihua turned back and saw them, fleeing in disarray. He gave a contemptuous smile and said, "Ah, they're running." Li Zihua then observed the situation, thinking to himself, "At least the South Heaven Alliance has some sense of brotherhood. Perhaps this victory will belong to you." Li Zihua clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes sharp. He walked slowly and mused. "But in this treacherous canyon, after you've both worn each other down, the victory will be mine." They charged with swords towards a subordinate. The man swung his mace once, sending the group flying. At that very moment, Li Zihua leaped forward. He swiftly drew his sword. The man's eyes widened in shock. By the time he regained his senses, he realized his mace had been sliced in half. Li Zihua dashed past again, flashing by several men and leaving long, crimson cuts as blood spurted out. Li Zihua stopped and lightly sheathed his sword. At the same time, behind him, fresh blood splattered as bodies crumpled to the ground. The remaining men were terrified by the scene. Afterwards, he stood on a rock outcropping, looking down at the battle below. Situ Hang and his subordinates were still fighting fiercely. He observed the position from which Tianxia Ling was directing his men to charge. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes as he uttered a single word, "Good." Then, he kicked off and jumped, gracefully flying down from the cliff, and landing right beside Situ Hang. Li Zihua cursed, "You're a damn idiot." Hearing this, Situ Hang became furious, not understanding what was happening. His face was grim and filled with killing intent. Li Zihua said, "I told you so, yet you still insisted on rushing in head first. Now that these brothers are dead, it's all on you, isn't it?" He gritted his teeth and turned away. Situ Hang looked back at the bodies of his subordinates on the ground, his eyes filled with rage. Li Zihua continued to berate him. "A blockhead, like you, trying to be a leader. You don't listen to advice. Once a fool, always a fool." Situ Hang couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You talk too much. I was wrong. It was my arrogance and ignorance that made me not listen to your advice." Hearing this, his subordinates called out, "Sect leader." Veins bulged on his face as he roared, "Brothers, this is my fault. Today, even if I die here, I must kill every last one of these scoundrels from the Betrayal Sword Society." After speaking, Situ Hang gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Then, he led the charge and immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, Li Zihua helplessly said, "Idiot," he thought to himself. "What other choice is there now but to charge to your deaths?" At least he finally understands his own foolishness and is doing something more meaningful. At that moment, Situ Hang was cutting down his enemies relentlessly. He charged forward without hesitation. Everywhere Situ Hang went, blood splattered. Li Zihua watched for a while and then mused, "Well, I suppose this is fine. A classic case of all brawn and no brains, but when it comes to fighting, he's second to none. He suddenly raised his hand, and the sound of clapping followed. Li Zihua walked and said, "Nicely done." He praised them. "Thanks to you, the brothers who died here can be avenged and rest in peace." Li Zihua also offered a word of comfort. "You have all worked hard." Hearing this, Situ Hang, while fighting, shouted, in broken sentences, "Shut up. Shut up, you bastard." He seemed to use all his strength to utter the last phrase. "Just shut your damn mouth for me." One of the subordinates pointed at Li Zihua and said, "How can you just stand there and talk? Are you on the Betrayal Sword Society's side?" He coolly replied, "If I were on their side, do you think you'd still be standing here running that mouth of yours?" The man didn't understand, and asked again, "What?" Suddenly, Li Zihua jumped up. The man tracked his movements. Li Zihua flew into midair, and a golden light flashed. A brilliant golden vortex emanated from his hand. Tian Ling turned to look. His subordinates also watched in confusion. Li Zihua's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes revealing a sinister intent, as he thought, "You're all dead." Immediately, Li Zihua unleashed his great elephant golden fire palm technique. The men under Tian Ling raised their swords together to block the raging flames, but it was all in vain. Their position was scorched to the point of smoking, the clothes on their bodies torn to shreds. Situ Hang and his subordinates gaped at the sudden turn of events. Tian Ling looked around, provoked, and let out a cold snort. A murderous aura emanated from his eyes. Li Zihua looked at Tian Ling and smirked, asking, "It's me. Do you remember me?" The man looked up at Li Zihua, frowning in thought. Tian Ling glared at him angrily and yelled, "Who the hell are you, you bastard? How can the South Heaven Alliance have a master like you?" Li Zihua replied with contempt, "You've been cursing the one who devised this plan, the one who instigated the South Heaven Alliance to attack the Betrayal Sword Society. I am that mastermind." Tian Ling sneered. How amusing. His grip on his sword tightened. Suddenly, Tian Ling recalled the scene from that day. He hesitated and said, "It seems." Li Zihua smirked once more and drew his sword. Everyone stared in wide-eyed astonishment, silently following his every move. A brilliant golden light radiated around him. Li Zihua suddenly charged forward. He unleashed his plum blossom sword technique. Flower petals flew towards Tian Ling's men. Then, they instantly exploded. Situ Hang's subordinates all shielded their faces with their hands. Through the smoke, the scene before them was astonishing. All of the enemies had been taken down. Tian Talin struggled, using his sword to prop himself up as Li Zihua walked over to him. He just stood there, staring down as Tian Talin slowly opened his eyes to look at him. Li Zihua spoke coldly. "Well, anything left to say?" Just as he finished, Tian Talin suddenly grabbed his sword, shot up, and tried to flee. Li Zihua scoffed once, then immediately gave chase. As he ran, Li Zihua yelled, "Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. You'll die either way." Tian Talin coughed violently but kept trying to run. At this point, Li Zihua was right behind him and started to taunt him. "Come on, hurry up, or I'm going to catch you." Hearing this, Tian Talin turned back and swung his sword. Li Zihua easily dodged it. He swung his sword again, and Li Zihua raised his own to block. The two exchanged a few more blows until it seemed Tian Talin could no longer hold on. He began to sweat profusely. A murderous glint appeared in Li Zihua's eyes, and a golden light flashed in his hand. He immediately struck out towards Tian Talin. Unable to dodge, he had to take the full force of the attack. A loud explosion rang out, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Tian Talin was sent flying. His body slammed into a cliff face, leaving no chance of survival. Li Zihua stood watching in silence. Situ Hang's group was also heavily injured from the battle. More than half of them were dead. He slowly walked over. Seeing him approach, they all turned to face him. Li Zihua suddenly asked, "Now, do you have anything to say?" Situ Hang remained silent, not answering him. He continued, "You fools. The Sword Association has lost. Without me, you would have all died for sure. There's no one left," Li Zihua declared arrogantly. "In this war, I am the victor." They still sat there in silence. He then turned and yelled at someone playing dead nearby. "You, playing dead, get up and see who of your comrades is still alive, or you can stay down, and I'll make sure you're really dead." They quickly helped each other up. Situ Hang gripped the sword in his hand, his face grim as he looked at Li Zihua. He still said nothing, his eyes silently appraising him. Li Zihua asked, "Situ Hang, you understand the situation now, don't you? I won't kill you here, but if you have anything to say, you need to say it now." Situ Hang finally spoke up. "I'm weaker than you. So what else is there to say? Li Zihua coldly interrogated him. Weaker than me, huh? So, you bullied those weaker than yourself, didn't you? Forced them to pay tribute to you, right? Is that it? Situ Hang replied with an air of certainty. They simply submitted to me. I also believe that the weak should submit to the strong. That's just the natural order, don't you think? Hearing this, Li Zihua said nothing more. Situ Hang stared at him for a moment before Li Zihua suddenly asked, So, do you know who I am? Without a second thought, he answered, I don't. Li Zihua explained. After getting their orders, your subordinates went out looking for factions to help you fight. The Northern Sword Guild. They came to me, and they seemed pretty dismissive when they did. It was only at this moment that Situ Hang understood. I see, he replied. Li Zihua continued. But today, you saw for yourself, didn't you? When you charged into that canyon, those guys all vanished. How many of them actually dared to stay and fight to save you? How many? What do you think? It's only natural. Why should they die for you? Situ Hang fell silent, deep in thought. Li Zihua scolded him. Some of them even told me to run, not to rush in there. To my death. It's because of your stupidity that the subordinates who were actually loyal to you are now dead. Situ Hang lowered his head, seemingly filled with regret. Suddenly, Li Zihua slapped him. A hard slap across Situ Hang's face. One of his cheeks immediately turned bright red. Li Zihua roared in anger. I told you to assess the situation around you, but you insisted on arguing. It's because of that stupid stubbornness that there's no going back now. Li Zihua landed another sharp slap. You foolishly did things your own way. And now so many of your brothers are dead. And you still haven't apologized? Both of Situ Hang's cheeks were now stinging. He forced out the words, It's because I was foolish and stubborn. Hearing this, Li Zihua fell silent. A subordinate behind Situ Hang quickly knelt and said, Gate Master, it's our fault. We failed to stop the Alliance leader. We let him proceed with the attack. On the Northern Sword Guild, it is our fault. We begged the Alliance leader for punishment. Situ Hang frowned and asked, What did you say? Gate Master? The man fearfully explained. This matter, one of the mercenaries told me. The person standing before you, Alliance leader, is the Gate Master of the Black Crow Gate. He bowed his head low and continued, His participation in our attack on the Northern Sword Guild was our good fortune. He may have a fiery temper, but he's righteous. We only just realized who he was, so we didn't have time to inform you, Alliance leader. After hearing this, Situ Hang was speechless. Li Zihua thought to himself, These guys are quick on their feet, but it seems they're terrified of Situ Hang. Just then, Situ Hang suddenly clasped his hands and bowed deeply before him. You are the Gate Master of the Black Crow Gate. Please forgive my disrespect today. Thanks to you, if it weren't for you, we would have all perished in this canyon. Once again, on behalf of the Southern Sky Alliance, I thank you, Situ Hang continued. From now on, if you ever need anything, Situ Hang, and the Southern Sky Alliance will do everything in our power to fulfill your request, to repay this debt. Though we walk the path of the underworld, we understand the code of the martial world. A debt of gratitude must be repaid. His subordinates also bowed in unison, clasping their hands. From now on, please command us as you see fit. We will not hesitate. Li Zihua felt a bit helpless, thinking, now they're talking about codes and principles. I don't even know what to say. Looking at Situ Hang, he silently compromised. Now that the idiot knows his mistake, I can't just keep hitting him. Suddenly, Li Zihua remembered something. By the way, where's the guy who recognized me? Is he still alive? A man immediately raised his hand. That would be me, sir. Li Zihua recognized him and replied, All right. Looking at the man, Li Zihua said, It's good that you're alive. The man obediently nodded. Situ Hang spoke up again. Gate Master, after things have settled down, may we visit the Black Crow Gate to properly thank you? Li Zihua flatly refused. Forget it. Trouble follows you wherever you go, so just stay away. The Northern Sword Guild has suffered a major defeat. You just need to manage the Southern Sky Alliance properly. I'll take care of the remaining forces of the Northern Sword Guild. Then, he announced in a loud voice, Listen up. The Northern Sword Guild has been utterly defeated. Therefore, you all should. They all looked at Li Zihua with expectant eyes, but he suddenly changed his mind. Never mind. Li Zihua's sharp gaze swept over them. You people. Your nature is ingrained in you. It's not something that can change overnight. So, let's take it slow. For now, perhaps we should talk about this guy, Situ Hang. He called him over. Come here. Watching him walk over hesitantly, Li Zihua instructed, "It's because of you that your brothers had to charge into this canyon. They had to risk their lives following you, to save you. So, you will remember the loyalty of your brothers. Got it?" Situ Hang replied with a solemn face. "I will remember." Li Zihua observed his expression. Suddenly, Li Zihua turned to look in a specific direction. At that moment, from a mountain peak looking down on Li Zihua's group, Mo Junzi and Nu Bin were smiling as they observed the situation. He narrowed his eyes, guessing, 2 experts from the slaughter hall. Li Zihua recognized them. It looks like Nu Bin and Mo Junzi. Thinking this, he cursed internally. Damn it, why is the slaughter hall sending their experts to wander around like this? What's their purpose here? Li Zihua turned back to Situ Hang's group. Get your men to retreat quickly. It's not safe here. His eyes looked terrifyingly serious. Seeing Li Zihua's gravity, Situ Hang nodded and immediately led his men away. Li Zihua briefly glanced back towards the mountain peak. On both sides of the gorge were towering cliffs. Li Zihua quickly sat down and began to meditate right there. He started calculating. If I can draw the experts from the slaughter hall to my Black Crow Gate, then in future battles, if 100 of my men were supposed to die, that number could be reduced to only a few. He then sat in silence for a while. A voice drifted down. He still hasn't left? Should we go chase him off? Wait a moment. Hearing this, Li Zihua thought, those two seem to have guessed my strength. They lowered their voices, but I can still hear them. They must have underestimated me because I look so young. He suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Instantly, Li Zihua leaped into the air. He lightly jumped from one rock outcropping to another, using them as footholds. With a few continuous leaps, his body was already quite far from the gorge. Li Zihua shot upwards, thinking, this is exhausting. I just finished a battle, and now I have to work again. Then, his entire body landed on a towering rock pinnacle. Just as he steadied himself, a voice rang out. Are you trying to run away? Li Zihua turned to look at the two of them. Both were looking at him with condescending smiles. Li Zihua said coolly, Is there a problem, you beggar-looking dude? Hearing this, Nu Bin's smile vanished. He turned and asked the person next to him. He called me a beggar. How did he figure it out, do you think? Mo Junzi replied indifferently. You're the only one who doesn't realize it. Everyone else can see it. Hearing that, Nu Bin's face froze. He pouted and said nothing more. Mo Junzi sized up Li Zihua. Your movement technique seems a bit unstable, especially the way you jumped up that cliff. If you keep doing that, you're going to ruin your knees, Li Zihua thought to himself. Of course I know that. I did it on purpose to make you two let your guard down. He then asked, And who are you? Your face looks like a turtle shell. Seeing this, veins bulged on Mo Junzi's furious face as he sputtered. You! Nu Bin burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he fell to the ground, taunting. That's a good one. Situ Hang crossed his arms, considering it. With those few playful words, I'm betting the entire fate of the Demon Sect on this, he thought to himself, full of calculations. The one calculating every single move in this conversation is me. Ma Junzi stroked his chin and said with amusement, Now this is a truly interesting fellow. It seems you don't hold anyone in high regard, do you? Li Zihua glared at him and retorted, You're one to talk. The man's face soured. Nu Bin, standing beside him, was still clutching his stomach, laughing. Ma Junzi smirked and remarked, Interesting. I suppose that's just your personality. I saw you use Qinggong to get up here. You're quite skilled. What do you say you and I have a little match? Li Zihua was lost in thought. Ma Junzi's eyes gleamed as he stated the condition. Whoever loses will have to treat the other as their superior. Nu Bin got excited and chimed in. Excellent. Let's see whose Qinggong skill is higher. Li Zihua didn't respond, silently thinking, These two are quite cunning. Their Qinggong skills are undeniably top tier. That's why he's provoking me into this competition. After a moment, Li Zihua agreed. Fine. Since you've put it that way, I'll accept. He continued to speculate. These two are older than me, so their martial arts skills are likely higher. In the Jianghu, few can compare, especially when it comes to Qinggong, and now he's provoked me into a Qinggong competition. My chances of losing are quite high, Li Zihua calculated. But I've always wanted to recruit experts from the demonic path to serve under me. Therefore, I can't possibly refuse this challenge without a good reason. At that moment, Ma Junzi asked again, What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? A glint appeared in Li Zihua's eyes. He crossed his arms and replied, Say what you will. Then he coolly analyzed them. Looking at you two, I can guess your Qinggong skills are absolutely top tier. That's why you challenged me. Nubin grunted with interest. Li Zihua continued. Especially you, my friend who looks like he's from the beggar's sect. You seem to enjoy a free and unrestrained life, with no desire to be tied down. I can also sense that your internal energy is quite potent and fierce. It seems you've greatly increased your speed by channeling that internal energy into your Qinggong. Therefore, two-face. The two of you. Very few people would stand a chance. Hearing this, Nubin was quite surprised. Li Zihua added, and as for you, my friend in white, you appear elegant and graceful. You don't seem like the type of person who likes to rush around. Li Zihua scanned Ma Junzi from head to toe. Judging by your style of dress and your aura, you appear to be a righteous and carefree gentleman, but your internal energy is unfathomably deep. That's why few in the Jianghu can stand against you. The two of them turned to look at each other. The surprise in their eyes was obvious. Li Zihua thought to himself, you two seem surprised to hear me say all this, huh? These are just things I remember from my past life. Just then, Nubin spoke up. Incredible. With just a single glance, you've made such profound observations about the two of us. Li Zihua feigned confidence and said, even though you two are quite skilled, I still want to compete. Seeing this, Nubin quickly said, all right then, let's get started, shall we? But Li Zihua shook his head and refused. But doing it just like this won't do. The man asked impatiently, what do you mean by that? Li Zihua adopted a righteous tone and said, I cultivate martial arts to use when necessary, when facing an opponent, not for pointless contests of superiority, especially not a Qinggong match with the two of you. I'll also add that I'm younger than both of you. I've only been cultivating my martial arts for a few years. Therefore, competing against you two, I'm not confident I can win. They both looked at him in disbelief and shouted, what? You've only been practicing martial arts for a few years? He observed their reactions. These two may look straightforward, but they are extremely suspicious. So, saying I've practiced for a few years is believable. If I said I just started practicing, they definitely wouldn't buy it. Nubin voiced his doubt. How is that possible? Someone with your level of skill has only been practicing for a few years? Who is your master? Li Zihua replied indifferently. I have no master. This answer surprised him even more. You don't have one? Then they both said in unison. You mean, you trained in martial arts all by yourself? He replied nonchalantly, whether I trained myself or had a master, what does it matter to you two? As I've said, your Qinggong skills are completely superior to mine. So, is competing against you two really necessary? Suddenly, Li Zihua hesitated. However, if you want me to compete, Nubin became angry. He yelled, if you have something to say, spit it out. How are we supposed to understand you if you keep hemming and hawing like that? This is so frustrating. Li Zihua thought scornfully, he really is a hothead. The memories I had of this guy match this impatient personality perfectly. He did many uncontrollable things in my past life, just as I remember. Li Zihua suddenly said, all right. Nubin quickly pressed him. All right? What do you mean, all right? Tell me. After a moment of silence, Li Zihua spoke again. What I mean is, Qinggong. The man frowned in confusion. Li Zihua continued. Unconcerned is only a supplementary martial art, but it's very difficult to cultivate to its absolute peak. Nubin, provoked, shouted, like I needed you to tell me that. Are you talking to us? All we need to know is why you want to compete with us. The demon gentleman beside him chimed in. What's with all the chatter? He's trying to talk. He's trying to explain. If you keep cutting him off, how is he ever going to finish? Just shut your mouth for a second and let him speak. Is that so hard? At that, Nubin's face fell and he finally shut his mouth. Li Zihe put on a mysterious air and said, something happened during my training. Both of them were curious, wondering what it could be. He explained, since I trained all by myself, without a master's guidance, my cultivation went astray. Because of that, my mental state and personality can be erratic at times. What's more, my vital energy and blood circulation is obstructed. Basically, the yin and yang within my body are out of balance. The demon gentleman voiced his theory, so you're saying, inside your body, two currents, yin energy and yang energy, exist at the same time? Li Zihe thought of Murongbai and said, I know a rather famous physician. He's also a friend of mine, young Master Murong. After treating me many times, he told me that my body is a yin-yang body. The demon gentleman muttered to himself, a yin-yang body, you say? Nubin seemed to have a breakthrough. Oh, so that's it. That's an incredibly rare constitution in the martial world. That must be how you've reached your current level of martial skill, even though you've only been training for a few years, right? He observed their reactions, thinking, this beggar seems curious about the yin-yang body after what I said. As for that stuck-up young master, it went in one ear and out the other. All he cares about is competing in Qinggong with me. Li Zihei found it strange. These two have completely opposite personalities, yet somehow, they're always together. Suddenly, he said, that's enough for today. Let's meet again when we have the chance. I have other matters to attend to and can't stay any longer. The demon gentleman quickly tried to stop him. Hey, brother, wait a second, he asked. Shouldn't you at least tell us your name? Li Zihei glanced at the two of them, then immediately leaped away. He left only a single phrase behind. Sect Master. I am the master of Xiao Wenman. Seeing this, Nu Bin and Ma Jun frowned in annoyance. Li Zaha stepped on a rock and thought to himself, that's enough of a lure. I should get out of here. Quickly. As Li Zaha moved, he predicted, out of curiosity, those two will definitely come looking for me. With that thought, he quickly departed. Meanwhile, Murongbai was sitting, chin in hand, glancing wearily at a notebook on the table. The black notebook, titled Strange Patterns, lay unopened. Murongbai put on his glasses and asked the person sitting across from him, there's something I don't understand. I wonder why you want to help the master of the Xiao Wenmen sect? The other person looked down and sighed. I don't know how to explain it properly. Perhaps, as he spoke, his eyes widened, and his tone became provocative. I want to see the true power of the master of the Xiao Wenmen sect when he unleashes his full strength. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Brother Murong, are you in there? I'm coming in. With that, the person outside parted the curtain and entered. By now, only Murongbai was sitting alone in the room. Murongbai greeted him first. It's been a while. Sect Master. You seem to have been so busy lately that you couldn't visit, huh? Li Zaha stood with a serious expression, hands clasped behind his back, as he walked to the chair opposite Murongbai. As he sat down, he said, it was nothing much. The Peijian Society hired assassins to kill me, so I had to take care of them. While I was away, Brother Murong, you came to my place a few times, didn't you? The man before him replied, yes. Li Zaha then asked with a hint of hidden meaning, you seem a little different lately, don't you? The man narrowed his eyes and gave a forced smile. I've probably just been overthinking things. It's nothing, really. I'll be back to normal soon. Li Zaha's eyes sharpened as he probed, brother, there's no need to hide anything. What's the point of hiding it from me? I can tell just by looking at your face. For someone like me, what haven't I been through? It seems, sir, that you're thinking about something you can't resolve. Am I right? The man laughed, avoiding his gaze. Well, Li Zaha continued to encourage him. Brother, you don't need to hide it, he sighed. Li Zaha's voice was gentle. Whatever it is, just tell me. Murongbai's expression darkened, his eyes full of worry. He held up the notebook. This is the secret manual for the ice art. Li Zaha nodded slightly. Oh, that? So what? Seeing the sect master's calm expression, the man's face filled with astonishment. Aren't you surprised that I have this secret ice art manual? Li Zaha crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, looking unconcerned. Ice art isn't exactly a rare thing, so the fact that you have it doesn't surprise me at all. Please, sir, continue telling me about this manual. Murongbai spoke slowly. Since you possess the yin-yang body, this ice art should be compatible with you. I've already finished reading it. He then continued to explain. Although it's a martial art, it reads more like a book about the acupuncture points and meridians, as complex as a medical text. Li Zaha understood. I see. The man looked at the book in his hand. I read through it to see what this book was about, and whether it could harm those who practice it. Li Zaha listened. The man carefully added, but I don't think it's just a simple martial arts manual. It records detailed steps for the practitioner. If you wanted to practice this ice art, the method described in this book, purging yin to supplement yang, seems to be the way. Murongbai looked at the book in his hand, contemplating. It's similar to the demonic cultivation of martial artists who study demonic arts, focusing on increasing the power of cold energy within the body. He earnestly relayed what he had read in the book. Purging yin can also be understood as expelling impure qi, or anything detrimental, in order to advance one's cultivation. Furthermore, to enhance the cold energy and the extremely potent, baleful energy in the body, this method also describes how to kill people to advance one's cultivation. This is a vicious method, but through it, the yin-cold energy in the body increases greatly, and the ice art will advance without end. Li Zaha crossed his arms, tapping his finger lightly. I understand. This method is truly demonic. Murongbai nodded. Yes. To be able to write down experiences like this martial artist must be a vicious person who acts without a shred of mercy. You could say this is a demonic cultivator who can no longer turn back. This person not only kills people, but also researches different methods to bring people to their death. Truly ruthless. As a physician, reading this book, I was utterly shocked. I can't imagine anyone could think of such horrific methods. Li Zaha shared the sentiment. You could call this a demonic art. Was it a scholar-like person who brought this to you, sir? Hearing the sect master's question, the man was startled. How did you? That person asked me to keep this a secret and give it to you. Li Zaha explained. I was the one who set a trap for him. So how could I not know? With that, his face turned cold as he thought. He's a demonic cultivator who also practices ice art. So this must be the experience he recorded, or perhaps he found this book here. He gave a serious warning. You could call this a heretical demonic art. Sir, you don't need to remember any of it. For a physician who saves lives like yourself, reading it has truly soiled your eyes. But I'm also afraid you might one day fall into a demonic state, which would be quite troublesome. The man held the notebook close to his face and said with shame, It was because I was curious and careless. For a physician who saves lives like me to read the diary of a murderer who practices demonic arts, it's truly not right. This makes me. The master of Xiao Wenman spoke up, cutting him off. Murongbai held the book, his face full of self-reproach and anger, lost in thought. Demonic arts. I thought it could advance one's power, faster than the righteous path. But I never thought this person could have researched every nook and cranny of this martial art to such an extent. Therefore, you could say he is also a knowledgeable and inquisitive person. If he got this from somewhere, he must have studied and modified it further. As he spoke, his voice filled with anger. But what he does is wrong. It goes against everything I do. If I ever meet him again, it will likely be a duel to the death between us. Li Zaha listened in silence, then silently reminded himself. All right, but you'd better not fall into a demonic state like in your past life. He raised his hand and proposed, Sir, could you let me have a look? Murongbai handed him the book. Li Zaha took it and quickly flipped through a few pages, remarking, So many words. There are even illustrations. This person really put a lot of effort into their research. According to this, ice art is just one part of yin art. Yin art itself is divided into ice art and cold art. He patiently kept flipping through. So many words, both old and new. Murongbai sat silently, watching him read. Finally, after finishing, Li Zaha closed the book and offered a surprising conclusion. Ah, so this book was written by a woman. I really didn't expect that. Murongbai, also astonished, asked, What? How do you know? I read it through and didn't notice. Li Zaha held the book and looked at him, replying nonchalantly. It's because you weren't paying attention, sir. You were probably distracted, of the heart, because of what's written here. It says, Bright moon, mysterious spirit. Life is heartless and cruel. The bright moon wanes again. I surmise this woman must have had a miserable life, having cultivated this yin art to its absolute limit. She used these methods to vent her rage upon the world. He lowered his gaze and thought, For men like us, if we experience pain or sorrow, we turn to wine to find solace, drinking to forget the grief in our hearts. He elaborated, When you drink wine under the moonlight, you can forget everything. Your soul gradually returns to a state of balance. Though, even then, we might still think about the things that trouble us. The moon above shines down on us, but it also reveals the world's indifference. For a man, this kind of suffering doesn't leave a deep scar. But, for a woman, it becomes a wound that follows her for the rest of her life. That's why, after reading the final few lines of her thoughts, I can tell this must be a woman with a tormented soul, someone who was deeply hurt. It was like a revelation for Murongbai. He leaned back in his chair and handed the journal back. So, you're guessing this woman cultivated her martial arts to get revenge on the person who caused her suffering. His tone suddenly turned serious. I ask you, mister. The man jumped. Why, yes, sir? He asked. After reading this book, you believe she created this martial art to take revenge on the one who hurt her. In that case, who do you think her target is? Are they an unparalleled martial artist, or just an average person? Murongbai quickly replied, Well, I can say with certainty that her target is obviously a heartless man who deceived women. But after reading the profound methods, the advanced theories, and all the knowledge in this book, I can see that she researched these techniques to their absolute limit just to enhance her yin power. So, if her target were just some mediocre martial artist, she could have killed him with a single palm strike. But this is different. He must be a supreme, top-tier expert who's incredibly difficult to deal with. That's the only reason she would have to go to such lengths to research martial arts. Li Zihei added, someone with that level of supreme martial skill. There are very few of them in the Jianghu. He could be a great demonic figurehead. But if she learned demonic arts just to fight another demonic artist, that would be incredibly difficult. It'd be like courting death. Therefore, he must be a famous hero from a righteous sect, someone with status. He glanced down at the journal in his hand. In conclusion, one can also surmise that for a famous hero to fall in love with her, this woman must have been exceptionally beautiful. Hearing this, Murongbai's eyes widened in amazement. Sir, he continued his line of reasoning. Besides being beautiful, she also possessed supreme intelligence. You'd have to be a true martial arts genius to be able to later research and create these cultivation methods on your own, for yin power. Of course, a beautiful woman would have many suitors. Therefore, I'd guess the scoundrel who deceived her was also handsome and charming, a real silver-tongued devil. He probably made all sorts of promises to this woman, causing her to fall head over heels for him. Murongbai was even more stunned by this analysis. Unaffected by the other man's reaction, he continued. Of course, once the conquest was over, a philanderer like him would soon grow bored. At that point, he must have abandoned her. Callously, he placed the journal back on the table, feeling a sense of empathy for the betrayed woman. But she was just too naive to fall into the demonic path over a single heartbreak. How could she possibly forget him? The time they spent together was probably the happiest she had ever been in her entire life, since she first experienced love. He deeply understood the despair of this beautiful but ill-fated woman. With her knowledge and existing martial arts skills, she developed the idea of revenge. Looking at this strong, firm, and decisive handwriting, she must have been in agony every time she picked up her brush. It's as if she was wielding a sword, infusing it with her will to kill the man who betrayed her. Murongbai rubbed his chin, remarking, "So, there was that much meaning behind it." Li Zihei concluded, "In any case, we read it just to understand. This cruel, yin plundering technique is not something we could ever learn. It's not a path for righteous people like us. Mister, you shouldn't think too much about it either. Now that you've read it, just forget it." He held the journal up and instructed, "There's no reason to keep this book around. Let's just burn it." Murongbai couldn't bear the thought. "Sir, you don't have to do that. After all, this is someone's life's work. I have no intention of ever reading it again." Li Zihei turned away, disagreeing in his heart. As he walked away, he said, "Mister, that's not a very sound way of thinking. In life, there are many times we have no intention of doing something, but then circumstances can push us to a point where we can no longer think clearly, and we end up committing evil acts. That is why I absolutely despise those who do evil. As for me, if I ever meet them, I will kill them without a shred of mercy." A fire of hatred seemed to ignite within him. Anyone who practices this evil yin plundering technique is someone who has no regard for human life. They are wicked beings that heaven and earth cannot forgive. If I meet them, I will personally send them to the 9th circle of hell. Murongbai pressed his lips tightly, speechless. He spoke softly, his words filled with hidden meaning. "Sir, you are a physician, a refined man. Please, focus on healing, saving people, dealing with the demonic path, and punishing the wicked. Leave that to me. Do you understand my meaning, sir?" Murongbai smiled gently and replied, "This one understands." Li Zihan closed his eyes to concentrate. He sat meditating under a cherry blossom tree. A gentle breeze blew, causing petals to drift past his eyes. A rich energy emanated from his entire body. Between his hands, a sphere of fire glowed brightly. It blazed in his palm, incinerating the falling petals. The energy within him slowly receded. He opened his eyes, raised his hands, and looked at them, thinking to himself, one hand with flames, the other with ice. He recalled his knowledge about them. The golden, tortoise divine art can circulate fiery heat through the meridians, so it can be called the sun's power. The moon spirit cold art can circulate yin energy through the body, thus it is the moon's power. When I perform these two martial arts simultaneously, it can truly be called the sun and moon divine art. When a person cultivates this art to the highest, the realm of the martial path, they can cycle through fiery heat and yin energy naturally and skillfully. True to its name, the sun and moon divine art. Although I can perform it, Mastering it is incredibly difficult. This martial art embodies the harmony and cycle of the sun and the moon. When these two energies merge into one, a new power is formed from the two streams of fiery heat and yin energy. A purple aura will then spread throughout the entire body. The martial power in the body will then increase ceaselessly. The combination of the golden tortoise divine art and the moon spirit cold art, when pushed to its limit, the true chi of the practitioner who has perfectly mastered this divine art is purple, which is why it's called the purple mist divine art. Li Zihan leaned against the tree trunk, his gaze distant as he thought. In my past life, I couldn't accomplish much. In this life, after returning, I must achieve even greater things. He looked up at the sky, reminding himself, besides cultivating my martial arts to perfection, I also need to live a very long life. That way, I can pass down my teachings to many disciples of the Ha sect. All of those disciples, if they can, will later maintain and create new sects. At the same time, I won't let the wicked villains of the martial world live comfortable and peaceful lives. He was full of hope. Among those disciples of mine, someone will climb to the highest position in the martial world, becoming a shining example for all. Along with that will come the endless admiration for them. I will support my disciples from the shadows. You could say that I am the convergence of light and darkness in the martial world. He sat under the tree, deep in thought. He affirmed to himself, my name is Zihan, the invincible existence in this world. About 10 days later, in a room, Li Zihan was sitting on his bed cultivating when Sha Tai entered and announced, Sect, Master, you have a letter. He opened one. Zihan looked at the letter in the other man's hand and asked, who sent it? The man answered respectfully, I don't know either. The person who brought the letter only said to deliver it to the sect master. He took it and opened the letter to read the contents. The letter mentioned that Diakai Mountain, in the territory of the Shushu Mountain Villa, will host a secret martial arts competition at the beginning of next month. Each participating side will have 2 people, but they are still missing a substitute for their team. I will be going there with my foolish disciple, but I suddenly thought of you. The elegant black ink on the white paper was full of sincerity. This is a pretty interesting competition, so you should come and join me, okay? I'll be waiting for you at Shushu Mountain Villa. Your sender, the White Eagle Earth Sword. Li Zihan saw the sender's name and wasn't very surprised, thinking to himself, so it's from Senior Sword Demon. Sha Tai, standing beside him, waited for him to finish the letter before speaking up curiously. What does the letter say, Sect Master? Zihan stepped off the endo. A bed. While giving a short reply, someone invited me to Dikai Mountain for an important matter. The man then made a suggestion. This subordinate is also bored. Can I go with you? Li Zihan tactfully refused. Unfortunately, you can't. Only one person can go. The man watched his retreating back and asked, are you planning to leave right now? Without turning his head, he replied, what's the rush? I'm going to take a bath and change my clothes first. Sha Tai looked as if he'd heard something shocking, his face stunned. What? Li Zihan turned his head, confused. Is something wrong? Sha Tai rubbed his chin, a smug look on his face as if he'd discovered something interesting, and grinned mischievously. You're actually starting to care about your appearance. Is there a woman waiting for you at Dikai Mountain? In the face of his subordinate's enthusiasm, Li Zihan's expression remained completely blank, his face darkening as he stared at him. That was his answer. Sha Tai knew his place. He respectfully clasped his hands and bowed his head in apology. This subordinate has overstepped. Li Zihan patted his own chest. A peaceful soul. Sha Tai raised his head, a confused look on his face. Huh? He continued the patting motion, like a still lake. Sha Tai's excitement returned. Yes, you're absolutely right. If you can live with that mindset, I'll be thrilled for you. He didn't reply, still maintaining the chest-patting motion and breathing evenly, listening to the other man ramble on. The sect master has really changed a lot now. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Your disposition is becoming more stable, and you rarely show your emotions. This is dignity, something a sect master needs. Seeing Li Zihan remain silent, he continued. It's true. The sect master has slowly been changing for the master Guz. Better. Just as he finished his sentence, he received a slap from him that came out of nowhere, as if all the patience from before was being held back just to explode in this very moment. With one hand clasped behind his back, his voice filled with anger, he said, You talk too much. Sha Tai rubbed his head where a large bump had now appeared. In a pitiful voice he replied, Yes, sir. On Diakai Mountain a figure moved swiftly through the dense forest. The man leaped from the ground into the air, gliding for a moment before his feet finally touched down. He landed in a place where many others were dressed in white robes like him. In front of the gate, there were many guards. On the left shoulder of their uniforms was a special symbol. Li Zihan glanced over and thought to himself, there are so many guards. He looked at the unfriendly faces that were staring at him with probing eyes. He was quickly surrounded by a group of men. One of them spoke up. Were you invited here? He stood up straight and answered clearly. Of course. I am the sect master of the Ha-On sect. The group's attitude changed abruptly. They bowed their heads respectfully as a sign of welcome. The gate in front of him opened. He walked past them and entered, thinking to himself, so, I've made it inside the Shuxiu mountain villa. A person approached him, bowing respectfully. I will show you the way, sir. He followed the guide, his mind filled with nostalgia. In the past, I went to White Eagle Land to meet that left emissary, intending to give him a beating. Thanks to that guy, I got to meet his master, Senior Sword Demon. Now, I've come to Shuxiu Mountain Villa. I can't believe I might even meet the Wulin Alliance leader. In no time, the two of them crossed a wide courtyard. I was still lost in thought about the past. Could this be my fateful connection with the Senior Sword Demon? Or more accurately, with that evil envoy I drugged? You could even call it a cursed fate with him. I was led into a room. Inside the large chamber, I saw only two people, the Sword Demon and Meng Ran. Seeing me arrive, the Sword Demon spoke up to greet me. You're here. I bowed my head. Senior, he glanced at the chair beside him and said, sit. Meng Ran, sitting next to him, spoke up with a semblance of a greeting. So, you've arrived. I completely ignored the guy and asked the Sword Demon, Senior, who is your opponent? Being ignored made Meng Ran fume. The Sword Demon softly replied, the Alliance leader. His gentle face was a complete contrast to the scowl on his disciple's face. I leaned back in my chair, turned my head slightly and asked, oh, it's him? Then I turned to face the door, wondering, why isn't he here yet? Making us wait this long. So much for the head of the Martial Arts Alliance. No manners or etiquette at all. Hearing me say that, the Sword Demon and Meng Ran were stunned, speechless. Their faces were filled with shock. After a few seconds, the Sword Demon let out a laugh, while an unhappy Meng Ran immediately retorted, what are you talking about? The Alliance leader is not someone you can just judge. His voice turned serious, his expression annoyed. He is the head of the Martial Arts Alliance. This is his territory. You'd better watch your mouth. I glanced at the man's arrogant expression, a little surprised. My mind was flooded with questions. What's with this guy? Does he still think I'm a member of the Fengyun Meng clan, someone from the righteous martial world? At that moment, Meng Ran acted as if he didn't care about me. But inwardly, he was scornfully cursing me. You might as well be from the unorthodox path, you stupid bastard. The conversation continued. Have you been well lately? I have been well, he asked with concern. Was it any trouble for you to come here this time? I answered honestly. To be able to witness the duel between you, Senior, and the Alliance leader is an opportunity that can't be missed. So, no matter how busy I was, I had to set off immediately. I then asked, curious, the last time I met you, Senior, it seemed your injuries hadn't healed, so you were recuperating. Why did you decide to duel the Alliance leader so soon? He sighed softly. Be that as it may, the Alliance leader isn't someone you can meet whenever you want. He's an incredibly busy man. When he finds the time to meet me, how could someone like me possibly refuse? Of course, my condition still hasn't fully healed, but this is also an opportunity I've been waiting for a very long time. His words were heavy with emotion. Seeing you and my foolish disciple so interested in this match makes me feel gratified. No one wants to lose. This time, I will do my best to win. I was slightly taken aback. Meng Ran's expression mirrored my own. Though he said nothing, he was deep in thought. I felt a pang of guilt. For the Senior Sword Demon to suddenly open up like this, it made me feel a bit emotional too. It even made me feel a little remorseful for my earlier words. Just then, from outside the door, footsteps approached. The newcomers were none other than the Alliance leader and his two disciples. The moment I saw him, I, Li Zihan, recognized him. It was the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Lin Xiaobai. I was captivated by his aura and thought to myself, he truly is the head of the martial world. Just from the presence he exudes, I can't help but feel a bit of respect. He sat on the chair, placed in the center of the main hall, flanked by his two disciples. He looked at the Sword Demon and spoke first. Are these the two juniors who will witness our duel? The Sword Demon replied, that's right. The alliance leader turned his head and asked the sword demon's disciple, "Young man, what is your birth order in the Hmong clan?" Hmong Ran stood up from his chair, then knelt and cupped his hands in a respectful salute, replying, "This junior, Hmong Ran of the Fengyun Hmong clan, pays his respects to the alliance leader." I sat and watched, as if I understood something. "Ah, I see," I thought. "So his name in the Hmong clan is Hmong Ran." Lin Xiaobai nodded, as if he had heard of this young man's reputation. "In the White Eagle region, I've heard you are quite famous. Your martial arts considered first class there. Is that correct?" The young man replied stiffly, "Yes, the White Eagle region is mostly home to elegant poets and scholars, so this humble junior does have some reputation for my martial arts there." He then turned his head toward me, Li Zihan, and said loudly, "You, in the white robes. Are you the sect leader of the Ha sect, Li Zihan? This is the first time we've met." I replied casually from my seat, "Yes, alliance leader." The room fell into a heavy silence. The sword demon looked at me with an expression of helplessness, while Hmong Ran next to me scowled in annoyance. Lin Xiaobai's two disciples were also taken aback, their faces darkening at my indifferent and less than respectful attitude towards their alliance leader. Seeing my demeanor, he just lowered his head and chuckled, then asked the disciple beside him, "The Ha sect. What kind of sect is it?" The disciple seemed uncertain. "Yes, it's just a small sect, alliance leader." The leader responded softly. "Is that so?" The disciple quickly added, "Yes, because it's rather small. Your subordinates haven't been able to grasp the full situation there yet." The leader didn't pursue the issue and turned to the sword demon. "So, today, what shall we fight with? Tell me, real swords or wooden swords? I've heard you were injured in your fight with the cult leader. Your wounds haven't healed, so you should think carefully about this battle." The sword demon simply answered his question. "Yes, alliance leader. We can fight with wooden swords." The leader immediately gave the order. "Very well, bring out the wooden swords." A disciple bowed, nodded, and went to prepare them. The leader then stated his terms. "Let me be clear. In this duel, if you lose, you will join the martial arts alliance and teach my disciples here." The sword demon replied, without a hint of hesitation, "I refuse." The answer made the leader displeased, a hint of anger in his voice. "You refuse? In that case, I can't promise I'll go easy on you in this match. You should think it over carefully. On the other hand, if you defeat me, what do you desire from me?" The sword demon answered softly, "I need a spirit herb for healing." The leader smiled and nodded. "Fine. It's decided then." He instructed his disciple, "If I am defeated, go to the medicine hall and bring the best spirit herb for the sword demon. Understood?" The disciple nodded. "Your subordinate understands." He then said to everyone, "It's not suitable in here. Let's go outside." With that, he and his disciples led the way, while the rest of us also started to stand up. The group filed out of the room. I, Li Zihan, was worried. The senior sword demon's strength is undeniable, but right now, he's still injured. He wasn't someone just anyone could defeat before, but then again, the alliance leader has obviously reached the highest echelons of power, standing at the pinnacle of the righteous martial world. His martial arts are impossible to gauge. My gaze shifted to the sword demon and Hmong Ran walking beside me. It seemed I saw something. It looks like I'm not the only one feeling this way. I observed their expressions and concluded, the senior sword demon and that brat are feeling the same pressure. The burden was heavy, difficult to put into words. Suddenly, Lin Xiaobai stopped and asked, "Junior, why do you sigh?" He was slightly startled but quickly explained, "It's nothing. In my humble opinion, although senior sword demon's swordsmanship has nearly reached the state of man and sword as one, you're currently injured. Facing the alliance leader at his peak like this, senior, you have little chance of winning." Without turning his head, he spoke with understanding. "I get it. You came here with the sword demon. You must be very close to him." In this situation, it would be strange not to let out a gloomy sigh. In a wide courtyard, two figures stood in the center, ready for their duel. A disciple presented a sword with both hands, the Knight Sword, alliance leader. Lin Xiaobai took the sword with one hand. Another disciple brought a sword to the sword demon. He stood with his arms crossed and an arrogant look on his face, saying, "Go ahead and focus your mind. I'll wait." The sword demon said nothing, merely turning his back and walking away with slow, deliberate steps. Then, he returned to his original spot in the courtyard, facing Lin Xiaobai. Li Ziha and Feng Ran stood on the sidelines, watching intently as the two prepared to fight, facing each other. A large, empty space created a considerable distance between them. Lin Xiaobai looked at his opponent and spoke with a concerned tone. You seem quite tense, don't you? How can you fight properly in such a state of mind? If something is bothering you, just say it. The sword demon seized the opportunity. I venture to ask. Alliance leader, what level has your swordsmanship reached with a wooden sword? He answered humbly. My sword techniques are as I please. You could say they're improvisational. I estimate it will still take a few more years. With luck, I might reach the peak Dao realm. However, looking at your aura, sword demon, I'd guess, your level of swordsmanship is not far behind mine. Therefore, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Just take it slow, and you'll get there. The sword demon listened, puzzled. What do you mean I should take it slow instead of rapidly advancing my strength? He explained. No matter what, before breaking through the final barrier to reach the ultimate realm, one will encounter a wall. That wall is a barrier. Throughout history, countless sword masters have been stopped there, unable to pass. Saying that, I'm sure you understand what I mean, what he meant to say. The man fell silent, as if he understood. He then raised his sword in front of him, facing Lin Xiaobai, as if he was ready. All right, I'm ready. He also raised his sword into a stance. Very well, let us begin. He furrowed his brow, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly, his eyes sharp. The sword demon held his sword, making no move. Suddenly, his figure shot forward like a gust of wind. The sword demon raised his sword with both hands, taking the offensive. The blade was about to fall on Lin's head, when suddenly, the body of his sword was blocked. A shattering sound rang out as the tip of the sword demon's blade broke into pieces. He wasn't worried, and continued to channel his energy. Lin Xiaobai's eyes remained fixed on his opponent. He raised his hand in the air and began to channel his power. A loud explosion echoed, and a pillar of smoke was all that could be seen on the ground. A dense cloud of dust filled the air. As the dust settled, the sword demon's figure gradually appeared. He stood there, a weary expression on his face. He spoke loudly for everyone to hear, but his eyes were still fixed on the man standing not far across from him. I have lost. Lin Xiaobai extended his hand, passing his sword to his disciple, and offered words of encouragement. This is for the best. His face showed no sign of arrogance from his victory, only concern. Since you've admitted defeat, there's no need for us to continue this duel of strength. You should quickly circulate your energy to heal. Otherwise, with your old wounds not yet healed, adding this new internal injury will be troublesome. With that, he turned his head towards his disciples and gave a loud command. All of you, withdraw. The disciples replied, yes, Alliance leader, and formed two neat rows, departing in an orderly fashion. Before leaving, he said his farewell, we shall meet again. A gentle breeze blew across his weary face. The sword demon replied softly, yes, Alliance leader. Lin Xiaobai left with his two disciples. Now, only 3 people remained. Li Zaha was secretly astonished. He truly didn't expect the Alliance leader to be so powerful. The sword demon sat in the courtyard and began to circulate his energy to heal. He stood observing, lost in thought, the match that the sword demon had anticipated for so long. He never thought it would end so quickly. The main thing was that he seemed completely resigned to it, without any anguish or resistance. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be because he lost to a wooden sword? If it had been a life-or-death duel with real steel swords, could he have won? In his heart, he couldn't help but feel regret. He had come all this way, but didn't get to see any of the Alliance leader's ultimate techniques. The sword demon was the same. They had barely clashed before he conceded. Feng ran and he approached the sword demon. He sat down opposite him, silently comforting himself. Perhaps they have both reached a realm I cannot yet comprehend. If it were a life-or-death duel, it couldn't have ended so simply. But he had to accept it. There was nothing else to be done. The sword demon closed his eyes, seemingly concentrating intensely to circulate his energy. His eyes slowly opened as he let out a long breath. He saw Meng Ran kneeling before him, his face filled with self-blame. I'm sorry, master. He suddenly spoke in a gentle voice, asking, my disciple, seeing your master defeated so quickly, what are your thoughts? Meng Ran found it hard to put into words. Well, his master spoke softly. Whatever it is, just tell me. Meng Ran's face was sad as he spoke his mind. Of course, you are both at a level I cannot possibly perceive. The swordsmanship of both the Alliance leader and you, master, has nearly reached the state of unity between man and sword. But what I don't understand is why, after just that, you conceded to the Alliance leader. I think you could have kept fighting. His master listened seriously to his disciple's explanation, even though his opponent was the alliance leader. Hearing his disciple's answer, he pursed his lips and turned to ask Li Zaha, who was sitting opposite him. Sect Master, from your observation, did you glean anything? He quickly replied, yes. After observing you too, I have a question for you, Senior. The man agreed. Go on. He began to voice his query. I found the Alliance leader's sword path to be quite simple. Although I was on the outside and could naturally see it more clearly than you, Senior, I assumed you could see the trajectory of that sword path. At first, that's what I thought. But later, I noticed something. He recalled the images he had seen. From my observation, although there was only one sword, it seemed that as it got closer to you, Senior, the sword suddenly multiplied. From one, it became many, all of them seemingly trapping you, Senior, within that sword move. The after images of that sword. Truly, I couldn't help but be terrified. With swordsmanship like a dense cloud flying at you. How, Senior, were you able to see and react to it? The sword demon looked at him with praise, very sharp. So, how many after images of the wooden sword did you see? He immediately answered, I saw 6. The master glanced over and called to his disciple. Mengran answered uncertainly. Fewer. Only 4, I think. After all, the sword path was moving too fast as it approached you, master. I couldn't see it clearly. He nodded. I see, he began to explain. That is the 6-sword split image, a unique sword technique that the Alliance leader created himself. Feng Ran was stunned. 6-sword. Split image? The master explained the name of the technique. As its name suggests, when the Alliance leader was the captain of the 6-sword squad, a squad of many swordsmen from the Martial Arts Alliance, he used his experience from countless battles to create that technique. The name 6-sword split image refers to the 6-sword squad that he once led. That's all there is to it. Hearing this, Mengran was amazed. So, the Alliance leader doesn't come from one of the great families or famous sects. His master answered, that's right. He started as just an ordinary sword cultivator. Later, he slowly rose through the ranks and became like the current Alliance leader. Of course, that process is far from simple. He mentioned with admiration, he can be considered a swordsman who is eager to learn and has diligently practiced. He was previously a member of the 6-sword squad. He sparred with every member of the team and never complained, regardless of winning or losing, against anyone. Later, when he became the captain, he had learned a great deal and was no longer defeated by anyone. He spoke of the man's relentless efforts to achieve his current position. But he didn't stop there. He didn't just duel with new opponents. He also went back and challenged those who had defeated him in the past. Of course, as his strength grew, no one could defeat the Alliance leader anymore. He lowered his eyes slightly, lost in thought, as he told of the deeper meaning behind the technique's name. Before the Great War between the righteous and demonic factions, the Alliance leader commanded the 6-sword squad against the demonic sect. Every battle was brutal, filled with endless bloodshed. The 6-sword squad also fell, until no one was left. The Alliance leader was the sole survivor of the 6-sword squad after that Great War. To commemorate his fallen comrades, the Alliance leader named that sword technique 6-sword split image. He named it that way to remind himself that he could never again allow the demonic path to rise and harm the martial artists of the world as it did before. He also added something about Lin Xiaobai's character. Don't you find it strange? I myself came from the demonic sect, yet he still accepted a duel with me. This shows his open-minded and magnanimous personality. It also proves that he is worthy of being the Alliance leader of the martial world, a respectable man who knows the difference between right and wrong. That's why I'm not the least bit angry about my defeat. Do you two understand now? Li Zixia understood, thinking to himself, it's true. The Alliance leader is not someone you can judge by his appearance. He asked, so, why did you insist on dueling the Alliance leader, Senior? The man replied, perhaps you are not aware, sect leader, but in the martial world, when it comes to swordsmanship, only I, the sword demon, can match the Alliance leader and the leader of the demonic sect. I wanted you two to learn and broaden your understanding. That's why I asked you to come along, sect leader. Of course, I also wanted to see whose swordsmanship was superior, mine or the Alliance leader's, he said, speaking his thoughts honestly. Although I lost, I was able to grasp some principles that I hadn't realized before. For a person to reach a higher realm, it's not enough to just train hard. You need to have decisive duels against those of equal skill to see your own shortcomings and overcome them. That must be why the Alliance leader agreed to a match with me. He assessed himself. I am known as the sword demon, so naturally, my techniques contain many powerful killing moves. But when I understood the Alliance leader's intentions, of course, I couldn't use those killing moves to push us into a life-or-death situation. The Alliance leader naturally understood this as well. He let out a soft sigh. In the end, we only dueled with wooden swords, a pure contest of swordsmanship, with no intention of pushing the other into a dangerous position. Naturally, the Alliance leader's swordsmanship is superior to mine. You saw the result, I was defeated. So, now you two understand a bit more about this duel, right? Mengran was silent, his eyes downcast, a sad expression on his face. The sword demon advised his disciple, "Perhaps you now understand why I brought you here. If you keep chasing girls and fooling around, don't blame your master for not warning you beforehand." Mengran hung his head, ashamed as if he had realized his mistake. The man rubbed his chin. "As for your question, sect leader, about how to counter the Alliance leader's six-sword phantom image, I haven't found a counter for it yet either." He said this, then asked, "Sect leader, after hearing my explanation, do you have any thoughts?" In his heart, Wuxia thought, he truly is a genuine swordsman. So, senior sword demon, your duel with the Alliance leader was purely an exchange to learn from each other's swordsmanship, and nothing more. He drew a short dagger from its sheath. I also observed the Alliance leader's six-sword phantom image technique. Let me demonstrate my own understanding of it. He pointed the tip of the dagger forward, focusing his spirit and internal energy into it. The dagger was gradually enveloped in a golden light. He did it again, focusing his spirit and internal energy. This time, the dagger slowly returned to its original color. He held the dagger upright in front of his chest. That's the basic form. Clearly, the Alliance leader's technique would be faster and a bit more complex. That's when the phantom images would appear. Right as the sword is about to reach the opponent, he stared at the dagger in his hand, explaining his analysis. With his internal energy and profound understanding of swordsmanship, the Alliance leader can direct his sword to strike any of an opponent's weak points. With 6 phantom images created, honestly, no one could tell which weak point he is truly aiming for. If someone were to recklessly charge forward with their own weapon to strike the Alliance leader's sword before the phantom images formed, their weapon would surely shatter instantly. Seeing his demonstration and analysis, Mengran was completely shaken, his face a mask of astonishment. It's unimaginable. He only watched the Alliance leader and master spar once, and he already understands the principles behind the six-sword phantom image. He's truly a monster. Unbelievable. The sword demon was just as surprised, frozen for a moment. Wuxia paid no mind to their expressions and continued his speculation. From the Alliance leader's six-sword phantom image, I can also guess who the members of the six-sword squad were and the purpose of the techniques they used. The sword demon was curious. "Tell me, sect leader." Wuxia, still holding the dagger, closed his eyes as if in thought. "As you said, senior, the Alliance leader was just a lone swordsman with no background who rose step by step to become the leader of the martial world." He began his analysis. Therefore, swordsmen from such backgrounds would not have lived comfortably. The swords they used were likely just ordinary ones. So, during training and in battle against enemies, it was inevitable that their swords would break. He sheathed the dagger as he continued. Therefore, the Alliance leader created the six-sword phantom image for all the squad members to use, to give their own swords an advantage over their opponent's weapons. When blades clash, the weapon with the advantage forces the opponent into a difficult position, and it also prevents one's own inferior weapon from shattering in a life-or-death battle. He put the dagger away in his robes as he offered his final analysis. The phantom images created by that technique generate pressure, making it difficult for the opponent to discern the real blade to block. He forged this technique through countless battles and deep thought. You could say that in his hands, any sword, from a wooden sword to an inferior steel one, can bring out the full potential of the six-sword phantom image. He finished his presentation in a soft voice. "That is what I have discerned." He added, "The six-sword phantom image technique represents the poor, low-class swordsman who had to struggle to survive in chaotic times." His gaze shifted to the sword demon. He asked, "What do you think, senior?" The sword demon was now completely stunned by his analysis, momentarily at a loss for words. The three of them sat together, each lost in their own thoughts. The sword demon spoke up. "It seems the sect leader's assessment of the Alliance leader's martial art is quite accurate. He must have endured immense hardship and suffering back in his sword squad days to have been able to create a technique like this." Wuxia lifted his head slightly upon hearing his opinion. He thought to himself, "Of course, senior sword demon and that girl-crazy idiot both come from wealthy families. They've never had to worry about money, so it's natural they wouldn't see things the way I do. Of course, only those who have lived in poverty and hardship can truly perceive the raw power within the Alliance leader's swordsmanship. and I am one of those people. He suddenly recalled his past life. My life as a lowly waiter, as someone who had nothing in my past life, has given me the strength to do things that even Senior Sword Demon cannot. The more he thought about it, the more he pitied himself. Thinking back, my life was so miserable. It's because of that miserable past life that I am who I am today. He gritted his teeth so hard you could hear them scrape together. He felt a pang of sadness. But, no matter how you look at it, there's nothing to be proud of about a life of poverty. It's just depressing to think about. He looked the sword demon straight in the eye and made a suggestion. Senior, you were defeated by the Alliance leader here today. Even though it was expected, it's still quite depressing. So, why don't we all just get drunk to forget our troubles? Huh? The sword demon. He let out a sigh and nodded slightly in agreement. Mengran felt indignant, his face contorted with anger, veins popping. My master has to drink away his sorrows with you? What's that? You punk, don't push your luck. His expression didn't change as he retorted. Interesting. Let me ask you, how old are you this year? And yet you don't understand a thing. At that, Mengran pouted and fell silent, as if in thought. He met his gaze, secretly calculating. This guy hasn't been taught a lesson by me in a long time. Now that I've run into him, I need to put him in his place and make him fear me a little. He looks a bit younger than me anyway. Thinking this, he turned to the sword demon. Master, it's rare for us to travel so far. When we get back, let's you and I have a drink together and talk about what happened here, okay? The old man looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Mengran, you're acting strange today. You never invite me for a drink. You only ever sneak out to drink with women. So why the sudden mood to drink with your master today? This is quite a surprise to me. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, his face turning red. He stammered, well, it seemed his plan had failed. He could only sit between the two men, lips pressed tight, his whole body trembling slightly with shame. In a fine tavern, Wuxia poured a cup of wine, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since I've had a drink with friends like this. He spoke first. Senior, is it true that you've been staying in the White Eagle territory to both heal your injuries and wait for a chance to confront the cult leader? The old man held his cup, and as he brought it to his lips, he replied, you should know. Once you cross the unorthodox path, they show no restraint. If they intend to kill you, it doesn't matter where you are. They'll simply send assassins to find you, harassing you day and night. I'm sure you've experienced that yourself. Mengran asked curiously. Master, today I witnessed your swordsmanship and the Alliance leaders. But I have a question. Between the Alliance leader and the demonic cult leader, who is stronger? Master, you've faced both of them. So please, tell me. The sword demon stroked his chin, pondering. Those two. Huh? The two young men waited to hear his answer. Inwardly, he thought, that's a good question. I'd also like to know who's stronger between them. Although I was a master in the martial world in my past life, I really didn't have many chances to face the two leaders of the orthodox and unorthodox martial paths. The old man carefully compared them. The cult leader specializes in demonic arts. His demonic power is incredibly high. You could say it's strong enough to shatter mountains and part rivers. As for the Alliance leader, his swordsmanship is mighty, as you've seen. But if I had to say, it seems the cult leader would have a slight edge when they face each other head-on. After all, the demonic path has more treacherous tricks, Mengran asked. I see. So what if they fought a life-or-death battle, to the very end? The old man analyzed. The Alliance leader might be at a disadvantage, but having reached his level, he doesn't lack killing moves. If it came down to it, it's possible they would both perish together. He placed his cup on the table and elaborated. You see, once you reach the highest realm in the martial arts, a single blink of an eye can change the outcome of a battle. That's why masters of that caliber won't fight to the death unless their own lives are directly threatened. Everyone knows that doing so could mean mutual destruction. In this martial world, you truly can't judge things from just one side. Wuxia held his cup and asked, does that mean, Senior, that you know a little about the cult leader's demonic arts? The old man immediately replied, of course. I came from the demonic path. If I didn't know demonic arts, what would be the point? From the moment one joins the cult, all martial artists must practice the basic demonic arts. To put it simply, in the beginning, demonic arts are not much different from the internal cultivation methods of the orthodox path. It's only at the higher levels that they diverge. He asked further, then, Senior, could you tell me where they differ? The old man explained. In the martial world, it is said that if you want to quickly master powerful techniques and gain profound internal energy, you practice demonic arts. This is true. Martial artists who want to master their skills quickly will recklessly take shortcuts, hoping to reach the final goal. This means the training time for this branch is quite fast. On average, after mastering the introductory demonic arts, they will proceed to a process of rapid power enhancement. Following this shortcut, it takes only about 20 years to reach a realm that ordinary people would take a very long time to achieve. But of course, to reach that realm so quickly, they must pay a heavier price, their lifespan. They also suffer from many complications in their bodies because the demonic energy does not circulate properly through their meridians. Meng Ran heard this and exclaimed indignantly, "That amount of time is way too fast for a martial artist." The old man agreed with his point of view. That's right, but those are the ones who choose to take shortcuts on the demonic path. Of course, the demonic cult always uses those with such powerful strength to wage war and conquer opposing forces. With their profound martial arts and numerous schemes, they quickly gain an initial advantage. However, later on, those martial artists will suffer from many after effects in their bodies, leading to a rapid decline in their martial skills and lifespan due to illness. Generally speaking, martial artists like that don't live very long. He spoke of the darker side of it. Those at the top, the higher-ups, of course they know about the fatal flaw of practicing demonic arts this way, but for the sake of expanding their power, they recklessly ignore all those drawbacks. They don't care about the lives of their followers at all. Furthermore, they even encourage them to practice that way by providing many supplementary elixirs. With every word, the old man's eyes grew darker. Whenever someone falls, they just find other martial artists to replace them. That's all. His empty cup was refilled. As he sipped his wine, lost in thought, the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up. Even though Senior Sword Demon was in the demonic cult, he's able to accurately describe what I also feel about the demonic path. Of course, the one who must bear responsibility for all of this is the cult leader. Seeing his seemingly cheerful expression, the old man asked, "Sect leader, is something funny?" He quickly explained, "I don't mean anything by it. It's just that your assessment of the demonic path is quite similar to my own. So, what is your opinion of the Alliance leader, Senior?" The old man lowered his gaze and stated his opinion. Whether it's the orthodox or demonic path, once they've reached the pinnacle like them, none of them are truly benevolent. You should understand what I mean by that. Everyone, whether in the demonic cult or the Wulin Alliance, must follow their leader. The Alliance leader and the cult leader are the same. They both disregard the lives of their subordinates for their own goals. Just look at the conflict between the righteous and the evil. You can see how many martial artists have lost their lives because of those two. He asked curiously, "Senior, you were able to survive a confrontation with the Alliance leader. So, against the cult leader, I assume you wouldn't be able to resist?" Not wanting to seem weak, he replied, "Of course, in a basic exchange like the one you all witnessed, I am at a disadvantage. But in a life-or-death battle, I'm not so easy to take down. That's why even the cult leader couldn't do anything to me and just let me roam free." As he spoke, he looked at the empty wine cup in his hand. "We've talked a lot about martial arts. Now that I've met you, Sect Master, it seems something about you has changed. Have you been cultivating some new martial art?" He found it hard to believe. "Senior, you can tell just by looking at me and sensing my aura?" He shared his perception. "I can only vaguely sense it. I don't know for sure. Not everyone can see this, you know. But all things considered, it seems you, Sect Master, are practicing the right technique for you. Your aura has become much stronger." Feng Ran was somewhat surprised to hear him say this. He continued to speak on the issue of the demon cult. "Speaking of which, the demonic forces have expanded quite a bit now. It's impossible to break their momentum. The demonic path, just like the righteous path, is made up of many different forces and clans. To them, the Alliance leader or the cult leader is just a figurehead who speaks for them. That's all. Over generations, all those forces have deeply entrenched themselves in every corner of the demon cult. Therefore, even if the cult leader were to die now, they could just prop up a new replacement. That's all." His face and voice were filled with determination. "I say this so you understand that no matter who becomes the cult leader, that path will never change. Feng Ran, even if you become skilled enough to be the next cult leader, changing that system is still hopeless. But that doesn't mean my life or death battle with the cult leader is unnecessary. I am determined to take him down." Feng Ran frowned slightly, not entirely agreeing. "Master, I understand what you're saying, but how could I possibly become the leader of the demon cult?" The man looked at him, gesturing for him to explain his opinion. "Go on, speak." The boy's face scrunched up in discomfort as he shared his inner thoughts. Once you become the cult leader, your mind is practically demonized. What's left of a simple life then? All day, you'd just be thinking about fighting, killing, and watching your back for betrayals and schemes. I don't want a life like that at all. If I live like that, what's the point of my passion for wine and women? I'd rather die than live like that, master. The sword demon raised the wine cup to his lips and chuckled softly. You have a point. His voice turned serious. But that's the way of the demonic path. In that environment, you can't help yourself. Even if you don't want to do something, you have to. Don't think that if you do nothing, no one will bother you. They won't let someone who doesn't belong to any faction exist in peace. They don't negotiate through persuasion. They negotiate through oppression and threats. That's why I couldn't stand life in the demon cult. Once you're in, martial artists are indoctrinated from childhood, with fanatical ideologies. And later, martial artists like that become nothing more than tools for the more powerful. The demonic path is exactly that. Demonic. It's not for nothing that the martial world fears them. After saying this, he turned to remind Li Ziha, I'm telling you this as well, sect master, so you can be on your guard. Don't get involved in the demonic path. Even though in my eyes, you're already quite crazy, sect master, whatever you do, know your limits, he replied politely. Thank you for the advice, senior. On that note, I have a request I hope you'll grant. He immediately agreed. All right, speak, he explained. Today, I was able to witness the martial arts of you, senior, and the alliance leader, and it was truly eye-opening. In the future, if you challenge anyone else, please send a letter inviting me to come along. He agreed without hesitation. That's still a ways off. I've only just had a few epiphanies after facing the alliance leader. But of course, when the time comes, I'll call for you. Sect master. Hearing the favorable reply, the corners of his lips curved up in satisfaction. The sword demon also looked at him and smiled faintly. As night fell, the wine party ended. Li Ziha said goodbye to the sword demon and his disciple. He walked silently through the forest. Suddenly, he turned and looked behind him. Before him was a lake, shimmering under the light of the moon above. He stood by the shore, with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, his eyes filled with killing intent, as if he had sensed something unusual. Behind him now stood a large group of people, blocking all escape routes. Without turning his head, he asked, Which bastards dare to disturb me while I'm in the mood to enjoy the moon? His voice echoed in the still, dark night, but he received no answer. The men in black, holding long swords, seemed to be waiting. He slowly turned his head, glanced at them, and said, This is a real nuisance. I can't believe you all kept following me like this. I've already killed some of you, yet you still show no fear. An old man standing among the group held a piece of paper in his hand, comparing the drawing on it to the man in front of him. This action caught Li Ziha's eye, and he spoke up to help them confirm. You've already come all this way, and you're still looking at that piece of paper to verify my identity? Don't bother. It's me, Li Ziha, of the Shaowen sect. The man holding the paper seemed to have confirmed his words. After getting his answer, the man tucked the paper back into his clothes. Suddenly, Li Ziha spoke, his voice full of suspicion, and it seemed the man opposite him also felt confused. Unexpectedly, a green fireball shot out from Li Ziha's hand. The fireball went straight through the forehead of the man standing opposite him. The man immediately fell to the ground, his mouth still wide open in shock, his breathing completely gone. Only then did Li Ziha reveal what he'd noticed. The leader of your assassin squad isn't here yet, is he? What can a bunch of small fry like you even do? Go on, call him here. Now. He stood alone, facing the group in a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, an old man with white hair, leaning on a staff, slowly stepped forward. Li Ziha immediately asked, So it's you, old man? The old man looked at him and spoke slowly in a warning tone. So you are. Li Ziha, the master of the Shaowen sect. Now that you've met me here, there's no point in running. Just tell your subordinates to prepare the ransom money. If you surrender without a fight, you'll suffer less. But if you resist, you'll have to bear the consequences. Do you understand what I'm saying? He immediately retorted. You've got some nerve, just because you tell me. To prepare ransom money for you? You think I'll just hand it over? Even if you're an assassin squad, I'm not afraid. Got it? The old man didn't continue to argue, and gave an order. Hunter, go and capture him for me. The man called Hunter, with his muscular build, was ready. Yes, sir. Immediately, the hunter fired 3 arrows at him. Without flinching, he simply tilted his head and easily dodged the incoming arrows. The hunter then immediately drew his sword from its sheath and charged. He calmly watched the blade aiming for him. He began to draw his own sword, while simultaneously dodging the relentless attacks of his opponent. Suddenly, the hunter froze, his whole body stiff. A moment later, he collapsed under Li Ziha's sword. Hot blood from the blade dripped incessantly onto the ground. The white-haired old man was shocked by the scene before him. Li Ziha calmly said, "Who's next?" The old man directed, "Axeman, you're up." The Axeman, with a fierce expression, stepped forward. "Yes, sir." The old man didn't forget to remind him, "Be careful. He's not easy to deal with." The Axeman, holding a large axe, confidently strode forward to fight. Li Ziha silently watched the Axeman. Gripping the axe with both hands, he let out a great roar and brought the weapon down on him. A single slash cut precisely through the charging man's body. The Axeman slid past Li Ziha, who remained standing perfectly still. The Axeman's body had been split in two, and blood sprayed everywhere as his corpse fell heavily to the ground. He spoke with impatience. "All right, next. Just come at me all at once. Going one by one is a bit of a waste of time." Hearing this, the old man grew even angrier. He shouted, "All of you, go! Don't capture him, just kill him. Use everything you have to take him down, understand?" The group looked towards him and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The old man added in a low voice, "Cold sword, fallen sword, watch for his openings." The two young men who were called prepared themselves. "Yes, sir." Li Ziha looked at the old man and hissed through his teeth, "And you old leader. You're old, yet you're still afraid to die? Why don't you come out instead of letting your subordinates die for you?" The old man narrowed his eyes at him. "Just you wait." Suddenly, the sound of fast footsteps echoed on the ground. Cold sword and fallen sword charged simultaneously, swinging their blades at him. Li Ziha braced himself and stepped back. He gripped his blood-soaked sword behind his back. The two continued to charge forward. The sword in his hand began to glow like a blazing red flame. His eyes also turned a bloodthirsty red. He straightened up, turned, and swung his sword in a full circle. Cold sword and fallen sword retreated in fear. The old man and those standing further away were also affected by the power of the sword. A man standing within the group watched silently. Suddenly, he channeled his energy. A loud explosion echoed as smoke filled the area. As the smoke gradually cleared, the young man appeared in the middle of it, completely unharmed. Li Ziha smirked with amusement. "So, the real leader behind all this was you, huh?" The people behind him remained silent. The old man didn't say a word either. The leader's expression didn't change as he smirked back at him, full of provocation. Wasting no more time, he lunged forward to attack. His opponent's eyes were filled with panic. He leaped into the air, raising his sword high and aiming it at the enemy. His face was filled with murderous intent as he silently declared to them, "You want to kill me? It's not that simple." Then, his sword came crashing down from above. The opponent's eyes widened in horror, watching the blade that sought to take his life. The man used both hands to block the sword, which stopped just an inch from his head. Li Ziha's face was cold as he stared directly into his opponent's eyes and gave a slight smirk, a complete contrast to the other man's tense and fearful expression. Feeling he could no longer resist, the man turned his head and shouted to his comrades, "Charge! Kill him!" Upon receiving the order, they all rushed forward together. Li Ziha's expression remained unchanged as he raised one hand and grabbed the wrist of his opponent, who was still desperately holding back his sword. Immediately after, he was struck on his pressure points by Li Ziha, and his whole body froze as if rooted to the spot. Li Ziha walked past his opponent's face and said to the surrounding crowd, "You lot are truly useless. Just stand there." The people around them were momentarily unsure of what he planned to do. No one dared to attack. He thought to himself, "Maybe this is the perfect time to test out the sun and moon martial arts I just learned." He tilted his head and instructed the man, "You just stand there and hold my sword for me." With that, he dashed like the wind towards the people standing nearby. Seeing him move, the group became wary and terrified. They only saw his shadow flash past them at the speed of light. The old man was horrified when he saw him. In an instant, he was right in front of the old man. Both channeled their energy to suppress the other. A loud explosion erupted, enveloping them both in a thick cloud of smoke. The old man stood in the smoke, struggling, and before he could even recover, he saw him charging again at high speed, delivering precise blows that gave him no time to defend. Another palm strike from him sent the old man's body flying. The old man went flying. He narrowed his eyes and, without an ounce of mercy, swung his arm to deliver the finishing blow. A blast of energy shot straight through his staggering opponent's body. As he'd swept past the others just moments before, he had frozen them all in place. Every one of their faces was still a mask of pure terror. He strolled past them, casually remarking, "Looks like you all have some decent skills to withstand my ice arts and still be standing, but that won't last. After all, when you become an assassin, you accept the risk of dying at any moment." He glanced at the frozen men, then stopped in front of the old man who was now frozen solid. "Old man," he said, his face a deadly mask and his voice chilling, "you were talking a little too much earlier. You ordered your lackeys to charge forward while you stayed behind. Now, there's no one left to shield you. Understand?" As he spoke, his sword flashed across the old man's neck. The man's head remained on his shoulders, but he was no longer breathing. The man holding Li Zihao's sword was now trembling with fear. Li Zihao reached out and took the sword from his hand. The man was stunned, not knowing what he would do next. Without giving the man a moment to think, he plunged the sword straight into his chest. Then, just as swiftly, he pulled the blade out. A spray of blood erupted from the man's chest. He then glanced at the remaining men, who were all horrified. He spoke up, his voice commanding, "Looks like you're all terrified, but you won't get to die that easily. If you're smart, you'll tell me where your base is. Now, do that, and maybe I'll reconsider. If not, you'll just freeze to death right here." At the thought of death, tears began to stream down one man's face. Li Zihao scoffed. Crying from fear? An assassin with feelings. How pathetic. "See, like this? I almost feel sorry for you." He leisurely held the blood-stained sword and said, "If you still refuse to talk, then fine. I've got a lot to do tonight anyway. First, you'll all just stay frozen there. Every so often, I'll infuse you with a bit more of my ice arts, just so you can really enjoy that bone-deep chill. When I get bored of that, I'll shatter the ice and toss a few of you into the fish pond. In the meantime, I'm going to go hunt some wild duck for dinner," he said through his teeth. "You'd better use this time to think, before I get back." A short while later, the warm, flickering light of a fire cast a red glow. Li Zihao was busy enjoying his freshly roasted meat, gnawing on it, and savoring the taste. It's been a while since I sat down to roast and eat meat by myself like this. It could use some seasoning, but it's still pretty good." Even so, his eyes didn't stop observing. He scanned the bodies, sprawled on the ground. The woodcutter and the hunter were dead. He glanced at the two men still encased in a layer of cold ice. Mo Jian, the swordsman, gone too. He glanced at the slumped-over old man. The commander was finished. Then he looked back at the first one he dealt with, the frozen guy who'd been holding his sword, also gone. Looks like there are only a few still left alive. Suddenly, Mo Jian's eyes shot open. Li Zihao looked pleasantly surprised. "Huh? Didn't think you'd still be alive, Mo Jian." "So, another survivor," he reminded them softly. "You all just stay put and think it over. If you don't talk by the time I'm done with my food, I'm going to kick a few of you into the lake, just like I said. And whatever you do, don't get so scared that you close your eyes. If you close them, you might not be able to open them again. By the time you do, you'll be greeting the king of hell," he said, mouth full, as he tore at the meat. "And if you get down there and have some injustice to report, just tell them Li Zihao sent you. The purpose was to help you reincarnate and become useful people. In your next life, try not to murder anyone." He finished off a skewer of meat and waved the empty stick. "Man, this is boring. I've been talking this whole time, and not a single one of you has said a word back. Talking to myself is losing its charm." He got up and walked over to the group. He stood there and began to chat. With them. "You know, even though you're assassins, I don't hate you as much as you might think. Looking at your pathetic faces, I'm just unimpressed. I'm not even angry. You lived your lives doing evil deeds, and now you're facing the consequences. That's what I hate about you. You're grown men, but you don't even recognize your own wrongdoing. Since you chose this life in the Jianghu, you must have expected this kind of outcome, right?" He stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke of an essential truth. No one is born evil. You chose this path for yourselves. So today, I will deliver heaven's judgment and punish you. Living a life that harms others will never end well. Why didn't you ever consider that? A life like that is worse than death." He lowered his gaze to the man before him, his voice filled with disgust. "I've lived the life of a righteous warrior for a long time, but the life of an assassin like you, that I've never experienced. I could live like you, but the things you do, extortion, kidnapping, framing innocent people, murder, I could never do that. I absolutely despise people like that. I've killed far too many of them already. An assassin can kill, but they should only kill those who deserve to die." His voice grew solemn. "Your life is your own to decide. Don't let others control you. You don't have to take orders from anyone. Do you understand? As the group listened, they were all stunned, their eyes filled with contemplation. He turned and walked back toward the fire. After a few steps, he suddenly spoke again. Oh, and one more thing. He turned his head back to look at them. You see me now, all suave and distinguished, but there's something you don't know about me. The men were all curious, confused. He said slowly, I used to be a waiter. No one said a word, but a giant question mark appeared over all their heads. He continued confidently, even if you investigated me, you wouldn't find any information about my past. But I'll let you in on a little secret. I am the master of the Han sect. If you ever come looking for me, be warned. You'll end up just like you are today. His gaze turned colder than steel. Truth is, you and I are no different. We both came from humble beginnings. The only difference is the way I choose to live and treat others. The thin layer of ice on their bodies was slowly starting to melt. Hearing his words, their faces flushed with a mix of emotions. He picked up his wine gourd, shook it in front of them, and said, All right then. Any of you want a drink with me? The men remained silent, wary. He reassured them, Relax. I'm not going to ask where your base is, or who your leader is. I won't ask any awkward questions. We'll just have a simple drink together. A man in a hat spoke up. All right, give me a drink. Li Zihao immediately agreed. Sure thing. He walked over, pried the man's mouth open with both hands, and poured the wine in. As he did, he grumbled. You can't even open your own damn mouth for a drink, and you have the nerve to ask me for one? So, what'll it be? After pausing for a moment, he continued to question the others. Are the rest of you going to drink or not? Or do you want to just stand there and freeze to death? He walked closer. A man shouted, I'll take a gulp. Li Zihan grabbed him by the collar and roared angrily. So you only open your mouth after I spell it out for you? You must really have a death wish. He pressed the sword tightly against the man's neck. The young man showed no fear. Instead, as if using all the strength he had left, he shouted, spitting out each word, Give me a drink. Li Zihan's voice softened as he agreed. All right, fine. The man bit his lip hard, as if enduring something terrible inside his body, and nodded. Yes. Li Zihan's hand searched his pouch. Besides, I already said it. I'll let you all drink without any questions. He then forced the man's jaw open while his other hand violently poured the wine in. Drink up, get warm. Abruptly, he turned his head, looking at Lang Jian, who was standing a short distance away. Hey, Lang Jian, you want a drink? His opponent looked at him warily, not answering. All of a sudden, Li Zihan lunged forward, one hand grabbing Lang Jian by the collar. He lifted the man with his sword, then ruthlessly flung the body forward. The frozen corpse instantly vanished, disintegrating into the air like sea foam. He tilted his head and said to the others, Well, that leaves 5 of you. Now, pay attention. Whoever pisses me off dies. After saying that, he walked away. Sitting on the ground not far from the group, he spoke up. Now that it's quiet, I'll see which one of you will be the final winner. The group fell silent, their faces filled with tension. He prepared to cultivate his energy, closing his eyes while continuing to talk. While I'm sitting here, I might as well cultivate my energy a bit. If you want to get stronger and stronger, you can't stop training. I honestly don't know how strong or weak your leader is, but I still train hard and strive to improve. I might be weak today, but tomorrow, I will defeat you. Do you know why? Of course, they had no idea, their faces filled with curiosity. He let out a short breath and said, I'll tell you that later. The group was left feeling helpless in their confusion. A moment later, Li Zihua was still focused on circulating his energy. Leaves fluttered in the wind, then gently settled on the ground. A young man in the group spoke up anxiously first. Brother Yu, the hunter is dead. Is there any way for us to escape? The man called Brother Yu panicked when he heard his name. I give up. The young man grew even more anxious. If there's no other way, just tell him whatever you know. What do I even know to tell him? Brother Yu sighed helplessly. I don't know anything. That ugly guy over there knows more than me. Hearing this, the young man felt a glimmer of hope. Hey, Brother Chu, if you know something, hurry up and say it. Brother Cho slowly began to agree. All right, I'll only speak if Jianye agrees. The others chimed in one by one. If Brother Cho is saying that, then I agree too. The last one agreed as well. Me too. With that, after reaching an internal agreement, the man called Brother Cho spoke up as their representative. Lord of the Sha Wen sect. Are you still awake? I'll tell you what I know. It might not be to your satisfaction, I don't know. But this is everything I could possibly know. Li Zihua, who was still cultivating his energy, slowly opened his eyes. "All right. Whatever you have to say it," he replied softly. Brother Cho said hesitantly, "I'll talk, and I hope you'll spare my life. But first, could you let me have a sip of wine to warm myself up?" The man slowly stood up, and in the next second, he had appeared behind them. With a hand on the back of their necks, he brought them one by one around the fire, from the one called Brother Yu to Jianye. And in just a moment, he had gathered all of them around the blazing fire. He sat down and took a swig of wine. At the same time, he gave the order, "Speak." Staring at the warm, flickering flames, Elder Shu voiced his question. "I have something to ask. Why does the sect master call us assassins of the one-tailed river crosser organization?" After speaking, he carefully repeated, "That is what I'm curious about." He listened intently, then glanced at the man who asked the question. "Is that what you're saying?" Elder Shu continued. "Yes. Our leader's nickname is the One-Tailed River Crosser. We are his subordinates, and we learned our assassination techniques from him. We usually operate alone, but when necessary, we gather together. That's for when we're facing a difficult opponent. At that time, we all convene, and the old man that the sect master killed before was our captain, the one who planned our strategies and fighting methods." Now, the man narrowed his eyes slightly, staring into the fire. "We don't have a fixed base. We all just follow the leader. Wherever the leader is, that's our base." After hearing this, he stood up with the wine flask and poured some into Elder Shu's mouth, then Elder Yu's, followed by Jianyes, and finally, the last man. When he was done, he stood among them and replied, "I understand a lot more now." Hearing this, the group looked at him, confused. Elder Shu observed his expression. "If you want to find our leader, it will be quite difficult. I'm sure the sect master can't actively seek us out either, but since we've met here, that is everything I know, and I've told the sect master," he replied in a soft voice. "Of course. Assassins like you are quite hard to find. As for finding your leader, the one-tailed river crosser, I have no way of doing that. Until now, you've always been the ones to actively seek me out." Elder Shu slightly closed his eyes and bowed his head sincerely. "Because of that, we have misjudged the sect master's true strength, and as a result, our losses have been too great." He glanced over and said slowly, "A bunch of people like you. If you were hiding, I probably couldn't find you. But since you took the initiative to seek death by finding me, I have no choice but to punish you. To be honest, you've all bothered me far too much." Elder Shu was stunned into silence. He moved quickly in a circle, passing by the group of men. As he neared each one, the sound of cracking ice could be heard. After being freed from the ice, the group instinctively collapsed. He sat down, looked at the fire before him, and said profoundly, "It seems you're all warmer now, aren't you? In this life, one only hopes for warmth and happiness. But looking around, how many people ever achieve that? The Jianghu is a world of endless slaughter. Therefore, living a peaceful life is impossible." His voice turned cold. "This is what you all have created. I have always wanted to live in peace, without fighting anyone. But it was you who deliberately forced me into a position where I had to resist. You were the ones who wanted to drag me down to hell, weren't you?" The group remained silent, their faces filled with awkward regret. The night sky seemed to envelop everything. Deep in the forest, the small fire that had been lit continued to burn brightly, occasionally sending bright embers flying into the air. 4 men sat warming themselves around the flames. The light from the fire illuminated the weathered face of Elder Yu, the man who always wore a conical hat, and then he spoke. "You know, after being frozen, warming up like this feels pretty damn good." Another man, his eyes heavy with sorrow, stared into the fire and replied, "It's true. In a life-or-death moment like this, I can't think about anything else." Hearing that, the young man with the half-up topknot immediately looked over and asked curiously, "That's strange, isn't it? You're usually full of strategies. How come you have nothing today?" The man parted his lips and replied, "When you're hungry, you think of food. I can only think about eating. Hunger and cold. That's all I can think about." At that moment, Li Jia, who was sitting calmly with the 4 men, spoke up again. "That's not strange. It's only natural to think of food when you're hungry." As soon as he finished, the man with the sorrowful eyes seemed to have no idea how to respond. Li Jia reached into a bag beside him and pulled out a rectangular piece of jerky, offering it to the man who had complained of being hungry. He watched the man and the up and down movement of his jaw as he chewed, remarking, "You really enjoy your food, don't you?" Suddenly, the voice of the man with the half-up topknot rang out. "Come to think of it, We once gathered all our manpower to attack a mountain villa. I believe it was Fragrant Dao Village. There was a hidden master there. His martial arts were quite formidable, and we were all worried we'd lose our after. Lives there. That mission was quite important, so the one-tailed river crosser joined us in the attack on the villa. Besides our group of assassins, another expert came to help us. Of course, we don't know his name, but the one-tailed river crosser called him Elder Brother Wuhen. Li Jia remarked, "Sounds interesting. Kind of like treading on snow without a trace, right?" The man replied, "That could be it." Li Jia's face was illuminated by the firelight, a lock of his hair gently blowing in the wind, but he paid it no mind. He said, "If they're brothers, they're probably from the same school, which means they must have a master. This sect is probably small, but filled with top-tier experts. Of course, no one knows where they are. But if I can catch this one-tailed river crosser, I can definitely find out where his sect is located from him. That said, his sect is probably full of masters, so I'll need to be careful." He then thought to himself, to be more precise, it must be an assassination sect. In this Zhenghu, assassination sects are incredibly mysterious. In Li Jia's mind, images of bloody battles flashed in reverse as he pondered. They could be present in many places, yet no one knows where they are. But once they appear, it's always because some high-ranking figure in the martial world has been targeted. In my past life, I also roamed, far and wide. The person I knew best among the masters of the assassination sects was the Slaughter King. Unclear images flashed through his mind. Then, the details slowly arranged themselves. If I want to find the one-tailed river crosser, finding the Slaughter King to ask him seems simpler. However, the Slaughter King might not be in this world anymore. He had a feud with the Mad Monk, so it's possible the Mad Monk already eliminated him. An image of a man wielding a long staff, wearing a large beaded necklace, with his other hand held up in a prayer-like gesture, gradually came into focus. If that's the case, then I'm lucky to have escaped that chaotic flow. Li Jia lowered his eyes. The chilling cold of the forest night left the 5 men with no choice but to sit around the fire for warmth. One of the men, being perceptive, spoke up and asked, "Do you have something you wish to say, sir?" Seeing that he was still silent, the other 4 men looked at Li Jia, who finally spoke again. "You've all wandered the Jianghu for a long time. Have you ever passed through a valley called Flower Serenity Valley?" Elder Shu, the one with the large nose and thick eyebrows, answered immediately, "Never been through there." Elder Yu followed up, "That's the first time I've ever heard that name." After hearing them, Li Jia began to recount a story from the past. Long ago, it was a beautiful valley full of flowers, but ever since an assassin arrived there, he took over Flower Serenity Valley and renamed it Death Valley. As he spoke, model. His mind was flooded with images of beautiful fresh flowers, but they were all stained with the pungent crimson color of blood. From that moment on, a place as beautiful as a heavenly paradise, a place that once brought people peace with its vibrant, year-round blossoms, ultimately became a field of corpses. After hearing this, the 4 men could only lower their heads and stare at the flickering flames, their expressions largely indifferent. Li Zihan continued his rambling explanation. Among the flowers in that valley, peonies were the most numerous, and they were the representative flower of the Flower of Sorrow Valley. Peonies could be called the King of Flowers. Later, the Assassin Guild in Death Valley came to be known by a name like that flower, the King of Assassins. I suspect that damn scoundrel, Yiwei Dujiang, came from Death Valley. The 4 men remained dead silent, sitting by the fire. Li Zihan glanced to his side, saying nothing, then looked to his right, as if waiting for someone to speak. Finally, he said, "I never thought about this before, but now I believe this is an extremely dangerous matter. The Assassin Guild in Death Valley is full of masters, and on top of that, they have the King of Assassins as their leader. They are the most unfathomable first-rate power in this martial world." Li Zihan lowered his head slightly, letting his hair fall forward, and sighed again. "And for you guys, the fact that they can order you around, making you strike wherever they point without the slightest resistance, shows just how powerful they are." He slowly raised his head and continued, "That being said, the 2 brothers must have come from there. Don't you agree?" Elder Zhang and Elder Yu's faces remained grim and silent, not answering. He thought about the other 2 men, who were equally silent. Suddenly, Li Zihan stood up and began to walk as he spoke. "I've said my piece. Now it's your turn. You first, Niu Fu." The man looked up at him. "Yes, perhaps you are right, sir." He then approached the spot where Yu Fu was sitting. "So you knew about this too?" The man answered without hesitation. "Since you say so, sir, then I suppose I do." Li Zihan's face darkened. "That's the same as saying nothing at all." In an instant, he waved his hand, freezing Yufu's entire body in ice. The man shivered, calling out, "Sect Master," but he didn't let him finish. He then turned to the man with the half-up hairdo. "And what do you think?" The man's eyes looked cautiously at Li Zihan. "Yes. No matter how strong the king of assassins from Death Valley is, he can't compare to you, Sect Master." His red pupils seemed to emit an oppressive aura. "Are you kidding me? Easy for you to say. But I don't think so." Hearing that, the man could only remain silent. On his guard, as expected, Li Zihan struck him right in the neck. The force of the blow sent the man collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Li Zihan walked over to Elder Zhang. "And what about you, you ugly fellow? What do you think?" The man replied defiantly. "Just kill me." Li Zihan lowered his gaze to Elder Zhang. "Why say that? Death Valley is difficult to deal with, but killing you is easy. Is that what you're trying to say?" With two people gone from around the fire, the space no longer felt warm, but Elder Xiang still sat there motionlessly. "Yes, Sect Master." Li Zihan stood up straight and asked seriously, "What do you mean?" Only then did Elder Xiang's eyes move toward Li Zihan. "I've already told you, Sect Master. No matter what you say, it will be hard to change my mind." He immediately retorted. "Hard to change, not impossible. If I spare your life, perhaps you'll reconsider." Elder Xiang's strong resolve wavered slightly. "You'll spare my life?" At this, Li Zihan looked down, seemingly with a faint, mysterious smile. "See, you're already tempted. That means you've already changed, but I haven't changed my mind about you at all." Li Zihan reached out his hand again and grabbed the ugly man's neck. The entire space seemed to turn blood red. When he felt it was enough, he let go, causing Elder Xiang to fall to the ground with a thud. Li Zihan turned to the last man, the one with sorrowful eyes. "And what about you, wild man? What are you going to say?" "If you say something I like, I'll give you a meal," the man replied. "I only think about food when I'm hungry. I don't know anything about Death Valley." "But Sect Master, why did you kill everyone?" With only two people left by the fire, Li Zihan looked down and asked, "Or perhaps I have something I want to tell you." The wild man answered immediately, "Please, speak, sir." His red pupils narrowed. "You are truly a real assassin. I've rarely met anyone like you." The wild man's face was filled with surprise. "Why? Why would you say that?" But Li Zihan changed the subject. "All right. Is there anything else you want to say?" Realizing his fate would be the same as the others, the wild man could only remain silent. He was helpless. "No. In any case, it seems you've already made up your mind to kill." He thought Li Zihan wasn't paying attention and prepared to raise his hand to strike him down. But Li Zihan's knife-sharp eyes were several steps ahead. He coated his own hand in frost and swung it down on the top of the wild man's head. Blood spurted from the man's head, splattering everywhere, but Li Zihan's icy hand remained as powerful as ever. From the wild man's nose and mouth, blood gushed out. The bright moon high above shone down on the rippling water. On the bank stood Li Zihan, looking at the four motionless corpses. He said, "Finally, it seems I can enjoy the moon in peace and quiet tonight." The sky above was clear, and with it, the bustling scene of the White Eagle Prefecture, where people were still strolling leisurely. Li Zihan slurped a mouthful of noodles with satisfaction, thinking to himself as he ate, "I'm not going to rush back to the Xiaowen sect. What's the point of exhausting myself?" He lifted the entire bowl of noodles and pondered again. "If I go back there, Yi Wei Dujiang's people will probably come looking for me. Therefore, I'll wander around for a bit. If I go back, my subordinates will be in danger." After finishing his thoughts, he drank the last of the broth and placed the bowl gently on the table, casually wiping his mouth. Li Zihan continued to muse, "But where should I go? I can't go to the Southern Brightness Society either. They'll just get into trouble because of me." He placed a hand on his chin with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, Li Zihan saw a familiar face and waved. "Aha, hey, young Master Meng Lang, over here." The man, holding a fan, was still surprised. As if that wasn't enough, he called out again, "Hey, Meng Lang, didn't you hear me?" Realizing it was Li Zihan, the boy's face filled with alarm, his eyes wide. "Huh? Why are you still here?" Li Zihan gave a friendly reply, ignoring the question. "Hey there." Meng Lang quickly rushed over to his table, leaning in close to Li Zihan's face with his eyebrows furrowed. He was clearly angry. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" After pulling out a chair and sitting down, he continued, "I thought you went back to the Xiaowen sect. What are you doing here?" Li Zihan poured some wine for Meng Lang and answered calmly, "Oh, I'm just traveling around for a bit." Meng Lang had other ideas. "Shouldn't you go back and lie low? What are you doing traveling around?" While pouring wine into his cup, Li Zihan said, I was planning to go back, but if I do, those assassins will come looking for me right away. Meng Lang raised the cup to his lips, about to take a sip. Is that so? Li Zihan's gaze remained serious. Yes, that's why I came here to think things over. I also missed the taste of the noodles here. The noodles at this place are truly unforgettable. Just then, the waiter walked by and asked cheerfully, Sir, model, are you satisfied? Li Zihao asked, not bothering to hide his intentions. Humph. Meng Ran gently set his wine cup down before answering. All right, I know you've been sitting here scheming. So what? Why did you call me here? Li Zihao looked him straight in the eye. You have no idea? Meng Ran's brow furrowed in confusion. Huh? Just then, Li Zihao's gaze darkened. He raised his voice, chiding. We're close friends, aren't we? What's the big deal about calling you over? Why are you making such a fuss? Hearing this, Meng Ran could only furrow his brow, in annoyance before finally saying, Fine, I get what you're saying. Suddenly, Meng Ran shot to his feet. But you're the one dealing with a bunch of assassins right now. So don't you dare drag me into this, all right? Just pretend we don't know each other. I'm out of here. Li Zihao looked up at him. Hey, sit down, now. Meng Ran's face showed even more irritation. He slammed his hand on the table. What now? I've already said my piece. Li Zihao's voice turned sickly sweet, but his eyes were dangerously dark. My dear friend, don't be like that. You don't want to make me angry. Because if I get angry, things won't end well for you. Hearing this, Meng Ran became a little cautious. Li Zihao continued, I've already decided to establish a branch of the Xiaowu clan right here. He clenched his fist, his expression determined. Meng Ran looked as if he'd misheard and asked again. What? Li Zihao, holding the entire wine jug, continued. That's why I came here to survey the situation. But right then, Meng Ran's mind was filled with images of getting cozy with beautiful women. But before he could even enjoy it for long, he was being blackmailed by Li Zihao. Naturally, as long as I'm here, you can forget about all your little games, like chasing skirts or drowning yourself in wine. If I'm unhappy, I'll report you to Senior Sword Demon. And hey, if I feel like it, I'll tell the Martial Arts Alliance leader too. In his mind, Li Zihao was already picturing the scene of him reporting Meng Ran's misdeeds, making Meng Ran gulp nervously. A triumphant glint appeared in Li Zihao's red eyes. Ha! Faced with that, what do you think? You'll do? He asked, his words carrying a heavy weight. So don't mess with me, got it? I mean what I say. Do you understand? You'd better behave, yourself. Meng Ran's throat instantly went dry, and he couldn't utter a single word. Beads of sweat even started to form on his face. After a moment, he finally forced the words out. So, what do you want from me? Li Zihao offered the wine jug to Meng Ran. It seems you've finally come to your senses. Here. Have a drink first. He poured the wine into a cup and said, Those assassins tailing me, they're from the Valley of Death. At that, Meng Ran's eyebrow twitched in understanding. I see. So why not just have your brothers from the Xiaowu clan attack them? With so many of your men, it shouldn't be that hard, right? Li Zihao, still holding the wine jug, didn't answer right away. Instead, he just stared intently at Meng Ran before unleashing a torrent of angry words at him. You think you're so smart, don't you? So quick with the comments, but what can you actually do? With an attitude like that, your master still has a lot more to teach you. Meng Ran. Even though his face had darkened, he had to maintain his composure. All right. Li Zihao poured more wine and continued. The Valley of Death is home to the Assassin King. You know, his strength is no joke. If my men go there, they'd just be throwing their lives away. Meng Ran seemed to get it. Is that so? But what does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Li Zihao fiercely pointed at him. Of course it does. All I know is that you're my friend, and a man of incredible martial skill. Meng Ran agreed. Well, when it comes to incredible martial skill, that part is true. In this White Eagle territory, no one is stronger than me. Except for my master, of course. Li Zihao propped his chin on his hand, giving him a knowing look before speaking again. So, do you think those assassins are strong or weak? Meng Ran replied. Like you said, they're obviously strong, but if they run into me, they're dead. Li Zihao got so excited that he slammed the table. All right, perfect. Then it's settled. Meng Ran tilted his head in confusion. Huh? Li Zihao's expression turned serious. You and I will go to the Valley of Death. Together. Meng Ran crossed his arms and sighed. Me, go with you? Why? He asked again, crossing his legs with a puzzled look. What does this have to do with me? Why should I go there? You're their target, not me. His expression grew a bit cautious, and while I said I'm strong, that's only here in the White Eagle territory. At this, Li Zihao also crossed his arms, a troubled look on his face. He glanced back at Meng Ran. Go there with me, and I'll give you a spirit elixir to boost your internal energy. Meng Ran retorted, I don't need that. My ice arts must be cultivated gradually. Then, Li Zihao remembered something. How about the moonflower ice? You want that? Meng Ran's eyes flew wide open, in disbelief. Li Zihao wore a triumphant smirk. Ha, how about it? Meng Ran quickly pressed. You know where the moonflower ice is? Li Zihao replied. But of course. With a serious expression, Li Zihao said, surprising, isn't it? But I'm the only one who knows you need it, because I also practice ice arts. Meng Ran's brow furrowed in conflict. Li Zihao pressed on with his persuasion. Look, a time will come when you'll face a bottleneck, and your meridians will become blocked, he explained. At that point, you'll have to use your own internal energy to force open your meridians just to advance your cultivation. But if you were to consume the moonflower ice, everything would become much simpler. It would help you immensely in that process, wouldn't it? Li Zihao laid out his manipulative gambit. So, what's your choice? Continue to party here, until you drop dead, or obtain the moonflower ice, advance your cultivation, please senior sword demon, and move on to greater heights? The choice is yours. An opportunity like this won't come again. Meng Ran's fists clenched, knowing he was being backed into a corner. Finally, he made his decision. Fine, then I'll need the moonflower ice first to advance my cultivation. After I've completely absorbed its power, then I'll go with you to the Valley of Death. Meng Ran looked at Li Zihao and added, those are my conditions. You can't trick me. I am not setting foot in the Valley of Death until I have the moonflower ice. At this, Li Zihao could only grit his teeth and think. A triumphant smile crossed his face. These flowers, though small, were anything but ordinary, ranked among the top treasures in the martial world. Perhaps it was the 10,000-year snow tea, the thing that all practitioners of ice arts dream of. And after that, there's the moonflower ice. These two spirit herbs are incredibly rare and can only be found through a stroke of destiny, Li Zihao thought to himself. In my past life, I knew about the moonflower ice. It was thanks to the twin demons. Those two managed to get a map to the moonflower ice from some martial artist. He looked down, deep in thought. I already know where the moonflower ice is, but the reason I haven't gone to get it yet is because ice arts aren't my main technique. That's why I left it there. Li Zihao looked back up at Meng Ran and finally made his decision. Fine. Regarding the location of the moonflower ice, I'll tell your master. He can act as a witness. Meng Ran was still hesitant, so Li Zihao continued to persuade him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for an ice arts practitioner like yourself. No other martial artist would ever reveal the location of such a treasure to anyone. To get it, you'll naturally have to agree to my terms. Suddenly, the space between them was shattered by another voice, startling both Meng Ran and Li Zixia, who turned to look. It was the sword demon. Is what the sect leader said true? Li Zixia didn't hide a thing. Yes. Everything I said about the moon cluster ice flower is true. The sword demon turned to Meng Ran. Disciple. The boy replied respectfully. Yes, master? The sword demon didn't hesitate. Let's go. But Meng Ran seemed confused. Go? Where? The sword demon glanced down at him. To get the moon cluster ice flower. Meng Ran was clearly hesitant. Right now? He clasped his hands together nervously. Why the rush? Master, do you need the moon cluster ice flower too? The sword demon snapped. Don't be ridiculous. By now, Meng Ran's face was etched with worry, beads of sweat forming on his brow. But, you're the one who said we're going to get it. The sword demon could only sigh at his words. The scene shifts from the dining table to a small street-side stall. By the time the three of them had set off, it was clear the final decision had been made. They were going to find the moon cluster ice flower. Li Zixia glanced over and asked curiously, Senior sword demon, what is that sword? When you were facing the sect leader, I didn't see you carrying it. The entire sword was a powerful, dark, bluish-black, with incredibly sharp lines. It was no wonder. It had captured Li Zixia's attention. The sword demon explained, This is the sword of light. It's a treasured blade. My fight with the sect leader was just a martial arts match. So, I didn't use it. Li Zixia boldly asked, May I have a look at it? Meng Ran's eyebrows knitted together, clearly surprised by the request. But the sword demon agreed without a moment's hesitation. Very well. As he handed the sword to Li Zixia, Meng Ran suddenly reached out as if to stop them, but it was too late. Li Zixia already had the precious blade in his hands. "It's a bit heavy, isn't it?" he remarked. The sword demon agreed. "It is." Li Zixia studied it for a moment and then began to draw the sword. With a powerful motion, he fully unsheathed the blade and gave it a swing. Li Zixia nodded in approval. "This blade is incredibly sharp." Suddenly, Li Zixia realized his surroundings had turned into a field of pure darkness. But, just as quickly, everything returned to normal. He couldn't help but ask, "That's strange. What was that?" The sword demon calmly explained, "That wasn't an illusion. Your inner strength is considerable. If you couldn't withstand that invisible pressure, you would have passed out immediately. Of course, the longer you hold the sword, the greater the pressure becomes. At that point, you'd be in real danger." Understanding now, Li Zixia sheathed the sword. He then respectfully handed it back to the sword demon. "I have examined it. This truly is a treasured blade. Please, take it back, senior," the sword demon asked in surprise. "Oh? And what makes you say it's a treasured blade?" Li Zixia seemed at a loss for words. "Well, it's..." The sword demon pressed him. "Just say what's on your mind," Li Zixia spoke, picturing the sword's sharp lines again. "I can feel the blade's keenness. To put it simply, it's almost like a demonic sword." He looked up and continued, "But still, even with a sword this powerful, when you faced the sect leader, you didn't use it at all. That shows just how confident you are in your own abilities." Li Zixia thought to himself, if he had used this demonic sword against the sect leader, I can't imagine how that unresolved battle would have ended. It seems the senior wanted to face the sect leader on equal footing, without relying on a treasured weapon, perhaps to gain some new insight from the duel. After listening, the sword demon paused for a moment in thought, before finally answering, "I see. I understand your point." The sword demon then turned to the person behind him. "Disciple, did you understand my meaning in all this?" Meng Ran nodded. "Yes, I think so, master." The sword demon offered a rare word of praise. "Good." In a flash, the three of them arrived at Mount Taishi, standing on the edge of a high cliff. A magnificent, sprawling landscape lay before them. Suddenly, the sword demon asked, "So, the moon cluster ice flower is here?" Li Zixia replied, "That's right. It's on the other side, at the peak of that mountain." "Over there." The sword demon was skeptical. "So, it's near the summit of Mount Taishi?" Li Zixia looked over and answered politely, "Yes." Meng Ran then asked, "Master, is there something strange about that peak?" The sword demon turned to Meng Ran. "There's nothing strange about it. It's just a place where masters like to test their skills. It might seem special to you, but to me, it's nothing new. That peak used to be nameless, but after so many masters dueled there, the terrain has become as flat as a sword arena." Li Zixia didn't wait, taking the lead and stepping off the cliff as if it were solid ground. "Let's go." His speed was like the wind. The sword demon and Meng Ran followed without hesitation. All three raced towards the same destination. In no time, the sword demon had caught up to Li Zixia, running alongside him. He asked, "So, we're heading for the peak first? I wonder how much it's changed." Li Zixia replied, "Yes, that's right. We need to go there and scout it out a bit, senior." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy as the sword demon spoke wistfully. "Coming here brings back memories. Many great masters lost their lives in duels on that peak." Li Zixia urged them on. "All right, let's hurry. It'll be an easier path once we're past this section." "And you," he shouted back. "Keep up. I have no idea how you train normally, being so slow." Meng Ran didn't argue back. "I get it. Just talk less." In a flash, Li Zixia reached the foot of the mountain. He crouched to build momentum, then skillfully began to scale the steep, vertical cliff face. Pushing off a small ledge, he launched himself high into the air. Li Zixia moved, like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he landed on the summit. At the same moment, the sword demon also arrived. Realizing Meng Ran wasn't with them, they both looked down. But the boy was struggling, his face grimacing with effort as he crawled up step by agonizing step, his hands clawing at the rock face and his feet scrambling for purchase. Li Zixia couldn't help but make a snide remark. "Pathetic. It's just a mountain climb, and he looks like he's at death's door." Meng Ran was so exhausted he had to gasp for air with his mouth wide open. His body was bent over, completely unable to stand straight. The sword demon asked in disappointment, "How exactly do you train every day?" "Huh? I'll be paying much closer attention to you from now on. Don't even think about messing around with women or slacking off." Terrified, Meng Ran stammered, "Master, I didn't realize the peak was this high." Li Zixia immediately snapped. Hey, look at this lazy bum, making Mengran's face flush with anger. The sword demon, however, seemed to spot something and let out a sound of surprise. Ah! Right in front of them were bushes bearing flowers the color of glacial ice. It was, without a doubt, the moon cluster ice flower.